Lin Qing, along with all of humanity, suddenly finds themselves in a world of survival. At the outset, each individual possesses a thatched cottage, and it is solely through this humble abode that survival in this realm is possible. Build houses, summon farmers, forge equipment, form alliances with others. As Lin Qing prepares to embark on this journey of survival, he is unexpectedly bound to the Golden Hand system. Everything that passes through his hands gains additional attributes. When summoning farmers, Lin Qing discovers that his farmers are extraordinary. After an hour of chopping wood, the timber piles up into a mountain. After hunting beasts for an hour, the meat accumulates into a towering heap. Upon crafting a stone axe, Lin Qing is astonished to find that it cleaves iron as if it were clay. After making a bow and arrow, he realizes that this weapon can strike a target from 100 paces. Chapter 1. Is this a world of an island where one life is all that one possesses? The jarring sound of a mobile alarm clock abruptly awakens Lin Qing. With instinctive reflex, he silences the alarm. Drowsily, he rises from his bed, dresses, washes up, and finally stumbles out of his room. Indeed, Lin Qing is a quintessential modern-day corporate worker. His days are consumed by a relentless routine of 9 work hours, 6 days a week, devoid of any attachments. He barely scrapes by, relying on the exhausting grind of labor for his meager existence. With no business acumen, he endures life as a mere cog in the corporate machine. Though still in a state of confusion, as Lin Qing opens his door and steps forward, he is jolted awake. Before him lies a vast forest, a stark contrast to the familiar stairwell cluttered with advertisements. In this forest, every tree towers majestically, their stout trunks suggesting they have thrived for centuries. It is inconceivable that such colossal trees could grow to a girth that requires several adults to encircle them. In the distance, the melodious calls of unknown birds resonate. Gazing upon this picturesque scene and listening to the birdsong, Lin Qing feels as if he has stumbled into a paradise. After all, his previous surroundings were shrouded in smog and pollution. The mere thought of breathing fresh air was once a distant dream. Yet today, at this very moment, Lin Qing finds himself confronted with an astonishing spectacle. However, just as he prepares to close the door behind him and venture into the forest, he discovers that the door has inexplicably vanished. Surveying the towering trees surrounding him and glancing back at the absent door and house, which have been replaced by the same grand trees, Lin Qing is immediately struck by the sensation that he is dreaming. Everything feels surreal and utterly bizarre. Could it be that I have not yet awakened? Lin Qing muses, contemplating pinching himself to rouse from this slumber. However, before he can act, a thatched cottage suddenly materializes before him. Staring at this unexpected dwelling, Lin Qing feels a sense of bewilderment. Has his home transformed into this exceedingly simple, thatched hut? Ah, no, this was my house purchased with a down payment of 200,000. Wait, but it seems I won't have to repay the mortgage anymore. However, no matter how I think about it, this is an immense loss. 200,000 exchange for a thatched hut? As Lin Qing stood there lost in thought, an ethereal voice resonated through the surrounding forest. Before Lin Qing could ponder further, the voice articulated words that unfurled all the questions swirling in his mind. Welcome to Global Survival, the Island World. Here, you may take it as a survival game, but alas, each individual possesses but a single life. Upon death, there is no after. What stands before you, the thatched hut, is your main city. Only by relying on it can you hope to find a glimmer of survival in this boundless island world. Here, you can seek resources to enhance your strength. You may also form alliances with others to survive together. You can check your personal status at any time, utilize blueprints to construct houses, and expand your territory. With sufficient materials, you can build whatever you need or desire. Everything appears akin to a game, yet as previously mentioned, this is a game where you possess but a single life. In short, strive to survive. Only by enduring can you hold onto hope. As the voice faded, a series of options suddenly materialized before Lin Qing. Though intangible, he was acutely aware that these options were indeed real. World Chat Channel World Trading Post Personal Status. A plethora of options appeared before Lin Qing's eyes, but when he blinked, they vanished instantaneously. Yet, despite their disappearance, Lin Qing could expertly recall the options he had just seen in his mind. For instance, the World Chat Channel. Mother. I want my mother. Someone come save me. Why, I want my mother to. What is this place? Is there anyone who can explain? You all heard that voice, right? This is the island world. But why are we here? I'm also uncertain. Upon opening the world chat channel, Lin Qing witnessed a stream of messages unfolding one after another. Skimming past the usernames, he observed the chat messages and was now certain that he was not alone in this place. In fact, there were many others. Perhaps individuals from all over the world had arrived here. For Lin Qing had noticed various languages while perusing the world chat channel. Gazing at the surrounding trees and recalling the previous voice, he couldn't help but wonder, is this the real world? Although Lin Qing felt a tinge of disbelief, the environment around him only served to deepen his conviction. While the world chat channel seemed to suggest that this was merely a game, the previous voice also stated, each person possesses but a single life, and upon death, there is no after. What ist? In a world where one has but a single life, what else could there be besides life itself? Is it not the case that this is indeed the real world? Gazing at the messages on the global chat channel and reflecting on the words spoken by that mysterious voice, along with the sight of the thatched cottage before him, Lin Qing began to comprehend his current predicament. He had truly arrived in this so-called deserted island world. Astonishingly, it was indeed possible to construct buildings merely by gathering certain materials and investing a bit of time. Moreover, the thatched cottage in front of him, along with the surrounding dense forest, was undeniably real. Lin Qing had just pinched his arm, and the sensation of pain confirmed it without a doubt. However, this revelation was not entirely negative. At least he had become aware of his location and realized that he was not alone in this place. Although Lin Qing quickly acclimated to the fact that he was amidst the forest of a deserted island world, he couldn't fathom how he had ended up here. It was one thing for him to be here, but the messages on the global chat channel indicated that people from around the world were also present, just like him. After much contemplation, he found himself unable to comprehend how he and countless others had arrived here. So he decided to cease his pondering. After all, this place was rather pleasant. It was certainly a vast improvement over his previous Ninetian existence. This situation could even be regarded as his second life. Surrounded by the lush forest, listening to the calls of unknown birds in the distance, and inhaling the fresh air, Lin Qing felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Chapter 2. Two helpers with extraordinary attributes. The fresh air, towering trees, and the sounds of birds. Was this not the fulfillment of Lin Qing's youthful aspirations? In his youth, Lin Qing had longed to escape the clamor of the world, seeking a secluded place to live. He never anticipated that this dream would manifest at this very moment. How could this not ignite a fervor within him? The passionate spirit of his youth had returned. Additionally, Lin Qing had previously lived in a forest and possessed some knowledge of survival. Had it not been for being discovered and rescued from the forest, he might still be wandering in that wilderness. Nevertheless, now that Lin Qing found himself once more in a forest, and one that seemed to belong to a deserted island world, he felt compelled to pursue his childhood dream of creating a realm of his own within this forest. Though it may seem somewhat fanciful, he had been diligently working towards this aspiration. With a sigh, Lin Qing gazed at the thatched cottage before him, casting another glance at the ancient feeling forest surrounding him, and chose to set aside his thoughts for the moment. It was time to investigate the true nature of this thatched cottage, for the ethereal voice had claimed it to be a safeguard for everyone's life. One must bear in mind that the forest was teeming with numerous snakes, insects, and beasts, including some creatures that could instill fear. Especially now that he was in a deserted island world. Who could say what other terrifying entities might lurk here, unseen and unknown? Could this humble thatched cottage, swayed slightly by the wind, truly safeguard one's life? Such a notion seems utterly implausible to anyone who hears it. Nevertheless, having arrived at this juncture, one must simply accept the situation. As Lin Qing approached the thatched dwelling, a prompt resonated in his ears. This is your main city every day. You may recruit 2 farmers to assist you in gathering resources or hunting beasts. Note, since this is currently a thatched hut, you may summon only 2 farmers daily. Upgrading the main city's level will increase the number of farmers you can summon each day and unlock additional facilities, such as crafting tables. With that, the voice faded away. Had it not been for the words hovering above the thatched cottage, "Will you summon today's farmers?" Lin Qing might have remained uncertain about his next steps. However, now that he was enlightened about his tasks, it was indeed a fortunate circumstance. After all, Having something to do is far preferable to idleness. Gazing at the options above the thatched house, Lin Qing hesitated not a moment and selected yes. A brilliant light flashed at the entrance of the cottage, and two figures emerged, stepping into the outside world. These two individuals, emerging from the thatched cottage, must surely be the summoned farmers. Yet, just as Lin Qing pondered this, a thunderous voice erupted in his mind. Though it resounded within his consciousness, it filled him with boundless excitement. Ding! The Golden Hand system has successfully bound to the host, confirming identity. Lin Qing. Identity confirmed successfully. A system. Lin Qing felt no unfamiliarity with this concept, for he was an avid reader. The notion of a system was all too familiar and essential characteristic of protagonists in novels. At this very moment, this system had descended upon him. Without further deliberation, Lin Qing swiftly inquired within his mind, "System, what capabilities does the Golden Hand possess?" Ding! Responding to the host. The function of the Golden Hand is that all items belonging to the host, including those for construction, processing, or crafting, will possess additional attributes. This includes the summoned farmers. For instance, the two farmers you just summoned from the thatched hut possess extra attributes. Simply open the interface to view and await the system activation. Listening to the system's explanation, Lin Qing comprehended its functionality. Every item he possessed, even the summoned farmers, bore additional attributes. Moreover, the two farmers he had summoned were no exception. They too were endowed with extra attributes. With this realization, Lin Qing's heart brimmed with exhilaration. With the aid of this system, was he not invincible in this deserted island realm? Yet, despite this elation, Lin Qing was also mindful of the wisdom in the phrase slow and steady development. After all, he was still in the initial phase. One could never tell when a pair of lurking predators might emerge to threaten his existence. Therefore, Lin Qing opted for gradual development. Only through careful cultivation could he hope to survive in this isolated world. Since development is necessary, it is only fitting to begin with the two farmers I have just summoned. My lord, my lord. Upon approaching Lin Qing, the two farmers bowed deeply, their words imbued with profound respect. Observing these two farmers, Lin Qing mused to himself, "These must serve as my tools. It appears that surviving on this desolate island is somewhat simpler than I had anticipated. After all, the strength of one individual is ultimately limited, but with the addition of two assistants, I am now well equipped to endure here." However, despite this advantage, Lin Qing could distinctly perceive the farmer's attitude towards him. This indicated that both farmers possessed their own consciousness. If treated kindly, they would undoubtedly remain loyal, but should he exploit them without restraint, they might very well turn against him. As Lin Qing examined one of the farmers, an information panel materialized before him. Farmer, Wang, Air Stamina, 200,200 Strength, 60 Loyalty, 80 Proficiency, Woodcutting, Stone Mining, Fiber Collection Note, Proficiency Ability X2, meaning woodcutting yields double the amount of wood. Indeed, upon seeing the loyalty attribute, it became clear that both farmers possessed individual consciousness. After all, how could they have a loyalty option otherwise? Moreover, this farmer held a proficiency status, suggesting that each farmer has their own area of expertise. For instance, this particular farmer excels in resource collection. The other farmer, named Zhang San, specializes in hunting, reconnaissance, and stealth. Aside from this distinction, their other attributes remained identical. While Lin Qing scrutinized the information of these two farmers, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Successfully granted additional attributes to the farmer. Please open the farmer's information panel to review. Additional attributes? Is this what the system referred to? Lin Qing did not dwell on it, for this was a prompt from the system, akin to the previous messages. Both his farmers and items possessed additional attributes. He promptly chose to open the information panels of the two farmers for further examination. However, upon reviewing the panels, he found that aside from the newly added additional attribute, the other attributes remained unchanged. Yet, what astonished Lin Qing was the content displayed under the additional attributes. The farmer proficient in resource collection had an additional attribute of 100-fold collection. Meanwhile, the farmer skilled in hunting boasted additional attributes of 5-fold strength, 5-fold damage, 5-fold perception. Indeed, the added attributes were far from trivial. Yet, their potency was extraordinary. Although Lin Qing was taken aback by these additional attributes, his heart brimmed with excitement. Chapter 3. You grant me a stone axe, yet you dare to stab me in the back? My lord, please command me. The two farmers gazed at Lin Qing, who stood there in a daze, and could not help but call out in unison to rouse him from his reverie. However, Lin Qing was not truly lost in thought. Rather, he was observing the attributes of these two farmers, contemplating future developments. Nevertheless, since these farmers sought his orders, Lin Qing felt no need to elaborate, as they were merely tools to assist him. Of course, Lin Qing had no intention of exploiting them, for they were his own people. Wang Er, Zhang San. Lin Qing recalled the names he had seen on their information panels and addressed the two before him loudly. Yes, the two farmers felt a slight tremor in their hearts upon hearing Lin Qing call their names. Their leader actually knew their names. It seemed that he held them in his regard. Loyalty to. Lin Qing noticed the words appearing above the two farmers, and his heart stirred slightly. He was surprised that simply calling their names had elevated their loyalty. However, he did not dwell on it, as an increase in loyalty was indeed a positive development. After all, who would relish the idea of being betrayed? Wang Er, gather wood, stone, and fibers nearby. Zhang San, go hunt some wild beasts in the vicinity. Lin Qing commanded the two farmers. As their master, it was entirely normal for him to instruct them thus. Yes, upon receiving Lin Qing's orders, Wang Er and Zhang San were filled with joy. After all, it was their honor to work for him. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Lin Qing nodded inwardly, thinking, with these two farmers, development should progress swiftly. However, just as the two were about to leave to fulfill his commands, Lin Qing suddenly remembered something and quickly instructed them to wait. He then left the two farmers and made his way towards the thatched cottage. Indeed, these two farmers were unarmed. How could they fell trees, quarry stones, or hunt beasts? If they were to perish because of this, Lin Qing would have ample reason to mourn. To lose his two farmers right at the beginning would surely be the fastest way to deplete his workforce. Thus, Lin Qing had them wait while he entered the thatched cottage to craft some equipment, such as stone axes. Although it was just the beginning, there should be some resources within the cottage. Even if there were no stone axes, there must be stones and wood available. As Lin Qing approached the thatched cottage, his eyes were drawn to the enormous rectangular chest occupying the center of the room. Though the cottage was not particularly large, this chest seemed to take up an entire wall. On the left side stood a bed, while on the right lay what resembled a workbench. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qing entered the thatched hut and swiftly approached the chest at the front, opening it with a decisive motion. Inside, he found an assortment of materials, wood, stone, and fibers. Staring at the contents, Lin Qing felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. It was precisely as he had envisioned. Not a single finished product to be found. Resigned to his fate, he gathered the materials and made his way to the workbench on the right. Placing the items before him, he began the manual crafting of stone axes. Having had prior experience, Lin Qing found the creation of stone axes to be an effortless task. Approximately 5 minutes later, 3 brand new stone axes lay neatly arranged before him. His crafting speed was remarkably swift, and the axes he produced were exceptionally sturdy, ensuring that such mishaps as flinging the stones off during use would never occur. Upon completing the axes, a brilliant white light suddenly emanated from them, enveloping the entire hut. Although the light was dazzling, Lin Qing remained largely unaffected. Gradually, the luminescence began to fade, and simultaneously, a voice resonated in Lin Qing's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully imbuing the crude stone axe with additional attributes. Lin Qing understood the significance of this and chose to examine the axe's information to discover the nature of the enhancements. He selectively disregarded the basic attributes, focusing solely on the additional attributes section. Additional attributes: sharpness doubled, durability doubled, portability doubled. This was the attribute set of the first stone axe. Eagerly, Lin Qing turned his attention to the remaining 2 axes. The revelation startled him. The other 2 crude axes were precisely those intended for the 2 farmers he had encountered earlier. One boasted double collection speed, while the other featured double power. Remarkably, both axes possessed the same attributes: doubled portability and doubled durability. Naturally, these 2 crude axes were destined for the farmers, while the first was reserved for Lin Qing himself. After all, embarking on this journey without a means of self-defense was simply untenable. Exiting the thatched hut with the 3 crude axes in hand, Lin Qing distributed the axes with doubled speed and power to the 2 farmers standing before him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the farmers were deeply touched that their leader had prepared tools for them. In an instant, their loyalty surged, increasing not by 2, but by an impressive 6 points. Originally at a loyalty level of 80, it had now soared to 90. Remarkable progress indeed, especially at the very outset of their adventure. Lin Qing observed the loyalty of the 2 individuals and nodded slightly, pondering whether there would be anyone scheming against him from behind. In truth, Lin Qing was overthinking, for it was only when loyalty fell below 10 that there was a chance of attacking one's master. It was only when loyalty dipped below 30 that the possibility of betrayal arose. After the 2 farmers received the stone axes from Lin Qing, they ventured into the forest to commence the tasks he had assigned. Of course, Lin Qing had no intention of overexerting them. Thus, he instructed them to return here every half an hour to rest for 10 minutes. Although Lin Qing was uncertain about their resource-gathering pace, their additional attributes suggested they would not be too slow. If he were to push them excessively, they might very well exhaust themselves. And even if they did not perish from fatigue, they would surely distance themselves from him. Such an outcome was not what Lin Qing desired. As the figures of the 2 farmers faded from his sight, Lin Qing promptly accessed the World Chat channel. He held a keen interest in the discussions therein, as it might provide him with insights into why he had arrived in this world. Chapter 4. In merely half an hour, I obtained resources towering like a small hill. It has been a tremendous struggle for me and my 2 farmers, laboring diligently for over 30 minutes, only to acquire a mere 20 logs. Moreover, I can't shake the unsettling feeling that my 2 farmers regard me with some ulterior motive. Do you share this sentiment? As Lin Qing opened the global chat channel, he stumbled upon these 2 messages, both emanating from the same individual. Before he could ponder further, another voice chimed in the chat. I deduce you are using your fists to fell trees, and your 2 farmers are doing the same. Indeed, how could you guess so accurately? I suspect you have installed a camera in my vicinity. Huh. I sense there is something amiss in your reasoning. With tools at your disposal, you opt to use your bare hands. And bringing along 2 farmers to partake in your folly. It's a miracle they haven-tea flattened you to the ground. Child, you ought to hasten back to your thatched cottage and check. Huh, I shall go check this at once. Observing the exchange between these 2 individuals, Lin Qing managed to surmise the entire sequence of events. He was taken aback by the existence of such foolishness, yet it served to confirm that these individuals were indeed from the same world he once inhabited. Beyond that realm, he had encountered no one as naive or simple-minded. While Lin Qing perused the messages in the global chat, he noted a perplexing issue. Why was no one discussing the possibility of returning to their previous world? Thus, with a heart full of curiosity, Lin Qing decided to voice his thoughts in the chat. However, as he submitted his message, a sudden wave of weakness washed over him. Were it not for his robust physique, this sensation might have overwhelmed him entirely. Thankfully, he managed to send the message. Yet, he was astounded by the toll it exacted on him, while others seemed to dispatch multiple messages without consequence. What could be the reason behind this discrepancy? This puzzlement did not linger long in Lin Qing's mind, for the subsequent message provided clarity. Brother, are you all right? Cough, cough. Sending such messages consumes an immense amount of stamina. A regular message deducts 5 stamina points, while this, well, no need to elaborate. As for your inquiry, refrain from asking. There will be no fruitful outcome. After all, we have all arrived in this world, and embarking on a different existence is surely more rewarding. Upon reading these 2 messages, Lin Qing experienced an epiphany. Of course, if a return to their former world were possible, there would undoubtedly be discussions surrounding it. Yet, he never anticipated that broaching this topic would drain so much of his stamina, while casual chatting merely consumed 5 points. With this revelation, Lin Qing promptly opened his information panel to assess his status. Name: Lin Qing. Stamina: 5,350. Gasp. Gazing at his stamina, Lin Qing could not help but draw in a sharp breath. His stamina was an astonishing 350. The most alarming part was that he currently had only 50 stamina left. Could it be that the recent message had directly drained 300 of his stamina? With this thought, Lin Qing began to comprehend why no one was discussing this topic in the global chat channel. Who could withstand such a depletion of 300 stamina? Although his stamina was rapidly recovering, returning to a normal state would still require some time. Initially, Lin Qing had intended to engage in conversation in the global chat channel before exploring the vicinity of the thatched hut. However, now, with his stamina barely reaching 100, how could he dare to wander outside? If he encountered wild wolves or dogs, would it not spell his doom? Thus, Lin Qing chose to remain on the bed within the thatched hut, patiently awaiting his stamina to replenish. Seizing this opportunity for recovery, Lin Qing opened another option, the global marketplace. While there were individuals in the global chat channel calling for exchanges, what intrigued Lin Qing most was indeed this global trading post. 5 pieces of wood for 10 pieces of water. Come and save the children. They're on the brink of dying of thirst. 5 pieces of sand for 5 pieces of water. Help save the children in the desert. 10 stones for 5 pieces of meat. I am nearly starving. As soon as Lin Qing accessed the global marketplace, he was greeted by a multitude of transactions. Yet the most common exchanges involved water and food resources. After all, these essentials are the very foundation of life. Without them, one would soon succumb to thirst or hunger. Remarkably, there were even individuals trading sand for water, indicating the vastness of this land. It not only boasted forests but also deserts. However, it made sense, for the number of humans who had arrived in this world was not few. If the world were small, one would encounter another person with just a few steps. Since arriving in this realm, aside from his 2 farmers, Lin Qing had yet to encounter any other humans, nor had he even spotted a single beast. This further underscored that although this world resembled a deserted isle, its expanse was far from diminutive. As Lin Qing perused the peculiar items being traded in the global marketplace, wood, stones, water, he began to find it all rather commonplace. What left him speechless was the notion of exchanging his farmers for supplies. Although this concept seemed ridiculous, there were indeed individuals willing to trade, and they succeeded. While Lin Qing continued to browse through the transactions in the global trading channel, his previously consumed stamina gradually replenished, until it finally returned to normal levels. However, although his stamina had recovered, the sensations of thirst and hunger soon followed suit. At that moment, 2 familiar voices suddenly echoed from outside. "Boss, we have returned." These voices belonged, of course, to Lin Qing's 2 farmers. After a span of half an hour, in accordance with Lin Qing's instructions, they had made their way back, accompanied by several heaps of resources that rivaled small mountains. It was evident that such an abundance of supplies could not have been transported in a single trip. Nevertheless, with this wealth of resources now at their disposal, Lin Qing felt no need for further contemplation. Moreover, lacking water among his resources, he seized the opportunity to exchange some of these newly acquired materials at the World Trading Post for water. With this thought in mind, Lin Qing promptly instructed the 2 farmers to wait for him, then approached the large pile of wood to commence the crafting of water storage devices. Armed with a sharp stone axe, he swiftly fashioned wooden barrels and cups. Chapter 5, indeed, mastery of forest survival skills is truly beneficial. With a series of resounding thuds, Lin Qing skillfully wielded his sharp stone axe, reducing the timber to planks as effortlessly as slicing vegetables. In no time, 5 wooden barrels and 5 exquisite wooden cups materialized around him. However, these were not mere ordinary cups. They were crafted from a single piece of wood, hollowed out from a solid log. Though seemingly simple, this process exemplified Lin Qing's retained expertise gained from his prior experiences in the forest. In truth, Lin Qing found the process of crafting cups from planks excessively tedious, preferring instead to directly hollow out logs. As for the barrels, he would apply the same method if he possessed adequately robust timber. With these barrels and cups at his disposal, Lin Qing proceeded to access the World Trading Post, intent on exchanging for some water resources. Having spent considerable time studying the intricacies of the trading system while in his wooden cabin, he had become quite adept at navigating its rules. As long as there were individuals offering goods for sale, a trade could be executed by providing what they desired. Post-transaction, the acquired items would be stored in a temporary holding area, accessible for a month. Failure to retrieve them within this time frame would result in their disappearance. Shortly after entering the trading post, Lin Qing encountered someone willing to exchange water resources for timber and meat. With only wood and stone at his disposal, Lin Qing opted to utilize his timber to procure water. Those trading in water resources were likely situated near a water source. Otherwise, they would not possess such ample supplies. For instance, Lin Qing managed to exchange a mere 100 units of wood to fill the 5 empty barrels with water. The trader was elated, astonished that someone would offer such a generous quantity of timber for his water. An unexpected windfall. Water, being abundant near flowing streams, seemed inexhaustible. Thus, this trader discreetly etched Lin Qing's name into his memory. Meanwhile, Lin Qing, having transported the freshly filled barrels to the thatched cottage, addressed the 2 farmers seated nearby. "Come, after such arduous labor, you both must be parched. Let us partake in some water." As he spoke, Lin Qing presented one of the barrels along with 2 wooden cups before them. The 2 men, already weary from their toil, felt a surge of gratitude upon seeing the barrel of water. Their leader was indeed a benevolent soul. After expressing their thanks, they eagerly grasped the wooden cups and scooped water from the barrel, drinking deeply and heartily. Concurrently, their loyalty to Lin Qing began to increase, reaching a score of 1. Indeed, there are very few individuals like Lin Qing who ensure such comfort for their farmers. Most merely summon farmers to gather resources, leaving them no time to rest, not even a moment by the river. In stark contrast, Lin Qing called forth 2 farmers who labored for merely half an hour before returning to rest and quenched their thirst to regain strength. Such treatment is indeed rare to find. While the 2 farmers enjoyed their respite, Lin Qing did not merely stand idly by. After reiterating the work-rest regimen of 10 minutes of rest followed by half an hour of labor, he strode towards a nearby heap of beast carcasses. Although these carcasses lacked the abundance of wood and stone, their towering height surpassed that of the thatched cottage by twice. Upon arrival, Lin Qing was greeted by options displayed above the beast carcasses. Shall the bison carcass be disassembled? Shall the wild boar carcass be disassembled? To his astonishment, these carcasses could indeed be dismantled, thus significantly saving time. Without hesitation, Lin Qing chose to disassemble all the beast carcasses. Buffalo meat x20, buffalo meat x30, wild boar meat x20, wild boar meat x30. In a short while, the entire mound of beast carcasses had been completely disassembled by Lin Qing. The meat, bones, and hides acquired from this disassembly were placed upon the wooden board he had prepared earlier. What was once a mound of carcasses, double the height of the cottage, had now transformed into an array of meat and bones resting on the board. Nevertheless, the combined height of these meats and bones still exceeded that of the thatched cottage. With the carcasses organized, the next step was to prepare the meat for barbecue. Here, a simple fire pit sufficed for grilling, as there were no pots available for stewing. After returning to the cottage with some raw beef, Lin Qing constructed a wooden pile. Despite the absence of igniting embers, Lin Qing, skilled in forest survival, expertly kindled a fire through friction. Before long, a once inert pile of wood blazed into a roaring flame. As the flames gradually diminished, Lin Qing began to skewer the raw beef, preparing for the barbecue. By the time Lin Qing had fashioned the raw beef into skewers, Wang Er and Zhang San had also returned, ready for their second break. As they approached the vicinity of the cottage, the enticing aroma wafting through the air captivated their senses. "Wow, how fragrant! My stomach is already rumbling," exclaimed one. "Indeed, this is extraordinarily delicious. To partake in such a feast would be a tremendous blessing." They conversed eagerly while making their way toward the cottage. Upon reaching the thatched dwelling, they discovered that the source of the delightful scent was none other than the fire pit, where their master was grilling meat. With a soft gulp, both individuals simultaneously swallowed. For after such an extended period of labor, they had consumed little more than water, leaving them understandably famished. The sight of the tantalizing roasted meat before them only intensified their cravings. "Come and partake. This feast is prepared for you," Lin Qing said with a warm smile, glancing at the somewhat bashful Wang Er and Zhang San. After all, they were his hard-working farmers, deserving of nourishment. One cannot expect a horse to run without providing it with fodder. Such logic is irrefutable. "Thank you, my lord," Wang Er and Zhang San replied without hesitation, for their hunger was indeed palpable. Before long, Lin Qing's expertly crafted roasted meat was devoured by the trio. Having relished the meal, The three felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Nothing compares to the joy of enjoying delicious food after a hard day's work. Moreover, the loyalty of the two remained steadfast at a level of 1. After tossing a few logs onto the fire to sustain its glow, Lin Qing made his way towards the thatched cottage. With several towering stacks of supplies amassed, it was time to consider upgrading the humble abode. The previous voice had hinted that enhancing the cottage's level would unlock new features, and Lin Qing eagerly anticipated these potential upgrades. Coupled with the current system in place, it was certain that elevating his wooden dwelling would confer additional benefits. Chapter 6. Upgrading the Wooden Cabin. The Beast-Taming Secret. As Lin Qing stood before his humble thatched cottage, he could hardly suppress a gasp upon realizing the staggering resources required for its upgrade to a low-level wooden cabin. 1,000 wood, 300 stone, and 500 fiber. Was this some form of robbery? To elevate a mere thatched cottage, let alone to a low-level wooden one, necessitated such an exorbitant amount of materials. Although Lin Qing was in high spirits, the sight of these demands instantly filled him with a sense of exasperation. Gathering 1,000 wood, 300 stone, and 500 fiber, how long would it take to amass such quantities? While he currently possessed a substantial stockpile of resources, with wood and stone exceeding 5,000 units each, the sheer volume required for a single upgrade was daunting. Yet, what alternatives did he have? Upgrading the thatched cottage was imperative for survival in this world. Deducting 1,000 wood, 300 stone, and 500 fiber. Upgrading thatched cottage. Upgrade in progress. Thatched cottage successfully upgraded to a low-level wooden cabin. Unlocking low-level workbench. Success. Low-level wooden cabin gains the following attributes. Durability increased by 20, damage taken reduced by 20, and 10 damage reflected back to attackers. As the upgrade of the low-level wooden cabin completed, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Observing the newly added information about the low-level wooden cabin, Lin Qing did not hesitate to delve into its details. Building, low-level wooden cabin durability, 20,000 facilities, bed low-level storage box, low-level workbench attributes, durability increased by 20, damage taken reduced by 20, and 10 damage reflected back to attackers. Indeed, the final entry under the low-level wooden cabin revealed the coveted attributes, information. Just like the two farmers and the additional attributes on the stone axes, the low-level wooden cabin now bore these enhancements. Though the added attributes appear modest, their practical application could yield remarkable results. For instance, Lin Qing now wielded a crude stone axe with a sharpness enhancement. Without it, his speed in roasting meat would not have been as swift. Filled with excitement, Lin Qing hastened into the newly upgraded low-level wooden cabin. The previous thatched cottage had allowed him to craft crude tools, and he anticipated that this upgraded structure would enable the creation of even more advanced items. Upon reaching the workbench within the low-level wooden cabin, he eagerly opened the crafting menu. Crude stone axe, crude stone pickaxe. Refined stone axe, refined stone pickaxe. Indeed, it is quite possible to craft some rather impressive tools, and the workbench is not devoid of items. At the very least, it is equipped with a small stone hammer and tools for polishing stone. Presumably, these items are essential for fashioning exquisite stone implements. Otherwise, the fine stone axe and pickaxe could not be created solely by human hands. Although this rudimentary wooden workbench is capable of producing other items, Lin Qing chose not to squander time on it. Instead, he shifted his gaze from the workbench to the entirety of the wooden cottage. What was once a humble thatched hut, accommodating only 3 individuals, has instantly transformed into a spacious dwelling. Moreover, Lin Qing's rickety bed has also expanded somewhat, now appearing markedly more comfortable. Most notably, the storage chest against the wall has undergone a significant transformation. Previously, one could only retrieve supplies from above. Now, supplies can also be accessed from directly in front. Although this storage chest occupies an entire wall, Lin Qing feels no sense of discomfort. For this upgraded wooden cottage not only boasts a greater area, but also features several new windows. Whether viewed from within or without, it is evident that this structure is well suited for habitation. Reflecting on this, Lin Qing's earlier grievances about the resource expenditure required for upgrading the cottage dissipated. After all, this new wooden abode is undeniably far superior to the previous meager, thatched dwelling. At that moment, Lin Qing suddenly heard the familiar voice that had accompanied his arrival in this world. Could it be that upgrading the thatched hut to a wooden cottage would yield rewards? As this thought crossed his mind, a rush of information flooded his consciousness, specifically the details of the beast taming manual. Simultaneously, a plethora of supplies appeared outside the wooden cottage. The unexpected benefits of upgrading the cottage took Lin Qing by surprise. Consequently, he resolved to check the global chat channel. After all, having upgraded his thatched hut to a wooden cottage, it was likely that others had also made similar advancements. Is this what it means to be a big shot? It has only been a brief period, yet someone has upgraded their thatched hut. Indeed, I recall that upgrading to a wooden cottage seemingly requires 1,000 wood and 300 stone. Alas, I have only managed to gather a mere 100 wood thus far. Hey, you up there? Are you flaunting your wealth? 100 wood? That took me 2 hours to collect. As Lin Qing opened the global chat channel, a stream of messages began to flood in. Observing these messages, he quickly deduced the connection to his recent upgrade of the wooden cottage. Upon contemplating this, Lin Qing hastily perused the messages until he encountered the notification that revealed the text. However, it merely stated that Lin Qing had upgraded his wooden cabin and received a reward, though the specifics of this reward remained undisclosed. Nevertheless, since he had acquired these rewards, upgrading the cabin was not a misfortune. At the very least, his safety would be assured in the future. After exiting the global chat channel, Lin Qing proceeded towards the exterior of the cabin. Although he was now capable of crafting a finely made stone axe, possessing the attribute-laden stone axe was already sufficient. Moreover, he was particularly invested in the beast-taming manual he had recently obtained. After all, this was a forest teeming with encounters with wild beasts. If he could establish a means of communication with these creatures, and subsequently tame some of them, his chances of survival in this woodland would significantly increase. With the 2 farmers already out gathering resources, Lin Qing was eager to experiment with the newly acquired beast-taming manual to determine whether he could successfully tame those wild beasts. Chapter 7. Is this enormous rat delivering supplies? The forest remains enveloped in tranquility, concealing any semblance of danger. Nonetheless, as Lin Qing ventured out, he did not forget to carry along his sharp stone axe. In such serene circumstances, the appearance of peril is often imminent. At this moment, Lin Qing finds himself deep within the forest, surrounded by towering trees that obscure any nearby streams or similar features. It is precisely for this reason that he chose to venture alone. After all, this area provides a natural barrier. One majestic tree after another stands tall, forming a dense woodland, while beneath their canopies thrive thick underbrush and an array of unidentified wild fruits. This indeed offers Lin Qing a form of natural protection. Equipped with this shelter and bolstered by his previous experiences in forest living, navigating in and out of this woodland should prove manageable. Yet, Lin Qing refrains from recklessly wandering amidst the trees, for he harbors a profound respect for the unknown forest. Setting aside the possibility of a decaying branch unexpectedly plummeting from above, the creatures inhabiting this forest are certainly not to be underestimated. Upon surveying his surroundings, Lin Qing soon discerned that the flora and fauna here have undergone noticeable transformations compared to those from his previous world. Their sizes, colors, and even temperaments have been altered. For instance, before Lin Qing stand a rat the size of a dog, currently brandishing its teeth menacingly at him. Its prominent incisors and a multitude of smaller teeth are fully exposed, accompanied by a stream of viscous saliva trickling from its mouth. The sight of this grotesque creature fills Lin Qing with revulsion, as it is his first encounter with such a repulsive being. However, he quickly regains his composure, raising his stone axe to strike at the formidable rat. Seeing the threat approach, the rat instinctively refuses to remain still, opting instead to react. Yet, rather than lunging at Lin Qing, it rears up on its hind legs, extending its sharp claws towards the axe. Clearly, this rat intends to confront Lin Qing head-on. Despite the rat's claws being both sharp and lengthy, they are no match for the stone axe, particularly one imbued with enhanced sharpness in Lin Qing's grasp. Initially, Lin Qing anticipated that this confrontation would be quite challenging, but he was taken aback by the rat's apparent lack of intelligence. How audacious to engage in direct combat with his stone axe! Who instilled such confidence in it? Do the creatures of this forest all possess such bravado? Bam! The axe in Lin Qing's hand collided forcefully with the rat's claws. Although the claws were indeed sharp, they could not compare to the axe's might. The moment the rat's claws made contact with the stone axe, it sensed something amiss, yet by that point, it was too late to retract its paws. However, even if it could retract its two claws, it would still have only its head left to fend off the stone axe. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, it could not escape from this predicament. Since escape was not an option, only one outcome awaited it: demise at the hands of Lin Qing. Felled by the stone axe he wielded, the stone axe, imbued with sharp attributes, effortlessly severed the claws of the great black rat. Yet, it did not relent, but continued its descent towards the rat's head. The ease with which the rat's claws were cleaved was unexpected for Lin Qing. In that moment, he summoned his strength, accelerating the stone axe's descent towards the rat's head, amplifying its force. With a sickening squelch, the scene turned grim. Once a robust great black rat, its head was cleaved in two by Lin Qing's axe. Strangely, the blood that flowed from the rat was a murky green, entirely different from the blood of rats in Lin Qing's previous world. However, Lin Qing pondered. After all, this was no longer the world he once knew. Such biological anomalies were perhaps to be expected. Just as he approached to dissect the great black rat, he suddenly recalled the beast-taming manual he had recently acquired. His earlier aim of wandering near the wooden cabin was to test this manual, but the rat had met its end, making experimentation impossible. Surely, he could not resurrect this fallen creature. Thus, with swift motions, despite the gruesome sight, Lin Qing maintained his composure. For this was the first creature he had dispatched since arriving in this realm. He proceeded to dismantle the rat's carcass, discarding the flesh. As he had ample beef and mutton awaiting him at home, there was no reason to consume the meat of the great black rat. Besides the discarded flesh, he collected the remaining hide and other remnants. Of course, he did not overlook the rat's claws, which had withstood the axe's strike for a fleeting moment. Surely a valuable find. Once he had thoroughly cleaned the great black rat, Lin Qing continued onward with his gathered items. Fortunately, the spoils from the rat were not overly burdensome. Otherwise, he might have considered returning home. The rustling of Lin Qing's body against the underbrush produced a soft sound, and as he navigated through the forest, the ground was littered with clusters of shrubs. His pace began to slow, for avoiding these thickets was an impractical endeavor. To circumvent the underbrush would necessitate a considerable detour. However, taking a longer route might lead to encounters with exceedingly troublesome creatures, which would only serve to squander more time. If fortune were to frown upon him, and he were to come face to face with two tigers, would that not spell the end of his life? Thus, for the sake of safety, Lin Qing opted to stealthily navigate through the thickets. Nevertheless, his concealment did not persist for long, as at that very moment, he unexpectedly stumbled upon footprints beside a cluster of wild fruits. These footprints did not belong to wild boars or bison, but rather to horses. Could it be that horses still roamed within this forest? Yet, this was not a grassland. How could horses possibly exist here? Was it conceivable that these hoof prints belonged to domesticated horses? Suppressing his curiosity, Lin Qing cautiously followed the trail of the horse prints. Regardless of whether this horse had been tamed by another, he felt compelled to discover the truth. After all, possessing a horse would greatly facilitate his journey. Chapter 8. Taming a gluttonous wild horse. The ground was increasingly marked with hoof prints, yet Lin Qing remained utterly unperturbed, for these tracks belonged to a solitary horse. Furthermore, by observing the direction of the hoof prints, Lin Qing was able to ascertain with certainty that this horse was merely lost, not one that had been tamed by humans. His understanding stemmed from the fact that the horse had been wandering in circles in the vicinity, all the while indulging in the wild fruits hanging from the bushes. How could a domesticated horse possibly meander aimlessly in this manner and partake of wild fruits? After trailing the horse for some time, Lin Qing decided to cease his pursuit, confident that the horse would return to this very spot. Recognizing that its return was inevitable, he found no necessity to follow it any longer. Thus, he chose to await its arrival, but not merely in idleness. He was preparing to offer this horse a delightful surprise. Amidst the profusion of shrubs and vines, Lin Qing soon crafted a small surprise on the ground. As soon as the horse passed this point, it would find itself airborne, suspended in midair. Once this was accomplished, Lin Qing sought out fruits similar to those the wild horse had been consuming and settled beneath a grand tree, munching on the wild fruits while patiently anticipating the horse's return. After approximately 5 minutes, having finished the fruits in his hand, Lin Qing rose and made his way toward the trap he had devised. The sound of the horse's neighing reached his ears, confirming that it had indeed fallen into his trap. Otherwise, how could it be making such a commotion? Just as Lin Qing had surmised, the wild horse was ensnared by the trap he had constructed. However, due to the horse's formidable strength, some of the vines he had used were beginning to fray. It was worth noting that this trap had been designed to withstand a weight of 2,000 pounds. Yet now, it seemed on the verge of breaking, suggesting that this horse weighed no less than 3,000 pounds, perhaps even 3,500. Lin Qing did not allow himself to linger in thought. Any delay could result in the wild horse tearing the vines apart. Thus, as he approached the horse, he grasped his sharp stone axe and gathered additional vines to reinforce the trap. The wild horse, displaying remarkable intelligence, struggled with renewed vigor upon seeing Lin Qing advance. When captured by humans, a wild horse's fate is often grim, either to be consumed or to meet with a similar end. Truly, it was a magnificent specimen. Lin Qing marveled at the sight of this robust creature, as it was his first encounter with such a powerful horse, and he was determined to secure it for himself. Moreover, this presented a perfect opportunity to test the secrets of animal taming he had acquired. Good horse, do not be afraid." Approaching the wild stallion ensnared by the tendrils of vines, Lin Qing softly murmured while entwining the vines further around the creature. Once he had completely bound the wild horse with the collected vines, he freed his hands to tenderly stroke its neck, continuing to speak in soothing tones. The scene was one of serene harmony, reminiscent of a human comforting an injured steed. However, to the trapped wild horse, this was nothing short of a nightmare. "You, a mere human, dare to comfort me while fortifying the very trap that ensnares me. Speak, is this trap you're doing?" The intelligent wild horse quickly deduced the reason for its entanglement. This human was the source of its plight. Lin Qing, owing to the insights bestowed by the beast taming secret manual, was acutely aware of the wild horse's shifting emotions. Recognizing that gentleness was futile, he resolved to adopt a more forceful approach. In an instant, the previously gentle Lin Qing transformed into a figure of fierce resolve, producing a razor-sharp stone axe with a swift motion. The wild horse, seeing the axe in Lin Qing's hand, initially believed it heralded its release, and its previous resentment was momentarily dispelled, replaced by profound gratitude. Yet, before tears of appreciation could form, the axe was poised to impart a lesson in obedience, not merely in the ways of a human, but in the essence of being a horse. Though crafted from stone, the axe gleamed with a chilling brilliance, its edge reflecting the sunlight with an intensified glow. The wild horse shivered at the sight of the glimmering blade. This was no salvation, it was a grim sentence. The once defiant creature lowered its head in despair, embodying a sense of hopelessness. Faced with such dire circumstances, death loomed as the only inevitable outcome. "Ah, now you know fear. Just moments ago, you were so obstinate." Lin Qing chuckled at the wild horse's transformation of spirit. However, he remained steadfast in his purpose to tame the wild stallion. With this resolve, Lin Qing ventured to a nearby thicket to gather some of the wild fruits the horse had previously consumed. Returning to the stallion's side, he offered the fruits in an attempt to win its trust. In that moment, as the wild horse sank into despair, Lin Qing had faintly heard its yearning for the fruits. Recalling the wisdom from the beast taming manual, he understood that it was this knowledge that allowed him to perceive the horse's desires. Had it not been for the manual, he might have employed a different method altogether to tame the creature. The wild horse's eyes, previously shut tight, suddenly opened wide. Drawn by the enticing aroma of the delectable fruits, it glanced between Lin Qing and the fruits he held before it, a wave of confusion washing over its mind. Just moments ago, it was bracing for its demise. How could the situation have shifted so dramatically? How does one indulge in wild berries at this moment? Just as the wild stallion pondered this question, Lin Qing had already placed a wild fruit in the stallion's mouth. As it savored the berry, the stallion was instantly reminded of a saying, a phrase imparted by its mother. It was this: "When a human offers you wild fruit, you must partake." for it is the key to survival. This would ensure days devoid of fear, with the promise of wild berries to relish daily. All that is required of you is to heed the words of this human. With this realization, the wild stallion understood. This human sought to tame it. Faced with the enticing wild fruit, the stallion decided to abandon pretense and lay its cards on the table. I am but a gluttonous wild horse. After all, the very reason for its circling in this place was the presence of delectable wild berries. With an eye on more delicious fruits ahead, it continued to saunter forward, even as it had not yet finished the ones surrounding it. Thus, it wandered and eventually encountered Lin Qing, culminating in the present scenario. While the stallion feasted on the wild fruit, a celestial voice echoed in Lin Qing's ear. Congratulations, Lin Qing, for being the first to tame a wild beast. Reward, Bao X1. Chapter 9. The wooden cabin has been encircled by a mountain of supplies. A Bao. Lin Qing listened to the voice, his heart leaping with joy. He had not anticipated that taming a wild horse would reward him with such a splendid Bao. What astonished Lin Qing even more was that he had been the first to tame a beast. It was evident that this announcement had been broadcasted to the World Chat channel, but Lin Qing had no inclination to check the messages being exchanged there. After all, the Bao he now held was far more valuable than any discussion taking place in that channel. Moreover, this was no ordinary Bao. Crafted not merely from a simple curved wood and a strand of fiber, the Bao's body was made from a beautifully variegated wood with intricate black patterns. Just the sight of its exquisite colors indicated that this Bao was exceptional, not to mention the nearly transparent yet remarkably resilient bowstring. In Lin Qing's grasp, this oddly colored Bao appeared somewhat common, yet one dared not label it as such, though the Bao had a certain heft to it. This weight was perfectly suited for Lin Qing, as if it had been custom-tailored for him. With a swift motion, he snapped a small twig beside him and knocked it onto the bowstring, aiming at a towering tree ahead. With a whoosh, the twig transformed into an arrow. Soaring towards the trunk of the great tree, a resounding thud followed as the twig embedded itself squarely into the center of the tree, creating a gaping hole the size of an adult's arm. The power displayed was not merely strong. It was extraordinarily formidable. A twig the thickness of a pinky finger exerted such tremendous force. Who could possibly claim this Bao was ordinary? Remarkably, this was merely a common twig, devoid of a proper arrowhead. Had it been equipped with one, the tree would likely have succumbed to its might. As Lin Qing examined the Bao further, his admiration grew. He had not expected such a reward to be so remarkably effective. From the initial taming manual to this splendid, multicolored Bao, each had proven immensely beneficial. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully augmenting the ultimate wooden Bao with additional attributes. Please open the Bao information panel for details. Weapon name, Ultimate Wooden Bao, Power, 1000, Maximum Damage. Dependent on Draw Strength. Piercing, 500 Portability, 200 Attributes. 5-fold damage, 5-fold piercing, 5-fold portability. No wonder the power of this Bao was so astounding. As Lin Qing perused the Bao's information, his excitement intensified. Previously, when he had drawn and released a wooden projectile, it had lacked any additional attributes. Now that it had been enhanced, the Bao's capabilities would undoubtedly be even more formidable. At this moment, as he held the Bao, Lin Qing felt an extraordinary lightness in his grasp. Previously, while utilizing it, I had to exert a considerable amount of effort, 4/5 of my strength, to wield the Bao effectively. However, now I find that I can accomplish this feat with merely 1/5 of the effort. This revelation implies that after Lin Qing releases an arrow from this Bao, he can wield another weapon with his free hand to engage the adversary. Indeed, this venture has proven fruitful. Not only has he tamed a wild horse, but he has also acquired an extraordinary Bao. With the matters at hand resolved and the afternoon sun casting its golden rays, it is time to return. Yet Lin Qing does not immediately mount the wild horse to depart. Instead, he approaches the nearby thicket to gather resources, intending to craft a makeshift saddle. Though it may not compare to conventional saddles, this creation will facilitate better control over the wild horse's movements. An experienced Lin Qing adeptly assembles the saddle using vines, wooden planks, and fibers. Before long, a rudimentary yet functional saddle is complete. When he affixes it onto the wild horse, The result is unexpectedly satisfactory. It fits the creature perfectly. To his delight, the wild horse seems to exhibit signs of joy upon receiving the saddle, indicating a fondness for this newfound accessory. Seated atop the imposing wild horse, Lin Qing grips the ropes crafted from vines and fibers, and with a commanding shout, the horse bolts forward under his guidance. Even as they pass through the nearby thicket of wild fruits, Lin Qing rides unabated, trampling everything in their path. Unfortunate small animals caught in the thicket are crushed beneath the pounding hooves of the wild horse. Lin Qing's wooden cabin lies not far from this locale. In approximately 30 seconds, he spots his dwelling. Coincidentally, at that moment, the two farmers he employs have just entered their break period. As they prepare to sit down for a drink and a bite to eat, the thunderous noise outside captures their attention. They hastily abandon their refreshments and seize their weapons, approaching the cabin in a state of alarm. Given their hunting experience, they recognize that such a sound could only be produced by a formidable beast, likely no fewer than 5 wild buffalo. It is inconceivable that anything else could create such a ruckus. Yet when the source of the noise, a wild horse, arrives at the cabin, the two farmers find themselves momentarily stunned. Is this truly the sound of 5 wild buffalo? This is unmistakably a single wild horse. Perplexed by how the horse's movement could generate such a cacophony, they exchange glances filled with confusion. However, their bewilderment is short-lived as Lin Qing, obscured moments ago by the wild horse, leaps down from its back. The realization strikes them as they behold the magnificent wild horse alongside Lin Qing. This is indeed the wild horse belonging to their master. No wonder such a commotion ensued. Have you returned? Your efforts are commendable. With a smile, Lin Qing addressed the two farmers before her. After all, the area surrounding the wooden cabin was already surrounded by the supplies gathered by these two diligent farmers. How could Lin Qing not feel elated? Thus, she generously granted them the entire afternoon off. Upon hearing their leader declare that they need not toil in the afternoon, the two farmers were even more exhilarated than Lin Qing herself. The mere notion of not having to work, encapsulated in those 4 simple words, constituted the greatest reward for them as farmers. How could they possibly contain their joy? Although it was merely an afternoon, the mere sound of their reprieve was more than sufficient. Observing the two farmers, brimming with excitement, Lin Qing simply smiled and said to them, "Hee, you must be weary. Go take a rest and have something to eat, for it is already noon." "Understood, Chief." With that, the two farmers bowed respectfully to Lin Qing before retreating to rest. Chapter 10. Constructing the stable, building a home. Night has fallen. As Lin Qing observed the retreating figures of the two farmers and glanced at his wooden cabin, he felt an undeniable void, akin to the absence of a staff dormitory. Indeed, the two farmers lacked a place to reside. Gazing at the large pile of timber adjacent to the cabin, Lin Qing's mind began to formulate a plan. However, before embarking on that endeavor, he deemed it prudent to first accommodate the wild horse. After all, it was merely 10 minutes past noon, and the farmers would not require the cabin just yet. With a swift motion, Lin Qing mounted the wild horse and in mere seconds arrived beside the substantial heap of wood. There were 2 structures awaiting his craftsmanship. Given that the priority was to erect the stable, it would be best positioned diagonally in front of the cabin. Riding a wild horse offered ample time, and placing the stable behind the cabin would prove somewhat inconvenient. Lin Qing possessed remarkable stamina, and the wild horse was equally impressive, weighing over 500 pounds. Thus, the timber was quickly repositioned to the desired location in front of the cabin. After securing the wild horse, Lin Qing offered it some wild fruits to munch on, while he approached the timber pile, brandishing a sharp stone axe to commence his vigorous chopping. The axe was exceptionally keen, rendering the task of shaping the wood both efficient and swift. Before long, the logs and planks required for the stable were neatly arranged on the ground, and it was time to begin construction. Although Lin Qing had never built a stable before, his survival skills made him quite adept at constructing wooden structures. The differences between the 2 tasks were not particularly vast. After approximately 20 minutes, a brand new stable stood proudly before him. To ensure the stable remained dry during rain and to provide a comfortable resting place for the wild horse, Lin Qing thoughtfully adorned it with some vines, thatch, and fibers. Gazing at the stable he had crafted with his own hands, Lin Qing felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The experience was markedly different from when he had constructed shelters in the forest. This was to be his future abode, whereas those prior creations were merely temporary havens. Meanwhile, the wild horse had just finished devouring the wild fruits before it. The slow pace of consumption was due to Lin Qing's generous offering. This abundance fostered a greater sense of loyalty from the wild horse towards Lin Qing. "Come here." Lin Qing beckoned to the wild horse from a short distance away. The horse, displaying a keen awareness, promptly trotted over to Lin Qing's side. Lin Qing gently stroked its mane and said, "This will be your new home. Go on. Rest for now." With that, he led the wild horse towards the stable, which the animal seemed to appreciate, especially as it reclined on the thatch beside its new dwelling. Upon placing this wild horse here, a voice echoed in Lin Qing's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully adding additional attributes to the stable. Please open the stable information panel to review." After hearing this voice, Lin Qing did not scrutinize it closely. He merely glanced at the attributes. To his astonishment, the additional attributes for the stable were a doubling of stamina recovery speed, quintuple comfort, and quintuple sturdiness. Each of these attributes would bestow numerous beneficial effects upon the stable. Once the stable was constructed, Lin Qing utilized the remaining resources to establish a grand farmhouse. After all, many farmers would inhabit it in the future, and a smaller structure would undoubtedly be insufficient. Upon completing the construction of this spacious farmhouse, the familiar voice resonated in his mind once again. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully adding additional attributes to the farmhouse. Please open the farmhouse information panel to review." Lin Qing cast a quick glance and, initially harboring little hope regarding the farmhouse's additional attributes, was elated upon seeing them. The loyalty of the farmers residing in the farmhouse soared to the highest levels. With a tenfold increase in stamina recovery speed, tenfold wound recovery speed, tenfold comfort, and tenfold sturdiness. Furthermore, the wooden beds within the farmhouse bore identical additional attributes. Thus, Lin Qing found himself entirely unconcerned about the farmer's loyalty. With the establishment of this grand farmhouse, all matters pertaining to the farmers would be effortlessly resolved. The two farmers resting on a pile of wood were also invited by Lin Qing to take respite here. During this process, it was these very two farmers who experienced a remarkable shift in loyalty upon learning that this farmhouse was being constructed for them. Their loyalty, which had previously been in the 90s, now transformed into an unyielding 8, and 8 turned sideways. This indicated that these two farmers were now 100% loyal to Lin Qing. In fact, their loyalty exceeded even the standard of 100. Lin Qing grew increasingly satisfied with these two farmers, surprised by their exceptional commitment right from the outset. After completing these tasks, Lin Qing began to organize the resources. As the abundance of materials cluttered the area, particularly the corpses of wild beasts, if he did not address this chaos, it would become untenable to remain here. After all, the decay of beastly remains would undoubtedly affect the surrounding environment. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Qing was far from idle. After tidying up the beastly corpses, he crafted several tools, such as a fine stone axe. With newfound strength and time at his disposal, it was only natural to upgrade the farmers' equipment. Moreover, this would enhance their survival rates while foraging for resources. Of course, he did not overlook the arrows required for the bow. Utilizing the workbench, Lin Qing swiftly crafted arrows. One after another, the arrow shafts were fashioned from wood, while the arrowheads were expertly crafted from stone. Thus, in a short span of time, the stone arrows formed a small mound, about half the height of man. Thanks to Lin Qing's craftsmanship, these arrows were imbued with various attributes, such as enhanced penetration, increased power, and even effects like poisoning and anesthesia. However, such attributes were rare, each constituting roughly 10% of the total. After crafting these stone arrows, the first night in this world had finally arrived for Lin Qing. He arranged the arrows meticulously and took a few with him as he stepped out of the wooden cabin. The sky had begun to darken, yet the nearby bonfire, blazing fiercely, illuminated the encroaching darkness. This bonfire, of course, was the one Lin Qing had prepared earlier that day. Fortunately, he had added some wood to it before leaving. Otherwise, it would have long since extinguished. The reason for the fire's continued blaze was the two farmers who had contributed additional wood. "Boss, over here." One of the farmers called out, waving eagerly upon spotting Lin Qing emerge from the cabin. Without uttering a word, Lin Qing made his way directly towards the bonfire. Chapter 11. The Pack of Wild Dogs? One arrow, one kill. Boss, here, this is for you. As Lin Qing approached the campfire, the farmer who had just called his name presented him with a steaming leg, still glistening with oil. Without hesitation, Lin Qing accepted the offering and began to feast. After an afternoon filled with exertion, it was no surprise that he was famished. In no time, he devoured the entire piece of meat, offering words of praise in the process. The two farmers, hearing his compliments, felt a surge of joy. Their efforts were indeed worthwhile. Make sure to eat as well. You've worked hard all day, Lin Qing said, generously distributing several more legs of meat to the two farmers. Upon hearing his words, the farmers felt a twinge of embarrassment, for they had only labored through the morning, leaving the afternoon idle. Observing their sudden change in demeanor, Lin Qing understood their sentiment. Don't dwell on it. You've gathered plenty of supplies. Hurry and eat to replenish your strength. Exchanging glances, the farmers turned to Lin Qing and sheepishly chuckled. Hee hee, thank you, boss. They then accepted the legs of meat from Lin Qing and began to eat. Lin Qing, meanwhile, gazed at the fire, reminiscing about past experiences. He recalled a similar scene deep within the forest, where a vibrant fire crackled and roasted meat sizzled, golden oil dripping onto the flames. Yet in that moment, the haunting howls of wild dogs echoed around him. A whoa, suddenly jolted back to reality. Lin Qing realized the howls were not mere memories, but a present danger. Boss! The two farmers expressed their alarm, startled by the sudden sound that interrupted their meal. Do not fear. Finish your meal. The wild dogs will approach, and then you shall heed my command, Lin Qing urged, assessing the surroundings and encouraging the farmers to remain calm. Panic would only invite disaster, leaving them vulnerable to the wild dogs. The two farmers nodded in agreement and quickly finished their portions of meat, then grasped the crude stone axes that Lin Qing had initially given them. Their vigilance restored as they scanned the area. Lin Qing, noticing the worn axes in their hands, was reminded of the finely crafted stone axes he had made earlier that day, which he had yet to distribute. Wait here. I shall retrieve something from the wooden cabin, Lin Qing calmly instructed the farmers. Though the wild dogs lurked nearby, they were unlikely to attack immediately. Seizing the opportunity while the dogs hesitated, Lin Qing dashed into the cabin to fetch the superior stone axes for the farmers, all the while preparing his bow and arrows. Howl! Just as Lin Qing had anticipated, although these wild dogs had arrived, they did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, they remained in place, waiting for the opportune moment. At this juncture, Lin Qing had already taken out the exquisite stone axes and arrows he had crafted during the day, distributing a finely made stone axe to each of the two farmers. Boss, what is this? The farmers gazed at the exquisite stone axes in their hands, glancing at their own shabby tools with a hint of confusion. After all, the finely crafted stone axe appeared to be a precious item. Why would their leader bestow such a valuable weapon upon them? Shouldn't he be wielding the exquisite axe to protect himself? Take it. I have more. Lin Qing reassured the two puzzled farmers, brandishing his own exquisite stone axe before them. Upon seeing the axe in Lin Qing's grasp, the farmers exchanged knowing glances and said no more. Each farmer now held an axe, cautiously surveying the surrounding pairs of glimmering green eyes. Lin Qing, too, remained vigilant. Merely observing those eyes indicated that there were at least a dozen wild dogs lurking nearby. Among them were several pairs of notably larger eyes, suggesting the presence of a beast of the wild dog king's caliber. With his bow fully drawn, Lin Qing felt the weight of the exquisite stone axe at his waist. Should any wild dog make a move, he would not hesitate to unleash an arrow at one of them. If a wild dog charged at him, the exquisite axe at his side was far from mere ornamentation. With its tenfold sharpness and damage attributes, it would certainly prove formidable against these wild dogs. The axes in the farmers' hands also possessed enhanced damage and sharpness attributes. However, for them, the paramount concern remained the efficiency of resource gathering. Furthermore, when Lin Qing crafted these exquisite axes, he had deliberately elongated the handles for greater convenience and effectiveness when engaging foes. Roar! At this moment, the surrounding wild dogs could no longer contain themselves. They chose this moment to attack, driven by the growling hunger in their bellies. Moreover, the sizzling thigh meat near Lin Qing's fire pit intensified their cravings. As the wild dogs howled, Lin Qing released the taut string of his bow, and an instant later, a wild dog's anguished cry filled the air. Within 3 seconds, the wailing ceased, silenced by the stone arrow embedded in its skull. Witnessing their companion felled so swiftly by Lin Qing, the remaining wild dogs instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. After all, they were beasts, endowed with keen senses, aware of danger and safety. The humans before them represented a threat. Following Lin Qing's decisive shot that took down a wild dog, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. However, this silence did not endure for long, as amidst the pack of wild dogs, 2 with large, expressive eyes let out a fierce howl and charged directly at Lin Qing. The remaining wild dogs, emulating their lead, joined in the chorus of howls directed at the sky before launching themselves toward Lin Qing. With his bowstring taut, Lin Qing swiftly released a stone arrow, striking one of the wild dogs squarely on the head. His promptness was due to his awareness that among the pack were 2 wild dog kings, who would not easily abandon their territory. Charge! The 2 farmers, witnessing the oncoming horde, did not falter. Armed with the finely crafted stone axes that Lin Qing had just bestowed upon them, their confidence surged. After firing 5 stone arrows in quick succession, Lin Qing was compelled to draw his exquisite stone axe from his waist, preparing to strike at the wild dog that had closed the distance before him. Chapter 12. From now on, you shall be called Little White. With a swift motion, Lin Qing wielded his exquisite stone axe, cleaving the wild dog before him in twain. In that instant, the creature was dispatched to the realm of eternal bliss. The other wild dogs, poised to assault Lin Qing, instinctively recoiled at the gruesome sight of their companion's demise. The once ferocious pack, brimming with intent to maul, was now enveloped in a shroud of profound fear. However, driven by insatiable hunger, these wild dogs, when gazing at Lin Qing, transformed their perspective. The harbinger of death now appeared as a delectable feast. With a unified growl, the remaining wild dogs lunged at Lin Qing once more. Yet, he would not remain idle nor act foolishly by allowing them to converge upon him unopposed. As the dogs charged, Lin Qing deftly sidestepped their advance. Evading their grasp, he swiftly pivoted and aimed his strike at the furthest wild dog. Had Lin Qing possessed a lesser axe, his attack might have faltered due to the distance separating him from his target. However, the exquisite stone axe in his grasp was a tool of formidable prowess, its length and enhanced attributes amplifying his reach. Even without striking the wild dog directly on the head, the force of his blow proved lethal. With a decisive chop, Lin Qing severed the wild dog's midsection, rendering it incapacitated. Initially, 5 wild dogs had charged at him, but in less than half a minute, 2 had already succumbed to Lin Qing's might. The remaining trio, though still intent on attacking, lacked the earlier fervor, their resolve shaken by the loss of their comrades. Yet, the relentless pangs of hunger compelled them to persist in their assault. The fate of these wild dogs was all but certain. They too would meet their end at Lin Qing's hands. From an original pack of 18, 5 had already fallen to his exquisite axe. Coupled with the stone arrows Lin Qing had previously loosed, the wild dog population had been halved. Lin Qing's 2 fellow farmers proved to be invaluable allies, especially one who was well-versed in the art of hunting, ensuring that these wild dogs were easily dispatched. With a series of swift strikes, the remaining wild dogs were effortlessly defeated by Lin Qing and his companions. Even the 2 wild dog kings among them could not endure beyond 2 seconds in Lin Qing's presence, having initially charged at him only to meet their demise by his arrows. Boss, all foes have been vanquished. Masterful in the art of hunting, Zhang San surveyed his surroundings before confidently addressing Lin Qing. After all, he too was a skilled hunter with an extraordinarily keen sense of perception, capable of discerning the presence of wild dogs in the vicinity. However, Zhang San's perceptive abilities extended beyond mere awareness of these wild canines. He was equally adept at sensing other creatures such as wild boars and field mice. Lin Qing, seasoned in the ways of forest survival, was well aware that no wild dogs remained nearby. Had they been present, the battle would not have ceased. At that moment, a transcendent voice echoed in Lin Qing's mind. Congratulations, Lin Qing, for successfully navigating the wild dog challenge. Reward, 100 meters of iron bars. Was this truly a challenge? It seemed far too simple, merely a task for one with hands. Listening to the voice, Lin Qing felt a tinge of incredulity. After all, what had just transpired was a common occurrence in the forest. The emitted light and alluring scent were unmistakably signals to the carnivorous beasts nearby, beckoning them with the promise of a feast. Nevertheless, the reward surprised Lin Qing. Iron bars. Although these bars appeared to have limited utility, one must remember that they were in a forest where such resources were exceedingly rare, more durable than vines or ropes. They would not easily fray and possessed a commendable flexibility. The only drawback was that while crafting items, the iron bars were challenging to break. Yet having them was certainly better than lacking them entirely. After instructing the two farmers to rest, Lin Qing proceeded to dismantle the carcasses of the wild dogs before returning to his wooden cabin for a reprieve. Just as he completed the disassembly, the distant sound of wild dogs echoed nearby. However, the sound were not particularly loud. They could only be heard when approaching the farthest wild dog. Yet, Lin Qing refrained from brandishing his finely crafted stone axe and instead followed the sound of the barking, recognizing it did not emanate from aggressive wild dogs, but rather from newly born pups. As the sound grew clearer, Lin Qing realized the little wild dog was nearby. In the darkness, a white form appeared beneath a large tree, undoubtedly the source of the earlier cries. Without hesitation, Lin Qing approached the white figure. Though night enveloped the forest, he felt no fear. Aside from this small wild dog, only rabbits and other similar creatures remained. Indeed, upon reaching the base of the grand tree, the white form revealed itself as the little wild dog. Yet, this pup appeared peculiar, its fur completely white. As Lin Qing drew closer, he noticed that although the pup's eyes were only partially open, he could discern their color, crimson red. How could this little white dog have found its way here? Moreover, the hue of this creature is entirely distinct from that of the wild dogs encountered earlier. Could it be that this little wild dog belongs to an entirely different species? Initially, Lin Qing contemplated eliminating this wild dog, but upon observing its remarkable uniqueness, a different intention began to form within him. He resolved to nurture this extraordinary wild dog. In his previous world, Lin Qing had never encountered a wild dog of such an unusual appearance, naturally piquing his interest. Furthermore, upon gazing into the eyes of this little wild dog, Lin Qing sensed that it was no ordinary creature, which solidified his decision to adopt it. Henceforth, you shall be named Little Bai. While gently stroking the wild dog's head, he murmured softly to it. The little wild dog seemed to sense something, nuzzling against Lin Qing's hand before drifting into a peaceful slumber. Observing Little Bai, now fast asleep, Lin Qing couldn't help but chuckle softly, and he carried the little wild dog back to the wooden cabin. Chapter 13. The rivalry between Zhu and Xiao Bai after a night of silence. Lin Qing returned to the wooden cabin with Xiao Bai, where he thoughtfully crafted a cozy doghouse for him. After all, Xiao Bai had become a part of his life. How could he possibly neglect him? At dawn next day, Lin Qing emerged from the cabin, acutely aware that in order to survive in this world, he needed to enhance his strength and acquire essential tools. The superiority of humanity over other creatures lies in its adept use of tools. Otherwise, beasts larger and swifter than humans would not have been subdued. As Lin Qing stepped outside, a fluffy white creature darted to his feet, affectionately rubbing against his shins. A smile crept across Lin Qing's face as he bent down to stroke the creature's head. Xiao Bai, you're up so early. Indeed, this fluffy being was the little wild dog Lin Qing had discovered the day before. Xiao Bai seemed to comprehend Lin Qing's words, raising his head and barking cheerfully in response. In that moment, Lin Qing felt an overwhelming sense of having acquired something truly remarkable. Just then, from the nearby stable, a wild horse emitted a deep, resentful snort. Instinctively, Lin Qing turned his gaze toward the stable, locking eyes with the gluttonous wild horse he had tamed the previous day. The palpable resentment emanating from the horse sent a shiver down Lin Qing's spine, yet he approached the creature alongside Xiao Bai, standing before the wild horse. Lin Qing reached out to caress its neck, only for the horse to shy away, continuing to snort as if deeply aggrieved. Lin Qing had not mistreated the horse. He had neither struck nor scolded it. Could it be hungry? With this thought, Lin Qing retrieved some wild fruit from his makeshift backpack and offered them to the horse. However, it continued to evade him. The horse's behavior left Lin Qing perplexed, and he found himself gazing down at Xiaobai, seeking answers from his canine companion. Xiaobai, what do you think is troubling this horse? He patted Xiaobai's head and turned his attention back to the horse. Before Xiaobai could respond, the wild horse let out another snort, this time more pronounced than before. In a surprising turn, Xiaobai turned to the horse and softly barked, to which the horse responded with a series of hisses. Thus, the two creatures, a dog and a horse, began to communicate in their own unique way. Lin Qing stood quietly to one side, observing the two beasts, seeking to discern the underlying emotions within them. After all, Lin Qing possessed the secrets of taming creatures. Even if he were not adept, he would certainly fathom the profound grievances harbored by this wild horse. The two beasts howled at one another, while a solitary human watched the scene unfold. At last, after 5 long minutes, the beasts ceased their communication, and Lin Qing finally understood the depth of resentment within his wild steed. This horse was his first tamed mount, and it was only natural for Lin Qing to invest patience in its training. Otherwise, he would have long since dispatched it. With a weight exceeding 3,000 pounds, the potential yield of meat from such a creature was abundantly clear. However, a wild horse of such extraordinary heft was no ordinary beast. Its presence would surely leave a mark wherever it roamed. The root of this horse's resentment lay with Lin Qing, though not due to any wrongdoing on his part. Rather, it stemmed from the little wild dog he had adopted the previous day, to which he had given a name. As the first beast Lin Qing had tamed, how could the horse not yearn for a name of its own? Upon realizing the horse's unspoken desires, Lin Qing thoughtfully decided to bestow upon it a resounding name, Zhu Ying. This name was inspired by a character from a television series they had watched together, whose steed bore a striking resemblance to his own. Furthermore, given the horse's substantial size, it could certainly withstand the impact of 3 arrows. Upon receiving its name, Zhu Ying instantly brightened, emitting a series of whinnies towards the heavens. Simultaneously, it devoured all the wild fruits Lin Qing had placed before it. Meanwhile, 2 farmers emerged from the large farmhouse. "Boss, up so early?" Wang Er and Zhang Sen exclaimed in unison upon reaching Lin Qing. Lin Qing merely acknowledged them with a nod and said, "Prepare some food. Let's have a bite to eat. The sun is nearly up." "What?" Wang Er and Zhang San, having just grasped their finely crafted stone axes, were about to head off to work when their boss suggested they eat something. Was this truly the case? In their minds, meals were reserved for noon and evening. After having dined the previous night, and with no work to be done under the night sky, they believed breakfast was unnecessary. Observing their bewilderment, Lin Qing urged, "What's the matter? Go prepare something. You need strength to work. Oh, and make sure to prepare plenty." "Understood, boss." How could Wang Er and Zhang San not feel elated? To enjoy a meal so early in the day was a rare and delightful occurrence in their lives. Watching the 2 men excitedly head towards the fire pit, Lin Qing made his way to the wooden cabin, for there were more pressing matters awaiting his attention. The distance to the wooden cottage was not far. After merely taking a few steps, Lin Qing found himself standing before it. The reason for his return to the cottage was simple. Today marked another opportunity to summon farmers. Initially, Lin Qing had called forth 2 farmers, but now the previous thatched cottage had been upgraded to a low-level wooden house. This upgrade meant that Lin Qing could now summon 3 farmers. "Would you like to summon farmers?" "Yes." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qing affirmed his choice. As soon as he made his decision, the wooden house suddenly radiated a brilliant light. This luminescence was reminiscent of the glow experienced during the previous summoning. While dazzling, it did not blind Lin Qing. Shortly, the white light began to fade, revealing 3 figures within the cottage, slowly approaching Lin Qing. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Lin Qing's mind. "Ding! Successfully added attributes to the farmers. Please check the information panel." Hearing this, Lin Qing's excitement surged. The attributes gained by the previous 2 farmers had already proven formidable. And now, with the upgrade of the wooden house and the summoning of 3 farmers, his anticipation grew. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lin Qing approached the 3 farmers to discern their respective domains and the attributes they had acquired. Chapter 14. The Power of Chef Zhao Lu Boss. The 3 farmers emerged from the wooden cabin, addressing Lin Qing in unison. As Lin Qing beheld the trio before him, a wave of contentment washed over him, particularly because among them was a woman. Yet, What truly piqued his interest was her remarkable culinary prowess. She was a chef. The other two were an explorer and a hunter, each possessing distinct attributes: lumbering, quarrying, hunting, exploring, and of course cooking. The fundamental necessities of life had been adequately addressed. The skilled hunter was named Li Qing, whose supplementary attributes, akin to those of Zhang San, had been magnified tenfold. He also boasted fivefold agility and fivefold luck. The explorer, Wang Wu, had the capability to venture out independently, searching for rare resources and iron ore, with tenfold perception and a high probability of encountering precious materials, alongside tripled gathering efficiency. Lastly, Zhao Lu, the culinary expert, excelled not only in cooking but also in herbalism, augmented by the ability to discern various plants, featuring tripled gathering, double perception, and tripled agility. She could identify edible items as well as those that could induce paralysis, relieve pain, or halt bleeding. With Zhao Lu in their midst, they were not only assured delectable meals, but also a safeguard for their well-being. Observing the trio, Lin Qing merely nodded before leading them towards the campfire. Earlier, he had instructed Wang Er and Zhang San to prepare additional food precisely for these individuals. As it was morning, Lin Qing decided to summon today's farmers, ensuring they could have a meal before embarking on their tasks. Once Lin Qing and the trio settled by the fire, he suddenly recognized an amusing coincidence. Initially indifferent to their names, it struck him as he looked at them gathered around the flames. Wang Er, Zhang San, Li Qing, Wang Wu, Zhao Lu. Their names flowed together quite seamlessly. Lin Qing found it amusing, but chose not to elaborate further. He picked up a piece of roasted meat, ready to indulge. For much-awaited work lay ahead. How could one muster the energy for labor on an empty stomach? However, just as Lin Qing was about to raise the roasted meat to his lips, Zhao Lu, the chef, swiftly interjected. Boss, consuming the meat like this isn't particularly flavorful. For a delightful taste, you must add a sprinkle of this. Zhao Lu stepped forward, producing some brown seeds which she sprinkled atop the roasted meat, continuing, Boss, do give it a try. With a proud smile, she exhibited the confidence of a true culinary master. Lin Qing looked at the brown seeds on the meat and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Zhao Lu was right. After sprinkling these brown seeds, the barbecued meat indeed becomes far more delectable, for what Zhao Lu has generously added is none other than cumin. After all, nothing complements barbecued meat quite like cumin does. It is truly classic. Boss, wait. However, just as Lin Qing was about to savor the meat, Wang Er suddenly interjected. Boss, although the aroma is enticing and the appearance is appealing, many things that smell good and look beautiful can be toxic. Wang Er's words came hurriedly, fearing that Lin Qing might consume the cumin-laden barbecued meat in the next moment. Before Lin Qing could enlighten Wang Er, Zhao Lu interjected confidently. What do you know? This is cumin. Once sprinkled, the barbecued meat becomes even more delicious. With that, Zhao Lu took out more cumin and evenly dusted it over the barbecued meat he was holding in his other hand, then promptly devoured it. After finishing, Zhao Lu moved about a bit, turning to Wang Er and asked, How about it? This isn't toxic, right? Wang Er was momentarily taken aback, for he had witnessed a large, beautifully fragrant flower devouring a nearby rabbit during his scavenging for supplies. That scene had been etched in his mind, and it was precisely why he had sought to prevent Lin Qing from eating the barbecued meat. Seeing Wang Er's stunned expression, Lin Qing quickly understood the reason behind his intervention and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Wang Er. This is cumin. It enhances the flavor of the barbecued meat and is certainly not a poison. With that, Lin Qing began to enjoy the cumin-sprinkled barbecued meat, devouring it bite by bite until he had consumed it all. One must admit, with the addition of cumin, the barbecued meat had indeed become even more fragrant. Is it really cumin? Add a bit for me to try, Wang Er said, swallowing hard as he watched Lin Qing relish the meat. Since his boss had eaten it, surely there was no issue. Feeling a sense of pride, Zhao Lu approached Wang Er, sprinkling cumin over the barbecued meat in his hand, and said, See, I told you it's not toxic, and you can eat it now. Hurry up and enjoy. Thank you. Wang Er replied gratefully and eagerly took a bite of the barbecued meat now adorned with cumin. Initially, he had been indifferent to the brown seeds, wondering how a mere sprinkle could make such a difference in taste. However, upon biting into the meat, his previous skepticism vanished as he nearly leaped with delight. It wasn't tea that Wang Er didn't tea like food. Rather, he adored it immensely. The flavor was nothing short of divine, though he didn't tea literally leap. His expression of sheer exhilaration made it clear that these brown seeds were indeed a culinary delight. The other three, observing Wang Er's blissful enjoyment of the barbecued meat, couldn't help but develop an interest in this seasoning, eagerly requesting Zhao Lu to sprinkle some cumin for them as well. As a result, after indulging in their meal, without exception, they all shed tears of joy akin to Wang Er. In an instant, what began as a typical breakfast transformed into an emotional culmination, all due to the influence of cumin in Zhao Lu's hands. It was not the spiciness of the grilled meat that brought forth their tears, nor the toughness of the meat that moved them, but rather the sheer exquisite flavor. The tears they shed were not merely ordinary. They were tears of happiness. Once they had devoured the remaining grilled meat, they felt an immediate surge of vitality coursing through their bodies. However, this was not a mere illusion. Their strength had genuinely increased. After all, the culinary genius Zhao Lu did not earn her reputation without reason. With her mastery over such diverse culinary arts, even a simple sprinkle of cumin could yield astonishing results. After breakfast, Lin Qing and Wang Er each went about their respective tasks. Lin Qing did not forget about Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai. After finishing their meal, she headed toward the stable with food in hand. She had left Xiao Bai at the stable to engage in conversation with Zhu Ying, so Lin Qing only needed to bring the specific food for each of them, which merely differed in nature, one being vegetarian and the other carnivorous. Chapter 15. A satisfying meal before. Seeking the dark mud with a skewer of roasted meat in one hand and a handful of wild fruits in the other. Lin Qing had not yet approached the stable when he was greeted by the excited barks of Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai. The two had already caught a whiff of the delectable food Lin Qing had brought. They craned their necks over the stable, gazing eagerly at Lin Qing, their mouths watering with anticipation. All right, there's plenty for everyone, Lin Qing chuckled, noticing the hopeful glimmers in their eyes. He understood that Zhu Ying had succumbed to his training due to its gluttonous nature, but what about Xiao Bai? Had it merely spent a little time with Zhu Ying and already transformed into a voracious eater? Observing the identical way they devoured the food, Lin Qing felt an ominous premonition. His apprehension stemmed from the fact that after finishing their meal, they gazed at him with pitiful eyes, yearning for more. Fortunately, Lin Qing had thoughtfully stashed away some food for himself, anticipating his own hunger. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed impossible for him to enjoy any of it, as it had all vanished into the bellies of Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai. What he had tamed were not formidable beasts, but rather two insatiable gourmands. Casting a glance at the two creatures and then at the nearby storeroom filled with provisions, Lin Qing was suddenly struck by the feeling of impending impoverishment. Nevertheless, seeing the vibrant energy of Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai, he decided that their previous feast had been worth it. Why don't you two rest here for a while? I shall return shortly. After all, they had just eaten. It would be unwise to leave immediately, since there were no pressing matters at hand. Lin Qing allowed the satiated Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai to relax. Upon leaving the stable, Lin Qing made his way toward the farmhouse, where 3 farmers awaited him, each engaged in their respective tasks. In this forest, Lin Qing had no intention of harboring idle individuals. Everything within his domain must serve a purpose, and the 2 beasts, along with these farmers, were no exceptions. Is everyone here? Upon entering the farmhouse, Lin Qing smiled at the farmers seated on chairs, engaged in conversation. As soon as the 3 farmers spotted Lin Qing, they quickly rose and approached him, exclaiming in unison, "Boss! All right, I won't waste time with pleasantries. I am here to assign you a task." Lin Qing scrutinized their expressions, eager to discern their reactions to his proclamation. To his surprise, instead of displaying any dissatisfaction, the 3 men radiated excitement and joy upon hearing his words. "Boss, we have been anticipating this. Sitting here has been unbearable. We were just lamenting our lack of tasks." Their eyes sparkled with eagerness, brimming with anticipation for what Lin Qing would instruct them to do. No, more accurately, what they could do for Lin Qing. Excellent. Observing the trio, Lin Qing continued, taking into account their respective areas of expertise. Li Si, you should venture nearby for hunting. Be cautious. Avoid engaging with formidable beasts. Survival is paramount. Turning to Wang Wu, he instructed, you shall explore this vicinity, seeking any signs of human presence. Should you encounter anything rare, endeavor to bring it back. Again, remember, survival is the most crucial matter. Finally, addressing Zhao Lu, he said, "You will remain here to sort through the meat and other foodstuffs. You may cook or preserve them. Shortly, I shall construct a kitchen in a cottage." Understood. With Lin Qing's commands, the three felt a surge of excitement, as these tasks aligned perfectly with their passions. Above them, lines of text appeared. Loyalty level 5, loyalty level 5. Could it be that their engagement in tasks could elevate their loyalty? Pondering the loyalty increase notification, Lin Qing found himself perplexed. When had fulfilling duties become an advantageous endeavor? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, for he still had to construct 2 wooden cabins for the culinary master Zhao Lu. One for cooking and another for resting. After all, it would be unthinkable for her to share quarters with the other 4 farmers. After bestowing finely crafted stone axes upon the 3, Lin Qing exited the cottage. As he approached the woodpile, he took a moment to carve a sign at the entrance of the cottage, designating it as Cottage Number 1. He then utilized the several mounds of lumber to fashion 2 houses. Naturally, these structures bore attributes. The kitchen boasted double the cooking power and half wood consumption. As for the cottage, aptly named Cottage Number 2, its attributes were quite similar to those of Cottage Number 1. Once the construction was complete, Lin Qing made his way toward the stable, for both Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai awaited him there. As he arrived, he was greeted by the plaintive sounds of Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai. All right, let us depart." Lin Qing sighed, retrieving some food from his backpack to share with Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai. Thankfully, he had prepared extra supplies. Otherwise, they would have gone hungry, and it was certain they would have made a fuss otherwise. After Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai consumed the offered sustenance, Lin Qing mounted Zhu Ying, with Xiao Bai trailing closely behind, and they headed into the forest. The simple saddle on Zhu Ying had already been replaced, for the iron strips acquired earlier ensured that he need not rest in the wooden cabin. With the iron strips, Lin Qing's saddle became more comfortable and lightweight, allowing Zhu Ying to run faster with a reduced burden. However, Lin Qing was cautious not to let Zhu Ying gallop too swiftly, mindful of Xiao Bai's presence in tow. With those short legs and petite frame, how fast could that little dog truly run? Yet, as Lin Qing turned to glance back at Xiao Bai, he suddenly noticed that the little one seemed somewhat different from before. To Lin Qing's astonishment, a few strands of crimson fur had unexpectedly sprouted on Xiao Bai's head. Moreover, as Lin Qing urged the swift steed, Zhu Ying, to accelerate, Xiao Bai astonishingly began to keep pace, albeit gradually. Could it be that Xiao Bai had ingested some sort of growth stimulant? Such a rapid transformation in the forest seemed implausible. For where could one find such a substance in this wilderness? Even if it did exist, it was hard to fathom that Xiao Bai could experience such swift growth. Pondering this enigma yielded no clarity, and Lin Qing resolved to set the matter aside, focusing instead on the more pressing task of searching for resources. When Lin Qing sought to upgrade the wooden cabin using the abundant timber and stone, he soon discovered that a different material was required for the renovation: black mud. Surely, this black mud was no ordinary earth. Otherwise, why would yellow clay, green clay, and white clay be inadequate substitutes? Chapter 16. Discovery of the Black Mire and a great horde of wild boars riding on the gallant steed, Zhu Ying. Lin Qing moved with remarkable swiftness. Were it not for the presence of Xiao Bai following closely behind, he might have vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Although Xiao Bai possessed the keen ability to track Lin Qing by scent, any encounter with a wild beast could jeopardize its life. Moreover, Lin Qing had brought Xiao Bai along primarily for the purpose of training. Otherwise, what need would he have to nurture it? Every individual, beast, or object in Lin Qing's care was expected to fulfill its potential. He would never allow them to languish in obscurity. As Lin Qing advanced rapidly on Zhu Ying, Xiao Bai suddenly began to bark softly at him. Initially, Lin Qing assumed that Xiao Bai was fatigued and decided to pause, awaiting its arrival. However, upon halting, he noticed that Xiao Bai continued to vocalize, not with loud barks, but with a low growl, as if sensing something amiss in their surroundings, displaying a heightened caution. Observing Xiao Bai's alertness, Lin Qing suppressed his curiosity and approached carefully. Once beside Xiao Bai, he dismounted and affectionately patted its head, hoping to glean some information from the intelligent creature. Xiao Bai had already demonstrated its cleverness by growling softly, effectively concealing its position. Subsequently, Bai emitted two more low growls, signaling Lin Qing to follow, and then proceeded to move to the right, frequently glancing back to ensure Lin Qing was in tow. Realizing the peculiar behavior of Bai indicated the discovery of something significant, Lin Qing grasped the urgency of the situation. With Ying in tow, he cautiously followed Bai forward. After approximately 2 minutes of careful navigation, Lin Qing discerned the sound of grunting emanating from ahead. Instinctively, he recognized the source of the noise. It was unmistakably the call of wild boars. The distinctiveness of the sound made it easily identifiable to anyone. However, knowing that wild boars typically traveled in packs heightened Lin Qing's caution. It was rare to encounter a solitary boar. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that a considerable number of wild boars were present ahead. Continuing to trail Bai, Lin Qing moved forward slowly. While both Bai and Ying appeared to sense something as they maintained a vigilant silence throughout their journey. Upon finally approaching the horde of wild boars, Lin Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankful that they had not disturbed the creatures with any noise, for the outcome could have been dire. Concealed within the thicket, Lin Qing observed that not far ahead, a black mire harbored approximately 50 wild boars. The sight of such a dense congregation of wild boars left Lin Qing feeling quite overwhelmed. Having experienced survival in the forest, Lin Qing was acutely aware of the formidable strength of wild boars, especially when confronted by a large group. Such a multitude of wild boars would deter even the most ferocious predators from daring to hunt, for the consequence would be to become prey themselves. It is essential to recognize that wild boars pay no heed to dietary preferences, whether carnivorous or herbivorous. The presence of this considerable number of wild boars was due to a vast expanse of black mud nearby. The boars rolled in the mud to avoid the torment of mosquitoes. The sheer number of these creatures served as testimony to the significant area of the mud pit. Observing the throng of boars ahead, Lin Qing glanced at Bai with a sense of helplessness. Although Bai had assisted him in locating the mud, under the current circumstances, no one would dare approach them lightly. A solitary individual, accompanied only by a wild horse and a small dog, would merely be delivering a meal to these boars. Lin Qing, however, was seasoned in such matters, with an array of equipment and several farmers at his disposal. Dealing with these wild boars would pose no significant challenge, albeit the process might be somewhat cumbersome. Yet, with such a vast mud pit nearby, how could Lin Qing simply relinquish the opportunity? It was now noon, and Lin Qing felt a pang of hunger. As the saying goes, a person is like iron, and food is like steel. One meal missed can lead to discomfort. Awaiting him were over 50 wild boars. Lacking strength would make it difficult to confront them. Thus, Lin Qing embraced Bai and mounted his steed, swiftly making his way back to the wooden cabin. Upon his return, he found Wang Er and the others had also returned to the cabin for a respite. After instructing the culinary expert Zhao Lu to prepare a meal, Lin Qing intended to discuss the situation with the two farmers well-versed in hunting. However, before that, he decided to construct another wooden cabin, as the growing number of people necessitated a proper dining area rather than eating outdoors. With all the farmers present, they assisted in building the cabin, and soon enough, a wooden structure emerged in the clearing. At the center of this cabin, Lin Qing thoughtfully arranged a fire pit for illumination and roasting meat. To prevent the interior from becoming uncomfortably warm, he opened several windows, and naturally, he did not neglect to provide tables and chairs. Any observer would marvel at the modernity of this wooden cabin. Once the cabin was completed, Zhao Lu had also finished preparing the meal. Lin Qing dined with the 4 others, and had Wang Wu not been out gathering supplies, they would have all been together at the table. However, the ensuing discussion did not require Wang Wu's assistance, as he lacked combat prowess. Similarly, Zhao Lu, being a master chef, was not needed for confrontation, nor was Wang Er, who was busy collecting resources. This left only Zhang San and Li Si, both adept hunters, given the ample supply of meat and animal skins. There was no immediate need for additional resources. As Lin Qing dined, he recounted to his companions the sighting of a herd of wild boars from the morning. Initially, Zhao Lu and Wang Er contemplated pursuing the animals, but after Lin Qing's persuasion, they ultimately abandoned the idea. Nonetheless, Zhao Lu provided Lin Qing with some herbal remedies to heal wounds and alleviate pain in order to prevent any injuries. Naturally, Zhang San and Li Si, both seasoned hunters, were not overlooked. The essentials they sought were indeed paramount, for what could be more precious than life itself? After the meal, Lin Qing led Zhang San and Li Si towards the location of the substantial wild boar herd they had discovered earlier. He also kept in mind the indispensable roles of Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai, as their assistance would be crucial in the endeavors ahead. The position of the boar herd was relatively easy to locate. Even if Lin Qing had difficulty, Xiao Bai would surely guide him. Yet, Lin Qing did not summon Xiao Bai into action, for with his experience, he was quite capable of locating a nearby herd of wild boars on his own. Chapter 17. Teamwork. Hunting wild boars before Lin Qing and the others could approach the herd of wild boars. They were already met with the grunting sounds emanating from the group. It appeared that the wild boars had not left. They remained ensconced in the dark mire. Given this, there was no choice but to confront these beasts, though preparations were imperative first. The strength of humanity over other creatures lies in its adeptness at wielding various tools. Ropes fashioned from fibers, reeds, and vines could easily suspend a wild boar in midair. Sharp wooden spikes lay concealed in the underbrush. Alongside the deep pits that Zhang San and Li Si had recently excavated, each lined with menacing points. With these preparations in place, the contest with the wild boars was set to commence. Woof, woof. The ferocious barks of wild dogs erupted from the thicket, signaling that more than one wild dog lurked nearby. Upon hearing the sounds, the wild boars in the mire ceased their rolling, scanning their surroundings to locate the source of the barks. Woof! At that moment, the wild dogs barked again, allowing the boars to ascertain their location, the thicket to the right. A throng of wild boars surged towards the direction of the barking, as if fearing they might miss out on a feast if they delayed even a second. These boars, accustomed to confronting any adversary, had become increasingly ferocious over time. Coupled with their tough hides and formidable tusks, they had little to fear from any predator. Even lions and tigers would not deter them from an attack. Now, with only the wild dogs present, it seemed they would charge even more fervently. However, what awaited this group of wild boars was not what they anticipated. The earlier barks had not originated from genuine wild dogs, but rather from Xiao Bai. To further mislead the boars, Lin Qing had instructed Xiao Bai to emit fierce sounds and had varied the locations of its howls. Yet, how could the boars, with their limited intelligence, discern the ruse? Given their nature, they would charge at any threat, and even if they sensed a trap, they would likely still rush forward. The wild boars possessed not only remarkable offensive and defensive capabilities, but also astonishing speed, and soon they charged into the right thicket. Thud! Thud! One by one, the wild boars impaled themselves upon the prepared spikes. Even if the spikes were not honed to a lethal point, the velocity of the boars ensured their demise. The underbrush was littered with sharp stakes, and the first few boars that charged forward met their end instantly. The remaining boars, witnessing their fallen companions, were filled with trepidation. At present, the situation remains unclear. 5 or 6 of my companions have already perished. What follows then could be swish, swish, swish. 5 or 6 wild boars are gradually retreating to the side, only to be swiftly ensnared by ropes suspended in midair. No matter how they struggle, they are unable to free themselves from the bindings. The thick branches of a towering tree, to which the ropes are tied, show no signs of breaking. In fact, the act of lifting a wild boar seems to render the branch even more flexible. At this moment, Lin Qing, mounted on Zhu Ying with Xiao Bai Zhang San, and Li Si at his side, sprang into action. Lin Qing's arrows flew one after another towards the herd of wild boars. Even without precise aim, he struck true. Zhang San and Li Si, possessing formidable hunting experience, hurled their sharpened spears into the fray. Each spear, as thick as an arm, pierced the bodies of the wild boars, incapacitating them even if they did not fall immediately. The once ferocious herd of wild boars was thrown into chaos. Realizing they had encountered a formidable adversary, one they could not contend with, the swift demise of their comrades served as irrefutable evidence of the threat they faced. What could possibly annihilate 5 or 6 wild boars in an instant? The wild boars had neither the time nor the inclination to ponder such questions, as the singular thought that occupied their minds was escape, and the farther, the better. Observing the disarray among the wild boars, Lin Qing urged Zhu Ying forward, charging directly into the fray. With the situation reaching such a critical juncture, lingering to attack further would allow the remaining boars to flee. Lin Qing could not afford to let this bountiful resource slip away. Shabby, Zhang San, and Li Si, witnessing Lin Qing's advance, also leapt from the underbrush. However, instead of joining him directly, they maneuvered around to the rear of the wild boar herd, driving them in a singular direction, towards the deep pit trap prepared for them. Fewer than 40 wild boars were now on the run, pursued by Lin Qing, who continued to shoot arrows into the herd. Simultaneously, he coordinated with Shabby, Zhang San, and Li Si. Only by herding the wild boars towards the deep pit could they hope to eliminate the entire group. Otherwise, there would inevitably be stragglers. After all the preparations made, Lin Qing was determined that not a single wild boar would escape. The boars, being pursued, emitted grunting sounds, racing ahead in a panic. This scene mirrored the earlier charge they had made towards Lin Qing, albeit with the roles now reversed. This reversal would undoubtedly lead the entire herd of wild boars into the deep pit trap. Suddenly, the leading wild boar vanished from sight, just as the deep pit materialized before it on the ground. Simultaneously, the wild boar that fell into the deep pit emitted anguished cries, though these lamentations were short-lived. The sharp spikes within the pit swiftly dispatched the creature. The wild boars trailing behind were utterly unprepared for such an unexpected peril. How could these naturally swift animals anticipate the sudden appearance of a deep pit, particularly one fraught with traps? Alas, with only 20 wild boars remaining, one after another, they unwittingly plunged into the pre-dug pitfalls. Fortunately, the pits were sufficiently large and excavated horizontally. Otherwise, this multitude of wild boars would have overwhelmed the traps. Over 50 wild boars were vanquished by the collaborative efforts of Lin Qing and his companions, highlighting the significance of teamwork. Had they not prepared the traps in advance, and had Shabby, Zhang San, and Li Si attempted to drive the boar herd away, it would have been impossible to eliminate them all. With the wild boars now eradicated, the adjacent expanse of Black Mire naturally fell into Lin Qing's possession. Chapter 18. Complete annihilation and abundant harvest. The dark mire nearby has nearly fallen into Lin Qing's grasp, yet he remains unhurried. For these muddy pits are unlikely to be disturbed by wild beasts. However, the surrounding carcasses of wild boars certainly will be. The air has grown increasingly tainted with the scent of blood, and if not cleaned up promptly, it may soon involve more than just Lin Qing and his companions. Lin Qing's movements are exceptionally deft, and clearing the remains of the wild boars is a task well within his capabilities. With the assistance of Zhang San and Li Si, the 50-odd wild boars are swiftly organized. The blood and other remnants are buried beneath the earth, leaving no trace behind. Of course, this does not rule out the possibility of wild dogs or similar creatures, whose keen noses might uncover these remains. However, by that time, Lin Qing will likely have long departed. The weight of 50 wild boars is considerable. Even the robust Zhuing must make several trips to transport them back. At this moment, the strength of Zhang San and Li Si becomes evident, each carrying 2 boars as they head toward the wooden cabin. After approximately an hour, all of the wild boars have been relocated to the meat storage in the cabin, entrusted to the culinary master, Zhao Lu, for preparation. With the wild boars cleared from the mire, the collection of black mud becomes considerably easier. Wang Er, who has just returned with supplies, joins Lin Qing in gathering resources from the mire. 5 farmers, except for Wang Wu and Zhao Lu, accompany Lin Qing to extract the black mud. The black mire is abundant, and despite Lin Qing and the 3 farmers tirelessly transporting it, it is not until nightfall that the pit finally begins to show its bottom. After retrieving the last remnants of black mud, Lin Qing and the 3 farmers find themselves utterly exhausted. However, the substantial yield of black mud signifies that their efforts this afternoon were far from futile. The timing is perfect for acquiring black mud, and Lin Qing feels a swell of joy at the prospect. Moreover, he senses that this black mud will prove to be an invaluable resource in the future. Upon examining the black mud, Lin Qing discovers its form bears a striking resemblance to cement from his previous life. Although the adhesive properties of this mud are undoubtedly inferior to that of cement, in the depths of the forest, where would one procure cement? And even if it were readily accessible, it would likely be a long wait. Thus, in this circumstance, only this black mud can serve as a substitute for cement. Lin Qing has an inkling regarding the black mud's necessity for upgrading the rudimentary wooden cabin. The requirement of this black mud for the upgrade implies that, in the future, the wooden cabin may be transformed directly into a stone dwelling. Alongside wood and stone, a significant quantity of black mud will undoubtedly be required for this upgrade. The black mud is rather difficult to store. Lin Qing specifically instructed Wang Er and the others to dig a pit to store this black mud, transforming the area into a marsh of black mud. After placing the substantial heap of mud into the pit, Lin Qing prepared some wooden boards to encircle the marsh with a fence. Once all was completed, night had fallen. However, the presence of the campfire and torches ensured that the illumination around Lin Qing's cabin was not significantly affected. The campfire had been crafted by Lin Qing previously. Without it, igniting a fire later would have become an arduous and cumbersome task. The torches were fashioned by Zhao Lu, who, while clearing the carcasses of wild beasts, had also collected fats from the corpses to create a series of torches. Additionally, she made a few implements capable of preserving embers, akin to fire sticks. But instead of paper, they contained thin wooden strips infused with animal fat. As Lin Qing held the rudimentary fire stick that Zhao Lu had just presented, he could not help but marvel at the ingenuity of such an invention under these conditions. Without further contemplation, he made his way toward the cabin's campfire. It was already late, and he felt it was time to partake in some sustenance. After all, Lin Qing had been occupied at the cabin for quite some time, and none of them had eaten yet. Moreover, the enticing aroma wafting from the cabin only exacerbated their hunger. Accompanied by his companions, Lin Qing proceeded to the cabin. Where the campfire blazed brightly despite the night, he had deliberately made windows on various sides of the cabin, allowing the glow from the fire to seep through, thereby facilitating both visibility and ventilation. Upon their return, they found Zhao Lu diligently roasting meat, while Wang Wu, who had just returned, assisted her. As the culinary master, Zhao Lu took her task of roasting the food with utmost seriousness, whereas Wang Wu exhibited a more distracted demeanor, adding wood to the fire while casting glances at the meat Zhao Lu was preparing. Particularly after she sprinkled cumin over the roasting meat, it seemed to beckon Wang Er, stirring his appetites and making it difficult for him to maintain focus on his task of feeding the fire. It was not only Wang Er who was captivated. The other three companions Lin Qing had brought along were equally entranced, gazing hungrily at the meat being roasted over the fire. "Come, everyone, let us sit down and eat. Zhao Lu, you too. Enjoy the meat as you roast it," Lin Qing said as he settled into a chair, addressing Zhao Lu and the others. After laboring diligently for such an extended period, taking a moment to rest was entirely reasonable. If they were compelled to work continuously, they might very well flee this place within a few days. "All right, thank you, boss." Upon receiving Lin Qing's approval, the five of them promptly sat down, tearing into the roasted meat with eager bites. Zhao Lu, being a woman, displayed a commendable manner of eating. However, when compared to Wang Er and his three companions, one might mistakenly believe that Lin Qing had subjected them to some form of torment, or that they were reincarnated as starving spirits. The only phrase that aptly encapsulates their condition is a sight most distressing. Lin Qing merely chuckled softly before partaking in the roasted meat before her. Although she too felt hunger pangs, her manner of consumption was far more measured than that of Wang Er and his companions, who devoured their food with an almost ferocious urgency. After the meal, Lin Qing did not neglect to remember Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai, especially considering the considerable efforts they had expended throughout the day, particularly Zhu Ying. Following Lin Qing's successful hunt of the wild boar herd, Zhu Ying had tirelessly transported the black mud from the area, filling baskets and bearing them upon her back. Thus, Zhu Ying tirelessly traversed between the mud pit and the wooden house, not pausing until every last bit of black mud had been removed. Naturally, Lin Qing allowed Zhu Ying moments of respite, recognizing the rarity of having such an exceptional steed. After ensuring that both Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai were well fed and comfortably settled in the stable, Lin Qing returned to the wooden house, for she still had plans for the remaining 90 meters of iron bars. Chapter 19. Upgrading the wooden cabin, entering the Iron Age. Within the wooden cabin, Lin Qing sat beside the workbench, retrieving the remaining approximately 90 meters of iron bars awarded to him earlier and placing them upon the surface. Rather than summoning the materials immediately, Lin Qing opted to upgrade the low-level cabin first. After all, having worked diligently to acquire such a substantial amount of black mud, it would be a disservice not to utilize it to its fullest potential. To upgrade the low-level cabin to an initial level cabin, the following materials are required: 3,000 wood, 800 stone, 1,000 fibers, 300 thatch, and 100 black mud. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Confirm upgrade. Although the materials needed for the cabin's upgrade were considerable, Lin Qing felt no remorse whatsoever, for he possessed a mountain of resources and thus did not concern himself with such a trifling amount. Consuming 3,000 wood, 800 stone, 1,000 fibers, 300 thatch, and 100 black mud. Upgrading thatch cabin. Upgrading in progress. The low-level cabin has successfully been upgraded to an initial level cabin. Unlocking. Intermediate workbench. Low-level forge. Ding. Successfully added attributes to the low-level cabin. Sturdiness increased by 40. Damage received reduced by 30. 10 of damage rebounded to attackers. 10 reduction in materials required for crafting equipment, and a 30 increase in equipment quality. The multitude of additional attributes was quite astonishing. Hearing the system's notifications, Lin Qing was taken aback, particularly by the fact that several of the newly added attributes mirrored those from before. However, upon inspecting the cabin's attributes, his greatest concern was alleviated. The newly added attributes directly compounded with the previous ones. Previously, sturdiness had been increased by 20, and now it had an additional 40 boost. Thus, Lin Qing observed that the cabin's sturdiness had escalated to a remarkable 60. Was this not merely a matter of addition? Moreover, every attribute that had previously existed now combined with the new ones. Especially notable were the reductions in damage taken and the rebound damage to attackers. If these two aspects were amplified, would it not render the cabin invincible? Currently, it already boasted a 50 reduction in damage received. If this were to escalate to a complete 100 reduction. However, upon further contemplation, Lin Qing acknowledged that achieving absolute immunity to damage for his wooden cabin was an impossibility. Even the most formidable of weapons would inflict some degree of harm in combat. While such damage might be imperceptible or difficult to detect, the existence of damage could not be denied. Just like Lin Qing's cabin, even if it could reduce damage by 100, it would still be impossible to remain entirely unscathed. Impact trauma, hidden scars, corrosion. All these factors were insidious in nature. Nevertheless, should Lin Qing elevate the cabin to a stone structure, while it could not guarantee the absence of such issues, a stone cabin would undoubtedly possess greater fortitude. Corrosion and impact trauma would prove trivial matters for a stone abode. However, after upgrading the wooden house to a primary wooden dwelling, Lin Qing discovered that his current abode bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous one. Were it not for the stone and black mud walls encasing the base of the wooden structure, he might have thought the upgrade was merely an exercise in futility. Yet, the newly unlocked forge, a direct result of this enhancement, was precisely what Lin Qing had been aiming for. What utility do iron bars possess? At most, they serve merely to secure items. And then what? Nothing more. However, with the acquisition of these iron bars, melting them down opens a plethora of possibilities for crafting. Congratulations to Lin Qing for upgrading from a low-level wooden house to a primary wooden house. Rewards: 2 wells and 20 iron ores. To Lin Qing's astonishment, upon upgrading his dwelling, that ethereal voice resonated once more. Even more surprising were the rewards: wells and iron ores. Although the quantities were modest, these two items undeniably alleviated a significant burden for Lin Qing, particularly the 2 wells. Initially, he had contemplated exchanging resources for water, considering the forge would require a copious amount of it. How could one forge without water? But now, with the 2 wells in his possession, there was no longer any need to trade for water resources from the world market. Now that water resources were secured, the forge established, and some iron were at hand, Lin Qing boldly declared that he had entered the Iron Age. Though he was not an expert in blacksmithing, he had the system's assistance. With his support, could he ever fear the quality of his crafted iron equipment? Indeed, one could assert that Lin Qing, even with his eyes closed, produced iron gear far superior to that of seasoned masters. The stone axe he previously forged was a testament to the exceptional quality of his creations, each a masterpiece in its own right. Simultaneously, in a world chat channel, Lin Qing's achievement of upgrading his main city to level 3 sparked quite a commotion. After only a few days in this realm, he had elevated his stronghold to level 3? Was this even humanly possible? Indeed, I suspect this individual named Lin Qing possesses an insatiable drive. Upgrading a main city seemingly requires an immense amount of resources, does it not? The previous commenter was spot on. The resources required for such an upgrade are indeed substantial. I have been tirelessly gathering materials and am still struggling to elevate my thatched cottage to a low-level wooden house. Can one be any more shameless? I feel you're engaging in a subtle form of boasting. The World Chat channel buzzed with fervent discussions, all centered around Lin Qing's remarkable advancement to level 3. It is worth noting that many who had descended into this world still resided in thatched cottages, making Lin Qing's achievement all the more striking. Yet, one cannot fault them, nor can they lay blame on Lin Qing. After all, who could deny the extraordinary prowess of Lin Qing's farmers? Among these individuals, there are some who are on the verge of upgrading their dilapidated thatched cottages to rudimentary wooden houses. However, their current main settlement remains a thatched hut. The journey to elevate their humble abodes will undoubtedly require some time. As long as they reside in such primitive dwellings, they are confined to crafting only rudimentary stone tools, such as crude stone axes. Iron swords? Alas, the very concept eludes them, making it utterly impossible to forge such weapons in their present conditions. Lin Qing's endeavor to upgrade his wooden house to a basic wooden structure is precisely aimed at establishing a forge. It is for the purpose of creating that iron sword, with iron bars measuring approximately 90 centimeters in length. Although not abundant, there is certainly enough material to fashion a sword, albeit with a likely reduction in thickness. However, after receiving the iron, or as a reward for upgrading the wooden house, Lin Qing's confidence in crafting the iron sword has significantly surged. Concerns regarding thickness are now trivial. If Lin Qing desires, he could even utilize the remaining iron to forge a few small daggers for self-defense. Chapter 20. The four farmers possess thousand-fold attributes. Two wells were strategically placed on either side of the wooden cabin, perfectly positioned to provide water for both the forge and Zhao Lu's kitchen. Simultaneously, they offered ample water resources for Lin Qing, rendering any future trips to the world exchange for water entirely unnecessary. With the issue of the wells resolved, Lin Qing found himself compelled to establish the forge during the night. Although the forge had been unlocked, it still required construction. Merely erecting a structure without unlocking the forge would result in a building devoid of any facilities, such as a forging table or a boiler. However, once Lin Qing constructed the building, the necessary equipment would automatically arrange itself within. While he could not fathom the reasoning behind this phenomenon, he pondered how all the seemingly absurd occurrences had become normal since he and humanity had arrived in this world. The materials required for building the forge were not particularly abundant, but this was only true from Lin Qing's perspective. With such a wealth of resources at his disposal, he hardly cared about the materials needed for the forge's construction. Under the glow of torches surrounding the wooden cabin, Lin Qing and the farmers quickly completed the forge. Once finished, the system's voice echoed in Lin Qing's mind. Ding! Successfully endowed the low-level forge with attributes. Tenfold ferocity, freely adjustable. Success rate increased by 50. Resource consumption reduced by 30. Material waste diminished by 80, and the durability of crafted equipment enhanced by 100. To Lin Qing's astonishment, such a modest, low-level forge could possess so many attributes. The greater the number of attributes, the more benefits Lin Qing would reap, a fact beyond dispute. With the task accomplished, Lin Qing did not rush to rest. Instead, he gathered the approximately 90 meters of iron bars and the freshly acquired iron ore, preparing to undertake the smelting process. Iron ore must first be purified to ensure that only the finest metal is used for crafting equipment. It would be unacceptable to create iron gear from impure iron. After all, while adding other components during the crafting process is advantageous, one must exercise caution. The exact composition of the iron ore remains a mystery. After placing the iron ore into the boiler, Lin Qing piled a substantial amount of wood into the fuel compartment, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding fuel. This stage called for fierce flames, and he promptly adjusted the intensity of the fire to tenfold. The smelting of the iron ore commenced in earnest. The 90 meters of iron bars were placed in a small boiler nearby for melting, given their already high purity. They merely required liquefaction before being poured into molds to complete the process. Once all preparations were in order, Lin Qing began arranging the molds, although he need not be the one to create them. Within this forge, an abundance of molds awaits, encompassing a myriad of weapons such as swords, spears, and halberds, all readily available for use. At present, Lin Qing diligently arranges the molds, prepares water, and sets up the forging table, eagerly anticipating the melting of iron bars and the refining of ore. With the aid of a tenfold fierce fire, the processes of melting and refining are expedited remarkably. After approximately 5 minutes, the iron bars have transformed into molten iron, and the ore is on the verge of yielding its precious metal. A further 5 minutes pass, and 2 substantial bowls of molten iron are produced. Employing the tongs from the forge, Lin Qing carefully pours the molten iron into the molds, which, fittingly, are designed for his iron sword. As Lin Qing had envisioned, crafting this iron sword required merely 1 1/3 bowls of molten iron, leaving 2/3 ample for the creation of 2 defensive daggers. With this thought in mind, Lin Qing arranges the 2 dagger molds he had prepared earlier and pours the remaining molten iron into them. Once the molten iron solidifies into blocks within the molds, an iron sword and 2 dagger blanks are successfully fashioned. The next step for the sword and daggers entails relentless forging. Only through this process can they attain greater sharpness and durability. As night has deepened, Lin Qing wisely opts against an all-night endeavor at the forge. After tidying up the forge, he retires for the night, deciding that any remaining tasks can await the morrow. The night passes uneventfully, and before one realizes it, dawn breaks on the second day. Although the sun has yet to rise, the surroundings are already illuminated. Lin Qing, having completed his morning routine, exits the wooden cabin. Meanwhile, from the neighboring cottages, farmers emerge from their homes. Zhao Lu, the culinary master, begins to prepare breakfast, while Wang Er and others organize supplies and survey the area for any signs of visitors or wild beasts. As expected, no traces of human presence or wildlife are found, confirming the safety of Lin Qing's location. On the other hand, upon stepping out of the wooden cabin, Lin Qing decides to summon farmers. Having upgraded the wooden cabin to level 3 the previous night, he is now able to summon 4 farmers. A flash of white light envelopes the space, and 4 farmers, illuminated by the glow, gradually approach Lin Qing. Upon their arrival, he notes that among them are not solely men. There exists a trio of men and 1 woman. The 3 men are named Sun Qi, Zhou Ba, and Wu Jiao. Among them, the first excels in resource gathering, the second in forging, and the last in hunting. The woman, known as Zheng Shi, is an adept apothecary, proficient in the creation of hemostatic and anesthetic potions, and capable of providing assistance in healing, such as treating wounds and fractures. The introduction of these 2 skilled craftsmen, masters in both forging and apothecary, was entirely unforeseen by Lin Qing. Initially, Lin Qing had intended to forge iron swords and daggers in the smithy and subsequently gather herbs to concoct some basic potions. However, the arrival of these 2 experts in their respective fields undoubtedly alleviated the burden of Lin Qing's laborious day ahead. With their expertise, Lin Qing's iron swords and the potions he aimed to prepare would now be crafted with assistance from these specialists. Furthermore, their proficiency in these domains assured Lin Qing of their professionalism and skill. Nonetheless, what truly astonished Lin Qing was the subsequent announcement from the system. Previously, the highest attribute enhancement had been Wang Er's 100-fold resource gathering. This time, however, it astonishingly presented several 1,000-fold enhancements, leaving Lin Qing in utter amazement. 1,000-fold resource gathering, 1,000-fold forging, 1,000-fold observation range, and 1,000-fold potion recovery effects. Chapter 21. Each to their own duties. Little White undergoes a profound transformation, although Lin Qing was initially captivated by the 1,000-fold enhancement attributes. What truly piqued his interest were the additional attributes of these individuals. If there were only 1 or 2, it might have been manageable, but the presence of 2, 3, 4, up to 7 attributes was quite astonishing. Sun Qi, proficient in resource gathering, exploration, mining transportation, and dart throwing. Attributes: 1,000-fold resource collection, 100-fold stamina, 100-fold speed, extraordinary luck, absolute stealth, and tracking beast trails. Zheng Ba, Adept in forging, smelting, ores, mining, and geological surveying. Attributes: Master Forger, thousandfold hammering, tenfold attributes on forged items, guaranteed top-tier equipment, hundredfold stamina, hundredfold endurance, and tenfold forging speed. Wujiu, skilled in hunting, assassination, trap-making, crafting simple weapons, creating basic healing potions, and resource gathering. Attributes: thousandfold observation range, hundredfold damage, hundredfold stamina, hundredfold endurance, sharpshooter, absolute stealth, and tracking beast trails. Zheng Shi, an expert in potion making, resource gathering, herb collection, and terrain surveying. Attributes: thousandfold potion recovery efficacy, guaranteed success in potion crafting. Hundredfold resource herb collection, keen perception, hundredfold speed, melee master, and tenfold speed. Upon reviewing the information of these 4 individuals, Lin Qing couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Are these truly the farmers he summoned? Each attribute was more formidable than the last, each transformation more remarkable. Cough! Cough! Lin Qing quickly regained his composure, as another thought crossed his mind regarding the summoned farmers. He had already summoned 9. Would he be restricted from summoning more in the future? Or was it that each person could only summon 9? Thus making his total exactly 10? 10 individuals. Could that not be considered a small survival team? Shaking his head, Lin Qing resolved not to dwell on it further. Whether he could summon only 10 would have to wait until tomorrow. For today, he could only summon farmers once more on the following day. After glancing at the 4 individuals, Lin Qing exchanged a few brief words with them before leading them towards the campfire wooden cabin, which served as the dining area for him and the others. However, with the addition of these 4 farmers, the cabin now felt somewhat cramped. Yet at this late hour, it was impractical to construct a new cabin. Thus, Lin Qing and the 9 farmers would have to make do, filling their bellies before contemplating other matters. While dining, Lin Qing did not forget to inform Sun Qi and the others about their upcoming tasks. Naturally, Sun Qi, being skilled in resource gathering, teamed up with Wang Yi, as both were proficient in this area. With their collaboration, Lin Qing would no longer have to worry about resource shortages in the future. With the assistance of the 2, it is believed that within a mere morning, Lin Qing could gather 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of stone. However, Lin Qing did not want them to continue gathering indefinitely. Otherwise, the wooden house would inevitably be buried beneath a mountain of resources they amassed. Thus, Lin Qing specifically instructed them to cease further collection once each resource reached approximately 10,000 units. Similarly, for Zhang San, Li Si, and the recently summoned Wu Jiu, Lin Qing set forth the same standard: 10,000 units of meat, 10,000 units of hides, and so forth. Although the quantity remained consistent at 10,000, it is crucial to note that such perishable food items as meat would inevitably spoil over time, leading to potential plagues and diseases. Nevertheless, one must not forget Lin Qing's culinary genius, Zhao Lu. With her presence, the surplus meat could be preserved through various methods, such as curing and making jerky, alleviating any concerns regarding spoilage. The remaining individuals were assigned tasks aligned with their expertise. Some ventured out to search for resources, others engaged in forging, and a few focused on concocting potions. Thus, normal order was gradually restored in Lin Qing's domain, with several structures already erected. Among these were a dining hall, an apothecary, and an expanded farmhouse, as the first farmhouse could no longer adequately accommodate the 7 residents now dwelling within. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qing, alongside a few farmers, enlarged the farmhouse. Having resolved these matters, Lin Qing gazed upon the bustling individuals near the wooden house, exhaling a sigh of relief. They had finally set upon the right course. Meanwhile, he did not forget about Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai, kept in the stable. After a meal, he brought an assortment of food, pushing a wooden cart toward the stable. Zhu Ying remained the same gluttonous wild horse. Yet Lin Qing could not shake the impression that it had grown larger, perhaps due to the events of the previous day. Whether this perception was mere illusion or reality, he did not dwell upon it, for upon seeing Xiao Bai, he nearly dropped the cart in astonishment. What was once a small dog, merely knee-high, had now grown to waist height. Its crimson fur cascaded from its head to its entire body, adorned with hues of orange and gold. The formerly petite Xiaobai had transformed into a small creature of vibrant red, orange, and gold. Despite this dramatic physical transformation, Xiaobai remained as gentle and docile as before, showing no signs of aggression. Fortunately, its temperament had not changed. Otherwise, Lin Qing might have truly been at a loss. Such a remarkable transformation overnight would leave anyone incredulous. However, this incident indeed transpired in a most palpable manner. Lin Qing, while gently stroking the small white creature savoring roasted meat, well, let us continue to refer to it as Little White, cast a gaze imbued with complexity upon it, resigning himself to the present reality. Yet, observing how much Little White had grown, a rather intriguing thought began to take shape in Lin Qing's mind. The prospect of riding Little White. If such a transformation could occur overnight, it would suggest that Little White was no ordinary dog. Should Little White possess fierce offensive capabilities and remarkable speed, then Shadow could very well retire. Nonetheless, this was merely a fleeting thought for Lin Qing, one he had no intention of executing, though he certainly wished to experience such a sensation if circumstances permitted. After resolving matters within the stable and the wooden cottage, Lin Qing made his way directly to the forge. A full 5 hours had elapsed, and it seemed the iron swords and daggers within the forge were nearing completion. Prior to the successful forging, Lin Qing needed to bestow additional attributes upon these weapons. With Lin Qing's enhancements, each item would unleash its potential exponentially, perhaps even by dozens of times. Chapter 22. I forge my own iron sword. Bang. Bang. Splash. Before Lin Qing even arrived at the forge, he had already heard the rhythmic sound of hammering emanating from within. There was no need to ponder. It was undoubtedly the skilled craftsman Zhou Ba, expertly forging iron. Though loud, the sound was remarkably rhythmic, resonating from afar like a composition being crafted. However, Lin Qing had no time to indulge in the melody of the hammering. Quickly entering the forge, he beheld Zhou Ba wielding a hefty hammer with great vigor, striking the iron sword on the anvil. With each blow, sparks erupted, dancing in the air. Some of these sparks landed in a nearby water vat, producing a hissing sound as wisps of white steam gently wafted upwards. Yet, a few sparks flew directly toward Zhou Ba, who was already adorned with a series of singed holes in his clothing, remnants of previous encounters with the fiery projectiles. Had he not evaded, those sparks would surely have made contact with his skin. Unsurprisingly, a spark struck Zhou Ba, but instead of flinching, he braved the encounter head-on. Anyone else would have gasped in shock from such a close contact with fire. Yet, Zhou Ba remained unfazed, continuing his relentless hammering upon the iron sword. Lin Qing observed this scene in silence, inwardly acknowledging Zhou Ba's mastery in the art of forging. With a resounding thud, the forging session came to a close. Zhou Ba returned the iron sword to the blazing hearth for further refinement. Only then did he approach Lin Qing, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor as he spoke. "Boss, I was so engrossed in my work that I didn't notice. It's quite all right," Lin Qing replied, fully aware of the intense concentration required of blacksmith. Had Zhou Ba attempted to converse during the forging, Lin Qing would have admonished him. Seeing that Lin Qing bore no resentment, Zhou Ba quickly recalled the purpose of Lin Qing's visit. Boss, you're here to collect the iron sword, aren't you? The sword is nearly ready. It just needs one more round in the forge, and it shall be complete. Rest assured, boss, I shall craft you a formidable weapon." As he spoke, Zhou Ba confidently patted his chest, exuding an air of assurance. What was there for Zhou Ba to lack in confidence? The fierce flames of the forge, his tireless body capable of striking the anvil countless times, and the high purity of the iron with the addition of a few other minerals during the forging process. This sword would surely be capable of slicing through iron as though it were mere mud. In short, I forged my own path. Zhou Ba had everything prepared. He merely needed to shape the sword, refine its form, and create the hilt and sheath. A sword that could slice through iron like butter was on the brink of completion. Boom, boom, boom. The forge, enhanced by tenfold flames, naturally expedited the process of tempering the iron sword. Coupled with Zhou Ba's mastery over the art of forging, the iron sword was soon completed. Swiftly extracting the sword from the forge, Zhou Ba gazed at the raw blade, uncertain of how to proceed. He was unaware of the specific design his superior desired. Thus he turned to Lin Qing and said, "Ahem, boss, it's your turn to hammer this iron sword, as I am unsure of the form you wish to achieve." Excellent. That was precisely my intention. Lin Qing had been contemplating suggesting that he take over the final forging. With Zhou Ba prompting him, it aligned perfectly with his thoughts. Taking the heavy hammer from Zhou Ba, Lin Qing struck the iron blade resting on the anvil. Although Lin Qing was not a master blacksmith, shaping a pre-tempered iron sword into his envisioned form was a relatively simple task. Bang, bang, bang. With every swing of the hammer, the elongated iron bar rapidly transformed into a flat sheet. Thanks to the forge's inherent properties, Lin Qing swiftly shaped the iron to his liking. The next phase involved polishing the semi-finished sword, sharpening both edges and the tip, and crafting the hilt and sheath. Only then would the sword be deemed complete. However, Lin Qing need not engage in these subsequent tasks. He would leave them to Zhou Ba, who was well-versed in the intricacies of forging and understood the best materials for these components. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully augmenting the Master Iron Sword with additional attributes. Please open the information panel to review the Master Iron Sword. After Lin Qing completed the forging, the system's voice resonated within his mind as anticipated. Without hesitation, he opened the information panel to inspect the Master Iron Sword. Item: Master Iron Sword attributes. Cuts through iron as if it were mud. Light as a feather yet heavy as a mountain. 100-fold damage. Sword chi intimidating. Swift as a shadow, yet steadfast as a pine. Indeed, it cuts through iron effortlessly. No, it seems I shall be the one who gets cut. Lin Qing nodded in approval at the sword's attributes. With 5 enhancements, it promised to be an exceptional weapon. Light as a feather, yet heavy as a mountain suggested that he could manipulate the sword's weight at will. The phrase swift as a shadow, yet steadfast as a pine indicated remarkable speed and stability. Excellent. Truly magnificent. Lin Qing was exceedingly pleased with the sword's capabilities. To achieve such a feat with an iron sword was likely unparalleled elsewhere, save for within his own hands. After giving Zhou Ba a few instructions, Lin Qing exited the forge, glancing at the time. If all went according to plan, the iron sword would be ready for use by midday. Here, one can find a plethora of resources essential for crafting various items, including the components necessary for forging iron swords. There is no need to fret over shortages or the absence of such materials. Upon exiting the forge, Lin Qing made his way towards the stables. Having allowed both Zhu and Xiaobai ample time to rest, it was time to take them out for a leisurely stroll. As he walked, Lin Qing was suddenly struck by the realization that he was not merely surviving in this world, but rather here to relish its pleasures. Who, apart from him, could lead such a carefree existence in this realm? Particularly when considering those who lament in the world's chat channels about laboring alongside farmers. How could one indulge in a life of leisure while toiling for resources alongside the peasantry? Let's go. Zhu Xiaobai. With that, Lin Qing mounted the saddle on Zhu, guiding Xiaobai alongside him as they departed from the wooden cabin. The surrounding forest was devoid of any ferocious beasts. It was not that they did not exist, but rather that they had been eradicated by Zhang San, Li Si, and their companions. Surely, the vicinity of one's dwelling would not permit the presence of wild creatures. Thus, as he gazed upon the serene and harmonious forest, Lin Qing rode deeper into the woods on Zhu, accompanied by Xiaobai. Chapter 23. The Power of Xiaobai. With a swift motion, Lin Qing propelled himself forward on the back of Zhu. Despite the rapid speed of Zhu, Xiaobai, trailing closely behind, exhibited no signs of lagging, maintaining an equal pace alongside. Observing Xiaobai's impressive speed, Lin Qing couldn't help but marvel at the evolution of his companion. It left him pondering the extent of Xiaobai's current capabilities. Suddenly, Xiaobai emitted a series of barks, as if to answer Lin Qing's unspoken curiosity. Perhaps due to Xiaobai's growth, Lin Qing, equipped with the beast-taming secret art, increasingly grasped the meanings conveyed by Xiaobai. In this instance, Xiaobai's loud barks indicated the presence of wild beasts nearby. The implication was clear. The creature in proximity was not an ordinary beast. Intrigued by the prospect of encountering wild animals, Lin Qing felt a surge of excitement. As he reined Zhu to a halt, Xiaobai paused alongside him. A low growl resonated from the surroundings, a sound that stirred a familiar recollection within Lin Qing. A tiger. Although the growl bore resemblance to that of a tiger, a closer listen revealed subtle differences. Before the beasts made their entrance, Lin Qing had already readied his bow, gripping the weapon firmly, poised for action. Both Zhu and Xiao Bai remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings, their heightened senses far surpassing those of a mere human. The previous low growl was replaced by an exhilarating roar, and soon, shadows began to emerge from beneath the towering trees. Indeed, the figures materializing were tigers of a different kind, saber-toothed tigers. Lin Qing surveyed the 5 saber-toothed tigers surrounding him, glancing back at Xiao Bai, uncertain whether his companion could hold its own against these formidable creatures. After all, the size difference was not excessively pronounced. The saber-toothed tigers were merely a tad taller than Xiao Bai's adult leg. With a collective roar, the 5 saber-toothed tigers fixed their cold gazes upon Lin Qing, Jing, and Xiao Bai. Their eyes conveyed a singular intent, to regard Lin Qing as their next meal, evident from their drooling fangs, clear indicators of their hunger. Without a hint of fear, Xiao Bai suddenly barked defiantly at the saber-toothed tigers and charged directly towards them. Lin Qing, caught off guard, had no time to intervene, astonished by Xiao Bai's boldness. As the creature known as Little White stirred, Lin Qing could not stand idly by and watch as it was besieged by the 5 saber-toothed tigers. Thus, with his bow and arrows at the ready, he took aim and released an arrow towards one of the tigers. Naturally, he had left Zhu behind. Sending the steed into the fray would only serve to offer the enemy a meal. After all, the relationship between a wild horse and a saber-toothed tiger is emblematic of the food chain, with one positioned at the bottom and the other at the apex. However, Lin Qing did not leave Zhu stationary for long. After releasing the arrow, he swiftly mounted the horse and charged toward the 5 tigers. The stone arrow he had launched found its mark, piercing the abdomen of one saber-toothed tiger. Though struck, the creature's ferocity was only heightened, and Lin Qing found himself concerned. The arrow, imbued with a 100 damage enhancement, had not inflicted the expected level of harm. If even this powerful shot could not subdue the tiger, what peril awaited Little White? Despite not being an ordinary dog, Little White was still merely a dog. Engaging in battle with such formidable saber-toothed tigers placed it at a distinct disadvantage, especially given the presence of 5 adversaries. With this troubling thought, Lin Qing urged Zhu forward, drawing his bow and releasing arrow after arrow. Although his shots were impeccably accurate, each imbued with multiple damage attributes, the saber-toothed tigers remained undeterred, merely slightly diminished in their ferocity. Meanwhile, Little White had already engaged in combat with the tigers. Due to its smaller stature, it nipped at one tiger before swiftly dodging away, showing no inclination to bite again. Yet, this agility allowed Little White to inflict wounds upon each of the 5 tigers. However, as its stamina waned, its speed began to falter, and one of the tigers seized the opportunity to retaliate. In an instant, the once gentle Little White was stained with blood, transforming its appearance into something quite fearsome. As the blood coursed over its fur, Little White's latent ferocity erupted forth. Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly his Little White? The transformation into such a fierce creature was astounding. The previously disadvantaged Little White now dominated the 5 saber-toothed tigers with overwhelming prowess. Observing the transformation, Lin Qing, who had intended to continue shooting arrows, decided to lower his bow. The necessity for further action had vanished. Little White, on its own, was capable of vanquishing the 5 saber-toothed tigers. Even if Lin Qing had not released such a multitude of stone arrows earlier, the outcome would have remained unchanged. With that realization, Lin Qing brought Jining to a halt and slowly approached Little White, all the while observing the fierce clash between it and the saber-toothed tigers. Once docile, Little White now seemed to have unleashed its primal instincts. Any saber-toothed tiger daring to advance would suffer a crushing blow. At this moment, what began as 5 saber-toothed tigers had dwindled to merely 2. The remaining tigers, though still fixated on Little White, were no longer inclined to continue the fight. Rather, they were desperately seeking an escape route. Little White, eliminate them all. Lin Qing, mounted on Zhu, had reached the vicinity of the battle between Little White and the saber-toothed tigers. Woof, woof. Upon hearing Lin Qing's voice, Little White turned its head and barked twice. acknowledging the command. Yet at that very instant, the two saber-toothed tigers seized their opportunity and hastily fled into the forest behind them. Although Little White swiftly reacted, the tigers had already gained a considerable distance. Observing their frantic retreat, Little White exhibited no emotion and promptly pursued the fleeing beasts. Roar! Roar! With two mournful roars echoing in the air, the fleeing saber-toothed tigers vanished from sight. Moments later, Little White reappeared before Lin Qing, proudly clutching the familiar forms of the two saber-toothed tigers in its jaws. Chapter 24. Let us fashion the sword hilt from the saber-toothed tiger's fangs. Well done, Little White. Observing Little White dragging the corpses of 5 saber-toothed tigers, Lin Qing could not help but commend him. To effortlessly vanquish these 5 formidable beasts, it was evident that Little White's prowess far surpassed that of the tigers. Moreover, Little White's speed was remarkable. Having previously advanced alongside Juing, he now swiftly dispatched the 2 tigers that had fled and returned with them in his grasp. This showcased Little White's extraordinary swiftness. It appeared that the current Little White was no longer the same creature as before. When Little White presented the 5 tiger corpses before Lin Qing and heard his praise, he joyfully leaped around, undoubtedly thinking to himself, I have earned my master's approval. Hooray! Let's continue to strive. Lin Qing could not help but smile at the lively Little White. However, the 5 saber-toothed tiger corpses still awaited Lin Qing's attention, for these were no ordinary tigers. Discarding them here was out of the question, in consideration of the forest environment, the pristine air, and to prevent contamination of the area. Ahem! After affectionately patting Little White's head, Lin Qing produced a finely crafted stone axe and swiftly dealt with the 5 tiger corpses. He meticulously preserved the 2 fangs from each saber-toothed tiger. Additionally, he carefully packaged the tiger skins and claws, placing them upon Zhu Ying's back, prepared for him to carry these treasures. Though the load was substantial, Zhu Ying bore it with ease. After shouldering the 5 saber-toothed tigers, he showed no signs of strain. In fact, the challenge of carrying such a burden seemed to invigorate him, enhancing his speed beyond what it had been before. Before long, noon had arrived, and Lin Qing, mounted on Zhu Ying with Little White in tow, returned to the wooden cabin. Upon dismounting, he found Wang Er and the others had also returned from their forging expedition. Boss! They exclaimed in unison upon seeing Lin Qing at the cabin. Lin Qing responded with a brief acknowledgement, then proceeded to deposit the trove of materials he had gathered from the saber-toothed tigers onto the ground. He allowed Zhu Ying and Little White to rest in the stable, providing them with some nourishment before returning to the scene. What are these things, boss? Wang Er inquired, noticing the heap of items strewn across the ground, with several sharp objects protruding. Their curiosity was immediately piqued. Not only were there those pointed items, but also several claws among the collection. The return of their leader with such intriguing spoils ignited their eagerness to discover the nature of these treasures. As Lin Qing's followers, they held him in high esteem and were keen to witness the fruits of his endeavors. Previously, Lin Qing had presented them with rudimentary stone axes, which moved them deeply. Their leader truly cared for them. More recently, when he bestowed upon them finely crafted stone axes, their emotions overflowed, and they were brought to tears. This sentiment signifies that Lin Qing holds a godlike status in their hearts. The rapid evolution of weapon quality is astonishing. Surely, only a deity could achieve such swiftness. Upon returning, Lin Qing observed their expressions with a sense of bewilderment, as he felt he had done nothing significant. What was amiss with them? Although puzzled, he answered Wang Er and the others' inquiries, mentioning the saber-toothed tiger. Wow, a saber-toothed tiger. Boss, we must flee. This is a saber-toothed tiger. Upon hearing the mention of the saber-toothed tiger, before Lin Qing could complete his sentence, they sprang into action, eager to drag him and the others away from the vicinity. It was no jest. This was a saber-toothed tiger, a creature of immense ferocity. If they did not escape swiftly, they would surely become its prey. However, before Wang Er could rise, Sun Qi and the others hastily pulled him back down, exchanging bemused glances as if regarding a fool. Indeed, you are correct. This is a saber-toothed tiger, but the blood congealed on it clearly indicates that this saber-toothed tiger is already deceased. Wang Er, upon observing the expressions of Sun Qi and the others, glanced down at the pile on the ground, and then back at Lin Qing, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. At this moment, Wang Er realized, yes, this saber-toothed tiger, it is indeed dead. Lin Qing, noticing Wang's embarrassment, chuckled lightly and said, Wang Er, do not be so startled. You might easily frighten others. Hearing Lin Qing address him, Wang Er could only lower his head in response. Yet, as he recalled the moment when Lin Qing had called his name, the earlier embarrassment vanished, replaced by boundless joy. His leader had remembered his name. Wang Er was elated beyond measure. Lin Qing chose not to linger on the matter and instructed the culinary expert Zhao Lu to prepare the meat from the saber-toothed tiger. Afterward, he entrusted the remaining materials, tusks, claws, and fur, to the forge. With these resources, Zhou Ba, who was stationed in the forge, would undoubtedly be quite busy. Upon arriving at the forge, before Lin Qing could explain the crafting process for these materials, Zhou Ba swiftly approached him, visibly excited. Boss, the iron sword is nearly complete. However, there's just one small issue. As he spoke, Zhou Ba became somewhat bashful. What is it? Are you lacking something? Or? Lin Qing inquired, noting Zhou Ba's bashful demeanor, which clearly indicated a deficiency in the crafting of the iron sword. Had the iron sword been damaged, Zhou Ba might not have engaged in such extensive discourse with Lin Qing, but rather would have directly sought punishment from him. Well, boss, when I was crafting the hilt, I truly could not find anything suitable to serve as a handle. Thus the iron sword remains incomplete. Noticing that Lin Qing did not reproach him, Zhou Ba felt compelled to disclose the truth of the matter. Earlier, when Lin Qing departed from the forge, Zhou Ba had assured him that the iron sword would be completed by noon. Yet now, upon hearing Zhou Ba's words, Lin Qing chuckled lightly, initially expecting something of greater consequence, only to discover it was merely this trivial matter. Take a look and see if there's anything useful among these, Lin Qing remarked, placing items from the saber-toothed tiger onto the nearby table. With a clatter, the tiger's fangs, claws, and pelt were all laid out before them. Witnessing such an array of materials, Zhou Ba was instantly exhilarated, exclaiming to himself while clutching a saber-toothed tiger's fang, Eureka! At last, I have found the perfect material for crafting the hilt of the iron sword. Chapter 25. The iron sword is complete. Now, to forge the arrows. Observing Zhou Ba, who was so exhilarated holding the saber-toothed tiger's fang, Lin Qing refrained from interrupting him, allowing his excitement to unfold. After a brief moment, Zhou Ba seemed to sense something, quickly turning to Lin Qing and exclaiming, Boss, please wait here for a moment. I shall finish crafting the hilt post-haste. With that, Zhou Ba darted to the forge with the saber-toothed tiger's fang in hand, seizing the prepared materials and meticulously connecting them piece by piece. He produced a small hammer, delicately refining the fang. Out of 10 fangs, Zhou Ba only utilized 3, not because he couldn't use more, but simply because the fangs were so formidable in size. 3 fangs were more than sufficient. With a rhythmic tapping, the hilt of the iron sword was soon complete. During the crafting process, Zhou Ba had taken special care to adorn the hilt with the claws of the saber-toothed tiger, imparting a wild elegance to the sword. The hilt, fashioned from the fangs and various animal hides, along with the decorative tiger claws, rendered this iron sword anything but ordinary. Boss, it's finished. Zhou Ba et Galim, gazing proudly at the iron sword and its accompanying sheath. Lin Qing approached the forge, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he beheld the sword. Excellent work. Well done, Zhou Ba, he praised. Thank you for the compliment, boss. Zhou Ba replied earnestly, a broad grin on his face. As Lin Qing lifted the iron sword, he was immediately struck by its remarkable lightness. It felt as though he were holding a feather rather than a weapon of iron. Yet, upon gripping it firmly, the sword transformed into a weighty mass, akin to a mountain. This was the sword's inherent attribute. Light as a feather, heavy as a mountain. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Lin Qing sent the sword slicing through the air, a fleeting glimmer of cold light vanishing in an instant as the sword changed position. Zhou Ba, standing nearby, marveled at the sword's swiftness, exclaiming, truly worthy of the boss. Remarkable. Lin Qing nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the sword's exceptional quality. No longer toying with the sword, he casually picked up the matching sheath from the table. As he inserted the sword, a voice echoed in his mind from the system. Ding! Successfully added attributes to the iron sword sheath. Please check the sheath for details. Attributes: instant draw, instant sheathing, sturdy and durable, as flexible as if non-existent. Initially concerned that the sheath might be pierced by the mighty sword. After all, a blade capable of slicing through iron with ease could surely breach the sheath. Lin Qing's apprehensions dissolved as he realized the sheath had also been endowed with attributes, rendering it impervious to being easily pierced by the iron sword. Without the inherent flexibility of the sword sheath, Lin Qing had previously speculated that it might hinder his movements. However, it appears that such concerns are now a thing of the past. After securing both the iron sword and its sheath, Lin Qing continued, stating that he had not yet addressed a matter of great importance upon his arrival. He intended for Zhou Ba to utilize the fangs, claws, and pelts gathered to craft weapons or garments. Yet, there was no immediate urgency for Zhou Ba to commence this task, as it was already 10 minutes past noon, the appropriate time to partake in a meal. In this forest, maintaining one's physical condition is paramount. A moment's inattention could lead one into the depths of peril. Lin Qing held this truth in high regard. The group comprised only 9 individuals. Should a pack of wild wolves, saber-toothed tigers, or other beasts appear, their frailty would render them mere sustenance for the predators. As Lin Qing and Zhou Ba emerged from the forge and made their way to the dining hall, they found Chef Zhao Lu, Wang Er, and 4 others seated, eagerly awaiting Lin Qing's arrival. The group was diminished by 1, as Wang Wu remained outside on his exploratory venture, not to return until nightfall when he would rest in the wooden hut. Upon seeing Lin Qing and Zhou Ba enter, Wang Er quickly exclaimed, "Boss, and you, Zhou Ba, I suppose I'll continue calling you that. Ahem, please sit down quickly. The food has just finished cooking." Lin Qing said little in response, taking a seat and immediately devouring the well-seasoned roasted thigh meat before him. After a morning of labor, Lin Qing had expended considerable energy. The adage "better late than never" aptly captured the timing of his arrival, as he was able to eat without delay. Once he finished his meal, Lin Qing instructed the others to take some time to rest, given that the surrounding resources had nearly met his requirements. Further gathering would lead to an overwhelming surplus. To prevent such an outcome, he deemed it wise for them to recuperate. Subsequently, Lin Qing returned to the wooden hut with a selection of materials, intending to forge new weapons. Earlier that morning, when he had shot at a saber-toothed tiger with a stone arrow, the arrow's ineffectiveness had become painfully apparent. It was not Lin Qing's skill or the bow that was lacking, but rather the inadequacy of the stone arrow itself. However, considering that these arrows were hastily crafted, their weakness seemed understandable. Yet, for Lin Qing, these rudimentary stone arrows could not keep pace with his growing prowess. Thus, he resolved to create a new assortment of arrows, not limited to mere stone, but encompassing various types. Only in this manner can one inflict harm upon a beast of the saber-toothed tiger's caliber. The spines of wild porcupines, the fangs of wolves, the teeth of wild dogs, an array of sharp objects, along with the formidable teeth of beasts, lay before Lin Qing on the table. Subsequently, Lin Qing produced some animal hides and placed them upon the table as well. As for the more abundant materials, such as wood and stone, they were directly set upon the ground. The next step was to forge these arrows. Stone arrows were indispensable, for the sharp elements found on wild beasts were rather scarce. Only the stones Lin Qing had brought were plentiful. Nevertheless, crafting arrowheads from these materials would yield a considerable quantity. Naturally, the shafts of the arrows would be fashioned from wood. Using other materials, such as stone, would render the arrows unwieldy. If Lin Qing were to use stone for the shafts, he would likely find himself gasping for breath before even launching an attack, given the exhaustion such arrows would entail. Due to the ample resources at hand, Lin Qing, who had previously crafted stone arrows without adding feather fletchings, decided to incorporate them this time. This enhancement would significantly reduce the arrow's susceptibility to environmental influences, particularly when fierce winds swept through the area. Chapter 26. 3 days have passed, catastrophe approaches. Within the wooden cabin, a melodious chime resonated, marking the passage of an afternoon for Lin Qing. During this time, Lin Qing diligently crafted a multitude of arrows. The rudimentary stone arrows he had previously fashioned had now been transformed into exquisite stone projectiles. Additionally, he had produced various other sharp implements, all meticulously converted into arrows. Indeed, with each arrow he crafted, Lin Qing imbued them with unique attributes. Multipliers of damage were no longer a novelty, and even effects such as sedation and poisoning were present on each shaft. Most notably, he discovered a characteristic named Blazing Inferno on one of the arrows. This revelation sparked the idea of creating incendiary arrows, colloquially termed fire arrows. Subsequently, Lin Qing sought the culinary genius Zhao Lu, from whom he acquired fats and oils derived from wild beasts to serve as fuel for his fire arrows. Binding them with animal hides, the fire arrows were completed. Naturally, each fire arrow bore the Blazing Inferno attribute, igniting fiercely upon contact with flammable materials. Even when striking the ground, which may be composed of non-flammable earth, they would create a fire circle with a diameter of 1 meter. However, if shot into water, the oil would float, transforming a vast expanse of water into a raging inferno. Once all the arrows were meticulously crafted, Lin Qing turned to survey the wooden cabin, now brimming with arrows. He resolved to have Wang Er and the others transport additional timber, stones, and black mud to construct a dedicated armory for weapon storage. As the final touches were made, twilight began to descend softly upon the land. The afternoon had slipped away almost unnoticed. After exiting the wooden cabin, Lin Qing made his way to the stable. Having not seen Zhu Ying and Xiao by all afternoon, concerned they might be feeling neglected, he glanced at the sky. True darkness would not arrive for another hour. Seizing the moment, he decided to take Zhu Ying and Xiao by for a brief excursion. However, as he reflected on the time, Lin Qing noted that he had not encountered Wang Wu during his visit to the farmhouse. Ordinarily, Wang Wu would have returned by now, yet the encroaching night revealed no sign of him. Pondering the situation yielded no clarity, prompting Lin Qing to mount Zhu Ying and venture into the vicinity with Xiao Bai, hoping to cross paths with the exploring Wang Wu. Sitting atop Zhu Ying, Lin Qing moved forward at a leisurely pace, while Xiao Bai pranced excitedly alongside him. Had Zhu Ying not been burdened with Lin Qing, it too would likely have bounded ahead like Xiao Bai, despite the exuberance of his companions. A weight of worry settled in Lin Qing's heart, akin to a stone pressing down upon his chest. Lin Qing sensed that a significant event was imminent, and it was somehow connected to Wang Wu, who had been absent for some time. With this thought in mind, Lin Qing urged Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai to hasten their pace, gradually advancing deeper into the forest surrounding the wooden cabin, hoping to encounter Wang Wu, who was out exploring. As Lin Qing sat atop Zhu Ying, urging it to move swiftly, Xiao Bai suddenly barked beside them. In the past, Lin Qing would have paused to inquire about Xiao Bai's concerns regarding their surroundings. However, with pressing matters awaiting resolution, he had no time to address Xiao Bai's barking. Moreover, Xiao Bai's vocalizations often indicated the presence of wild beasts nearby. As dusk approached, the creatures of the forest would undoubtedly become more active, prompting Xiao Bai's alarm. Noticing Lin Qing's indifference, Xiao Bai accelerated and positioned itself directly in front of Zhu Ying. Had it not been for Xiao Bai's conspicuous coloration in the encroaching darkness, Zhu Ying might have charged forward. Observing Xiao Bai's peculiar behavior, Lin Qing dismounted to inquire what had caught its attention. As he descended, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses, intensely fresh, as if it had just emerged. Barking again, Xiao Bai trotted over to Lin Qing, barking twice before tugging at his trousers, urging him to follow. Xiao Bai then made its way toward the rear, and without hesitation, Lin Qing took Zhu Ying along, trailing behind. As he followed Xiao Bai, Lin Qing sensed something was amiss, not in the sense of nearby beasts, but rather an ominous feeling that something significant was about to unfold. After walking for about a minute, Xiao Bai's barks resonated once more from ahead. Without a moment's thought, Lin Qing hurried to Xiao Bai's side, where, to his astonishment, lay a corpse. Though the surroundings were dim, Lin Qing was unequivocally certain that this was indeed a body. The scent of blood grew more potent, accompanied by a sticky sensation beneath his feet. In the encroaching darkness of the forest, encountering a corpse would terrify anyone. Yet just as Lin Qing prepared to leave, the corpse spoke. Though its voice was faint, Lin Qing discerned the words clearly. "Boss, is it you? Help! Help me cough." Listening intently, Lin Qing realized that the individual before him was not truly deceased. More accurately, this was not a mere corpse, but a remarkably weakened person still clinging to life. In light of this situation, Lin Qing hastily retrieved a makeshift fire starter. After a few forceful breaths, the fire starter ignited, casting a faint glow around the surroundings. Through this illumination, Lin Qing discerned the visage of the individual before him, Wang Wu. But how had Wang Wu come to resemble this? Could his tardiness be attributed to? Furthermore, Lin Qing recalled hearing this person utter desperate pleas for help. It was indeed Wang Wu. Everything began to fall into place. However, in that moment, Lin Qing refrained from dwelling on these thoughts. Instead, he fetched herbs for hemostasis and pain relief, briefly tending to Wang Wu's injuries. He then prepared to have Xiao Bai carry Wang Wu toward the wooden cabin. Yet, as Lin Qing cradled Wang Wu and ready to place him atop Xiao Bai, a piece of parchment in Wang Wu's grasp caught his eye. Before Lin Qing could seize the parchment, Wang Wu suddenly relinquished his hold, allowing Lin Qing to catch it. Without hesitation, Lin Qing unfurled the parchment. Yet, upon revealing the 8 characters inscribed upon it, Lin Qing felt a tremor of foreboding within him. 3 days have passed. Catastrophe is imminent. Chapter 27. All hands on deck. 3 days have passed. Catastrophe approaches. Lin Qing gazed at the 8 bold characters inscribed on the parchment in his hand, finally comprehending the source of his earlier unease. Though these characters were merely a simple phrase, the depth of their implications extended far beyond mere words. 3 days. From the moment Lin Qing and humanity first arrived in this realm, today marked the 3rd day, a day that was rapidly drawing to a close. The phrase, 3 days have passed, was a clear indication that today was indeed winding down, which elucidated the ominous declaration, catastrophe approaches. The impending disaster was set to arrive tomorrow. With a deep breath, Lin Qing resolved to swiftly return and share this alarming news with Wang Er and the others. He carefully secured Wang Wu atop the sturdy back of Xiao Bai, then mounted the steed Juing, heading in the direction of their wooden cabin. Despite the encroaching darkness, the presence of Xiao Bai ensured that their journey back would pose no issues. Additionally, the peculiar blue grasses entwined around the bases of the towering trees in the forest served as natural lanterns, illuminating their path and preventing them from stumbling in the dark. Fortunately, Lin Qing had not strayed too far from the cabin, and soon he spotted the flickering flames of their fire pit and torches. In the enveloping night, even the slightest spark became conspicuous, let alone a blazing flame. "Boss, you've finally returned." Upon hearing the sound of hoofbeats, Wang Er hurriedly emerged from the dining area. His heart felt a weight lift upon recognizing Lin Qing atop the wild steed, yet another worry still lingered. Boss, Wang Wu has yet to return." Wang Er approached Lin Qing, who had just dismounted from Juing, his voice laden with urgency. It was impossible not to feel anxious with one of their own missing. However, Lin Qing, standing before his companions, remained the calmest of them all, for the missing Wang Wu was none other than the very individual resting upon Xiao Bai's back. "Understood. Do not fret too much. Zheng Shi, quickly fetch some healing herbs, the finest you have. No questions, just bring them." Lin Qing addressed his companions for a moment before shifting his focus to Zheng Shi. Indeed, Lin Qing was determined to aid Wang Wu. In haste, he called for Xiao Bai and gently laid Wang Wu on the wooden plank that had been prepared nearby. As Lin Qing placed Wang Wu upon the wooden board, Wang Er and the others finally comprehended why their leader remained so composed despite the absence of news regarding Wang Wu's return. It was, in fact, their leader who had brought Wang Wu back. Upon observing the numerous wounds upon Wang Wu's body, they understood why their leader had instructed Zheng Shi to fetch medicinal supplies. The severity of Wang Wu's injuries, evidently inflicted by wild beasts, suggested that they were likely caused by wolves or wild dogs, as indicated by the deep gashes. Additionally, the lacerations from branches and thorns, along with his drenched clothing, attested to the harrowing struggle Wang Wu had endured to escape the jaws of those feral creatures. Before long, Zheng Shi returned with the necessary medicinal supplies. The subsequent care was entrusted entirely to him, for Zheng Shi was a skilled pharmacist, proficient in both the art of potion making and emergency aid. Managing wounds and treating contusions was well within his expertise. Furthermore, Wang Er and his companions had procured some salt mines during their foraging expedition, which, after being refined by the culinary master Zhao Lu, had transformed into fine salt. Approaching the quality of ordinary table salt, Zheng Shi skillfully combined this fine salt with water to create a saline solution. He then used this solution to cleanse Wang Wu's wounds, swiftly removing the filth embedded within them. Afterward, he applied the concocted medicine and proceeded to bandage the injuries. What once was a blood-soaked Wang Wu was now nearly encased in layers of bandages, meticulously crafted by Zheng Shi from thatch, fibers, and wood. As a pharmacist, he was well equipped for such tasks. Although Wang Wu appeared gravely injured, with sufficient rest, he would surely recover fully. After all, the potion prepared by Zheng Shi was no ordinary remedy. Once Wang Er and the others had safely delivered Wang Wu to the cottage, they returned to the dining hall, for they had yet to partake of any sustenance. Lin Qing was in a similar predicament. He had intended to take Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai for a leisurely stroll, but had not anticipated the unfolding events. Thankfully, everything had been resolved. With that, it was time to address a matter of great importance. However, before doing so, it was essential to fill their bellies. Lin Qing seized the roasted thigh meat, generously seasoned, and began to feast. The foragers, Wang Er and his companions, had returned not only with resources, but also with a variety of plants and game. As directed by Chef Zhao Lu, without such provisions, the assortment of seasonings would not have been possible. With the addition of spices, the flavor of the roasted meat was far from monotonous. Additionally, Chef Zhao Lu had gathered wild fruits during his own foraging expeditions. Thus, after the meal, indulging in a wild fruit would ensure a more balanced diet, promoting their well-being as they navigated life in the forest. Before long, the meat roasting over the fire had been entirely consumed. Once the meal was concluded, Lin Qing proceeded to share the contents inscribed on the parchment held earlier by Wang Wu with Wang Er and the other 6 individuals. Subsequently, he retrieved the parchment and handed it to Wang Er for their perusal. As they laid eyes upon the text upon the parchment, a collective gasp escaped their lips. Was calamity truly looming on the horizon? While Wang Er and his companions scrutinized the parchment, Lin Qing took a moment to glance at the World Chat channel, curious if others had received the same news. However, upon opening the channel, he was met with an unending stream of vitriol. The source of this ire stemmed from individuals proclaiming the disaster was imminent the following day. Observing the relentless barrage of insults, Lin Qing found himself at a loss for words. Did no one genuinely believe this warning? With this thought in mind, Lin Qing decided to contribute to the World Chat channel, expressing his earlier sentiment. Almost instantaneously, upon sending his message, the once vibrant chat channel fell eerily silent, as if no discourse had ever taken place. It was quiet, profoundly quiet. Yet, after a minute had elapsed, the World channel erupted once more into fervent activity. Chapter 28, Global Trade, Profiting 5 Luminous Pearls. Observing the re-energized World Chat channel, Lin Qing nearly erupted in laughter. The turnaround was astonishingly swift. Just moments ago, it was rife with scorn, and now, indeed, since the esteemed expert has proclaimed it, calamity is certainly on the horizon tomorrow. The previous speaker is absolutely correct. I can affirm this. A disaster is undoubtedly impending. I comprehend the reasoning. Yet with only a rudimentary stone axe at my disposal, how shall I endure this impending catastrophe? I seek strategies, awaiting your guidance online. Fear not. Simply barter your valuable possessions with others. I must confess this to you. Yet should you find yourself intrigued, I invite you to peruse my wares. Previously a torrent of incessant vitriol, the atmosphere has now transformed into expressions of gratitude. However, the objects of their appreciation are not those who first disseminated the news, but rather Lin Qing. As for the individual who initially shared this information, they now find themselves in a state of despair. Having generously informed everyone of this significant event, they were met with scorn, not only directed at themselves but also at their ancestors. Oh dear. Nevertheless, due to Lin Qing's recent announcement, the disheartened individual felt a modicum of relief. For at least now, no one was directing their ire toward them. Just as Lin Qing was preparing to exit, a particular message in the World Chat captured Lin Qing's attention. Esteemed expert, do you have any equipment for sale? I can exchange my luminous pearls. This statement sent ripples through the world chat channel, igniting fervor among the onlookers. An array of responses erupted, clamoring for the opportunity, with some inquiring if the individual trading luminous pearls required accessories, and others brazenly asking if they needed someone to warm their bed. Naturally, Lin Qing glossed over the subsequent messages, but the one regarding the exchange of luminous pearls for equipment left a lasting impression. Luminous pearls, indeed, are worth exchanging. How could one possibly pass up such an opportunity? Since arriving in this realm, Lin Qing had never encountered such a treasure. Even if these luminous pearls serve no other purpose, their utility as a source of illumination would be a splendid choice. Having made up his mind, Lin Qing promptly responded, "All right, I'm in. No problem. Please state your offer." These few simple words ignited a surge of excitement in the individual proposing the exchange. They hastily replied, "Great. Esteemed expert, I have sent you a trade request." "Very well." Gazing at the message from the other party, Lin Qing did not have time to ponder before a trade notification appeared before his eyes. The other party, by Qin, is offering 2 luminous pearls in exchange for your 7 intermediate stone axes. Do you confirm this trade? Note, if you lack equivalent materials, you may negotiate with the other party privately to seek their consent for an alternative exchange. Upon reading this trade information, Lin Qing couldn't help but shake his head. He did not possess what Bai Qin desired for the exchange. However, when Lin Qing saw the prompt below, he could only send a message to the other party. "I do not possess the intermediate stone axe you desire. Would you accept a fine stone axe in exchange?" On the other side, Bai Qin, having waited anxiously for some time, feared that Lin Qing had changed his mind. Just as despair began to settle in, she suddenly received a message from Lin Qing, not regarding the trade, but proposing an exchange for a fine stone axe. A fine stone axe. This was an item of superior quality, elevated 2 tiers above the intermediate stone axe. Note, the classification of items is as follows, from lowest to highest: crude, low grade, ordinary, intermediate, advanced, fine, master, perfect, legendary. Staring at the message from Lin Qing, Bai Qin was momentarily stunned. However, just as Lin Qing was about to send a question mark, Bai Qin, controlling her excitement, replied with a simple "okay." Nevertheless, she had adjusted her initial offer of 2 luminous pearls to 5. After all, a fine stone axe, whether for combat or resource gathering, was an exceptional piece of equipment. Offering 5 luminous pearls in exchange was an absolute bargain. For Bai Qin, these pearls were merely used as light sources, serving no other purpose. Upon noticing that the luminous pearls had been increased to 5, Lin Qing decided to amend his offer from 7 fine stone axes to 10. After all, this transaction was equally advantageous for him. A fine stone axe? Surely, it was something one could craft with one's own hands. On the other side, Bai Qin nearly fainted upon seeing Lin Qing's revised trade proposal. But she hurriedly completed the trade, offering her thanks before exiting the global chat channel. Time was no longer on her side. She had to prepare to withstand the calamity that was to unfold the next day, lest she perish without understanding how it had happened. Although she had acquired excellent equipment, she could not afford to meet her end before even utilizing it, as that would be a considerable loss. After concluding the trade, Lin Qing also exited the global chat channel. Meanwhile, the farmers, having finished their discussions, confidently assured Lin Qing, "Rest assured, boss, we will protect you with our lives." Lying in the cottage, Wang Wu's lips quivered, seemingly echoing the sentiments. "Rest assured, boss, we will protect you with our lives." After giving some instructions, Lin Qing returned to the wooden cabin. Wang Er and the others, upon hearing Lin Qing's words, did not return to the cottage for rest. Instead, under the guidance of Zhang San, Li Si, and Wu Jiao, they began crafting a series of traps and wooden barricades for defense. After all, no one knew what would transpire next. Only by making thorough preparations could they hope to survive the impending disaster. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Lin Qing did not succumb to sleep. Even if he wished to, slumber eluded him at that moment. Thus, he moved directly to the workbench, commencing the crafting of equipment to bolster the strength of himself and the farmers, should those farmers meet their demise. Lin Qing's days would no longer be as leisurely as they were now. Materials were gathered by some, food was prepared by others, potions were concocted, and weapons were forged by skilled hands. This is undoubtedly a state of tranquility. Thus, Lin Qing decided to craft some equipment to upgrade the tools currently possessed by the farmers. With a resounding clang, Lin Qing's tools struck rhythmically, and before long, he held a stone sword in his grasp. Although it did not appear particularly sharp, this stone sword was imbued with remarkable attributes: 10-fold sharpness, 20-fold damage, 20-fold durability, and 10-fold portability. Each of these attributes breathed new life into the sword. This stone sword was no longer an ordinary weapon. Moreover, it was not merely one attribute that Lin Qing had enhanced. He had successfully infused all 4 attributes into this singular blade. The creation of this stone sword was a simple task for Lin Qing. Yet one sword would hardly suffice, for there were several farmers present. Furthermore, each farmer had their own unique skills, and Lin Qing was determined to craft a suitable weapon for each of them. Chapter 29. Just finished dinner, and the big one arrived. Ding ding. Bang bang. After half an hour of diligent effort, 9 distinct weapons appeared on the workbench. Although these weapons were crafted from stone, one glance at them would dispel any doubts about the damage they could inflict. Each weapon was of exquisite quality: an exquisite stone sword, an exquisite dagger, an exquisite stone knife, an exquisite short sword, an exquisite stone fist, an exquisite tang knife. Each piece was a masterpiece in its own right. However, despite having been fashioned by Lin Qing, these stone weapons required further refinement to fully showcase their potential. With this thought in mind, Lin Qing set off towards the forge with the weapons in tow. The forge not far away remained illuminated, and the rhythmic sound of hammering occasionally echoed through the stillness. In the quiet of the surrounding forest, the continuous clang of the hammer seemed jarringly out of place. Yet within this woodland, apart from Lin Qing and the 9 farmers, there was no one else around. Otherwise, the sound would surely have drawn attention, and Lin Qing would have likely noticed them long ago. Inside the forge, Zhou Ba was still busy refining the iron from the ore. The hammering sound was produced by Zhou Ba as he worked the iron. At that moment, Lin Qing entered the forge just as Zhou Ba finished hammering the iron, tossing it back into the furnace to continue the smelting process, aiming to extract iron that was either free of impurities or contained minimal impurities. Only in this way could the weapons crafted from this iron become sharper and more durable. "Boss, you're here," Zhou Ba exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow after placing the iron into the furnace. He turned to face Lin Qing. Lin Qing, foregoing pleasantries, stated his purpose directly. "I have some stone tools I've made. Could you polish them for me? We don't have much iron at the moment, so we'll have to make do with these stone tools for now." "All right, boss." Zhou Ba, initially curious about Lin Qing carrying so many stone implements into the forge, soon realized it was merely a request for polishing. It was a trivial task indeed. However, before Zhou Ba could take the stone tools for polishing, Lin Qing quickly added, "Be careful with the edges of these stone implements. They're quite sharp." Sure. Zhou Ba seemed to brush off Lin Qing's caution, for to him, these were merely stone tools. No matter how sharp they were, could they possibly rival the sharpness of the most inferior iron sword? Thus, Zhou Ba casually picked up the stone tools laid out on the table, and as fate would have it, his hand inadvertently grazed the blade of stone arrow, resulting in a deep gash. As he gazed at his palm enveloped in blood, Zhou Ba couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, staring incredulously at the stone tools before him. He had not anticipated that these implements would be as Lin Qing had described, exceptionally sharp. Without further contemplation, Zhou Ba hastily applied the hemostatic medication he carried with him, wrapping his wound with care. After attending to his injury, he looked somewhat sheepishly at Lin Qing and said, Boss, cough. Lin Qing, however, had no intention of mocking him, for this predicament was entirely within his expectations. Indeed, to what degree could the sharpness of stone tools be measured? They were likely inferior to even the most rudimentary iron sword. Yet, the stone tools crafted by Lin Qing were no ordinary implements. They possessed unique attributes that rendered them incomparable to those inferior iron swords. "Is your wound serious?" Lin Qing inquired, observing Zhou Ba's discomfort. After all, he considered Zhou Ba one of his own and felt a semblance of concern. Upon hearing Lin Qing's lack of reproach, Zhou Ba quickly assured him, "Rest assured, boss. It's nothing. I will finish polishing these stone tools shortly." He waved his injured hand in the air to demonstrate that all was well. "Very well," Lin Qing replied, refraining from saying more. After imparting some additional instructions to Zhou Ba, he departed from the forge. The hour was late, and the following day promised to be anything but ordinary. Whether it would bring forth ancient beasts, inclement weather, or a tumult of creatures remained uncertain. All Lin Qing could do was rest and restore his vitality to its peak, enhancing his chances for whatever lay ahead. The night passed in silence. Lin Qing rested well in the wooden cabin, while Zhou Ba, after finishing the polishing of the stone tools entrusted to him by Lin Qing, also sought rest. Morning arrived swiftly, as if merely a blink of an eye had passed, and the dawn light began to brighten the surroundings. However, despite the illumination, nothing stirred and no events transpired. This day unfolded with an air of tranquility, devoid of any sense of impending disaster. Upon emerging from their dwelling, Lin Qing and Wang Er surveyed the unchanged environment, noticing the absence of any ferocious beasts, their minds swirling with perplexity. Was it not foretold that 3 days have passed, and calamity shall descend? How could today appear so similar to the days before? No, it was evident that there had been not the slightest alteration. Everything remained as it was. Observing the serene surroundings, Lin Qing refrained from overthinking, for the heavy sensation in his heart was not to be underestimated. The calamity had not yet arrived. It simply awaited its appointed time. Though calm now, this tranquility was merely the prelude to the storm. Let's not dwell on this any longer. It's time to eat, Lin Qing remarked to the dazed Wang Er and the others, before making his way toward the dining hall. After exchanging glances, Wang Er and the others followed Lin Qing without hesitation. Since nothing unusual had occurred, they resolved to proceed as usual. The fire pit in the dining area flared to life swiftly, although the flames were modest in size. Beside the fire, instead of meat, there lay an iron grate adorned with neatly arranged dough pieces. Indeed, these doughs were the result of Chef Zhao Lu's earlier quest for ingredients, where he discovered something akin to wheat. Upon returning, he ground it into flour, which he then transformed into dough, wrapping it around the meticulously prepared meat. Ultimately, this resulted in the delightful dough resting on the iron grate. Lin Qing observed Chef Zhao Lu skillfully preparing the food, silently marveling at his ingenuity. Truly, Chef Zhao Lu was deserving of his title. The ability to conceive and create such a dish was remarkable. His cooking technique was equally refined. Lin Qing recognized this delicacy. It was none other than the beloved roasted buns. Although currently grilled on a grate, the method bore a striking resemblance to the traditional preparation of roasted buns. After 5 minutes, Chef Zhao Lu placed the iron grate on a nearby table, addressing Lin Qing and Wang Er with enthusiasm. "Boss, everyone, come and taste this. It's my latest invention, the roasted meat bun. Excellent, excellent." Wang Er and the others could hardly contain their excitement. Yet, they awaited Lin Qing to take the first roasted meat bun before they indulged. Lin Qing merely uttered a soft not because the roasted meat bun was lacking, but rather because it was so delicious that she had no time to articulate further. Wang Er and the others were so engrossed that they didn't even manage a sound, ravenously devouring the roasted meat buns laid out on the wooden platter. Meanwhile, Chef Zhao Lu, still at work crafting more roasted meat buns, felt a profound satisfaction. For a chef, the appreciation of one's culinary creations was unparalleled joy. Half an hour later, Lin Qing and her companions were thoroughly satiated. Even the horses, Zhuing and Xiao Bai, were exhilarated after partaking of the roasted meat buns. Breakfast time had elapsed, yet just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through the surroundings. Chapter 30. The Saber-toothed Tiger Assault. Charge with me. What was once a tranquil forest was suddenly engulfed by a tempest. The towering trees within were swayed violently by the fierce winds. Had it not been for the support of neighboring giants, many of these majestic trees would have succumbed to the storm, transforming this verdant expanse into barren land. Earlier that morning, the World Chat channel revealed no signs of disturbance in the forest, yet this abrupt turn of events silenced the chatter of many. For the current situation can only be interpreted as a harbinger of calamity. No, the disaster has already descended. Those who had constructed their wooden abodes atop the trees or on elevated ground were particularly unfortunate. In the tumultuous sky, only those at a higher elevation could truly experience the raw essence of the raging winds. Nevertheless, Individuals situated on flat or lower terrain were not entirely devoid of the tempest's effects. They simply felt its impact less severely. After all, in contrast to the wooden homes and their occupants being swept away by the gusts, those safely ensconced in their grounded dwellings were indeed fortunate. Fortunately for Lin Qing, his abode was situated on level ground. Although the winds exerted some influence, it must be noted that Lin Qing's surroundings were now piled high with resources gathered by Wang Er and his companions, forming a small mountain. The fierce winds could not reach Lin Qing's wooden house. Even if they did, they would merely manifest as a gentle breeze. Moreover, the stones and timber had been reinforced the previous night by Zhang San and his team, while they constructed traps and wooden barricades, effectively safeguarding against any unforeseen circumstances. And indeed, an unexpected event had occurred. Zhang San and his companions silently rejoiced, grateful for their foresight in fortifying the towering stocks of materials. Had those resources been scattered by the tempest, their situation would have been dire. Fortunately, such a calamity did not transpire, marking the best possible outcome. At Lin Qing's wooden abode, a refreshing breeze occasionally swept through, creating a most pleasant atmosphere. One might speculate that aside from Lin Qing's sanctuary, only those dwelling in caves would enjoy similar comforts. Outside, the winds howled, yet within, a gentle zephyr caressed the interior. Simultaneously, due to the tempest, the world chat channel erupted with frantic messages. "Someone help me. My wood house just got blown away. I'm still up in the tree. It's so high, so cold. I am itehified, sobi. So lucky. Thankfully, my house is in the cave, otherwise. Hey, don't come near. Brother upstairs, what happened? Shouldn't you be safe there?" Amidst the cascade of inquiries flooding the chat, the one who had screamed remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of this world, within a cave at the foot of a mountain, several wolves with crimson eyes were gnawing on the remnants of food strewn upon the ground. Due to these foods, the ground gradually became tainted with blood, transforming into a crimson expanse. The tempest did not merely affect humanity. In this world, wild wolves, feral dogs, and saber-toothed tigers were equally influenced. The surrounding temperature also began to plummet. This was precisely why the wild wolves ventured toward the cave, though they were unaware that upon arriving, they would be unexpectedly treated to a meal. The tempest wreaked havoc on the world. In areas of the forest where trees were sparse, numerous trees were toppled, crushing those unfortunate enough to be beneath them. The beasts grew increasingly agitated, roaming in search of prey. Lin Qing's domain, too, faced the onslaught of wild animals. But these were not mere dogs or wolves. They were saber-toothed tigers. Not just a few, but a staggering 30 of them. However, each of these tigers bore wounds, some severe, evidently fresh, with blood still oozing from them. It was clear that these injuries were inflicted by the wooden barricades or other defenses set up by Zhang San and his companions. Otherwise, the saber-toothed tigers would not harbor such animosity towards Lin Qing and his group. Having not yet tasted flesh, they found themselves in such a predicament. Anyone in their position would be furious. Yet, observing these 30 saber-toothed tigers, Lin Qing felt no trepidation. Rather, a sense of amusement welled up within him. Were these tigers truly intent on attacking him, or were they merely delivering provisions? After all, the two large fangs of a saber-toothed tiger were exceedingly rare treasures. Although Lin Qing had previously faced saber-toothed tigers without inflicting significant damage, the current situation was markedly different. His equipment had been upgraded. Mastercraft iron swords, exquisite stone arrows, and arrows made from the claws of other beasts were now at his disposal. Moreover, each of Wang Er and his companions wielded fine stone tools, augmented by the attributes of these weapons. Engaging with these 30 saber-toothed tigers would be effortless. Wang Er and the others harbored no fear of injury, for just yesterday afternoon, Zhou Ba from the forge had crafted several pieces of leather armor. With these armors to withstand the beast's attacks, they faced no issues whatsoever. Roar! At this moment, the saber-toothed tigers could no longer contain their fury and let out a collective roar, charging toward Lin Qing. Whoosh! 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 As this pack of saber-toothed tigers surged forward, Lin Qing knocked his specially crafted arrows to his bow, releasing them one after another towards the advancing tigers. Although this group was notably stronger than those Lin Qing had previously encountered, upon being struck by his arrows, they fell to the ground. overwhelmed by the tremendous impact and force, nearly succumbing on the spot. However, the saber-toothed tiger possessed an extraordinarily robust physique, although it nearly cost them their lives. They continued to charge towards Lin Qing. Meanwhile, Wang Er and his companions brandished the stone tools crafted by Lin Qing and surged forward. The 6 farmers, Wang Er, Zhang San, Li Si, Sun Qi, Zhou Ba, and Wu Jiao, gripped their weapons tightly as they advanced against the saber-toothed tigers. Little Bai, too, joined the fray alongside Wang Er and the others. Had Wang Wu not been recuperating in the cottage, he surely would have joined them as well. The culinary expert Zhao Lu and the timid Zheng Shi lacked combat prowess, and thus Lin Qing refrained from sending them into battle. It would be an unwise gamble to expose them to the dangers posed by the saber-toothed tigers, as any unforeseen mishap could lead to dire consequences. Confronted by the advancing saber-toothed tigers, Lin Qing sheathed his bow and arrows. Although he had not dispatched the beasts instantly, the 5 or 6 arrows he had previously loosed had inflicted considerable injuries upon them. Zhu, upon hearing Lin Qing's call, Zhu immediately sprang into action and dashed to his side. Lin Qing regarded Zhu briefly before mounting, drawing forth his master-crafted iron sword, and charging boldly towards the group of saber-toothed tigers ahead. Chapter 31. The cornered beast fights back, yet still faces destruction. With a swift motion, Lin Qing, mounted on the steed Zhu, wielded his masterfully crafted iron sword. Although the blade seemed to merely graze the saber-toothed tiger's flank, a deep gash emerged upon its removal. Once a robust creature, the saber-toothed tiger now lay grievously wounded. In an instant, the faithful companion, Shabby, charged forth to deliver the final blow, its jaws wide open, poised to tear into the injured beast. Stripped of its capacity to resist, the saber-toothed tiger collapsed, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Thus, in a seamless display of teamwork, Lin Qing, Shabby, and their steadfast partnership brought down this formidable foe with ease. For Lin Qing, dispatching these saber-toothed tigers was akin to slicing through vegetables. Meanwhile, Wang Er and his comrades faced a similar fate, as several of the advancing tigers fell victim to their coordinated assault. Armed with primitive weapons, they struck fiercely at the encroaching beasts, and soon enough, one saber-toothed tiger lay lifeless upon the ground. In no time, over half of the 30 saber-toothed tigers had been vanquished by Lin Qing and Wang Er's group. The remaining tigers began to show signs of retreat. How could they not? In such a brief span, they had witnessed the demise of their kin, rendering any further resistance futile. Exchanging glances, the remaining dozen saber-toothed tigers collectively grasped their fate. Escape was not only necessary, but imperative. With their hearts filled with trepidation, thoughts of defiance evaporated. Lin Qing, astride Zhu, was acutely aware of the tiger's intentions, as were Zhang San and the other skilled hunters accompanying him. Silently, the trio began to reposition themselves, not to rest, but to encircle the remaining saber-toothed tigers. Abundant treasures awaited, particularly the exposed, formidable fangs that were essential for crafting superior equipment. Hence, it was vital that these tigers be captured. After all, no one would ever disdain the value of their possessions. The saber-toothed tigers emitted low growls, an obvious attempt to intimidate Lin Qing and his companions, signaling their prowess. Yet with the majority of their kind already felled, what fear could Lin Qing and his allies harbor? The growls transformed into furious roars, a clear indication that escape was imminent. Unperturbed, Lin Qing, along with Xiao Bai and Wang Er, continued their advance toward the remaining saber-toothed tigers, undaunted by the prospect of their flight. As the pack of saber-toothed tigers retreated, they inadvertently caught sight of Zhang San and his companions stealthily approaching from behind. Though they were merely 3 in number, the palpable aura exuded by these hunters was not something the tigers could withstand, particularly as the tigers had already lost the will to fight. The group of saber-toothed tigers froze, caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. Should they approach, 3 hunters awaited them, despite their small number. Charging forward would be tantamount to courting death for the tigers. Conversely, retreating meant facing 4 others behind them, notably Lin Qing, who had recently demonstrated his prowess by slaying a saber-toothed tiger with a single stroke, leaving a lasting impression on their minds. The thought of charging toward him was equally fatal. Although the intelligence of the saber-toothed tigers was not particularly high, they could still discern the risks on both sides. Lin Qing stood alone as the formidable force on one side, while the other side boasted 3 hunters. Thus, at that moment, the tigers made their decision. They would charge towards Lin Qing and flee from the hunters behind them. After all, no beast would willingly confront hunters, especially not 3 of them. With a fierce roar, the saber-toothed tigers charged towards Lin Qing, their fear replaced by a resolute determination. Trapped as they were, their only hope for survival lay in overcoming the humans. This suited Lin Qing just fine. Observing the tigers rushing towards him, he remained unfazed, even feeling a sense of satisfaction. Had the tigers chosen to attack Zhang, San, and his companions, it was uncertain whether they would have been able to halt their advance. However, with the tigers now targeting him, it seemed they were intent on ensuring his permanent presence in this spot. Did they truly wish to remain here forever? Yet felt too bashful to admit it, thus opting to attack him instead? In that moment, Lin Qing's mind was filled with questions regarding the tiger's behavior. Yet, despite his confusion, he knew he must confront the approaching tigers. Onward, he commanded Wang Er and the others, including Zhu Ying and Xiaobai, before giving Zhu Ying a gentle nudge to signal forward. With a resounding neigh, Zhu Ying understood Lin Qing's intent and charged towards the advancing saber-toothed tigers. Although a wild horse, and thus perceived as prey by the tigers, Zhu Ying felt no fear with Lin Qing riding on its back. Xiaobai, who had previously slain several of the tigers, shared the same fearless spirit. Seeing their leader charge ahead, Wang Er and the others had no intention of remaining stationary. With a fierce roar, they charged towards the saber-toothed tigers ahead, exuding an impressive aura. Although the dozen saber-toothed tigers sensed the looming threat and contemplated retreat, they found themselves trapped with no avenue for escape. The phrase "cornered beasts still fight" aptly described their predicament. Now, their sole option was to confront Lin Qing and his companions head-on. However, the outcome mirrored previous encounters. The saber-toothed tigers fell like ripe fruit before Lin Qing and his allies. Observing the 30 lifeless forms of the tigers, Lin Qing felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Having previously pondered how to procure more saber-toothed tigers to harvest their valuable resources, the timely appearance of 30 of them seemed like a fortuitous boon for replenishing his supplies. Yet, it was Zhou Ba, the blacksmith, who reveled the most in this bounty. Nothing delighted him more than the sight of such an abundance of forging materials. However, just as Lin Qing and Wang Er prepared to clear away the saber-toothed tigers, peculiar white substances began to manifest upon ground. Simultaneously, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted dramatically. Chapter 32. The world enveloped in snow, a method to prosper. Even though the winds did not howl through Lin Qing's wooden cabin, a tempest had nonetheless arisen. This gale was not a mere breeze from the side, but rather swept down from above at an angle. Amidst this fierce wind, not only did it howl, but it also carried with it a flurry of white snowflakes. The once gentle dusting of the ground had transformed into a cascade of snowflakes swirling through the air. In the heart of the forest, the higher treetops were already cloaked in a thick layer of snow, their tips turned a ghostly white. Simultaneously, the scant snow on the ground had accumulated to a depth that could barely be measured by a finger's breadth. The arrival of the snow was indeed a marvel. Yet, the sudden drop in temperature from a normal range to such frigid levels was quite extraordinary. Moments ago, the saber-toothed tiger roamed, and now, snowflakes danced down from the heavens. Could this be the catastrophe foretold in the ancient parchment? Lin Qing observed Wang Er and his companions transporting the saber-toothed tiger carcasses, then turned his gaze to the snow that now nearly engulfed his ankles, unable to decipher the unfolding events. Nonetheless, he understood that his immediate task was to retreat to the warmth of the cabin, kindle a roaring fire, and huddle close with Wang Er, Zhu Ying, and Xiaobai. This was essential for survival in such an unexpected chill. Quickly, place the saber-toothed tigers in the kitchen storage. Lin Qing urged, then, let us construct a shelter together. He directly expressed his thoughts to Wang Er and the others. Indeed, Lin Qing intended for these farmers, along with Zhu Ying and Xiaobai, to remain close by, ensuring they all shared warmth, maximizing their chances of survival. Understood, boss, Wang Er replied, feeling the bone-chilling cold, and they hastened their efforts. with Wang Er and the others, along with Zhu, Ying, and Xiao Bai. The 30 saber-toothed tiger carcasses were swiftly transported to the kitchen storage. After depositing the carcasses, Lin Qing did not rush to process them, for in such frigid temperatures, they could be preserved for an extended period without decay. The temperature had plummeted to over 20 degrees below zero, even colder than conventional refrigeration. Thus, the carcasses would not spoil quickly and could be kept until the weather returned to normal. By then, Chef Zhao Lu might have already attended to them before Lin Qing had the chance. Meanwhile, after arranging the carcasses, Wang Er and his team tirelessly began collecting wood and stones from the nearby pile, both to construct a dwelling and to fashion several fire pits. Lin Qing, too, was not idle. He engaged in the cabin's construction, for within its walls resided his entire family. The construction of the fire pit is undoubtedly essential. With the abundance of fire and the gathering of people, it is imperative to establish multiple ventilation openings in this dwelling to ensure a sufficient supply of oxygen within. While constructing the wooden house, Lin Qing also advised the culinary expert Zhao Lu to prepare ample provisions, for in such weather, the concern of food spoilage is non-existent. Additionally, the apothecary Zheng Shi was instructed to bring an assortment of potions and raw materials, enabling the creation of remedies within the confines of this abode. With the assistance of Wang Er and his companions, the house swiftly rose from the ground, and Lin Qing's meticulous craftsmanship rendered it all the more exquisite. Once the construction was complete, the snowfall outside had reached a level capable of engulfing a person entirely. However, with the house now finished, Lin Qing and the others naturally found their way into this newly erected shelter. Wang Wu, who had been recuperating in the first farmhouse, was also brought into this dwelling with the help of Wang Er and the others. To leave Wang Wu behind or allow him to be forgotten would mean a grim fate awaited him. Within this wooden cabin, all necessary amenities were abundantly available, including wooden beds and various furnishings. Even in the corners, a heap of timber and stones was present, not due to a shortage in building materials, but rather because Lin Qing had specifically instructed Wang Er and the others to transport them here. The intent behind relocating these items was driven by Lin Qing's ulterior motives. Once the snowfall enveloped the wooden house and the towering trees surrounding it, these materials would serve their purpose. They would connect the wooden house and the forge, utilizing the timber as supports. As the snow continued to fall in a flurry, Lin Qing's wooden house was visibly becoming buried beneath the white blanket. The lofty trees nearby gradually diminished in stature, eventually vanishing from sight. The entire forest was cloaked in the unexpected snowfall, transforming the world into a winter wonderland. Inside the wooden house, Lin Qing, along with Wang Er, Zhu Ying, and Xiao Bai, gathered around the fire pit, savoring roasted meat while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Even the silent yet spirited Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai joined in the camaraderie. However, Lin Qing remained somewhat detached, absorbed in observing the continuous stream of messages in the World Chat channel. Goodness, why has it suddenly started snowing? It's freezing. I feel as though I've been completely enveloped by snow. Indeed, we are truly buried in snow. Just moments ago, I could barely push open the door to my wooden house. I'm so cold and hungry. Is there anyone who can rescue me? Ha! I have fresh timber and just roasted meat here. Hey, don't go. I'll trade you my ordinary stone axe. Wow. In the chat channel of the world, where lamentations once echoed, a remarkable transformation has occurred during a food exchange. The atmosphere has shifted entirely to discussions of culinary barter. One might trade a chicken leg for 20 pieces of wood or a roasted pig leg for 100. Such transactions abound. Some individuals, emboldened by their ample supplies, even audaciously inflate their demands, seeking to exchange one portion of food for 5, 10, or even 20 times its usual value. What choice do the others have but to acquiesce? To perish from hunger renders their amassed resources utterly futile. What once could have been obtained with a single chicken leg for 20 pieces of wood has now escalated to a staggering 200 pieces. Although those in need of food seethe with indignation, they can only endure in silence. Their food reserves lie tantalizingly close, yet they are trapped within their snowbound wooden shelters, unable to venture out, as the wood meant for fuel has been consumed, leaving no means to melt the snow, blocking their escape. Thus, they are compelled to barter their other possessions for sustenance. Seated comfortably, Lin Qing casually lifted a piece of roasted meat to his lips while perusing the messages in the World Chat channel. An ingenious idea for profit began to take shape in his mind, a method that promised substantial gains. Chapter 33. Opening the passage and astounding all within the Time Chat channel. Many individuals were engaged in trade, transforming what was once inexpensive food into exorbitantly priced commodities. Although these individuals possessed resources, they found themselves confined within their wooden cabins, unable to traverse through the deep snow to retrieve their stored provisions. Consequently, they remained indoors, exchanging other supplies for the food of others. Upon successful transactions, the items would materialize beside them, which elucidated their fervent requests in the chat channel. While they were trapped by the snow, Lin Qing, however, was not confined to a cabin. In fact, he was in his constructed abode, accompanied by his 9 farmers, as well as Ju Ying and Xiao Bai. Moreover, his wooden cabin was replete with ample supplies. Food and timber were in abundance, alleviating any concerns about scarcity. The food replenished energy, while the timber served as fuel for the fire. Yet, these logs could also be utilized to forge passages to the cabin, the smithy, and the kitchen storeroom. With the outside world blanketed in ice and snow, excavating a passage posed no risk of collapse. Furthermore, Lin Qing had an abundance of wood and stone, ensuring the passage would be fortified. Has everyone rested sufficiently? Observing the quiet individuals by the fire, Lin Qing recognized their restlessness. As farmers, their only inclination was to engage in their labor. However, remaining by the fire for an extended period inevitably led to tedium. All right, boss. We're nearly dying of boredom. Wang Er, sitting beside the fire, was the first to rise, exclaiming in exasperation. On the other side, Johnson could no longer remain still. Indeed, boss. Apart from Zheng Shi, who is concocting potions, and Zhao Lu, who is preparing food, the rest of us are on the verge of falling asleep from monotony. Boss, is there something afoot? Observing Wang Er and the others in their state of ennui, Lin Qing proceeded to share his thoughts with them. Initially, he anticipated their disinterest, yet upon concluding his account, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Then let us commence. In the icy realm, excavating beneath the snow posed no concern of collapse. The sole consideration was how to melt or relocate the snow. Others utilized their timber solely for warmth, neglecting its potential to melt the snow. Even if they desired to melt the snow, they could not afford to use excessive wood, who would willingly place an abundance of logs in their cabin. Additionally, the confines of the cabin limited the quantity of wood it could accommodate, regardless of foresight. It is unlikely that anyone would think to construct a grand edifice alone. As Lin Qing does. Boss, we are fully prepared. Within the house, Lin Qing had just instructed Wang Er and the others to split the timber into strips and place them atop the bonfire. Each of them wielded 2 flaming torches. Gazing at Lin Qing, awaiting his command, observing Wang Er and his companions, each holding a torch, Lin Qing was suddenly struck by another concern. The rapid melting of the snow and ice could lead to a collapse. Thus, he quickly addressed them, saying yes. Good. However, there is no need for so many torches. You 2 stay behind to craft some wooden planks and gather stones. Understood, boss. They complied with Lin Qing's orders without hesitation. The 2 placed their timber onto the fire, replenishing its fuel, before commencing the creation of wooden planks. While they toiled, Lin Qing, clutching 2 torches, led Wang Er and the others towards the entrance. The surrounding temperature was exceedingly low, although the flames burned hot. The abundance of ice and snow meant they could only gradually melt the accumulation at the doorway. Were it not for the ample supply of wood at his disposal, Lin Qing might not have made such a decision. Though his cabin and storage were nearby, a miscalculated direction could lead to a shortage of wood, effectively sealing his fate within this icy expanse. Fortunately, he had made adequate preparations in advance. As the torches approached the icy threshold, a faint hissing sound was heard, signaling the melting of the ice. In the eerie silence, even the slightest sound became pronounced. Amidst the warmth of a dozen torches, a sudden crack echoed from outside. Before Wang Er and the others could panic, Lin Qing reassured them, "Do not worry. Nothing has happened outside. The folding door can now be opened." With that, he strode towards the entrance and pulled the door inward. The reason for pulling the door inside was deliberate, Previously, all doors in Lin Qing's residence swung outward. Only this new house had a door that opened inward. With a creak, the wooden door yielded to his pull. As it opened, shards of ice tumbled down, which was precisely why Lin Qing had chosen to warm the door with torches beforehand. Once the door was ajar, the snow and ice outside did not collapse or surge inside, but remained undisturbed, firmly compacted against the threshold. This was precisely why Lin Qing opted to clear a passage at this moment. Had he attempted to breach the barrier before the snow was adequately compacted, the freshly dug opening would have been instantly buried by the encroaching ice. Simultaneously, the interior of the house, with its wooden door ajar, shall be swiftly enveloped by ice and snow. However, there is no cause for concern regarding this eventuality. The immediate task at hand is to melt the ice and snow before us and subsequently reinforce the passageway with the available wooden planks and stones. Without hesitation, Lin Qing, accompanied by Wang Er and the others, set about melting the ice and snow ahead, while the two at the rear fortified the corridor with timber. The melting ice would inevitably produce water, saturating the earthen floor and transforming it into a muddy expanse. Yet, before Lin Qing could instruct them to lay down the planks, the ground, due to the surrounding frigid temperature, instantaneously froze and solidified. The muddy path, it vanished without a trace. Utilizing torches to melt the ice and snow proved to be remarkably efficient. Moreover, the house was replete with ample timber, eliminating any concerns regarding depleting supplies. All the interconnected passages linking the log cabin, smithy, and kitchen storage had been successfully opened. The area available for activity had expanded significantly, no longer restricted to the confines of the large central room. Nevertheless, the most frequented space remained the smithy. This was due to the plethora of tools available, allowing for the creation of entertaining objects during moments of leisure. For instance, Lin Qing, utilizing the tools in the smithy, crafted a simple bamboo dragonfly. Although he had long since tired of such a toy, in the current circumstances of scarcity, possessing such a trinket provided a delightful distraction, particularly for Wang Er and his companions. They had neither played with nor encountered such an item before. Observing this intriguing novelty, their interest was undeniably piqued. Watching Wang Er and the others play with the bamboo dragonfly, Lin Qing also opened the global chat channel and sent a brief greeting. Hello everyone. Chapter 34. The philanthropist, upon sending this phrase to the global chat channel, it fell silent once more, reminiscent of its previous state. Hello everyone. A mere 3 words. Yet they rendered this once vibrant global chat channel abruptly quiet. Lin Qing gazed at the sudden stillness, perplexed. What had he done to warrant such silence? Observing that no messages were forthcoming, he resorted to sending a simpler query. As this symbol appeared in the chat, those who had been momentarily stunned regained their composure. No one had anticipated that the esteemed Lin Qing would choose this moment to communicate in the global chat. For anyone who had engaged in conversation within this channel, the name Lin Qing was unforgettable. In the beginning, he had upgraded his thatch cottage on the first day, followed by the wooden house on the second day, and continued to enhance the wooden house on the third. Almost daily, Lin Qing managed to elevate the wooden house to a higher level. However, now that the entire world was blanketed in heavy snow, he refrained from upgrading the wooden house or summoning more farmers. Were it not for pressing matters demanding his attention, he might have attempted to see if summoning 9 farmers would allow for further summons. Yet, given the pervasive ice and snow, attempting to summon farmers seemed an imprudent choice. Thus, Lin Qing chose not to venture to the wooden house for that purpose. Within the global chat channel, after Lin Qing sent the participants finally regained their senses and began to flood the chat with messages, predominantly concerning Lin Qing himself. Lin Qing, no, esteemed one, please, I am starving and freezing in the wooden house, and the farmers beside me seem to have unsettling looks in their eyes. Indeed, esteemed one, we do not ask for charity. We merely seek an exchange of resources. As for the prices, just offer us something slightly less exorbitant than those opportunists. Eagerly awaiting the esteemed one to list much-needed supplies. Feel free to hurl wood and meat at my face. Lin Qing observed the barrage of messages without responding. Yet, from these exchanges, he discerned a considerable demand for wood and meat, a significant business opportunity. The need for wood was paramount, especially in such frigid conditions. Moreover, in the biting cold, Energy must be replenished to survive, leading to a far greater consumption of meat than usual. Thus, Lin Qing promptly sent a single word into the global chat. Good. Under the fervent encouragement of the crowd, he proceeded to list an assortment of wood and meat in the global marketplace. Regarding the materials to be exchanged, Lin Qing certainly had no need for wood, stone, or meat. After all, one cannot trade for items they already possess. After listing all the wood and meat in the global trading channel, he returned to the world chat channel. Anyone could offer any item for exchange, provided it was something Lin Qing currently desired. As soon as he sent this message, a flurry of replies flooded in. Aye, boss. I have flint. Do you think the boss would be interested in that? Boss, I possess a stone sword. I wonder if it could be of use. What? You have a stone sword? What quality is it? If possible, could we trade? Observing the world chat channel, Lin Qing felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation as people attempted to barter with flint, stones, and even water. Were they truly this naive? However, just as disappointment began to settle in, a particular message captured his attention. Boss, I have several pieces of iron ore. Could we trade for some wood and meat? Without hesitation, Lin Qing replied with a simple good. His prompt agreement stemmed from the fact that the offered item was iron ore, precisely what he needed most at that moment. Moreover, he had some vague recollection of the individual initiating this trade, for they had previously exchanged a stone axe for a luminous pearl. Indeed, this was none other than Bai Qin, the same person from before. Now, seeing Lin Qing's trading announcement in the world chat channel, she was quick to seize the opportunity, knowing that trading with him would yield the greatest benefits for herself, especially during this critical shortage of materials. Bai Qin understood well that Lin Qing would not be interested in ordinary items. Only those that were rare or valuable could entice him to trade. Much like when she had previously exchanged the luminous pearl for a fine stone axe. After acquiring the luminous pearl, Lin Qing had placed it in his wooden cabin as a source of illumination. After all, he couldn't continuously rely on a fire pit inside the house, lest it transform into a steam room. All right, boss. However, I don't have an abundance of iron or only 200 pieces. Before Lin Qing could finish reading this message, the world chat channel erupted with astonished exclamations. 200 pieces of iron ore. Is that not a considerable amount? Is this some kind of humble brag? The world chat channel buzzed with excitement once more. No, to be precise, since Lin Qing's emergence in this global channel, there had scarcely been any moments of silence. The few instances of quietude were primarily due to sheer astonishment. Aside from that, no one refrained from sending messages. Lin Qing gazed at the message sent by Bai Qin, momentarily taken aback by the astonishing revelation of acquiring such a substantial quantity of iron ore. What extraordinary fortune must one possess to achieve this? Having resided in this place for an extended period, Lin Qing had managed to procure merely a smattering of iron ore. And yet, here was someone boasting an impressive 200 units, engaging in a trade with none other than himself. With so many farmers under his command, the meager amount of iron ore he had managed to gather spoke volumes about its rarity. Had he not stumbled upon a vein of iron ore, the prospect of obtaining iron would have been akin to scaling the heavens. However, given that someone was willing to exchange iron ore with him, Lin Qing found no reason to decline the offer. The acquisition of this iron ore would suffice to provide Zhu Ying with a brand new saddle. Furthermore, the weapons of his farmers would undoubtedly be upgraded to iron gear. With this in mind, Lin Qing proceeded to execute a transaction involving 1,500 units of wood and 500 units of meat. Typically, in times when iron ore remains untapped by anyone, its value stands at a mere exchange of 15 units of wood or 5 units of meat for a single unit of iron ore. Yet, in these exceptional circumstances, one could trade a single unit of iron ore for 5 units of wood, marking a significant profit. Remarkably, Lin Qing managed to exchange iron ore at a rate of 7.5 units of wood per unit, a figure that, although halved compared to the usual rate, still represented an extraordinarily favorable exchange ratio. Thus, Lin Qing's actions could only be deemed philanthropic, particularly as he had added an additional 500 units of meat to the deal. Consequently, he was now being hailed in the global chat channel as the great philanthropist. Chapter 35, A Profitable Venture, Crafting Equipment by Hand. The other party, Lin Qing, is offering 1,500 units of wood and 500 units of meat in exchange for your 200 units of iron ore. Do you wish to confirm the transaction? This time, it was not Lin Qing who needed to affirm the trade, but rather Bai Qin who held the decision in her hands. Meanwhile, within the wooden cabin, now buried beneath layers of snow, Bai Qin, who had been reclining in bed, sprang to her feet in an instant. Gazing at the scene before her, she was rendered speechless with astonishment, while the surrounding farmers looked on, their expressions filled with bewilderment. Although these farmers remained silent, a keen observer could discern their thoughts. What madness has overtaken our master this time? The reason for the use of this time was rooted in the fact that these farmers had previously witnessed Bai Qin's frenzied exchange with Lin Qing involving luminous pearls, and her present demeanor mirrored that earlier excitement. Cough, cough. Bai Qin seemed to sense her lapse in composure and hastily cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment. Simultaneously, she quickly confirmed the transaction. If Lin Qing were to cancel the deal due to a prolonged wait, it would indeed be a substantial loss for her. Transaction successful. Resources have been transferred to both parties. As an ethereal voice echoed, a plethora of resources materialized beside Lin Qing and Bai Qin. Naturally, these resources were the very items exchanged between them. A substantial heap of iron ore appeared next to Lin Qing, who, without a moment's hesitation, promptly dispatched the ore to the forge. After all, the forge was the ideal sanctuary for such iron, where its true potential could be realized. In Bai Qin's cabin, an abundance of wood and meat instantly filled the space. Having been on the brink of depleting her supplies, the sudden influx of resources provided Bai Qin with a renewed hope for survival, and the farmers seated beside her shared in this newfound optimism about life. Remarkably, all of this was merely the result of exchanging 200 units of iron ore. After instructing Wang Er and the others to transport the recently acquired iron ore into the forge, Lin Qing resumed his activity in the World Chat channel, eagerly seeking to purchase iron ore, wood, meat, whatever you desire. A cornucopia of choices awaits. Upon sending this message, he was met with a chorus of cheers. The previous transaction had captured the attention of many. Although the process had been swift, some had indeed noted the details of the exchange. 1 unit of iron ore could be traded for 7, 5 units of wood, and 5 units of meat. However, Lin Qing was not inclined to calculate the exchange rates meticulously, so he adjusted the price. 1 unit of iron ore for 7 units of wood and 2 units of meat. Each item was reduced by 0.5. Yet, despite this slight adjustment in ratios, there remained a multitude of individuals eager to trade with Lin Qing. After all, outside of his offerings, the World Trading Post provided a mere 5 units of wood for 1 unit of iron ore, with no accompanying meat whatsoever. In the realm of Lin Qing, one could exchange a block of iron ore for 7 units of timber, in addition to 2 units of meat. Although this rate was not as favorable as during Lin Qing's previous trades, it still represented a substantial profit. Lin Qing promptly listed 10,000 units of timber and 5,000 units of meat on the global trading platform, meticulously setting the exchange rates and limitations before establishing automatic trading. As long as Lin Qing's goods remained in stock, they could be freely exchanged here. However, Lin Qing's offerings were not limited to merely these quantities. Once these items were sold, Lin Qing would reassess the remaining resources to determine whether to replenish the stock. Despite the exchange rates being notably lower, more than 3 times less than those of opportunistic traders, Lin Qing still amassed a considerable fortune. After all, aside from timber, meat, and stone, there were few other resources left at Lin Qing's disposal, rendering them rather destitute. This situation would surely provoke envy and frustration among others, who were meticulously rationing their firewood and meat, fearful that even a slight excess would shorten their lives. Yet Lin Qing found themselves in a position where such resources were all that remained. Although Lin Qing had exchanged a significant amount of goods through the global trading channel, the exchanges were not sustained indefinitely. While timber was abundant, the influx of iron ore was becoming overwhelming. It would be impractical to build another house under these circumstances, a venture clearly fraught with risk. Thus, after completing the exchanges of timber and meat, Lin Qing ceased to augment their stock further. Subsequently, a message was dispatched in the global chat channel. I must pause here, as I can no longer accommodate any more iron ore. Upon sending this message, a chorus of sighs echoed throughout the global chat. However, amidst their lamentations, they began to realize a significant issue. Lin Qing was indeed at capacity, though they were unaware of the exact quantity of iron Lin Qing had acquired. The continuous decrease in timber and meat stock after Lin Qing's listing suggested a remarkable volume had been exchanged. Nearly half an hour passed before Lin Qing announced that the goods were sold out. Some individuals indulged in the purchases, but upon reflection, it was evident that Lin Qing's timber was likely counted in the millions, and the same could be said for the meat. The most intriguing aspect was Lin Qing's remark about their home being unable to accommodate any more goods. Just how vast must Lin Qing's abode be to hold such quantities of metal? As the crowd speculated, Lin Qing exited the global chat channel and proceeded to transport the iron ore towards the forge. Although the forge can no longer accommodate the iron ore, it must be temporarily placed beside it until the weather normalizes, at which point a warehouse for the forge will be constructed. Boss, as Lin Qing stepped into the forge, he heard Wang Er and the others calling out to him. Well, I still have some iron ore over there. Why don't you all transport it here? Lin Qing directly conveyed his thoughts to Wang Er and the others. All right, boss. The group, eager for activity after a period of idleness, felt invigorated at the prospect of having work to do, their hearts brimming with enthusiasm rather than reluctance. Zhou, you should join them. I plan to forge something myself. Indeed, this was the very purpose of Lin Qing's arrival here, to craft a piece of equipment, and not just any ordinary piece. Understood, boss. Zhou, who had been tirelessly hammering away at the forge, felt a surge of willingness upon hearing Lin Qing's request to assist with the transport of iron ore. After informing Lin Qing of the iron blocks he had already forged, Zhou followed Wang Er and the others towards Lin Qing's wooden cabin. At this moment, Lin Qing also set to work. With Zhou's crafted iron blocks, the process of creating the equipment became all the more straightforward. Chapter 36. The Repeating Crossbow. Master Crossbows. Bang, bang, bang. Within the confines of the forge, Lin Qing wielded his mighty hammer, striking down upon the iron block resting on the anvil with fervor. With each swing of the hammer, Lin Qing felt an increasing connection to the craft, mastering the nuances of force and direction with growing finesse. Initially lacking experience in metallurgy, Lin Qing gradually laid a foundation in forging through this process, although he had yet to attain the status of a master. Shaping the iron block into his desired form proved to be a relatively simple endeavor. Once Lin Qing had forged the iron block into a preliminary shape, he placed it back into the furnace for further tempering. Only through relentless hammering and refining could the iron yield equipment of exceptional durability, significantly enhancing its power. As Lin Qing hammered away, he infused the iron block with extraordinary properties: 100-fold tempering, 100-fold hammering, and 100-fold resilience. Each second spent in the furnace felt as if it spanned 100, and every strike of the hammer seemed like 100 blows. Remarkably, no matter how vigorously Lin Qing hammered, the iron block showed no signs of cracking or failure. It could be said that whenever Lin Qing wished, he could craft an item of equipment with ease. However, he still required additional time to produce the desired weapon, as the materials needed were indeed considerable. A plethora of iron blocks and sheets was essential. Without properly forging and tempering these components, the weapon would likely fall apart after just a few uses. Indeed, the weapon Lin Qing aimed to create demanded iron of exceptional hardness, combined with iron sheets, wood, and elastic materials such as ropes or beast tendons, culminating in a formidable crossbow. Yet this was no ordinary crossbow. It was a repeating crossbow. The creation of such a mechanism felt as effortless to Lin Qing as a child's play. Nevertheless, with an abundance of materials at his disposal, he would not settle for a simple design. Instead, he intended to craft a powerful and durable repeating crossbow capable of firing continuously. This was the very reason Lin Qing dedicated so much time to hammering the iron blocks. Only through relentless effort could they become robust and enduring. With these iron blocks, the task of creating a formidable and resilient repeating crossbow was entirely feasible, for the wear and tear on such a weapon could be substantial. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of Lin Qing's hammering echoed once more within the forge. Wang Er and Zhou, who had been transporting iron ore, returned to find Lin Qing diligently at work, fully absorbed in his craft, and none dared to interrupt him. Zhou, a fellow blacksmith, had never witnessed the equipment Lin Qing was currently forging. A collection of iron blocks, seemingly heavy, and sheets as delicate as gossamer or as thick as a finger lay casually arranged on the nearby table. Those seemingly haphazardly arranged upon the table. A closer inspection reveals that each item is meticulously placed with great consideration. Beside the hefty iron blocks lies a thick iron plate, poised to encase them, accompanied by a thinner iron sheet that envelopes the thicker plate, and a substantial pile of iron wires of varying thicknesses rests nearby. Each component is intricately connected, ensuring that these parts are securely fastened and impervious to damage. Moreover, the materials from which these iron blocks are crafted guarantee that the weapons produced will be not only durable, but also formidable in strength. At this juncture, Lin Qing has gathered all the necessary iron materials, and the next task is to procure a fine piece of wood, as well as sinews from beasts. Naturally, Lin Qing will not lack these two essential items. Upon exiting the forge, he strides directly towards the materials warehouse. This warehouse cannot be said to be devoid of resources. Rather, it is a veritable treasure trove. The wood selected is notably the hard walnut. Within the warehouse, a plethora of reddish-brown and deep purple woods are carelessly strewn in the corners. Without hesitation, Lin Qing ventures into the pile of wood, searching for his desired timber. Given the diversity of the warehouse, he soon locates the ordinary walnut wood, as well as some sinews. However, just as Lin Qing is about to depart, he inadvertently catches sight of a pile of robust beef sinews in the corner. Elated at the sight, he had been fretting over the slender sinews in his possession. Yet now he has discovered these beef sinews, renowned for their exceptional toughness and durability. And not just a few, but an entire heap. With these, he can not only craft the string for a crossbow, but also fashion several bows and arrows. Lin Qing's confidence stems from his earlier discovery of ample wood suitable for bow making while searching for timber. Yet, the moment for such thoughts is not now, as he is still engaged in the crafting of the crossbow. Upon returning to the forge, Lin Qing places the materials he has gathered onto the table and, under the watchful gaze of Wang Er and the others, begins to assemble the crossbow piece by piece. With all materials at hand, the assembly is a straightforward task, albeit one that requires patience. Approximately half an hour later, what once was a clutter of materials on the table has transformed into a remarkably sophisticated crossbow. With a gleaming finish, reinforced by resilient beef sinews, and a body refined to a comfortable grip, even the nearby blacksmith Zhou Ba cannot help but exclaim, "Boss, this is truly a splendid weapon, though its appearance is somewhat peculiar, neither resembling a bow nor a spear. What exactly is this?" In response to Zhou Ba's inquiry, Lin Qing readily explains, for he will rely on Zhou Ba to mass-produce these marvelous creations. This contraption is known as a crossbow, similar to a bow, yet capable of firing arrows in rapid succession. Although the process of loading the arrows may be somewhat cumbersome, it remarkably maintains the potency of each shot. Most importantly, utilizing this repeating crossbow requires minimal effort. Hiss! Upon hearing Lin Qing's introduction, Zhou Ba and the others finally grasp the immense power of this repeating crossbow. Once the arrows are properly loaded, one can unleash a continuous barrage without expending much physical strength. This truly is a formidable weapon. With this, their combat prowess is bound to ascend to unprecedented heights. Lin Qing, holding the repeating crossbow, nodded in satisfaction, pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of its initial creation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully augmenting the master repeating crossbow with additional attributes. Please open the information panel to review the master repeating crossbow. Weapon, master repeating crossbow. Attributes, 100-fold convenience, 100-fold damage, 100-fold loading speed, 100-fold durability, 30 probability of instant kill. Each arrow inflicts a 1 bleeding effect lasting 10 seconds. This is an exceptional repeating crossbow. The sheer number of additional attributes is astonishing. What astonished Lin Qing even more was that this weapon is classified as a master repeating crossbow. He never expected to be capable of crafting equipment of such a masterful caliber. Moreover, Lin Qing sensed that his forging abilities seemed to have advanced yet again. Chapter 37. Upgrading the cabin, transforming scrap iron into pure iron indeed. What a remarkable leader. The ability to craft such intricate and powerful equipment is nothing short of astonishing. Zhou Ba could hardly contain his curiosity and approached the workbench to examine the crossbow in detail. How skilled must one be in the art of forging to create such a marvel? Moreover, the very design of this instrument must be the work of a master blacksmith. As this realization dawned on him, Zhou Ba suddenly grasped a pivotal truth. Lin Qing is a master blacksmith. Indeed, even beyond that. It was a revelation that a master craftsman resided so closely to him. As he gazed at Lin Qing, his admiration grew exponentially, akin to a fervent desire to forge a crossbow himself. Sensing the insatiable thirst for knowledge in Zhou Ba's eyes, Lin Qing thought to himself, Zhou Ba, as a blacksmith, the responsibility of crafting the crossbow shall fall to you. Upon hearing Lin Qing's words, Zhou Ba instantly comprehended their implication. It was an invitation to learn the art of crafting the crossbow. Thank you, esteemed leader. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Zhou Ba's heart swelled with joy. The prospect of learning to create a crossbow and having the opportunity to forge one himself was undeniably exhilarating for a blacksmith. Meanwhile, Wang Er and his companions, adept in gathering resources, were somewhat dismissive, viewing it merely as a crossbow, not much different from a bow and arrow. However, Zhang San and the other hunters, who were accustomed to battling beasts, were filled with anticipation for this crossbow. They had previously crafted their own rudimentary bows and arrows, only to see them rendered useless after a few uses. Initially, they had grumbled about Lin Qing not providing them with bows. But now it was clear, this was no mere oversight. It was a grand gift, an opportunity to wield a crossbow capable of firing multiple arrows. Listening to Lin Qing's description of the weapon, they understood just how formidable it truly was. With this crossbow, their ability to hunt beasts would become exponentially swifter. Even when faced with a fearsome, saber-toothed tiger, they would not falter, armed with this crossbow. After Lin Qing had thoroughly instructed Zhou Ba in the crafting process and demonstrated it several times, he prepared to depart. Before leaving, he specifically requested Zhou Ba to set aside some materials for the crossbow as construction, intending to assemble them himself. After all, Lin Qing's craftsmanship would endow the crossbow with enhanced attributes, each of which would significantly benefit its performance. Additionally, he urged Zhou Ba to extract iron from the ore, as it was time for the arrows to undergo an upgrade as well. Upon exiting the forge, Lin Qing made his way towards his wooden cabin. However, as he opened the large door of the forge, the biting cold from outside compelled him to swiftly shut it once more. It is not that Lin Qing is unwilling to retreat to his wooden cabin. Rather, the warmth of the forge juxtaposed with the biting cold outside renders the thought unbearable. The entire world lies blanketed in ice and snow, and the severity of the chill is self-evident. As Lin Qing turns to observe the structure within the forge, contemplating a place to rest, he discovers not only Wang Er and Zhou Ba in attendance, but also Zhao Lu and Zheng Shi have gathered here. Wang Wu, whose injuries have largely healed, reclines on a rudimentary bed, taking respite. Remarkably, all 9 farmers are congregated within the forge. Yet, upon reflection, this is hardly surprising, as the forge, busy with iron smelting, is exceptionally warm. Other locations, reliant on meager campfires for warmth, cannot match this level of comfort and would waste precious firewood in the process. Hence, it is far more sensible for everyone to seek warmth within the forge. Despite the inviting warmth of the forge, Lin Qing, capable of withstanding the frigid temperatures outside, chooses to step out, making his way towards the wooden cabin. It is not reluctance that drives him away, but rather a desire to enhance his dwelling at this opportune moment. Previously, after upgrading the cabin with black mud, he realizes that the next enhancement demands an astonishing 200 iron blocks. Take note, it is iron blocks, not iron ore. The iron content within the ore is easily discernible. It takes approximately 5 units of iron ore to produce a single iron block. This feels like an outright extortion. Were it not for the substantial quantity of iron ore Lin Qing has recently acquired, the notion of upgrading the cabin would have scarcely crossed his mind. Wood, stone, black mud, iron blocks, along with an assortment of thatch and fibers, are all meticulously prepared, consuming 3,000 wood, 900 stone, 1,000 fibers, 1,200 fibers, 300 black mud, 200 iron blocks. Upgrading thatched hut. Upgrade in progress. Beginner wooden cabin successfully upgraded to intermediate wooden cabin. Unlocks. Intermediate forge, intermediate kitchen, intermediate apothecary. Ding. Successfully added attributes to the intermediate cabin. The workbench can now perform basic forging and potion crafting. Ding. Successfully added attributes to the intermediate forge. Increases all types of iron saws and hammers. Inferno flame. Success rate of forging elevated to 90. Ding. Successfully added attributes to the intermediate kitchen. Inferno flame. Includes all cooking utensils, baking wooden boxes. Ding. Successfully added attributes to the intermediate apothecary. 90 success rate. Herbs exhibit an additional 30 efficacy, and preparation time reduced by 30. Listening to the cascade of system notifications, Lin Qing feels not a hint of irritation, but rather a surge of excitement. The upgrade of his cabin has remarkably enhanced so many structures. Most importantly, the additional attributes bestowed upon these buildings are invaluable. Had Lin Qing not completed their construction earlier, he would have been left to build these structures under such harsh conditions. Otherwise, he would have been forced to wait for the weather to return to normal. But now that the world has transformed into an icy realm, who knows how long that might take? However, Lin Qing no longer needs to construct houses, for he has already fabricated them in advance. The houses that have been built can be enhanced without the need for reconstruction, as the additional attributes seamlessly integrate with the existing structures, elevating them on their original foundation. Meanwhile, shortly after Lin Qing upgraded the wooden cabin, Zhou anxiously gazed at the boiler in the forge. As a blacksmith, he had just committed a grave error. He had neglected to quench the iron block, and had also failed to strike it sufficiently. Although these were merely 2 oversights, they could potentially render the iron blocks already placed in the boiler completely worthless. After 5 minutes, Zhou, with a grim expression, retrieved the iron blocks from the furnace. Fully aware that his blunder had transformed them into impure metal, rife with contaminants that would be difficult to cleanse. With so many impurities, how could they be anything but scrap metal? Could they possibly turn into flawless iron blocks? To his astonishment, as Zhou extracted the blocks from the boiler, he found himself momentarily stunned by the impeccably smooth surface of the iron. Wasn't this supposed to be scrap metal? How could it possibly have transformed into pure iron, devoid of impurities? Zhou struggled to believe his eyes, for the situation was utterly bewildering. Chapter 38. With nothing to do, by a white rabbit within the wooden cabin. Lin Qing, having upgraded the structure, made his way towards the forge. Although the quantity of arrows at his disposal was considerable, the majority were merely stone arrows. While these stone arrows possessed additional attributes, it did not alter the fundamental truth of their composition. Thus, after enhancing the cabin, Lin Qing returned to the forge. Zhou, what is the matter? What good news do you have that has you so elated? The forge was not particularly distant, and as Lin Qing pushed open the door, he was greeted by the sight of an exhilarated Zhou. Caught up in his excitement, Zhou, upon hearing Lin Qing's voice, quickly glanced towards the entrance, and, upon recognizing Lin Qing, exclaimed with fervor, Boss, I have something to tell you. A piece of good news. I feel like I can do it again. Cough, cough. Zhou, brimming with enthusiasm, continued to ramble about how worried he had been regarding the iron blocks in the boiler. Were it not for Wang Er and the others nearby, who coughed to bring Zhou back to reality, he might still be lost in his fervor. Upon hearing the coughs, Zhou snapped back to attention, awkwardly clearing his throat to mask his earlier embarrassment. Lin Qing, however, chose not to comment further. He had already gleaned the reason for Zhou's exuberance from his previous words. It seemed that this excitement was also somewhat linked to Lin Qing, as the forge had directly upgraded to an intermediate level during the cabin's enhancement, which not only improved its capabilities, but also conferred a myriad of additional attributes, including an increased success rate for forging. With this realization, the connection became clear. Nonetheless, Lin Qing refrained from elaborating, knowing that this was all Zhou's handiwork, and discussing it further would be of little benefit. All right. Lin Qing regarded Zhou and shifted the conversation to more pressing matters. How many iron blocks have you forged? How many iron blocks? Zhou instinctively replied, then promptly walked over to a stone platform beside him. To his astonishment, upon reaching the platform, he discovered a towering stack of iron blocks, each measuring over 1 meter in height, and upon closer inspection, they extended over a meter in length as well. These iron blocks formed a perfect cubic meter. Lin Qing couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. It had only been a short while, and Zhou Ba had managed to forge such a substantial quantity of iron blocks. Clearly, the upgrade of the forge and Zhou Ba's skills as a blacksmith were both pivotal factors. Without either, it would have been impossible to extract such a volume of iron from the ore in such a brief period. "Boss, there's only this little bit," Zhou Ba proudly declared, standing before the iron blocks. While he claimed it was only a modest amount, the sheer volume of a cubic meter was far from insignificant. Lin Qing surveyed the impressive pile of iron blocks and then turned to Zhou Ba, saying, "Well done, truly deserving of the title of blacksmith." In such a brief span of time, the ability to forge an impressive quantity of iron blocks is truly remarkable. Approaching the iron blocks, Lin Qing casually picked up a piece of pure iron, nodding in approval. It was not mere pretense, but rather a meticulously extracted specimen of pure iron. "Zhou Ba, I desire for you to craft arrowheads from these iron blocks. As for the rest, you need not concern yourself. Just focus on the arrowheads. A modest total of 2,000 will suffice." Such high-purity iron blocks naturally require the incorporation of other materials. Otherwise, arrows forged from pure iron would be inferior to those crafted from stone. "Understood, boss. Just 2,000 arrowheads?" "Yes, you. They will be completed with the utmost quality and speed." Zhou Ba felt a surge of joy at Lin Qing's request, for he was finally liberated from the monotony of refining pure iron. Although the task entailed only 2,000 arrowheads, it provided Zhou Ba a welcome reprieve from the tedious purification process. Indeed, Lin Qing's purpose in coming here was solely to have Zhou Ba produce iron arrowheads. There were no other matters at hand. As for the farmer's iron equipment, this was evidently not the opportune moment for crafting, for creating iron weaponry now would serve no practical purpose. Therefore, Lin Qing opted not to forge iron weapons. Instead, he considered the merits of crafting a few crossbows. Once Zhou Ba completed the arrowheads, Lin Qing would instruct him to prepare the necessary materials for the crossbows, which he would assemble himself. After all, the additional attributes were of paramount importance. Only by having Zhou Ba manufacture the requisite components could they expedite the creation of formidable crossbows. The rhythmic clanging of hammers resonated once more within the forge, a sound that assured Lin Qing of his hearing amidst the profound silence of the environment. After speaking with Zhou Ba, Lin Qing chose to remain inside the forge, for the outside chill was unbearable. The temperature had seemingly plummeted even further than before. Were it not for the roaring boiler within the forge, Lin Qing and his companions might have feared they would not see the dawn of another day. Yet, it appeared that the sun was already obscured as the entire world lay blanketed in ice and snow. Where could one hope to find the sun? Reclining in a chair within the forge, Lin Qing opened the global chat channel, curious to see how others were enduring these exceedingly dull days. With nothing to occupy their time, how could one not feel boredom? Alas, it is so cold. When will this wretched weather return to normal? I too am struggling. My supplies at home are nearly depleted, and Lin Qing hasn't listed any goods on the exchange. This is quite distressing. Convince Lin Qing to list his supplies. What do you have to offer in return? If you possessed anything valuable, wouldn't you have exchanged it by now? You wouldn't believe it, but just moments ago, I indeed had nothing. However, when I slightly opened my door, a white rabbit suddenly darted into my room. Without further ado, I must hasten to gather firewood for cooking, for I am utterly famished. A white rabbit? What could that possibly be? Observing the lively discussions in the World Chat channel regarding the sudden appearance of this white rabbit, Lin Qing found himself intrigued. After all, in a world blanketed by snow, how could a white rabbit possibly exist? Moreover, it seemed that this creature had never before graced the forest. To satiate his curiosity, Lin Qing promptly sent a message in the World Chat channel. Would you consider trading your white rabbit? Upon sending this message, the World Chat channel erupted once more with excitement. The esteemed Lin Qing was seeking to trade for a white rabbit. The individual who had recently acquired the rabbit was just about to add another piece of wood when he was drawn in by the fervor of the chat. Naturally, Lin Qing's message was quickly overshadowed by the flurry of responses. However, even a fool could surmise the implication. It was clear that Lin Qing wished to exchange for the rabbit. Surely, it would be a fair trade. How could one resist such an opportunity? The meat from a rabbit is meager compared to what one could gain by trading wood and meat with Lin Qing. Thus, he hastily typed a response in the World Chat channel. Absolutely. Great one. Please, name your price. Chapter 39. This is no ordinary rabbit. Anyone who has engaged in transactions with Lin Qing is well aware that he is, without a doubt, a great philanthropist. At this moment, he is selling essential supplies at astonishingly low prices. Is this not the hallmark of a true benefactor? Consequently, the global chat channel is abuzz with individuals promoting their wares. Colorful feathers, translucent claws, and even pelts from unknown beasts abound. In essence, there is nothing they cannot procure. Although much of the chatter in the World Chat channel consists of frivolous items, the sheer number of people in this world means that Lin Qing has stumbled upon a few intriguing treasures. However, he does not seek them out just yet. Instead, he commits their offerings to memory and continues to send a message in the global chat. After all, this is the matter at hand. A white rabbit can be exchanged for 20 pieces of wood and 10 units of meat. Hiss! When did a mere white rabbit become so valuable? Lin Qing's announcement inevitably stirred a commotion in the World Chat channel. It is essential to note that this is merely an ordinary rabbit. Even if it is white, it cannot possibly be worth such substantial resources, can it? In no time, nearly everyone is on the hunt for a rabbit identical to this one. The prospect of trading a single white rabbit for such bounty would excite anyone. This is a golden opportunity to amass wealth without any investment. While others frantically search for the white rabbit, Lin Qing successfully completes the exchange for the very creature in question. Offering such a price, how could anyone resist? Thus, the transaction proceeded with remarkable swiftness. Upon beholding the white rabbit before him, Lin Qing initially perceives nothing unusual. After all, it is merely a rabbit, distinguished solely by its pristine white fur. However, upon a closer inspection, he realizes something is amiss, extremely amiss. The rabbit's ears are astonishingly transparent. Had it not been for the rabbit's sudden movement, Lin Qing might never have detected this peculiarity. If the rabbit had remained still, its ears would have seamlessly blended with its white fur, rendering any anomaly undetectable. Fortuitously, Lin Qing acted promptly to finalize the transaction. Otherwise, had the seller noticed this rabbit's uniqueness, the exchange might not have proceeded as smoothly. Yet, the mere presence of those transparent ears serves as a clear indication that this rabbit is no ordinary creature. Given that it is indeed a rabbit, Lin Qing faces two courses of action, one being to nurture it, though the current weather hardly permits such a venture. The other, more direct option, is to, without hesitation, Lin Qing swiftly resolves the matter and prepares the rabbit accordingly. After meticulously cleaning the rabbit, a modest wooden grill was assembled over a crackling fire. Indeed, the fate of this rabbit was sealed. In this world, no one would nurture creatures of little utility. However, even after Lin Qing had prepared the rabbit, its ears remained translucent. Were it not for the distinct tactile sensation when Lin Qing touched the rabbit's ears, he might have assumed they had vanished entirely. The sizzling sound of oil dripping onto the fiery flames below produced a delightful symphony, one that tantalized the senses and heralded the promise of exquisite flavor. Lin Qing was not one to indulge alone. As he roasted the rabbit, he encouraged Wang Er and the others to gather some meat for a communal barbecue. Yet, at that moment, their minds were far from thoughts of food. They were thoroughly engrossed in a bamboo dragonfly, a toy Lin Qing had crafted earlier. To their delight, they had replicated his design and were now engaged in friendly competition. Despite their valiant efforts to enhance their creations, none could rival Lin Qing's exceptional bamboo dragonfly, which possessed unique attributes. As a result, they continued to play, neglecting their hunger. Observing their distraction, Lin Qing said nothing, knowing that when they grew hungry enough, they would seek sustenance on their own. The atmosphere remained calm, much like before, devoid of any unusual occurrences or imminent dangers. After approximately 5 minutes, the rabbit, not particularly large, was perfectly roasted. The culinary genius, Zhao Lu, noticed Lin Qing grilling and hurriedly retrieved a small wooden box filled with her homemade spices. Approaching Lin Qing, she placed the box in his hands and exclaimed, "Boss, you must try this. I guarantee it's delicious." Lin Qing responded affirmatively, opening the box and evenly sprinkling its contents over the flawlessly roasted rabbit. Zhao Lu, respecting his focus, returned to her bamboo dragonfly, allowing him to continue undisturbed. As the spices enveloped the rabbit, the forge was instantly infused with an irresistible aroma, the special seasoning standing out prominently. Yet, without Lin Qing's expertly grilled rabbit, even the most fragrant spices would fail to whet the appetite. Gazing at the golden brown rabbit meat, Lin Qing's mouth watered, though he remained composed, savoring each bite methodically. At first, the flavor was akin to that of ordinary roasted rabbit, lacking any remarkable taste. However, once the spices were added, Lin Qing discovered that this dish surpassed any roasted meat he had ever tasted before. Within a small wooden box, the spices contained therein possessed the extraordinary ability to render rabbit meat exquisitely delectable. Lin Qing could not help but express his admiration, for the flavor was truly delightful. It was neither the classic essence of cumin nor the piquant heat of chili. Instead, it was a harmonious blend of the two, accompanied by an indescribable taste that elevated the dish. It was precisely this unique flavor that transformed the roasted rabbit into a culinary masterpiece. Without it, the taste of a rabbit would have been indistinguishable from that of ordinary grilled meat. As Lin Qing savored the perfectly roasted rabbit, he detected no peculiarities. The texture was akin to that of the rabbit he had previously tasted. Gradually, a thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that these white rabbits only exhibited their extraordinary qualities when raised in captivity? Might the roasting of this particular rabbit serve no special purpose? Gazing at the rabbit, now reduced to its upper half, Lin Qing fell into contemplation. However, he soon found solace in the realization that the rabbit had already been cooked. The opportunity for raising it was long past. Moreover, with only the upper half remaining, it was absurd to consider a rebirth through the soil. As Lin Qing pondered other matters, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the rabbit's ears. Indeed, these ears, the most distinctive feature of the rabbit, remained untouched. Ahem! Without further contemplation, he swiftly devoured them. Yet, upon taking the first bite of the ears, he was met with a sensation reminiscent of consuming incredibly crisp jelly, a delightful crunch. Strangely, however, the rabbit ears bore no flavor whatsoever. The seasoning previously sprinkled upon them seemed to have evaporated, leaving them devoid of any substance, still maintaining their translucent appearance. After Lin Qing had completely finished the rabbit, an unexpected wave of heat surged through his body. It felt as though he were engulfed in a sea of flames. No, it was more akin to being enveloped in oppressive steam. The heat was not searing, but rather an unrelenting, suffocating warmth. Chapter 40. Could it be that Lin Qing is specifically raising rabbits? As Lin Qing's breath began to grow heavy, he diligently suppressed it. To prevent Wang Er and the others from noticing any abnormalities, Lin Qing excused himself and stepped out of the forge. The moment he exited, a wave of invigorating freshness enveloped him, banishing the previous stifling heat entirely. In its place was an endless coolness, more refreshing than sitting in the shade on a sweltering summer day while enjoying ice cream. The biting cold outside seemed to vanish in that instant. However, as time passed, Lin Qing began to feel a slight chill creeping in, signaling the gradual dissipation of that earlier sensation. Although he was unaware of the underlying cause, Lin Qing instinctively understood that his immunity to the cold stemmed from the transparent-eared rabbit he had consumed. Otherwise, such a situation would have been utterly impossible. Outside, the frigid air permeated the tightly shut wooden door. Even the slightest crack would allow the cold to invade the entire room in an instant. Now, feeling a bit chilly, Lin Qing decided against lingering any longer, for falling ill due to such drastic temperature changes would indeed be a troublesome affair. Thus, he resolved to remain in the forge to prolong his stay. Everywhere else felt akin to an ice chamber. Yet, as he pushed open the door to the forge, a wave of warmth rushed towards him. Initially intending to return inside, Lin Qing was instantly deterred by the heat radiating from within. Observing his hands, he closed the door and resigned himself to staying outside, realizing that returning was unnecessary given the intense warmth within. The only plausible explanation for this phenomenon must be the lingering effects of that white-eared rabbit. Even though Lin Qing was outside, he did not feel excessively cold. With that in mind, and with nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to craft a reclining chair to rest outside while awaiting his body's return to normalcy. He also opened the global chat channel to see if anyone was trading that white rabbit. The transformation he experienced from consuming that rabbit was so profound that it was hard to believe it was merely an ordinary creature. However, upon opening the global chat channel, Lin Qing was genuinely astonished by the messages he encountered. Is Lin Qing here? I have 2 rabbits to exchange for supplies. Meh, meh, meh. But I have another question. Why does this rabbit have no ears? Are you foolish? How could a rabbit have no ears? They're just transparent. Transparent rabbit ears? Have you ever tasted one? You're even bolder. You dare to consume a rabbit with transparent ears? Could it be that the peculiar weather has given rise to these mutated rabbits? Lin Qing gazed at the stream of messages, clearly indicating that others had also discovered some white rabbits, and notably, their ears were transparent. Yet, no one dared to sample these creatures. Recalling his earlier actions, Lin Qing had merely employed a secondary method to engage with one of these rabbits, although its flavor was akin to that of an ordinary rabbit. The most remarkable feature was undoubtedly those ears. Thus, Lin Qing promptly sent a single word message in the global chat channel, acquire. This solitary utterance evoked a flurry of responses. What moral quandary? Ahem. After replying with just one word, Lin Qing disregarded their inquiries and transitioned directly to the global trading channel, for he understood that transactions there were the swiftest. As long as he configured the desired goods and the items he was offering, along with their quantities, the task would be accomplished. Once Lin Qing had set everything up in the global trading channel, some astute individuals, noticing his lack of response, swiftly moved to the trading channel themselves. Coincidentally, Lin Qing had just finished his setup, enabling those with foresight to initiate trades for the white rabbits they held. However, despite their expedience, it was of little consequence. For Lin Qing had listed a staggering 20,000 of each item. He was determined to acquire these white rabbits in bulk. Naturally, many scrambled to exchange their goods. And while this rabbit was indeed special, it was still merely a rabbit. Could it possibly compare to such an abundance of wood and meat? Although a single rabbit could be exchanged for 20 units of wood or 10 of meat, it was undoubtedly a lucrative trade when juxtaposed with the diminutive rabbit. Watching the rapid depletion of his listed goods in the trading channel brought Lin Qing immense satisfaction, as this was a guaranteed profit for him. With increasing numbers of individuals redeeming his offerings, the wood and meat in the trading channel quickly sold out. Yet, before they could urge Lin Qing to replenish his stock, he had already increased the quantity of each item by 50,000. If wood was insufficient, then meat would suffice. 50,000 wood, 50,000 meat. In no time, everyone in the world was on the hunt for those white rabbits, and the transparent ears were no longer a topic of discussion. After all, with such a generous exchange of resources for the white rabbits, they were far too pleased to think of anything else. However, once Lin Qing's stock of 50,000 wood and 50,000 meat had vanished, it was as if the white rabbits had abruptly disappeared from this world. When they could no longer locate the white rabbits, they began to ponder why the esteemed Lin Qing was acquiring them in such large quantities. Was it that Lin Qing had a penchant for rabbit meat? Or perhaps he simply enjoyed raising rabbits? As the aforementioned phrase appeared in the global chat channel, discussions commenced regarding Lin Qing's culinary preferences. Should one be able to discern what delicacies Lin Qing enjoys and then exchange such knowledge with her, future concerns would surely dissipate. However, Lin Qing paid little heed to the chatter in the global chat, as her focus lay on expanding the wooden enclosure before her. After all, the rabbits had been acquired through the World Trading Channel, and considerable resources had been expended in the process. It was evident how many white rabbits resided within. Failing to enlarge this wooden cage would likely result in the rabbits bursting forth from their confinement. Yet, managing this endeavor single-handedly proved challenging. To prevent the wooden structure from being compromised by the rabbit's presence, Lin Qing could only reinforce it temporarily. She then made her way to the forge, summoning Wang Er and a few others to assist in enlarging the area while simultaneously constructing a spacious wooden house. It would be impractical to confine the rabbits in such cramped quarters indefinitely. Furthermore, erecting a fence or similar structure would undoubtedly require a significant expanse of land. Given the region's snow-covered terrain, expanding the area was, without a doubt, a rather ill-advised choice. Thus, Lin Qing opted for the construction of a grand 3-story dwelling. Fortunately, there were no onlookers. Had anyone witnessed Lin Qing devoting her efforts to build a house solely for the rabbits, she would undoubtedly have earned the reputation of a dedicated rabbit caretaker. Chapter 41. A world of ice and fire with Wang Er and his companions. Whether it was melting the snow to expand their territory or constructing a 3-story house, everything became remarkably simple. The sudden appearance of numerous white rabbits did not raise many questions among Wang Er and the others. After all, Lin Qing was their leader, and everything about him could be explained. The instant acquisition of such a multitude of white rabbits was, for Lin Qing, merely a trivial matter, effortlessly within reach. With a series of strikes from Lin Qing and Wang Er, a 3-story wooden house rose from the ground. Even a master, Chef Zhao Lu, who was tasked with watching over the white rabbits, and Zheng Shi were taken aback by the astonishing speed of construction. The 3-story wooden house was now complete, and the next task was to create suitable rabbit nests within for the nearly 5,000 rabbits, certainly too many to consume in a short time. Thus, they had to carve out a passage to the nearby stockpile of thatch and fiber. Fortunately, these materials were situated adjacent to the wood supplies, making the entire process remarkably smooth. Before long, each of Wang Er's group had hauled a substantial load of thatch and fiber to the newly constructed house. They commenced building rabbit nests, but rather than constructing them, it seemed they were merely inviting the rabbits to take up residence. However, when Lin Qing urged the rabbits to enter, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The white rabbits were entirely unwilling to inhabit the house filled with thatch and fiber. Instead, they burrowed into the adjacent snow wall, digging through the ice and settling there. Did these rabbits prefer to remain in the snow? Observing one rabbit lounging in the snow, Lin Qing's mind began to shift towards another idea. Immediately, he instructed Wang Er and the others to use finely crafted stone axes and wooden sledges to transport snow into the wooden house. Once the floor of the 3-story wooden structure was covered with a thick layer of ice and snow, the rabbit that had been outside eagerly dashed toward the wooden house. Its speed was even greater than that of the swiftest shadow. As the first rabbit rushed inside, the others clamored to follow. Lin Qing, witnessing the agitation of the rabbits in the nearby cage, promptly opened the wooden enclosure. What transpired next was nothing short of astonishing. One by one, an endless stream of white rabbits surged into the freshly constructed wooden house. In a matter of moments, the cage that had once been filled to capacity with rabbits was left utterly empty. Conversely, the 3-story wooden house became completely inhabited by white rabbits. So that was the case. Lin Qing's thoughts began to crystallize. These rabbits were not some form of mutation. Rather, they were the product of the icy world, born from the very snow that enveloped them. The white rabbits have all entered the house, while Wang Er and his companions continue to fill the wooden cabin with ice and snow. Given that these rabbits have a penchant for such chilly environments, Lin Qing is determined to ensure they are well accommodated here. After all, this is a reward for the considerable resources he has exchanged. If they were to escape, Lin Qing would suffer a significant loss. After approximately half an hour, what was once a wooden house has transformed into a magnificent ice and snow castle. The gray-brown wood is no longer visible, replaced entirely by shimmering blue and white ice. Once all was prepared, Lin Qing decided to reward Wang Er and his companions with a rabbit each. Although one seemed scant, he dared not allow them to indulge excessively, for the repercussions of overindulgence could be dire, an outcome Lin Qing certainly wished to avoid. Having secured the rabbits, Lin Qing led Wang Er and the others back to the forge. Without hesitation, he activated the grilling mode. In this frigid climate, having expended so much energy, Wang Er and his companions were feeling rather famished. Lin Qing, who had previously consumed a rabbit, now returned to the forge devoid of his earlier fervor. However, he experienced a different sensation akin to the urge to roar, yet lacking the capacity to do so. At that moment, a prepared rabbit appeared in Lin Qing's hands, which he began to roast over the fire while sprinkling it with seasonings. Wang Er and his companions also gathered around the fire, roasting their own rabbits and seasoning them, but with the added action of wiping their mouths in anticipation. Although they noticed the rabbit's ears were transparent, their curiosity was minimal, as Lin Qing had previously consumed a similar rabbit, alleviating their concerns. The entire forge was once again enveloped in a delightful aroma, which now permeated even the surrounding ice and snow. The enticing fragrance combined with the carefully crafted spices by the culinary master Zhao Lu, elevated the roasted rabbit meat to an exquisite level. It felt as though they were not consuming rabbit, but rather a delicacy fit for royalty. Once Lin Qing and Wang Er finished their portions, they too experienced the same sensation Lin Qing had felt earlier, an overwhelming warmth coursed through their bodies. Observing that Wang Er and his companions were similarly affected, Lin Qing urged them, "Let's step outside from the forge." With that, he opened the wooden door and ventured out. As the door cracked open, a rush of cold air swept through the forge. Wang Er and the others, sensing the chill, promptly gathered their wits and hurried after Lin Qing into the outside world. In a corner of this snow-covered realm, a man and 9 farmers reclined on wooden chairs, engaging in lively conversation amidst the icy surroundings. In other places, individuals, along with their few farmers, huddle within their modest wooden cabins, where even the most fervent blaze in front of them cannot stave off the frigid air. The atmosphere within the cabin is already quite chilling, not to mention the daunting prospect of stepping outside into this wintry realm. They lack even the courage to open the door. No one, unlike Lin Qing, engages in conversation amidst this icy expanse. They have all burrowed beneath their fur blankets, shivering uncontrollably. At that moment, Lin Qing and Wang Er, having just consumed icy water, experienced a peculiar transformation. Their bodies, once warm, began to chill inexplicably. This cold was unlike any brought forth by the wintry landscape, akin to being ensconced in an ice cellar 1,000 meters deep, leaving one unable to resist the biting chill. Were it not for Lin Qing having previously consumed a similar meal, it is likely that he and Wang Er would be in dire straits as well. Yet at present, Lin Qing at least retains the ability to move freely, while Wang Er and his companions have collapsed to the ground, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. Could this be the phenomenon of contrasting extremes? Chapter 42. Physical enhancement. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qing swiftly ushered Wang Er and the others into the forge, reigniting the boiler within. The temperature of the forge was still remarkably high, and as Lin Qing rekindled the flames, a wave of warmth enveloped the entire space. Gradually, Wang Er and his companions began to regain their composure. After approximately 2 hours, Lin Qing and the others had returned to their normal state, their bodies no longer sensing the chill or discomfort of heat. However, both Lin Qing and Wang Er could distinctly perceive changes within themselves. Compared to before, they felt a heightened vitality. The forge, which had previously felt perfectly temperate, now seemed somewhat stifling. Only after extinguishing the flames did they experience a sense of ease. Upon exiting the forge, the biting cold outside felt merely like a mild chill to Lin Qing and Wang Er, a stark contrast to their earlier near-frozen state. Their physical constitution had undoubtedly strengthened significantly. Furthermore, while transporting timber, Wang Er and his companions exhibited a remarkable increase in efficiency. This was clear evidence that both Lin Qing and Wang Er had experienced an enhancement in their physical capabilities. In reflecting upon this, Lin Qing understood the presence of so many white rabbits in this realm. These rabbits were evidently intended for them. Having arrived in this world, now shrouded in snow and ice, the appearance of these translucent-eared white rabbits signified an opportunity for human survival. By overcoming this calamity, the rewards garnered would amount to a lifetime of fortune. Yet, despite the abundance of rabbits, most seemed to be within Lin Qing's vicinity. Some individuals, possessing ample resources, had captured these rabbits without engaging in trade with Lin Qing. Nonetheless, he was no longer in need of just 1 or 2. The 3 layers of the icy wooden cabin were filled with white rabbits. Lin Qing felt invigorated, as if the frigid expanse outside had transformed from source of chill to a refreshing realm. The warmth radiating from the boiler in the forge elicited no discomfort, a testament to the enhancement gained from consuming 2 rabbits. Not only had he developed an immunity to cold and heat, but all his bodily functions had significantly improved. Compared to his former self, Lin Qing had undergone a remarkable transformation. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that, should Lin Qing wish to leap, he could effortlessly reach the 2nd story of the wooden cabin. Following the earlier events, tranquility returned, and as before, Wang Er and the others engaged in conversation. occasionally assisting Zhou Ba with various tasks. Zhou Ba remained within the forge, diligently refining pure iron from the iron ore, subsequently crafting components for the crossbow. The iron arrowheads that Lin Qing had previously commissioned from Zhou Ba were now complete, prompting Lin Qing to embark on the creation of iron arrows. Indeed, only arrows fashioned by Lin Qing could unleash their full potential. This was also the underlying reason for Lin Qing's request for Zhou Ba to manufacture the crossbow. Upon returning to his wooden abode with the iron arrowheads, Lin Qing immediately commenced the arrow-making process. Piles of timber were transported into his workshop, accompanied by unknown feathers and various other materials, all meticulously arranged within the confines of his dwelling. With Lin Qing's attributes enhanced, the crafting of these iron arrows proceeded with remarkable swiftness. Previously, he could produce only 2 iron arrows per minute. Now, he had escalated this to 5 per minute. With further diligence, 6 or even 7 were well within reach. As Lin Qing crafted each iron arrow, they were neatly aligned to one side. A series of system notifications resonated in Lin Qing's mind, not due to any other matter, but because he was diligently crafting these iron arrows. After all, Zhou Ba had forged a total of 2,000 arrowheads, each destined to be transformed into an iron arrow by Lin Qing. As for failure rates, Lin Qing had never even encountered such a notion. Every arrow he produced was a paragon of perfection, coupled with his enhanced attributes. Each iron arrow transcended its mere metallic form, resembling bullets propelled by a modern firearm. After an hour of tireless effort, Lin Qing had successfully crafted all 2,000 iron arrows. As he gazed at the now empty workbench, once cluttered with arrowheads, he stretched languidly. During this moment of respite, he inadvertently noticed the towering pile of iron swords amassed behind him. To his astonishment, the quantity of 200 iron arrows was indeed substantial. Not only was the floor strewn with iron swords, but they also occupied the tables, beneath the tables, atop the chairs, and below them. Practically every surface, save for the bed, was overwhelmed with iron arrows. Having produced such an abundance of iron arrows, it was time to head to the forge and assemble the crossbow. After tidying up the completed iron arrows, Lin Qing gathered approximately 2/3 of them and made his way toward the forge. After all, there were several farmers present in the forge, and Lin Qing was more than willing to share his bounty with Wang Er and the others. With so many iron swords at hand, how could there be a shortage of iron arrows? Given Lin Qing's enhanced physique, managing the weight of nearly 1,300 iron arrows was a mere trifle. Before long, Lin Qing arrived at the forge, bearing around 1,300 iron arrows. After setting them down, he promptly began assembling the crossbow components that Zhou Ba had forged. At this juncture, Zhou Ba began crafting an array of implements specializing in the fields of Wang Er and his companions, including iron axes, iron pickaxes, and iron swords. Naturally, he did not overlook the culinary master Zhao Lu's iron pots and spoons, as well as any items Zheng Shi might require. After all, with a substantial quantity of iron blocks at his disposal, it would be a shame to let them languish unused. Instead, it seemed far more prudent to fashion these materials into useful tools. At that moment, Zhou Ba was enthusiastically engaged in this endeavor. Had he not been occupied with such creations, he would likely have found himself rather bored. Lin Qing, undistracted by the others, organized the various components on the table before embarking on the construction of crossbows. Although these iron fittings were not forged by Lin Qing herself and bore no special attributes, the quality of Zhou Ba's craftsmanship was undeniably high, with not a single defective item among them. Thus, Lin Qing diligently assembled crossbow after crossbow, and as her output increased, so too did her speed. What once required 10 minutes to assemble was now accomplished in a mere 5, yielding flawless crossbows with each endeavor. Every farmer was equipped with a crossbow. 9 farmers, precisely 9. The rationale behind crafting them for culinary master Zhao Lu and herbalist Zheng Shi lay in the crossbow's remarkable convenience, particularly as both women occasionally ventured outdoors. With these crossbows in their possession, they would effortlessly dispatch any ordinary wild beast they might encounter, eliminating the need to flee. Chapter 43. The invasion of the monkeys with a hearty call. Lin Qing picked up the 9 crossbows before him and distributed them among Wang Er and his companions, promptly beginning to instruct them on the use of this remarkable weapon. Wang Er and his companions possessed an impressive capacity for learning, and the operation of the crossbow was astonishingly straightforward. Install the arrows, aim, and fire. Aside from the initial effort required to load the arrows, little strength was needed thereafter. A mere press of the launch button would send arrows flying one after another towards the target. Moreover, Lin Qing had modified these crossbows to allow for immediate firing and halting at will. Boss, this is truly a sophisticated weapon. It requires minimal effort to unleash a barrage, and I can fire or stop at any moment. Zhang San, an adept hunter, found himself increasingly enamored with the crossbow in his grasp. His fellow skilled hunters, Li Si and Wu Jiao, were equally exhilarated, often pretending to aim and shoot in a series of playful gestures. Lin Qing observed these two with a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of watching children reveling in their newly acquired beloved toys. Wang Er and the others chuckled at Zhang San and the antics of their comrades, for their exuberance was irresistibly amusing. In no time, the cheerful laughter echoed through Lin Qing's wooden abode. Having feasted on the rabbits, both Lin Qing and Wang Er had grown almost immune to the biting cold of the surrounding ice and snow. Additionally, as they frolicked with their crossbows, shooting arrows and retrieving them, their physical activity further diminished their awareness of the chill. Particularly, Lin Qing and Wang Er organized a small archery contest, employing the crossbows in their hands, which ignited an even greater fervor among Wang Er and his companions. However, just as Lin Qing and Wang Er engaged in their archery competition, a sudden rustling sound pierced the air. The noise was not particularly loud, but amidst the laughter within the wooden cabin, it resonated with startling clarity. Not only did Lin Qing hear this sound, but Wang Er and the others did as well. The rustling intensified, enveloping the surroundings with an ominous presence. Lin Qing, sensing the gravity of the situation, gripped the crossbow he had crafted with his own hands. Fully loaded with iron arrows, Wang Er and Zhang San mirrored his preparedness, their crossbows similarly packed with iron projectiles. Whoosh! The source of the sound seemed to realize its ambush had failed. In a desperate maneuver, it launched an ice shard directly at Lin Qing. The shard was diminutive, roughly the size of an arrow. Yet Lin Qing would not underestimate this icy projectile. A direct hit would be akin to being struck by an arrow. Whoosh! Lin Qing swiftly pulled the trigger of the crossbow in her hand, releasing a single iron arrow with precise control. This solitary arrow flew directly towards the trajectory of an ice spear that was aimed at her. The collision between the iron arrow and the ice spear was inevitable. However, the ice spear stood no chance against the might of the iron arrow. Upon impact, the ice spear shattered into fragments, while the iron arrow continued its relentless path forward until it embedded itself deep within the snow, vanishing from sight. Yet, as the arrow disappeared into the icy depths, a trickle of purplish-red blood began to seep from the spot where it had struck, indicating the presence of a beast that had ventured into this territory. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Qing turned to Wang Er and the others, exclaiming, "Be cautious. A beast approaches, and it is no ordinary one. Exercise extreme vigilance." Upon hearing Lin Qing's warning, Wang Er and the others heightened their alertness, understanding that their leader had indicated the formidable nature of the impending threat. Meanwhile, the culinary expert Zhao Lu and the apothecary Zheng Shi had already taken refuge in a nearby wooden cabin. Recognizing their lack of combat prowess and opting for safety rather than risking unnecessary casualties. This was precisely Lin Qing's intention. Otherwise, they would not have instinctively concealed themselves like timid mice. Though Wang Er and his companions were primarily skilled in gathering, they were nonetheless capable of confronting beasts when necessary. At that moment, the adept hunter Zhang San, Li Si, and Wu Jiao had strategically positioned themselves a distance away from Lin Qing, ensuring they could react swiftly should any of them detect a change in circumstances. Their spacing was not too close, allowing for a coordinated response to any emerging threats. Lin Qing observed their placements and nodded in approval, for this was the tactical approach she required in the current scenario, with the enemy concealed and herself in the light. Employing such a strategy was crucial for inflicting effective damage upon the adversary. Otherwise, they all risked falling prey to the lurking danger. Whoosh! Another ice spear hurtled towards Lin Qing, evidently fueled by frustration from the earlier miss. The initial failure to strike Lin Qing, compounded by her counterattack, only served to incite further anger in their unseen foes. Whoosh! Zhang San was the first to react, swiftly pulling the trigger of his crossbow to intercept the ice spear aimed at Lin Qing. As a seasoned hunter, Zhang San handled the situation with remarkable ease, especially since he was utilizing the crossbow crafted by Lin Qing herself, which bolstered their confidence in the confrontation. Bang! Yet again, the shot missed its mark. The beasts lurking in the shadows have begun to unleash their fury, striking the icy expanse with a flurry of blows. Yet, it is but a singular creature that rages, and through the cacophony of its assault upon the snow, Lin Qing swiftly pinpoints its location, behind and to his left. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qing deftly pivots, aligning the trigger of his crossbow towards that very direction, and with a rapid motion, he releases the bolt. This time, Lin Qing does not merely launch a single iron arrow. Instead, he unleashes the full arsenal of iron blades contained within his crossbow. Given that the adversary has come to invade this territory, Lin Qing is resolute in his intent to show no mercy, whether they be human or beast. The thundering power of the crossbow is formidable, especially in Lin Qing's capable hands. After firing all the iron arrows from his weapon, he does not pause to assess their impact. Instead, he swiftly retrieves additional arrows from his quiver, loading the crossbow with remarkable speed. He remains vigilant, scanning his surroundings for any signs of a sneak attack. In truth, the arrows do not go astray. Upon releasing their deadly flight, the iron arrows embed deeply into the snow, leaving behind small punctures that ooze a deep crimson fluid, reminiscent of the previous encounters. However, just as Lin Qing's projectiles find their mark upon the beast, a sudden chorus of howls reverberates through the air. The sound of the howls indicates that the peril surrounding him is not limited to a solitary creature. Quick to discern the nature of these beasts, Lin Qing realizes that the invaders are indeed members of the primate family. As for the specific species of these creatures, Lin Qing is eager to witness them firsthand. Chapter 44. A flurry of iron arrows slaying the white ape. The resounding cries of the monkeys filled the confines of Lin Qing's wooden abode. Regardless of whether one lingered in the cabin, the forge, or the kitchen, the echo of the simian howls was inescapable. Moreover, by attentively listening to the cacophony, Lin Qing could discern the location and quantity of these monkeys. After a while, it became abundantly clear to Lin Qing that he was utterly surrounded by these creatures. To his astonishment, the iron swords he had crafted had swiftly proven their worth, particularly in such dire circumstances. The iron arrows seemed to beckon him, imploring, "Use me, use me." In a landscape blanketed by solid ice and snow, other arrows would scarcely penetrate the surface. Even the stone arrows, though fashioned by Lin Qing himself, could only burrow a mere 10 meters into the frozen ground. However, under these icy conditions, employing the iron arrows he had forged would allow them to soar 100 meters after piercing through the snow. Navigating through the snow for such a distance posed a challenge that was exponentially greater than under normal circumstances, especially in a setting where the ground was encrusted with ice. The hardness of the snow would significantly amplify the difficulty. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Qing, undeterred by the conservation of iron arrows, recognized that the incessant monkey calls signaled his encirclement. Though he had yet to lay eyes upon these primates, their formidable size was undeniable. Thus, as he released the arrows, he harbored no worries regarding accuracy. With a total of 2,000 iron arrows at his disposal, concerns over scarcity were far from his mind. Wang Er commenced the assault. Fire indiscriminately into the snow. There are plenty of iron arrows, Lin Qing shouted, observing Wang Er and his companions still anxiously scanning their surroundings. Initially, they had intended to wait for the beast to emerge from the snow before attacking, as this would minimize arrow wastage. However, upon hearing their leader's command, they unleashed their instincts. In truth, when they first acquired the crossbow, Wang Er and his peers had fantasized about the day they could wield it freely. Little did they expect that day would arrive so swiftly. Almost instantaneously after obtaining the weapon, they began to unleash a torrent of arrows. Swish, swish, swish. With their inhibitions cast aside, Wang Er and his companions grasped their crossbows and aimed toward the snow ahead. Each arrow that pierced the ice emerged stained with a deep crimson liquid, signifying that their aim had not faltered. The sight of purple-red blood seeping from the arrows could only mean one thing. They had struck true, hitting the invading monkeys amidst the fray. Could it be that an iron arrow, when thrust into the snow and ice, could still draw forth blood? This is evidently an impossibility. Roar, roar, roar. The monkeys have now descended into a frenzied rage. From the very outset, their attempts to launch 2 ice spikes had failed to strike their targets, leaving them in a state of agitation. And now, instead of attacking Lin Qing and his companions, they find themselves under relentless assault from their own kind. What a disgrace. It is indeed a humiliation. Though beasts, they possess a flicker of independent awareness, particularly those resembling monkeys. Having been struck multiple times by iron arrows, they could no longer contain themselves and began to act. Should they continue to hide within the snow and ice? It would not be long before they succumbed to the hail of arrows shot by Lin Qing and Wang Er, perishing under the onslaught. To have not grazed even a single hair of their adversaries, yet to face total annihilation among their own ranks. This was a fate that the monkeys could never accept. Upon hearing the cries of the monkeys, Lin Qing did not dare to be complacent, for he understood that such a sound signified their impending attack. Wang Er, be cautious. Those monkeys may be preparing to strike. Lin Qing patted the iron arrows at his waist, mindful of Wang Er and the others. After all, they lacked extensive hunting experience, and there were certain realities they remained oblivious to. As for Zhang San and his companions, Lin Qing felt no need to elaborate, for they possessed an abundance of hunting expertise. Bang, bang, bang. The earlier rustling sounds had ceased, replaced by the cacophony of the monkeys in motion. Lin Qing continued to shoot into the snow ahead, occasionally hearing the agonized cries of the monkeys from within. However, these cries did not linger, for the monkeys had shattered the ice before them. Crack, crack, crack. With each sound of breaking ice, the crimson-stained snow was violently disrupted. Simultaneously, one after another, white monkeys surged forth from the snow. These white monkeys towered at the height of 2 adult men, their mouths adorned with long, sharp fangs. More ominously, they emanated an aura of intimidation. From any perspective, it was clear that these white monkeys were no ordinary creatures. Yet, despite their fearsome appearance, the small wounds still oozing blood upon their bodies indicated that they had sustained considerable injuries. Observing these monkeys, Zhang San and his fellow hunters sprang into action. Faced with nearly 30 white monkeys surrounding them, Zhang San and the others felt no fear. For in that moment, although they lacked crossbows in hand, they wielded razor-sharp iron swords and knives. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the monkeys, Zhang San and his companions remained undaunted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, Wang Er and his group unleashed a barrage of bolts from their crossbows towards the advancing monkeys. Although they were not adept hunters at this very moment, their sole recourse was to unleash bolts from their crossbow upon the surrounding primates. Meanwhile, Lin Qing chose to abandon the crossbow and instead emitted a sharp whistle. Not far away, within the confines of the dwelling, both Zhuing and Xiaobai responded to Lin Qing's call, bursting forth with remarkable speed. In a mere 2 seconds, they had joined Lin Qing's side, their swiftness undeniable. Without hesitation, Lin Qing leapt onto Zhuing's back, gripping the master iron sword, which shimmered with a dazzling cold light. With a gentle nudge, Zhuing surged forward, while Xiaobai followed closely, charging towards the white monkeys ahead. Despite the formidable size of these creatures, Xiaobai exhibited no sign of fear, baring its sharp teeth as it lunged at the nearest white monkey. Meanwhile, Lin Qing, mounted on Zhuing, wielded his sword with precision, striking the creature squarely on the head. With a resounding thud, the white monkey collapsed, convulsing upon the ground before lying still, devoid of any signs of life after a brief 3 seconds. Thus, the enormous white primate succumbed to the coordinated efforts of Lin Qing, Zhuing, and Xiaobai. Although the entire sequence unfolded with striking simplicity, it was Xiaobai's distraction that drew the creature's attention, allowing Lin Qing to swiftly close the distance and deliver a decisive blow to the monkey's skull. How could such a creature possibly survive? Chapter 45. No return for you. A white ape collapsed, followed closely by several other white apes that fell to the ground, lifeless. Nearby, Zhang San and his companions stood alert, vigilantly observing the remaining white apes surrounding them. Should an opportunity arise, they would not hesitate to charge forth and deliver a fatal blow to any white ape in their vicinity. As several apes fell in succession, the remaining ones felt a tremor of fear. The seemingly feeble humans before them had effortlessly dispatched several of their kin. If this continued, their remaining companions would inevitably be eliminated one by one. Roar! The apes, possessing a modicum of intelligence, especially the colossal white ones, responded to the roar with a unified command and charged directly at Lin Qing and his group. Whoosh! Faced with such an onslaught, Lin Qing wisely refrained from confronting them head-on. He sheathed his master sword and instead wielded a crossbow he had crafted himself. One iron arrow after another was unleashed from the crossbow. In the blink of an eye, one arrow struck squarely into the skull of an approaching ape. One arrow was one thing, but Lin Qing's crossbow held nearly 20 arrows, all aimed at the oncoming white apes, with the majority targeting their heads. The white ape Lin Qing had zeroed in on fell instantly, without even a chance to convulse. Its demise was immediate and irrevocable, beyond any celestial intervention. Observing Lin Qing's lethal efficiency in dispatching their kin, the apes that had been charging towards Wang Er and Zhang San now redirected their frenzy towards Lin Qing. Approximately 25 apes surged towards him. Had Lin Qing not been mounted on his steed, he might have been overwhelmed by the white apes. However, the area was not particularly expansive, and despite Lin Qing's attempts to retreat, he could not withdraw far enough. Thus, he continued to backpedal while firing his crossbow, carefully aiming at the head of another white ape. In that moment, Lin Qing realized that his only recourse was to continuously diminish the number of apes. This would afford him a better chance in close combat when the time came. Meanwhile, Wang Er and Zhang San, though unassailed by the apes, did not allow themselves to rest. Their leader was being pursued by the apes. How could they remain idle? With a calm demeanor, Wang Er and Zhang San found their accuracy significantly improved in the absence of the apes' relentless pursuit. Initially, their archery accuracy had been around 60 to 80%, but now it soared to 80 to 100%. They stood their ground, seizing their crossbows without hesitation, and unleashed a barrage of arrows at the cluster of white apes ahead. With the assistance of Wang Er and Zhang San, Lin Qing found it increasingly effortless to deal with the monkeys before him. Although he had not achieved complete mastery, the intense anxiety and urgency that had previously plagued him had dissipated. As he unleashed bolts from his crossbow towards the monkeys, he was able to dispatch two at a time instead of just one. If he had no reservations, he could have severely wounded another nearby monkey as well. Indeed, with the advent of ranged attacks, his power had escalated significantly, particularly with the continuous firing capability of the crossbow in his hands. Armed with this weapon, he could stand resolutely against countless foes. Before long, the initial number of approximately 25 white monkeys had dwindled to fewer than 20. A closer inspection would reveal that the current count of monkeys had decreased by 10 since they had pursued Lin Qing. Initially, these 30 monkeys had approached Lin Qing with great vigor, only to have 5 of their number slain on the spot by Lin Qing and Wang Er. The remaining 25 monkeys, in their pursuit of Lin Qing, had lost another 10 in the process. Now, the remaining 15 white monkeys were like stranded ducks floundering in water, gripped by palpable fear, yet uncertain of how to escape. In what seemed like no time, half of the white monkeys that had arrived here were gone, and the surviving monkeys could hardly be oblivious to the peril they faced. However, the situation had reached a point where those still alive comprehended that escape was impossible, for they were now encircled by Wang Er, Zhang San, and their companions. Facing them were Lin Qing, Zhu, and Xiaobai, while Wang Er and Zhang San loomed behind. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically. Though surrounded, the white monkeys, being creatures of some intelligence, were acutely aware of their advantage in size, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, while their encirclers were merely a handful of diminutive humans. Despite the loss of half their number in a short span, primarily due to the distance that had initially favored the humans' ranged attacks, the encirclement incited excitement among the monkeys. This was their opportunity granted by the heavens. With such close proximity, was it not akin to delivering themselves to doom? With a united roar, The remaining 15 monkeys directed their fury towards Lin Qing and Wang Er. Yet, before they could fully unleash their battle cry, Lin Qing's crossbow fired once more, and one monkey collapsed, unable to rise again. The action was swift and decisive. Lin Qing was determined to eradicate every last one of these monkeys. From the moment those monkeys had hurled ice spikes at Lin Qing's head, this resolve had taken root in his heart. A singular monkey fell in response, causing the remaining 14 to momentarily halt, only to erupt in a tempest of fury. However, before they could act, Wang Er and Zhang San, with their crossbows in hand, simultaneously pulled the triggers. 7 individuals, 7 crossbows, unleashed a barrage of iron arrows as if they were of no cost, soaring towards the scant 14 monkeys that remained. The monkeys' roars reverberated through the forest, encircling Lin Qing and his abode, lingering in the air. Although the monkeys yearned to charge forth and engage Lin Qing in close combat. How could Lin Qing, mounted on the swift steed Zhu Ying, ever grant them such an opportunity? Were it merely 1 or 2 colossal white monkeys, Lin Qing could manage them, and even 3 would pose no challenge. Yet now, there were still 14 monkeys. No, now only 8 remained. The ground was strewn with the corpses of those gigantic white monkeys, while the last 8 huddled together, trembling at the sight of Lin Qing. It was not that they were unwilling to attack. Rather, they simply could not breach the distance. Although Wang Er and his companions lacked mounts, their numbers were formidable. If even one monkey sprinted too swiftly, Wang Er and his cohort would go mad, raising their crossbows to aim at the foremost monkey. Let us resolve this swiftly. Lin Qing wasted no time, stowing away his crossbow and once more grasping the master iron sword. With a commanding shout, he urged Zhu Ying forward, accompanied by Xiao Bai, charging directly at the remaining foes. At this juncture, Wang Er and his companions had also sheathed their crossbows, opting instead for iron swords and blades, surging towards the monkeys. Having previously feasted on rabbit meat, Lin Qing and Wang Er possessed physiques far superior to those of ordinary adults. With ease, the 8 monkeys, stripped of their will to fight, were swiftly dispatched by Lin Qing and his allies. 30 monkeys, none returned. Chapter 46. The more potent monkeys due to the frigid surroundings. The blood of the monkeys that dripped onto the ground quickly transformed into a small, crimson ice river. Despite the abundance of monkey blood, the air remained largely unchanged, carrying only a faint hint of the metallic scent of blood. It seems that in this wintry landscape, not all aspects are detrimental, particularly in a scene that has just witnessed a fierce battle, where the air thick with the stench of blood. Lin Qing would have undoubtedly sought another location to establish a new home. While it may appear to be merely an issue of odor, the essence of this blood could attract a host of troubles, including assault from carnivorous beasts. Furthermore, the presence of blood might engender various microorganisms, potentially leading to diseases if the situation were to escalate. In this desolate island forest, disease poses a far more perilous threat than the beasts themselves. However, Lin Qing need not fear any adverse factors here. After all, in this icy expanse, no other carnivorous creatures could possibly venture. As for diseases, in a realm where one could easily be frozen into a statue, how could ailments manifest so readily? Even if they did arise, Lin Qing and Wang Er possess resilience that far surpasses that of ordinary humans. Afflictions such as colds are unlikely to trouble them. Should any insurmountable illness emerge, Lin Qing is fortunate to have apothecary Zheng Shi at his side. The title of apothecary is not merely for show. With the right herbs, there is no concoction she cannot create. With all 30 white monkeys vanquished, the next task lies in the retrieval of their remains. The immense size of these creatures ensures that both their flesh and their magnificent pelts are invaluable at this moment. Moreover, their elongated fangs and sharp claws serve as exquisite materials for crafting weapons. Emerging from their shelter are Chef Zhao Lu and Apothecary Zheng Shi, both of whom are perfectly suited to handle the enormous corpses of the white monkeys. Apothecary Zheng Shi can also discover precious ingredients for her potions from the bodies of these colossal beasts. In no time, Wang Er and the others had efficiently cleared away the 30 massive white monkeys. Following this, the area surrounding the cabin remained devoid of any sanguine scent. A welcome relief for Lin Qing, as it is far easier to manage the removal of the monkeys than to deal with the lingering odor of blood. As time swiftly passed into the night, Lin Qing found little distinction between day and night in his current surroundings. Yet, the rays of the sun could still weave through the icy terrain, although they could not illuminate the cabin. The hues of the snow and ice offered a means to discern the time. At this moment, the nearby ice and snow had taken on a dark hue. Had it been daytime, these elements would have glimmered in a translucent white. Now, only the flickering firelight emanating from the cabin could illuminate the surroundings. The biting cold outside, though no longer a concern for Lin Qing and Wang Er, did not deter Lin Qing from remaining in the forge for dinner. After all, outside, the warmth radiating from the campfire could potentially melt the ice and snow above. Should that ice melt excessively, the timbers supporting it would succumb to the weight, causing Lin Qing's cabin to be engulfed by the very snow itself. Such a blunder was one Lin Qing would never commit. Moreover, the forge offered ample space, abundant resources, and a variety of tools, ensuring that even in the absence of certain items, one could easily procure materials without needing to dash to an adjacent building. Crackle, crackle. Within the forge, wood atop the fire blazed vigorously, emitting a series of crackling sounds. Above this fire lay the meat from the massive white ape that Lin Qing and Wang Er had recently vanquished, expertly prepared by the culinary maestro Zhao Lu. Ensuring no concern about consuming anything unwholesome, the meat was neatly skewered on iron rods, positioned above the roaring flames. The dripping fat from the skewers fell onto the fire, releasing an enticing aroma. Perhaps due to the freshness of the meat, the flesh from the freshly hunted ape exuded an even more delightful fragrance when roasted. Crack! Lin Qing seized a skewer in front of him, without hesitation, and took a hearty bite of the meat at the front. As he savored the morsel, Lin Qing instantly sensed something amiss. This roasted meat, how could it be so incredibly fragrant? The skewer in Lin Qing's hand bore no seasoning crafted by Zhao Lu, yet this very fact allowed the inherent flavors of the meat to burst forth in his mouth. However, before Lin Qing could thoroughly relish the taste, his pupils widened in astonishment, as if he had witnessed something utterly shocking. Indeed, he was astonished not by sight, but by sensation. It was the very piece of meat in Lin Qing's grasp. At that moment, it felt as if boundless energy coursed through his body, a reservoir of power that seemed inexhaustible. Unlike the previous experience with rabbit meat, there was no adverse reaction. Instead, he was filled with an overwhelming vitality. Could it be that the formidable white ape that had attacked them was not an ordinary beast? Was its flesh far more potent than that of the rabbits with their translucent ears? As Lin Qing reveled in the surge of energy within him, he recalled the meat he had just consumed, instantly reminded of the apes they had hunted not long ago. Simultaneously, it was not only Wang Er who underwent a transformation. Those feasting on skewers alongside him also experienced the same extraordinary changes as Lin Qing, merely relying on the emanation from his own body. It was evident that Lin Qing exuded a formidable presence unlike any other. However, did this not imply that the flesh held significance for Wang Er and his companions as well? A notion began to take shape in Lin Qing's mind, the aspiration to cultivate a formidable cadre of farmers. The previous encounter with rabbits, coupled with the current encounter with the colossal white gorillas, promised boundless benefits regardless of their nature. Yet, as he reflected on the previous skirmish with these gorillas, Lin Qing was suddenly struck by a contemplative thought. Had the arrows he wielded been fashioned from stone rather than iron, what would the outcome have been? With a sigh, he dismissed the thought. The fact that he had successfully vanquished those gorillas was a testament to his current prowess. Otherwise, those powerful creatures would undoubtedly have laid waste to everything in their wake. As Lin Qing savored the roasted meat, a realization dawned upon him. While indulging in his meal, he opened the global chat channel. Given the magnitude of the events unfolding in his vicinity, it was reasonable to surmise that similar occurrences transpired elsewhere. Surely, he could not be the sole victim of such calamity? If that were indeed the case, it would be a blood-soaked fortune. Yet, considering the formidable strength of the gorillas he had encountered, he pondered whether others might also face the same peril. Chapter 47. The Peak of Peasant Numbers? Just now, I completely annihilated that wave of white mice. Lin Qing had just opened the World Chat channel when he noticed discussions regarding the recent beast invasion. It seemed that not only was Lin Qing facing this issue, but others as well were encountering various beast attacks. However, as Lin Qing perused the messages, he couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. It appeared that the beasts each person faced were not the same. Before Lin Qing could delve deeper into the conversation, a particular message caught his attention. Haha, stop pretending. Everyone has witnessed the state of your thatched cottage. This encounter with the white mice must be the result of some karmic merit from your past life. Haha, was that person still living in a thatched cottage? Before Lin Qing could ponder the implications of this remark, another message appeared in the world chat channel, providing clarity to his earlier confusion. Yes, indeed. My house is a basic wooden cottage, and the ones that attacked me were those white-furred buffaloes. Me too. Mine is a low-level wooden cottage, and I was attacked by similar white-furred wild boars. In no time, the world chat channel buzzed with conversations about the recent beast attacks. Lin Qing was taken aback as he observed the messages. It seemed that there were indeed individuals in this world with survival skills on deserted islands. After all, their wooden cottages had already been upgraded to basic wooden cottages. Meanwhile, Lin Qing's cottage was merely at the intermediate wooden cottage level. Thatched cottages, low-level wooden cottages, basic wooden cottages, intermediate wooden cottages, advanced wooden cottages, low-level stone houses. Regardless of the type, any upgrade would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of resources. However, Lin Qing's resource reserves were more than sufficient to upgrade to an advanced wooden cottage. If he were to deplete his resources, it would be entirely reasonable to upgrade directly to a low-level stone house. Yet, there were too many pressing matters at hand, leaving no time to upgrade his wooden cottage. Otherwise, he would have long since elevated his current intermediate wooden cottage to an advanced one. Observing the discussions about the various wooden cottages in the chat, Lin Qing felt a surge of pressure. Although their cottages were merely one level below his, it was only a matter of time before their cottage levels would match his own. At that thought, Lin Qing quickly dismissed it. Just because others were upgrading their cottages didn't mean his would remain stagnant. As for the wooden cottages mentioned in the world chat, what intrigued Lin Qing most were the beasts that had invaded them. Regardless of how the individuals in the world chat described their encounters, one common trait among the invading beasts was their white fur. The white beasts, such as polar bears and Arctic wolves, are quite commonplace. However, one might wonder how a creature like a wild boar or a bison could possibly be pure white, even if they were to mutate. The emergence of such a multitude at once seems implausible. As Lin Qing perused the world chat channel, a single message erupted, sending shockwaves throughout the global community. I wonder if anyone has ever attempted to transform the slain beasts into sustenance. Just moments ago, I indulged in some and now feel invigorated. I must return and sample that white-furred beef. Me too. Ahem. Has anyone dared to taste rat meat? I'm a bit hesitant. Enough chatter, just eat it. Perhaps you have consumed rat meat before without realizing it. Go ahead. Fear not. Indeed, this revelation will undoubtedly ripple through the world chat. However, Lin Qing remained unfazed, for within his vast warehouse lay a considerable number of immense white ape carcasses. While some contemplated the previous sightings of white rabbits, it became apparent that, besides Lin Qing, no one else could locate those elusive creatures. This predicament alleviated Lin Qing's concerns. He certainly did not wish to become a target of scrutiny. Upon exiting the world chat, Lin Qing found himself unwittingly having consumed several skewers of grilled meat. Despite such indulgence, he felt entirely satiated, devoid of any sensation of being overfilled. The meat crafted from ape flesh seemed to bypass his stomach, transmogrifying directly into energy that coursed through his entire being. Perhaps this explains the absence of discomfort despite the copious consumption and the newfound vigor that enveloped him. Having feasted so thoroughly, Lin Qing's appetite waned, for he had a more pressing matter awaiting his attention. Departing from the forge, he made his way toward the nearby intermediate wooden hut, not to upgrade it, but rather to attempt summoning farmers. Fortunately, although darkness had descended, it was not yet the dawn of a new day, meaning that his opportunities to summon farmers had not yet been exhausted. As Lin Qing traversed the perpetually frozen ground, he approached the wooden hut with steady determination. Yet he felt no chill. Even now, under the night sky, the surrounding temperature scarcely affected him. The cause of this phenomenon was evident. It was undoubtedly the grilled meat he had just consumed. Earlier, while outside, he had felt a slight chill, but now, he was impervious to the cold. Aside from the grilled meat, there could be no other explanation. Upon arriving outside the wooden cabin, Lin Qing did not hesitate. He promptly accessed the information panel of the cabin, preparing to summon farmers. Do you wish to summon farmers? Yes. Just as before, Lin Qing made his choice without a moment's doubt. However, despite his identical decision, the message he received was markedly different this time. Ding! Summoning failed. The number of farmers has reached its maximum. Please upgrade the cabin before proceeding with the summoning. The notion that the number of farmers had reached its peak was a revelation for Lin Qing. He had not anticipated that the summoning of farmers would be subject to such limitations. It appeared that, under the current circumstances, the only way to increase the number of farmers was to continue upgrading the cabin. Yet, Lin Qing was suddenly struck by another thought regarding the farmer count. Since it had been stated that the limit had been reached, this implied that if a farmer were to perish, he could subsequently summon another one. Nevertheless, even so, Lin Qing would never allow his farmers to meet an untimely demise. After all, these were his farmers. Chapter 48. The thawing of ice and the revival of life. Although the summoning of farmers could not continue for the time being, Lin Qing remained undeterred. After all, possessing 9 farmers made the task of upgrading the wooden cabin an exceedingly simple endeavor. Currently, the only resources required for the upgrade were wood, stone, fiber, thatch, black mud, and metal. No other materials were necessary. However, the quantities needed for this upgrade were doubled compared to before, which meant that undertaking the upgrade would significantly deplete the available supplies. Thus, in the face of such harsh conditions, Lin Qing opted to postpone the upgrade of the wooden cabin for now, as he had a sufficient number of 9 farmers, just the right amount. Even if there were more, the current circumstances did not allow for resource gathering or hunting. As Lin Qing had no immediate intentions of upgrading, he cast the matter aside and ceased to dwell on it. The invading monkeys had been entirely dealt with, and with only a basic wooden cabin, he could no longer summon farmers. Outside, the world remained a desolate expanse of ice and snow. Yet, Lin Qing found himself in a state of leisure, free from any immediate threats, whether from resources or wild beasts. During such tranquil days, he spent nearly an entire week in this manner. On the first day, after a week had passed, Lin Qing noticed that the seemingly eternal ice and snow had begun to melt gradually. As he gazed at the melting ice before him, he contemplated a profoundly significant realization. This calamity was on the verge of dissipating. After enduring a week in this icy realm, the thaw was finally commencing. While the melting of ice and snow was indeed a positive development, heralding a future free from constant wintry oppression, it would inevitably transform into water, coursing across the ground. In lower-lying areas, this would undoubtedly result in vast expanses of water. The fierce winds that had previously swept away those on higher ground had spared those below. But now the cycle of nature was turning. The elevated areas would remain unscathed, while the low-lying regions would be inundated, potentially becoming small lakes or even vast oceans. Such concerns were not at the forefront of Lin Qing's thoughts, as he resided on elevated terrain on the plains. The ferocious winds posed little threat, and flooding would be of no consequence either. At this moment, he felt compelled to call out to Wang Er and the others in the cottage. The wooden cabin had developed voids around it, and the uneven weight of the ice above could cause the cabin to collapse under the pressure, burying it beneath the snow. This was not an outcome Lin Qing desired. Thus, Wang Er and the others were utilizing the iron saw crafted by Zhou Ba, swiftly fashioning wooden planks. The purpose of these planks was to construct a substantial wooden canopy over every building in the vicinity. Then, within each wooden enclosure, additional wooden supports were erected to sustain the houses safeguarded by these wooden structures. Could they withstand the relentless onslaught of snow and ice from above? Such a feat seemed utterly impossible, for these wooden enclosures were constructed by Lin Qing's own hands. As someone endowed with the ability to imbue attributes, Lin Qing naturally enhanced these wooden structures with special qualities. Among these attributes, the most significant was their remarkable durability, 100-fold strength. Attributes such as resilience were of little concern to Lin Qing, as these wooden enclosures served merely to shield against the falling snow and ice, with their secondary purpose being as fuel. With an ample supply of planks and logs, the next task was assembly. Snow and ice began to descend gradually from above, while Lin Qing worked swiftly to erect the wooden enclosures. Although the descent of the snow was rapid, Lin Qing's pace of construction was even swifter. After completing the wooden enclosures for each house, the snow began to cascade down in large volumes. Yet the houses remained enveloped in their protective coverings, suffering not a scratch. The sound of melting ice and snow filled the air, and the temperature plummeted even further. However, Lin Qing and Wang Er, having feasted on rabbit and monkey meat, were largely unfazed by the cold. Even Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai, both of whom had also savored the roasted meats, remained untroubled. Zhu Ying, a wild horse, consumed more than just wild fruits, while Xiao Bai, being a creature of carnivorous appetite, naturally thrived on meat. Lin Qing, Wang Er, Zhu Ying, and Xiao Bai had all settled into their respective houses. While the snow continued to melt and the cold lingered outside, they reclined leisurely, savoring roasted meats or jerky. These delicacies were not derived from wild boars or bison, but rather from the rabbits and monkeys that Lin Qing had previously acquired. Both types of meat proved immensely valuable, particularly the rabbits, as consuming them induced bodily transformations. Consequently, Lin Qing instructed Chef Zhao Lu to promptly process all the rabbits located within the three-story house. The snow melted at a swift pace, yet the world remained blanketed in white. Even with such rapid melting, it would still take a full day and night for the thaw to complete. During this interval, Lin Qing, Wang Er, Zhu Ying, and Xiao Bai would efficiently consume the entirety of the rabbit meat prepared by Chef Zhao Lu, although the number of rabbits was considerable. When transformed into jerky or roasted meat, little remained. Furthermore, the unique transformations in their physiques were attributable to the consumption of the rabbit's ears. Without this, merely eating the meat would not enhance their physical abilities. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden enclosure outside the cabin resonated with a rhythmic pounding. Listening to this sound, Lin Qing felt immensely relieved. Had the ice and snow from above fallen upon the wooden cabin, it would likely have been reduced to splinters in no time. Fortunately, Lin Qing's cabin, along with the surrounding structures, remained unscathed thanks to the protective attributes of the wooden canopy enveloping them. Not a single shard of ice or snow penetrated this shelter. While Lin Qing's abode endured without incident, others were not as fortunate. Some individuals, in their bid to expand their operational space, melted the ice and snow near their cabins. The frigid temperatures had previously posed no threat, but now the melting snow heralded disaster. The earlier comfort had swiftly transformed into calamity, especially as they had failed to use timber for support or erect protective canopies outside their homes. The resounding thuds echoing from above Lin Qing's cabin vividly illustrated the dire predicament of those around him. Conversely, there were some who remained safely ensconced within their cabins, shielded from the surrounding ice and snow, thus avoiding any damage. However, the arrival of flooding would not be delayed. Every area was subjected to the deluge, and Lin Qing's location was no exception. After all, it was not situated at the highest elevation, making it vulnerable to the inundation. It seemed only those at the very top would escape the floodwaters, yet they had likely been swept away by the fierce winds that had preceded the storm. As another day passed, the external temperature returned to normal, accompanied by the melodious calls of birds and the distant growls of wild beasts. Chapter 49, Miasma, Gome. Take a little pill. Upon hearing those sounds and sensing the temperature around him, Lin Qing had already discerned the situation outside. The ice and snow had completely melted, and all life was awakening. Without further contemplation, Lin Qing strode towards the entrance, pushing open the door of the wooden cabin, which was still enveloped in a wooden canopy. Raising his gaze to the overhead structure, he observed that it had suffered little damage. The only anomaly lay in one of the wooden planks, which had been thoroughly soaked by the melting snow. However, no water dripped down, and it remained remarkably sturdy. Once again, Lin Qing pushed open the wooden door beneath the canopy, emerging into the great outdoors. Just as before, the towering trees in the surrounding forest stood resolutely, showing little change. Perhaps due to the snow-esque cover, the leaves of those majestic trees had grown even more vibrant. The ground, however, had turned exceedingly muddy from the rushing waters. The bloodstains left from the earlier skirmish with the monkeys had vanished, likely washed away by the flood caused by the melting snow. This, in fact, averted a potential nuisance. as lingering blood could have attracted nearby wild beasts. Without further delay, Lin Qing commenced dismantling the wooden canopy atop his cabin. Despite the ground being quite muddy, this vital task had to be accomplished. With a resounding crash, the wooden canopy was flawlessly removed by Lin Qing. The cabin below sustained no damage, and only a few of the canopy's wooden beams had fractured, with nothing else amiss. The dismantled planks naturally had their purpose. They were to be laid upon the ground. Given the muddy condition of the terrain, each step taken resulted in a significant loss of mud, making movement laboriously slow. Fortunately, with the wooden planks readily available, he could easily create a wooden floor. Without hesitation, Lin Qing set to work, soon covering the ground with the planks he had removed from the canopy. At that moment, Wang Er and his companions emerged from the farmhouse, observing Lin Qing laying down the planks. They too eagerly joined in the effort. After half an hour, the once muddy ground around Lin Qing's cabin had transformed entirely into a wooden floor. A final wash with water rendered it pristine. With all matters resolved, life resumed its normalcy, akin to before. Yet, there was a notable difference now: the speed at which Wang Er and his companions gathered resources. Having consumed substantial amounts of rabbit and monkey meat, their stamina had surged dramatically. Where they previously could transport only 100 units of wood, they now managed to carry 500. Indeed, with the right technique, transporting 1,000 units was not beyond the realm of possibility. The situation has now returned to normal. However, in the current environment, a peculiar phenomenon has emerged: miasma. Lin Qing has also encountered this phenomenon, but after consuming certain meats, he has been able to ward it off completely. This is why he has not sensed anything amiss. The miasma is not confined to Lin Qing's vicinity. It pervades nearly the entire world, with the exception of well-ventilated areas. Presently, within the World Chat channel, many individuals are fervently seeking medicinal remedies. Conversely, those engaging in casual conversation in the channel have consumed the flesh of the white beasts, thus evading any adverse effects. With Lin Qing currently untroubled, he opened the World Chat channel and immediately encountered numerous requests for medicine, alongside the chatter of others. Upon reading these messages, he swiftly deduced the underlying cause. It seems the white beasts that previously invaded this place possess such an effect. However, since the channel is inundated with requests for antidotes, Lin Qing is determined not to let this opportunity slip by. After all, if the white monkey meat in the kitchen storage goes uneaten, it will inevitably spoil. Especially with the weather warming up, even if the culinary master Zhao Lu can prepare jerky at an impressive pace, he cannot possibly keep up with the rate at which the meat deteriorates. Rather than allowing the meat to rot, it is far more prudent to trade it with others. Though consuming these meats may enhance one's strength slightly, Lin Qing himself is on the verge of nausea from overeating them. Being on the verge of vomiting, what a concept! This signifies that Lin Qing has been subsisting solely on this meat for several days. Nevertheless, even when selling this meat, it cannot simply be presented in its original form. If potential buyers recognize it as mere meat and accuse Lin Qing of deception, where would he find recourse? Therefore, to ensure that the meat is perceived as a genuine remedy, he must enlist the help of apothecary Zhang Shi. By chopping the meat into smaller pieces and incorporating some flavorful herbs, they can ultimately transform it into medicinal pills. This will be a significant achievement. Since they are pills, Lin Qing will naturally sample one first. After all, if these concoctions lack medicinal properties, he would be labeled a fraud. Thus, Lin Qing promptly took one of the completed pills and consumed it without hesitation. Fearless in the face of miasma, how could Lin Qing possibly dread these pills? Additionally, with apothecary Zhang Shi's enhancements, as long as these pills are not toxic, their effectiveness will be elevated to an extraordinary level. In an instant, Lin Qing placed the crafted pill into his mouth, and before he could even chew, it dissolved instantly. As the pill melted, its effects began to manifest. Much like when Lin Qing consumed the meat previously, his body surged with vitality. Although the effects were not overwhelmingly powerful, they certainly exhibited the intended potency of the meat. Given this, these pills can undoubtedly be sold in the World Chat channel. Immediately, Lin Qing sent a message in the Global Chat channel. The medicinal pills for curing miasma are now available in the World Trading channel. Were an ordinary person to send such a message, it would undoubtedly elicit scorn and derision, as those in the global chat would perceive it as an attempt to deceive and exploit. However, the significance of this message lay in the fact that it was delivered by Lin Qing. In the global chat channel, the responses were filled not with insults, but with expressions of gratitude and admiration. To them, Lin Qing was akin to a deity. Previously, the benevolent philanthropist Lin Qing had sold supplies at an astonishingly low price, which had endeared him greatly to them. Now, faced with the affliction of miasma, Lin Qing appeared once more to offer them the very pills that could alleviate their suffering. To them, he was nothing short of a savior. Thus, regarding Lin Qing's announcement about the sale of the pills, there was not a single word of reproach. Instead, they showered him with gratitude. One pill could be exchanged for 5 pieces of iron or 20 pieces of wood, 15 stones, 30 fibers, 30 thatch. Any material, except for meat, was made available for exchange. Those who initially held little hope for the newly listed potions, upon seeing the multitude of materials that could be traded for the pills, endeavored to gather the required items despite their ailments. 1 pill could relieve them of their suffering, 2 could restore them to a normal state, 3 could enhance their vitality. Whether afflicted or not, everyone flocked to Lin Qing to procure the pills. The rumor that these pills could bolster one's health stemmed from an individual who exchanged for the pills and, after consuming in excess, experienced remarkable results. Otherwise, how could it be possible for the 10,000 pills Lin Qing had just listed to sell out at such an extraordinary pace? Chapter 50. The traces left by other humans. The World Trading Channel is now bustling with activity. Nearly everyone, upon seeing the latest news in the World Chat Channel, immediately dives into the World Trading Channel. The number of participants in the World Trading Channel has surged dramatically. In stark contrast, the World Chat Channel is now devoid of any presence. The most recent message still pertains to an individual who claimed that consuming the small pill sold by Lin Qing could enhance physical strength. Anyone who glimpsed this message surely had no time to linger. They rushed into the World Trading Channel to make purchases. Beside Lin Qing's wooden cabin in the kitchen, the culinary master Zhao Lu and the apothecary Zheng Shi are diligently crafting these small pills. After all, the preparation of jerky and concoction of potions requires time, which is why Lin Qing has allowed them to simultaneously create some medicinal pills. Otherwise, the pills in the World Trading Channel would have long since vanished. Although the duo works swiftly, they cannot keep pace with the frantic buying spree of the customers. Naturally, Lin Qing does not rush to list the pills in the World Trading Channel. Instead, he waits until Zhao Lu and Zheng Shi have produced a sufficient quantity before making them available. This method of sale has been communicated clearly in the World Trading Channel. As soon as there are pills available, a message should be sent for listing. Thus, Lin Qing finds himself in a state of considerable leisure. However, leisure aside, Lin Qing must attend to some pressing matters. For instance, he needs to inspect the vicinity of the cabin for any signs of wildlife or human activity. The ground remains somewhat muddy. Any beasts or humans passing through would undoubtedly leave traces. These traces are not easily erased. Even if they were, it would require a considerable amount of time. Given that time, how could Lin Qing, riding on his steed Juing, possibly fail to find the source of those traces? Upon exiting the kitchen, Lin Qing heads straight for the stable. After such a lengthy period, it is reasonable to assume that both Juing and Xiao Bai have grown quite lonely, having remained cooped up in the stable for so long without any outings. Juing, the horse, and Xiao Bai, the dog, have been keeping each other company in the stable. Juing, Xiao Bai, Lin Qing calls out loudly, noticing the two of them appearing rather bored. Hearing this familiar voice, Juing and Xiao Bai, who were on the verge of dozing off, instantly become alert. Neither Juing nor Xiao Bai is tethered in the stable. Upon seeing Lin Qing, they dash towards him. Once they reach Lin Qing, they affectionately nuzzle against his arm, as if they had not seen their master in ages. Yet, upon reflection, it has indeed been quite a while. Let us go. Without further ado, Lin Qing mounts the newly crafted saddle on Juing and, with Xiao Bai in tow, sets off ahead. Although the surrounding ground remains somewhat muddy, the speed of Juing and Xiao Bai is sufficient to send the mud flying, leaving no trace upon their bodies. The rhythmic sound of hooves striking the earth resonates, though not as loudly as it would upon dry soil. Nevertheless, it produces a distinct clatter, albeit muted by the surrounding symphony of birdsong and the distant growls echoing through the forest. Indeed, even if the ground were parched, the sound of hooves would likely escape the notice of both beasts and men. For before they could detect Lin Qing, he had already spotted them and was well prepared. The pace of Zhu Ying is remarkably swift. Although the terrain is somewhat muddy, within a mere 5 minutes, Lin Qing has distanced himself from the wooden cabin. At first glance, this may not seem particularly fast. However, one must consider that Lin Qing rides Zhu Ying, having circled the area around the cabin entirely. When Lin Qing pauses beside a grand tree to rest, savoring some jerky, he notices footprints beneath another towering tree, alongside remnants of bones. This unmistakably indicates that someone had been there recently, a genuine human presence, not that of a wild beast. The footprints and leftover bones are marks only humanity would leave behind. Furthermore, it is implausible that Wang Er and his companions could have ventured this far from the cabin to gather supplies. In swift succession, Lin Qing devours the last of his jerky, mounts Zhu Ying, and, with Little White in tow, begins to follow the trail of footprints ahead. This marks Lin Qing's first encounter with humans since arriving in this world, making it a matter of great significance. Regardless of whether these individuals are friend or foe, he feels compelled to investigate the situation further, estimating that there are perhaps 5 or 6 individuals based on the prints. Lin Qing is nonetheless well equipped with an arsenal of stone arrows, iron arrows, and projectiles crafted from the formidable claws of beasts, not to mention the masterfully forged iron sword that hangs at his waist. Even if Lin Qing cannot vanquish them with these weapons, he rides Zhu Ying and is accompanied by Little White. Even if he cannot fight them, surely he can outpace them. Riding atop Zhu Ying, Lin Qing carefully follows the footprints, and both Zhu Ying and Little White seem to comprehend his intentions, making no sound and treading lightly as they advance. Given this caution, the individuals ahead are unlikely to detect Lin Qing's presence, unless fortune favors them, allowing them to conceal themselves in the river. Should they dare to hide among the trees or behind rocks, Little White would be more than capable of uncovering them. However, until it is certain whether these individuals are adversaries, Lin Qing cannot simply eliminate them. For if they are fellow newcomers to this world, they could potentially become allies under Lin Qing's command. Even if Lin Qing were to reject him, he would undoubtedly cling to Lin Qing's side, eagerly vying to be one of Lin Qing's followers. After all, Lin Qing's reputation was well known to all who had ever sent a message in the global chat channel or conducted transactions in the world trading channel. As Lin Qing took measured steps towards wealth, the sounds of footsteps on the ground grew increasingly distinct, while the loyal companion, Shabby, emitted low growls beside him, indicating that individuals were ahead. After affectionately patting Shabby's head, Lin Qing proceeded with heightened caution. However, before Lin Qing could advance further on his steed, Zhu Ying, a sudden and unexpected cry of anguish erupted from a horse. The piercing sound caught everyone off guard. Even Zhu Ying himself could not have anticipated such a cry at this pivotal moment. It was clear that those ahead would surely hear this distressing sound. As Lin Qing prepared to direct Zhu Ying to dart aside, he was momentarily startled by what lay beneath the horse's hooves. For Zhu Ying had just stepped upon a protruding iron ore. Moreover, following this vein of ore, he discovered that the ground nearby was similarly rich with iron deposits. Gazing at the expanse of iron ore and the promising sight that lay ahead, Lin Qing instantly recognized the wealth that surrounded him. Nevertheless, Lin Qing understood that he must exercise caution, for the identity of these individuals remained uncertain. Yet, this served as an opportune moment to discern the nature of those he encountered. Chapter 51. The Indigenous Tribe. Who are those people? Lin Qing had just concealed his traces and hidden beneath a nearby earthen mound when he overheard voices from the earlier location. Though the distance was considerable, he could still discern the figures ahead. Upon observing them, Lin Qing felt a slight shock. Although they were human and spoke the same language, their attire was exceedingly peculiar. They were clad in animal skins and not even fashioned into proper garments, while Lin Qing's own clothing was also made of animal hides and fibers. It bore a resemblance to conventional attire. In contrast, these individuals appeared to have no knowledge of garment creation, merely wrapping animal skins around themselves in a rudimentary fashion. Furthermore, they adorned themselves with feathers, bones, and colorful stones. Their appearance was undeniably that of primitive humans. However, the fact that they spoke the same language as Lin Qing left him in a state of perplexity. Yet, one thing Lin Qing could ascertain was that these individuals were not fellow newcomers to this world. They were the indigenous inhabitants of this land. Before he could ponder further, the group resumed their conversation. The leader speculated it must be some wild horses that trampled these objects on the ground. After all, this surface is littered with those wretched protrusions, and they are quite numerous and hard. It must be the wild horses that caused the noise we heard. Indeed, that seems likely, replied a robust man in splendid animal skin garments, positioned centrally among them. He was presumably the leader of the group. Given that one of them had addressed him as such, it was clear that there must be a nearby tribe, for otherwise, how could he be called a leader? As Lin Qing observed the group, he contemplated their dialogue. Leader, alas, I truly wonder how our tribe is faring. At that moment, another member of the group suddenly spoke to the central figure. Lin Qing found himself puzzled by this remark, but his confusion was soon alleviated by the initial speaker's response. AMU, we cannot abandon them. They merely inhaled those gases. Must we forsake them? Ajin, are we to wait indefinitely for them to recover? We are nearly out of food here, if we continue to care for them. Enough. You two, cease your bickering. The central figure admonished the others with evident irritation, his commanding presence silencing the two who had been on the verge of continuing their dispute. As the two individuals came to a halt, the one in the middle continued, I, Yin Guang, have always conducted my affairs with utmost integrity. I would never abandon those individuals. Let's not discuss this matter any further. Amua Jin. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing, not far away, had already discerned the identities of the three speakers. The one referred to as the leader was named Yin Guang, while the one opposed to abandoning the others was called a Jin, and the last individual was a Mu. It appeared that there truly existed a tribe here. However, as Lin Qing observed Yin Guang and his companions, he suddenly recalled something of immense significance, namely, the iron ore. He had attentively listened to every word they uttered. From their discourse, Lin Qing could ascertain that they were utterly unaware of the protrusion in the ground being iron ore, and moreover, they expressed a strong aversion to it. It seemed that within their tribe, including their leader, they were all afflicted by this miasma, coupled with their earlier mention of food shortages. Given these circumstances, an opportunity for collaboration presented itself. At that moment, Lin Qing formulated a plan. He would enlist their assistance in gathering the iron ore and transporting it to the wooden cabin, while he would aid them in curing the miasma and addressing their food scarcity. Yet during this transaction, there was a crucial matter that Lin Qing needed to contemplate: the nature of human hearts. Indeed, in this forest, nothing is more perilous than the human heart. On the surface, they may appear to be trustworthy allies, but in the blink of an eye, one might eliminate another, all for a mere morsel of meat. Thus, to ensure the smooth execution of this trade, Lin Qing must demonstrate his own strength. After all, with Lin Qing included, their number amounted to merely 10, while the tribe, being a collective, undoubtedly boasted a greater population. In a scenario devoid of large-scale destructive weaponry, sheer numbers conferred a significant advantage. Let us proceed, Zhu Ying Xiaobai. Without further contemplation, Lin Qing decided that if he were to collaborate with them, lingering in the shadows was not an option. He would approach them directly to negotiate terms. Provided the conditions were sufficiently favorable, success in this venture was assured. Furthermore, the plan Lin Qing had conceived would appear to the tribe as an act of charity, an endeavor that bore no utility for them, and yet could yield food and other resources. How could they possibly resist such an enticing proposition? As he advanced, Lin Qing did not instruct Zhu Ying and Xiao to tread lightly. Instead, he encouraged them to amplify the sounds of their movements. Simultaneously, Zhu Ying and Xiao truly unleashed their formidable presence. Sensing the aura radiating from them, Lin Qing couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. It seemed they had indeed grown stronger. The sound of hooves striking the ground, accompanied by the occasional fierce roar from Little White, along with the formidable aura exuded by both Zhuing and Little White, made it impossible for Yin Guang and his companions, no matter how myopic, to overlook the approaching Lin Qing. All were on high alert. As the chieftain of the tribe, Yin Guang had already instructed his companions, a Jin, a Mu, and others, to be vigilant upon hearing the hoofbeats. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qing couldn't help but admire the swift reaction of a true tribal leader. However, despite Yin Guang and his companions arming themselves and cautiously watching Lin Qing's direction, he felt no trepidation and continued his approach. For the weapons in their hands were merely rudimentary stone axes, even more primitive than the ones Lin Qing had initially crafted. With this realization, Lin Qing's initial caution transformed into a tranquil composure. Chapter 52. I have come to discuss cooperation with you. Who are you? Which tribe do you belong to? As Lin Qing rode in on his steed, Zhuing, he confronted Yin Guang and his companions. Ajin, standing nearby, was the first to speak. Gazing up at Lin Qing, despite the formidable aura that emanated from him, Zhuing and Xiaobai, although they were outnumbered, with several of them against Lin Qing alone. This realization merely bolstered Jin's courage to some extent. I harbor no ill intentions, Lin Qing declared, remaining mounted on Zhuing as he bypassed Jin and addressed Yin Guang directly. You. Jin's initial trepidation evaporated, replaced by indignation at being ignored by Lin Qing. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at him. Meanwhile, those around him, armed with stone axes, took a step forward menacingly. Lin Qing exhibited not a shred of anxiety. He was acutely aware that these individuals would not dare to strike. The reason for his confidence lay in the gleaming sword hanging from his waist, its blade reflecting a cold light directed at Yin Guang. Even if Yin Guang did not comprehend the nature of this weapon, the mere sight of its icy glimmer caused him to involuntarily shudder, as if an invisible blade had pierced his very heart. Observing his companions daring to challenge the unknown rider, Yin Guang nearly succumbed to the impulse to flee. Nevertheless, as the leader of a tribe, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure, resisting the urge to retreat. Step back, all of you, Yin Guang commanded, his caution evident. After all, such prudence was the hallmark of a successful leader. The extraordinary appearance of Lin Qing, his wild steed, and the accompanying dog could not simply be categorized as ordinary. Hence, for the sake of both himself and his tribe, Yin Guang recognized the necessity of avoiding conflict with Lin Qing. Conversely, Lin Qing too sought to avert any discord, for cooperation would render Yin Guang and his tribe invaluable labor for his future iron or endeavors. Chief, Ajin began, but Yin Guang swiftly interrupted him, his irritation palpable as he glared at Ajin and the others. Enough. Do not speak further. The abruptness of Yin Guang's outburst left Ajin and Amu momentarily stunned, for they had never witnessed such fury from him since their association with him began. Even during assaults from rival tribes, Yin Guang had not displayed such rage. Listening to Yin Guang's admonition, Ajin and Amu, understanding the gravity of the situation, retreated behind him, falling silent and not daring to breathe too heavily. Once assured of their compliance, Yin Guang took a cautious step forward, addressing Lin Qing with a mixture of trepidation and respect. My friend, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Upon finishing his words, Yin Guang's gaze fell upon Lin Qing, inadvertently noticing the iron sword at Lin Qing's waist. A wave of panic washed over him, as he feared that a single misstep in his speech could provoke Lin Qing to unsheathe the sword and strike him down without hesitation. Yet, this was merely a figment of Yin Guang's imagination. For Lin Qing spoke in a remarkably gentle tone, declaring, I have come here to collaborate with you. The authority in his voice left no room for doubt. Although it was a simple statement, it etched itself into Yin Guang's heart. He has come to collaborate with us? Yin Guang found it hard to believe, for when Lin Qing arrived, he radiated an overwhelming aura. How could he possibly be here merely for cooperation? Was he not here to infiltrate the tribe and annihilate them? However, before Yin Guang could articulate his thoughts further, Lin Qing continued, I am Lin Qing. I shall not indulge in unnecessary chatter. With that, Lin Qing leaped down from the steed, intending to convey his plans to Yin Guang. Yet, the very act of dismounting startled Yin Guang, causing him to instinctively retreat, nearly losing his footing in the process. The companions of Yin Guang, Ajin and Amu, witnessing their leader's alarm, assumed Lin Qing intended to attack and readied their stone axes for confrontation. Yet, Yin Guang could not allow Ajin and Amu to assault Lin Qing. His earlier retreat stemmed from a misunderstanding of Lin Qing's intentions. For Lin Qing had simply dismounted from the wild horse without any ulterior motive. Cough, cough. Yin Guang, feeling exceedingly awkward, cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. You need not be so alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I have merely come to cooperate with you, Lin Qing remarked, observing the still somewhat flustered Yinguang. Should he delay further, the misunderstandings might only amplify. I have already learned your names, so introductions are unnecessary. I am aware of the troubles you face, such as poisoning and food shortages. My purpose here is to assist you in resolving those issues. However, you must assist me in return. Rest assured, this will not burden you. Rather, it will yield some benefits for you. Lin Qing spoke in a measured tone, casting a glance at Yinguang and then at a Jin and a Mu behind him. Upon hearing Lin Qing's words, Yinguang and the others were momentarily taken aback, contemplating, is this individual named Lin Qing truly here to collaborate with us? Though suspicion lingered, Yinguang decided to voice his inquiry to ascertain the authenticity of the collaboration. Lin Qing, are you genuinely here to cooperate with us? Yinguang tentatively addressed Lin Qing, his heart brimming with excitement, yet he managed to maintain his composure. If what Lin Qing proposed could truly aid in treating those afflicted by poison within the tribe and subsequently resolve the issue of food scarcity. Moreover, the other party merely suggested that his tribe assist in certain tasks, which would not adversely impact their own people. Should his assertions prove to be genuine, Yinguang would wholeheartedly agree to this collaboration. After all, the troubles plaguing the tribe had caused him immense distress. At such a juncture, if someone offered to help him rectify all the issues within the tribe, how could Yinguang possibly refuse? Furthermore, their tribe was currently devoid of resources. Many were incapacitated by the miasma and unable to work. As for food, they were presently in dire need. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Yinguang was unequivocally inclined to accept this collaboration. Grasping a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness, he would certainly not let it slip away easily. Chapter 53. The cooperation is achieved. You are our benefactor indeed. Lin Qing observed the lingering hesitation in Yinguang's demeanor and promptly retrieved 2 pieces of dried meat from his pocket, offering one to Yinguang while keeping the other for himself. This substance will purify the miasma within your body and simultaneously enhance your physical constitution. With that, Lin Qing consumed his piece of dried meat entirely. The rationale behind this was Lin Qing's urgent need to earn their trust, to demonstrate that he possessed the capability to assist them in alleviating the plight of those afflicted by poisoning, as well as addressing their current food scarcity. As Yinguang accepted the dried meat from Lin Qing's hand, his initial skepticism began to fade. Observing Lin Qing's earnest words and witnessing his own consumption of the meat dispelled any doubt. Yinguang harbored no suspicion regarding the potential toxicity of the food, for he had casually taken the meat from Lin Qing's hand without hesitation. The very nature of the 2 pieces rendered it impossible for one to be poisoned, as no one could predict which piece Yinguang would select. Upon consuming the dried meat, a surge of vitality coursed through Yinguang's body, an invigorating force that felt boundless. Simultaneously, the concealed miasma that he had sensed within himself vanished completely in that moment. He acutely recognized that his physical constitution was indeed strengthening, just as Lin Qing had proclaimed. It dawned on Yinguang that Lin Qing's assertions were entirely truthful. The remedy for the miasma was real, and the promise of alleviating the tribe's food crisis was genuine. Overwhelmed by the transformation within his body, an urge to weep washed over Yinguang. After such a prolonged period of searching, he had finally discovered a cure for the miasma. Moreover, this remedy seemed to impart unexpected and miraculous enhancements to his physical form. With fervent excitement, Yinguang gazed at Lin Qing, exclaiming, "Benefactor, you are my benefactor. You are the benefactor of our tribe." As he spoke, he lightly waved the animal hide before him, preparing to kneel before Lin Qing in gratitude. However, the moment Yinguang bent his body, it felt as though a powerful vice had seized his arm, rendering him immobile, regardless of his attempts to break free. As he raised his hand, he was startled to see Lin Qing grasping his arm. It was indeed Lin Qing's hands that held him captive. Yinguang, confident in his own strength, had never failed in his endeavors. Yet today he found himself restrained by an individual he had never heard of before. Unable to move even the slightest bit, he looked at Lin Qing, who had transitioned from being merely a savior of their tribe to a formidable figure commanding his respect. Although the distinction was subtle, it represented a profound shift in perception. Unexpectedly, the individual capable of aiding his tribe through difficulties possesses remarkable strength. Yin Guang gazed at Lin Qing, and the weight in his heart instantaneously lifted. Previously, he had harbored concerns that Lin Qing might employ cunning strategies to undermine his tribe from within, but such thoughts have now vanished. How could someone of such prowess possibly take an interest in his tribe? Moreover, the wild horse and the dog accompanying Lin Qing could hardly be described as ordinary. Thus, Yin Guang concluded that Lin Qing had undoubtedly come to their aid, and whatever Lin Qing had proposed could not possibly bring them harm. Given this, why not agree? Why refuse meat that could treat poison and enhance physical vitality? Why reject a solution to their food shortages? Should Yin Guang decline such offerings, it would not only bring shame upon his tribe, but also upon his ancestors. Ahem. Might I inquire what tasks our benefactor wishes us to undertake? Yin Guang quickly composed himself, adjusting his tone when addressing Lin Qing. Lin Qing, however, appeared perplexed by the sudden shift. He had merely offered a helping hand. Yet the change in Yin Guang was remarkable. Despite his confusion, Lin Qing proceeded to articulate his plan. Although the proposal was somewhat lengthy, Yin Guang listened with rapt attention. Furthermore, when Lin Qing mentioned the silver-white or crimson stones protruding from the ground, it was not just Yin Guang who was astonished. Those behind him, a Jin and a Mu, shared in his shock. Could these seemingly worthless items truly be exchanged for antidotes and sustenance? Yin Guang was astounded, as were a Jin and a Mu. Indeed, everyone present, except for Lin Qing, was taken aback. Was it truly possible for these items to yield such valuable resources? Lin Qing said little more, considering these items to be mere refuse in their eyes. Yet, someone had now informed them that these objects could be traded for essential supplies. Who would easily believe such a claim? Nonetheless, Yin Guang had just experienced the efficacy of the jerky Lin Qing had provided, which entirely cured his internal poison and enhanced his constitution. He had no reason to doubt Lin Qing's assertions. Thus, a swift partnership was forged. Having established this collaboration, Lin Qing initially intended to return to the wooden hut, as it was now noon, and he knew that Wang Er and the others would surely be worried. However, unable to resist the warm invitation from Yin Guang and his companions, Lin Qing had no choice but to ask Zhu Ying to carry a note reassuring them not to worry, along with some medicinal pills, back to the hut. Meanwhile, Lin Qing, accompanied by Xiao Bai and Yin Guang, made their way toward the tribe. As anticipated, not far ahead lay Yin Guang's tribe, and it was certainly no ordinary settlement. Upon entering Lin Qing's field of vision was the imposing wooden gate, towering at a height of 5 to 6 meters. Adjacent to it stood a wooden fence, similarly reaching 3 to 4 meters high. Furthermore, behind this grand entrance, there were watchtowers of even greater height. The number of these sentinels was substantial, with one appearing approximately every 5 meters, not including those concealed. Observing these structures, along with the succession of wooden huts ahead, Lin Qing mused to himself, "This is indeed a true tribe, one capable of thriving within this forest." However, what left Lin Qing somewhat disheartened were the weapons wielded by the inhabitants. Within this vast tribe, the armaments remained entrenched in the Stone Age, with the finest being of only a low-tier quality. The majority were nothing more than crude and inferior artifacts. These weapons seemed utterly incongruous within such an expansive community. Yet, as Lin Qing ventured deeper into the tribe, he soon realized that it was far from ordinary wealth. Chapter 54. A tribe built upon iron or not far away. The gleaming iron or reflected sunlight directly into Lin Qing's eyes, causing him to squint slightly. As he surveyed his surroundings, it became evident that this tribe was situated atop a rich iron ore deposit. Moreover, this deposit was not hidden deep within the mountains, but rather lay exposed on the surface, a sight Lin Qing had never encountered before. Observing the abundance of iron ore, Lin Qing felt that his journey to this place had not been in vain. "Benefactor, let us first partake in a meal," Yin Guang said, leading Lin Qing towards the area designated for hosting important guests of the tribe. However, as soon as he uttered those words, Yin Guang was struck by a pressing concern. Their supplies were dwindling, and the remaining provisions were hardly palatable. How could such unappetizing fare befit a guest of Lin Qing's stature? Yet, having made the invitation, it was inconceivable for Yin Guang to retract it now. Thus, he pressed on, guiding Lin Qing toward the banquet area while casting furtive glances at the horses beside the tribe. It appeared that he might have to resort to sacrificing one of the horses to honor their esteemed guest. With a sigh, Yin Guang pondered the difficulty of taming such a creature. Nevertheless, the life of a horse could indeed be exchanged for the survival of the entire tribe, making it a decision of great consequence. Furthermore, Lin Qing had mentioned addressing the tribe's food scarcity. Thus, trading a horse for sustenance seemed a prudent choice, alleviating some of Yin Guang's internal turmoil. However, Lin Qing was perceptive and quickly grasped the shift in Yin Guang's demeanor. The hesitation in his voice when he mentioned the meal and his gaze toward the horses spoke volumes about the dire circumstances the tribe faced. In no time, Lin Qing had discerned the issues weighing on Yin Guang's mind. Not being a cruel individual and recognizing the need for Yin Guang's tribe and their valuable horses, Lin Qing could not allow them to sacrifice a horse for his sake. Let us first explore the vicinity. There is no need to rush into a meal, Lin Qing suggested. After all, while the tribe lacked provisions, his wooden cabin was stocked with an abundance of food. Ah, very well. We shall follow your wishes, benefactor. Yin Guang felt a surge of relief upon hearing Lin Qing's proposal to delay their meal. Though it was but a brief wait, there was a chance that those out hunting might return with game. If fortune smiled upon them, the horse need not be sacrificed, for horses were indeed a vital asset. Without horses, whether for battle or transport, one's strength would significantly diminish, and it would also squander valuable time. After Lin Qing responded to Yin Guang, he instructed Bai to return to the wooden cabin to fetch some meat and other provisions. Zhu Ying had already gone back to retrieve the medicinal pills. It would be impractical to wait for Zhu Ying to arrive before transporting food. This would not only waste time, but also exhaust Zhu Ying unnecessarily, which was not the outcome Lin Qing desired. Moreover, Bai, who was now by his side and whose size was nearly comparable to Zhu Ying's, was only slightly inferior in terms of speed and carrying capacity. However, Bai's offensive prowess surpassed that of Zhu Ying considerably. Thus, it was indeed a splendid idea to have Bai return to the wooden cabin to collect food. After all, it was meat. Food. The journey would undoubtedly attract some carnivorous beasts, but with Bai around, that would pose no issue whatsoever. Although Lin Qing was currently without Zhu Ying and Bai, making an escape was not as convenient as before. He had observed the tribe and understood their current predicament. This tribe was unlikely to attack him, as they were in such dire straits that assaulting Lin Qing would yield them no benefit. The crux of the matter was that they were in desperate need of Lin Qing's assistance, specifically the medicinal pills to cure their ailments and food to satiate their hunger. Let us first examine your tribe, Lin Qing said to Yin Guang, so that I may tailor my assistance accordingly. Since there were no other pressing matters at hand, he decided to inspect the structure of the tribe. Upon hearing Lin Qing's words, Yin Guang naturally did not refuse, considering that Lin Qing had already earned his trust. Although revealing the layout of the tribe might expose every detail, making it easier for an attack, Yin Guang did not believe Lin Qing would bring forces to assault his tribe, given their current state. What value is there in attacking? Very well, benefactor. Yin Guang promptly led Lin Qing forward. Meanwhile, he sent all but a Jin and a Mu back to rest. After all, with so many people present, certain discussions would be difficult to broach. As Yin Guang, a Jin, and a Mu guided Lin Qing through the entirety of the tribe, Lin Qing could not help but marvel at the ingenuity of the tribe's construction. Every tree and every building was meticulously designed. At any given location, if something amiss was detected, all other positions would be instantly alerted. Should the intruders be enemies, every position would launch an assault in response. Moreover, the location of this tribe was exceptionally advantageous. Perhaps it was precisely due to this prime location that they chose to establish their settlement atop this iron mine. After thoroughly surveying the entire tribe, Zhu Ying had already arranged an excellent location prior to Yin Guang's arrival, waiting for an extended period. Should the wait continue, it might even result in the return of Bai. However, now that Zhu Ying had returned, it was the perfect opportunity to utilize the pills he brought to treat the members of this tribe. Lin Qing approached Zhu Ying, unloading the considerable load he bore. and addressed Yin Guang. Summon all those afflicted by poison in your tribe. Regardless of the severity, bring them forth. Yin Guang had been anticipating Lin Qing's words. When he first saw Zhu Ying's arrival, he had surmised that the items he carried were intended for the treatment of the miasma. Very well, my benefactor. Yin Guang felt an indescribable excitement. Yet amidst his fervor, he expressed gratitude and called upon all those in his tribe who were not currently on duty to gather. After all, Lin Qing had just stated that whether or not they were ill, they should all be summoned. Those in critical condition would receive priority treatment. As long as he could heal the members of his tribe, he would gladly relinquish the tribe itself. At that moment, Yin Guang gazed at Lin Qing with increasing admiration. However, he had not anticipated that his earlier thoughts of gifting the tribe to Lin Qing would soon become a reality. Yet even if Yin Guang were aware that his tribe would be bestowed upon Lin Qing, he would never utter a word of dissent. The lives of the tribe's people were infinitely more valuable than the worth of the tribe itself. In truth, the value of the tribe could never compare to the lives of its inhabitants. Chapter 55. Everything returns to normal soon. All the members of the tribe, except for those on duty, gathered here. After all, this was a matter of life and death. How could they possibly afford to be negligent? They were all too elated upon hearing the news to be reluctant or sluggish in their arrival. At this moment, Lin Qing had already arranged the numerous items he had retrieved from Zhu Ying beside him. However, what surprised Lin Qing the most was that Zhu Ying had brought not only the medicinal pills, but also some provisions. For instance, jerky. Lin Qing had not instructed Wang Er and the others to bring the jerky along with Zhu Ying, which suggested that it was indeed a deliberate choice on Wang Er's part to ensure Zhu Ying carried it. He was astonished by their thoroughness. The quantity of jerky was not particularly large, as it was intended solely for Lin Qing to address his midday meal. Nevertheless, when Xiaobai arrived, he would likely bring a considerable amount of supplies as well. For now, Lin Qing needed to swiftly categorize the medicinal pills. After all, Zhu Ying had brought not just a few pills, but a staggering 300. This figure was obtained after Lin Qing opened one of the larger bundles. The other bundle, though smaller, still contained at least 200 pills. When all was accounted for, there were a total of 500 pills at the very least. Lin Qing surveyed the approximately 200 individuals before him. These pills were sufficient to purge each of them of the toxic miasma within. Moreover, each person's constitution would undoubtedly be enhanced as well. Benefactor, all the people from our tribe have gathered here, Yin Guang stated as he approached Lin Qing, glancing at the orderly assembly of individuals before turning back to Lin Qing. At that moment, there were no words or expressions that could adequately convey Yin Guang's emotions. The thought of what was about to transpire, the healing of everyone in his tribe, filled him with excitement. Yet, an unsettling thought crossed Yin Guang's mind. With all his tribesmen gathered here, what if Lin Qing were to? He quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion. For such a scenario was utterly implausible. Observing the shift in Yin Guang's demeanor, Lin Qing surmised his thoughts and promptly retrieved a pill from the bag brimming with them, consuming it before the assembled crowd. After all, this was a medicinal pill, not the jerky Lin Qing had previously given Yin Guang. This action would certainly elicit some skepticism, not only from the crowd below, but even from Yin Guang himself. Could one mere pill truly eradicate all the toxins within? Previously, Yin Guang held the belief that the meat jerky offered by Lin Qing had successfully purged all the miasma from his body. However, what lay before him now were not pieces of jerky, but rather an array of pills. After Lin Qing ingested one of the pills, approximately a minute later, Yin Guang and his companions received the assurance that these pills were not poisonous. Yet, to ascertain whether these capsules could indeed eradicate the miasma entirely, a personal trial was imperative. With the confirmation of their harmlessness, they felt at ease consuming the pills. Led by Yin Guang, one by one they approached Lin Qing, taking the pills from the table and swallowing them without hesitation. As each individual consumed the capsules, their bodies gradually returned to a state of normalcy. Moreover, upon taking the second pill, their physical constitution ascended to an entirely new level. Admittedly, while the pills could not compare to the meat jerky, they still significantly transformed their physical states for the better. Benefactor. After consuming all the pills brought by Lin Qing, nearly everyone knelt before him in unison, including a Jin, a Mu, and their leader, Yin Guang. To Lin Qing, this was merely a collaboration, yet he was taken aback by their unexpected display of gratitude, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Indeed, while Lin Qing perceived this as a partnership, to them, he was their savior. Without Lin Qing, they would have been left to await a slow demise, compounded by the spreading miasma that threatened even the healthy among them, who could inadvertently inhale the toxic fumes and succumb to death. Now, the imminent peril that loomed over them had dissipated like smoke before their eyes, especially after Lin Qing assured them that as long as they consumed the pills and avoided reckless behavior, even a slight inhalation of miasma would not lead to reinfection. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they wept. For them, no affliction was more agonizing than the miasma. With their bodies healed and the threat of infection alleviated, who would not feel exhilarated? As for Lin Qing's caution regarding prolonged exposure to the miasma potentially leading to renewed affliction, they chose to disregard it, for they cherished their lives dearly. While the crowd expressed their gratitude towards Lin Qing, Xiao Bai, who had been dispatched to fetch food, arrived at the scene. Observing Xiao Bai covered in bloodstains from his arduous journey, Lin Qing felt a pang of sympathy. It was no small feat for Xiao Bai to bring such a substantial amount of meat, especially when wild beasts could have easily attempted to seize it. The fact that Xiao Bai managed to deliver all that meat unscathed was a testament to his current prowess. The most pivotal moment occurred when Lin Qing carefully unloaded the meat burdened upon Xiao Bai, thoroughly examining the creature's body. Despite the copious bloodstains adorning Xiao Bai, Lin Qing discovered not a single wound. This revelation indicated that Xiao Bai had sustained no injuries during its fierce encounters with the beasts. The blood that marred its fur was entirely that of the marauding creatures that sought to claim the food. Not a single drop belonged to Xiao Bai. Observing the creature, Lin Qing's perception transformed. He no longer regarded Xiao Bai as merely an ordinary dog. Promptly, he instructed Yin Guang and the others to fetch some water, intending to cleanse both Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai, as well as the meat laid upon the ground. However, before Lin Qing could attend to the meat, Yin Guang had already summoned the tribe's cooks to handle the task. After all, it was inconceivable for Yin Guang to impose such work upon Lin Qing. With the acquisition of this meat, the issue of sustenance had been significantly alleviated. The provisions brought by Xiao Bai now ensured that each person in the vicinity could partake in approximately 2 pounds of meat. Chapter 56. All problems resolved now. Not only had their bodies returned to normal, but they were also on the brink of savoring delectable food. In such circumstances, how could they possibly contain their excitement? The mere fact that they had purged the toxins from their bodies had already brought them immense satisfaction. But they never anticipated the opportunity to indulge in delicious meals afterward, a notion they could hardly dare to entertain after their poisoning. Yet now, this wish was being fulfilled all at once. Xiao Bai had brought an abundance of meat, and with the inhabitants of this place restored to health, their efficiency in processing the meat had significantly increased. After all, Yin Guang's tribe was well equipped, boasting a rich array of spices, as one would expect from a developed tribe. This included a variety of vegetables. Since Lin Qing's arrival in this world, he had scarcely had the chance to consume vegetables, and when he did, they were merely wild greens. However, now in Yin Guang's tribe, seasonal vegetables were plentiful. The vegetables that had been set aside for future meals no longer needed to be rationed. They could be prepared in normal quantities. After all, they no longer had to worry about food shortages, a problem Lin Qing had already resolved for them. The stewed meat, while not extravagant, was nonetheless abundant in ingredients: large bones, generous chunks of meat, seasonal vegetables, and, most crucially, spices. The aroma wafting from the pot was intoxicating, reaching 10 miles away. Those on guard duty could not resist drooling at the enticing scent, captivated by its allure, especially after such a long time without a meal so fragrant. An hour later, Lin Qing, along with everyone in Yin Guang's tribe, had finished their meal. Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai, of course, were not forgotten. Lin Qing ensured they too enjoyed the feast. Having eaten extensively at Lin Qing's side before, Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai were accustomed to the flavors. But upon arriving at Yin Guang's tribe, their appetites surged. Particularly for Zhu Ying, the excitement was palpable as he savored the vegetables. Benefactor, regarding the tasks you requested us to undertake, how should we proceed? After the meal, Yin Guang, Lin Qing, and several prominent figures from the tribe gathered in a hall, sipping tea. As the leader of the tribe, Yin Guang was deeply concerned about matters pertaining to the tribe's development. Lin Qing took a sip of the tea from the table and nodded in approval. He found these teas particularly intriguing, as it was his first experience with genuine tea since arriving in this world. Previously, at the wooden hut, he had only sampled concoctions brewed from herbs like ginseng. The tea upon this table is brewed from genuine tea leaves, yet its flavor differs somewhat from what Lin Qing experienced previously. Moreover, as Lin Qing reached for the teapot beside her to pour more tea, the system unexpectedly granted this cup an additional attribute. Not only did this enhance the tea's flavor, but it also possessed the remarkable ability to detoxify the body and bolster physical constitution. What appeared to be a simple cup of tea could bestow such myriad benefits. Nevertheless, while savoring her tea, Lin Qing did not neglect to address Yin Guang's inquiry. It is quite simple. You shall excavate the luminous object from the earth, and in return, I shall provide you with food and other necessities. Of course, should you require, I can also furnish superior tools or weapons, provided you offer something of value in exchange, be it vegetables, fruits, or spices. Yin Guang's heart swelled with excitement upon hearing Lin Qing's words. It was astonishing that such a small matter could yield so much in return. Present were not only Yin Guang, the leader of his tribe, but also other influential figures, all of whom shared his enthusiasm and raised their hands in unanimous agreement. After all, who could refuse such a generous offer? Those gleaming objects were a thorn in their side. Had it not been for the hardships involved in their extraction, they would have cleared them away long ago. Now that someone was eager to claim them, they had no reason to decline. However, Lin Qing's subsequent statement compelled them to deliberate further. Additionally, you may need to relocate your tribe, she remarked, taking another sip of her tea. This matter was indeed of utmost importance, as it pertained to the potential relocation of the tribe. Such a move would necessitate considerable resources for rebuilding homes and finding a suitable new location. The current site was remarkably advantageous. Were it not for the iron or present, its desirability would be even greater. Now, with Lin Qing's desire for these objects prompting a possible relocation, it was imperative for them to discuss the implications. One aspect was the tribe's future sustenance, which could be seen as a matter of survival, while the other involved the logistics of moving. The resources required for such a relocation were substantial, potentially jeopardizing their tribe's future existence. After all, their means of acquiring resources were far less effortless than Lin Qing's. They needed a vast quantity of materials, and given the limited yield from their current foraging, their rate of acquisition fell significantly short of their needs. This situation inevitably leads to the consequence that, upon migrating the tribe, there will undoubtedly be a few days when they will be without shelter. And without shelter, their lives would be endangered, particularly from the wild beasts that roam around. However, while they were still deliberating, Lin Qing interjected with a statement that abruptly halted the discussion. You need not worry about the migration and establishment of a new tribe. I can provide the materials necessary for constructing houses. What I require from you is simply to gather the items I desire and to find a suitable location. Lin Qing proclaimed, casting a determined gaze at Yin Guang and the others nearby, his tone imbued with authority. Upon hearing Lin Qing's words, Yin Guang was taken aback. And not only he, but all those present were equally astonished. Establishing a new tribe demands a considerable amount of resources. After all, Lin Qing, perceiving their thoughts, continued, rest assured, I have already eliminated the miasma. Such a trivial matter cannot possibly overwhelm me. Benefactor, you are indeed our benefactor. Almost in unison, everyone present, including Yin Guang, knelt before Lin Qing. Having resolved so many issues for themselves and the tribe, their only recourse was to express their deepest gratitude to Lin Qing. Beyond this, they were committed to assisting him in gathering the iron ore he required. Chapter 57, Crafting Tools, a vast undertaking. After their meal, Yin Guang led the members of the tribe to commence gathering iron ore from their surroundings. Although their tribe had yet to migrate, they had not yet discovered a suitable location for relocation. Thus, they were obliged to collect iron ore bit by bit for the time being. The abundance of iron ore in this area was remarkable, covering a vast expanse, and since the tribe had not yet moved, it was only logical to extract the iron from the mines outside their village. Lin Qing, however, refrained from joining them. for he had a matter of considerable importance that required his personal attention, namely, the creation of tools needed for Yin Guang and the others to gather the iron ore effectively. Their current tools could only be described as rudimentary at best. Previously, their implements may have appeared somewhat adequate, but now they were attempting to extract iron ore. Such crude tools could not possibly facilitate a successful mining operation. While the quality of their tools might be limited, Lin Qing's craftsmanship was of a far superior caliber, advanced. In fact, he was capable of crafting high-grade stone axes, rather than the rudimentary versions currently in use. As for the advanced stone picks and shovels, those were well within his capabilities as well. Thus, as Yin Guang and his group fervently collected iron ore, Lin Qing mounted his steed, Zhu Ying, with Bai in tow, and sped towards the direction of his wooden dwelling. Lin Qing was not fleeing. Rather, he was on a mission to provide Yin Guang and the others with the tools necessary for their task. After all, they were working for Lin Qing, and he would not allow them to languish in their efforts to gather resources. Moreover, Lin Qing had a considerable demand for iron blocks, and these iron ores were essential for supplying him with the necessary materials. The sound of Zhu Ying's hooves echoed through the forest, startling the surrounding wildlife. The beasts, believing food was approaching, were filled with excitement at the prospect of an easy meal. However, just as they prepared to raise their heads in search of the source of the sound, they discovered the area was devoid of any presence, save for the other creatures that had also lifted their heads in curiosity. In this moment, the echo of the hoofbeats seemed like a fleeting illusion, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Yet, for those predators inclined to hunt wild horses, they would notice a distinct trail of hoofprints beside a cluster of wild fruits. Indeed, it was Zhu Ying and Bai who had passed this way, along with Lin Qing riding atop Zhu Ying. The reason the other beasts failed to spot Zhu Ying was due to his remarkable speed. The sound lingered in the air, yet the horse had long since vanished from sight. Bai's swiftness mirrored that of Zhu Ying, although she made no sound. The imprints left on the ground bore testament to her passage through this area. After all, in this forest, what are the chances of encountering a wild horse running alongside wild dogs? The tribe of Flame Light is neither particularly far nor very close to Lin Qing's wooden cabin. Riding on the swift shadow, Lin Qing calculated that it took him merely around 10 minutes to return from the tribe to his cabin. If it took Shadow, renowned for its speed, only 10 minutes, then an ordinary person would likely require nearly 2 hours to traverse the same distance. Such a lengthy duration is something Lin Qing cannot afford. However, the advantage of the populous Flame Light tribe, along with its available horses, presents an opportunity to mitigate the time wasted on the journey. Were it only Lin Qing and a few farmers, the undertaking would indeed be monumental. Upon returning to the cabin, Lin Qing made his way to the kitchen to join Zhao Lu, where he feasted on some jerky made from monkey meat before returning to the cabin to commence the creation of myriad tools. Note, not just a few, but countless. Were it not for the necessity of forging other items from the iron blocks at hand, Lin Qing would have directly crafted iron picks and shovels for the Flamelight tribe, significantly enhancing the efficiency of iron ore collection. Nonetheless, given the multitude of people at Flamelight, the iron ore available to Lin Qing, though abundant, could not fully satisfy both sides. Moreover, Lin Qing was reluctant to equip the Flamelight tribe with iron picks, as using advanced stone picks for iron ore collection sufficed. However, a crucial question loomed. Would the Flamelight tribe remain steadfast in their collaboration with Lin Qing? While Lin Qing could ascertain the physical information of the farmers at his cabin, the indigenous people of Flamelight remained an enigma, their information hidden from him. Bang, bang, bang. Thoughts could only linger as Lin Qing prepared the materials necessary for crafting advanced stone picks and proceeded to his cabin. After placing each material on the workbench within, he commenced the creation of stone picks and shovels. With over 200 individuals in the Flamelight tribe, this endeavor of crafting stone picks and shovels could indeed be classified as a significant project. After all, these items were solely produced by Lin Qing, for only tools forged by him could possess additional attributes. Any tool with such enhancements, even if it were merely a wooden shard, could still gather iron ore. However, tools crafted from this wooden shard would naturally fall short in terms of collection speed and durability compared to those made from sturdier materials. Hence, employing stones, which are denser than wood, would undoubtedly amplify the attributes of the tool's manifold. This is precisely why stones, plentiful and durable, serve as the optimal material for crafting tools. Seated on a chair beside the workbench, Lin Qing tirelessly transformed the nearby materials into advanced stone axes. Although the quantity required was substantial, Lin Qing's crafting speed was remarkably swift, and before long, the space beside him was already brimming with stone axes. At the current pace, by evening, the crafted stone axes will be sufficient for every member of Yin Guang's tribe to possess one. Furthermore, over 100 advanced stone shovels can likewise be produced. In just one night, all the tools required by Yin Guang's tribe can be resolved. Such a remarkable speed is likely unmatched by anyone other than Lin Qing. Among these advanced stone axes and shovels, the most crucial aspect lies in the attributes added by Lin Qing. With each stone axe or shovel he creates, a notification from the system resonates, signifying that these tools are imbued with special attributes. 100 times durability, 50 times gathering efficiency, 100 times sharpness, and 100 times portability. Regardless of the type of tool, Lin Qing ensures that each is enhanced with attributes. Occasionally, he even inadvertently bestows a few tools with attributes 1,000 times greater. However, these added attributes are not entirely within Lin Qing's control. Yet one thing is clear. Any tool crafted with meticulous care will possess commendable attributes. Chapter 58. Is this the revenge of resource gathering? Time passes swiftly, and evening has arrived. At this moment, Lin Qing's wooden cabin is filled to the brim with advanced stone pickaxes, high-quality shovels, and an assortment of superior stone axes crafted by Lin Qing himself. After all, Yin Guang and his companions are currently engaged in gathering iron ore, and they certainly deserve no less than the finest tools. Moreover, the most crucial element, food, is also in abundance. Once Lin Qing had fashioned all the necessary implements, Wang Er and his team, along with Zhang San, who had gone hunting, and Wang Wu, who set out to explore, returned to the cabin. Perhaps due to their prolonged absence from labor, Wang Er and his companions brought back an impressive quantity of resources, more than they had accumulated over the previous 2 days combined. The sheer volume of resources acquired today can be likened to a compensatory shopping spree, akin to a person who, after a long period of deprivation, seizes the opportunity to purchase everything they had previously overlooked. Simply put, this is a form of retaliatory consumption, and Wang Er and his team have engaged in retaliatory gathering. However, one cannot overlook the fact that Wang Er's actions align perfectly with Lin Qing's expectations, as no one would ever complain about an excess of resources, especially in a situation that demands a substantial supply. The principal reason for their bountiful haul today lies in the tools they wield. Equipped with efficient gathering implements and powerful crossbows capable of hunting beasts, Wang Er now approaches resource gathering with newfound confidence. In the past, if Wang Er encountered a dense forest teeming with wildlife, he would have promptly vacated the area. But the Wang Er of today is transformed. He possesses formidable crossbows that empower him to eliminate any creatures he might encounter, provided their numbers are manageable. Additionally, he is not alone in his endeavors. He is accompanied by Sun Qi, an adept gatherer, and together they are nearly unbeatable. Zhang San and his fellow hunters further amplify their capabilities. With the crossbows at their disposal, their efficiency in hunting increases exponentially, resulting in a greater yield of game. All members of the group returned unscathed, with none lost or injured, a most favorable outcome. As darkness begins to envelop the forest, the prospect of delivering tools to Yin Guang and his team has become impossible. They surely understand this as well. After all, the true dangers of the forest reveal themselves only under the cover of night. Anyone who ventures into the woods after sunset is either foolish or naive, for no one in their right mind would choose to traverse the darkness. Even those with unwavering confidence in their abilities would refrain, fully aware of the lurking peril that awaits in the shadows of the forest. Nearby the wooden cabin, within a grand structure of timber, Lin Qing and 9 farmers gathered around a roaring fire. Indulging in the flesh of the wild beasts hunted by Zhang San and his companions earlier that day. The culinary maestro, Zhao Lu, was not idle either. While crafting medicinal pills for Lin Qing, she took a moment to explore the vicinity, discovering aromatic herbs. Now, she was skillfully roasting the provisions over the flickering flames, utilizing the seasonings she had gathered. Apothecary Zheng Shi was equally occupied, having foraged during the day for succulent wild fruits brimming with juice. Sustenance and refreshment were abundantly available, enabling everyone to feast and drink heartily. At that moment, Lin Qing seized the opportunity to relay the day's significant events to Wang Er and the others. This was indeed a matter of great importance, one that warranted their awareness. After savoring a morsel of meat and a sip of fruit juice, Lin Qing recounted the details gradually. Initially, the news ignited the most excitement in Zhou Ba, the blacksmith, for it hinted at the presence of iron ore, suggesting the prospect of smelting iron and freely utilizing iron blocks in the future. However, amidst their exhilaration, a troubling thought surfaced. Would Yin Guang and his faction retaliate? With their acquisition of a plethora of advanced stone tools, their capabilities were bound to escalate, raising the likelihood that they might turn against Lin Qing. This concern crossed Lin Qing's mind, but dissipated within mere moments. After all, Yin Guang's group was unlikely to betray them. Lin Qing had spent a significant part of the morning in Yin Guang's tribe, observing the sincerity in the eyes of everyone, from the venerable elders to the infants. The admiration directed towards him was palpable, devoid of any disdain or negative sentiments. This indicated either an extraordinary ability to conceal emotions or, more likely, a genuine respect for Lin Qing. Given the dense forest setting and the nature of their tribal existence, such profound feelings could hardly be masked. After Lin Qing's explanation, the tension in Wang Er and the others gradually eased. With this understanding, it was clear that their collaboration promised substantial gains without risk. The night passed quietly, and before long, dawn broke on a new day. Lin Qing emerged from the wooden cabin, making his way to a stone-crafted flowing water pool he had previously constructed for his morning ablutions. Meanwhile, Wang Er and the others had also ventured out from their farmhouse, patrolling the surroundings to deter any lurking wild beasts. Should they encounter any signs of wildlife, their immediate task would be to remain vigilant in their watch. Should wild beasts roam in this vicinity, it would signify an impending assault upon us. Neglecting to address this threat now could result in dire consequences when a moment of reckoning arrives. However, around Lin Qingmu's abode, no traces of such beasts could be found, and tranquility prevailed as before. After a simple repast with Wang Er and the others, Lin Qing fashioned several rudimentary carts from wood, intended for transporting tools and provisions for Yin Guang and his companions. Nonetheless, their capacity was limited, as they lacked surplus horses or other beasts capable of drawing carts. Each journey could only bear a modest load, and they were compelled to rest intermittently during the transport of goods. Yet, despite relying on human strength, Wang Er and his compatriots were no ordinary individuals. The attributes Lin Qing had bestowed upon them, coupled with their recent diet of rabbit and monkey meat, had transformed them. With daily sustenance consisting primarily of these provisions, their stamina and endurance now far surpassed their former selves. Although they relied on their own physical prowess to haul the supplies, their pace remained commendable. However, as Lin Qing and Wang Er made their way toward Yin Guang's tribe, they encountered a formidable assembly of beasts eager to assist him. Chapter 59. Taming the Bison. Simple yet effortless moo. Not far ahead of Lin Qing and his companions, a small stream was graced by a herd of bison, quenching their thirst by the water's edge. Though these bison appeared robust and formidable, their demeanor betrayed their recent awakening. Many of them were drinking with their eyes shut, their gaze trembling, as if torn between the desire to open their eyes and the temptation to linger in a drowsy state. Thus, they sipped with their eyes half closed. This state of the bison presented a fortuitous opportunity for Lin Qing, a chance to tame these magnificent creatures. Wang Er and his companions were already weary from hauling the supplies, and now, a living alternative to assist in transporting goods had appeared before them. How could Lin Qing let such a chance slip away? Once tamed, these bison would simplify the transportation of iron, ore, and other materials immensely. Wang Er, Lin Qing called out to his companions. They halted, recognizing the sizable herd of bison by the stream. The unmistakable mooing of the bison made it impossible to ignore their presence. Approaching Wang Er and the others, Lin Qing revealed his plan. The group quickly grasped his intentions, yet before executing the plan, they needed to fashion some ropes. These bison were not to be compared with wild boars or horses, Their weight started at no less than 3,000 pounds, with some even heavier. Wang Er and his team worked efficiently, soon gathering a substantial amount of fibers and reeds suitable for rope making. The task of crafting the ropes fell to Lin Qing. For if Wang Er and his friends attempted it, the ropes would likely snap the moment they were used to restrain the bison. Thus, Lin Qing took it upon himself. For only his ropes would possess the enhanced qualities necessary to endure the strength of the bison, rendering them as resilient as steel cables. Although Lin Qing was the sole artisan in this endeavor, his hands moved with remarkable agility. After approximately 5 minutes, he had created a plentiful supply of ropes, each one as sturdy as wire, yet maintaining the flexibility of ordinary rope. Once Lin Qing entrusted these ropes to Zhang San and the other skilled hunters, the mission to tame the bison commenced. Wang Er and his companions were not particularly adept at hunting. Their role was merely to guard the supplies destined for Yingguang. After all, these provisions contained a considerable amount of meat, which could attract wild beasts. Meanwhile, Lin Qing, along with Zhang San, Li Si, and Wu Jiao, occupied distinct positions strategically, effectively encircling a herd of wild buffalo. The sight of just 4 humans surrounding such massive creatures struck one as rather amusing. However, Lin Qing was not without preparation. The rope in his hands was ready for action. This rope bore several loops, specifically designed for ensnaring the buffalo. Ideally, each buffalo would require 1 loop for control, but the presence of multiple loops indicated an intention to capture more than 1 buffalo. Of course, Lin Qing would not dare employ this method if the buffalo were not in a drowsy state. Although he had confidence in his accuracy with the loops, and Zhang San and his companions, being skilled hunters, were quite proficient with such straightforward tasks, successfully ensnaring several buffalo simultaneously necessitated that the beasts remain oblivious and stationary, awaiting the opportunity for capture. At that moment, a splendid opportunity presented itself, prompting Lin Qing to implement his plan. If he could secure multiple buffalo with the knots tied in his rope, escape would be impossible for them. The ensnared buffalo would inevitably panic, attempting to flee in all directions, yet they would be bound together, unable to escape. One buffalo might try to dash left, while another made for the right. Yet, both would find their horns ensnared, unable to break free from their predicament. It is essential to remember that buffalo, after all, are not endowed with the cunning intellect of humans. Furthermore, even humans tend to scatter in the face of sudden peril. What could be expected of these buffalo? At this very moment, the nearby buffalo continued to drink peacefully from the stream, unaware of the impending danger. With a swift motion, Lin Qing, having received the prepared signal from Zhang San and the others, released the knot-bound rope from his grasp, sending it flying towards the horns of the buffalo by the stream. Simultaneously, upon witnessing Lin Qing's action, Zhang San and his companions hastily threw their ropes towards the buffalo as well. Thus commenced the endeavor to tame the wild buffalo. The rope thrown by Lin Qing ensnared 5 buffalo, just as he had envisioned. Some attempted to move left, others right, yet regardless of their efforts, they could not advance. The 5 buffalo strained against the ropes binding their horns, pulling with all their might, but the ropes showed no signs of yielding or breaking. As a result of several wild buffalo running amok, the ropes became even more tightly intertwined. Simultaneously, 2 of the buffalo, pulled down by their companions, collapsed onto the ground. The buffalo lying on the ground struggled vigorously to rise, but despite their efforts, they could not get back on their feet. Instead, their fall caused those still standing to also succumb to the ground. In just a brief moment, all 5 buffalo were sprawled on the earth. The sheer strength of the buffalo was remarkable. Had they been ensnared by ordinary ropes, they would have surely snapped free and avoided entanglement. On the other side, the ropes thrown by Zhang San ensnared 3 or 4 buffalo. These captured buffalo, like those ensnared by Lin Qing, thrashed about on the ground in a desperate attempt to escape, yet to no avail. Lin Qing and Zhang San had tried to capture more buffalo, but could typically manage only 2 at a time. Some of the more astute buffalo managed to evade capture. However, the majority remained, awaiting their fate of being tamed by Lin Qing. The buffalo's strength was undeniable. After being caught, it took nearly an hour for them to calm down. When their energy waned, Lin Qing commenced the taming process, which involved fitting them with nose rings and providing them with sustenance. Of course, should the buffalo show resistance. Lin Qing was prepared to use a more forceful approach as a warning. Nevertheless, most of the buffalo, possessing some degree of intelligence, recognized their circumstances. After all, who could resist the prospect of a bountiful meal? Previously, they had endured hunger and the constant threat of predation. Now, with someone offering them ample food, they gradually became more docile. After all, the pain from the nose rings could be excruciating. Upon assessing the number of buffalo successfully tamed, Lin Qing discovered that he had managed to tame a total of 10. However, while the process had been remarkably smooth, it consumed an entire morning. The time was now midday. Chapter 60. Simply gather supplies. With these tools, the resonant calls of bison echoed nearby, yet these sounds did not originate from wild beasts, but rather from those bison that had been tamed by Lin Qing. Presently, Lin Qing and Wang Er, along with a few others, were relishing roasted meat while observing the bison not far off, also enjoying their meal, which sparked a lively conversation among them. The primary reason behind the successful taming of such numerous bison was undoubtedly the ropes crafted by Lin Qing. It was these very ropes that prevented the bison from fleeing the area. Boss, I never anticipated that the ropes you fashioned would be so remarkably sturdy. Those immensely powerful bison couldn't break free. Although Wang Er had never directly battled a bison, he had previously witnessed one topple a large tree while gathering supplies. Nevertheless, the bison he saw then were comparatively larger than the ones before them now. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to bring down such a tree. This merely underscored the sheer strength of the bison. Lin Qing took a sip of the herbal tea brewed from medicinal herbs acquired from apothecary Zheng Shi and chuckled. While the ropes are crucial, one must also ensnare the bison, right? Without capturing at least two, this endeavor would not have gone so smoothly. Ha ha ha. Boss, you need to be modest. At this moment, Zhang San, who had just finished devouring a piece of thigh meat, chimed in. If those ropes were ordinary, the bison would have surely broken free long ago, and they wouldn't have struggled until their strength was exhausted. As a hunter, Zhang San was acutely aware of the challenges posed by these bison. He had previously hunted them and understood their immense strength and endurance, fully grasping the substantial effort required to take one down. Remarkably, just by expending the energy to throw the ropes, they had tamed 10 bison. If this were to be shared, no one would believe it, as few would conceive of such a method to subdue bison. By ensnaring the horns of 2 or more bison with ropes, they forced them to exhaust each other's strength until all succumbed. Although this process appeared straightforward, it demanded precision in throwing the ropes and the utmost durability of the ropes themselves. Any deficiency in either aspect could lead to the bison escaping. Moreover, there was always the risk that the bison could turn the tables and attack them. Yet, everything unfolded flawlessly according to Lin Qing's meticulous plan, with not a single error encountered. Once everyone had finished their meal and satisfied their hunger, they set off again, mindful of the time wasted. If they delayed any longer, Yin Guang and his group might grow anxious. In truth, within Yin Guang's tribe, everyone was eagerly anticipating Lin Qing's arrival, though they were filled with anxiety. None entertained the thought that Lin Qing would not arrive. Lin Qing and Wang Er continued their leisurely journey towards the Flamelight tribe, shedding the fatigue they had previously felt. At this moment, they were comfortably seated upon the backs of the bison, progressing neither hurriedly nor slowly towards their destination. Particularly during mealtime, the bison, having feasted abundantly, had grown quite fond of the current situation, abandoning any prior desire to flee. These bison were, of course, tethered by ropes crafted by Lin Qing, allowing the riders to steer their course. Behind these bison was a cart securely bound with ropes, laden with tools and provisions destined for the Flamelight tribe. Previously, Wang Er and his companions had pulled the cart, but now it was the newly tamed bison that bore the load, a transformation that undoubtedly saved considerable time. Moreover, there was no worry of a beastly ambush, for upon sighting the 10 bison, any lurking predators had long since fled, deterred from launching an attack. Although the journey was somewhat lengthy, they only paused briefly at noon and thereafter pressed on without rest. Remarkably, the bison maintained their vigor, even upon reaching the Flamelight tribe. They showed no signs of exhaustion, behaving as if there had been no change at all. Inside the tribe, upon seeing Lin Qing's arrival, Flamelight was overwhelmed with excitement and quickly summoned a Jin and a Mu to gather the others. Lin Qing's return was undoubtedly a soothing balm for their anxious hearts, especially when Flame Light beheld the cargo Lin Qing had brought. Though there were merely 3 carts. Each was filled to the brim with supplies, including the tribe's most pressing need, food, and all that was meat. The sudden influx of such bounty took Flame Light by surprise. He had never anticipated that Lin Qing could transport so much meat to them. Not just Flame Light, but the others present in the tribe were moved to tears of joy. It had been so long since they had seen such an abundance of meat. The provisions Lin Qing brought thrilled them, but the tools he delivered left them utterly astounded. Benefactor, are these tools truly a gift for us? Flame Light marveled at the carts brimming with exquisite stone axes, pickaxes, and shovels, rubbing his hands together in disbelief. Although the tools were crafted from stone, Flame Light understood their exceptional quality. Glancing at the worn stone axe in his hand, he couldn't help but hear a voice in his mind urging him to discard it immediately. No need to be embarrassed. Lin Qing gazed at the exuberant Yin Guang and, after a soft chuckle, remarked, "Indeed, these tools are intended for you all." However, despite Lin Qing's tone remaining steady, the moment Yin Guang heard the word however, his heart tightened with apprehension. This was indicative of an impending change, and indeed, it was a perfect illustration of the current situation. Yet, just as Yin Guang pondered Lin Qing's forthcoming words, she had already articulated her point. "However, you must utilize these tools to assist me in gathering resources from this place." What? Yin Guang found himself utterly bewildered. Was this truly the extent of it? Merely to use these tools for the collection of resources? It was akin to being gifted a formidable weapon only to be instructed to hunt small birds. Doubt lingered in his mind, but upon turning to look at Amu, Ajin, and the others, all of whom bore expressions of excitement, Yin Guang finally reassured himself that he had not misheard. These tools were indeed designated for the purpose of resource collection. Chapter 61. No worries about being deceived. The stone axes and picks, which appeared remarkably sophisticated, were undeniably extraordinary tools. It was as if they had undergone meticulous and diligent craftsmanship. The time required to create just a single tool was a week. If it truly took a week to forge one, how could such a vast array of tools have been produced and transported here so swiftly? Yin Guang's mind was somewhat overwhelmed, for in his world, crafting a stone axe of such high quality necessitated an entire week, no less. Otherwise, such exceptional tools could never come to fruition. As Yin Guang gazed at these implements, a realization dawned upon him. It explained why Lin Qing had taken so long to return. He had been tirelessly crafting these tools. He was astonished by the generosity of his benefactor. He had previously failed to notice such kindness. Yin Guang looked at Lin Qing, filled with gratitude. In his heart, Lin Qing had become a savior of sorts. "All right, Yin Guang, stop daydreaming and quickly distribute these tools." Lin Qing, observing Yin Guang's alternating expressions of shock and bewilderment, gently urged him, "It's merely a set of tools. Why the excitement?" In Lin Qing's eyes, these items were nothing more than tools, plain and simple. Oh, yes. The moment Yin Guang regained his composure, he eagerly responded to Lin Qing, keen to avoid giving the impression of neglecting him. Filled with anticipation for the tools, he swiftly called to Ajin and Amu to assist in the distribution. Regardless of the task at hand, simply holding one of these tools lifted their spirits immensely. The distribution of tools proceeded swiftly. Although it was well past mealtime for the people of Yin Guang's tribe, the mere thought of acquiring superior tools instantly alleviated their hunger, akin to a child receiving a beloved toy and forgetting all else. Had it not been for the rumbling of Yin Guang's stomach, Lin Qing would have been unaware that they had yet to eat. Now that Lin Qing had brought an abundance of meat, he would certainly not allow Yin Guang and his companions to go hungry, especially since they still needed to assist him in gathering iron ore. Without sufficient strength, how could they possibly extract the weighty iron? Consequently, Lin Qing instructed Wang Er and the others to unload all the meat from the other cart, placing it onto the prepared wooden planks nearby. On the other side, while Yin Guang had anticipated Lin Qing would bring food, he was still taken aback when he witnessed the cart overflowing with provisions. Food, indeed, was food. There was no mistake about it. The food before them consisted entirely of meat. At this moment, there was not a single wild boar in sight, nor even a solitary hare. How could there possibly be meat? Moreover, Since consuming all the meat that Lin Qing had brought yesterday, Yin Guang and his companions had not tasted even a morsel of meat, nor had they enjoyed much of anything else. Thus, the sudden appearance of such a substantial quantity of meat left Yin Guang utterly astonished. Naturally, Lin Qing noticed the look of disbelief on Yin Guang's face and promptly instructed him to organize the meat, emphasizing that a hearty meal would provide them with the strength they needed. Of course, Lin Qing, Wang Er, and a few others who were already satisfied did not partake in the feast. Ding, ding, ding. Time swiftly passed, and by afternoon, all able-bodied individuals in Yin Guang's tribe, excluding the elderly, children, and women, were diligently gathering iron ore from the ground. They had also settled on a location for their new tribe, not far from their current position, adjacent to a stream and notably closer to Lin Qing's wooden abode, albeit only by a slight margin. As for the materials required for reconstruction, Lin Qing had previously assured them he would handle that. Additionally, the abundance of timber at Lin Qing's disposal meant there would be no shortage, particularly after Wang Er and his group had engaged in a retaliatory gathering the previous morning. They had restored the timber supply to levels comparable to those just before the snow disaster. However, Lin Qing would not transport timber from his own wooden house, for it was merely wood, one of the most plentiful resources in the forest. It was far more efficient to gather materials on-site than to expend energy transporting them from his abode. Consequently, they proceeded to collect wood and stone from the surrounding area. Wang Er and his companions worked with remarkable speed in gathering these resources. Yet, as Lin Qing contemplated the reconstruction of Yin Guang's homes, an idea struck him. He would assist in the construction, although this task was quite laborious. He recalled the loyalty demonstrated by Wang Er and the others during the previous house-building endeavor. Would assisting in the construction of homes here elicit a similar response? Thus, Lin Qing joined in the building efforts, albeit only adding a few planks to one house and placing a couple of logs on another. However, he keenly sensed that all these structures carried enhanced attributes. They were sturdy, durable, and resistant to erosion. Essentially, any beneficial attribute that could be conferred upon the houses was present, albeit in lesser multiples, with the highest being merely 30 times. Nevertheless, given that Lin Qing had only added a few planks or logs to the construction, achieving such a significant enhancement was truly remarkable. As Lin Qing observed the inhabitants of the newly constructed house in the Flamelight tribe, a two-digit number appeared above one individual's head, 76. Indeed, this figure represented loyalty. It became evident that any structure Lin Qing contributed to not only possessed enhanced attributes, but also allowed him to perceive the loyalty of its occupants. This revelation instantly uplifted Lin Qing's spirits. If these individuals could display their loyalty, could they not also serve his interests? With this thought in mind, Lin Qing accelerated his construction efforts. Every edifice erected here bore his involvement. Furthermore, upon entering any of these houses, he could discern the loyalty levels of the tribe's members. Thus, Lin Qing felt entirely assured that he need not worry about being deceived by these individuals. Chapter 62. Upon the Wilderness, encountering an archer while constructing the house. Lin Qing remained acutely aware of the food situation within the Yin Guang tribe. Regarding this matter, he resolved to transport some provisions from the wooden cabin, where supplies had accumulated in abundance. Were it not for the culinary genius Zhao Lu and the herbalist Zhang Shi, much of the meat would have spoiled long ago. A significant portion of the meat had already been transformed into ready-to-eat jerky or dried meat, as this method greatly extends its shelf life. Nevertheless, despite a considerable amount having been processed, there remained an ample supply of meat, which was precisely why Lin Qing decided to transport it from the wooden cabin. In no time, tranquility enveloped the area. The iron ore collected by Yin Guang was transported to the wooden cabin by the tame bison. To facilitate this, Lin Qing returned to the cabin to construct a large storage facility specifically for the iron ore. When the bison returned to the Yin Guang tribe, it would also fetch additional supplies from the wooden cabin, ensuring a seamless transfer of resources. At present, Lin Qing found himself with little to occupy his time, as the presence of Wang Er and the others allowed most situations to be managed efficiently. The alliance with Yin Guang's tribe gradually stabilized, and the admiration in their gazes towards Lin Qing deepened. With all matters resolved, he deemed it unnecessary to linger. Instead, he mounted his steed, Zhu Ying, with Xiaobai, to explore the nearby vicinity. Having communicated his intentions to Yin Guang and Wang Er, Lin Qing set off on Zhu Ying, accompanied by Xiaobai, planning to return to the wooden cabin by nightfall, as home remained the most comforting place for them all. As Lin Qing navigated through the forest on Zhu Ying, Xiaobai, exhilarated by the adventure, mirrored his enthusiasm. The sound of hooves resonated sharply in the tranquil woods. Although the beasts sensed the approaching sound, their search for the wild horse yielded nothing but emptiness. The only evidence of the horse's passage lay in the faint echo of hoofbeats and the impressions left in the earth, alongside a trail of paw prints. Zhu Ying's swiftness was remarkable. As Lin Qing finished his jerky, he had already arrived at an entirely new locale. Here, desolation reigned, with not a single living plant in sight, only endless dried grass and withered trees upon the distant hills. It was evident that this place was extraordinary. Dismounting Zhu Ying, Lin Qing wiped his hands clean and grasped the crossbow slung across his back, vigilant in his observation of the surroundings. Meanwhile, Xiaobai, who had been nearly overcome with excitement, gradually regained composure and joined Lin Qing in warily surveying the area. Here, something feels decidedly amiss. Just moments ago, this area was lush and vibrant with dense forests. How could it have transformed into such a desolate landscape? As Lin Qing surveyed his surroundings, an arrow suddenly whizzed in from behind at an alarming speed. Yet Lin Qing's reflexes were even swifter. At the very moment the arrow was about to strike him, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the projectile. However, despite his agility, the arrow grazed him, tearing a small rip in his clothing. Meanwhile, not far ahead, beside a gnarled tree on a hillside, a man with a sharp visage couldn't help but utter a sound of surprise. It seemed as though the arrow he had just released should have struck its target. Why had the individual not fallen from the wild horse? Had the shot missed? Just as he pondered this, another arrow hurtled toward him. Acting on instinct, he attempted to pivot to his left. Yet he was still struck by the onslaught of arrows, 20 in total. Though each arrow was slightly shorter than the usual, none could deny their formidable power. Among them was the very individual who had just been hit. Despite his evasive maneuver, several arrows pierced his form, as if they had a mind of their own, homing in on him. In truth, the arrows did not possess sentience. Rather, the area had been inundated by them, leaving the man with no escape from their lethal embrace. With his fate sealed by the arrows, he was left with but one outcome: to await his demise in silence. These arrows were, of course, launched by Lin Qing using his crossbow. His prompt recognition of the archer's intent to strike him stemmed from the man's previous confusion at Lin Qing's continued presence. The instant the man turned to look at Lin Qing, he unwittingly revealed his position. With Lin Qing's keen perception and his vigilant observation of the surroundings, it was impossible for him to miss the man's hiding place. Thus, after pinpointing the location, he tightened his grip on the crossbow and aimed in the direction of his adversary. Truly, those who do not court danger will not invite disaster. Had the man not stolen a glance at Lin Qing, he might have remained undiscovered for much longer. Although Lin Qing had successfully eliminated this threat, he did not allow himself to relax. Rather, he became increasingly cautious. With the presence of one individual, it was unlikely he was alone. It was highly probable that, like the tribe of Yin Guang, these were also members of a clan, merely out on a hunt. However, there exists another aspect to consider. These individuals arrived in this world alongside him. They're the farmers summoned by them. Two thoughts swirled in Lin Qing's mind, yet no matter how they intertwined, he could not dismiss either perspective. At this moment, Lin Qing could only hasten towards the individual who had just been struck, riding on Zhu Ying, to discern the true identity of that person. Nevertheless, Lin Qing was not impulsive, although he was quite pleased with Zhu Ying's speed. If someone were to unleash arrows towards him, no matter how swift his reactions or how fast Zhu Ying could gallop, evasion would be impossible. Thus, Lin Qing maneuvered erratically in the vicinity while still progressing toward the location of the individual who had been hit by the crossbow. Xiaobai followed closely beside him. Despite his keen sense of smell, he failed to detect any unusual scents. Lin Qing, too, found it puzzling. There were clearly people present, yet Xiaobai could not catch their scent. However, he did not dwell on it, given the current circumstances. It was prudent to explore the surroundings while advancing towards the location of the recently struck individual. Chapter 63. The cruelty towards enemies. Can it truly be called cruelty? The sound of rustling grass filled the air as Ju Ying traversed the withered foliage. Simultaneously, a gusty wind began to sweep through, causing the once drooping grass to sway and dance unpredictably. This chaotic movement provided an advantageous cover for Lin Qing. Had there been others present, the swirling grass would have obscured their vision, making it arduous to spot Lin Qing. Riding Ju Ying, Lin Qing circumnavigated the vicinity, yet he remained oblivious to any anomalies. The same was true for Xiao Bai, whose keen sense of smell seemed to have faltered, unable to detect any sense, not even that of the individual who had been struck by Lin Qing's crossbow. Had Lin Qing not memorized the location of the crossbow attack, locating that person would have proven nearly impossible. At this moment, Lin Qing was certain that no one else was in the vicinity, save for the individual who had been hit by the crossbow. With this knowledge, he made his way toward the location of that person. Hiss! As Lin Qing approached the area, he heard the individual ahead emit a sound of pain. This unexpected noise surprised Lin Qing. He had not anticipated that this person would still be alive after such a duration. Their vitality was indeed remarkably resilient. Without further contemplation, Lin Qing dismounted from Ju Ying, grasping the crossbow with one hand while preparing his master iron sword at his waist. This was a precaution against any desperate lunge from the wounded individual. Even in a favorable condition, one could easily fall prey to a counterattack. Such a scenario was one Lin Qing was determined to avoid. Swish! As Lin Qing drew closer to the withered trees, he and Xiao Bai leaped toward the spot, with Lin Qing aiming the crossbow directly at the person's head. In response to this sudden turn of events, the individual attempted to grasp a nearby dagger to strike at Lin Qing. However, upon seeing the glinting crossbow in Lin Qing's hands, the earlier bravado dissipated entirely, especially when Xiao Bai stood beside Lin Qing, baring its fangs and locking eyes with the person. The confrontation was palpable. Overwhelmed by the murderous aura emanating from Xiao Bai, the individual nearly succumbed to fear on the spot. This intense gaze caused the dagger in his hand to clatter to the ground as he stumbled backward, collapsing into the underbrush beside the withered trees. Falling to the ground, he emitted another groan of agony. The injury that had previously ceased bleeding now resumed, staining the dry grass a vivid red. Faced with Lin Qing, who held the crossbow, and the menacing Xiao Bai, the individual seemed to resign himself to fate, slowly closing his eyes. After all, in such circumstances, how could he, as a hunter, remain oblivious to the fate that awaited him? Moreover, it was he who had initiated the attack on Lin Qing moments ago. Sai, the man, with his eyes closed, quietly awaited the arrival of death. However, after a considerable amount of time had passed, nothing transpired. To quell his curiosity, he slowly opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he found himself face to face with the small white figure before him. Reacting instinctively to this unexpected sight, he attempted to retreat. Yet no matter how he tried, he could not move an inch. "All right, little white," Lin Qing remarked, observing the nearly lifeless man, no longer inclined to toy with him. If he were to perish, the identity of this man would remain a mystery. Lin Qing had already discerned the man's status as a hunter. After all, how could an ordinary person shoot arrows at him with such swiftness? Furthermore, the primary reason this man, struck by his crossbow, had survived for so long was the medicinal herbs he carried for treating his wounds. The presence of such healing herbs indicated that this individual was no mere commoner. At the very least, he was not alone. He must belong to a tribe or have companions. "Where are you from?" Lin Qing inquired directly, without any circumlocution. The man, sitting on the ground, merely huffed disdainfully and glared at Lin Qing, uttering not a single word. He closed his eyes once more, adopting a demeanor of resignation to his fate. Observing his disposition, Lin Qing chose to remain silent, recognizing that the man's refusal to speak was perhaps a calculated decision. Suddenly, a sharp iron sword pierced the flesh of the man's thigh. At that moment, Lin Qing had retracted his crossbow, replacing it with a remarkably sharp sword, the masterfully crafted iron blade that hung at his waist. Since this man had previously sought to take his life, Lin Qing had no intention of showing him mercy. Words were unnecessary. He had other means to pry information from him. If all else failed, he could first tend to the man's wounds and then bind him behind Zhuing, carrying him along as they advanced toward the Yin Guang tribe. The Yin Guang tribe, boasting over 200 members, undoubtedly possessed formidable interrogation capabilities. In this world, there were certainly more tribes than just Yin Guang, and conflicts or wars between tribes were inevitable. If one side captured a member of the other, they would surely devise ways to extract intelligence from him. Thus, a designated place for interrogating captives would inevitably be established. The man could no longer withstand the agony coursing through his thigh and let out a piercing scream, his entire body beginning to tremble violently. This pain was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. As Lin Qing thrust the master's iron sword into the man's thigh, he continued to slide it back and forth, occasionally twisting it. Although Lin Qing exhibited a certain ruthlessness, it was directed solely at his adversary. How could such actions be deemed cruel? At last, the man uttered not a word and succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the grass. Observing the blood-soaked figure, Lin Qing was not inclined to allow him an easy demise, particularly as he had yet to ascertain the man's true identity. Once he confirmed that the opponent was indeed unconscious, Lin Qing promptly collected the man's equipment and other belongings without a second glance, intending to bring them back to Yin Guang for further examination. Instead of leaving the man to dangle from Zhu Ying's side, Lin Qing used the remaining herbs on the man to bind his wounds and secured him onto Xiaobai. After all, he needed to extract some information from this individual. Should he perish, all potential knowledge would be lost. Mounting Zhu Ying, Lin Qing surveyed the surroundings once more, ensuring that no one else was nearby, before setting off towards Yin Guang's tribe with Xiaobai in tow. Chapter 64. The Land of Death? Merely an ordinary expanse, though the individual lay on the brink of death, the healing efforts rendered by Lin Qing assured that he would not succumb in the immediate future. Moreover, Lin Qing had taken the precaution of binding him to the back of Xiaobai, ensuring his safe return. In no time, Lin Qing, atop Zhu Ying and accompanied by Xiaobai, had traversed back to the tribe of Yin Guang. With a man bound to Xiaobai was promptly laid upon a wooden board. Simultaneously, those tasked with interrogation within the Yin Guang tribe had assembled, for the presence of an outsider was a matter of grave concern. The implication was clear. Should anyone be lurking in the vicinity, it signified that they had set their sights upon this location. If left unchecked, it was only a matter of time before an assault would ensue. However, upon Lin Qing narrating the circumstances of his encounter with this man in a desolate expanse, the astonishment in Yin Guang's gaze was palpable. That barren land, of which Lin Qing might have been unaware of its true nature, was well known to Yin Guang. It was infamously referred to as the Land of Death. Those who ventured within its confines never returned alive. It was, in essence, a place that permitted entry but never exit. The fact that Lin Qing had traversed that land and returned unscathed, not to mention bringing another person back, was nothing short of miraculous. Benefactor. That place is indeed the Land of Death, Yin Guang exclaimed in shock, swiftly imparting various accounts regarding this ominous territory to Lin Qing. As Lin Qing absorbed Yin Guang's revelations, he too was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the location was the Land of Death, and that he had emerged unscathed. To Lin Qing, that forsaken land had merely appeared as an ordinary wasteland. How could it possibly be deemed the Land of Death? His safe passage through the desolate expanse was a source of perplexity not only for Lin Qing, but also for Yin Guang. Yet, despite their mutual bewilderment, the pressing matter of interrogating the individual before them remained, for while he was not a scout from the vicinity, there was no telling whether others might soon arrive. The more information they could gather, the longer they could endure in this forest. With a sudden crash, a bucket of water was thrown upon the man lying on the ground. The frigid shock and impact jolted him upright, but the excruciating pain from his injuries, particularly the wound inflicted by Lin Qing's iron arrow in his thigh, caused him to falter once more and collapse backward. Now that they were at this juncture, Lin Qing and Yin Guang had no intention of providing him with any healing. Should they fail to extract information shortly, they would resort to far more severe methods, including attending to his wounds in a manner that would ensure compliance. Seated upon the ground, a man had been bound to a wooden stake by a Jin and a Mu, his frantic movements eliciting anguished cries. The reason for binding him to the stake was that it enabled them to inflict certain actions upon him, such as the most rudimentary act of salting his wounds. Naturally, this was only under the condition that he refrained from speaking properly. Had he chosen to engage in dialogue, he would not have suffered any harm. Speak quickly. Wasting time here merely tests our endurance. A towering man, marred with scars, barked at the captive. The man, who had been drifting in and out of consciousness, was jolted awake by this commanding voice. No alarm clock could rival its intensity. Startled, the man was reluctant to speak, for behind him stood many others. Any revelation of their secrets would result in severe punishment. Salting was merely the least painful of all tortures. Observing the man's silence, the scarred man, lacking in patience to begin with, grew even more irate at the defiance. Moreover, Lin Qing was present. The captive's refusal to utter a word was tantamount to questioning the scarred man's competence, and by extension, the reputation of his entire tribe. With this thought, rage ignited within him, and he thrust a heated stone directly into the thigh of the bound man. Previously unnoticed, the target now lay bare. The two thighs shielded only by animal hides, revealing various marks left by wild beasts. Yet, one particular scar on one thigh caused a collective shiver among all but Lin Qing. This wound appeared to have been inflicted recently. How could a normal person be so ruthless to themselves? The only plausible explanation was, at this juncture, Yin Guang and the others turned their gazes toward Lin Qing, only to suddenly remember something and hastily avert their eyes. The scarred man quickly drove the searing stone into the other thigh. The intense heat of the stone penetrated the flesh, inflicting not only the agony of penetration, but also the excruciating burn that accompanied it. Benefactor, you may return. Once we have pried open this man's lips, we shall inform you, Yin Guang remarked, fully aware that extracting useful information from this man would require time and could not be easily achieved. After all, their tribe operated similarly. Individuals of higher standing, such as those who gathered resources or hunted beasts, were individuals in whom trust was paramount, for they held knowledge of the tribe's affairs. The location of supplies and food, if divulged, could lead to catastrophic consequences. Hence, stringent requirements are imposed on a specific group of individuals. Otherwise, the tribe would not progress far. Presently, the identity of the individual bound to the stake has been revealed to Yin Guang and his companions. He is a hunter responsible for slaying wild beasts. Thus, his tongue must be tightly sealed. This is why Yin Guang advised Lin Qing to attend to her own matters first, suggesting it would be prudent to wait until this individual speaks before returning. Lin Qing comprehended that lingering here would only squander time. It would be far more beneficial to utilize this interval to ascertain what she could glean from the individual. After all, she remained quite concerned about the fact that Bai could not detect this person's scent. What could it possibly be that eludes the keen senses of such an astute creature? Resolving not to dwell on it further, Lin Qing bid farewell to Yin Guang and departed from the location. She did not wander elsewhere, but instead made her way to a wooden cabin, which had been constructed specifically for her by Yin Guang and the others. Additionally, several other houses flank this cabin, along with a stable designed for Zhu Ying and Bai. Currently, Zhu Ying and Bai are comfortably resting in the stable, enjoying their meals in a state of blissful contentment. Upon entering the cabin, Lin Qing promptly unwrapped a considerable pile of packages. Chapter 65. The Spoils. A map with a swift motion. A bundle containing the possessions of the individual brought by Lin Qing was unwrapped, its contents scattered across the wooden floor. Amongst them lay bows, stone arrows, and short knives, basic yet essential tools for one who hunts beasts. However, as Lin Qing picked up these items, he felt a flicker of surprise. These were not merely hastily crafted tools, but were instead meticulously honed pieces of equipment. When compared to the gear Lin Qing himself had fashioned, these items fell short. Yet, in contrast to the armaments found within the Flame Light tribe, they would undeniably surpass them. It was evident that the individual behind these possessions possessed considerable skill. Otherwise, such fine equipment could not have been produced. If a mere hunter possessed such quality gear, one could only imagine the superior craftsmanship wielded by their leader, who must certainly possess even more impressive equipment, far beyond mere trinkets. Naturally, Lin Qing held little regard for these items. However, it was clear that they were of great necessity to the Flame Light tribe at present. He set these pieces aside and continued to inspect the remaining contents of the bundle. Painkillers, hemostatic agents, a dart? Lin Qing's interest peaked at the sight of this small object, astonished to discover that this individual was also skilled in the art of throwing darts. This brought to mind his own adept farmer, Sun Qi, who likewise excelled in the same skill. Yet, Lin Qing had not yet crafted darts for him. Perhaps, he mused, Zhouba at the forge could produce some for Sun Qi? However, just as Lin Qing began to collect the darts, a clinking sound echoed as they collided. This sound was familiar to him, a sound only produced by the clash of metal. In his previous endeavors of forging iron equipment, Lin Qing had become well acquainted with the resonance of iron. Now, hearing that sound once more compelled Lin Qing to pay closer attention, for the darts in his hands were all made of iron. With a swift motion, Lin Qing decided to test the hardness of a dart. To his dismay, with only a slight application of force, the dart snapped in two. Staring at the broken pieces in his hand, Lin Qing felt a tinge of disbelief. The quality of these darts was lamentably poor. This led him to conclude that the individual behind the creation of these items lacked expertise in forging. Had they been proficient, the iron darts would not have been so fragile. A dart that could be easily broken by hand could hardly deliver any formidable power. Thus, Lin Qing's interest waned. He placed the fragile darts alongside the other equipment, preparing to present them to the Flame Light tribe shortly. The equipment constituted the majority of the bundle, while the remaining items were relatively smaller in size. Several small bags of white powder, 3 well-preserved unknown herbs, a piece of parchment resembling a map, some ropes, and a few small tools for crafting traps. This was all that Lin Qing had brought back. The white powder must be the reason why Xiao Bai could not detect him. A conclusion Lin Qing reached with certainty, since nothing else in the collection seemed capable of obscuring his presence. Lin Qing was not in a hurry to conduct experiments. Having grasped this fact, he saw no need to waste the substance. If possible, he contemplated having the apothecary, Zheng Shi, examine the white powder to discern its nature. Should he ascertain how this powder could be utilized, it would not only render Lin Qing's cabin area safer, but also enhance the safety of Wang Er and others when they ventured out to gather supplies or hunt beasts. After securing the white powder, Lin Qing's attention turned to the 3 well-preserved herbs, which intrigued him further. No one would take such care to preserve a few worthless plants, indicating that these herbs were of significant value. However, Lin Qing could not identify them. He had never encountered such herbs before. Despite having perused numerous survival manuals that included sections on herbs, none matched the specimens in his possession. This suggested that these herbs were unique to this world. While many elements from his previous world bore similarities to this one, each world undoubtedly harbored its own peculiarities. Naturally, these herbs were to be entrusted to Zheng Shi for study, as no one knew the flora of this land better than she did. Lin Qing dismissed the ropes and trap-making tools, finding them uninteresting and of no use to him, as they were items easily obtainable with a mere thought. However, he felt compelled to open the parchment, which featured images of mountains and rivers, along with several annotations. Fortunately, the language and script in this world were remarkably similar to those he knew. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Setting aside his musings, Lin Qing casually grabbed a few darts from nearby and used them to unfurl the rectangular parchment. The first thing that caught his eye were the 4 bold characters proclaiming Land of Death. Moreover, the parchment depicted locations he had traversed and nearby features with striking accuracy. It was clear that this parchment was indeed a map. Based on the illustration presented above, it is evident that this is a map depicting an extraordinarily vast area. However, one thing is certain to Lin Qing. This map pertains solely to this region and does not represent the entirety of the world. For at the very edge of the lower portion of the map, there is nothing but a swath of blue paint, which signifies that beneath this land lies an endless expanse of ocean. Yet, the absence of any indication above leaves Lin Qing with a slight sense of perplexity, although he does not dwell on it, knowing that he will undoubtedly return to explore in the future. The map appears remarkably large due to its scale. However, Lin Qing feels that the area represented is not particularly vast. After all, he arrived in this world alongside numerous others. A single fish in a basin might make the container seem spacious, but if one were to place 100 fish within, the basin would no longer appear so ample. The map is replete with information, allowing for the observation of the current location of the Yin Guang tribe. In fact, Lin Qing was able to determine the whereabouts of his wooden hut by referencing the nearby stream and small hills. The location of the hut is fortuitously situated, as there are no wide rivers in close proximity. Otherwise, traveling to other areas could prove quite challenging. Chapter 66. Another tribe. The Nightwood tribe. After meticulously examining the map several times, Lin Qing had committed its details to memory. Nevertheless, he decided to keep the map safely stored away, as it could prove useful in times of urgency. After all, it was merely a map, not an irreplaceable artifact. Thus, Lin Qing resolved to replicate the map, ensuring that Wang Heir and the members of Yin Guang's tribe would each receive a copy. This would undoubtedly facilitate their efforts in gathering resources and hunting beasts, providing them with enhanced support. Once he had placed the map, 3 medicinal herbs, and the white powder onto Zhu Ying's back, Lin Qing proceeded to pack up the equipment in the house, preparing to take it all to Yin Guang and his companions. It had been approximately 2 hours since Lin Qing had sent for that individual, and he hoped that Yin Guang and the others would have made some progress by now. Let's go Zhuing. The task of transporting so many items was indeed cumbersome, and considering the distance to Yin Guang's interrogation site, Lin Qing opted to ride directly on Zhuing. Upon hearing Lin Qing's call, Zhu Ying was visibly excited. However, amidst Zhu Ying's enthusiasm, Xiao Bai's demeanor appeared somewhat dejected. How could Lin Qing not perceive Xiao Bai's feelings? Come along, Xiao Bai. Ha ha ha. Lin Qing laughed as he watched Xiao Bai, who had been feeling downcast, instantly perk up at his invitation. It seemed that Xiao Bai was rather prone to jealousy. Let us set off. After securing the bundle onto Zhu Ying, Lin Qing rode towards the interrogation site of Yin Guang's tribe. Such places, designated for interrogation and forging, were typically situated at the safer fringes of the tribe, as the activities conducted there could be quite raucous, potentially disturbing others' rest. Although positioned at the edge, the location was undoubtedly strategic. Otherwise, what would happen if the individuals inside the interrogation room were abducted? How could the process continue if the iron ore from the forge were taken? Of course, Yin Guang's tribe lacked a forge. Otherwise, the iron ore would not be left exposed on the ground. However, it was not that they did not wish to forge. Rather, there was no one among them skilled in the craft. They seemed to possess some knowledge of the process, but displayed little interest, only expressing curiosity when encountering red or green ores. Previously, Lin Qing had studied these materials, which were indeed copper ores. Although they possessed copper, it was minuscule compared to the abundant iron ore found in the area, which was why Lin Qing focused on gathering iron, even going so far as to craft tools for them. Benefactor, you have arrived. In the interrogation room, Yin Guang, upon hearing of Lin Qing's arrival, hummed a tune and leisurely approached Lin Qing. It appeared that Yin Guang's mood was quite buoyant, for he had successfully pried open the lips of the individual Lin Qing had brought. How could he not be pleased? What's the situation? Lin Qing inquired, observing Yin Guang's cheerful demeanor and instinctively grasping some of the unfolding events. Yin Guang had eagerly awaited Lin Qing's question. Without hesitation, he began leading Lin Qing toward the interrogation room while proclaiming, "Fear not, benefactor. That person has already spoken." Initially, he had. As Yin Guang recounted the methods employed to extract confessions from the individual, Lin Qing could not help but feel astonished. After all, a tribe with rather rudimentary equipment demonstrated such proficiency in interrogation techniques. Without further ado, Lin Qing followed Yin Guang into the interrogation room, while the packages he had brought were carried inside by a Jin and a Mu, who regarded Lin Qing as their savior. They would never allow him to bear such a burden alone. Cough, cough. Upon entering the interrogation room, Lin Qing was greeted by the frail cough of someone seemingly on the brink of death. This cough, of course, emanated from the individual Lin Qing had escorted here. Speak. Martin, recite once more what you previously uttered. Yin Guang commanded coldly as he positioned Lin Qing before Martin. Martin, the very individual Lin Qing had previously brought, was known for his steadfast character, yet he unexpectedly yielded in this place. How tragic and lamentable. However, as Martin recalled the methods employed by Yin Guang and his compatriots during the interrogation, a sense of resignation washed over him. It was not that his character lacked resilience. Rather, the tactics employed by Yin Guang were undeniably effective in sowing doubt within him. They had utilized every conceivable method, both expected and unexpected. Ma Bing, Yin Guang, noticing Ma Bing's dazed state, raised his voice sharply. Yet, at this reminder, Ma Bing fainted once more, as if it were an instinctual reaction, devoid of any pretense. Lin Qing watched this spectacle, marveling at the methods employed by Yin Guang to instill such fear in Ma Bing. After all, one would expect a hunter to possess a certain degree of courage. Before Lin Qing could ponder further, Yin Guang seized a wooden bucket filled with water and expertly splashed it upon the unconscious Martin. This action roused Martin from his stupor, yet once awakened, he began to babble incoherently. No, please don't. I'll talk. I'll say everything as long as you. Enough. Speak swiftly. Yin Guang felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as he had previously spoken to Lin Qing with unwavering confidence. However, the current circumstances served as a stark reminder of his shortcomings. Just as he finished articulating this sentiment, Martin began to elaborate on himself and the formidable forces that supported him. Ahem, I am Martin, a hunter from a tribe known as the Nightwood. The mention of the Nightwood tribe piqued Lin Qing's curiosity, as he had never encountered this name before. Typically, the names of tribes are derived from those of their inaugural chieftains. For instance, my tribe is called the Yin Guang tribe, named in honor of me as its first leader, Yin Guang explained, providing clarity to Lin Qing. Yin Guang tribe, Nightwood tribe. Very well, please continue. Having absorbed Yin Guang's explanation, Lin Qing now possessed a clearer understanding of the tribal dynamics. It was reasonable to consider the developmental progress of the Yin Guang tribe, given that it was still in its nascent stages. However, he could not help but feel a sense of intrigue regarding the Nightwood tribe, particularly due to their possession of iron weaponry. The existence of such armaments implied that their stone tools must have also progressed significantly. Chapter 67. The newly established tribe is impoverished in less than half an hour. Martin divulged all information concerning himself and the Nightwood tribe. Lin Qing possessed a modicum of knowledge about this tribe. Overall, the geographical location of the tribe is quite advantageous. Otherwise, it would not have developed so rapidly, considering that it has only seen its second chieftain. However, Martin mentioned that their current leader is exceptionally formidable, and there seems to be an additional power backing him. Unfortunately, as merely a hunter, Martin could not possibly be privy to all details. The Nightwood tribe is situated some distance away, yet it lies relatively close to the land of death. Otherwise, Lin Qing would not have encountered him there. Moreover, with one member missing from their tribe, a vigorous search would undoubtedly ensue, particularly in the vicinity of the land of death. After all, the very place where Lin Qing had taken Martin was indeed the land of death, and there still remained traces of Martin's blood. As a hunter, Martin must have trained beasts. Should they catch the scent of the blood, they would surely discern that it belonged to him. Coupled with Martin's disappearance and the arrows scattered about, the tribe would certainly not believe he was preyed upon by beasts. They would inevitably conclude that he had been taken by someone. Given that they are a tribe, it is likely they have had conflicts with neighboring tribes, and they would not easily let this matter rest. It would merely be a matter of time before they came searching here. In light of this, both Lin Qing and Yin Guang must prepare themselves, for Martin's return to his tribe is inconceivable. The only fate awaiting Martin is to remain here indefinitely, more precisely, to be forever confined within the interrogation room. Benefactor, should we expedite our plans? The Nightwood tribe will undoubtedly seek this place, Yin Guang nervously remarked after securing Martin back in the interrogation room. He had previously heard from Martin about the swift development and formidable strength of the Nightwood tribe, which, among several neighboring tribes, was second to none. Just listening to Martin's description instilled a sense of dread in Yin Guang. Their fledgling tribe, barely established for a few years, would surely appear to the Nightwood tribe as one ripe for obliteration. Now that Lin Qing and Yin Guang had forged enmity with Martin, returning him to the Nightwood tribe would almost certainly incite an onslaught upon their settlement, complicating matters significantly. Indeed, I understand. You need not be overly anxious about what lies ahead. After all, that tribe likely does not regard the situation with any seriousness, Lin Qing reassured. Lin Qing stroked his chin, casting a glance at Ma Tian, who had been returned to the interrogation room, before continuing to speak to Yin Guang. Moreover, even if they find us, I still possess the strength to retaliate. In any case, you need not worry about this matter when the time comes. All issues will be resolved effortlessly. As for Ma Tian, you may handle him as you see fit. Yin Guang held an unwavering trust in Lin Qing. Everything Lin Qing said was met with acceptance and devoid of doubt. Perhaps this was due to the fact that the Yin Guang tribe was a newly established community, making it relatively easy to manage. By the way, I have yet to present you with this, Lin Qing remarked, pulling a package from the ground and placing it before Yin Guang. To Yin Guang's astonishment, he opened the package to reveal an array of weapons and equipment scattered before him. It was not merely the strength of the equipment that surprised him, but the sheer unexpectedness of possessing such items. Bows and arrows? Yin Guang had indeed contemplated this idea, for such weaponry serves as an excellent means of ranged attack at this stage. He had even envisioned crafting bows and arrows. Yet every attempt had ended in failure. Either the bow broke during construction or the string snapped. Although a few arrows had been fashioned, they were rendered useless before they could even be drawn, as the bow or string would invariably snap. Numerous types of wood had been tried, and countless materials for bowstrings had been experimented with, including bamboo. Alas, none could yield satisfactory power or range. In short, no method had proven successful, and thus, there was not a single decent bow or arrow in Yin Guang's tribe. Therefore, his astonishment at the array of equipment Lin Qing presented was entirely justified. Take these for now. You may use them temporarily, and I assure you, better equipment will be provided in due course. Lin Qing arranged the gear on the ground before shaking the crossbow slung over his shoulder, addressing Yin Guang. The implication in Lin Qing's words was abundantly clear. As long as you follow me diligently, your lives will improve significantly, and you need not fear attacks from other tribes. This understanding was instantaneous for Yin Guang, the tribe leader. Otherwise, he would not have attained his position. Benefactor, you are truly my benefactor. In that moment, Yin Guang felt an overwhelming urge to weep. After all, a newly founded tribe often grapples with poverty. In every aspect, they either strive for development or remain stagnant, forced to abandon their hopes. From the inception of the tribe, concerns over equipment had loomed large, and now this issue had manifested itself. Simultaneously, worries about the potential invasion from other tribes had also emerged. However, the most pressing matter was the present. Though these challenges have arisen, Lin Qing has also arrived. However, Lin Qing comes not as an invader, but as a harbinger of assistance to help us navigate through these tribulations. No need to be overly excited. Brighter days lie ahead. With that, Lin Qing departed from the interrogation room. Beside him, Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Lin Qing approach from the vicinity of the interrogation room, both Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai were filled with immense excitement, akin to the joy of reuniting after many years. Yet, who could have known that Lin Qing and Zhu Ying, Xiao Bai had merely been apart for a brief moment? Let's go, Zhu Ying, Xiao Bai. There is nothing more to attend to here. It is time to venture out and explore. Lin Qing recalled the information indicated on the map he had obtained from Martin, and, mounting Zhu Ying, he set forth with Xiao Bai toward the specific point marked on the map. This location, however, was neither a forest nor a mountainous region, but rather an expansive plain. Chapter 68. The Great Prairie, beginning the taming of wild horses. The Great Prairie. Were it not for the map obtained by Lin Qing, finding this location would likely require no less than a month of diligent searching. After all, vast expanses of grassland, replete with various grasses, are not particularly rare. However, the destination Lin Qing seeks is not a true boundless prairie. Rather, it is a spacious plain when considered in relation to the surrounding terrain. In this open area, there are no signs of forests or towering mountains, only the occasional meandering streams. Given the presence of these streams and the flat terrain, it is evident that this region is teeming with wildlife. The presence of lions, tigers, and leopards needs no elaboration, while the numbers of bison and wild boars are also considerable. Yet, Lin Qing's purpose for coming here is not for these creatures, but for the wild horses. Indeed, those magnificent wild horses. Having them as steeds would render any endeavor significantly more convenient, especially the connection between the Yinguang tribe and Lin Qing's wooden abode. The distance between the two is considerable. On foot, one could hardly expect to reach either the tribe or the wooden house in less than a full day. Even with continuous walking, It would require at least half a day, assuming no unforeseen circumstances arose, such as encounters with wild beasts or inclement weather, which would only exacerbate the time required. However, if Lin Qing were to successfully tame a large herd of wild horses, the issue of distance would cease to be a concern. Additionally, these horses could provide mounts for hunters venturing out, not only enhancing the efficiency of their pursuits, but also increasing the survival rates of the hunters. Even if they were unable to defeat their adversaries, they would have a means to escape. Thus, Lin Qing chose to venture to this plain, for it is here that the numbers of wild horses are ample. Encountering them elsewhere is a rare occurrence. Of course, the steed Lin Qing currently rides, Zhu Ying, is merely an exception among the rest, and its prowess is indeed extraordinary, a true treasure found. The rhythmic sound of Zhu Ying's hooves grew increasingly resonant, perhaps due to its awareness of Lin Qing's destination, prompting its excitement. After all, the task of taming other wild horses requires the substantial assistance of Zhu Ying. Without it, Lin Qing would find the taming of even a single wild horse to be a formidable challenge. However, with Zhu Ying's support, the endeavor of taming wild horses would become as effortless as sipping water. It is worth noting that compared to the previous endeavor of taming bison, the challenge of taming wild horses has escalated significantly. After all, during the prior attempt, those bison were seldom seen, having just awakened to drink from the riverbank. In contrast, wild horses are characterized by their untamed spirit. Upon awakening, they bolt into a swift gallop, unlike the lethargic bison that lazily sip from streams. With a fervent bark, the small white dog trailed closely behind Lin Qing, as if to assert its presence and ensure that Lin Qing did not forget it. Yet, how could Lin Qing possibly forget this loyal companion? The small white dog had become Lin Qing's formidable ally. As long as the small white dog was by his side, no beast posed a threat, save for the formidable pack of dozens, even hundreds of wild creatures. Should any creature dare to disturb Lin Qing, he would undoubtedly make them acquainted with the sting of his crossbow, and if necessary, the formidable iron sword that hung at his waist would not hesitate to deliver a lesson. Before long, Lin Qing, mounted on the swift steed Zhu Ying, arrived at the vast plain. He did not rush forward, for he needed to prepare the essential tools for taming the wild horses, including the ropes necessary for ensnaring them. Boom, boom. At the edge of the plain, within the forest, trees fell one after another, their demise signifying Lin Qing's handiwork with his exquisite stone axe. The ground around him became increasingly barren, as the once lush vegetation of vines, reeds, and fibers lay at his feet, illustrating the area as former richness. Lin Qing wasted no time. With another swing of his finely crafted stone axe, the thorny vines were swiftly transformed into lengths of rope. However, these makeshift ropes were frail, easily severed with a mere tug, which was not the quality he sought. Otherwise, the fibers, reeds, and the fallen trees would merely serve as decorative clutter. Thus, Lin Qing swung his axe once more. Thwack, thwack. Each strike resonated with a powerful sound, a testament to his remarkable strength. As the trees succumbed to the axe's blade, they morphed into perfectly sized wooden strands, ideal for enhancing the durability of the ropes. Under normal circumstances, Lin Qing would have relied solely on the vines, fibers, and reeds to craft his ropes, avoiding the cumbersome timber. Yet with a stone axe capable of cutting through iron, wielding it against trees was akin to slicing through vegetables. If he could fortify the ropes further, why not seize the opportunity? The wild horses possessed tremendous strength. A broken rope could mean the loss of a valuable beast, which would be a significant setback for Lin Qing. Though only a single rope was at stake, the time wasted was a far greater concern for him. Swish, swish. In no time, Lin Qing had crafted several ropes for taming the wild horses. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in his mind, plentiful yet not unwelcome. With the ability to imbue these ropes with properties akin to steel, Lin Qing was filled with joy, leaving no room for him to find the system's voice bothersome. Moreover, due to the sheer quantity of ropes Lin Qing crafted, the subsequent attributes of these ropes became increasingly extraordinary. For instance, there was one variety that could ignite, but required a burning duration of over 20 minutes before it could be severed, while another type was impervious to any flame, remaining unscathed regardless of the fire used. It could be said that the second variety of rope could directly serve as a substitute for steel wire. Once these ropes were completed and properly affixed to Zhu Ying, Lin Qing mounted Juing and set off with Xiao towards the plains. Unlike the wild horses, which could not be tethered by their horns like the wild bulls, taming the wild bulls would prove to be far more arduous than taming wild horses. Despite Lin Qing being capable of handling it alone, it would merely be a more cumbersome endeavor. Putting aside such thoughts, Lin Qing found himself riding Juing, having already reached the vast plains. Chapter 69. Saber-toothed Tiger? Surely they're not here merely to deliver their fangs? Roar moo woof. In the vast expanse of the grassland, the cacophony of wild beasts resonates, creating an ambience that feels utterly commonplace. After all, this is the prairie, and the chorus of such creatures is entirely to be expected. The grasses here are not solely tall. There are patches of shorter grass. Yet even these reach the height of Lin Qing's waist. When seated amidst this verdant sea, it becomes exceedingly difficult to discern Lin Qing's presence. Coupled with the taller grasses surrounding him, even standing up would not guarantee visibility. However, Lin Qing is currently mounted upon a steed. Not just any steed, but an extraordinary horse named Juing. In terms of stature, weight, and speed, Juing ranks among the elite of wild horses. Perched atop Juing's back, Lin Qing possesses an unobstructed view of the surrounding prairie and its inhabitants. Beside him, the smaller but may not match Juing's impressive height. It is more than capable of navigating the path ahead, aided by its keen sense of smell, ensuring that Lin Qing need not worry about losing track of Bai. Let's go. Juing Bai. As Lin Qing rode on Juing, his eyes were immediately drawn to a large herd of wild horses not far to his left. This presented a splendid opportunity. With such a sizable gathering of wild horses, it would be a tremendous loss if Lin Qing did not attempt to tame them. However, as he charged towards the herd, riding Juing with a clear line of sight, Lin Qing simultaneously noticed a group of tigers stealthily approaching the wild horses. No, these were not ordinary tigers. Rather, they were a pack of saber-toothed tigers. Thanks to his advantageous vantage point, Lin Qing could ascertain the number of these formidable creatures, 10 in total. Had this been a previous encounter, Lin Qing might have reconsidered his plan to tame the wild horses. Yet the Lin Qing of today is no longer the same. Juing has grown stronger, swifter, and so too has Bai, exhibiting remarkable aggression. Most crucially, Lin Qing is equipped with formidable gear. Whether it be the repeating crossbow or the masterful iron sword, neither could be deemed ordinary equipment. Utilizing these to contend with the 10 saber-toothed tigers would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. However, upon spotting the 10 saber-toothed tigers, Lin Qing did not hasten to tame the wild horses. Instead, he rode Juing towards the approaching tigers while drawing forth his crossbow. As Lin Qing advanced closer to the 10 saber-toothed tigers, they emitted low, rumbling growls. Though subdued, their roars were distinct and resonant in Lin Qing's ears. However, Lin Qing advanced in this direction precisely to confront the saber-toothed tigers. How could he possibly turn back upon hearing their low growls? Whoosh! As he drew closer to the 10 saber-toothed tigers, Lin Qing unleashed a volley of bolts from the meticulously prepared crossbow in his hands, shooting toward the fearsome beasts. The saber-toothed tigers, taken aback, could not comprehend why their roars seemed ineffective. Normally, whether faced with wild dogs or leopards, the mere sound of their growls would send any creature fleeing. But what was amiss today? Why did their roars fail to instill fear? Before the saber-toothed tigers could ponder this further, an arrow launched from Lin Qing's crossbow struck one of them squarely in the head. The wounded saber-toothed tiger collapsed instantly, without even a struggle, lying motionless on the ground forever. The remaining tigers, despite their dull-wittedness, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. This human was launching an attack against them. Naturally, they would not remain stationary, awaiting their demise at Lin Qing's hands. Upon witnessing their companions fall, the rest of the saber-toothed tigers sprang into action. Their target now shifted from the herd of wild horses to Lin Qing, who was advancing towards them. Mounted on his steed, Juing, Lin Qing did not linger after firing his crossbow. He swiftly reloaded and continued to rain arrows upon the approaching saber-toothed tigers. Whoosh! Not a single bolt went astray, each finding its mark upon the formidable beasts. Though the saber-toothed tigers attempted to evade the onslaught, they could not escape the oncoming arrows. While few struck their heads, The remaining arrows pierced their bodies, necks, abdomens, spines, and legs. In the blink of an eye, one of the saber-toothed tigers had transformed into a grotesque amalgamation of saber-toothed tiger and porcupine, a saber-toothed porcupine. Inevitably, this unfortunate creature met the same fate as its fallen companion, succumbing immediately. As one after another of their comrades fell, the remaining saber-toothed tigers began to panic. Typically, they were a formidable pack, capable of taking down wild boars and wild dogs. But today was an entirely different scenario. The remaining tigers began to question whether they were trapped in a dream, wondering how their companions had become so vulnerable. Yet the bolts fired by Lin Qing served as a stark reminder that this was no dream at all. Puff, puff, puff. This time, Lin Qing opted not to kill the saber-toothed tigers, but rather to incapacitate them entirely. If the remaining tigers were allowed to escape, they would undoubtedly alarm the herd of wild horses, jeopardizing his plan to tame them. Moreover, in the distance, the herd of wild horses began to stir upon hearing the low growl of the saber-toothed tiger. Thus, Lin Qing was utterly determined to prevent these formidable beasts from escaping. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Qing awakened the saber-toothed tigers, who were caught between dreams and reality. After all, one could argue that Lin Qing was providing clarity to these magnificent creatures. Once he had loosed a few arrows, Lin Qing stowed away his crossbow, for there was no longer a necessity to continue its use. Now was the perfect moment to wield his masterful iron sword. Each of the saber-toothed tigers bore one or several arrows embedded in their limbs, rendering any attempt at escape futile. The fate awaiting the remaining tigers was solely death. However, this was fortuitous, as a family is best united in entirety. With a swift motion, Lin Qing, mounted upon Zhuing, brandished his master sword and struck directly at the approaching saber-toothed tiger. The blade, capable of slicing through iron as though it were mere clay, showed no signs of hesitation. The tiger struck by the master sword was cleaved in two instantaneously. Lin Qing paid no heed to the fallen beast and continued his pursuit of the next target. Meanwhile, by his side, Xiaobai opened its jaws wide, lunging at the saber-toothed tigers with ferocity. Given that the saber-toothed tiger was already no match for Xiaobai, it stood no chance of inflicting harm at this juncture. In a flurry of savage bites, the tiger succumbed, losing all signs of life. What had once been a formidable pack of 10 saber-toothed tigers was now decisively vanquished by the combined prowess of Lin Qing and Xiaobai. Chapter 70. The five horses pulling together faced with the ground strewn with the carcasses of saber-toothed tigers. Lin Qing would not squander the opportunity. However, he opted to take only the formidable fangs of these beasts, for they were the most valuable trophies. As for their claws, pelts, and gallbladders, he left them behind. The hassle of processing such items was too great, and he feared that if he delayed, the wild horses nearby might depart. Furthermore, transporting those remnants would inevitably attract a foul odor of blood, drawing not only the predators of the prairie, but also the beasts lurking in the nearby forest towards him. Such a scenario would be counterproductive, as Lin Qing's paramount concern was the herd of wild horses not far off. With swift strokes of his iron sword, he efficiently extracted the fangs from the 10 saber-toothed tigers, placing them into a leather pouch crafted from cowhide, secured upon his steed, Zhuing. He then set forth towards the large assembly of wild horses, now gripping a rope he had previously fashioned, rather than his crossbow or masterful sword. The soft grass beneath Zhuing's hooves muted their sounds, allowing Lin Qing to advance with remarkable speed without alarming the herd. As he approached the wild horses, initially wary from the low growls of the saber-toothed tigers, returned to their serene state, leisurely grazing on the verdant grass before them. Observing their tranquility, Lin Qing felt a surge of joy within, for this was the sight he had most yearned to witness. Only in such moments could he successfully capture several wild horses. With a swift motion, he launched the rope towards the neck of one particular horse. The target, oblivious to Lin Qing's presence, only realized its peril when the rope ensnared it. By that time, it was far too late. As the rope tightened, Lin Qing secured it firmly to Zhuing's saddle. No matter how fiercely the wild horse struggled, it could not break free, while Zhuing stood resolutely, as immovable as a mountain. Even when Lin Qing directed Zhuing to move in another direction, the horse remained unaffected. although the captured wild horse was of above-average quality among its peers. It paled in comparison to Zhu, both in size and speed. Hence, it was Zhu that led the chase, not the other way around. Lin Qing produced another rope, guiding Zhu towards another wild horse. Despite one horse being captured, the others, having never witnessed such an occurrence, assumed that the ensnared horse was merely engaging in playful antics. Thus, the remaining wild horses continued to linger in place, exhibiting no signs of panic as they grazed on the grass before them. Whoosh! The rope in Lin Qing's hand ensnared the neck of another wild horse once more. Like the first, this horse struggled fiercely but could not break free, ultimately finding itself tethered to the saddle of Zhu. Despite the fact that two wild horses were now secured to Zhu's saddle, it did not waver in the slightest. As before, Zhu continued to move with ease, as if the two horses tethered to its saddle were merely ornaments. Clop, clop. With two wild horses now captured, Lin Qing remained unsatisfied and directed Zhu towards the head of one of the remaining wild horses. Without any unforeseen complications, the rope seemed almost sentient, ensnaring the neck of the horse despite its awareness. At this point, three wild horses were firmly secured to the saddle. Fortunately, the saddle had been meticulously crafted by Lin Qing, primarily from iron, for otherwise it would surely have been torn apart by the combined force of the three horses. At this moment, Zhu's speed had diminished from its earlier swiftness, now operating at about 80% of its usual pace. Yet, Lin Qing did not halt, for three wild horses were hardly sufficient for his next endeavor. Thus, he urged Zhu onward, even while it bore the weight of the three wild horses. Thankfully, the nearby wild horses did not flee. Instead, they merely shifted to the side, continuing to graze, their movement adding only a slight increase in difficulty. For Lin Qing, this merely enhanced the intrigue of the chase, as he held little interest in the stationary horses, preferring the more animated ones. Swish! Lin Qing successfully cast his rope once more, ensnaring yet another wild horse. Immediately, he secured the rope to the saddle. Next, another rope appeared in Lin Qing's hand, swiftly aimed at the head of the adjacent wild horse. The entire process was remarkably swift. Had it not been for Lin Qing's movements with the ropes, one might have thought he had thrown two ropes simultaneously. Of course, using two ropes was not out of the question. However, the three horses already tethered to the saddle did impose certain limitations on Zhu's speed. Otherwise, with Zhu's rapidity, he could have easily approached the two wild horses and captured them simultaneously with two ropes. Nevertheless, the outcome remained the same. Those two wild horses were now ensnared as well. When capturing these two, Lin Qing chose not to tether them to the saddle, but instead untied the three ropes previously securing the other horses and bound all five ropes together. Previously, Lin Qing had meticulously prepared. The three ropes tethered to the saddle were swiftly untied, and with Lin Qing's remarkably swift hands, all five ropes were securely bound together in an instant. Indeed, the method Lin Qing employed was the very same one used to tame those wild buffaloes. Had it not been for the scattered positions of these wild horses and their heightened vigilance, Lin Qing would have resorted to that previous technique. After all, that method proved to be exceedingly effortless. Provided the ropes were sufficiently sturdy, the captured beasts would inevitably exhaust their strength for their own reasons, ultimately succumbing to fatigue. At present, the five wild horses ensnared by Lin Qing were perfectly positioned to exert force against one another, creating a tug-of-war scenario. Though it was five horses engaged in this contest, rather than two, this very circumstance enabled them to deplete each other's stamina more rapidly, rendering them powerless as they awaited Lin Qing's arrival. The five wild horses, once Lin Qing released his grip, did not disappoint his expectations, due to the ropes. They pulled against one another, yet could not advance in the slightest. For a moment, these five wild horses were astonishingly at a standstill. Although one could not discern any significant movement toward their respective fronts, it was evident that these wild horses were fervently exhausting their energy. Chapter 71. Capture the leader first. As the five wild horses tugged at one another, the surrounding herd was finally stirred by fear. Although the five did not run amok, their cries were enough to instill panic in the others. Initially, the wild horses believed that those ensnared by Lin Qing were merely engaging in play, but they were taken aback by the wretched sounds that ensued. The cries were even more harrowing than those elicited by the saber-toothed tiger or the cheetah during their hunts. Whatever had transpired, the more anguished the sounds, the clearer it was that no good would come of it. The herd became agitated in an instant, with those not captured by Lin Qing beginning to gallop wildly. However, Lin Qing, mounted on Zhu Ying, soon sensed something amiss. The wild horses were not scattering in all directions, but rather running in circles, as if in search of something. Yet, Lin Qing quickly discerned the underlying issue. Although the horses were in a frenzy, they were all following the lead of the foremost stallion, which was notably more robust than the others. Thus, Lin Qing concluded that this stallion was the leader of the herd, guiding them all. This realization meant that if he could capture this stallion, the remaining wild horses would surely follow suit. Moreover, since Lin Qing did not intend to hunt them, the horses would not flee merely because their leader had been captured. With a swift surge, Zhu Ying was freed from restraint, and Lin Qing rode at a remarkable speed. Although the lead stallion was quick, it could not compare to Zhu Ying's swiftness. Within 5 seconds, Zhu Ying had caught up to the stallion. The lead horse glanced at Zhu Ying, then at Lin Qing, and the rope in his hand, as if suddenly aware of the situation. Its expression turned wary, and it accelerated significantly. While the other wild horses may not have comprehended the current predicament due to their limited interaction with humans, the leader was acutely aware of Lin Qing's impending actions, an attempt to ensnare it with a rope and subsequently tame it. However, even as the stallion sped up, Zhu Ying closed the distance in the blink of an eye. What infuriated the stallion most was not merely the chase, but the expression on Zhu Ying's face, part mockery, part disdain, part sympathy, and a final touch of indifference. This expression resonated deeply, for as fellow wild horses, they understood each other's sentiments with clarity. The stallion comprehended Zhu Ying's unspoken message: do not run. No matter how fast you are, you cannot outpace me. No matter how swift your flight, you cannot escape the fate of being tamed by my master. Before the wild stallion could contemplate an escape, the rope in Lin Qing's hand had already slipped from his grasp and deftly ensnared the neck of the lead stallion with precision. This wild stallion, being the alpha of its herd, possessed strength far superior to that of the others previously encountered. Yet, even this solitary creature was comparably formidable against the 3 that had come before. Hissus. As expected, the leader of the herd would not so easily yield to Lin Qing. Its pride only fueled its resistance to submission. It struggled to break free, but the rope was too robust. It attempted to flee, yet the shadowy figure of Zhu Ying was far too swift. Was it destined to succumb here? No, absolutely not. Before the stallion could dwell on this predicament, Lin Qing yanked the rope forcefully. The sudden exertion of power threw the stallion off balance, causing it to crash onto the grass. The entire ordeal could only be described in 2 words: rapid. In 3 words, it would be exceedingly rapid, and in 4, extraordinarily swift. Lying on the ground, the stallion gazed up at the azure sky, no longer harboring thoughts of resistance. It understood that even if it managed to rise, it would inevitably be pursued by Zhu Ying, only to be toppled once more by the rope around its neck, landing heavily back on the ground. Thus, it resigned itself to the situation at hand. Hissus. At that moment, Zhu Ying, under Lin Qing's direction, approached the fallen stallion, seemingly communicating in hushed hisses. The stallion, now on the ground, appeared to comprehend Zhu Ying's intent and reciprocated with its own hisses. Though Lin Qing could not decipher their exchange, after 5 minutes, the communication ceased. A spark of renewed hope ignited in the stallion's eyes, and when it turned to Lin Qing, there was no trace of animosity, only the gaze of a servant towards its master. It seemed the wild stallion had come to terms with its fate. Lin Qing observed the stallion, and then glanced at Zhu Ying beneath him, reflecting on the notion that only kindred spirits share a true language. How intriguing it was that Zhu Ying possessed such a unique ability. It appeared that taming wild horses would henceforth be a much smoother endeavor. Moreover, the forthcoming events would provide an excellent opportunity for Zhu Ying to showcase its prowess. Although Lin Qing had successfully subdued this wild stallion, the other Mustangs would not be as compliant. With the alpha now tamed, the remaining wild horses would undoubtedly hesitate to depart. For Lin Qing had not harmed their leader in any way, such as through hunting. Moreover, with the presence of the magnificent Zhu capable of swaying their hearts. It is certain that Lin Qing will tame all these wild horses. Hiss! As Lin Qing successfully subdued the lead stallion, the other wild horses ceased their frantic galloping, standing still, quietly observing the lead stallion as they awaited further commands. Simultaneously, the wild horses that Lin Qing had captured were released, yet they did not flee. Instead, they approached the lead stallion. Indeed, just as Lin Qing had anticipated, once the lead stallion was tamed, the other wild horses would remain here, unwilling to escape. Since these wild horses had gathered in this place, Lin Qing dismounted from Zhu, gently patting its large head, encouraging it to persuade all the wild horses. The earlier subjugation of the lead stallion was a testament to Zhu formidable prowess. Hiss! Hiss! In an instant, the grassland was alive with the resonating cries of wild horses. The surrounding beasts, both carnivorous and herbivorous, fled in panic. For in their minds, the incessant calls of these wild horses signified madness. Remaining in this vicinity would surely lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, given the tremendous force of the wild horses' stampede, should they truly lose control and charge wildly, it would not only be the grass beneath that would suffer. Chapter 72. The exceptionally docile steed time has flown swiftly, and dusk has now descended upon the land. Although moments have passed quickly, the speed with which Zhu has persuaded the remaining wild horses has been even more remarkable, as twilight envelopes the scene. It is noteworthy that Zhu has not merely convinced a solitary wild stallion, but has successfully swayed a total of 25 wild horses. While this number may not seem particularly large, in comparison to the singular effort of Zhu, such an achievement can certainly be deemed astonishingly rapid. Hiss! In the meantime, the plains resonate once more with the whinnies of wild horses, but this time, their calls are not born of fear or attack. Rather, they emanate from the fact that they have all been tamed by Lin Qing, especially as they realize that by yielding to Lin Qing, they need not fear the assaults of other beasts and can enjoy delectable sustenance daily. What reason do they have to wander aimlessly like unanchored wild horses? Although they are, by nature, wild horses meant to roam freely, after Zhu persuasive influence, they have firmly internalized the belief that only through domestication will they enjoy a prosperous existence. Should Lin Qing comprehend the essence of Zhu words, he would undoubtedly bestow upon her an alternative title, the mastermind of a pyramid scheme, specifically one targeting wild horses. With the wild horses now tamed, Lin Qing sees no need to linger in this place, especially with the encroaching darkness and the low growls of nearby beasts, such as wolves and wild dogs, which often travel in packs. If they were to encounter these predators while leading such a multitude of wild horses, although Lin Qing could safeguard his own safety, some of the horses would surely be at risk. Thus, rather than allowing these horses to fall prey to wild beasts, it would be prudent to return to the wooden cabin at this juncture. This course of action would minimize unnecessary losses, for these horses are precisely what Lin Qing requires at present. Without hesitation, Lin Qing mounted Jing, accompanied by Xiao Bai and the throng of wild horses, and set forth towards his wooden cabin. The decision to forego a visit to Yan Guang's tribe stemmed from the necessity of taking a longer route to reach that destination. Moreover, upon arrival, it would likely be nightfall, and Lin Qing had no pressing matters there, which would result in further time wasted. Hence, he opted to advance toward his own cabin. Clop, clop. The forest reverberated with the sound of hooves, and the beasts that had intended to retire for the night found themselves confined to their lairs, seething in impotent fury. They understood that such sounds, and at such a frequency, could only be produced by the herd of wild horses. Furthermore, given the swiftness of the wild horses, they were unable to pursue them, leaving the beasts to simmer in their caves, with no recourse but to endure their frustration. One cannot simply dash out to chase after those wild horses, for by the time one emerges from a cave, those wild steeds would have long departed, leaving not even a trace of their hoofbeats behind. Such is the remarkable swiftness of wild horses. As night descended, Lin Qing finally returned to the wooden cabin, enveloped in complete darkness. Having brought such a multitude of wild horses to this place, the eager voices of Wang Er and the others, who were preparing dinner, could be heard as they rushed out of the house to discover what was unfolding outside. However, upon realizing that it was Lin Qing who had arrived. Their initial worries gradually dissipated. It turned out that their leader had returned with a significant number of wild horses, and thus, all was well. Yet, when Wang Er and the others beheld the 20 or so wild horses trailing behind Lin Qing, their confusion lingered momentarily until they suddenly recalled the ongoing task: mining iron ore. Indeed, with such an abundance of horses to assist in transporting the iron ore, the speed of delivery would surely increase exponentially. As this realization dawned upon them, Wang Er and the others understood that their leader had not been idly wandering about that afternoon, but had been endeavoring to tame the wild horses. Taming over 20 wild horses in a single afternoon was undoubtedly no trivial feat, a fact well understood by Zhang San and his fellow hunters. To their astonishment, their leader had achieved this remarkable task in just one afternoon. Instantly, both Zhang San and Wang Er felt an even deeper admiration for Lin Qing. Hey, what are you all doing? Hurry up and lead these horses to the stable," Lin Qing exclaimed with a chuckle, observing the astonished expressions on their faces. He was acutely aware of the thoughts racing through Wang Er and the others' minds. After all, bringing back so many tamed wild horses in just one afternoon was indeed a remarkable accomplishment. Wild horses. These were no ordinary beasts. They were robust and vigorous, far from the frail creatures one might encounter. Oh, Wang Er and the others quickly snapped back to reality upon hearing Lin Qing's words, dashing over to guide the herd of wild horses towards the stable. Naturally, the stable could not accommodate such a large number of horses, so they were temporarily directed to a nearby area. Moreover, these wild horses were without saddles, and after dinner, the task of crafting saddles would be a significant undertaking. Over 20 wild horses meant the necessity of making more than 20 saddles, each of which required iron to construct. Had they not procured iron ore from the Yanguang tribe, they would have been left with insufficient iron to fulfill such a demand. Despite lacking saddles, the wild horses followed Wang Er and the others obediently, not a single one misbehaving or causing a ruckus. Their docility could largely be attributed to the influence of the exceptional steed, Duying. Had it not been for the prior counsel from Duying, assuring them that obedience would reward them with a plethora of delectable wild fruits, they might have truly succumbed to a fit of frenzy by now. Of course, Lin Qing, well-versed in the arcane art of animal taming, grasped this matter as he journeyed back to the wooden cabin. Thus, after Wang Er and his companions escorted the wild horses to the stable, he instructed them to fetch 2 carts laden with wild fruits for the horses to feast upon. Once the affairs concerning the wild horses were thoroughly settled, Lin Qing and Wang Er commenced their evening repast. After a day of labor, each individual felt quite fatigued, and nothing could be more blissful than indulging in a hearty meal at that moment, especially when the food was exceptionally delicious. Moreover, it possessed the ability to alleviate weariness and bolster one's strength. Coupled with the exquisite seasonings specially concocted by the culinary maestro Zhao Lu, it seemed less a matter of mere survival here, and more an invitation to savor the pleasures of life. Chapter 73. The Saddle. Best crafted by hand, an hour slipped away swiftly, and Lin Qing, along with the others, had enjoyed a hearty meal. The fatigue accumulated throughout the day dissipated entirely during this evening repast. Although satiated, they did not retire immediately. Rather, they resumed their respective tasks. The daylight hours have been devoted entirely to gathering iron ore, leaving only the night to organize their affairs. Tasks such as sorting supplies and disposing of the remains of wild beasts demanded urgent attention. Neglecting these matters would soon lead to chaos. In a survival scenario, particularly within a small tribal community, such disarray was utterly unacceptable. First, it would hinder the search for essential resources, wasting precious time, and potentially result in the grim discovery that those resources had been exhausted. Second, should a wild beast launch an attack, the situation would only devolve further into turmoil. Even the mightiest forces could face annihilation in the ensuing battle. Naturally, Lin Qing did not retreat to the wooden cabin to rest. Instead, he joined Zhou Ba in the forge. The saddles for the wild horses required Lin Qing's meticulous craftsmanship. The saddle on his steed, Zhu Ying, was a product of his own design, which was why it remained intact despite securing several wild horses. "Boss, here, I prepared some components," Zhou Ba announced as the rhythmic clang of the hammer ceased. Standing at the opposite end of the forge, he placed the freshly crafted parts onto the anvil and addressed Lin Qing. Lin Qing responded succinctly, picking up the component from the anvil and commencing the assembly. Indeed, it was assembly. The process of fabricating each part was time-consuming. If Lin Qing were to undertake the entire process solo, crafting all 20 saddles would take an entire night. Thus, with Zhou Ba forging nearby, Lin Qing began to assemble the components, a method that not only expedited the creation of the saddles, but also imbued them with additional attributes. Although it was termed assembly, it still required some hammering to ensure the components were securely fused. Otherwise, fractures could occur. Clang, clang, clang. Before the anvil, Lin Qing grasped a small hammer and embarked on the saddle-making process. Each seemingly mundane strike ensured that the iron plates interlocked seamlessly. As Lin Qing completed the first saddle, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully imbuing the iron saddle with additional attributes. Please check the saddle's information panel for details. Additional attributes: 100-fold durability, 100-fold strength, 100-fold lightness, 100-fold comfort. Lin Qing paid no heed to these notifications and continued crafting the next saddle. Within the forge, although Lin Qing had already claimed one of the smithing stations for the creation of saddles, this did not hinder Zhou Ba, who was diligently crafting saddle components at another station. The spaciousness of the forge was not the reason for their ability to work simultaneously. Rather, it was due to Lin Qing's previous expansion of the workspace. This enlargement was necessitated by the abundant iron ore transported from the Flamelight tribe. Had there been only a single smithing station, the pace of smelting iron would have been akin to that of a sluggish snail. Conversely, with Lin Qing's enhancements, adding several more smithing stations, the efficiency of producing iron blocks soared like a rocket. Furthermore, Lin Qing had deliberately enlarged the crucial smelting furnace several times, ensuring that both smelting and hammering processes occurred without wasting a moment. The iron ore, once hammered, could be sent back for smelting, while the next batch of smelted iron could be immediately retrieved for further hammering. The efficiency was remarkably high. Of course, despite the tightly packed workflow, there was still time for rest. As before, Lin Qing adhered to the established schedule of work and breaks, which allowed him to accomplish a substantial amount of tasks without excessive fatigue. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythmic sound of hammering emanated from the forge, and 3 hours slipped by unnoticed. Though time passed swiftly, Lin Qing, standing beside the smithing station, surveyed the table that was now filled with saddles he had meticulously crafted. Upon counting, he found that the number of saddles perfectly matched that of the wild horses. Neither more nor less, just right. Thus, the task of saddle making was officially complete. While Lin Qing had ceased his crafting, Zhou Ba continued his labor of forging iron ore. Although the production of saddle components had paused, the raw iron blocks still needed to be extracted from the ore. After all, these iron blocks were not solely intended for saddles. They were essential for the creation of iron swords, iron crossbows, iron armor, iron shields, and various other equipment that required substantial quantities of iron to fabricate. Otherwise, using alternative materials would not render them as iron-made gear. All right, it's about time to head back. The hour is getting late. Once you finish smelting the remaining iron ore in the furnace, you can call it a day, Lin Qing remarked to Zhou Ba, glancing at the remnants of iron ore. After all, there were many days ahead. He did not wish to squander time that could encroach upon his rest. Wasting precious downtime would render the following day uncomfortable. Essentially wasting an entire day. Zhou Ba understood the lateness of the hour and responded, "Yes, understood, boss. You can head back first." "Very well," Lin Qing replied without further ado, pushing open the door and making his way towards his wooden abode. As for the saddles he had crafted, there was no urgency to place them on the wild horses. It was already late into the night, and the horses had surely fed and were now peacefully slumbering. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Lin Qing did not dwell on his thoughts and swiftly succumbed to slumber. As for the messages within the World Chat channel, he found himself bereft of the time to peruse them. Moreover, there were no pressing matters at hand, and he could always attend to them on the morrow. After all, Lin Qing harbored a keen interest in understanding whether others shared his current predicament, whether they were collaborating with the indigenous populace or engaging in conflict with them. However, should conflict arise, the outcome would likely be far from favorable, for Lin Qing had garnered a rudimentary understanding of the natives of this world. It became apparent that tribes like Yin Guang, which had recently formed, boasted over 200 members, not to mention the more established tribes. Such tribes would likely not only possess greater numbers, but also superior equipment. There was even the possibility of encountering tribes with gear far exceeding his current arsenal. The combination of sheer numbers and formidable equipment would present a challenge beyond the capability of an ordinary individual. Presently, the troubles Lin Qing faced stemmed from a tribe equipped with iron tools, which clearly lacked the strength of the more formidable tribes. Otherwise, they would not possess such a limited amount of iron gear. Chapter 74. Encounter with an attack the following day arrived as swiftly as the blink of an eye. Lin Qing, undeterred by the previous night's labor of crafting over 20 saddles, rose early, brimming with vigor and devoid of any weariness. Wang Er and his companions seemed to sense Lin Qing's awakening, emerging from the cottage one after another. Without exchanging pleasantries, they promptly commenced their first task of the day, patrolling the vicinity to ascertain any traces left by wild beasts or humans. Lin Qing felt no trepidation regarding wild animals, but the prospect of human presence warranted caution, for unlike beasts, humans were not easily subdued. Although frail in physique, often unable to contend with even a wild boar, humanity's strength lay in its adeptness at wielding various tools. Without this ingenuity, confronting them would indeed prove challenging. Chef Zhao Lu and apothecary Zheng Shi were, as usual, preparing breakfast. Meanwhile, Lin Qing diligently affixed the saddles he had crafted the previous day onto the wild horses, enabling them for riding. More importantly, these horses would now be capable of transporting iron ore. With a few carts fashioned and connected to these steeds, the task of conveying iron ore would become significantly simpler. Boss, breakfast is ready. After completing a patrol without discovering any traces, Wang Er, as customary, called out to Lin Qing for the meal. Although he did not verify with Chef Zhao Lu whether the food was prepared, past experiences assured him that breakfast was indeed ready. The breakfast hour soon concluded. Following the meal, Lin Qing collaborated with Wang Er and the others to construct several carts. After securing a wild horse for each of the 9 men, they found themselves with 17 horses remaining, necessitating a configuration where 3 horses would pull 1 cart, ultimately requiring 2 horses for each cart. With Lin Qing having tamed 25 wild horses, alongside the lead horse, they had a total of 26. Once the distribution was arranged, Lin Qing mounted Zhuing, accompanied by Xiao Bai, and swiftly advanced into the forest. This time, however, Lin Qing was not merely wandering through the woods. He chose to venture into the land of death. Previously, upon entering, he had experienced no disturbances and had exited unscathed, while Yin Guang had claimed that entry was permitted but not exit, piquing Lin Qing's curiosity. Given the enigmatic nature of this land of death, it surely harbored its own peculiarities. The rhythmic sound of hoofbeats resonated strikingly, perhaps due to Zhuing's nature or the profound stillness of the forest. Lin Qing refrained from uttering more words, nor did she urge Zhuing to slow down, maintaining their current pace as they surged forward. However, she began to pay closer attention to the surroundings of the forest, for the eerie silence that enveloped the area could not be merely an absence of sound. Something was surely amiss. Wang, the ever-vigilant Xiao Bai, who had been trailing closely beside Lin Qing, sensed the unusual atmosphere and barked twice to alert her to remain cautious. Lin Qing acknowledged Xiao Bai with a brief reply, then continued her relentless advance toward the land of death. Approximately 10 minutes passed, yet the surroundings remained unchanged, persistently silent, devoid even of a solitary beast's growl. It felt as if this tranquility was simply a facade, hiding an impending occurrence. Nevertheless, as Lin Qing pressed onward toward the ominous destination, she did not proceed without vigilance. She remained acutely aware of her surroundings. For instance, as Lin Qing turned her head, she inadvertently spotted a blade of wild grass perched on a tree. It was common knowledge that wild grass thrived on the ground, so its presence on the trunk was perplexing. This singular observation led Lin Qing to deduce that other humans must be nearby, and notably, a human with remarkable speed. It was surprising that this individual could match her own pace. Disregarding the nature of this person's speed, the fact that they could keep up with Lin Qing was indicative of their exceptional abilities. However, it was inconceivable that this individual could match Lin Qing's speed through mere physical prowess, considering that Zhu Ying was no ordinary steed. Yet, if this person could indeed follow Lin Qing, it suggested they possessed a mount capable of rivaling or perhaps even surpassing Zhu Ying's swiftness. With this notion in mind, Lin Qing instinctively touched the crossbow at her back and a masterfully crafted iron sword at her waist. She was prepared to swiftly unsheath one of her weapons should any situation arise. Lin Qing's caution stemmed from the knowledge that her pursuer was a formidable opponent, and not just any ordinary adversary. Regardless of their identity, the mere act of following her indicated that they harbored a specific intent, for otherwise, they would have attacked long ago. At that moment, the sound of hoofbeats suddenly echoed from the nearby forest. They were approaching. Lin Qing gripped her crossbow tightly. The moment her pursuer revealed themselves, she would not hesitate to unleash a volley of arrows. As she continued her advance, an arrow whizzed directly towards Lin Qing. No matter how she attempted to evade, there was no way to escape its trajectory. Whether she pressed forward or halted, it was destined to strike her. Moreover, Zhu Ying could not possibly veer aside at such velocity. Any attempt to do so would result in a tumble to the ground. Yet, should one fall to the ground, Lin Qing's predicament would become all the more perilous. However, Lin Qing harbored no intention of evading the arrow, for he possessed ample confidence. Whoosh! The crossbow in Lin Qing's grasp was swiftly drawn from his waist, releasing a single bolt towards the front with an effortless flick. It is noteworthy that Lin Qing wielded a repeating crossbow. A moment's distraction could have resulted in multiple shots, or even a complete discharge of all bolts. Yet, he chose to unleash but a solitary arrow, demonstrating his remarkable mastery over the weapon. The arrow he launched, though seemingly casual, appeared to possess a will of its own, homing in directly on the opposing projectile. Crack! In a remarkable yet anticipated turn of events, the two arrows collided. Lin Qing had anticipated this outcome, for his archery skills were exceptionally refined. Moreover, since his arrival in this realm and the consumption of various meats, his physical prowess had ascended to a new echelon. Although Lin Qing exhibited no outward signs, the archer who had just released the arrow bore a countenance of utter astonishment. Yet, due to a minor misstep beneath his feet, Lin Qing had already discerned the individual's presence, perched upon the stout branch to his left. Chapter 75. The son of the chief of the Wanlin tribe, observing the marks on the branch, Lin Qing exhibited no hesitation. He aimed his crossbow directly in that direction and fired. The expression on the man's face shifted to one of utter shock, for he had no inkling of how his traces had been revealed. Had he not merely lingered on that branch for a fleeting half-second? How could such a brief moment have exposed his whereabouts? Nevertheless, despite his astonishment, this individual possessed a modicum of skill. Regaining his composure swiftly, he plummeted towards the base of the tree to evade the arrows that Lin Qing had loosed. After all, being struck by an arrow was far less preferable than a fall from the tree. In this forest, even a slight injury could prove fatal. Moreover, he believed there was sufficient distance between him and Lin Qing, rendering it unlikely that Lin Qing could reach the base of the tree in such a brief span of time. Indeed, the man's reasoning was not flawed. As he descended towards the ground, Lin Qing was unable to close the gap instantaneously. However, he had overlooked one crucial detail. It was precisely because he forgot this aspect that Lin Qing, even without hastening to his side, could ensnare him within that very spot. Indeed, this was the prowess of Lin Qing's crossbow. The arrow he had just released demonstrated his remarkable accuracy. While it may not have been infallible, it was certainly precise. Whoosh! Lin Qing had no intention of eliminating this man, but the lethal arrow that had been aimed at him would not be easily forgotten. The individual, descending from the tree, moved with astonishing speed and almost instantaneously upon landing, grasped the short sword at his waist. His swiftness was undeniably impressive, yet the velocity of Lin Qing's arrow was hardly inferior. By the time the man touched the ground, Lin Qing's arrow had already traversed half the distance. Even with the short sword now in his grasp, there was no conceivable way he could intercept the arrow aimed his way. Thud! In an inevitable turn of events, the arrow pierced through flesh as effortlessly as if it were striking paper, encountering no resistance whatsoever. However, this paper was not mere parchment. It was the man's thigh that bore the brunt of the impact. Fortuitously, Lin Qing had only released a single arrow. Had he unleashed more, the consequences would have been far graver, potentially piercing another thigh, the abdomen, an arm, or even the head. With a sharp gasp of pain, the man relinquished his hold on the short sword, which clattered against a nearby stone before tumbling into the grass beyond. The short sword is now beyond retrieval, not solely due to the arrows that have pierced his legs, but chiefly because Lin Qing has already approached him. A chilling iron sword, akin to a specter, hovers menacingly by his neck. With even the slightest movement, it would unhesitatingly sever his life. Gasping, he gazes at the sword poised beneath his throat, and despite the agonizing pain radiating from his legs, he dares not stir, for the murderous aura emanating from ahead is no jest. "Speak, from whence do you hail?" Lin Qing inquired, straightforwardly and devoid of any superfluous words. Though his question was blunt, none would presume that the person with the iron sword against his throat would remain silent. On the contrary, he would be exceedingly compliant, unless he had little regard for his own life or had been brainwashed by the forces behind him. "Brother, he hesitated, but before he could utter another word, Lin Qing's iron sword shifted slightly upward. The man, who had intended to continue his evasive chatter, fell abruptly silent. "And no, I am Wan Li, a member of the Wan Lin tribe." Evidently, he was lying, for as he uttered this statement, his gaze instinctively darted elsewhere, avoiding Lin Qing's piercing eyes. With a subtle yet decisive movement, Lin Qing advanced the sword further, transforming what had initially been a mere pinprick of red into a rope-like thread the thickness of a finger, spreading ominously. "Cease your prattle." Lin Qing's gaze grew colder. He would not show mercy to those who sought his demise. "I speak the truth. My name is indeed Wan Li, and I am truly from the Wan Lin tribe. My only distinction is as the chieftain's son." Now, Wan Li, lying on the ground, refrained from glancing around and instead locked his gaze firmly on Lin Qing. From Wan Li's response, Lin Qing was certain he was not fabricating his identity. "Why did you attack me?" Having received an answer to his first inquiry, Lin Qing pressed for clarity on his second. If Wan Li was indeed sent to assassinate him, there would be no reason for Lin Qing to remain. Yet, the fact that Wan Li claimed to be from the Wan Lin tribe, with which Lin Qing had no prior interaction, raised questions about their motive for attack. Was this tribe simply inclined towards bloodshed and conflict? Cough, cough. It was all a misunderstanding. At this juncture, Wan Li appeared somewhat embarrassed. The root of the issue lay with him. Upon encountering someone of comparable strength in Lin Qing, he felt compelled to test Lin Qing's capabilities. Coupled with Lin Qing's swift movements, a surge of inexplicable jealousy had arisen within Wan Li, prompting him to resort to such extreme measures to gauge Lin Qing's prowess. Ultimately, as Wan Li's strength fell short of Lin Qing's, he found himself in this precarious situation. Indeed, jealousy serves as the catalyst for many an unfortunate event. Countless confrontations arise from envy, leading to aggression or retaliation. In response to Wan Li's remarks, Lin Qing found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had not scrutinized the features of this individual, but now, having taken a closer look, he comprehended the underlying reason for Wan Li's jealousy. It dawned on him that this person was merely a child. Yet, to label him solely as a child would be misleading, for he was only 6 or 7 years younger than Lin Qing, who was in his mid-20s. This revelation elucidated the matter. At the age of 18 or 19, one is often prone to competitive fervor and impulsive actions. "Please, I beseech you to spare me. I am but a victim of my own blinded envy." As Lin Qing remained silent, standing there, Wan Li hurriedly pleaded for mercy, realizing that such a plea might be his only chance at survival. As the son of the chief of the Wan Lin tribe, he was acutely aware of this truth. Upon uttering these words, Wan Li quickly laid out all his valuable possessions before Lin Qing: silver needles, concealed weapons, iron darts, and the fangs of fierce beasts adorning his head, all in a desperate bid for clemency, hoping to preserve his life. Observing the heap of items on the ground, Lin Qing couldn't help but reflect on the fortune of having a powerful tribe backing him, particularly as the son of its leader. Yet while he mused, he gathered all the items from the ground, with the exception of those he personally carried. As for Wan Lin tribe, Lin Qing was certainly inclined to investigate it further. For now, he would temporarily grant Wanli a reprieve. Who knows, perhaps today's incident might lead to future assistance from him. With that thought, Lin Qing mounted his steed, Zhuing, and continued his journey toward the land of death. Meanwhile, leaning against a grand tree, Wanli was tending to his leg wound with medicinal herbs. However, as he bandaged his injury, he lifted his gaze toward Lin Qing's departing figure, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light. Chapter 76. An unexpected ambush following the recent events. Lin Qing, mounted on his steed Zhuing and accompanied by Bai, arrived at the death zone after approximately 10 minutes. The death zone remained unchanged from Lin Qing's previous visit, devoid of any vitality, with the surrounding trees and wild grasses all rendered in a dull hue of yellow and gray. However, due to the absence of humans or beasts in this forsaken place, the traces of the arrows Lin Qing had previously shot lingered on. As Lin Qing advanced towards the site, he discerned subtle signs indicating human presence. Although the footprints on the ground were faint and seemingly cleared away, the remnants left behind were not easily obliterated. As he proceeded, the number of footprints increased, and upon reaching the location where he had previously captured an individual, he discovered a considerable expanse of footprints. It was evident that someone had indeed been here, and it was unmistakably linked to the person who had been apprehended. Observing the footprints alongside the paw prints of a dog, Lin Qing deduced that the tribe of the captured individual had arrived at this very spot. With this realization, he understood that caution would now be paramount, not only because of this tribe, but also due to the potential presence of others, such as the Wanlin tribe, which he had encountered earlier. Previously, while riding Zhuing outside the wooden hut, Lin Qing had failed to notice any anomalies. Yet now he was confronted with the existence of multiple tribes. This was all a consequence of the recent cataclysmic snowfall that blanketed the world. Could it be that this icy deluge had precipitated the emergence of so many factions? Resolving to think no further, Lin Qing began to assess his surroundings upon noticing the footprints. Given that individuals had come to this place, it was plausible that some might remain behind as sentinels, observing for any arrivals. Regardless of whether these newcomers were responsible for the abduction of their tribesmen, they were certain to make an appearance. Suddenly, the environment, previously filled only with the sound of howling winds, was pierced by an unexpected noise, a distinct thud. Instinctively, Lin Qing sought refuge behind a nearby slope, recognizing that evasion was wise, regardless of whether an attack was imminent. With his crossbow now firmly in hand, he peered forward, aware that the sound had originated from behind him. Utilizing the earthen embankment as cover, Lin Qing scanned his surroundings. Eventually, his gaze fell upon a decaying tree, its branches adorned with withered yellow leaves, where he detected a recently broken branch. Though it was a dead limb, the evidence of its recent fracture was unmistakable. Moreover, upon the ground, the recently fractured branches stood upright, piercing into the earth. This suggests that something must be atop this tree. Additionally, the dense, withered leaves adorning its branches unmistakably indicate the presence of someone within its boughs. Indeed, the individual who was taken away must have had their tribe lingering here. Whoosh! An arrow swiftly soared towards the tree. However, the crossbow in Lin Qing's hands, concealed behind the earthen slope, was not aimed in that direction. Moreover, Lin Qing had not initiated an attack. What could possibly be unfolding? Just as Lin Qing pondered this, a series of crisp hoofbeats echoed from afar, accompanied by a succession of commanding shouts. Could it be that more individuals were arriving? Yet, before Lin Qing could contemplate further, a somewhat familiar figure emerged before him. The rider hastening towards Lin Qing was none other than Wanli, whom he had encountered previously. This certainty stemmed from the fact that several strands of straw were wrapped around one of his thighs. "Boss, I've arrived. You moved so swiftly," Wanli exclaimed, riding his wild steed as he shouted towards Lin Qing on the slope. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qing rose from his position on the slope. He had not anticipated that Wanli would follow him here. Did Wanli not realize that this was a perilous place? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of arrows was unleashed once more. However, this time, they were not fired by Wanli nor Lin Qing, but rather by the individuals concealed among the withered leaves atop the grand tree. Several arrows swiftly descended upon Lin Qing, for they understood that he was the one who had abducted a member of their tribe. After all, No one would venture into this fearsome realm without reason. Moreover, even if one were to idly wander here, how could they possibly make their way to the slope upon arrival? Clearly, there was a motive, and this matter certainly pertained to the disappearance of the tribal member. Thus, those perched in the tree directed their assault towards Lin Qing, rather than towards Wan Li, who had only just arrived and shot an arrow into their midst. Although Wan Li's arrow struck one of the assailants in the leg, they chose not to engage with him. How could Lin Qing, rising from the slope, afford to relax? Having already discerned the presence of others, he was undoubtedly well prepared. A flurry of glinting arrows hurtled towards Lin Qing's head, each appearing to possess a mind of its own, rendering evasion seemingly futile. Yet Lin Qing had no intention of retreating. He had swiftly countered Wan Li's sudden arrow before. With his readiness now heightened, how could he fail to respond? Despite the 5 arrows launched by his adversaries, Lin Qing wielded a weapon capable of unleashing more than a single projectile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He too released 5 arrows, and though they may have been shorter than those aimed at him, their speed was significantly superior. Crack, crack, crack. 10 arrows, flawlessly synchronized, collided with one another. Meanwhile, Lin Qing's crossbow bolts were launched with remarkable speed, piercing through the adversary's arrows while continuing their trajectory forward. The direction of these arrows was unmistakably aimed at the desiccated leaves of the towering tree. Thud, bang, thud. The sound of arrows striking the wood was exceptionally crisp, yet the impact upon the bodies of those targeted resonated with a jarring abruptness. Concurrently, those perched upon the branches of the tree, along with the splintered limbs, plummeted to the ground. Some fell due to Lin Qing's arrows striking either them or the branches, but the majority were overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity of Lin Qing's onslaught. Desperately scrambling to their feet, they readied their bows to retaliate towards Lin Qing's position atop the earthen slope. Yet, before they could even take aim, a formidable stallion materialized before them, its glinting blade severing their bows in twain. In that moment, those who had tumbled from the tree were left utterly astonished. Chapter 77. The younger brother of a tribal chief's son, in an astonishing turn of events, the bow and arrows, once whole and intact, were effortlessly severed in the blink of an eye, reduced to mere fragments. These arrows transformed into a heap of useless debris. Yet, to be precise, the broken arrows, sliced by iron tips, could still serve as fuel for the fire. Perhaps that was their only remaining purpose, serving as kindling for the blaze. Fortunately, Lin Qing was mounted on the swift steed, Juing. Had he been astride the smaller Bai, the consequences would have been far graver, involving not the arrows in their hands, but their very arms. The heavy thud of Juing's hooves reverberated through the air, rousing the dazed individuals from their stupor. They hastily discarded the remnants of their broken arrows and reached for the curved daggers at their waists. However, before they could grasp their weapons, the cold gleam of Lin Qing's masterfully crafted iron sword halted their movements. Though the sword was not particularly long, none dared to believe they could evade its lethal arc, especially not in the hands of Lin Qing, who sat astride Juing. How could Lin Qing have traversed the distance from the slope so swiftly? The primary reason lay in the exceptional speed of Juing, which had carried him from afar to their very presence in an instant. A mere twitch of their bodies could spell their doom. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the 7 men seated on the ground. The formidable figure before them had surprised them with his swiftness and his arrival at this deathly place. Meanwhile, Wan Li, mounted on horseback, had also approached Lin Qing, his expression a mixture of shock and awe as he surveyed the surroundings. Yet, to Lin Qing, Wan Li's feigned astonishment seemed transparent. Was there truly any surprise? This was all rather predictable. Nevertheless, Lin Qing was somewhat taken aback that Wan Li had chosen to accompany him to this perilous locale, known ominously as the Land of Death. As the son of the chief of the Wan Lin tribe, Wan Li's audacity to venture here was either a testament to his fearlessness or a reflection of ignorance regarding the place's sinister reputation. Mighty One, Wan Li began earnestly, as if imparting a matter of great significance. After careful deliberation, I have come to a decision. His tone conveyed the weight of his words. I have resolved to acknowledge you as my elder brother. Please, allow me to pledge my fealty to you. Without waiting for Lin Qing's response, Wan Li knelt before him, hands clasped in a gesture of utmost respect. Lin Qing, taken aback by this sudden display of allegiance, found himself momentarily at a loss. Only moments ago, Wan Li had been hostile, yet now he sought to recognize Lin Qing as his elder brother. Was there a flaw in the boy's reasoning? Boss Lin, from now on, I shall refer to you as Boss Lin. However, I am yet unaware of your name, esteemed Boss Lin. Upon noticing Lin Qing's silence, Wan Li mistakenly interpreted it as tacit approval and hastily continued. But before he could finish, Lin Qing interjected directly, I am Lin Qing. Furthermore, I have no desire to engage in the recruitment of followers. Boss Lin, I am truly in awe of you. From the moment I began to pursue you, I was thoroughly captivated by your remarkable speed. Your keen perception further diminishes my own sense of self-worth, especially your agile prowess, which has compelled me to consider you as my elder brother. Moreover, the strength you exhibited just now has left me utterly astonished. Initially, I thought your feats were mere happenstance, yet you effortlessly intercepted 5 arrows, which clearly validates my decision to regard you as my elder brother as a most prudent choice. Wan Li's words flowed incessantly, recounting every detail of his encounter with Lin Qing, while the 7 individuals sprawled on the ground listened intently, their foreheads glistening with perspiration as they gazed upon Lin Qing. Goodness, how could a person of such formidable strength exist? Not only could I not contend with him alone, but even the 7 of us together would be no match. And with Wan Li included, it would be the same. Contemplating this, the 7 individuals suddenly knelt in unison, casting pleading looks toward Lin Qing, silently hoping for the mercy of their lives. They dared not raise their voices, for they understood that any outcry would only serve to irk Lin Qing, leading to their swift demise in a flash of cold light. Upon hearing Wan Li's account, Lin Qing could not help but feel a flicker of admiration for him. He had recounted the events with such vividness, as if reliving them in real time. Faced with Wan Li's eager gaze, Lin Qing found himself reluctantly acquiescing, considering Wan Li was the son of a tribal chief, which suggested that his tribe was not one to be underestimated. At the very least, their strength would surpass that of the Yin Guang tribe by a significant margin. Wow. Thank you, Boss Lin. Boss Lin. Wan Li's eyes sparkled with increasing reverence, perceiving Lin Qing not merely as a man, but as a deity in his heart. Indeed, everything that transpired in Lin Qing's presence was beyond the realm of normalcy for Wan Li. Though their acquaintance had been brief, the sharpness of Lin Qing's insight, his precise archery skills, and his ability to adapt to any situation had all etched themselves indelibly in Wan Li's memory. The reason for Wan Li's presence here was to challenge himself, to elevate his own strength. He aspired to become stronger. While he did not aim to face 10 foes alone, he at least sought the capability to stand against 5. This encapsulates the thoughts swirling within Wan Li's mind. Otherwise, he would not have swiftly resolved to acknowledge Lin Qing and desire to become his subordinate. Upon receiving Lin Qing's consent, Wan Li was overwhelmed with excitement. Leaping off his horse and bounding around in circles like an exuberant child who has just gained his parents' approval to acquire a cherished toy. Not only was Lin Qing taken aback, but the 7 individuals huddled on the ground were equally astonished. This was hardly the demeanor of a tribal chief's son. Lin Qing was aware of Wan Li's true identity, and the 7 on the ground were equally cognizant of it. Initially, they had refrained from glancing around, but upon noticing that Lin Qing was not directing his gaze towards them, they dared to look at Wan Li. In that moment, their recognition of him was instantaneous. Although Lin Qing had not focused on them, the 7 showed no intent to flee, for they were not willing to test the swiftness of Lin Qing. Should they attempt to escape successfully, they might leave this place, but failure would cost them their very lives as the ultimate wager. Chapter 78. Did you just hear that you would be released? The relationship among tribes, whether strong or weak, undoubtedly exists to varying degrees. However, the more feeble or newly established tribes tend to remain isolated from others. Paradoxically, this isolation serves as a shield, preventing the mightier tribes from discovering and subsequently absorbing them. Perhaps this is the very advantage enjoyed by nascent tribes. Yet, despite their anonymity, the slow pace of growth for these fledgling tribes is a significant drawback. Currently, the 7 individuals huddled on the ground belong to the Nightwood tribe, while Wan Li's group is part of the powerful Wan Lin tribe. Notably, these 2 tribes share a profound connection, albeit one forged through conflict rather than camaraderie. Without the wars that have ensued, these ideologically disparate tribes would likely have remained entirely separate. All right, Wanli, please calm down for a moment. There are 7 people present. Lin Qing remarked with a hint of exasperation, observing the exuberant Wanli. No one could have anticipated that the son of a chieftain would be so animated from becoming someone else's subordinate. All right, Boss Lin, Wanli responded with unwavering obedience, promptly scampering to Lin Qing's side. However, if the chieftain of the Wanlin tribe, Wanli's father, were to witness this scene, he would surely be left astounded, his jaw dropping in disbelief. For within the tribe, Wanli was known for his rebellious nature, a trait largely fostered by his doting father, who cherished his only son. This indulgence only amplified Wanli's unruliness, prompting him to leave the tribe and ultimately encounter Lin Qing here. You must be from the Nightwood tribe, correct? Lin Qing inquired, casting a glance at the now subdued Wanli before addressing the 7 individuals sprawled before him. His assertion stemmed from firm belief that they were indeed members of the Nightwood tribe. After all, no tribe would idly lurk in such a manner, especially hidden among the dead trees. The 7 exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond to Lin Qing's inquiry. Their hesitation was not due to a lack of words, but rather disbelief that Lin Qing was even aware of their tribe's name. Yet, this revelation also imparted a significant message to them. The individual who had previously been present had indeed been taken by Lin Qing, and they had gleaned information about their tribe from that very person. The 7 continued to exchange wary glances, refraining from uttering a single word, fearful that any misstep would lead to dire consequences at Lin Qing's hands. However, they also understood that if they remained utterly silent, it would truly lead to their separation from their very souls, and not just one, but all 7 of them. Ahem, indeed, we are the people of the Nightwood tribe. At last, one who appeared to be the leader among them stepped forward to address Lin Qing. Lin Qing regarded this individual and continued, "The person I previously took away belongs to your tribe, does he not?" "Yes, he is from our tribe. We have been searching for him." The one who stepped forward naturally answered Lin Qing's inquiry without hesitation, though he felt compelled to do so, for the aura emanating from Lin Qing nearly compelled him to shrink back to the ground. That simplifies matters. Where's your tribe located? Upon uttering these words, Lin Qing's imposing presence swept over the 7 before him. Even Wanli, who stood nearby, was affected by this aura, yet he did not feel fear. Instead, his gaze toward Lin Qing grew increasingly filled with admiration. Evidently, the 7 fell into silence regarding Lin Qing's question, not out of unwillingness to respond, but rather from fear of doing so. If they were to speak, given their chief's methods, they would find it exceedingly difficult to escape with their lives. However, as they sensed Lin Qing's overwhelming presence, their hesitation vanished, for they felt that should they remain silent, the sword in Lin Qing's hand would effortlessly dispatch them as one would chop vegetables. At that moment, one of those huddled at the back could no longer contain himself. "It is in the northwest direction from here. Just keep walking that way, and you shall arrive." Upon speaking, he seemed to relax entirely, sitting on the ground, his gaze toward Lin Qing filled with hope. In his heart, he believed that by uttering these words, they would be spared from Lin Qing's grasp. One could only wonder whether this individual was overly naive or simply foolish, given the significant conflict between their tribe and Lin Qing. How could they expect to be let go so easily? Although Lin Qing had suffered no harm, it was primarily due to his formidable strength. Had his power been comparable to Wanli's, he would likely have been vanquished by them long ago, and he certainly would not be standing before the 7. Initially, Lin Qing harbored some skepticism regarding this person's response, but as he observed the other 6 also appear to find relief, all settling to the ground, his doubts gradually dissipated. Especially when Wanli confirmed that the Nightwood tribe was indeed located there, Lin Qing felt even more assured. Both tribes, it seemed, were substantial in size and well aware of the locations of others. However, when Wanli elucidated the relationship between the 2 tribes, Lin Qing's understanding deepened. No wonder they were acutely aware of each other's whereabouts. It was due to the ongoing conflict between them. Indeed, the ability of the 2 tribes to remember each other's locations could stem from only 2 reasons. Either they maintained a close cooperative relationship. Another matter at hand concerns the conflict between Wanli's Wanlin tribe and the Yema tribe. Might we be permitted to return? We have answered your questions truthfully. The 7 individuals gazed at Lin Qing, who showed no intention of allowing their departure. One among them, cautiously eyeing Lin Qing, inquired, "Return? You dared to attempt to harm me, Lin Qing, and you still have the audacity to wish to go back?" Before Lin Qing could respond, Wanli had already articulated the very thoughts occupying Lin Qing's mind. Indeed, while they had answered Lin Qing's inquiries, the previous transgressions had yet to be addressed. "You, how can you speak so dishonestly?" They were growing frantic, though their anxiety was entirely justified. With no indication of their release, only one possibility remained: being permanently confined here. Wanli chuckled. "Did you hear us say we would let you go? Enough. I shall not waste further words with you." With a swift motion, the iron sword glimmered as it was brandished, and the 7 individuals found themselves eternally bound to this place. Observing Wanli's actions, Lin Qing felt no need to elaborate. For even if Wanli had not acted, Lin Qing himself would have taken similar measures. After all, having already severed ties with the Yema tribe, eliminating a few of their members to diminish their combat strength seemed a most prudent course of action. Chapter 79. Entering the Land of Death. Boss Lin. Where shall we go next? After resolving the matters at hand, Wanli felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had come to realize that Lin Qing was also connected to this Yimu. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And most importantly, Lin Qing had already become his leader. Was this not a splendid circumstance? Were Lin Qing aligned with the tribe of Yimu, Wanli would have to reconsider his position. Despite his rebellious nature, he was quite adept at discerning the intricate relationships between tribes. To the Land of Death. Lin Qing spoke little, mounting his steed, Zhu Ying, with Xiaobai in tow, and prepared to venture deeper into the Land of Death. Currently, they stood at the periphery of this ominous realm. With a keen sense of direction, they could easily exit from there. However, the fringes of the Land of Death were typically barren, devoid of any remnants, and anything that once existed had long since been taken away. Thus, Lin Qing opted to delve deeper into the heart of this desolate place. By marking their path, and with Xiao Bai's acute sense of smell, the surroundings transformed in Lin Qing's eyes, appearing no different from ordinary locales. In fact, one could argue that this place was even safer than the meadows or forests. After all, the designation of Land of Death was not without reason. Plants withered, wild beasts were absent, and humans entered but did not return. How could such a place not be deemed the Land of Death? As Lin Qing readied himself to advance deeper while mounted on Zhu Ying, Wanli hurriedly called out to him. Initially, he had assumed Lin Qing was unaware of the dangers lurking within this forsaken land. But since Lin Qing acknowledged it as the Land of Death, he must surely comprehend its perils. Yet, why then did he choose to enter? Boss Lin, what do we intend to do there? It is the Land of Death. Wanli gazed at Lin Qing's steed with a glimmer of envy, knowing well the speed at which Zhu Ying could traverse. Nevertheless, he voiced his concerns. What shall we do there? Why, we shall simply venture forth for a bit of amusement. Lin Qing's response held merit. Indeed, their purpose was to explore, for it was evident that those who had entered did not return. There must be something extraordinary within. Lin Qing had come with the intention of entering the Land of Death. How could he possibly retract that decision? Wanli hesitated, acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead. He recollected how his father had once led him and many others from their tribe into the Land of Death, but their journey had been cut short. Most of their tribe perished not due to external threats, but rather succumbed to a slow, poison-like death. They had hastily retreated from the Land of Death, and upon returning to their tribe, both the chieftain and Wanli had spent several days bedridden before regaining their strength. At this moment, his leader unexpectedly announced the intention to venture into the Land of Death. Such a decision compelled Wanli to contemplate the gravity of the situation, for it was a matter of life and death. Observing Lin Qing as he prepared to advance, Wanli, steeling his resolve, mounted his steed to follow closely behind. Indeed, if someone as formidable as his leader was unafraid of death, what could a mere weakling like him possibly fear? Let's proceed, Lin Lauda. Together, we shall embark on this journey. With newfound confidence, Wanli rode alongside Lin Qing, his demeanor radiating enthusiasm as if they were heading not towards a perilous realm, but rather towards a delightful excursion. Onward, Lin Qing, noticing Wanli's exuberance, chose not to elaborate further. He rode on his horse, Zhu Ying, accompanied by Xiao Bai, directly towards the Land of Death. Naturally, Wanli followed closely on his own mount. Lin Qing's speed was remarkable, yet to accommodate Wanli, he had to temper his pace. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before Wanli would be left behind. Nonetheless, Wanli's horse was not particularly slow, for he had previously kept pace with Lin Qing, relying on his steed and his own considerable strength. Glop, 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 glop. The sound of hooves echoed through the land of death. Although Xiao trotted alongside them, his paws made little noise, overshadowed by the thunderous clatter of the two horses. The once tranquil land of death had become lively with the entry of Lin Qing and Wanli. However, apart from the withered yellow grass surrounding them, only dead trees remained. No humans or beasts could be seen in this desolate place. If one were to be precise, remnants of both humans and beasts could indeed be observed, but these were merely the skeletal remains left in the wake of their demise. At this moment, as Lin Qing and Wanli pressed forward, they suddenly sensed an obstruction in their line of sight ahead. Though visibility remained, it was shrouded in a hazy, gray mist, reminiscent of swirling dust. Lin Qing, gazing ahead, felt no sense of foreboding. To him, it merely appeared as if dust was drifting through the air. However, this very circumstance caused Wanli's expression to shift dramatically. Lin Lauda, do not advance any further. Cough, cough. Wanli's speed abruptly diminished, and he urgently called out to the leading Lin Qing. The reduced pace indicated a problem with his horse, and Wanli's sudden coughing suggested an ailment afflicting his own body. Panic seized Wanli. He feared that Lin Qing might not hear his cries and continue onward. Or worse, that Lin Qing might feign ignorance and proceed regardless. The current predicament mirrored the harrowing experience he had encountered previously with the other members of the Wanlin tribe, when they had ventured here, facing death in abundance. At this very moment, Wanli's body began to exhibit the same troubling symptoms as before. Panic enveloped him. Previously, he had the comforting presence of his father and the tribe members to look after him, but now his sole lifeline was Lin Qing, who stood ahead. Upon hearing Wanli's cries, Lin Qing naturally halted his advance. After all, Wanli was the very first little brother he had taken under his wing. Zhu-ing, Xiaobai, return to Wanli's side, he commanded. With a hiss and a bark, Zhu-ing and Xiaobai turned around and made their way back to him. Wanli's condition had deteriorated significantly, and the horse beneath him began to sway, clearly struggling to remain upright. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before he succumbed to unconsciousness, and death would follow closely behind. In such dire circumstances, should he lose consciousness without anyone to attend to him, his demise would be imminent. With a thud, Wanli finally collapsed from the saddle, and the horse beneath him also fell. However, as he lost consciousness, he caught a glimpse of Lin Qing approaching him, and in that moment, a sense of relief washed over Wanli's heart. Chapter 80. Big Brother Lin, please do not remind me in this manner. Wanli understood that as long as Lin Qing approached him, he would undoubtedly come to his rescue. Though their encounter had been brief, Wanli harbored an unwavering trust in Lin Qing. Otherwise, he would not have so readily accepted Lin Qing as his leader. Now, it was evident that Wanli's trust was well placed, for Lin Qing was indeed making his way towards him. Wanli, Lin Qing called out, observing Wanli's sudden collapse. A wave of confusion washed over him. How could this person, seemingly well, have fainted? Alarmingly, the horse he rode upon had also succumbed to unconsciousness. Something was amiss, no. It was not they who were the anomaly, but rather the murky environment shrouding them. How could he, along with Zhu-ing and Xiaobai, remain unscathed while Wanli suffered so gravely? Without further contemplation, Lin Qing swiftly dismounted from Zhu-ing and hastened to Wanli's side. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the cause of both Wanli's and his horse's incapacitation, poison from miasma. Moreover, this was no ordinary miasma. Previously, Lin Qing had encountered a translucent, white variant, but here, the surrounding air had turned a vivid green. Could this truly be classified as mere miasma? Furthermore, as Lin Qing stood upon the ground, he noted the color had transformed as well. The earth, once a desiccated brown, now exhibited a grayish-green hue. It appeared that the designation of this place as the land of death was not unfounded. Who could remain lucid in such an environment? This bewilderment was precisely what rendered the land of death a one-way passage. Zhu-ing, Xiaobai, come here. Lin Qing called out to the distance where Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai lingered. It was impossible to remain here to tend to Wan Li, for in that time, he might very well pass away. Lin Qing was also mindful of Wan Li's steed. After all, Wan Li was the son of the Wan Lin tribe, and this horse was likely no ordinary creature. Having witnessed its remarkable speed, Lin Qing could not allow it to perish. Fortunately, Lin Qing possessed remedies capable of counteracting the miasma, so it was merely a trivial task to save an additional horse. He secured Wan Li upon Xiao Bai's back while Zhu Ying bore the horse. Were it not for Lin Qing's formidable strength, it would have been challenging to have Zhu Ying carry the horse. Lin Qing then set forth on foot, navigating towards a more hospitable environment. Fortunately, Lin Qing remained unaffected. Otherwise, not only Wan Li but Lin Qing himself could have succumbed here. After all, succumbing to miasma does not permit easy escape. With a heavy body and blurred vision, how could one possibly discern the correct path to safety? Although Lin Qing relied on his own two legs, his pace was far from slow. Before long, the surroundings began to normalize. After ensuring the surrounding environment was safe, Lin Qing hastily laid Wan Li and his horse gently on the ground. Simultaneously, he retrieved some jerky and a handful of pills from the bag strapped to Zhu Ying. The jerky was crafted from rabbits and monkeys during the previous snowstorm. Although apothecary Zheng Shi had developed an antidote for the miasma, its effects were not as immediate as these provisions. Otherwise, Lin Qing would have found himself without any means to swiftly counteract the poison. Fortunately, having brought Wan Li out, he was beginning to regain some consciousness, and the jerky Lin Qing offered him was being devoured bite by bite. Beside them, Wan Li's horse was also slowly recovering, consuming the pills Lin Qing placed nearby as if they were wild fruits. Observing them, Lin Qing felt a wave of relief. Losing Wan Li here would mean forfeiting an opportunity to collaborate with a great tribe. However, the current situation appeared to have stabilized. Lying flat on the ground, after consuming a few pieces of jerky, Wan Li's previously pallid complexion gradually regained a hint of color. Although he had yet to return to his normal state, he was undoubtedly in a far better condition than before. Meanwhile, Wan Li's horse had risen from the ground. After all, it was no ordinary steed, and its recuperative abilities were commendable. Cough, cough. Am I dead? About 5 minutes later, Wan Li, still sprawled on the ground, finally stirred awake, only to imagine his own demise, which seemed rather ominous. Lin Qing, observing Wan Li sit up calmly and gazing at him, felt utterly speechless. However, what truly rendered Lin Qing at a loss for words was Wan Li's subsequent utterance. Wow, Boss Lin, you're not suggesting we both perished, are you? In response to Wan Li's nonsensical ramblings, Lin Qing resorted to a rather forceful method to rouse him. Indeed, the classic and universally applicable head knock. Gritting his teeth, Wan Li, feeling the intensity of Lin Qing's strength, could only grimace in pain. Boss Lin, even if we Haven T died, must you use such a method to remind me? Wan Li sat on the ground, rubbing the spot where Lin Qing had struck him, his expression filled with profound resentment. If Wan Li were not a lad of 18 or 19, but rather a middle-aged woman, one could hardly fathom the scene. All right, how are you feeling? Have you returned to normal? Lin Qing looked at Wan Li and couldn't help but shudder. If this were a young girl, the scenario might appear somewhat normal. But Wan Li was a robust young man. No one could withstand this. Moreover, Lin Qing is an ordinary and sensible person, not particularly inclined toward such matters. Hee. Wan Li seemed to sense his current demeanor, chuckling awkwardly before continuing. Rest assured, boss, my stamina is remarkably abundant. Lifting stones and swinging trees are no challenge at all. With that, Wan Li intended to test his strength by approaching a nearby boulder. However, he was promptly halted by Lin Qing, who suggested there's no need for that. Let us proceed deeper. Your horse should have recovered by now. My horse. My horse. It only dawned on Wan Li to consider his steed upon hearing Lin Qing mention it. Indeed, he had succumbed to poisoning and lost consciousness. His horse must have also fainted. Yet, as Wan Li gazed upon his robust horse, realization struck him. Of course, when the boss rescued him, he would not neglect his own horse. Although this question had been resolved, another crucial matter lingered in Wan Li's mind. What exactly did Lin Qing use to extricate both him and his horse from the grips of poison? Nevertheless, seeing Lin Qing already mounted on Zhu Ying, Wan Li quickly climbed onto his own horse, pondering that this question could only be addressed as they rode onward. Chapter 81. The colorful giant lizards in the land of death. In the desolate expanse known as the land of death, the rhythmic sound of galloping hooves reverberated once more. Undoubtedly, these were the sounds produced by the steeds ridden by Lin Qing and Wan Li. After all, it was highly improbable that anyone else would venture into such a foreboding place. Who would willingly traverse this desolate terrain? However, Lin Qing, Wan Li, and the spirited Xiao Bai, along with Wan Li's horses, were racing through the land of death with remarkable agility, facing no hindrance or discomfort. It was as if the murky green air surrounding them was merely a decorative backdrop, and Wan Li, who had just moments ago collapsed to the ground, now radiated an invigorated vitality. The primary reason for this transformation lay in the jerky that Lin Qing had provided to Wan Li. "Delicious, Boss Lin," Wan Li exclaimed with evident delight, savoring the meat. But how could this jerky possibly have such extraordinary effects? His expression was akin to one enjoying a feast of rare delicacies rather than simple dried meat. "Don't ask so many questions. Just eat. And don't forget to give your horse a bit of that pill," Lin Qing reminded him, unable to stifle a grin at Wan Li's blissful demeanor. Of course, if Wan Li continued in such a state, Lin Qing would have to provide him with something else to experience. "Understood, Boss Lin," Wan Li replied, displaying his perceptiveness. After all, they had shared a conversation during their journey, and Wan Li had come to understand Lin Qing's character quite well. Suddenly, a strong wind whipped through the area, the sound of which drowned out even the clattering of hoofbeats. Yet, despite the noise, Lin Qing felt no gale against him. Only the gentle breeze generated by the swift movement of his steed, Zhu Ying. Wan Li, riding alongside, sensed something was amiss. How could there be such a loud wind without any sensation of being blown? It felt wrong, very wrong. At that moment, Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai abruptly halted. Lin Qing said nothing. He recognized that the perceptive abilities of the horses surpassed his own. Their sudden stop indicated that something significant was unfolding. "Boss Lin, what is happening? This is rather eerie." Wan Li, who had advanced ahead, quickly returned to Lin Qing's side, his voice tinged with anxiety. In such a situation, the safest place was undoubtedly beside Lin Qing, whose strength provided Wan Li with a sense of security. Silence. Lin Qing did not respond to Wan Li's question, but instead uttered 3 words, remaining still as he surveyed his surroundings and listened intently to the sounds around him. The howling wind that had previously swept through had vanished, leaving only a faint noise echoing in the vicinity, though this sound was gradually diminishing, showing signs of wanting to fade away entirely. Had Lin Qing not been standing still, paying close attention to the subtle movements around him, he might have failed to perceive this extremely faint sound. Suddenly, as Lin Qing focused on the ambient sounds, his companion Xiao Bai barked twice at the air ahead, sensing something amiss. Without hesitation or doubt towards Xiao Bai's instincts, Lin Qing swiftly took control of Zhu Ying, turning and advancing quickly forward, with Xiao Bai promptly following suit. Meanwhile, Wan Li, who had been prepared, quickly urged his mount to keep pace with Lin Qing. Boom! Just 10 seconds after Lin Qing departed from that location, the ground where he had stood began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake were occurring. However, the ramifications of such a quake would not be confined to that small area, but would likely affect the entire region, whether a significant or minor tremor. The impact would surely extend far beyond a mere point. The only plausible explanation was that something beneath the ground was attempting to break free from its confines. Bang! At last, the cause of the tremors emerged from the earth. No, it would be more accurate to say it rose from the soil, as a colossal creature burrowed its way up from beneath the ground. This spectacle was clearly witnessed by Lin Qing, mounted on Zhu Ying, and Wan Li beside him. The creature towered to nearly twice the height of Xiao Bai, with a length exceeding 5 meters. To put it into perspective, Xiao Bai now stood at about Lin Qing's waist, while this bizarre beast loomed at a height equivalent to 2 Xiao Bai. As Lin Qing gazed at the creature, it evoked thoughts of a certain species, a lizard, specifically a grand lizard. This enormous lizard not only possessed a massive physique, but also exhibited an unusual coloration. Its body was primarily a grayish-brown, but as it rose from the ground and charged towards Lin Qing, other colors, strands of red, blue, and perhaps others, became visible. To the untrained eye, one might mistake it for a massive clump of dry grass. its hues resembling a child's chaotic splattering of paint. Yet, when considering the beast's size and its vibrant colors, it appeared as if it were a colossal, multicolored lizard. Moreover, the creature's eyes were a striking crimson hue. When Lin Qing met the gaze of those eyes, a flicker of surprise stirred within him. It was as if one were not gazing upon a vibrant, colossal lizard, but rather a creature of extreme peril. To assert that this vividly colored giant lizard is indeed a fearsome beast would not be an exaggeration, for its immense size and peculiar hues render it extraordinarily unsettling. One may ponder where such a being could possibly be encountered. Even in his previous world, Lin Qing had merely encountered a giant lizard. This was his inaugural meeting with a creature that not only dwarfed others, but also bore such bizarre colors. Yet, given that this beast bore a striking resemblance to a colorful giant lizard, it was conceivable that it could, much like its kin, extend its tongue with remarkable agility. Whoosh! As Lin Qing observed the colorful giant lizard, it suddenly launched its tongue towards him with astonishing speed. Thud! The sound echoed, indicating the beast's attack had missed its mark, as it struck the nearby dry wood instead. Perched atop Jueying, Lin Qing felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead as he beheld the ground less than a meter to his right. The source of his trepidation was not solely the tongue that had whizzed past him, nor the force behind it, but rather the ominous dark green liquid pooling upon the ground. Simultaneously, wisps of vapor began to rise from the remnants of this dark green substance, creating an eerie atmosphere. Chapter 82. The swamp's captive giant lizard. The gray-green mist permeated the air, a testament to the deep green liquid seeping from the ground. It was this very substance that released the ominous vapor. In that fleeting moment, Lin Qing indelibly etched the preceding scene into his memory. The so-called Land of Death was not merely named for its gray-green fog. It was also due to the vividly colored giant lizard relentlessly pursuing him from behind. Wang Li, on Lin Qing's left, bore witness to the harrowing spectacle. Although Lin Qing's presence provided a buffer, he too felt a shiver of fear. Had that lizard's tongue struck him, he would have faced imminent death, perhaps even an instant demise without the luxury of awaiting his fate. Boss Lin, what shall we do? Wang Li's heart raced as he beheld the encroaching giant lizard. The previous incident of poisoning had been manageable. He had not sensed any impending danger. However, this situation was markedly different. It was a slow march towards death. Had their steed been any slower, they would have surely been caught by the vibrant beast. Yet, the present predicament was dire, as the distance between them and the giant lizard steadily diminished. Soon, it would be upon them. You go left, and I'll go right. We must split up. If it chases me, shoot it with an arrow. Aim for its eyes. Without delay, Lin Qing relayed his hastily conceived plan to Wang Li. In such dire circumstances, this was their only means of countering the giant lizard. Continuing together would only hasten their demise. Understood, Boss Lin. Wang Li, quick-witted as ever, grasped Lin Qing's intentions immediately. Woof, woof. Just as Lin Qing was about to instruct Wang Li to initiate their plan, the little white dog beside them barked loudly. Lin Qing turned to see what had caught the dog's attention, for in such moments, a bark from the little creature usually indicated a discovery. After all, it was not in the nature of the peculiar canine to howl without reason. Woof! As Lin Qing focused on him, the little white dog sprang into action. It pivoted sharply to the right, prompting Lin Qing to follow suit. Wang Li, observing the unfolding scene, had no choice but to continue trailing Lin Qing, awaiting further instruction to act. Clop! Clop! The hooves struck the ground with relentless force, striving to increase speed. The little white creature, initially silent in its run, emitted a series of puffs, suggesting it too was exerting itself to hasten. Woof woof! As the little white dashed ahead, its barks grew more frequent, as if urging Lin Qing to heed the peril ahead and follow closely. Being well-versed in beast taming, Lin Qing understood the message, yet he felt it imperative to inform Wang Li, who could not comprehend the little creature's intent. Wang Li, stay behind me and avoid wandering off, Lin Qing called out, turning to face his companion. Wang Li responded promptly, swiftly positioning himself behind Lin Qing. Following the little white, they ventured forward, and to their delight, the surrounding air became refreshingly pure, reminiscent of a forest's morning breath, untainted by pollution. The environment transformed dramatically, moss blanketed the ground, and peculiar plants flourished in abundance, their unusual appearance hinting at their extraordinary nature. However, Lin Qing dared not linger in contemplation. The immediate task was to vanquish the colorful giant lizard trailing behind them before they could explore the wonders of this unique flora. Suddenly, as Lin Qing admired the plants, a thunderous roar erupted from the giant lizard, as if it were bound by some unseen constraint, its fury impotent. At that moment, the little white gradually slowed its pace until it came to a halt. Lin Qing and Wanli followed suit, recognizing that if the little white paused, the giant lizard must not have caught up. Moreover, the lizard's impotent roar left little doubt that it was trapped behind. With another furious roar, the giant lizard's growl intertwined with a series of puffs, reminiscent of a creature ensnared in a bog. Hearing this, Lin Qing and Wanli swiftly turned to glimpse the giant lizard. Indeed, the creature that should have been trailing behind was now mired in the swamp, futilely struggling to escape. Even when it managed to lift a foot from the mire, it would inevitably sink back in upon its return. Caught in this relentless cycle, the lizard's frustration was palpable. Given its fiery temperament, it was evident that this colorful giant lizard was a beast of exceedingly irritable disposition. Otherwise, it would not have recklessly pursued Lin Qing simply upon its arrival. However, this situation presents an exceptionally opportune moment. Rather than fleeing, the objective now is to vanquish this vibrant, colossal lizard, given that the beast had relentlessly chased Lin Qing moments ago. Lin Qing would certainly not allow it to escape easily. Had Lin Qing's speed faltered even slightly, he would have already found himself within the belly of the colorful giant lizard, rather than standing here unscathed. Let us commence. Lin Qing turned to Wanli beside him. Indeed, Wanli said nothing further. This was undoubtedly a prime opportunity to strike at the vibrant giant lizard, should Lin Qing and Wanli forego the chance to attack. Once the creature extricated itself from the mire, their only recourse would be to continue their flight. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Qing and Wanli moved swiftly, drawing their weapons almost in unison. However, when Wanli beheld the weapon in Lin Qing's hand, he was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is this? Chapter 83. This is a hunt for giant lizards, not a leisurely stroll. Previously, Wanli had paid little attention to the weapon in Lin Qing's hands. At that moment, Lin Qing's displayed prowess had already captivated Wanli's focus, leaving no room to observe the weapon itself. However, now Wanli had noticed the repeating crossbow that Lin Qing wielded. Naturally, his curiosity was piqued by this unfamiliar and somewhat peculiar weapon. Simultaneously, Wanli recalled the time when Lin Qing had skillfully shattered all 7 arrows aimed at the members of the Nightwood tribe. Indeed, those 5 arrows had been fired simultaneously. Even the fastest archer could not achieve such a feat. Despite Lin Qing's remarkable speed, how could his accuracy be so impeccable? Gazing at the repeating crossbow in Lin Qing's grasp, Wanli began to surmise the absurdity behind that earlier incident. The source of its incredibility lay in the very weapon Lin Qing held. As he observed the crossbow, Wanli's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a child fixated on a beloved toy. Had Lin Qing not directed the crossbow towards the vibrant giant lizard, the sudden jolt of the weapon might have kept Wanli entranced for much longer. Chuckling sheepishly under Lin Qing's bemused gaze, Wanli raised his bow and aimed at the colorful giant lizard ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew in rapid succession, as if they were free of cost, raining down upon the magnificent creature. To an onlooker, it would seem as though a dozen archers were unleashing a barrage of arrows. Yet in reality, only 2 individuals were responsible for this impressive display, though the arrows appeared to be dispersed chaotically in the air. A closer inspection revealed that not a single arrow missed its target, each one striking the vibrant giant lizard. At that moment, the creature's head was bristling with arrows, compelling Lin Qing to shift his aim to another part of the beast. Had Lin Qing not been crafting and firing arrows simultaneously, he would have long exhausted his supply. Although the arrows he fashioned were not as formidable as those he had previously carried, they were better than nothing. After all, one could not simply brandish a sword against such a creature, for that would merely serve to deliver sustenance to it. Relying on the advantage of distance, coupled with the might of the repeating crossbow, eliminating the colorful giant lizard was merely a matter of time. The arrows Lin Qing fashioned from the local materials were indeed capable of inflicting harm upon the creature, despite the ground being littered with dead wood and fragments of stone. In Lin Qing's skilled hands, these seemingly mundane materials transformed into arrows of remarkable hardness, rivaling that of metal. One must ponder, how could such arrows fail to pose a threat to the vibrant giant lizard? Standing beside Lin Qing, Wanli pulled back his bowstring to shoot arrows while casting envious glances at the crossbow in Lin Qing's hands. He had never encountered such a convenient and powerful weapon before. Although Lin Qing had promised to give him a crossbow after their encounter with the colorful giant lizard, the continuous barrage of arrows fired by Lin Qing only intensified Wan Li's envy. As time passed, the colorful giant lizard drew closer to Lin Qing and Wan Li. Despite its approach, the creature's speed remained painfully slow, exacerbated by the duo's relentless attacks, which only served to agitate it further. Suddenly, the lizard unleashed a furious roar, startlingly pivoting away from Lin Qing and Wan Li in a desperate attempt to flee. However, the muddy terrain hindered its movement, making it difficult for the massive creature to turn quickly. In its panic, the lizard found itself mired deeper in the swamp, while Lin Qing and Wan Li's arrows continued to rain down upon it, driving it into a frenzy of impotent rage. The creature realized that moving forward would invite further assaults, and retreating was equally perilous, leaving it in an incredibly precarious position, far from Lin Qing, yet even farther from solid ground. Despite the formidable odds, it resolved to escape, believing it to be its only chance at survival. What it had not anticipated was that, as it fled, Lin Qing and Wan Li would pursue on horseback, launching arrows with relentless precision. If it continued to advance, they would follow closely, unleashing a barrage of projectiles. Yet if it dared to retaliate, Lin Qing would maintain a safe distance, well aware of the treacherous terrain that would prevent the lizard from reaching him swiftly. Perched atop his steed, Ju Ying, Lin Qing effortlessly released arrows from his crossbow while guiding the horse leisurely towards the colorful giant lizard. Occasionally, he affectionately patted the head of Xiao Bai, who leaped beside him, creating a scene of serene tranquility. One might have mistaken Lin Qing's demeanor for that of a leisurely stroll, were it not for the looming threat of the giant lizard ahead. While Lin Qing reveled in this leisurely pace, Wan Li was burdened with the arduous task of continuously knocking arrows, drawing his bow, aiming, and releasing. Though the process seemed straightforward, the monotony of repetition without any tension transformed him into a mere automaton. Yet Wan Li is undeniably a living being, not merely a mere automaton. In stark contrast to the leisurely Lin Qing beside him, Wan Li is undoubtedly enduring a considerable amount of hardship. However, he is simultaneously filled with anticipation regarding the powerful crossbow Lin Qing had previously promised him, and his archery skills have seen a notable enhancement. Perhaps this is the sole reason that enables Wan Li to remain here, honing his craft. Before him, the massive, vividly colored lizard is now entirely ensconced in arrows, from its front to its back and both sides. Observing the current state of this vibrant creature, one might mistakenly believe it to be a colossal rat. The pace of the colorful giant lizard has noticeably diminished. It is uncertain whether the thick mire has impeded its movement or if its life force is nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the colorful giant lizard collapses into the swamp, sending a spray of muck into the air. Had Lin Qing and Wan Li not maintained a safe distance from the creature, they would undoubtedly have found themselves drenched in the splattered mire. Nonetheless, the fall of this vibrant giant lizard serves as a clear indication that its life is drawing to a close. Chapter 84. If you choose to play dead, I shall honor your choice. Scattered traces of red and green blood upon the ground serve as a testament to the fading life of this resplendent giant lizard. However, to ascertain the true demise of this colorful behemoth would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable task. It is conceivable that this creature is merely feigning death, biding its time until Lin Qing approaches, at which point it may launch a devastating surprise attack. Yet, Lin Qing is not so naive as to approach the fallen giant without caution. With a swift motion, he once again pulls the trigger of the crossbow in his hands. The bolt he releases seems almost sentient, piercing directly into the eye of the vibrant lizard. This cunning creature is acutely aware of its vulnerabilities. Previously, Only a few of Lin Qing's arrows had managed to strike its eyes, and it had removed them as it fled. Now, however, the giant lizard's audacity in collapsing renders it a target for Lin Qing. Even with its eyes tightly shut, the arrow shot from Lin Qing's crossbow possessed the power to penetrate its eyelids and reach the depths of its eye. This is no ordinary arrow, but rather a specially crafted iron bolt, meticulously forged for this encounter. Lin Qing would not squander such precious resources, especially in a time when iron is in dire need. Previously, he had only brought a mere handful of iron arrows, and with the recent shot, he had already expended 5 of them. To waste any more would be folly, for even if he possessed 100 iron arrows, they would soon be inadequate. A discerning observer would note that all the arrows that struck the giant lizard were iron, as ordinary arrows proved utterly ineffective against its formidable eyelids, which could easily withstand them. Lin Qing had previously attempted to strike the creature's eyes with other types of arrows, all attempts culminating in failure. Hence, he would not squander the iron arrows that could determine the outcome of this battle. Roar! Feeling the searing pain in its eye, the giant lizard, which had been lying in the muck, suddenly erupted in a fierce roar. Indeed, despite its seemingly clumsy appearance, this colorful giant lizard possesses considerable cunning. Aware that engaging Lin Qing in direct combat would be disadvantageous, it had chosen to play dead, hoping to lure Lin Qing closer. Little did it realize that Lin Qing was no fool. While others might feel a surge of exhilaration at the prospect of vanquishing this creature after such a prolonged struggle, perhaps even allowing their excitement to cloud their judgment as they approached the giant lizard, Lin Qing remained vigilant. The previously incapacitated lizard, struck by Lin Qing's iron bolt, began to writhe on the ground as if undergoing a miraculous recovery. Beside them, Wanli was not idle. Observing that the colossal lizard was struggling on the ground, he surmised that its end was nigh. With this thought in mind, he lifted his bow once more, which had grown numb from his previous exertions, and readied an arrow, aiming directly at the creature. What appeared to be the conclusion of the battle was reignited beneath the strike of Lin Qing's iron arrow. However, the giant lizard was already on the brink of collapse. Its futile attempts to escape, attack Lin Qing, or even merely struggle were all in vain. As Lin Qing and Wanli continued to unleash their arrows, each having only 30 left, the enormous lizard lay incapacitated in the mire, emitting only heavy, labored breaths. Let us go. It can't endure any longer. With that, Lin Qing mounted his steed, Zhuing, and advanced toward the giant lizard, accompanied by the little white creature. Wanli, initially perplexed by Lin Qing's words, quickly followed suit, realizing Lin Qing meant that the lizard was barely clinging to life. How foolish of me, Wanli muttered, patting his own face in realization. Indeed, just as Lin Qing had anticipated, the lizard could now do nothing but grunt. It had become a lamb awaiting slaughter. Lin Qing, showing no mercy, dismounted Zhuing and leaped onto the creature's massive body. With a swift motion, he drew the masterful iron sword that hung at his waist. Beneath his feet lay the very lizard they had hunted, its skin beneath Lin Qing's weight feeling as unyielding as stone. Yet, as Lin Qing gently slid the sword across the seemingly impenetrable hide, it yielded as if it were mere parchment. No intact section remained where the sword passed, leaving only deep gashes in its wake. Hiss! Big brother Lin, your sword, Wanli exclaimed upon reaching the lizard, his eyes widening as if he had laid eyes on an extraordinary treasure. To him, this was a feat that seemed impossible. Earlier, he had witnessed the lizard's formidable hide. Even a slight reduction in the force he exerted on his arrows had resulted in them being deflected. Now, it appeared that Lin Qing wielded his sword with utter abandon, unfettered by any resistance. Moreover, the sight of Lin Qing in this effortless manner left Wanli utterly astonished. The prowess displayed by Lin Qing with the iron sword completely upended Wanli's understanding of such weapons. In the Wanlin tribe of Wanli, it is not that there is a scarcity of iron swords. On the contrary, the tribe is situated adjacent to an iron or mountain range. Iron ore is not only abundant, but is indeed the most plentiful resource within the tribe. Naturally, iron swords are the most prevalent weapon in Wanlin. However, Wanli has never encountered an iron sword as exceptionally sharp as the one in Lin Qing's possession. What troubles you, Wanli? Lin Qing inquired, turning his head with a puzzled expression. Isn't this merely an ordinary iron sword? Why the astonishment, especially with that incredulous look? Observing Wan Li's current demeanor, Lin Qing felt increasingly at a loss for words. Boss Lin, might it be possible? Could you perhaps spare me another iron sword? Wan Li implored, his eyes fervently conveying his desire. You need not worry about the materials for the iron sword. I shall take full responsibility for any issues regarding the iron ore. As Wan Li approached Lin Qing, he was suddenly reminded of the iron arrows Wan Li had used when shooting at the giant lizard earlier. It became evident that there must indeed be a substantial iron mine in proximity to the Wan Lin tribe. Very well, let us resolve the matters at hand here. With a firm resolve, Wan Li acknowledged the certainty of the existence of a large iron mine nearby and dismissed any further contemplation. It was an undeniable fact. In contrast, the giant lizard posed an immediate threat that needed addressing before it regained its strength, which would complicate matters significantly. All right, with Lin Qing's assent, Wan Li drew his iron sword and began to furiously stab at the giant lizard's head. Yet, the situation seemed to revert to earlier times when Lin Qing had utilized a crossbow while Wan Li relied on a standard bow and arrows. Each time Wan Li plunged his iron sword into the lizard's head, it required considerable effort, in stark contrast to Lin Qing, who appeared to be executing his actions with remarkable ease. Chapter 85. The iron sword that cuts through steel effortlessly is truly exceptional. Lin Qing and Wan Li stood atop the head of the colossal lizard, their iron swords swiftly piercing downward. After approximately 10 minutes, the enormous creature emitted a heavy, low growl, its body suddenly stiffening before falling silent. The once resounding huffs of the lizard had ceased, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie stillness. Lin Qing found himself momentarily disoriented. He had grown accustomed to the creature's sounds, and the abrupt quietness gave him an unsettling impression of deafness. However, Wan Li's voice soon reassured him that he had not lost his hearing. The tranquility was merely a result of the lizard's demise. Boss Lin, has this giant lizard truly been vanquished? Wan Li gazed incredulously at the lifeless beast beneath them, struggling to comprehend the swift turn of events. Just moments ago, this formidable creature had relentlessly pursued him, intent on devouring him. And yet, here it lay, defeated beneath his feet. The rapidity of this transformation was astonishing. Despite his disbelief, Wan Li's heart swelled with exhilaration. The thrill of having just dispatched a vibrant, colossal lizard filled him with pride. This was a powerful creature, now conquered by his own hand. It is indeed dead. Rest assured, it will not stir in the mire as it did before, Lin Qing remarked, wiping his master's iron sword clean. The lizard's blood, of vivid red-green, hinted at the presence of potentially hazardous elements, perhaps even corrosive properties. Boss, look at my sword, Wan Li suddenly exclaimed, his voice rising in alarm. The iron sword in his grasp was being visibly corroded by the lizard's vibrant blood, disappearing before his very eyes. Indeed, this giant lizard was far from ordinary. Its tongue not only exuded toxic vapors, but its blood also possessed formidable corrosive qualities. Given its extraordinary nature, it was reasonable to surmise that the creature harbored treasures beyond the realm of common beasts. Enough already. It's merely an iron sword. Didn't I say I would give you another one? Lin Qing observed Wan Li, whose sword had been completely eroded, with a bemused expression. Wan Li's antics undeniably enlivened the atmosphere. Previously, Lin Qing had only been accompanied by the silent figures of Zhu Ying and Xiao Bai, leaving little room for conversation throughout their journey. With Wan Li's arrival, their exchanges flourished. Boss Lin is the best. With a decisive motion, Wan Li cast aside the iron sword that had been reduced to a mere hilt, extending his arms in an eager embrace towards Lin Qing. However, he was met with a resounding rejection from Lin Qing. Oh, Lin, have you noticed that we don't seem to be sinking into the mire as we did before? Wan Li, having been rebuffed, inadvertently caught a glimpse of the sludge beneath the giant lizard, suddenly pondering this crucial observation. Indeed, just moments ago, as the giant lizard ascended onto the muck, it had sunk into the mire, yet now it appeared as though the sludge had solidified, preventing even the weighty creature from descending further. Could it be that there existed some peculiar characteristic of this place? Perhaps certain areas could bear substantial weight, while others would ensnare even a falling leaf. Listening to Wan Li's musings, Lin Qing refrained from elaborating, instead directing his gaze towards the swamp behind him. This sight only deepened his intrigue. For on the ground behind Lin Qing, all traces of footprints had vanished, as if they had never existed. Yet Lin Qing distinctly recalled that during his prior assault on the giant lizard, he had to frequently change positions to avoid becoming ensnared in the mire, ensuring that his movements remained unimpeded. The mire here was indeed unique, be it while riding on Zhu Ying or walking alongside. Any contact with the sludge would gradually lead to sinking. Typically, mire would cause anything of even slight weight to sink swiftly. Yet here, even the considerable weight of Zhu Ying did not result in immediate descent. As long as Zhu Ying took a couple of steps at intervals, it remained unaffected by the mire. However, this was not the most pressing concern. Rather, it was the inexplicably restored surface of the mire. Could it be that this sludge possessed a self-repairing quality? If that were the case, then Lin Qing could finally comprehend why neither he nor Zhu Ying swiftly sank into the mire. Given that the mire could self-repair, a higher weight capacity would not pose a problem. Naturally, the giant lizard's mass far exceeded that of Zhu Ying, so it was entirely reasonable that with each step it took, it would become ensnared in the mire. Observing the surrounding sludge, Lin Qing sensed an unsettling anomaly, and a heaviness began to settle in his heart. Even the nearby shabby seemed to sense something amiss, barking at Lin Qing urgently. The current situation felt as though something momentous were about to unfold. Without further contemplation, Lin Qing tightened his grip on the iron sword and struck at various parts of the giant lizard. After all, it was more prudent to eliminate the already vanquished giant lizard rather than dwell on uncertainties, ensuring that any unforeseen events would not render his efforts in slaying the creature futile. The reason Lin Qing wielded the long sword was that, apart from it, he possessed nothing capable of penetrating the lizard's tough exterior. With swift and precise movements, Lin Qing unleashed a flurry of strikes, the iron sword, slicing through the air with remarkable ease, left nothing unscathed in its path, even in the bony regions. A mere exertion from Lin Qing rendered the bones as brittle as decayed wood, snapping effortlessly. Naturally, he had no intention of carrying away the hide of the colossal lizard, for its underbelly had fused with the swampy mire beneath, resisting all attempts to separate them. It was as if the hide and the swamp were inextricably intertwined. Since it could not be removed, Lin Qing made no further attempts and once again wielded his iron sword. He meticulously gathered the creature's eyes, teeth, claws, and tail, along with the various treasures concealed within its body. The materials used for this collection were not ordinary. They comprised the very skin of the giant lizard. Lin Qing had experimented with other items, yet any that came into contact with the lizard's blood disintegrated instantly. Thus, in a moment of necessity, he resorted to utilizing the beast's hide as a makeshift container. Although it appeared somewhat unseemly and the weight of the hide multiplied the burden significantly, it nonetheless attested to the extraordinary nature of the lizard's skin. Nearby, Wan Li had managed to procure a few items from the giant lizard, albeit only a meager portion, most of which was obtained with Lin Qing's assistance. Without any resources at hand, it was unlikely that Wan Li would have easily garnered supplies from the formidable creature. As Lin Qing rode atop Zhu Ying, accompanied by shabby and a substantial load of provisions, he had just vacated the swamp. Suddenly, the mire behind him seemed to respond to some unseen stimulus, the surface undulating like ripples across water. Chapter 86. The peculiar flora upon the mire, sensing the commotion behind them. Lin Qing and Wan Li instinctively turned to observe the marshland. At that moment, they beheld a sight reminiscent of the earlier events. The mire surged and undulated like ripples upon water. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Qing recalled the disappearance of their footprints from earlier, and pondered the inexplicable connection between the enormous lizard and the mire that seemed inextricable. It became evident that the mire itself harbored significant anomalies. Suddenly, a phrase echoed in Lin Qing's mind. The world is vast, filled with wonders. The mire ebbed and flowed, erasing the traces left by Lin Qing and Wan Li, save for a small portion of the lizard's body still protruding from the muck. However, if the current rate of engulfment persisted, it would not be long before the mire completely consumed the creature. Standing upon solid ground, Lin Qing glanced down at the heap of remnants beneath his feet and exhaled in relief. Had he not retrieved some belongings from the lizard, It was likely that the entire creature would have been devoured by the mire. With a sudden splutter, once the lizard was entirely swallowed, the mire emitted peculiar sounds, as if it had begun digesting the creature. Yet, before Lin Qing could approach the mire, something astonishing occurred. From the very spot where the lizard had been consumed, an extraordinarily peculiar plant began to sprout. This plant bore an uncanny resemblance to the lizard, as if it had directly transformed into flora. Wan Li, standing nearby, witnessed this bizarre transformation and turned to Lin Qing in disbelief. Boss Lin, could it be that the lizard did not perish, but rather metamorphosed into a plant? It cannot be, Lin Qing replied, with a hint of exasperation. The lizard had already shown no signs of life and was dismembered. How could it possibly still be alive? Indeed, this scene was difficult to fathom, yet the lizard's demise seemed unequivocal. Nevertheless, the emergence of this plant surely had some connection to the lizard. Otherwise, how could such a strikingly similar flora arise from the mire? Realizing that further speculation was futile, Lin Qing resolved to step onto the mire for a closer inspection. Boss Lin. Wan Li's heart raced with anxiety as he watched Lin Qing stride confidently onto the mire. The image of the lizard being consumed was indelibly etched in his mind. If such a large creature could be devoured, what fate awaited Lin Qing? Yet, Wan Li's concerns proved unwarranted. As Lin Qing stepped onto the mire, it did not react as it had with the lizard, but rather supported him with remarkable stability. Although Lin Qing's feet still left imprints behind, and standing still for an extended period would cause him to sink into the mire, this was certainly preferable to being entirely consumed by the swamp like that enormous lizard, standing on solid ground. Wan Li observed Lin Qing, standing atop the mire without incident, and proceeded directly towards him. Much like Lin Qing, Wan Li experienced no unexpected occurrences upon stepping onto the swamp. The items acquired from the giant lizard were now in Lin Qing's possession as he ventured onto the mire with his companions, Zhu Ying and Xiaobai. After all, this place was home to numerous unique plants, and it would be a missed opportunity to leave without collecting some. Moreover, Lin Qing felt an inexplicable sensation when gazing at the mire, as though he would inevitably encounter it again. Dismissing such thoughts, he resolved to promptly gather the plants from the mire. Wasting time here could lead to unforeseen dangers. Initially, Lin Qing perceived the plants to be of modest size, but as he approached one, he discovered they were far more formidable than they appeared. What seemed to be the width of a finger transformed into the thickness of a child's arm as he neared it. Furthermore, the vegetation that had sprouted from the giant lizard he had dispatched was astonishingly as thick as an adult's arm. Was it possible that these plants did not grow spontaneously, but rather thrived by consuming living beings? With a swift motion, Lin Qing drew his iron sword from his waist and struck at the plant that had emerged from the giant lizard. However, when the iron blade met the plant, it was not the smooth encounter he had envisioned, but rather an obstruction akin to slicing through dense sludge. Despite this resistance, Lin Qing's masterful iron sword was no ordinary weapon. With a determined effort, he managed to sever the plant, to prevent the mire from engulfing the severed vegetation. Lin Qing wielded the sword in one hand while swiftly grasping the plant with the other. Exhaling deeply, even Lin Qing, with his formidable physique, found it necessary to catch his breath, for the plant was exceedingly heavy. Yet, this flora, having grown from the giant lizard, was naturally more robust than those surrounding it, which were only as thick as a child's arm. Just as Lin Qing severed the plant, Xiaobai suddenly cried out in alarm. Before Lin Qing could react, the mire beneath him began to tremble once more, just as it had before. What had once been a stable stance on the mire now saw Lin Qing slowly sinking, reminiscent of the giant lizard. Witnessing this alarming turn of events, Lin Qing dared not hesitate and turned to Wan Li, who had just severed the plant a finger's width, exclaiming, "Wan Li, we must leave this place at once." Then, Lin Qing swiftly mounted his steed, shadowless, clutching the severed plant in his hand, advancing towards the land. Indeed, Wan Li, too, sensed the peculiarities of this place. He was deeply impressed by the sight of the giant lizard ensnared in the mire. And now he found himself on the brink of being consumed by the very same quagmire. This was utterly unacceptable. As he responded to Lin Qing, Wan Li hastily mounted his own horse, following closely behind Lin Qing as they made their way to solid ground. Shadowless was swift, yet the mire was becoming increasingly viscous, significantly impeding its speed. What should have been a brief half-minute journey now threatened to extend to 5 minutes, had it not been for Shadowless's rapid pace, which allowed it to extricate itself from the muck swiftly. Lin Qing and Shadowless might have already succumbed to the mire's grasp. The once clear sound of hooves had devolved into a dull thudding. Fortunately, they were not far from the shore, and Shadowless continued its advance, not truly ensnared in the mire. Otherwise, Lin Qing's predicament would have been exceedingly perilous. After 5 minutes, both Lin Qing and Wanli finally reached solid ground. When Lin Qing turned to observe a withered blade of grass blown by the wind onto the mire, swiftly devoured by the muck, he couldn't help but exhale in relief. Had they delayed any longer, they might never have returned. Indeed, this realm of death was far more treacherous than it appeared on the surface. Moreover, this perilous territory lay at the very edge of the map in Lin Qing's possession. As for the extent of this land of demise, none could ascertain. For all who had ventured into it, aside from Lin Qing and Wanli, had met their untimely end. Chapter 87. A Bountiful Return. Huff. Lin Lauda. Huff. Thankfully, we made it back to solid ground, Wanli gasped as he spoke to Lin Qing. Indeed, had they delayed even a minute longer, both Lin Qing and Wanli would have been engulfed by the mire, destined to meet the same fate as the giant lizard they had just encountered, becoming mere flora in this desolate place. Above the quagmire, numerous plants thrived, likely sprouted from remains of unfortunate humans and their steeds who had been consumed by the sludge. Lin Lauda, where shall we venture now? Wanli inquired, his breath finally steady after their harrowing escape. The series of near-fatal events had instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Although Lin Qing had rescued him each time, success was never guaranteed. Furthermore, with the considerable burdens they now carried, maneuvering would be increasingly cumbersome. Let's return, Lin Qing decided resolutely. Having gathered so much, remaining here would only add to our burdens. It would be wiser to reconsider our plans once we are back. Lin Qing had lost the desire to further explore this perilous realm, for he was eager to analyze the treasures they had just acquired. He had already witnessed the dangers of this deathly land, and he suspected they had only scratched the surface of its perils. If this was the extent of the danger, venturing deeper would be sheer folly. All right, Lin Lauda, as you wish, Wanli exclaimed, elated by Lin Qing's decision to return. He had silently hoped for this outcome, and Lin Qing's words resonated perfectly with his thoughts, filling him with joy. Let us go back. Lin Qing mounted his steed, Zhuiying, and secured the large bundle along with the plant behind him, making it considerably easier for Zhuiying to transport their haul. The concern that the items might be damaged was alleviated by a makeshift cart Lin Qing had crafted from local materials. Woof woof. On another note, Xiaobai, thrilled by the prospect of returning, eagerly anticipated showcasing his prowess as the guide. Come along, Xiaobai, Lin Qing said, bending down to pat Xiaobai's head. The affectionate gesture invigorated Xiaobai, who barked excitedly before following the scent trail ahead. Meanwhile, Wanli trailed behind Lin Qing at a leisurely pace, burdened with the plant he had salvaged from the mire. Had Lin Qing not been encumbered with so many items, Wanli might have struggled to keep up. As Lin Qing and his companions advanced, the previously refreshing air around them morphed into a grayish-green haze. Undoubtedly, this atmosphere was toxic. However, for Xiaobai, who was adept at navigating by scent, this posed no obstacle. After all, having consumed ample dried meat, he was hardly likely to be affected by such miasma. Lin Qing and Zhuiying require no further introduction. Even Wanli and his steed, after consuming the jerky and pills provided by Lin Qing, remained unaffected by the miasma, traversing the journey with remarkable safety. However, this sense of security was only applicable to Lin Qing and Wanli. Had it been anyone else, they might have succumbed to the poisonous vapors, their bodies eroded and lives extinguished. Upon reaching the outskirts of the land of death, as dusk descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, Wanli's heart swelled with excitement. Lin Qing, truly you are my Lin Qing. Standing at the very spot from which they had entered the treacherous domain, Wanli felt an exhilarating rush, for they had finally emerged from that perilous place of no return. Previously, he had heard tales of the dangers that lay within the land of death. Yet here he was, not only having ventured inside, but having also explored its depths. Moreover, he had procured items from within its confines. Such an experience would undoubtedly ignite the fervor of any youth of 18 or 19. Thus, Wanli gazed at Lin Qing with eyes brimming with admiration. For all of this was made possible by Lin Qing. Without him, the notion of merely entering the land of death would have been unimaginable. Well, since we are out, let us return. After all, the hour grows late. Lin Qing surveyed the surroundings, confirming their safety before glancing back at the substantial bundle behind him. With no imminent danger, it was prudent to hasten their return, for the nocturnal forest harbors great peril. Return? Ah, indeed, it is nearly dark. Wanli, snapping back to reality from his excitement, noticed the changing environment around them. By the way, boss, I almost forgot something important. As he gazed at the distant sunset, an idea struck him. Turning to Lin Qing, he continued, "Boss, this is for you." With that, Wanli retrieved a piece of parchment from a bag on his steed and unfurled it before Lin Qing. "Boss, this marks the location of my tribe." He pointed to a specific spot on the map. Lin Qing followed Wanli's finger and beheld a place named Wanlin Tribe. It was evident that this was indeed the tribe to which Wanli belonged. However, this map contained more than just the Wanlin tribe. It also depicted the Manhua tribe, the Fengshan tribe, and the Yimu tribe, among others. Truly, this comprehensive map of the great tribes was remarkable. It not only indicated the locations of various tribes, but also boasted a larger area than the map Lin Qing possessed. Of course, the dimensions of the land of death on this map were not vastly different from those on Lin Qing's own, for few dared to explore such a treacherous realm idly. "Ah, this is for you, boss. I have another one back at my place." Wanli, fearing that Lin Qing might forget the location of his tribe, took the liberty of organizing a comprehensive map and directly placed it into Lin Qing's hands. Upon receiving the map, Lin Qing, recognizing its superiority over his own, could not bring himself to refuse it. After all, possessing additional knowledge could prove invaluable within the depths of this forest. Wanli, observing Lin Qing's acceptance of the map, chuckled with a naive delight, for he understood that with the map in Lin Qing's possession, there was a high probability that Lin Qing would return to seek him out. Moreover, given the earlier attack by the inhabitants of the Nightwood tribe, Lin Qing would certainly be eager to ascertain their whereabouts. Wanli's reasoning stemmed from his belief that Lin Qing belonged to a minor tribe, for had he been from a larger tribe, Wanli would certainly have been aware of him. "Very well, I shall visit you in due time, and I will bring along the items I promised," Lin Qing stated, as he organized the supplies behind Zhu Ying before mounting once more. "All right, Boss Lin, I shall await your return in the tribe," Wanli responded, his heart brimming with joy at Lin Qing's words. Without further ado, they mounted their steeds and made their way back to their respective tribes, with Lin Qing naturally heading towards his wooden abode. Chapter 88. The excited Zheng Shi and the enthusiastic Zhou Ba lass. "What do you think our leader will return?" At this moment, beside Lin Qing's wooden cabin in the brightly lit house, Wang Er, Zhang San, and the other 6 were gathered around the fire, staring vacantly into the flames. Previously, Lin Qing would always inform them of his whereabouts. But now he had not only failed to communicate, but he was also late in returning to the cabin. Could it be? Could something have happened? Unpleasant thoughts began to cloud Wang Er and his companions' minds. However, before they could ponder further, the howling of the wild dogs outside startled them back to reality. Listening to the cacophony of barks, they quickly grabbed their finely crafted stone axes and moved towards the door. Typically, such commotion from the caged wild dogs indicated they had sensed something amiss. After all, how could these usually silent creatures suddenly erupt in noise? As Wang Er and the others emerged from the house, they were met with the sight of Lin Qing approaching. It turned out that the barking was not due to any impending danger, but rather a welcoming signal for Lin Qing's return. Upon seeing him, Wang Er and his companions hastily tucked their axes behind them. Simultaneously, they noticed the large assortment of items Lin Qing was hauling behind his steed, Zhu Ying. No wonder their leader was so late. He had returned burdened with an extraordinary haul. Initially, they felt indifferent towards the items, but as Lin Qing drew closer, they realized the true nature of his spoils. A vast and rugged piece of beast hide lay among the cargo, accompanied by an exceptionally thick tail and an absurdly large plant. What on earth had their leader been up to acquire such things? The mere sight of that stout tail led the hunting savvy Zhang San and the others to deduce that Lin Qing must have hunted a colossal beast. After all, it was unimaginable to possess such a robust tail without having felled a mighty creature. Before long, Lin Qing, astride Zhu Ying and accompanied by Xiaobai, arrived beside the wooden cabin. Wang Er and his companions hurried over to assist Lin Qing in unloading and organizing the vast array of items. Be careful. These items were procured from the land of death, and the liquid inside should not be touched. Lin Qing warned Wang Er sternly, not wishing for them to suffer serious harm over a mere package. Understood. Wang Er and the others responded with heightened seriousness. With a swift motion, Lin Qing drew his masterful iron sword, and in a flash of glinting steel, the large package before him was opened and laid flat on the ground. The spoils obtained from the massive lizard were now neatly displayed upon the beast hide. What are these items? Gazing upon the peculiar items adorning the hide, Wang Er and his companions were momentarily struck with astonishment, for what lay before them was magnitudes larger than anything typically found on ordinary beasts. Their shock was not theirs alone. Even Zhang San, a seasoned hunter of wild animals, was taken aback. Could these truly have been extracted from a creature? The hide bore eyes the size of lanterns, tusks as thick as a man's thigh, an indescribable tongue, and claws that extended to the length of an arm. Not to mention the copious amounts of red and green blood, exuding an aura of extreme peril. Their leader had mentioned a place of death. The land of death. It seemed as if they were all in unison, recalling Lin Qing's earlier words about venturing into such a foreboding realm. Lin Qing sheathed his masterfully crafted iron sword and swiftly entered the wooden cabin, retrieving his finely crafted stone axe. This was the remains of a vividly colored giant lizard hunted in the land of death. His description was merely based on its appearance, for he was uncertain of its true nature. As he spoke, Lin Qing began to detach the items from the first batch with his stone axe. A vividly colored giant lizard? Wang Er and his companions exchanged puzzled glances at the hide before them. Enough chatter. We must hasten to organize these items. At that moment, the most exhilarated among them was the apothecary, Zheng Shi. Although she remained unaware of the exact nature of these items, her interest was piqued, particularly when she witnessed a leaf fall onto the red and green blood, only to be instantly corroded away. These materials were undoubtedly meant for her, to concoct potions. Wang Er and his companions could only shrug, drawing their finely crafted axes from their belts, stepping forward to begin sorting through the giant lizard's hide. Each tooth and claw was meticulously arranged on the ground. As for the red and green blood, Lin Qing carefully placed it into a highly corrosion-resistant stone container, securely sealed. Such multifunctional containers were likely a skill unique to Lin Qing. He had not forgotten the plant he had severed from the mire. Given its lengthy branches, it could not fit within the stone container. In this situation, the only viable option for a container was a wooden box crafted from planks. With the stone container ready for the corrosive blood, creating a less demanding wooden box was merely a simple task for him. With a series of swift knocks, Lin Qing once again showcased his craftsmanship. Although this box was constructed from wood, its first impression was that the material was anything but ordinary. The surface of the box exhibited no roughness, and its texture was remarkably smooth, akin to touching a piece of mutton-fat jade. Observing the wooden box crafted by Lin Qing, Wang Er and his companions could not help but feel a sense of inadequacy. The blacksmith, Zhou Ba, gazed at Lin Qing's creation, shaking his head in silent acknowledgement of his own shortcomings. Yet this was merely an ordinary wooden box. The items Lin Qing brought back to the cabin, although contained within a single large parcel, were meticulously organized with the assistance of Wang Er and his companions, who ensured that everything found its rightful place. For instance, the green liquid was naturally transported to the apothecary, Zheng Shi, while the claws and hides were delivered to the blacksmith, Zhou Ba. This arrangement perfectly aligned with their respective crafts, enabling the items to fulfill their potential. As Zheng Shi and Zhou Ba conveyed the materials to their respective workstations, both were filled with excitement and anticipation. The abundance of fine goods promised to yield unexpected benefits for their leader. While they carried these treasures, an unspoken sentiment lingered between them. Once everything was arranged, darkness enveloped the sky. However, Lin Qing's abode remained brightly lit, undeterred by the encroaching night. Yet, upon returning, Lin Qing had yet to partake in dinner, and Wang Er and the others were left waiting for his arrival. Neither Lin Qing nor his companions had dined. With everyone hungry, Zhao Lu, the proficient cook, felt a surge of enthusiasm and set about preparing a grand meal. This time, Lin Qing and his companions were not feasting on roasted meats, but were instead treated to authentic home-cooked dishes. Although the ingredients differed somewhat from the plants of Lin Qing's previous world, he could still recognize the familiar silhouettes of certain vegetables. It could be said that this meal marked the first instance in which Lin Qing truly sensed the warmth of home in this place. Chapter 89. As they ate, the bear arrived outside the wooden cabin. The forest resonated with the calls of unknown birds. However, visibility was limited, rendering the surrounding objects indistinct. In this particular area surrounding Lin Qing's cabin, there was not a soul to be found, for the inhabitants had long risen and commenced their daily toil. Lin Qing was diligently organizing materials for the creation of iron arrows, having received a substantial amount of iron ore from the Flame Tribe. Naturally, he intended to upgrade his weaponry. Previously, during his encounter with the vividly colored giant lizard, his weapon had faltered. Had all his arrows been crafted from iron at that moment, vanquishing the colossal creature would have undoubtedly been less arduous. Perhaps, by the time he reached the marsh, he could have already dispatched the giant lizard with his crossbow and iron arrows. Yet, if he had truly eliminated the beast at that time, he might not have reaped such a bounty. One might say it was a blessing in disguise, though the misfortune was not genuine. It merely pertained to the time Lin Qing spent evading the giant lizard and ultimately slaying it. Remarkably, he had sustained no injuries during the hunt. The only wear and tear were likely on his crossbow, yet the slight damage was negligible in the grand scheme of things. Lin Qing was determined to craft a considerable number of these more powerful iron arrows. Moreover, it was essential for Wang Er and his companions to replace their tools with iron equipment. However, had iron armor not been excessively heavy, devoid of any warmth, and remarkably uncomfortable to wear, Lin Qing would have crafted iron armor for them all. Although he could not create iron armor, he could enhance their clothing made from animal hides, ensuring comfort while providing a degree of protection. After all, having some form of defense was preferable to none at all. It could very well save a life in critical moments. Once Lin Qing had organized the necessary materials, he embarked on the significant endeavor of forging iron arrows. Within the forge, Zhou Ba was tirelessly smelting the iron ore, striving to produce the urgently needed iron blocks. Meanwhile, apothecary Zheng Shi was in her abode, concocting various potions from the items Lin Qing had brought back the previous day, occasionally emitting soft popping sounds during her experiments. Wang Er and the others, with little to occupy them, patrolled the vicinity, assisting Lin Qing in transporting materials, aiding Zhou Ba with the iron ore, or helping the culinary expert Zhao Lu gather ingredients, such as large cuts of meat for their meals. The storage of meat has been relocated underground by Lin Qing, as these provisions are far better preserved below the surface than above. However, it is not merely any underground space, rather, it is a stone dwelling crafted by Lin Qing himself. The true significance lies not in the stone house itself, but in the remarkable attributes it possesses, specifically, the hundredfold extension of food spoilage time. Here, the perishability of food is vastly diminished. For instance, a piece of meat exposed to the open air might decay within a day, yet in this subterranean haven, it could remain unspoiled for as long as 100 days. Of course, such food would not linger for that long, as it would be consumed or dispatched to Yin Guang's tribe well before that time frame elapses. Just then, human voices unexpectedly echoed near Lin Qing's wooden abode. Upon hearing these sounds, everyone displayed expressions of joy rather than wariness. For the visitors were none other than Yin Guang and his companions, who had come to transport iron ore. "Benefactor, you're up so early," exclaimed Yin Guang, his face beaming as he noticed Lin Qing rising from his outdoor workbench. "Well, you seem to have arrived quite early yourself. At this hour, I suspect you set out before dawn," Lin Qing replied with a chuckle. "Oh dear, that's not the case." Before Yin Guang could finish his sentence, the rumbling of his stomach betrayed him, revealing the truth of his early rise. To transport iron ore from Yin Guang's tribe to this location at such an hour undoubtedly required an early departure. Otherwise, reaching here at this time would be impossible. "Ha ha ha. Let us all pause. It's time for a meal. None of us have eaten yet, so let us gather together." As he spoke, Lin Qing led Yin Guang to a clearing. Although Lin Qing had a house, it was insufficient to accommodate everyone, especially with the rising sun heralding splendid weather, an ideal occasion for an outdoor feast. Promptly, Wang Er and the others hastily fashioned a multitude of seats, and as for tables, they deemed them unnecessary. A simple fire pit in the center would suffice. After preparing these arrangements, they proceeded to assist Zhao Lu in organizing the food. Thus, a scene of harmonious breakfast camaraderie unfolded in the clearing beside Lin Qing's wooden cabin. With such a large gathering, the aroma of the grilled delicacies wafted through the air, enticing nearby slumbering beasts, which, drawn by the enticing scent, instinctively approached. However, upon witnessing Lin Qing and his companion's prowess, these creatures retreated in dismay. After observing their kin being dispatched and consumed, they realized that lingering any longer might lead to their own grim fate as the next meal. For carnivorous beasts, they are acutely aware of a fundamental truth. If one stands by and witnesses their kin being devoured without fleeing, they are likely to be the next victim. With a collective howl, these creatures seem to receive an unspoken signal, swiftly retreating from the scene. However, as they departed, a thunderous sound echoed through the forest. By this time, Lin Qing and his companions had satisfied their hunger, and upon hearing the approaching sound, they naturally did not dare to be careless. The source of such a noise could not possibly be a mere ordinary beast. Indeed, it was likely a multitude of them. With a swift motion, Lin Qing distributed the surplus arrows he had crafted to Yin Guang and the others, while he and Wang Er equipped themselves with crossbows. Despite the variation in their weapons, the arrows they employed were remarkably uniform, for both Yin Guang and Wang Er utilized the iron arrows that Lin Qing had recently forged. Given that they were all armed with iron arrows, how could there be any disparity in their ammunition? As the rumbling subsided, the beasts had arrived before Lin Qing. 10 colossal bears, each towering nearly twice the height of a seasoned man. Such massive creatures could hardly move without producing a thunderous sound. Now was the perfect opportunity to test the iron arrows Lin Qing had just crafted. Though their quantity was not particularly abundant, the effort of nearly 2 hours had gone into making them. And using these iron arrows against the 10 enormous bears would undoubtedly prove effective. Chapter 90. Annihilation and Preparation for Upgrading the Wooden Cabin Whoosh. With a swift motion, Lin Qing's crossbow aimed at one of the bears before he instantly pulled the trigger. In the blink of an eye, the iron bolts had vanished into thin air. Upon glancing towards the 10 bears, it became evident that what once stood as a formidable group of 10 was now reduced to 9. A closer inspection revealed a bear, its head and neck pierced by numerous iron arrows, lying next to a large tree amidst a thicket of wild fruits. With a single shot, one bear had been dispatched in mere seconds. Witnessing this scene, Yin Guang and his companions were left utterly astounded. How could such a massive bear fall within 2 seconds at the hands of their benefactor? Was this reality or merely a dream? Roar! The remaining 9 bears, furious at the loss of their companion, unleashed a thunderous roar directed at Lin Qing and his group. However, this display of rage had little effect on Lin Qing. At most, it served to jolt Yin Guang from his contemplation of whether he was dreaming or awake, but it held no further significance. Whoosh! At this moment, Wang Er, Zhang San, and the others were undeterred by the bears' war. They swiftly aimed their crossbows at the heads of the remaining bears and pulled the triggers with precision. In an instant, 3 more bears fell to the ground, bringing the total to 4 that had been taken down in a single confrontation. The bears, who had initially planned a coordinated attack on Lin Qing, found themselves in a predicament where further aggression was no longer feasible. With a significant distance still separating them from Lin Qing's group, a charge would surely lead to their demise. Thus, the 6 bears, recognizing the imminent danger, chose to flee. They understood that remaining in this spot would only result in their complete annihilation. However, they had underestimated Lin Qing's resolve to pursue them. Whoosh! Lin Qing, having reloaded his crossbow with iron arrows, aimed at the legs of the fleeing bears and released a shot. This time, rather than targeting a single bear, he pierced the legs of all 6, effectively thwarting their escape. Lin Qing's strategy was undoubtedly the most effective, as it allowed for the elimination of the bears without unnecessary effort. Thud! The iron arrows, as if guided by an unseen force, struck true, piercing the thighs of the 6 bears without a single miss. Such remarkable accuracy, combined with the rapid firing capability of the crossbow, was a feat that no one else could replicate. Indeed, Lin Qing was likely the sole possessor of such a weapon in this world. Although some individuals may craft crossbow bolts, the most they can manage are single-shot arrows. In the forest, 6 bears in their desperate flight are impaled by one or several iron arrows, which further hampers their already sluggish movement. Lin Qing, accompanied by Wang Er, Yin Guang, and the members of the Yin Guang tribe, effortlessly dispatches these bears. Those who dare venture here must be prepared to meet their demise. The bears possess valuable resources. From their pelts to their internal organs, each component holds immense utility. Having already enjoyed breakfast, the bear meat is no longer suitable for consumption. Thus it falls to the culinary maestro, Zhao Lu, to transform these remnants into jerky or cured meat. With a bountiful supply of salt obtained from the Yin Guang tribe, preserving the meat will become considerably easier. As the tribe's apothecary, Zheng Shi cannot overlook the processing of these bears, for they contain many ingredients essential for potion making. Benefactor, I must say, your prowess is truly formidable. Yin Guang gazes at Lin Qing with admiration. Not to mention the bears had the beasts that previously invaded this area attacked his tribe. It could have led to their annihilation. This matter is of utmost significance. After all, a tribe where all members are slain by beasts would be utterly disgraceful. You have no idea just how powerful our leader truly is. At that moment, Wang Er, who had just overheard this conversation while passing by, engaged in dialogue with Yin Guang. Their discussion revolved around Lin Qing's previous feats, such as taming wild cattle, training wild horses, and the recent events from yesterday. Each of these occurrences, if disclosed, would surely astonish many. Lin Qing, however, did not linger in conversation with Wang Er and Yin Guang. After exchanging a few words, he departed, not from the wooden cabin, but towards the forge. The substantial amount of iron ore transported here has resulted in the forge expanding threefold, accommodating more ore and increasing the smelting speed of iron blocks. Presently, the only items remaining in the forge, apart from the iron ore, are iron blocks. Should these materials be placed in a cave, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Even the Wanli tribe would not dare to underestimate such a wealth of iron, ore, and high-purity iron blocks. Boss, you've arrived. Zhou Ba, who was just placing iron ore into the smelting furnace, turned to see Lin Qing entering. How are things going? Zhou Ba, you have truly worked hard these past few days. Observing Zhou Ba clad in a thin garment drenched in sweat, Lin Qing couldn't help but express his concern. Zhou Ba has indeed been of tremendous assistance to Lin Qing, alleviating many of her burdens, particularly in the arduous task of smelting iron ore into ingots. Were it not for his help, Lin Qing would have had to undertake the daunting challenge of processing mountains of iron ore all by herself, painstakingly converting it into usable metal. This smelting work is not merely labor-intensive, it also tests one's patience. The monotonous repetition of mechanical motions day in and day out can easily lead to physical and mental exhaustion, leaving one dizzy at the mere sight of iron ore, especially if they lack interest in the task. Fortunately, Zhou Ba, who works in the forge, possesses a genuine passion for this endeavor. He approaches the smelting process with enthusiasm, devoid of any impatience. It's not difficult at all. I'm delighted to take on this responsibility. He chuckled, a hint of bashfulness crossing his face upon hearing Lin Qing's concern for him. Oh, don't be so modest. By noon, I shall ensure you receive an extra portion of food. Lin Qing responded with a smile, noticing Zhou Ba's shyness. However, Lin Qing's purpose for visiting was not merely to chat with Zhou Ba. She had come to transport iron ingots. These ingots were not intended for crafting arrows or similar items, but rather for upgrading the wooden hut. If not for the several large piles of iron ingots available, Lin Qing would likely have hesitated to pursue the upgrade. Chapter 91. The outrageous requirement for upgrading materials. Clang. Clang. The sound of iron blocks colliding echoed within the forge, as pile after pile of iron was transported to a nearby cart. Had Lin Qing not reinforced this cart with iron blocks beforehand, it would have been crushed under the weight of the iron before accommodating too many. The cart was already filled to the brim with iron blocks. Had it not been for the precarious height of the stacks, it could have continued to bear more. As for the height issue, there was no cause for concern. Lin Qing had previously opened a grand entrance for the ease of transporting ore, and now this very entrance facilitated the movement of iron blocks. Otherwise, he would have had to either create an additional opening or manually carry each block of smelted iron outside before loading them onto the cart. Fortunately, Lin Qing's wooden cabin was not particularly far from the forge, and with the assistance of his trusty companion Bai, who had been harnessed to serve as the cart's power, the transportation of iron was no challenge at all. However, Lin Qing was dismayed to discover that upgrading his intermediate wooden cabin to a higher grade required an astonishingly excessive amount of materials. 6,000 wood, 3,000 stone, 2,000 thatch, 1,800 fibers, 600 black mud, 500 iron blocks, 200 beast bone powder. Wasn't this merely a simple wooden structure? Why were the material requirements so outrageous? Even if it were a high-grade cabin, such demands seemed unreasonable. Yet, when Lin Qing considered that only by upgrading his cabin could he continue to summon farmers, he resigned himself to the task. After all, every farmer summoned from this cabin played a significant role. Wood, stone, and fibers were hardly an issue. Black mud and iron blocks were trivial matters. However, it was the final item that left Lin Qing's mind buzzing. Beast bone powder? What on earth was that? Before he could ponder further, an ethereal voice resonated in his mind. Beast bone powder is essential for enhancing the structural integrity of a dwelling. Without it, the house would be as fragile as paper, easily torn by the wind. Lin Qing dismissed further thoughts on beast bone powder. After all, the necessity of this material for the upgrade meant he could not afford to forego upgrading his wooden cabin. Such stubbornness was not in his nature, and since the upgrade required beast bone powder, he would simply set about procuring it. After all, within the tribe, those beast bones were typically discarded as refuse. Now, the prospect of utilizing what was once deemed garbage to serve a purpose felt like a fortuitous turn of events. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Qing had yet to step into the kitchen, but he could already hear the sound of bones being chopped from outside. It seemed that the culinary master, Zhao Lu, was not idling away either. With a creak, Lin Qing pushed open the kitchen door and stepped inside. The first sight that greeted her was Zhao Lu, who was diligently chopping bones beside a stone platform. Each heavy blow of the iron cleaver against the wooden board reverberated through the stone base, causing it to tremble as if it might collapse at any moment. Yet, despite its quaking, the platform remained remarkably sturdy. The boss is here. Zhao Lu suddenly felt the presence of someone watching him and looked up to find Lin Qing standing before him. In an attempt to mask the intensity of his earlier actions, he awkwardly greeted her. Had Zhao Lu mistaken this for mere illusion and continued his frenzied chopping without looking up, he might have sought refuge in a hole to escape the embarrassment. Do you have any unused bones? I need beast bone powder. Lin Qing stated her purpose directly without further ado. Beast bones? Zhao Lu responded, moving to a stone enclosure specifically designed for storing bones. Boss, these are all beast bones. Very well, I shall take these, Lin Qing said, rolling in a small cart from the entrance to collect the bones, which she then placed upon it before heading toward the forge. These are still beast bones, not yet powder. To transform them into beast bone powder, a series of hammering and grinding was required. Fortunately, the forge was equipped with everything necessary. Even if something was lacking, Lin Qing could utilize the resources and tools within the forge to create what she needed. However, the forge was well stocked, making the conversion of these bones into powder a rather effortless task. Once she had gathered all the materials needed for upgrading the wooden house, Lin Qing commenced the enhancement process, consuming 6,000 wood, 3,000 stone, 2,000 fiber, 1,800 plant fiber, 600 black mud, 500 iron blocks, 200 beast bone powder. Upgrading thatched house. Upgrade in progress. Intermediate wooden house successfully upgraded to advanced wooden house. Unlocks. Advanced forge, advanced kitchen, advanced potion house, advanced beast pen, advanced warehouse. Advanced defensive fence. Ding. Successfully added attributes to the advanced wooden house. The advanced workbench allows for complex manufacturing, and the comfort of the house increases 100-fold, with double the recovery speed for physical conditions. Ding. Successfully added attributes to the advanced forge. All tools within the forge have a durability increased 100-fold, with a 100% success rate for forging and a 30% chance to create higher-tier items or equipment. Ding. Successfully added attributes to the advanced kitchen. Food storage time increased 100-fold, and food preparation speed enhanced by 50%. Ding. Successfully added attributes to the Advanced Potion House. 100% success rate for potion crafting, with materials yielding an additional 40% efficacy. And preparation time reduced by 40%. Unlike before, when Lin Qing paid little attention to the animal pen, its additional attributes now only include 100-fold taming speed, 100-fold recovery speed, and absolute loyalty. The attributes of a storage facility are even more self-evident, primarily enhancing durability, corrosion resistance, and sturdiness, among other qualities. As for the defensive barriers, they merely inflict rebound damage on any beast that dare to invade this place. However, should a beast truly launch an assault, those defensive barriers may well prove inadequate. For even a moderately sized beast typically possesses a sense of pride and unmatched stamina among its peers. To leap over such barriers would be but a trivial task. Nevertheless, the more formidable beasts are not foolish. They understand where to tread lightly and where to tread boldly, and thus, they would naturally refrain from recklessly attacking Lin Qing's territory. The former intermediate wooden cabin has vanished. Now, Lin Qing's abode has transformed into a superior wooden cabin. The upgrade not only enhances the comfort within, but also elevates the quality of other structures. Chapter 92. The successful upgrade of the wooden hut. Collect resources to ascend to the next level. Although Lin Qing has successfully upgraded the wooden hut to a high-grade dwelling, he still cannot summon farmers. Moreover, when he contemplated further upgrading the wooden hut, he discovered that a new requirement had emerged among the materials needed for the enhancement: the giant lizard grass. The necessity of such an unusual item for this upgrade seemed utterly preposterous. Was this world harboring a significant malice towards Lin Qing? Previously, the upgrade required only beast bone powder, and now it demanded giant lizard grass as well. Furthermore, this upgrade still necessitated the same beast bone powder as before. Given this trajectory, it was evident that the next upgrade would not be so straightforward. However, considering that the wooden hut had already reached the high-grade level, a further upgrade could transform it into a low-grade stone house. Although it may be deemed low-grade, one must acknowledge that it is a stone house, vastly superior to the wooden hut in countless ways. With this thought, Lin Qing resolved to elevate the high-grade wooden hut to a low-grade stone house. After all, how difficult could it be to find giant lizard grass? Reflecting on the resources required for the hut's upgrade, Lin Qing recalled the peculiar plant he had retrieved from the marsh in the Land of Death. That very plant had sprouted after he defeated a colorful giant lizard, and its body was consumed by the swamp. Could it be that this plant was indeed the sought-after giant lizard grass? With this realization, Lin Qing hurried from the wooden hut towards the apothecary. At this hour, Apothecary Zheng Shi would undoubtedly be concocting potions. The creaking of the door echoed in the otherwise serene surroundings, as the apothecary's establishment was the quietest among the nearby buildings. "Boss, you've arrived," Zheng Shi exclaimed, lifting his head from his work at the table while grinding various ingredients. This secluded location, devoid of nearby structures, meant that Lin Qing's presence was undoubtedly for a specific purpose. Thinking along these lines, Zheng Shi continued, "Boss, I haven't yet discerned anything from the items you brought back, so..." He trailed off, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, he was the only one proficient in herbs in Lin Qing's company, and the fact that he had yet to make any progress with the items from yesterday reflected poorly on his abilities. Nevertheless, Lin Qing was not there for those items. His purpose was to inquire about the plant he had brought back the day before. "No worries, no worries. That plant from yesterday is still here, right?" Lin Qing stated directly, revealing his intention without further elaboration. Upon hearing Lin Qing's inquiry, Zheng Shi promptly responded, "Boss, that item is indeed here, but I haven't noticed anything unusual about it." "Ah, it matters not. I have come here for this very purpose. This is indeed the material required for upgrading the wooden cabin." If Zheng Shi were to truly discover something significant above, and subsequently utilize this particular plant entirely, it would undoubtedly present a considerable challenge for Lin Qing. Surely, one cannot venture once more into the Land of Death, only to hunt a colossal, colorful lizard amidst the mire. Setting aside the peril of that treacherous place, is it not exceedingly rare to encounter such a giant lizard? Moreover, luring it into the swamp is no trivial task. Fortunately, Zhang Shi mentioned that he merely retrieved a few items for research and found nothing of consequence. This situation, without a doubt, is a fortuitous one for Lin Qing at this moment. Very well, my leader, I shall fetch it for you. Upon returning with the plant from Zhang Shi to the wooden cabin, Lin Qing prepared to upgrade the structure, only to find that it was still impossible to do so. However, he noticed that the display for the giant lizard grass read precisely 1-1. Does this not imply that the item brought back yesterday is indeed the giant lizard grass? Yet, why can the cabin not be upgraded? At this juncture, Lin Qing overlooked a crucial detail: the additional materials required for the upgrade, such as wood, stone, and fiber. Previously, he instructed Wang Er and the others to maintain approximately 10,000 of each resource. Yet he had just expended 6,000 units of wood, leaving only 4,000, which is insufficient for even a single upgrade. Furthermore, the materials necessary for this upgrade are quite substantial. 5,000 wood, 9,000 stone, 4,000 thatch, 2,500 fiber, 2,000 black mud, 900 iron blocks, 1,000 beast bone powder, 1 giant lizard grass. Perhaps the need for 6,000 wood has now diminished to 5,000 due to the forthcoming transformation of the house into a stone dwelling. Not only that, but the stone requirement has increased from a lesser amount to a staggering 9,000. The demand for other materials has similarly escalated. In light of this, it becomes evident that Lin Qing's previous directive for Wang Er and the others to gather 10,000 resources is now woefully inadequate, indeed significantly insufficient. However, with the unlocking of numerous features, such as the warehouse, Lin Qing must now elevate the expectations for resource collection from Wang Er. Moreover, following the upgrade of the wooden cabin, he will be able to summon farmers, who should assist in the gathering of resources. The farmers summoned will undoubtedly possess greater strength, thereby increasing the efficiency of resource collection, as the supplies of wood and stone are currently lacking. Lin Qing must temporarily relocate all other necessary materials for the upgrade to this location. He still has an ample supply of thatch and fiber in his warehouse. Without hesitation, Lin Qing directed Zhuang to pull the small cart towards the warehouse. The upgraded wooden cabin has transformed into a remarkable high-end warehouse. Enormous storage facilities stand tall, each housing specific supplies, making the search for resources significantly more convenient. However, this is merely the case for Lin Qing. Others may not achieve such an organized level of storage, with each type of resource having its own dedicated warehouse. Lin Qing has already gathered 3 types of materials: thatch, fiber, and iron blocks. Furthermore, after a visit to the forge, Zhou Ba has completed the production of beast bone powder. Now, the only item left to procure is the elusive black mud. Indeed, it is black mud. The quantity of black mud Lin Qing previously obtained has dwindled to a mere 1/5, used during the recent upgrade of the wooden cabin. This remaining fraction is insufficient for the current upgrade's requirements. With no alternative, Lin Qing must venture out in search of black mud, as Wang Er and his team are only tasked with gathering wood and stone, not black mud. Nevertheless, there is a chance that Wang Wu, who is currently out foraging, might stumble upon some black mud, albeit it is just a possibility. Boss, I've discovered something remarkable. Just as Lin Qing contemplated Wang Wu's search, that familiar voice echoed from afar. Chapter 93. Crafting Equipment. Targeting the black mire with a rush of breath, Wang Wu sprinted towards Lin Qing, panting heavily. Observing Wang Wu's hurried demeanor, Lin Qing couldn't help but surmise that he had stumbled upon something significant during his expedition, perhaps even something of great value. Lin Qing's intuition proved correct. Wang Wu had indeed discovered a remarkable find, precisely what Lin Qing needed at this moment. Boss, I have found a colossal black mire. It is even larger than the previous one, Wang Wu exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as if he had unearthed a vast treasure rather than merely a mire. For Lin Qing, this black mire was an essential resource, making Wang Wu's discovery seem almost like a manifestation of his desires. Once he caught his breath, Wang Wu continued. Although we have found the black mire, it appears to be teeming with wild beasts, wild boars, bison, and snakes as thick as water buckets. In summary, while the mire is indeed vast, acquiring its resources will not be a straightforward endeavor. A look of trepidation crossed Wang Wu's face, suggesting he had encountered some peril while locating the mire, narrowly escaping with his life to return to the wooden hut. Given this context, Wang Wu's breathlessness was entirely understandable. After all, he was the only one who had returned. Previously, when Lin Qing had tamed a herd of wild horses, he had assigned one to each farmer, including Wang Er. Now, with only Wang Wu back, one couldn't help but speculate that his horse had met its demise at the hands of the beasts guarding the mire. Wang Wu seemed to share this grim realization, growing increasingly anxious as he addressed Lin Qing. "Boss, that horse. It's just fortunate it came back at all. Let us not dwell on it. You should find another in the stable. We shall head to the Black Mire shortly." Before Wang Wu could express his gratitude, Lin Qing had already moved towards the workbench. Given Wang Wu's account of the numerous wild beasts and the loss of his steed, it was evident that the mire posed considerable danger. Lin Qing understood that he must forge an ample supply of formidable weapons to conquer the challenges that lay ahead. Iron arrows were indispensable, as were iron swords, iron spears, iron shields, and reinforced armor. These 4 items were equally essential, whether for ranged attacks, close combat, or defense. A comprehensive arsenal was crucial. Only through such preparation could they hope to eliminate the beasts without sustaining casualties, thus securing the resources from the Black Mire. Upon reaching the workbench, Lin Qing surveyed the numerous crates filled with iron arrows, yet he shook his head in dismay. They were woefully insufficient. Although the quantity appeared substantial, it would hardly suffice in actual combat. If they were using bows, it might be manageable, but they were armed with crossbows capable of launching around 20 arrows in a single volley. Certainly, these iron arrows are primarily short arrows designed specifically for crossbows. Although there are a few boxes of arrows meant for traditional bows, they are scarce. After all, the crossbow remains the most frequently utilized weapon, and Lin Qing possesses only a handful of ordinary bows as backups. While the crossbow is Lin Qing's weapon of choice, he has also contemplated the creation of a composite bow, for the power it commands is incomparable to that of the crossbow in his possession. The arrows used for a composite bow differ significantly from those utilized by traditional and crossbow systems. Thus, crafting arrows tailored for a composite bow presents a formidable challenge for Lin Qing at this stage of development. Consequently, the notion of a composite bow must be postponed for the time being. However, prior to that, Lin Qing is still capable of constructing a recurved bow that boasts greater power than the crossbow. Yet, when confronted with swarms of wild beasts, the advantages of the recurved bow's power may not be as pronounced. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Qing, seated beside his workbench, has commenced the task of fabricating iron arrows. Meanwhile, Wang Wu, having regained his composure, now assists Lin Qing. His assistance entails transporting the iron arrowheads crafted by Zhou Ba from the forge to their current location. When Lin Qing requires arrow shafts, Wang Wu diligently fetches wood to create them using the necessary tools. Lin Qing's role is to assemble these components. Although it may seem simple, each arrow that passes through his hands transforms into a formidable projectile capable of piercing stone and inflicting substantial damage upon adversaries. With Wang Wu's assistance, Lin Qing's arrow-making process accelerates significantly. Initially, there were merely 5 or 6 boxes of arrows, but within a short span, Lin Qing manages to produce an entire box of arrows. Each box contains 100 arrows, and achieving such a feat in such a brief time is indeed impressive. After crafting a total of 10 boxes, Lin Qing halts his production. 10 boxes signify a grand total of 1,000 iron arrows. With such a quantity, Lin Qing firmly believes they can vanquish the beasts residing in the Black Mire, as described by Wang Wu. Observing the abundance of arrows, Wang Wu feels a surge of confidence regarding their impending hunt in the Black Mire. While the beasts may be numerous, the arrows are even more plentiful. Once Lin Qing has finished crafting the arrows, he instructs Wang Wu to organize them and load them onto the cart for their forthcoming expedition to hunt the wild beasts. Meanwhile, Lin Qing heads towards the forge to begin creating other essential items. With the matters of ranged attack resolved, the focus now shifts to melee weapons and defensive equipment. Bang, bang, bang. Upon arriving beside the forge, Lin Qing was once again greeted by the familiar sound of hammering. Such sounds were quite commonplace in this locale, as it was, after all, the forge. Boss. Upon seeing Lin Qing, Zhou Ba continued hammering the iron ore on the anvil while addressing him. There should be plenty of iron now, right? I've come to craft some equipment and later intend to clear out the beast from a newly discovered black mire. Lin Qing approached the area where the iron blocks were stored, glanced at their quantity, and nodded in approval. With such an ample supply of iron, it would surely suffice. Excellent boss. What do you need me to do? Zhou Ba inquired, still hammering away at the ore before him. The arrowheads Lin Qing had previously instructed Zhou Ba to forge were being smelted in this very spot, allowing Zhou Ba some time to assist Lin Qing. However, this time, Lin Qing did not intend to request Zhou Ba as help. Instead, he wanted him to focus on smelting more iron blocks. No need, I'll handle it myself. You should concentrate on smelting more iron blocks. We require a substantial quantity. Although there were sufficient iron blocks for Lin Qing's immediate needs, he realized that once he crafted the equipment, the reserves would be depleted. If the forge ran out of iron, it could hardly be called a forge any longer. Chapter 94. All personnel on standby, preparing for attack. Bang! Boom! The forge resonated with two distinctly different sounds of hammering. One sound emanated from the forge, where the skilled blacksmith Zhou Ba diligently hammered the iron ore on the anvil. The other sound belonged to Lin Qing, who was cautiously crafting iron equipment in the same workshop. Creating iron gear was not akin to the vigorous smelting of iron ore. Rather, it required a meticulous touch. Hence the sounds produced by Lin Qing were considerably softer than those of Zhou Ba. The equipment Lin Qing was currently forging did not require the same quantity as the numerous iron arrows. She only needed to create sufficient gear for a few farmers. As for the culinary expert Zhao Lu and the herbalist Zheng Shi, Lin Qing deemed it unnecessary to equip them fully. However, crafting a few short swords for self-defense or short knives for gathering purposes was certainly feasible. In terms of iron swords, iron spears, and iron armor, she only needed to produce 8 pieces of each type, perfectly accommodating the 7 farmers plus 1 for herself. It is essential to note that the 8 pieces refer to the quantity of each type of equipment, not the cumulative total. Furthermore, certain items could not be allocated solely to one individual. For instance, it would be impractical for one person to wield an iron sword in one hand and an iron spear in the other. Thus, Lin Qing needed to consider the individual preferences of Wang Er, Zhang San, and the others when crafting their respective weapons. As for the iron armor, naturally, there would be one complete set for each person, as such gear is vital for preserving life. How could it be conceivable for some to possess it while others do not? An hour later, the table in the forge was adorned with an array of iron equipment. Iron swords, iron spears, iron armor, all present. Not all of the armor was composed solely of iron. It was crafted from a combination of animal hides, fibers, reeds, and iron. The hides were sourced from the bears hunted that morning, and after undergoing a thorough processing, they were the perfect material for armor. The fibers and reeds served to enhance comfort and secure the iron plates together. Although the armor appeared to be purely iron, it was designed to offer protection against the cold while enhancing comfort through the use of animal hides on the interior, with iron plates forming the outer layer. This design allowed for a considerable increase in defensive capability without sacrificing mobility. Zhou Ba, it's nearly noon. Let's take a break for lunch. Lin Qing suggested after glancing out the window at the sun. After a busy morning, a moment of respite was well-deserved. Especially with the afternoon's tasks of hunting beasts and collecting black mud ahead, it would be unwise to engage in battle while fatigued. It would be akin to delivering provisions to the enemy. Despite possessing an arsenal of powerful weapons, Lin Qing could not underestimate the multitude of beasts lurking in the black mud marshes. As the sun illuminated the path, Zhou Ba recalled Lin Qing's earlier words. After transforming all the iron ore in his possession into iron blocks, he followed Lin Qing towards the dining hall. Meanwhile, the culinary master, Zhao Lu, busily organized the meat, having already arrived at the dining hall to commence the preparation of the midday meal. The dining hall, now transformed from its previous state, boasted not only the fire pit previously used for roasting meat, but also several earthen pots. Indeed, these pots were the brainchild of Lin Qing. With such an invention, any dish prepared within them would be remarkably delectable. Zhao Lu, well-versed in the operation of the earthen pots, executed the entire process flawlessly, presenting an array of sumptuous dishes before Lin Qing: braised pork, earthen pot chicken, and sauce bones. Gazing at the feast laid out before him, Lin Qing felt immense gratitude for having a dedicated farmer skilled in the art of culinary creation. With such a talent at his disposal, the assurance of delightful meals was guaranteed, transforming survival in this place into a gradual enjoyment. Indeed, Lin Qing's current existence was one of indulgence. Lunchtime passed swiftly, and after a brief respite following their meal, Lin Qing and his companions set forth towards the Black Mire mentioned by Wang Wu. Culinary master Zhao Lu and herbalist Zheng Shi remained at the wooden cabin, while Lin Qing, accompanied by Wang Er, Zhang San, and 5 others, mounted their steeds, pulling several carts laden with arrows. Although the number of arrows was substantial, Lin Qing opted for multiple carts, primarily to transport the Black Mire from a location. Their purpose was not solely to eliminate the local beasts. Rather, it was essential to procure the mire. The pace of Lin Qing and his entourage was not particularly swift, hampered by the presence of several carts, each bearing 1 or 2 boxes of arrows. Despite the modest load, Lin Qing felt no haste. They had just dined, and rapid movement was ill-advised. Moreover, at this hour, it was likely that the beasts in the vicinity were engaged in their own hunting. Rushing towards them could inadvertently lead to an unwanted confrontation, a scenario Lin Qing wished to avoid. However, by advancing leisurely towards the Black Mire, it was anticipated that upon their arrival, the beasts would be sated and indulging in postprandial slumber. This was precisely the circumstance Lin Qing desired. At that moment, the well-fed creatures, having satisfied their appetites, would exhibit diminished aggression and reduced speed. Arriving at such a time would render the satiated beasts mere lambs to the slaughter for Lin Qing's group. Furthermore, should they encounter others who had beaten them to the mire, it would conveniently alleviate a significant burden for Lin Qing. Yet, if those individuals were to attack, Lin Qing would not hesitate to respond with force. Survival in this wilderness demanded assertive resource acquisition to prolong their existence. The laws that govern the previous world are utterly inapplicable to the current circumstances. Should one feel pity for others, one must first be psychologically prepared for potential retaliation. The swamp of Black Mire lies at a considerable distance from Lin Qing's tribe. Otherwise, Wang Wu would not have returned panting heavily. Of course, when mounted, even the farthest distance can seem negligible, and after approximately an hour, Lin Qing and his companions arrived in proximity to the Black Mire Wang Wu had mentioned. Lin Qing instructed everyone to halt and ensured their steeds remained silent before cautiously advancing forward. In such a precarious situation, any noise from Lin Qing's party could transform their proactive stance into a reactive one. Being reactive implies that Lin Qing and his companions would be subjected to an assault by a pack of wild beasts. If fortune favored them, Lin Qing might navigate the peril unscathed. However, should the beasts converge upon their location, the predicament of Lin Qing's group could become dire. Thus, even if it meant waiting a while longer, Lin Qing would resolutely prevent such an eventuality from occurring. Chapter 95. A single sword slays 3 beasts. The swamp finally falls silent this afternoon. The weather is exceedingly pleasant, with the sun radiating warmth and a gentle breeze wafting through the air. To indulge in a hearty meal and then rest in such an idyllic setting is truly one of life's greatest joys. Anyone fortunate enough to savor a satisfying repast under such splendid conditions would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to take a brief respite, for such weather is indeed a rarity. Humans are not alone in this. Wild beasts, too, revel in the bounty of a full stomach, especially those fortunate enough to find themselves well-fed in such delightful weather. They would naturally seek a moment of repose. Take, for instance, the beasts by the Black Swamp before Lin Qing. The presence of a shallow stream nearby attracts numerous creatures. And while the weather is lovely, it is still midday. Despite the pleasant atmosphere, a slight warmth lingers, making the Black Swamp an ideal haven for well-fed beasts to seek shade and rest. At this moment, Lin Qing and his companions are fully prepared. Wang Er and Zhang San have loaded their crossbows with iron arrows, and the arrows from the cart have been distributed. Each individual is equipped with a quiver brimming with arrows, ready to replenish their crossbows as needed. Without any forewarning, hundreds of iron arrows soar toward the beasts resting near the Black Swamp. As Lin Qing pulls the trigger of his already aimed crossbow, Wang Er and Zhang San swiftly follow suit, releasing their own arrows in unison. A rain of arrows descends upon the unsuspecting creatures. In the wake of this volley, The beasts that were peacefully drifting into slumber are abruptly roused by the anguished cries of their companions. Yet by the time they awaken, several arrows have already materialized before them. Before they can react or evade, their eyes are plunged into darkness, not from an arrow piercing their gaze, but from being sent to another realm of bliss. Hunting a single beast is a straightforward endeavor. However, the area surrounding the Black Swamp is enveloped by a multitude of carnivorous creatures. The absence of herbivores can be attributed to their unfortunate fate of being consumed by these flesh-eating predators, thus explaining the abundance of carnivorous beasts in this locale. As the anguished roars of the wounded beasts escalate, those that had already succumbed to slumber are jolted awake. Upon witnessing the carnage before them, the bodies of their fallen comrades, they are momentarily paralyzed with confusion. What has transpired here? Have they succumbed to their own comfort and turned upon one another? Yet, when an arrow finds its mark in one of their bodies, inflicting pain, realization dawns upon them. This is no mere struggle among beasts. This is clearly evidence of human hunting. Although many of the beasts here have sensed the danger on the other side, the bolts fired from Lin Qing and his companions' crossbows swiftly eliminate the alerted creatures. Some have not been killed, yet escape is now impossible, as their bodies are pierced through with iron arrows. Others have arrows embedded in their legs, deeply lodged in the earth, no matter how they struggle. They cannot extricate the arrows from ground. After all, beasts are simply beasts, unaware that they could dig into the soil to loosen it and then attempt to flee. Even if they had such thoughts under ordinary circumstances, they certainly lack the composure to act now. This torrential rain of arrows leaves all in a state of confusion, especially those arrows that are aimed but miss their targets, landing perilously close. Such arrows incite the greatest panic among the beasts. This accounts for their inability to escape. Of course, not all the creatures here are fleeing or falling victim to the arrows. Some cunning beasts, upon realizing the peril, stealthily approach Lin Qing and his companions, launching a predatory assault akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Alas, among this group is Lin Qing. As the beasts stealthily slipped away from the murky swamp, Lin Qing had already taken note of them. Thus, when he spotted the bushes ahead rustling, his other hand deftly drew the master iron sword from his waist. As the attacking beasts leapt from the underbrush, a flash of cold light signaled Lin Qing's swift movement to another location. In an instant, the bodies of the beasts erupted in a spray of blood, cleaved asunder. The sharpness of the master iron sword is beyond what these creatures' flesh can withstand. With a single stroke, the three beasts that had surged forth from the bushes were dispatched by Lin Qing, their lives extinguished in an instant. Though a few more beasts charged in, Lin Qing could not reach them immediately. However, let us not forget that he still possessed arrows yet to be unleashed in his other hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few blinding flashes pierced through the air, and those beasts that were meant to pounce suddenly retreated in haste. Simultaneously, several gleaming iron arrows appeared on their bodies, as if without warning. The few beasts that had stealthily approached from the murky swamp were swiftly dispatched under Lin Qing's precise strikes. By the time Wang Er and Zhang San reacted, Lin Qing had already cleaned his sword on the beast carcasses and returned it to his waist, while simultaneously reloading his crossbow with arrows. This, boss, Zhang San, now fully aware of the situation, gazed at Lin Qing in disbelief. As a hunter, Zhang San had never anticipated the sudden onslaught of wild beasts, nor did he expect that these creatures would be swiftly vanquished, especially by his leader with such ease. The scene unfolded with astonishing rapidity, leaving him in disbelief. Was this truly the reaction speed of human? Was this the extent of human capability? Just as Zhang San was grappling with his astonishment, a beast leapt from the thicket of wild fruits, charging directly at him. In a state of shock, he had no time to react or retaliate against the creature. However, in that very moment, a familiar and awe-inspiring figure appeared at his side. With a flash of cold light, the beast that had lunged at him was inexplicably sent flying back into the thicket of wild fruits. Indeed, the person who had come to Zhang San's aid was Lin Qing. Naturally vigilant, Lin Qing had noticed the charging beast that should have been dispatched by Zhang San. Yet he was taken aback by Zhang San's momentary lapse. Without hesitation, Lin Qing drew his iron sword from his waist and struck at the beast that had emerged. "Boss, wait!" This scene snapped Zhang San back to reality. However, before he could finish his thought, Lin Qing, while cleaning his iron sword, admonished, "Enough of your days. Let us quickly deal with the beasts by the black mire." With that, Lin Qing readied his crossbow, now armed with arrows, and aimed at the beasts ahead. The creatures were still some distance away from Lin Qing, particularly as they were positioned below him, making it increasingly difficult for them to rush forward. Yet, despite the challenges, a few managed to slip through the cracks. Fortunately, the group had become alert, and those beasts that charged were swiftly dealt with, posing no further threat. Half an hour passed, and the air was thick with the stench of blood, while the once raucous black mire, filled with the roars of beasts, returned to the calm it had possessed upon their arrival. Chapter 96. Visitors from the Nightwood Tribe. Identity exchange. At this very moment, near the black mire, not a single beast could be found dozing or resting. Even the wild boars and bison within the mire had vanished, leaving no trace of their presence. All the creatures that once sought refuge here had been thoroughly dispatched by Lin Qing and his companions. However, a few stragglers, sensing danger, had fled the scene. Lin Qing, indifferent to pursuing these escaping beasts, remained focused on the vast expanse of the black mire, for that was the sole purpose of their venture. The presence of such numerous beasts had necessitated their armament. Otherwise, they would not have traversed such a distance laden with weapons. "Boss, have we taken care of everything?" At this juncture, Wang Wu surveyed the area devoid of standing beasts, sighing in relief. The earlier encounters had left an indelible impression on him, both during their initial arrival and the recent skirmish. Each instance had been perilously close, with the first escape nearly resulting in being devoured and the second encounter almost culminating in an ambush from lurking predators. Nevertheless, they had emerged unscathed and successfully secured the black mire. "Yes, it's all clear now. Let us swiftly transport the mire," Lin Qing declared as he approached the edge of the black mire, observing the fallen beasts and the carcasses of wild boars and bison. He turned to Wang Wu and the others, acknowledging the flawless execution of their mission. Though only 8 had come, none had sustained injuries, and they had vanquished all the beasts present. Such a feat could only be attributed to Lin Qing himself. Despite the overwhelming number of creatures, 8 individuals had managed to conquer the chaos of the battlefield. Had they truly been limited to just those 8, they would have merely been delivering a meal to the beasts. Yet, this extraordinary event had indeed transpired mere moments ago. With the absence of any remaining beasts, caution was no longer required. The sound of hooves began to resonate as they moved forward. The container atop the horse-drawn cart, filled with black mire, was soon led back towards a wooden cabin by one of the individuals in charge. Lin Qing had not forgotten the carcasses. He ensured they were forcibly loaded onto the cart, accompanying it to the cabin. Lin Qing himself was not idle. He rode his steed, Jing, guiding the cart towards the wooden cabin. Given the substantial area of the black mire, upon his return, he would have to expand the previously constructed pit for storing the mire. Although Wang Er and the others were not currently foraging for resources, there remained some stones and timber at the cabin. Since upgrading the cabin was not feasible at the moment, they would have to utilize these materials to temporarily enlarge the pit for the black mire. An hour later, the pit that could originally hold only 1,000 units of black mud has been remarkably expanded by Lin Qing to accommodate a staggering 30,000. Although it occupies a considerable area, the vastness of the surrounding forest renders it inconsequential to the wooden house or any nearby structures, as this storage site is situated at the very edge of the clearing. Once the construction of this black mud storage facility was completed, Lin Qing returned to the black mud pool discovered by Wang Wu to continue his arduous task of transporting the mud. As the afternoon slipped away, a significant portion of the black mud had been transferred to the wooden house. Now, only less than 5 cartloads of mud remained in the pool. And after transporting this last batch, Lin Qing would have fully harvested the resources from the black mud pool. However, due to the topography of the area, it is likely that after the next rainfall, this site will once again transform into a black mud pool, though the time required for this to occur may be rather prolonged. Suddenly, as Lin Qing was loading the black mud onto the cart, an arrow glimmering with a cold light shot through the air, seemingly guided by an unseen force, aimed directly at his head. Reacting instinctively, Lin Qing drew the iron sword at his waist and raised it defensively. At this moment, severing the arrow was no longer an option, and the arrow's incredible speed left Lin Qing with but a fleeting moment to raise his sword in protection. Fortune favored Lin Qing, as the arrow, which seemed to have a mind of its own, veered away from him and struck the iron sword instead. The collision produced a sharp, resonant sound that echoed clearly through the tranquil forest, where many creatures had already succumbed to slumber, leaving the area devoid of any wild beast's roar. Boss, Zhang San, the first to react, glanced at the iron sword in Lin Qing's hand and the arrow that had ricocheted off onto the cart, his heart racing with alarm. How could an arrow suddenly fly toward his leader? This clearly indicated that someone harbored ill intentions against Lin Qing. His thoughts immediately turned to the Flame Light tribe, as they were the only faction with which they had previously interacted. However, that notion was swiftly dismissed when he noticed the iron arrow lodged in the cart. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, adorned with distinctive markings. The fact that the arrow was made of iron ruled out the Flame Light tribe, as they lacked even the bows and arrows, which Lin Qing had provided them. If it was not the Flame Light tribe, then it must belong to another faction. However, had there been any intersection with other tribes? How could they possibly launch a surprise attack from the shadows? Indeed, they must be here to seize the black mud. As Zhang San contemplated this, he swiftly turned to Lin Qing to speak, but before he could finish a sentence, Lin Qing interrupted him. Quickly find a place to hide. Zhang San thought of it. Yet Lin Qing surely had the same notion. Moreover, the arrow that had been shot was also noticed by Lin Qing, who recognized the mark upon it. This mark resembled a totem from a certain tribe depicted on the map provided by Wan Li. Indeed, that tribe was none other than the Nightwood tribe. It appeared that the individuals who had come here were none other than those from the Nightwood tribe. Yet one thing puzzled Lin Qing. Had his actions somehow alerted the Nightwood tribe to his presence, thereby marking him? Nevertheless, Lin Qing did not dwell on this thought for long. The enemy lurked in darkness while he stood in the light, a predicament that undoubtedly placed him at a disadvantage. It was akin to their earlier hunts, where Lin Qing and his companions had stealthily pursued the beast beside the black mud pit, but now the tables had turned. Lin Qing had become the exposed prey, while the members of the Nightwood tribe had transformed into the hunters lurking in the shadows. Chapter 97. The Hunter Becomes the Hunted. Xiao Bai's great contribution as Lin Qing pondered how to navigate this precarious situation. The individuals concealed within the shadows of the Nightwood tribe launched yet another assault. Several arrows glimmering with a chilling light shot forth from the depths of the forest. This time, however, the Nightwood tribe aimed not solely at Lin Qing, but also targeted his companions, Wang Er and Zhang San. It seemed their intent was to eliminate Lin Qing and his entire party. Thud, 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 perhaps due to the encroaching darkness. None of the arrows found their mark among Lin Qing's group. Instead, they all struck the cart. Fortunately, the cart was sufficiently large and sturdy, providing a reliable shield against the incoming iron projectiles. Woof, woof, despite the surrounding environment darkening. At that moment, Xiao Bai, positioned next to Lin Qing, suddenly barked loudly in the direction of 2 o'clock. Recognizing the urgency, Lin Qing quickly loaded arrows into his crossbow, assessed the situation, and without hesitation aimed at the dense foliage of a large tree at 2 o'clock before pulling the trigger. The crossbow functioned flawlessly. Launching the arrows, Lin Qing had prepared directly towards the thick branches. Thwack, thwack, the arrows struck something, producing a peculiar sound. Both Lin Qing and Zhang San, as well as the relatively inexperienced Wang Er, recognized that sound as the unmistakable indication of arrows piercing flesh. As the arrows made contact, a dull thud emanated from the branches of the tree, confirming that Lin Qing's shots had indeed found their targets. With no warning, the branches suddenly rustled, and a figure plummeted from the tree. Although the surroundings were growing darker, Lin Qing and his companion's vision remained largely unaffected, allowing them to discern the figure's appearance. On this person's shoulder was a distinctive totem, identical to the one on the arrows that had previously been fired. This indicated that the arrows had belonged to him. He was undoubtedly a member of the Nightwood tribe. Without hesitation, Lin Qing relayed this information to Wang Er and the others, also informing them of the significance of the totem. Listening intently to Lin Qing's account, Wang Er and the others began to grasp the intricacies of the Nightwood tribe, particularly the vital matter of its formidable strength. To my astonishment, the individual my previous superior brought back turned out to be a member of the Nightwood tribe. And the prowess of this tribe is indeed formidable. From the arrows that soared through the air moments ago, it was evident that this tribe has mastered the art of forging. Otherwise, they could not have crafted such exquisite iron arrows, each engraved with the totem of the Nightwood tribe. However, this does not imply that the craftsmanship of the forge at Lin Qing's abode is inferior. Rather, Lin Qing simply had no intention of inscribing totems upon his arrows. For if totems were engraved, it would unmistakably signal that the arrows were launched by Lin Qing himself. Should he attempt an assassination, it would be akin to declaring, "I am the one who has taken this life," as the victim would undoubtedly recognize the totem and deduce the originating tribe. Naturally, if the arrows bore no insignia, and one refrained from revealing anything too conspicuous, the assassination could be executed with remarkable precision. Woof! Once more, the voice of Bai resonated through the tranquil night forest. This time, however, Bai directed his barks not towards the individual who had fallen from the tree, but rather towards the left, precisely in the direction where Lin Qing had been positioned moments earlier. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Lin Qing, who had already equipped his crossbow with arrows, displayed the same resolute decisiveness as before. Aiming at the branches and foliage in that direction, he unflinchingly pulled the trigger. The chilling arrows sped forth towards that cluster of branches. Meanwhile, the individual who had been perched upon the tree was mentally prepared for the demise of his comrade. Yet he was unprepared for the sheer volume of arrows that were now flying towards him, 20 in total. Even if he sheltered behind the branches, he would undoubtedly be riddled like a hedgehog. At this juncture, leaping down from the tree was no longer an option. His only recourse was to cower behind the branches, relying on luck to evade the oncoming arrows. Given the circumstances, this was indeed the best possible outcome, though he could not have anticipated that these arrows were crafted by Lin Qing himself. When it came to power, penetration, and velocity, these arrows were incomparable to ordinary iron projectiles. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that each arrow unleashed tremendous force, as they were propelled by the crossbow wielded by Lin Qing. Bang! Thud! Some arrows struck the branches and trunk of the great tree, producing a resounding cacophony, unmistakably indicating a direct hit. However, the final sound, coupled with the subsequent scream, served as a definitive testament to whether the arrows had inflicted harm upon the unfortunate soul. With a crash akin to the previous individual, the one in the tree plummeted to the ground. Yet, fortune favored this individual. The arrows merely penetrated the area beneath his abdomen, along with his arm and thigh, sparing him from fatal end. Now, it is not merely a matter of drawing the bow to launch an assault on Lin Qing. Even the thought of escape has become a distant luxury. The remaining members of the Nightwood tribe, observing this scene from the shadows, instinctively took a step back in fear. Yet their position was in the trees, although they managed to grasp the branches of a grand tree in time. The sudden tremor of several towering trees amidst the eerie stillness of the forest signified something alarming. It indicated that there were indeed individuals present, and those individuals were undoubtedly members of the Nightwood tribe. While the unseasoned Wang heir failed to comprehend the situation, the adept hunters Zhang San, Li Si, and Wu Jiu reacted promptly. As if orchestrated by an unspoken agreement, rather than launching a collective assault, the trio each targeted the branches of the three trees, releasing arrows from their crossbows. Thud! 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 The abrupt sounds shattered the tranquil ambience of the forest, accompanied by the rustling of leaves, as three figures plummeted from the trees below. Concurrently, Bai's voice softened, indicating that all individuals had emerged, with none remaining concealed in the shadows. Had it not been for Bai's keen sense of smell, Lin Qing's predicament could have turned perilously dire. However, given that these adversaries have been dealt with, Lin Qing naturally sought to inquire about the individual who had managed to evade elimination. Chapter 98. The black mud pool was on the verge of overflowing. Bang! Bang! Boss! Only these two are still alive. Zhang San, like an eagle clutching its prey, unceremoniously deposited the two individuals, their limbs pierced by arrows, at the foot of a great tree before Lin Qing. The other three, of course, had been completely eliminated, their bodies rendered into a porcupine-like state, with arrows embedded in every part. Due to Zhang San's rough handling, the two men let out anguished cries and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Observing this scene, Lin Qing and his companions felt no sympathy. Instead, their expressions were devoid of emotion. For the perilous events that had just unfolded were entirely attributable to these two individuals before them. The two men, now at the base of the tree, should be grateful to Lin Qing for their continued existence, rather than expecting kindness from him. "Please spare us, big brother. Have mercy." The two collapsed to the ground, and as they regained their composure, they quickly realized their predicament. They had been captured. Faced with such a dire situation, their only recourse was to plead for mercy from Lin Qing. However, there was another way to kneel in supplication, yet even that seemed a distant dream for them now, as moving even a finger had become an unattainable luxury, given their limbs were pierced by arrows. "Are you from the Nightwood tribe?" Lin Qing inquired, observing the totems adorning their bodies, his tone laced with an air of knowing inquiry. Although the two were gripped by fear, they understood their circumstances and the intentions of the person questioning them. Yes, we are from the Nightwood tribe. Our tribe possesses abundant iron and copper mines, as well as countless supplies of food. If you spare us, we will certainly remember your kindness when we return." One of the men, slightly less worse for wear, hurriedly implored Lin Qing, speaking rapidly, fearing that a delay in his words would provoke Lin Qing's wrath and lead to his demise. "How did you find this place?" Lin Qing did not respond to the man's plea, but instead pressed on with an unwavering tone. We came here to hunt, but upon seeing traces of black mud along the way, we followed it here and witnessed you transporting the mud, but this is all a misunderstanding." The man, believing Lin Qing might show him mercy, hastily revealed their intentions. Little did he know that his arrogance had led him to this perilous fate. He was unfamiliar with Lin Qing and had only a vague understanding of the events that transpired in the death zone, merely aware of some occurrences there. However, as he recalled the moment Lin Qing unleashed a barrage of arrows upon them, it suddenly dawned on him. The scene mirrored the traces left behind by the numerous arrows in the death zone. The arrows launched by the individual before him were unmistakably. Upon this realization, the one who had been pleading for mercy was suddenly enveloped in terror. Lin Qing observed the instantaneous shift in the man's expression, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Though no words were spoken, Lin Qing's intent was crystal clear. "Indeed, the very person who had eradicated your tribe in the land of death is none other than I." In that moment, the atmosphere around them seemed to solidify, and the individual before Lin Qing appeared to struggle for breath, gasping as if deprived of oxygen. Once emboldened to meet Lin Qing's gaze, he now bowed his head, his body trembling violently as beads of sweat began to fall, plopping onto the ground. Now that he understood Lin Qing was the one who had taken the hunter from the tribe in the land of death, how could he, a member of a Yimu tribe, expect to be spared? Furthermore, if Lin Qing was present, it implied that his dwelling must lie nearby. Should he be released? Returning to the tribe to divulge this incident would undoubtedly attract a multitude of people to the area in no time. "Inuk, Vang Ea. You and the others bind them securely and administer a bit of healing. As long as they survive, we shall return," Lin Qing remarked with a wry smile, casting a glance at the two men trembling before him. He had no intention of allowing their demise. After all, they were also members of the Yimu tribe, and the previous individual had not divulged much about their affairs. Now, having captured two more from a Yimu tribe, whose strength far surpassed that of the prior captive, Lin Qing was certain that these two possessed far more knowledge than their predecessor. As dusk descended upon the forest, the towering trees loomed ominously, shrouded in moonlight and mist. The caravan led by Lin Qing stood out starkly against this backdrop, illuminated by torches that brightened the surrounding gloom. In the pitch-black forest, a luminous procession of carts was an undeniable spectacle for both man and beast alike. However, no other humans roamed these woods. Instead, the forest teemed with wild creatures. Wolves, wild dogs, and rodents seemed to line up, persistently causing Lin Qing trouble. Yet, the caravan was well equipped with numerous iron arrows, and the attacking wolves merely contributed to their supply of meat and pelts. Due to the darkness and the beastly assaults, Lin Qing and his crew required twice the daylight hours to make their return. Fortunately, they encountered no significant troubles and safely arrived back at the wooden cabin. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Lin Qing immediately deposited the copious amounts of black mud he had collected from the obsidian mire into the large reservoir designated for its storage at the edge of the cabin. The sheer volume of black mud from that mire was truly remarkable. The reservoir, which Lin Qing had constructed to accommodate 30,000 units of black mud, was nearly filled to capacity. Gazing at the reservoir before him, Lin Qing couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The materials required for upgrading the cabin should be more than sufficient. As Lin Qing stood at the entrance of the cabin, the culinary master Zhao Lu arrived, inviting Lin Qing to join him for dinner in the dining hall. After a day of labor, how could one not feel famished? Lin Qing said little, and alongside Zhao Lu and Wang Er, indulged in a hearty meal. After dinner, Lin Qing did not forget the two individuals he had brought back from the mire, following a restorative potion prepared by the apothecary Zhang Shi. Their bodies would likely return to normal by the following morning. Lin Qing's intention to restore them was clear. These two were to be delivered to the Yin Guang tribe for interrogation. Given the current rift with the Yi Mu tribe, Lin Qing felt no qualms about eliminating these two adversaries. Moreover, Wan Li of the Wan Lin tribe harbored animosity towards the Yi Mu tribe as well. In due time, an alliance with Wan Li's tribe could prove advantageous against the Yi Mu tribe. Chapter 99. A modicum must be given to Yin Guang benefactor. We have returned. The following morning, a familiar voice echoed in the distance, reminiscent of the previous day. Lin Qing and Wang Er had already commenced their daily tasks, crafting arrows and patrolling the vicinity. However, since Lin Qing had upgraded the wooden cabin to a superior structure, a defensive fence now surrounded the area. Consequently, the patrol duties for Wang Er and his companions had shifted to the maintenance of this fence. This defensive barrier stood at a considerable distance from the cabin, conveniently situated along the route they previously patrolled. Thus, whenever Wang Er and his team discovered any damage to the fence, they would promptly repair it and set up a few traps, thereby alleviating their workload significantly. Benefactor, you all rise so early. Riding on horseback. Yin Guang led the convoy transporting iron ore before Lin Qing, stifling a yawn that hinted at his early start and evident fatigue. He chuckled. You two have arrived at such an early hour, just like yesterday. Have you not had breakfast? After unloading this iron ore, let's share a meal together. Lin Qing had just completed crafting a set of iron arrows and looked at Yin Guang as he spoke. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yin Guang realized he had not eaten since arriving the previous day, sharing a breakfast with Lin Qing then, and now finding himself in a similar predicament. However, when a growl of hunger emanated from his stomach, he could only sheepishly grin at Lin Qing and agree. That growl was a universal reminder of hunger that even humans and beasts could not resist. Before long, breakfast time had elapsed, and Lin Qing was about to address a more serious matter when Yin Guang interjected. Benefactor, the individual you sent from the Nightwood tribe mentioned some important information yesterday. Yin Guang observed Lin Qing intently as he recounted the words of the visitor from the previous day. The location of the Nightwood tribe is. Moreover, there exists an unimaginable mountain range abundant in iron ore nearby. It is not a mere deposit, but an entire mountain range. Subsequently, Yin Guang shared other pertinent details about the Nightwood tribe and provided a rough sketch of their totem. Lin Qing noticed that the totem Yin Guang had illustrated bore a striking resemblance to that of the Nightwood tribe depicted on his map and the arrows from yesterday. It was as if Yin Guang's drawing was indeed the authentic totem of the Nightwood tribe. In truth, this was indeed the case, which confirmed that the individual's claim regarding the existence of an iron or mountain range near the Nightwood tribe was accurate. It was no wonder that the arrows of the Nightwood tribe were made of iron, embossed with their totem. This proximity to the iron or mountain range explained it all. Upon contemplation, Lin Qing had resolutely decided to seize the Nightwood tribe. However, relying solely on the iron mines of the Flame Light tribe would not suffice to bolster his arsenal of iron weaponry. To enhance his strength, he must forge an abundance of iron weapons, which necessitates a substantial supply of iron ore. Thus, this predicament must be addressed. Currently, the solution to this quandary lay before Lin Qing, the annexation of the Nightwood tribe. Nevertheless, he required some time for preparation, for the Nightwood tribe was no mere small or fledgling tribe. Lin Qing gazed at Flame Light, feeling quite satisfied with the information he had received regarding the presence of an iron or mountain range near the Nightwood tribe. Although he had learned about the iron ore deposits in proximity to the Nightwood tribe, it was still imperative to bring the two individuals captured yesterday to the Flame Light tribe for interrogation. Consequently, Lin Qing instructed Zhang San to present the two captives before Flame Light. After consuming a potion concocted by the apothecary Zhang Shi, their injuries had completely healed by this moment. Flame Light regarded the two individuals with a degree of perplexity, but after Lin Qing elucidated his intentions, Flame Light grasped the purpose of their presence. Such matters were trivial for Flame Light. Otherwise, the individual previously brought back by Lin Qing would not have shared extensive information about the Nightwood tribe the day before. Given that Lin Qing had delivered these two Nightwood tribe members to Flame Light, it was only fair that he also provided them with some iron equipment, considering they had consistently aided Lin Qing in collecting iron ore. Flame Light, undoubtedly, had gleaned the utility of the iron ore from the conversations with the captured individual from the Nightwood tribe. Recognizing the immense value of the iron blocks produced from the ore, Lin Qing understood that failing to offer something in return would likely result in the cessation of their collaboration. They might feel as though they had been deceived by Lin Qing, potentially turning against him. Should that eventuality arise, it would indicate a complete lack of gratitude on their part. Lin Qing had not compelled them to collect the iron ore without offering any benefits. In fact, he had provided them with essential sustenance, tools, and bows. Although these items did not significantly enhance Lin Qing's strength, whether he discarded or retained them would have minimal impact. However, bestowing these seemingly superfluous items upon Flame Light and his people would be tantamount to granting them a monumental favor. Without further deliberation, Lin Qing resolved to offer the numerous iron equipment and tools forged by Zhou Ba in the smithy to Flame Light and his companions. In doing so, they would receive iron goods from him. Although these items were crafted by Zhou Ba, their quality is merely 2 levels inferior to that of Lin Qing's creations. Thus, for those who have never encountered iron goods, these items undoubtedly represent a significant gift. Of course, even though Zhou Ba's works are of a lower quality, there is truly no basis for comparison. Each piece crafted by Lin Qing possesses multiple attributes. Similarly, the iron arrows presented to Yin Guang and his companions were all meticulously fashioned by Lin Qing himself. This indicates that these arrows are not mere ordinary projectiles. They embody formidable power, swift velocity, and astonishing penetrative capability. Upon receiving a portion of these items from Lin Qing, Yin Guang and his companions returned to the Yin Guang tribe with palpable excitement. After distributing these tools among the tribe members, the inhabitants were even more thrilled, resulting in a fervent effort during iron ore extraction, with cartloads of or being transported to Lin Qing's abode. This time, Lin Qing chose to remain indoors. Once Yin Guang and his party departed, he resumed his work, alternating between the workbench and the forge. Meanwhile, Wang Er and his companions commenced their tasks for the day, which naturally involved the reallocation of resource collection quantities that Lin Qing had meticulously planned. However, Lin Qing was astonished to find that upon hearing of the increased workload, Wang Er and his team harbored no resentment. Rather, they expressed profound gratitude towards Lin Qing. During the previous lull of minimal tasks, they had found themselves exceedingly bored. Now, with the elevation of their workload, it was as if their preferences had been keenly acknowledged, allowing them to engage in activities they truly enjoyed. Their spirits soared, akin to Zhou Ba's elation upon acquiring a substantial amount of iron ore, motivating them to gather resources and hunt beasts with renewed vigor. Chapter 100. Crafting Exquisite Quality Equipment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully enhancing the advanced iron arrow with additional attributes. Please open the arrow information panel to view. As Lin Qing was diligently crafting arrows, a sudden voice from the system resonated in his mind. Initially, Lin Qing was on the verge of disregarding the system's voice, but the words that echoed caught his attention and lingered in his thoughts. Advanced iron arrow? Lin Qing mused, reflecting on the system's announcement. Previously, the iron arrows he had crafted were merely of intermediate quality, yet now he found himself capable of producing advanced iron arrows. Typically, arrows are of low-grade quality, and it was only under Lin Qing's skillful hands that he could forge basic or intermediate iron arrows. However, the emergence of an advanced iron arrow at this moment was unexpected. Although it was just a single arrow, The ability to craft advanced iron arrows signified Lin Qing's growing proficiency in arrow making. With a bit more practice, the quality of his arrows could consistently reach intermediate levels. What does it imply that Lin Qing's lowest grade arrows are of intermediate quality? It is worth noting that most others can only produce low-grade arrows, occasionally striking luck to create an intermediate arrow. Yet, with Lin Qing, every arrow crafted is assuredly of advanced quality. This speaks volumes. Just in terms of arrows alone, Lin Qing had already outstripped his peers by leaps and bounds, not to mention the iron swords, spears, and crossbows he had crafted. As days passed, Lin Qing, engrossed in arrow making, had neglected to upgrade his wooden cabin, despite having accumulated ample materials. He felt no urgency in this regard. Moreover, given the high consumption rate of arrows, he welcomed the abundance. During this period, Lin Qing also devoted time to fashioning himself a bow. Although the use of a bow is less convenient than that of a crossbow, it possesses its unique merits. For instance, it allows for silent, assured assassinations, boasts greater power, and enjoys impeccable accuracy, unaffected by environmental variables. However, these advantages were exclusive to the bow crafted by Lin Qing, a product of his meticulous effort. He painstakingly selected special wood, meticulously polished it, and incorporated iron pieces forged by his own hands. The creation of this bow consumed Lin Qing 5 days of dedicated labor. Yet, during this time, the energy he expended was not in vain. It manifested entirely in the bow he now held. The attributes he had imbued instantly materialized upon completion of the bow. The bow and arrows crafted by Lin Qing boast a staggering 20 attributes: silent assassination, resounding string resonance, explosive damage, penetrating strength, precise strikes, eternal durability, remarkable resilience, and feather-like grace, among others. There is no need to inquire further about the potential of this bow. Simply gazing upon the multitude of attributes reveals its formidable power. Moreover, the quality of this bow is unparalleled, reaching the pinnacle of all items crafted by Lin Qing, perfect grade. It is likely that no other individual who has descended into this world possesses the ability to forge a weapon of such caliber. In fact, Lin Qing might have overestimated others, as the highest grade items in their possession are merely of the advanced tier, and even those are exceedingly rare. Among the multitude present, the number of individuals with advanced grade items, excluding Lin Qing, would not exceed the fingers on one hand. This underscores the considerable challenge of acquiring a high-grade item. Yet, in Lin Qing's hands lies a perfect grade bow. Naturally, the news of Lin Qing's creation of this perfect grade bow was broadcasted in the World Chat channel. Ding. Congratulations to Lin Qing for crafting a perfect quality equipment. You have received lavish rewards. 100 steps to pierce the hawk, eagle-eyed insight, awe-inspiring presence, and an indomitable physique. 2,000 wood, 1,500 stone, 1,800 fiber. Simultaneously, as this announcement echoed through the world chat, Lin Qing himself heard the same ethereal voice. Gazing at the splendid rewards, he felt a surge of excitement. The skill of archery would ascend to unprecedented heights with 100 steps to pierce the hawk, and any of the other lavish rewards would significantly enhance his strength. However, regarding the subsequent materials of wood and stone, Lin Qing merely glanced over them, dismissing them entirely. During the crafting of this perfect grade bow, Wang Er and his companions had already filled the nearby warehouses with resources. They had completed the tasks Lin Qing had assigned, yet their boredom led them to continue gathering materials, resulting in an overflow of resources. Consequently, Lin Qing had constructed several additional storage warehouses. Thus, it is clear that Lin Qing currently lacks neither wood nor stone. As Lin Qing sensed the transformation within himself, the world chat erupted in fervent discussions. Although they could not see the subsequent rewards, the glaring phrase, perfect grade, pierced their souls. Goodness, a piece of perfect grade equipment? Is this even humanly possible? It is perfect grade, and let us not forget, it is crafted by the esteemed Lin Qing himself. Hiss! Those who were active in the global chat channel, upon gazing at the message above, could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The notion of crafting equipment of such impeccable quality? How many pieces must one create to achieve an item of such exalted rank? Moreover, the process of forging such gear would undoubtedly squander a considerable amount of resources. As for the materials in the possession of the esteemed Lin Qing, hiss! At this thought, some could not suppress another gasp. Was this even humanly possible? Having an abundance of resources is one thing, but how could one possibly forge equipment of perfect quality? What they did not anticipate was that, prior to this, Lin Qing had not produced many bows for practice. The primary reason he was able to fashion this flawless bow lay in the exceptional materials he had chosen for its creation. Each component was meticulously selected by Lin Qing, who instructed Wang Wu and others to seek out the finest materials. The crafting of this bow involved every piece and every procedure being executed by Lin Qing himself. With superior materials, combined with the attributes bestowed by Lin Qing's craftsmanship, and after 5 days of labor, even the creation of the most common axe could reach a level of perfection, were it not for the overly intricate process involved in producing perfect-grade equipment. Lin Qing would undoubtedly have embarked on mass-producing such exquisite items. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that it would not be long before perfect-grade equipment could be produced in abundance. Chapter 101: Global Trade. Abundant resources opened the global chat channel. Lin Qing had not accessed the global chat channel for quite some time, and now, with leisure on his hands, he decided to take a look and also check the global trading channel, hoping to stumble upon something valuable. Lin Qing, could you assist in crafting some equipment? The remuneration is negotiable. If not, I can offer you 5 rare herbs that are truly revitalizing. Look at mine. Lin Qing, I possess a peculiar bird egg. Its appearance is strange, and its size is quite remarkable. Even I, a robust individual, struggle to hold it. I have a stash of gunpowder. Upon entering the global chat channel, Lin Qing merely greeted everyone with a simple hello, which instantly ignited a flurry of activity among the participants. A cascade of messages flooded his screen, leaving him momentarily dazzled. The individual who mentioned the invigorating herb caught Lin Qing's attention. After all, it pertained to his well-being, and he could not dismiss it lightly. Should he acquire this herb and have the alchemist Zhang Shi study it, they could undoubtedly concoct a superior potion. Moreover, the second individual spoke of an extraordinarily large bird egg. If he were to hatch it, he could soar through the skies on the wings of a magnificent creature. Yet, the uncertainty of what dwelled within that egg posed a dilemma. Should it emerge as a ferocious beast, it would undoubtedly become a source of concern for Lin Qing. As for the last individual who mentioned gunpowder, this piqued Lin Qing's interest even further. After all, it was a material capable of producing firearms. With so many desirable items at hand, why not seize them all? Without hesitation, Lin Qing sent messages to those who had offered materials as payment for crafting equipment. However, the global chat channel was bustling with numerous other individuals eager to solicit Lin Qing's assistance in equipment creation. The rapidity with which these 3 initial individuals dispatched their messages merely placed them at the forefront. Beneath their messages lay a plethora of others seeking Lin Qing's craftsmanship. Some were prepared with their own materials, while others requested Lin Qing to supply the materials himself. Naturally, those who expected Lin Qing to provide the materials were willing to offer significantly higher compensation. For the quality of materials from Lin Qing's workshop far surpassed those they could provide. Having initially agreed to assist the first 3, Lin Qing promptly sent them transaction details, to which they immediately accepted. Nevertheless, he did not limit his dealings to these 3, for the global chat channel was teeming with many others proposing trades that intrigued him. Observing the influx of messages, Lin Qing naturally reached out to each individual with private messages. Before long, Lin Qing had successfully engaged in transactions with nearly 100 individuals. Those who sought his craftsmanship either requested the forging of a steel sword, the creation of a bow and arrows, or the crafting of various tools. Each person who approached Lin Qing was eager for him to fashion equipment for them, be it weaponry or tools. Some even requested iron arrows. The items they desired were predominantly straightforward, many of which Lin Qing had relegated to his inventory and could readily provide. This arrangement allowed Lin Qing to acquire valuable goods in return. For if one party lacked the desired item and was fervently in need, they could only engage in trade by offering something the other party sought. Of course, should one party choose to bestow their goods freely, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Yet, in this perilous world, few would part with their possessions without compensation. Even if the item was currently of no use, the fear of future need loomed large. The items exchanged were often redundant, and Lin Qing possessed ample stock of them, making their transfer inconsequential to him. In contrast, the treasures received from the trades were diverse and plentiful, ranging from rare herbs, enormous bird eggs, and gunpowder to gold, ore, exotic woods, stones, earth, and gemstones. After concluding transactions with close to 100 people, Lin Qing perused the world chat channel, but found only a couple of entries that piqued his interest. Among the multitude of messages, only one or two items stood out, prompting him to exit the world chat and enter the world trading channel instead. Indeed, in the trading channel, a casual glance could reveal some remarkable goods. Although there were many trading basic materials like wood and stone, rare items were not entirely absent. 500 red sand for 200 meat, 500 wood for 100 stone, 200 black mud. 300 oil for 800 meat, 1500 wood, 1000 stone, 800 black mud. 100 feathers for 300 meat, 600 wood, 500 stone, 300 black mud. Within the world trading channel, Lin Qing swiftly discovered something of interest: oil. Upon viewing the trade information for oil, he promptly initiated a trade request. The recipient, upon recognizing that it was Lin Qing who sought the transaction, did not dare to delay. However, he was in desperate need of meat, so he indicated that he could exchange meat in return before replying to Lin Qing. Naturally, Lin Qing welcomed this offer, as the meat stored in the kitchen of his wooden cabin was more than sufficient. It was currently preserved in his underground storehouse. Were it not for the food requirements of the Flame Light tribe, Lin Qing might have instructed Zhang San and the others to pause their hunting efforts. Nevertheless, the need for beast bone powder remained pressing. Such matters no longer warrant concern. Even in the absence of the Flame tribe, Lin Qing would still domesticate a greater number of beasts, thereby addressing the surplus of meat while simultaneously taming them. Within the realm of the world trading channel, Lin Qing engaged in more than just this single transaction. Whenever oil presented itself, Lin Qing seized the opportunity without hesitation. The exchange of 800 units of meat for 500 units of oil, though a substantial transaction for others, was merely a trivial matter for Lin Qing. Thus, these dealings were of little significance to him. Lin Qing did not overlook the crimson sand either, as he possessed an innate sense that such resources would be indispensable when upgrading his dwelling in the future. Consequently, upon encountering these materials, Lin Qing promptly chose to engage in a trade with the counterpart. As for other items, he also traded a few with others. For Lin Qing now found himself in possession of abundant resources. Given such plentiful supplies, failing to barter for what he lacked would indeed constitute a considerable loss. Chapter 102. Boss. The warehouse is full again, boss. The warehouse is overflowing. Upon exiting the global trading channel, Lin Qing heard Wang Er's voice approaching. Listening to Wang Er's words, Lin Qing couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. You lot are truly adept at gathering resources. Yet, this thought was merely fleeting, as the rapid accumulation of such vast materials was undeniably a boon for Lin Qing. Others might envy their success, but how could he possibly complain? Boss, boss. Wang Er stood before Lin Qing, a hint of sheepishness in his gaze. Not long ago, Lin Qing had constructed several warehouses for their storage needs, and now, it seemed, they had already filled them to the brim. Lin Qing's spirits were high. His previous efforts had borne fruit, culminating in the successful creation of a flawless bow. Additionally, he had traded numerous items in the global marketplace. Although those items had yet to arrive in his possession, Lin Qing knew that with a mere thought, they would materialize at his side. However, Lin Qing was not in a hurry, for before him stood Wang Er, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. There is no need to be so frantic. What is the matter? Lin Qing surmised Wang Er's purpose for visiting was likely similar to his previous inquiries. Hee. Wang Er chuckled awkwardly upon noticing Lin Qing's calm demeanor, then continued, Boss, it seems the warehouse has accidentally filled up again. So could we possibly? While constructing a warehouse was a straightforward task, none among Wang Er and his companions would dare make such a decision without Lin Qing's consent. This was not due to a lack of desire to build, but rather stemmed from their unwavering loyalty to Lin Qing. Ah, is that what this is about? Let us go. Since we've run out of storage space, we shall simply build a few more. With that, Lin Qing led Wang Er towards the direction of the warehouses. The structures near Lin Qing's wooden abode were typically well organized. The warehouses were systematically built in a designated area according to their classifications. Adjacent to them lay the animal pens, allowing for efficient supervision of the resources while ensuring a logical allocation of space. The living quarters were established in a separate area not far away, thus avoiding any overlap and preparing for future territorial expansion. As Lin Qing and Wang Er proceeded to construct additional warehouses, the new structures would only serve to enlarge Lin Qing's domain without diminishing the operational space within. Bang, bang, bang. Now, whether it was Lin Qing or the farmers accompanying Wang Er, all tools and equipment had been upgraded to iron, reflecting their progress and determination. Moreover, it is not merely the iron pieces they wield, but even those adorning their bodies and underfoot that bear a semblance of metal, ensuring both comfort and the preservation of their lives. Under the deft craftsmanship of Lin Qing, a multitude of warehouses for storing provisions rose from the earth, far exceeding the mere construction of one or two. He erected dozens of them. Standing atop the newly constructed warehouse, Lin Qing surveyed the landscape dotted with storerooms, and could not help but ponder. It seems the workload previously assigned to Wang Er and his companions was somewhat underestimated. With such a plethora of warehouses now established, they would certainly have their hands full. However, this was not an indictment of Lin Qing for overburdening them. Rather, it was their industriousness that necessitated the construction of these numerous storage facilities. Initially, Lin Qing had contemplated building only a couple of warehouses, yet Wang Er, ever insistent, urged him to create more and more. Had the next set of constructions not encroached upon the forest, Wang Er would likely have continued to press for additional warehouses. Interestingly, despite the overwhelming number of new structures, Wang Er and his companions displayed no signs of discontent. On the contrary, their faces radiated enthusiasm. One could easily discern their thoughts. At last, they would be able to gather resources to their heart's content. After the completion of these warehouses, Wang Er and his associates cast glances of longing towards the forest behind the storerooms, as if lamenting that had it not been for the trees, their leader would undoubtedly have constructed even more warehouses. Lin Qing, understanding their unspoken wishes, chose not to elaborate further. Although the construction of these buildings did not consume an excessive amount of time, darkness had now enveloped the sky, signaling that it was time for dinner. Thus, after returning the tools and any leftover materials to their rightful places, Lin Qing and Wang Er proceeded towards the dining area of the wooden cabin. Currently, Lin Qing found himself in the heart of the forest, which meant that the journey to the dining area would take approximately a minute. His architectural endeavors were grounded in principle. After all, building haphazardly in the forest would render the structures futile. For instance, if a building were erected deep within the woods, it would inevitably be demolished by the wild beasts, making such an endeavor indistinguishable from having built nothing at all. This would not only squander resources, but also waste precious time. Therefore, when Lin Qing embarked on his construction, he maintained a distance of 50 meters from the towering trees of the forest. This buffer zone ensured that should a fire erupt or if beasts were to attack, they would be detected in time. As they approached the tribe, the 50-meter gap served as a crucial buffer, allowing for the necessary time to prepare against their assault. Grant those within the wooden cabin a moment to prepare for assistance. Ah, you have arrived. After a day of toil, you must surely be weary. In the dining hall, the culinary master Zhao Lu placed a sumptuous array of dishes before Lin Qing and inquired with genuine concern. Indeed, over the past 5 days, Lin Qing has devoted himself to the meticulous crafting of a bow of exceptional quality, scarcely allowing himself any respite. This morning, he had risen early to fashion arrows, and upon awakening, he immediately returned to the workbench to continue his labor on the bow, working tirelessly throughout the day. It would be hard to believe anyone could claim not to be fatigued under such circumstances. Thus, upon witnessing Lin Qing complete the bow, the culinary master Zhao Lu took great care to prepare a variety of nourishing dishes to replenish his strength. From rich chicken broth and savory rib soup to potions concocted by the esteemed herbalist Zheng Shi, alongside an assortment of wholesome ingredients, the meal was nothing short of restorative. Lin Qing found himself indulging in these revitalizing provisions, particularly savoring the jerky known to enhance physical vitality. Without hesitation, Lin Qing partook of the feast. For this was indeed his home. As dinner time swiftly passed, feeling satisfied and invigorated, Lin Qing resolved to attend to more pressing matters. Naturally, these matters pertained to items of interest within the world channel. To begin, Lin Qing chose not the rare herbs or gunpowder, but rather the magnificent bird egg that had caught his eye. Chapter 103, Material Exchange. The pavilion overflowing, Lin Qing sends you a trade request. Intermediate iron sword for your unknown bird egg. On the other side of this world, a man gnawing on a chicken leg was suddenly presented with this message, accompanied by an alert sound in his ear. Already anxious about the potential presence of wild beasts, he was startled by the notification, causing him to hurl the half-eaten chicken leg away in shock. However, as he regained his composure and contemplated the message before him, he could not afford to lament the discarded chicken leg, for his heart was now brimming with exhilaration. Was this not a transaction between himself and the esteemed Lin Qing? Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly accepted the offer. Simultaneously, within his wooden cabin, the previously tranquil unknown bird egg vanished abruptly. A loud clatter resonated beside him, signifying that the transaction had indeed been successful. Gazing down at the gleaming iron sword at his feet, his heart surged with uncontainable excitement. The solitary chicken leg he had thrown away was now a distant memory. After all, he had acquired an intermediate iron sword. What could he not achieve now? Why concern himself with a dusty chicken leg? Meanwhile, beside Lin Qing's cabin, a large pavilion witnessed the sudden appearance of a colossal bird egg on the table at its center. Had Lin Qing not placed some straw fibers on the table beforehand, the egg might have shattered upon impact. The few individuals seated at the pavilion, including Wang Er, were initially startled by the emergence of the enormous bird egg, but they quickly regained their composure and rushed forward to prevent it from tumbling off the table. As for the question of whether the table would break, that was not even a consideration. It was crafted from stone and could hardly be so easily shattered. Observing the immense bird egg, Lin Qing rose to examine it. Upon confirming that the egg would not roll off the table, he instructed Wang Er and the others to resume their seats. Truly, the gigantic bird egg lived up to its name. Standing beside it, Lin Qing found that its height, combined with that of the stone table, reached up to his neck. The stone table itself only reached his lower leg. This colossal bird egg occupied a significant portion of Lin Qing's height, and it was so large that one person could not encircle it. It required two to embrace it fully. This extraordinary bird egg was no ordinary specimen. Its sheer size alone distinguished it from typical eggs. While regular bird eggs are smaller than chicken eggs, this one was nearly larger than Lin Qing himself. The comparison between the two was utterly incomparable. As Lin Qing surveyed the enormous bird egg before him, it suddenly wobbled slightly, producing a rhythmic thudding sound from within, as if the creature inside were tapping against the shell. At that very moment, the forest, which should have been tranquil with birds nestled in their nests, erupted into a cacophony of calls, as if they had recognized their sovereign and were paying homage. However, the chorus of avian voices only lasted for a brief moment before falling silent. Following this, two roars from the beasts of the forest echoed, returning the area to a serene stillness. The colossal egg remained quietly in front of Lin Qing, as though the earlier commotion had never transpired. It seemed that this egg was eager to hatch. Lin Qing gazed at the magnificent egg, his heart brimming with anticipation. After all, a creature emerging from such a grand egg would undoubtedly be of substantial size. He pondered the prospect of soaring through the skies atop this majestic bird. Yet, with a gentle shake of his head, he dismissed the thought, recognizing that his immediate priority was to exchange for other necessary items. Having no particular place in mind for the egg, Lin Qing decided to place it directly in his wooden cabin, ensuring he would be the first to discover its hatching. Yes, that was settled. As he set the egg aside temporarily, he resumed his trading activities. While some of the items Lin Qing exchanged were crafted from materials provided by others, he also utilized many of his own handmade creations. After all, to take the time to craft anew would be a waste, especially for a single item that hardly warranted such effort. Moreover, he already possessed a plethora of finished goods, which he decided to trade directly. Even his personally crafted items, imbued with special attributes, were offered without hesitation. As for these attribute-enhanced items, they could be likened to mystery boxes, Perhaps the fortunate recipients would sing Lin Qing's praises in the global chat, thereby elevating his renown and prestige once more. Lin Qing has sent you a trade request. Intermediate iron axe, intermediate bow for your 5 magical herbs. Lin Qing has sent you a trade request. 50 intermediate arrows for your 100 gunpowder. Throughout this world, many individuals engaged in trade with Lin Qing. Some were startled by the sudden offers, while others, having waited for his trading requests, were not unnerved but rather filled with excitement. In the pavilion near Lin Qing's cabin, a multitude of items exchanged in the global channel had been neatly arranged. Despite the vast quantity, Lin Qing ensured that each item was categorized and placed within the same designated area. For instance, herbs are gathered together, the necessary materials for forging are consolidated, and various supplies are organized in one place. This is precisely the reason why Lin Qing invited Wang Er and the others to be present. The intention is to allow them to discover items that pique their interest. In due course, this will not only enable Wang Er and his companions to create superior crafts, but also assist them in finding their preferred treasures. The specific items exchanged here hold little significance. What truly matters is the joy derived from the experience. After all, this place offers more than just herbs and supplies. It is also filled with peculiar and enchanting curiosities, such as oddly beautiful gemstones, uniquely shaped bones, and various special adornments. Surely, there must be treasures within that appeal to each of them. It is worth noting that Lin Qing invested considerable resources to procure these items. Furthermore, most of these treasures are rare finds that Lin Qing did not possess, acquired through the exchange of common materials. Seated comfortably in a chair, Lin Qing casually lifted a teacup from the nearby table, sipping tea while observing Wang Er and his companions as they sifted through the trinkets surrounding the pavilion, radiating an air of leisure rather than urgency. Once Wang Er and the others had selected their desired items, Lin Qing instructed them to set these treasures aside and then permitted them to retire for the night. After all, the hour had grown late, and it was time for rest, especially since they needed to rise early the following day. Although Lin Qing and his companions possessed robust physiques, he would not indulge in all-night labor without cause. Chapter 104. The simple iron ball bomb in the early morning, the familiar chirping of birds resonated through the forest. A daily symphony that never grew tiresome, for it was the very essence of dawn that one sought, an environment infused with the melodies of nature. At this hour, Lin Qing, Wang Er, Zhang San, and their companions had all risen from their respective abodes, embarking on the day's endeavors. Once Wang Er and the others had completed their patrol, they hastened to Lin Qing, for he had gathered various items from the previous day. Lin Qing, already awake, transported these belongings to the open workbench, awaiting their arrival to distribute the treasures he had collected. Here, this, and this. Initially, only Wang Er and a few others were present, but soon, Zhao Lu and her companions, having finished their morning tasks, joined Lin Qing to claim the items from yesterday. The joy radiating from their faces was unmistakable, reflecting their elation at acquiring cherished possessions. How could one possibly wear a frown when handling beloved treasures? "All right, boss," Wang Er exclaimed, excitement evident as he gazed at Lin Qing. "Take these back and see what can be utilized. Don't forget to thoroughly examine the herbs with Zhang Shi." Lin Qing responded, casting a glance at the items in their hands before addressing Zhang Shi. He held a particular interest in the herbs exchanged from the world chat and trading channels, especially those invigorating herbs initially acquired, which he believed Zhang Shi could transform into something remarkable through her research. "Absolutely, boss. Rest assured, we will certainly discover something," Zhang Shi replied, her enthusiasm palpable as she encountered a plethora of unfamiliar herbs, her identity as an apothecary igniting her passion. After a brief acknowledgement, Lin Qing, alongside Zhou Ba, made their way to the forge. Meanwhile, the others resumed their tasks, deeply engrossed in the study of the items they had just received from Lin Qing. Of course, Zhao Lu, the culinary wizard, had not forgotten about breakfast. Upon returning, she utilized the assortment of vegetables, grains, and previously unseen meats obtained from Lin Qing to craft an extravagant morning feast. Upon arriving at the forge, Lin Qing commenced the refinement of rare ores exchanged from the world trading channel, such as gold and silver. The task of smelting the ores naturally fell to Zhou Ba, as Lin Qing had more pressing matters awaiting his attention. The gunpowder acquired from the trading channel. Although situated in the forge, Lin Qing stood at a safe distance from the boiler, ensuring that the gunpowder remained secure from ignition. The primary reason for crafting items with gunpowder here lies in the comprehensive array of tools within the forge, along with an abundance of iron blocks that can be swiftly shaped according to Lin Qing's desires. Were he to work at the outdoor workbench, despite the absence of a nearby fire source, the process of smelting iron would prove considerably cumbersome. Indeed, it would necessitate Lin Qing's continuous back and forth between the workbench and the forge. The sound of zhou ba striking the or resonated throughout the forge, a cacophony that was perhaps amplified by the nature of the ore itself, rendering it more thunderous than usual. Meanwhile, Lin Qing stood at the boiler's workbench, diligently hammering a piece of wood, surrounded by flint and iron beads, each roughly the size of a finger joint. What Lin Qing aspired to create was, in fact, a grenade. However, this grenade was exceedingly rudimentary, or rather, rudimentary in design. The mechanism bore a resemblance to that of a firecracker, consisting of a shell encasing gunpowder and flint, with the addition of iron beads within Lin Qing's creation. Notwithstanding the presence of these iron beads, the fundamental principle remained unchanged. Upon experiencing a violent impact, the flint inside would spark due to friction, igniting the gunpowder contained within the shell, given that this shell existed within a relatively sealed environment. The increase in air pressure would ultimately yield a formidable explosive force. Moreover, the flint Lin Qing possessed was not of the ordinary variety. It was a remarkable flint he had specifically exchanged for in the World Trading Channel. A mere friction would elicit a profusion of sparks, far surpassing the capabilities of standard flints. To acquire 300 pieces of this exceptional flint, Lin Qing had expended a considerable amount: 1,000 pieces of wood, 500 stones, and 300 units of meat. Perhaps aware of Lin Qing's identity as the trader, the seller generously included an additional 10 larger stones, making future fire-starting endeavors considerably more convenient. Elated by this gesture, Lin Qing reciprocated with a mid-grade iron sword as a token of gratitude. After all, these flints capable of producing a multitude of sparks were exceedingly rare, and gifting such a sword was indeed a fair exchange. With the flints in hand, Lin Qing resolved to forego the need for a constantly burning firewood pile to maintain a flame. If the fire were to extinguish, he would simply strike the flint. The flames would reignite without fail. However, due to the propensity of these flints to produce sparks upon contact, Lin Qing exercised utmost caution while crafting this rudimentary explosive. A mere spark could ignite the gunpowder, leading to a fierce conflagration. Fortunately, Lin Qing had meticulously portioned the gunpowder, ensuring that even if one batch ignited, it would not result in a chain reaction that would detonate all of it. However, if Lin Qing had just completed the fabrication of the explosive laden with iron beads and, due to the collision of flint, generated a spark, then Lin Qing would sigh as he approached the final step. A sense of anxiety washed over him. This last step involved encasing the flint within animal hide. The reason this creation is referred to as a rudimentary iron bead bomb is not without justification. To prevent the flint inside from sparking due to friction, Lin Qing had no choice but to proceed in this manner, as no alternative method existed. Utilizing the remaining gunpowder to create a fuse for ignition could work. However, in combat, one would not have the convenience of a lighter as found in the former world. It necessitated the use of flint to ignite the charge. Yet, under such circumstances, it would be more practical to place these flints directly within the explosive. This would facilitate usage. When not in use, one merely needed to ensure the flint was properly isolated, and when the time came to deploy it, he could simply withdraw the animal hide and hurl it forward. After half an hour, all the gunpowder that Lin Qing had meticulously sorted on his workbench had been transformed into rudimentary iron bead bombs. At that moment, the culinary maestro Zhao Lu, who was preparing breakfast, coincidentally pushed open the door to the forge, calling for Lin Qing and Zhou Ba to join him for a meal. Breakfast was essential. Otherwise, one would feel lethargic throughout the morning, significantly diminishing work efficiency. Today, Yin Guang, tasked with delivering iron ore, had not arrived, owing to the fact that the Yin Guang tribe's schedule mirrored Lin Qing's own. Rising early, they patrolled the vicinity, and by the time their patrol concluded, breakfast was ready. In the dining area adjacent to Lin Qing's wooden cabin, he and 8 others, including Wang Er, sat together, enjoying a bountiful breakfast spread before them. Chapter 105. Forging Iron Alloys, continuing to upgrade the wooden cabin, perhaps due to the invigorating herbs that Lin Qing had gifted to the apothecary Zhang Shi. He meticulously ground these herbs into powder and, combined with others, brewed them into a refreshing tea. After Lin Qing and Wang Er consumed this delightful beverage, they felt an immediate surge of vitality, as if reborn. The impurities that once clung to their bodies vanished entirely, leaving them feeling remarkably light and rejuvenated. It seems that exchanging a mid-grade iron sword for those 5 herbs was indeed a worthwhile trade. After Lin Qing finished his breakfast, Yin Guang, who had also partaken of his morning meal, arrived to deliver iron ore. Following a brief conversation with Yin Guang, Lin Qing made his way to the forge to resume the task of crafting simple iron ball explosives. Having exchanged for 100 units of gunpowder, he could produce 20 simple iron ball explosives, with each batch containing a precise measure of 5 units of gunpowder, thus alleviating any concerns of excess or deficiency. Within the forge, the rhythmic clang of hammers resonated repeatedly. This time, however, Zhou Ba was not refining the rare ores Lin Qing had acquired from the World Trading Channel, nor was he smelting the iron ore provided by Yin Guang. Instead, Zhou Ba was skillfully blending various metals to forge iron alloys. As a blacksmith, Zhou Ba had considerable experience in metallurgy, and with Lin Qing's knowledge of the world beyond, he was able to elucidate concepts that Zhou Ba might not fully grasp. Master blacksmith Zhou Ba, inherently fascinated by the art of metalworking and possessing a keen intellect, quickly absorbed the explanations Lin Qing offered. The process of creating iron alloys simply required additional refinement. Even if today's attempt did not yield success, future endeavors would surely bring them closer to achievement. Alloys are special metals created by combining various elements in precise proportions, effectively encapsulating the strengths of different metals while eliminating their weaknesses. As the morning progressed, Lin Qing had successfully transformed all the gunpowder he had obtained into simple iron ball explosives. With Zhou Ba diligently working on the iron alloys, Lin Qing seized the opportunity to convert some of the intended iron ball explosives into simple iron alloy explosives. Undoubtedly, the iron alloy balls would inflict greater damage than their iron counterparts. The workbench before Lin Qing was now adorned with precisely 20 completed simple iron ball explosives, none of which had failed in the production process. Had any misfires occurred, Lin Qing's spirits would not have been so buoyant. It is conceivable that he might have chosen to abandon the task altogether. However, such a scenario only loomed as a possibility should Lin Qing have faced injuries from the explosives. "Boss, it's done. It's done." Meanwhile, beside the furnace, Zhou Ba, who had just completed the forging of the alloy, swiftly approached Lin Qing. By the very tone of his voice, it was evident how exuberantly joyful he was. At long last, a piece of alloy had been successfully crafted. Although it was merely a singular piece, it heralded the promise of many more to come. The formulation for creating this alloy had already been established, rendering the process exceedingly simple. Moreover, the materials required for crafting the alloy were straightforward, with the primary component being the abundant iron blocks in Lin Qing's possession. The proportions of other materials were minimal. Thus, the endeavor of forging this alloy was not only facilitated by the availability of materials, but also made considerably easier in execution. The task of forging the alloy was a simple affair for both Lin Qing and the blacksmith Zhou Ba, devoid of any substantial constraints. Provided Lin Qing was allotted sufficient time, every iron tool, weapon, and piece of armor in this realm could ultimately be transformed into items crafted from the alloy. However, the alloy produced was not an absolute necessity. After all, it merely offered a few additional properties compared to ordinary iron, such as corrosion resistance, increased hardness, and enhanced durability. These attributes could be effectively incorporated into items by Lin Qing, meaning that the equipment currently possessed by Lin Qing, Wang Er, and Zhang San already bore enhancements attributed to him. Therefore, converting iron items into alloyed ones was not imperative. Nonetheless, the creation of some alloy was certainly warranted, as it was undeniably superior to mere iron blocks. Since a large-scale replacement of equipment was impractical, selectively upgrading certain items would pose no significant issue. For instance, Replacing some of the kitchenware at Chef Zhao Lu's or the research instruments at Apothecary Zheng Shi's was entirely feasible. Creak. The door of the forge swung open, revealing none other than Zhao Lu, the chef who had come earlier to summon Lin Qing and Zhou Ba for breakfast. Boss, it is already midday. Time for lunch. Zhao Lu's visit was not merely to announce mealtime, for he had already prepared the midday feast in advance. In a world of survival, even the smallest neglect could lead to dire consequences. Hence, to ensure they had ample energy for the afternoon, Lin Qing and Zhou Ba readily followed Zhao Lu towards the dining hall. Upon reaching the dining hall, they found Wang Er and the others had already arrived. The radiant smiles on their faces spoke volumes about their buoyant spirits. It was no wonder they wore such bright smiles. Indeed, their mood was exceptionally high, especially since the warehouse Lin Qing had constructed for them was on the verge of being filled to capacity within a mere half-afternoon. It is important to note that the newly constructed warehouses are not limited to just one or two. Their ability to swiftly fill with collected resources is a testament to the remarkable efficiency of their operations. After lunch, Lin Qing did not intend to linger in the forge any longer. He simply transported the rudimentary iron ball explosives, recently crafted within the forge, to the storage chest in the wooden house before standing before it. Awaiting Lin Qing was another task, upgrading the wooden house. Had it not been for the previous scarcity of resources, Lin Qing would undoubtedly have upgraded the wooden house to a basic stone dwelling long ago. Now, with an ample supply of materials and focused on crafting superior quality bows and arrows, he had temporarily set aside the upgrade of the wooden house. However, the moment had arrived for Lin Qing to resolve all outstanding matters, making it the perfect opportunity to proceed with the upgrade of the wooden house. Abundant resources and free from trivial distractions, this truly is the ideal moment for such an enhancement. Chapter 106. The wooden cabin no longer exists. Stone houses are everywhere when this prompt appeared before Lin Qing. He immediately selected yes. Do not ask. The answer lies in the abundance of resources, leaving no room for concern over scarcity. Drip, consuming 5,000 wood, 9,000 stone for 1,000 thatch, 2,500 fibers, 2,000 black mud, 900 iron blocks, 1,000 beast bone powder. 1 giant lizard grass. Upgrading thatched house. Upgrading in progress. The advanced wooden house has successfully upgraded to a low-level stone house. All buildings have been transformed into stone structures, yet this requires the expenditure of wood, stone, thatch, resources. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Just as Lin Qing was enveloped in the joy of the wooden house, transforming into a stone house, the system's subsequent announcement abruptly extinguished his elation. What should have been a moment of joy now turned into a sense of gloom. This was utterly frustrating. However, as Lin Qing contemplated the fact that he could transform the wooden houses, or rather, the stone houses, all wooden structures in the vicinity would convert into stone ones without the need for his manual labor. His mood lightened slightly. Although upgrading all buildings to stone structures required a substantial amount of resources, the time consumed was significantly greater than that of the materials, especially when Lin Qing observed the total requirement of 10,000 wood, 25,000 stone, 13,000 fibers, 10,000 thatch, and other resources. His previous despondency gradually dissipated. For these resources were quite comparable to what Lin Qing would need to personally upgrade those wooden houses. It could be said that this option was far more economical than undertaking the upgrades himself, given that such a substantial amount of resources was required for the renovations. Why not choose to upgrade all other wooden buildings to stone structures simultaneously when upgrading the wooden house to a stone house? Not only would this allow for the transformation of additional structures into stone, but it would also save Lin Qing a considerable amount of time. After all, reconstructing these houses was a time-consuming endeavor. The real waste of time lay not only in building the stone houses, but even more so in dismantling the previous wooden structures. Drip, consuming resources, 10,000 wood, 25,000 stone, 13,000 fibers, 10,000 thatch. Successfully upgraded all buildings to stone structures, additionally enhancing the solidity and corrosion resistance of the buildings. Ding. Successfully added attributes to the low-level stone house. Recovery rate of physical condition increased to 100. Size of the stone house expanded to 3 times its original dimensions. rebound damage increased to 100, completely corrosion resistant, with control over whether the stone house is absolutely sealed, enabling underground spaces and passages. Ding. Successfully added attributes to the stone forge. Various alloy crafting tutorials and ratios. Hammering efficiency at 100, 0 failure rate in forging. Boiler flame efficiency at 100. Ding. Successfully enhanced the stone pharmacy with attributes. 100 potion yield, 0 potion failure rate. Ding. Successfully enhanced the stone kitchen with attributes. Food crafted gains additional physical benefits, and the spoilage time for jerky is doubled. Messages flooded Lin Qing's vision, resonating in his mind. Despite the overwhelming number, they did not diminish Lin Qing's anticipation for each announcement. Were it not for these notifications, he would not have hastily upgraded the advanced wooden house to a basic stone house. Upon upgrading the basic wooden house to a stone structure, and subsequently elevating all buildings to stone constructions, the warehouses designated for storing stone were utterly depleted. Were it not for Wang Er and his companions frantically gathering stones, Lin Qing would have found his several warehouses insufficient. Nevertheless, with all buildings now upgraded to stone, the expenditure of resources was indeed justified. 5 minutes elapsed, and the system's notifications finally faded from Lin Qing's mind. At that moment, what were once ordinary stone buildings transformed into magnificent structures, resembling not mere stone houses, but rather abodes crafted from precious gems. Simultaneously, the news of Lin Qing's upgrade from advanced wooden house to basic stone house was broadcasted in the World Chat channel. Previously, when Lin Qing upgraded the intermediate wooden house to an advanced one, it garnered significant attention. And now, merely a short span of time had passed. The advanced wooden house had scarcely cooled when it was upgraded again to a basic stone house. Though basic, it was a stone house, impervious to sound and the elements. It stood resilient against the fiercest winds and rains. Moreover, this food was immune even to flames. Of course, this satisfaction stemmed from the comparison with wooden houses, which, being made of timber, are inherently flammable and vulnerable to fire. Thus, in this regard, stone houses far surpass their wooden counterparts. While there were individuals adept in construction in this world, they could only manage to build an additional stone house. In conditions of insufficient resources, the main city could not be upgraded. This main city was a significant advantage for Lin Qing and the others upon their arrival in this realm. Had there not been that wooden house at the outset, many would have surely succumbed to beasts on the first night. Is this truly the prowess of Lin Qing? I recall that the last upgrade from a wooden house to an advanced wooden house hadn't even been a week ago. Now he has upgraded again, and not just a minor enhancement, but a substantial leap in materials. Indeed, I also remember that the esteemed one had only recently upgraded the main city. However, the materials required to elevate an advanced wooden house to a basic stone house are quite intriguing, especially considering the resources at Lin Qing's disposal. In the World Chat channel, upon the dispatch of a particular line of text by one individual, others found themselves pondering its implications. Indeed, it had not been long since the primary city underwent an upgrade, yet here it was, poised for yet another elevation. This time, a significant leap in quality. The most remarkable aspect was the ability to elevate the city twice within such a brief span of time. If one were to claim that Lin Qing lacked resources, none would find it surprising. Afternoon hours typically belong to labor, yet after Lin Qing upgraded his advanced wooden house to a basic stone dwelling, those who were meant to gather resources alongside their fellow villagers began to engage in lively discussions within the World Chat channel. The topic of conversation, naturally, revolved around Lin Qing's ascension of the primary city to the basic stone dwelling. The challenge of achieving such an upgrade is not to be understated. For the highest-ranking individual in the city currently resides with merely an intermediate wooden house. The disparity between these two levels is immense and cannot be compared. While the World Chat channel buzzed with excitement, Lin Qing chose to remain an observer, for there awaited a task that could only be undertaken following the elevation of the primary city. Chapter 107, Summoning. 19 farmers have been acquired. This matter is of utmost importance to Lin Qing's future development, affecting the quantity of various resources and his overall strength. The core of this undertaking lies in summoning farmers from the stone house. Previously, The inability to summon farmers was due to the inadequacy of his main city. But now, having upgraded to a low-level stone house, the opportunity to summon farmers has finally arrived. Moreover, thanks to the transition from a wooden house to a stone house, Lin Qing's territory has expanded significantly around the stone house. With such advancement, how could summoning farmers be restricted? Thus, Lin Qing approached the newly upgraded stone house and promptly accessed the option to summon farmers. Would you like to summon farmers? If so, please select the number of farmers to summon. As Lin Qing activated the summoning option, this message appeared before him with striking clarity. Realizing that he could now summon farmers, Lin Qing responded without hesitation. Yes. After selecting yes, another message popped up before him. Please select the number of farmers to summon. 0, 10, 0, 10. Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback by this message. Was this the limit of farmers he could summon? With the ability to summon 10, Lin Qing, who had come here specifically for this purpose, naturally chose the maximum. Selection confirmed. 10, 10. Commencing the summoning of farmers. The ensuing scene mirrored the previous occasions when Lin Qing summoned farmers, with a brilliant white light emanating from the entrance of the stone house. This time, however, the light did not merely flicker briefly. It shone continuously. Could this be the effect of summoning 10 farmers at once? Before Lin Qing could ponder further, figures began to emerge from the radiant light at the stone house's entrance. Without a doubt, these figures were the farmers Lin Qing had just summoned. 10 figures precisely appear before him. As the brilliance dissipated, Lin Qing beheld the diverse appearances of the 10 individuals. Some were slender, yet sparkled with vitality in their eyes. Others were robust and muscular. And still others, though diminutive in stature, exuded an unmistakable aura of latent power. Observing the 10 before him, Lin Qing noted their differences, which aptly illustrated that each possessed their own unique skills. Boss. Before Lin Qing could utter a word, the 10 individuals approached him in unison, addressing him with respect. Indeed, Lin Qing refrained from elaborating, for the mere ability to summon farmers once more was already a significant achievement. Furthermore, upon surveying the 10 individuals, he discerned their loyalty towards him. It is uncertain whether the upgrade of the wooden house to a stone house is the reason, but the loyalty displayed by these individuals is uniformly at an impressive 100, akin to that of Wang Er and his companions when they first aligned with Lin Qing. Could this be the advantage of elevating a wooden dwelling to a stone structure? Simultaneously, as the 10 individuals introduced themselves to Lin Qing, he discerned their considerable skills and the attributes bestowed upon him by summoning them. Mengyu, slender in build, yet endowed with acute insight, ghostly speed, and profound stealth capabilities. Proficiencies: assassination, ambush, trap construction, beast taming. Additional attributes: absolute concealment, 80 fatality rate for targets of assassination, a 100 increase in assassination damage, and a 200 acceleration in trap creation. Damnly, possessing abundant musculature alongside boundless strength. Proficiencies: resource gathering, material transportation, beast hunting, and tool crafting. Additional attributes: 1,000-fold increase in resource collection, 1,000-fold acceleration in beast hunting, 1,000-fold efficiency in material transport, 100-fold speed, and a 500 enhancement in tool crafting speed, alongside a 50 immunity to damage. Su Imo. Though diminutive in stature, he possesses immense strength and exceptional wisdom. Equipped with a complete set of forging tools, signifying his mastery in this craft. Proficiencies: forging, polishing parts, maintaining or upgrading various equipment or tools, and developing new gear. Additional attributes: a 50 chance to elevate the quality of forged items, a 300 increase in the speed of crafting intricate parts, tools upgraded exhibit an additional 200 effectiveness, and newly developed equipment or tools demonstrate an additional 500 impact, with the ability to create certain machinery. Indeed, each farmer summoned following the upgrade of the wooden house possesses extraordinary abilities, particularly the remarkable attributes they embody. While this may not compare definitively with the previous summoning of Wang Er and his cohorts, the distinctive supplementary attributes indicate that Lin Qing's advancement will be markedly more progressive. The earlier group excelled in resource gathering and beast hunting, while the current individuals are adept at various means of enhancing efficiency and developing superior goods. These two sets of skills complement each other perfectly. Given this complementary nature, future developments are bound to be swifter, and their strength will undoubtedly amplify. The individuals currently summoned, though similarly skilled, harmoniously interact with their predecessors, accelerating the development of the stone house. Resource gathering, beast hunting, food production, equipment forging, potion crafting, plant cultivation, and beast taming. In Lin Qing's stone house, the diverse areas of expertise among its inhabitants coalesce into the nascent form of a small tribe. Only when individuals possess proficiency in varied domains and are united can they truly evolve into a cohesive small community. If every individual in Lin Qing possessed identical skills, then Lin Qing would have no choice but to venture to the direct trading channel to exchange for the items he lacks. For instance, if all the farmers in Lin Qing excelled in resource gathering, he would be compelled to visit the global trading channel to procure food, tools, and other necessities. However, it can be said that the farmers Lin Qing currently possesses have mastered every domain: resources, food, tools, healing. Anything one could desire is at his disposal. Given sufficient time, with the strength of these farmers, Lin Qing's stone dwelling will undoubtedly become an anomaly amidst the surrounding forest. It is quite possible that by then, Lin Qing's abode will have evolved to the era of firearms. While others still engage in combat wielding cold weapons, Lin Qing could suddenly produce a rudimentary rifle and eliminate the foes ahead, leaving onlookers utterly bewildered. This is a vast deserted island, set in an ancient epic. How could such advanced weaponry possibly exist here? Although the era of firearms is somewhat distant from Lin Qing, and even more so from others, he has already crafted simple iron ball explosives utilizing gunpowder. This indicates that Lin Qing is remarkably close to the true age of firearms. Chapter 108. It is not that you are inferior, but that you cannot compare with Lin Qing. As the night descended, Lin Qing, accompanied by the 10 farmers he had summoned during the day, arrived at the dining hall. Previously constructed of wood, the dining hall had been transformed into a stone structure due to Lin Qing's upgrades. With the addition of the 10 farmers, the hall was filled with a lively atmosphere, as Wang Er and his companions welcomed their new allies. For instance, when venturing out, the duo of Dan Li and Wan Feng, both adept at gathering, joined forces with the previously established team of Wang Er and Sun Qi, resulting in a quartet of resource gatherers. During hunts, the group expanded from the original trio of Zhang San, Li Si, and Wu Jiao to 5 with the inclusion of Meng Yu and Sun Zhua. Furthermore, the culinary talents of the corpulent Yin Dun and the master chef Zhao Lu complemented each other splendidly. Yin Dun was known for his innovative dishes, while Zhao Lu's meticulous attention to detail in food preparation ensured a perfect collaboration. In addition, the skilled pharmacist Zhang Jing collaborated with Zheng Shi to develop new potions. The solitary blacksmith Zhou Ba received assistance from Su Mo, and similarly, Wang Wu, who gathered resources alone, would surely benefit from the arrival of Mo Ying, enhancing the chances of discovering rare materials. The new recruits, Elmi and Liang Mu, specialized in animal taming and agriculture, would need time to grow in their respective roles. However, including Lin Qing, the total number of individuals had reached 20, ensuring that there would be no shortages of feed or seeds, nor any insurmountable issues. After all, each person possessed their own areas of expertise. Dinner concluded amidst the lively exchanges among the 19 farmers. The night, unsuitable for labor, called for rest. Although both the wooden and stone houses allowed for 4 hours of sleep to alleviate physical fatigue, the psychological toll was not so easily dispelled. Thus, unless under exceptional circumstances, rest was to be strictly enforced. The following morning, Lin Qing rose early with the 19 farmers, embarking on a new day of labor. While the daily tasks were often similar, the diversity of this world ensured that fresh experiences awaited each day. For instance, while patrolling near the stone houses, they might encounter wild dog pups or saber-toothed tiger cubs, which could be brought back to be raised by the skilled tamer Elmi. Moreover, the potions crafted by Zheng Shi were unpredictable, as their development was an ongoing process. This meant that on some days, powerful healing potions could be concocted, while on others, highly toxic substances or anesthetics might result. In the wilderness, The key to survival lay in sustainable development. Mere transient existence was not true survival. Why not simply end it all? With the addition of Meng Yu and his 10 companions, Lin Qing finds himself compelled to forge equipment and tools tailored for them. After all, the gear wielded by Wang Er and his group was meticulously crafted by Lin Qing himself. While Zhou Ba possesses the ability to create such items, and with Su Mo's involvement, the quality is bound to improve. A comparison to Lin Qing reveals a stark disparity. Lin Qing's craftsmanship is on par, if not superior, to that of Zhou Ba and Su Mo. Furthermore, Lin Qing can imbue his creations with additional attributes, making his work vastly superior to theirs. In the stone forging house, Lin Qing stands at the anvil, hammering the alloy before him. Now that he possesses this alloy, it is only fitting to utilize it. It would be a waste to create it merely for display. Although the forge has transitioned from wood to stone, the space within has not diminished. In fact, due to the enhanced quality, the stone forge is over twice the size of its predecessor. Despite the increased area and the addition of more furnaces, none remain idle. All are ablaze with fervent flames. Thanks to the expertise of Su Mo, a skilled forger. As Lin Qing diligently crafts equipment and tools at the anvil, Zhou Ba and Su Mo toil at the furnaces, refining iron, ore, and other minerals before swiftly returning to observe Lin Qing's hammering of the alloy. The quality of Lin Qing's creations has now matched theirs, albeit with a slight difference. Yet it is noteworthy that forging is not Lin Qing's primary skill. To achieve such a level is indeed commendable. Even if Lin Qing's creations are comparable or just slightly inferior in quality to those of Zhou Ba and Su Mo, they still eclipse their work, especially in weaponry. Given equal quality and materials, Lin Qing's iron sword can effortlessly sever theirs without sustaining any damage. This gap in prowess strikes a heavy blow to them, who are dedicated forgers with a passion for their craft. It feels as though they are mere pretenders in the realm of forging, producing nothing but subpar items. A non-forger like Lin Qing can outshine them both, a testament to their shortcomings as craftsmen. Thus, to enhance their forging capabilities, they diligently smelt iron, or while frequently darting over to observe Lin Qing's techniques, eager to glean knowledge from his artistry. This matter cannot be adequately elucidated in merely a couple of sentences. Hence, the two did not press Lin Qing further. Instead, they focused intently on each swing of Lin Qing's hammer, observing the angle and force, aspiring to gain enlightenment from his technique. They sought to understand why Lin Qing's creations surpassed their own and aimed to learn from him to ultimately craft items of equal caliber. Of course, both Zhou Ba and Su Mo had already honed their forging skills to a remarkable level, with some of their creations even surpassing those of Lin Qing. However, they were unaware that Lin Qing had the extraordinary ability to imbue his handcrafted items with additional attributes. Consequently, even though the quality of Lin Qing's creations might have been on par with or slightly inferior to theirs, the items he forged were still vastly superior. As time swiftly passed, it was now 10 minutes past noon, and Lin Qing had completed all the equipment and tools required by Meng Yu and the others. Just then, the renowned chef Zhao Lu pushed open the door to the forge, undoubtedly arriving to invite Lin Qing for a meal. At that moment, however, an urgent voice from outside interrupted the scene. Chapter 109. The Arrival of the Nightwood Tribe and the Robbery of the Carriage Benefactor. Benefactor? Huang Guang gasped as he stumbled to the door of the forge, leaning against the frame. His words were punctuated by persistent coughing, rendering them incomprehensible not only to Lin Qing, but also to Zhou Ba and the others, who looked on in confusion. Zhao Lu, who had come to invite Lin Qing to the dining hall, could no longer bear to watch. He picked up a wooden cup from a nearby table against the wall, filled it with water from a bucket, and handed it to Huang Guang. After gulping down the water in a few hurried swallows, Huang Guang finally regained his composure. However, just as he did, a look of panic crossed his face. Benefactor, it's bad. It's bad. The Nightwood tribe has come. They intercepted the caravan transporting the iron ore. Breathless and frantic, Huang Guang managed to convey the dire situation. Despite his stammering, Lin Qing and Zhou Ba understood the gravity of the matter. They realized why Huang Guang had rushed here in such a state, struggling to catch his breath as he spoke. The Nightwood tribe had indeed sought them out and had ambushed the iron or transport convoy. Yet, one thing was certain to Lin Qing. Huan Guang and his companions had not been harmed, as there were no visible injuries on him aside from his rapid breathing. However, if Lin Qing wasted any time here instead of rushing to rescue those captured by the Nightwood tribe, the lives of those detained could be in jeopardy. From Huan Guang's expression and subtle cues, Lin Qing discerned that the threat posed by the Nightwood tribe was real, and Huan Guang was not fabricating tales. Thus, Lin Qing prepared to set off with Huan Guang toward the direction of the convoy. Although it was now midday, the urgency of the situation left no room for thoughts of a meal when lives were at stake. Fortuitously, the other members of the tribe had returned, sparing Lin Qing the trouble of sending someone to locate them. With everyone gathered, they swiftly readied their gear and mounted their horses, intending to confront the Nightwood tribe and diminish their power further. However, Lin Qing remained uncertain about the size of the Nightwood tribe's forces. Their arrival indicated a considerable number had come. Yet, Lin Qing felt no fear, for he wielded a bow of exquisite craftsmanship. Although it could not shoot arrows as swiftly as a crossbow, its precision was unmatched. He envisioned using his perfect-grade bow to eliminate those sent by the Nightwood tribe. Of course, while he now possessed this superior bow, he would not neglect the crossbow, as it remained a formidable weapon, particularly when facing a larger foe. Before the stone house, Wang Er and his companions had arrived, each mounted on their steeds and wielding crossbows. Furthermore, their quivers were brimming with iron arrows, and their horses were similarly equipped. This meticulous preparation was to ensure a sufficient supply of projectiles. Naturally, they had also selected melee weapons such as iron swords and spears according to their personal preferences. Although Yin Guang was not a local farmer, Lin Qing had thoughtfully provided him with a crossbow and an iron sword, acknowledging his substantial contributions of iron ore. Among the 19 farmers, not all had come to the stone house. 6 remained behind to cook, brew potions, train beasts, and tend to the fields, while the other 13 had joined the group. Despite their numbers being somewhat diminished, they felt undaunted in the face of the Yimu tribe. "Let us proceed," Lin Qing urged, mounting Zhu Ying, with Xiaobai at his side, and swiftly heading toward the convoy of carts alongside Yin Guang and Wang Er, mindful of the urgency of their mission. A delay of even a second could mean disaster, as the members of the Yin Guang tribe risked falling prey to the bloodthirsty warriors of the Yimu tribe, known for their penchant for warfare and their ruthless nature. Should Lin Qing arrive too late, the fate of his companions would be uncertain. Thundering hooves echoed as they galloped forward. Each horse's hooves struck the ground with considerable force, though the terrain was strewn with twigs and small stones. The horses pressed on undeterred. It would be a fallacy to claim that the horses felt no discomfort, yet the presence of horseshoes mitigated this significantly. Each horse in Lin Qing's possession was outfitted with horseshoes to prevent injury from the rough terrain. Otherwise, a mere pebble could cause a painful stumble. The horses moved with remarkable speed, and under Yin Guang's guidance, they soon neared the vicinity of the cart convoy. However, visibility of the convoy itself was obscured, and only faint sounds of commotion reached their ears. Although Lin Qing was certain of the convoy's presence, he refrained from recklessly charging ahead. He understood that lurking there were not just the carts, but also the warriors of the Yimu tribe, lying in wait for his arrival. The Yimu tribe was astute, aware that the poorly equipped Yin Guang tribe posed little threat to their people. They likely left a trap, inviting Yin Guang to retreat, only to ambush them upon their return, ready to strike. It was clear that the Yimu tribe would not passively await Lin Qing's arrival. They had likely concealed themselves nearby, poised to launch a coordinated attack the moment he appeared. They had deduced that Lin Qing was not merely accompanied by a handful of individuals. After all, with such advanced equipment, it is certain that there cannot be merely a handful of individuals involved. However, the members of the Nightwood tribe have clearly misjudged this aspect. In truth, there are not just a few people here, including Lin Qing and Yin Guang. There are a total of 15 individuals. How could it possibly be just a handful? Nonetheless, despite the fact that Lin Qing's group comprises merely a dozen or so, it seems that the adversaries this time may indeed find themselves outmatched. 4. Aside from the weaponry at their disposal, the mere fact that Lin Qing and his companions have paused here is a clear indication of the failure of their opponent's strategy. The members of the Nightwood tribe must be concealed not far from the caravan. Yet, Lin Qing had already halted at a considerable distance, to the point where the caravan was no longer visible and the sounds ahead were inaudible. This implies that Lin Qing's current position is directly behind those who are concealed around the caravan. Chapter 110. Everyone is concealed, yet some are being cleansed. Boss. Benefactor. Zhang San and Yin Guang cautiously approached Lin Qing, guiding their horses with utmost care. They treaded lightly, each step taken with deliberation to avoid making noise, ensuring that the clamor did not disturb the inhabitants of the nearby Yi Mu tribe. Come here, all of you, Lin Qing commanded, casting a glance toward the forest ahead. After acknowledging Wang, Er, and the others, he turned his head and beckoned Zhang San and his companions to join him. Although Zhang San and the others were adept hunters, they refrained from taking initiative, fully aware of their limitations. Despite their proficiency in hunting and combat, they knew their skills paled in comparison to Lin Qing's formidable prowess. Zhang San, Li Si, Wu Jiao, Meng Yu, Sun Zhua. You five excel in hunting and stealth. Disperse around the area and quietly eliminate those who lurk in the shadows. Be cautious. Ensure your own safety. Even if you are exposed, prioritize your protection. Lin Qing instructed with an earnest expression, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority that deeply moved Zhang San and his companions. They were taken aback by their leader's genuine concern for their well-being. Understood. In light of the extraordinary circumstances, the five of them quickly responded, suppressing their emotions. Lin Qing nodded at them, and then turned to Wang Er and Yin Guang, discussing the formation they would maintain during their advance and various contingencies. Let us move. After relaying all necessary instructions, Lin Qing led Wang Er and the others forward, albeit at a pace markedly more cautious than their previous haste. This deliberate speed was intended to synchronize with Zhang San and his group. Meanwhile, Zhang San and his companions chose not to continue riding, but instead secured their horses in a concealed location, opting to navigate the branches above. Their robust physiques rendered them impervious to fatigue, and since their objective was not rapid movement, their stamina remained in pristine condition. Their decision to leap from branch to branch was driven by Lin Qing's directive to eliminate all individuals concealed in the surrounding trees, regardless of their affiliation with the Yi Mu tribe. Anyone present in this vicinity could be presumed to belong to the Yi Mu tribe, as this was no ordinary place, but rather the site where the caravan had been ambushed. If one claimed to be from another tribe, why hide among the trees? Even if they could prove their non-affiliation with the Yi Mu tribe, their presence here indicated knowledge of the unfolding events and a desire to partake in the chaos. Thus, it was only natural to eradicate potential threats, for no one would leave behind a hidden dagger. Though this solitary thorn may seem insignificant, it possesses the potential to claim a life at a critical moment. Upon Lin Qing stepping into the line of sight of those concealed among the trees, the individuals perched above instantly became alert, for what was to unfold was nothing short of a fierce battle. However, just as these hidden figures were preparing to quietly draw their bows, an unexpected silhouette appeared beside them, shrouded in stealth. The individual concealed among the branches, upon hearing the breath nearby, found themselves unable to cry out, their voice stifled, producing only muted groans. Although faint, this sound would surely alert those in proximity to prepare themselves. Yet, they were unprepared for the fact that it was not merely one assailant who approached, but a total of 5. The Nightwood tribe had meticulously organized their ranks, assigning 5 members to this area, ensuring that even if one were to perish, the remaining 4 would swiftly signal to alert the others of their compromised position. However, such contingencies had become moot, as Zhang San and his companions efficiently eliminated all 5 individuals in one swift motion. The commotion from the first casualty was enough to inform those in the nearby trees. Yet before any could signal for aid, another figure had already arrived at their side. Employing the same silent method as before, they swiftly rendered the next victim voiceless and whisked them away, subsequently binding them to the tree with prepared ropes. Such ropes were commonplace among hunters like Zhang San, who always carried them on expeditions. Little did they expect these would prove useful in their current mission to rescue the caravan. With a series of swift actions, 5 individuals were dispatched and secured at the junction of the branches and trunk, ensuring that the blood would flow down the trunk to the roots. Avoiding detection on the ground, Lin Qing and the others advanced with remarkable speed, while the efficiency with which Zhang San's group dealt with the hidden foes was equally impressive. Wherever Lin Qing's party traversed, The trees nearby bore witness to the crimson stains left behind, blood not from the trees themselves, but from the members of the Nightwood tribe concealed in the foliage. As Lin Qing pressed onward, he eventually beheld the caravan ahead. Indeed, as Yin Guang had stated, the captives were bound there, yet the situation was far from optimistic. For members of the Nightwood tribe had begun unsheathing their large blades, preparing to strike at those on the ground. However, the blade was not directed towards the captives. Instead, it was returned to its sheath at the wielder's waist with a disdainful huff, their gaze shifting towards Lin Qing and his companions. Clearly, the individuals from the Nightwood tribe had now recognized the presence of Lin Qing's group. Certainly, Lin Qing is not blind. When the people from the Nightwood tribe cast their gazes in this direction, Lin Qing had already perceived their presence. Despite both parties being aware of each other's existence, none dared to advance directly towards one another. For both Lin Qing and the members of the Nightwood tribe were acutely aware that the other side likely harbored individuals concealed in the shadows. Indeed, while both groups remained hidden, Lin Qing's companions were diligently and inconspicuously eliminating their adversaries. However, as Lin Qing approached the members of the Nightwood tribe, they were momentarily taken aback. They could not fathom the audacity of Lin Qing, who dared to approach with merely 14 individuals. Was it possible that none among them had been responsible for slaying members of the Nightwood tribe? In that instant, the Nightwood tribe hesitated to act. For the fewer the visitors, the more unsettling the situation became. Furthermore, they could now ascertain that among the newcomers was indeed the one who had slain their kin. They discerned clues from the reverent gazes directed at Lin Qing by those surrounding him. It was unmistakably the look of admiration reserved for a leader. As a tribe of considerable strength and development, the Nightwood tribe had members who were well-versed in such nuances. Yet, in the current predicament, this knowledge bore little significance. Chapter 111. The iron arrow can pierce wood and stone as well, boss. They have arrived. The one in the center must be their leader. But why are there so few of them? Exclaimed a man on a brown-gray steed, gazing in Lin Qing's direction. Beside him was the leader of this expedition. Mounted on a towering black horse, clad in armor forged entirely of iron, a long sword at his waist, a curved bow slung across his back, and a face marked by a rugged visage. Just by observing his countenance, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. However, before he could utter a word, a sound of air being sliced through rushed toward them, and at that moment, their leader emitted a series of guttural sounds without articulating a single word. The speaker, unable to hear his leader's response, felt an unsettling shift in the air. As he turned to look at his boss, another piercing sound approached, and he too released an identical guttural sound, his pupils dilating in disbelief. The expressions of both men mirrored each other, for they were both struck by arrows piercing their necks. This explained the reason behind their guttural noises. With their throats impaled by iron arrows, speech was utterly impossible. And even the ability to produce sounds was a remarkable feat. One person making such peculiar sounds could be deemed odd, but now two were echoing the same strange noise, which felt oddly familiar, like the sound one might emit when pierced through the neck. In almost perfect synchrony, the men surrounding their leader turned to gaze towards the center, just in time to witness the lifeless forms of the two who had fallen. Upon seeing their leader's throat pierced by an iron arrow, panic erupted among the onlookers, plunging them into chaos. With their leader incapacitated from the outset, how could they hope to fight? Meanwhile, Lin Qing gripped his exquisitely crafted bow with one hand and drew an iron arrow from the quiver slung over Zhu Ying's back, launching it directly towards the members of the Yi Mu tribe ahead. The very arrows that had struck those two men were the ones Lin Qing had just released. The Yi Mu tribe was thrown into disarray. Furthermore, those concealed within the trees were systematically dispatched by Zhang San and his companions, with Lin Qing signaling the attack. Zhang San and the others ceased their pretense and swiftly eliminated their current targets before moving on to strike the next assailants in the trees, their momentum unabated, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Consequently, the remaining members of the Yi Mu tribe finally realized that their hidden comrades were being taken down one after another. Already fraught with confusion, the sight of their concealed allies being systematically eliminated only deepened their panic. Lacking even the courage to draw the bow and arrows at their backs, they frantically sought refuge behind the nearby trees or stones. Perhaps, they thought, This was the only way to preserve their lives. They did not attempt to flee, as none of them were mounted. All had arrived on foot. Not long ago, they had signaled to their tribe, and now they merely hoped for a swift arrival of reinforcements. Thus, they steadfastly held their ground, anticipating the moment when their tribe would arrive, ready to eliminate Lin Qing and his companions in one decisive strike. However, the members of the Nightwood tribe present here, despite finding some cover to momentarily regain their composure and ready their bows, were met with a startling sound, a resounding thud. In an instant, a circular hole appeared at the base of a robust tree, through which an arrow protruded. Though short, the power of this arrow was enough to send chills down one's spine. As it punctured the tree, it continued through, ultimately piercing the body of one standing behind it. It was only then that the arrow finally came to a stop. Had there been no one behind the tree, the remarkable penetrating force of this arrow would have likely pierced yet another tree nearby. The individual behind the tree, upon witnessing the iron arrow suddenly emerge from his chest, was momentarily stunned. However, the sharp pain radiating from his wound rendered him speechless, his eyes wide as he gazed at the arrow that had pierced through him, unable to utter a word. This short iron arrow had not been shot by Lin Qing, yet its design was unmistakably that of the crossbow bolts crafted by him. In this place, aside from Lin Qing and his companions, no one else could forge such short arrows. To others, these arrows seemed too brief to be effective with a drawn bow. Even if attempted, they would fail to unleash their true potential. This line of thought was not entirely incorrect, yet these short arrows were not intended for a bow, but rather for the crossbows that Lin Qing had made. Swish, swish, swish. An unusually rapid sound echoed through the tranquil forest, the result of Zhang San and his companions unleashing their crossbow bolts. To an outsider, it might have sounded as though hundreds were engaged in battle. In truth, this deluge of arrows was the work of merely a dozen individuals under Lin Qing's command. Boom! Just then, a massive boulder, composed of rock, erupted without warning, plunging the already cacophonous forest into sudden silence. However, a discerning eye would notice a glimmering iron arrow amidst the debris of the shattered stone. Concurrently, Lin Qing, mounted on his steed, was in the act of drawing back an iron arrow, the very one that had pierced through the rock. The bow and arrow employed were none other than the exquisite, top-tier quality weapon. Moreover, Lin Qing had only drawn the bow to half its capacity when he released his arrow. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the Nightwood tribe remained oblivious to the iron arrow, and they were equally unaware of the sudden explosion of the stone. However, upon witnessing the figure that had evaded the explosive rock soar towards the towering tree, ultimately becoming ensnared among its branches without plummeting to the ground, realization struck them. That stone had not detonated without warning. It was evidently the consequence of the iron arrow. The individual who had emerged from behind the stone was now impaled by the iron projectile, suspended from the tree's limbs. Although the arrow was not visible upon him, a closer inspection would reveal that he had succumbed to life and was bleeding profusely down the trunk of the tree. Should one venture to the rear of this grand tree, they would discover an iron arrow that had pierced through it. This effectively elucidated the reason for the unfortunate soul's suspension among the branches. The people of the Nightwood tribe had discerned why the individual remained aloft, yet they were still unaware of how the arrow had penetrated the substantial stone and shattered it. If it was indeed the iron arrow launched by a human that had caused such devastation, it was almost beyond comprehension. However, it was Lin Qing who had unleashed that very arrow. Momentarily astonished by the destruction of the stone, he swiftly retrieved another iron arrow and aimed at the next individual concealed behind the stone. Chapter 112. This position presents an excellent opportunity for the use of explosives. How infuriating! Why have the tribesmen not yet arrived? As Lin Qing and his companions unleashed a torrential rain of arrows upon the members of the Nightwood tribe, one of the slightly influential figures among them expressed his anger to those nearby. Their leader had already been eliminated by Lin Qing, and thus the next individual with authority inevitably assumed the role of their new chief. Although the ambition to lead had long been harbored in the hearts of those around him, the current predicament rendered the title of leader almost meaningless. To become the chief now would merely lead to the same fate as the previous one, total annihilation. Nevertheless, as long as they were still alive, They might as well. Could it be that the tribe intends to abandon us? Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap marked his cheek. How dare he disturb others' thoughts at such a critical moment? This was indeed a time of crisis, with everyone striving to devise strategies for the impending situation. Yet, someone dared to utter words of despair, suggesting they give up hope. Was this not asking for punishment? Perhaps it would be more merciful to simply toss him over the embankment, letting him fall victim to the hail of arrows. Oof. The newly appointed leader shot a glare at the one who had spoken, then resolutely declared to those around him, "We must resist, for only in doing so can we preserve our lives. Once our reinforcements arrive, we shall be saved." Moreover, it was now clear who was attacking them, the very individual who had previously slain their brethren, although he had only just taken up the mantle of leadership. His perceptiveness was noteworthy. He recognized Lin Qing as the one responsible for their losses, as the deluge of arrows bore an uncanny resemblance to those left in the field of death. The arrows here were densely packed, and although no arrows had been found at the field of death, the remnants of arrows there spoke volumes. They indicated that the current assailants were none other than those who had previously wreaked havoc in that cursed place. Given the circumstances, coupled with Lin Qing's recent slayings, they would not let him escape unscathed. Meanwhile, having learned of the Nightwood tribe's abundant resources, Lin Qing was equally determined not to let this opportunity slip away. On the other side, Lin Qing and his dozen companions advanced while continuing to rain arrows upon their foes. No members of the Nightwood tribe remained hidden among the surrounding trees, for they understood that to linger there would only seal their own doom. Thus, these individuals displayed remarkable intelligence as they swiftly descended from the trees and converged towards a nearby earthen slope, utilizing the adjacent trees and stones as cover without a second thought. They had witnessed clearly when the iron sword pierced through those trees and rocks, and they were acutely aware that the one who launched the iron arrows capable of such feats was Lin Qing. However, despite their knowledge, none of them were inclined to retaliate against Lin Qing, nor would they actually aim their arrows in his direction. They comprehended that the moment they targeted Lin Qing with their arrows, he would have already released his own projectiles towards them, leaving no opportunity for counterattack. It could even be said that as soon as they exposed themselves, arrows would descend upon them like a torrential rain. Consequently, although the members of the Nightwood tribe had gathered together, they found themselves situated right at the base of that earthen slope. "Boss, all the members of the Nightwood tribe have taken refuge behind the slope. The arrows we fire cannot possibly reach them." Zhang San and his companions, now mounted on their steeds, expressed their frustration. Given the current circumstances, even those perched in the trees might struggle to strike those concealed beneath the slope, let alone those on horseback. However, if they could close the distance somewhat, perhaps standing atop the shorter trees might allow them to hit those individuals with iron arrows, though doing so would certainly invite retaliation from the Nightwood tribe. Due to the advantageous terrain occupied by the Nightwood tribe, their safety was assured. They would not be easily pierced by arrows and eliminated on the spot. For the members of the Nightwood tribe, this location was indeed favorable, serving as a defensible stronghold. After all, their position was nestled in a depression, and while there were trees surrounding them, these were relatively low, preventing anyone from gaining a height advantage to shoot arrows at them. Thus, to hit them with arrows, one would need to approach closely or launch projectiles in a parabolic arc. Yet in doing so, the iron arrows would lose their lethality, akin to mere twigs. Furthermore, should anyone draw near, they would undoubtedly retaliate with their own bows. It could be said that the situation had reached a stalemate. Neither side dared to emerge, and Lin Qing was not foolish enough to risk his life to eliminate these minions, for such a sacrifice was utterly unwarranted. Moreover, Lin Qing possessed other resources yet to be deployed, resources that constituted weapons of mass destruction, particularly in this era of cold weaponry. Possessing such an item would undoubtedly tilt the scales of battle dramatically. Of course, it would be the side without these weapons that would find themselves overwhelmed, while the side wielding them would unleash devastation. The weapon in question was none other than the rudimentary iron bead bombs that Lin Qing had crafted earlier. Since the Nightwood tribe has all gathered in a single hollow, it conveniently eliminates the hassle of deploying multiple makeshift iron ball bombs. They are all clustered together in this depression, practically beckoning Lin Qing to utilize the very bomb he crafted. Given this circumstance, Lin Qing felt compelled to heed his instincts and present them with this grand gift. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to charge forth and hurl the makeshift iron ball bomb directly into the hollow. Having conducted 2 prior tests, Lin Qing had mastered the technique of angling the iron sword to ensure its parabolic trajectory would reach the hollow. Even with 2 makeshift iron ball bombs affixed to the iron arrow, he could expertly control the force needed to land them precisely within that depression. To ensure that the individuals there were all neatly aligned, Lin Qing indeed secured the 2 bombs to the iron arrow. After binding them with utmost care, he cautiously extracted the animal hide from within and then meticulously positioned it on the bow. Drawing the bowstring slowly, he aimed directly towards the hollow ahead. Chapter 113. 2 bombs, all satisfied. Whoosh. An arrow flew leisurely towards the depression ahead. Due to its lack of force, the arrow traveled at a rather languid pace, which rendered its impact rather feeble. The inhabitants of the Nightwood tribe, nestled within the hollow, observed the peculiar arrow's slow approach without any intent to intercept it. Deep down, they subconsciously believed that, like the previous ones, this arrow posed no threat. Indeed, this languid arrow could inflict no harm upon them. However, the objects bound to it possessed the potential to obliterate them all. Otherwise, Lin Qing would not have exercised such meticulous caution when launching it. Had he miscalculated, the detonation might well have occurred at his location rather than within the depression. Thud! The arrow, tethered to 2 bombs, landed precisely in the center of the depression, which, though modest in size, sheltered all those within it. Consequently, they could not escape the devastation wrought by the impending explosion. As the arrow struck the ground, the members of the Nightwood tribe contemplated approaching it to discern what was bound to it. Yet, just as they prepared to advance, the bombs attached to the arrow erupted in a blaze of light. At that moment, a thunderous sound reverberated from the depression, radiating outward with tremendous force. Even Lin Qing, standing hundreds of meters away, instinctively covered his ears as the sound was utterly overwhelming. Fortunately, Lin Qing remained unscathed by the rudimentary iron ball bomb's effects, for the nature of the depression allowed most of the iron balls to be propelled outward upon detonation. Even those few that soared skyward posed no danger upon their descent. Thus, Lin Qing and his companions emerged unscathed, their horses similarly unharmed, save for the minor disturbance caused by the explosion-esque sound. Perched upon his steed, Juing, Lin Qing gazed at the smoldering depression ahead and mused. Though simplistic in design, this iron ball bomb wielded an extraordinary power. Clearly, the remaining bombs must be preserved with utmost care. What was once a mere depression had now doubled in size due to the bomb's might. Given such a transformation, one could only ponder the fate of the Nightwood tribe members who had occupied it. Hiss! Simultaneously, Wang Er and Zhang San, standing beside Lin Qing, felt beads of cold sweat trickle down their brows as they beheld the dramatically enlarged hollow. The sheer force capable of such destruction was beyond their imagination. Moreover, when Lin Qing was binding 2 objects to the arrow earlier, they had not anticipated that these 2 items could unleash such formidable power. Zhou Ba, who was accompanying Lin Qing, was even more astonished by the might of these objects. Previously, as Zhou Ba observed Lin Qing meticulously crafting these rudimentary iron bead explosives, he had assumed they were intricately designed items. However, reflecting on it now, he was overwhelmed with cold sweat. These were not delicate devices. They were clearly bombs that could take lives with a mere misstep. Had there been an error in the forge while his leader was concocting these devices, the forge would have been utterly obliterated, much like the crater before them. At least now, it was not he who was being blasted, but rather those in the pit ahead who foolishly believed they could survive. Simultaneously, as the explosion erupted in that pit, a group of individuals had arrived at the scene. Gazing at the crater, which had expanded due to the explosion, they were taken aback. Was this truly a result of human power? The appearance of that crater was nothing short of astonishing. Surrounding them was a clearing lush with grass, with only a few smaller trees dotting the distance. In this environment, the crater occupied a staggering quarter of the expansive clearing. Furthermore, the wild grass on the ground exhibited a stark contrast. The outer grass was vibrant green, while the grass within the crater lay parched and charred. However, the devastation did not solely affect the wild grass. The recent explosion had turned a vast expanse of greenery to a desolate yellow, and the trees in the distance were similarly affected. Once capable of casting a broad shade, one side of the trees had turned brown, while the other remained of verdant green. It appeared that the iron beads within this rudimentary explosive were not the sole agents of devastation. The potency of the gunpowder contained within was equally remarkable. Yet, this bomb contained only a minimal amount of gunpowder. Even with 2 bombs, the quantity should not be excessive. How could it have wreaked such immense havoc? Could it be that these explosives had been imbued with attributes? As Lin Qing surveyed the surroundings, a thought suddenly struck him. Though it was merely a fleeting notion, it was laden with profound implications. Could it truly be related to the enhancement of these attributes? Promptly, Lin Qing retrieved another rudimentary iron bead explosive. Upon examining its information, he experienced a moment of enlightenment. It was adorned with several attributes, including increased explosion radius, explosive damage, and blast penetration. Had he been so diligent in his crafting that he overlooked the fact he had bestowed these items with attributes? With his thoughts validated, Lin Qing swiftly stowed away this explosive, for it was not merely an iron sword. A single detonation could engulf him and all those in proximity. At that moment, the group that had just appeared emerged from the shadows, bearing totemic marks identical to those of the individuals whom Lin Qing had recently dispatched. Indeed, this cohort belonged to the Nightwood tribe as well, serving as reinforcements for their predecessors. However, as the second wave arrived, the first had already been obliterated by the 2 bombs Lin Qing had hurled, leaving not a single soul behind. What folly it was for them to congregate in that hollow. Had they dispersed, perhaps some of them might have preserved their lives. Yet, who could have anticipated such an event? In an era of cold weaponry, the sudden emergence of firearms bewildered all, leaving no time for confusion, only a swift departure from this world. Chapter 114. The Nightwood warriors approach. Iron arrows break the great blade as this group emerge from the forest. Lin Qing also became aware of their presence. Upon noticing the totemic markings on their bodies, he instinctively grew cautious. After all, he had just annihilated the Nightwood tribe moments ago. Moreover, his rough estimation indicated that there had been a full 50 individuals in that prior encounter. Now, the Nightwood tribe members before him numbered a staggering 100. This was merely a casual glance from Lin Qing, who was mounted on his steed, Jueying. It was likely that even more from the Nightwood tribe had arrived. "Young man, you must be the one who slaughtered our kin in the land of death," bellowed a towering figure among the Nightwood warriors, a muscular man wielding a massive blade, as he fixed his gaze on Lin Qing. The implication was clear. He had set his sights on Lin Qing. After all, the aura emanating from Lin Qing was far beyond that of Wang Er, Zhang San, and their companions. And this formidable warrior was evidently seasoned in battle, for he would not have targeted Lin Qing otherwise. However, before Lin Qing could utter a word, the giant on the magnificent steed continued, "Enough talk. You have slain many of my tribe, and today you shall meet your end. Attack." The warrior understood the gravity of the situation. There was no room for reconciliation. The only course of action was to eliminate the adversary, and any spoils from the confrontation would belong to him. He was also aware that the recent explosion was orchestrated by Lin Qing, for he had seen the totemic insignia of his tribe at the site of the crater. The fallen there could not possibly have been anyone else but his own people. Moreover, he was deeply intrigued by the magnitude of destruction that had occurred. Yet, a flicker of apprehension crossed his mind. Would Lin Qing employ the explosive device against him? Nevertheless, the moment had come for action. Lingering any longer might result in his own demise, just as his comrades had suffered in the previous explosion. Though he was a brawny brute, he was acutely aware of the current predicament. If the adversary remained passive, he would take the initiative. Only through surprise could he hope to catch his foe off guard. As he uttered the command to attack, Lin Qing and Wang Er were already in motion. The recent elimination of the Nightwood tribe members meant that today's events would not conclude so easily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The previously tranquil forest erupted into a cacophony once more, and the once azure sky was now marred by tightly clustered, short black lines. These dark streaks, soaring through the air, flickered with intermittent bursts of light. Of course, these lines were not true black threads, but rather the arrows shot forth by Wang Er and his companions using their crossbows. Fortunately, there were plenty of arrows at hand, Otherwise, they would have been depleted by now, gazing at the torrential rain of arrows. The burly man, riding a horse from the Nightwood tribe, could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. What is this phenomenon? A rain of arrows? Yet, there are only a handful of foes. How could they possibly unleash such a multitude of arrows? Could there be others lurking nearby? However, upon surveying the surrounding forest, he found no signs of arrows being launched from there. This meant that the barrage was indeed fired by Lin Qing and his companions. But how could this be? Could a mere dozen individuals generate such a downpour? It seemed utterly implausible. Nevertheless, as the arrows approached him, the man was compelled to brandish his massive sword to shield himself from the onslaught. At that moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air, heading straight for the sword-wielding giant. Sensing an imminent threat, he had no choice but to abandon his defense against the rain of arrows and redirect his focus towards the incoming projectile. He was acutely aware that failing to intercept this arrow would result in his swift demise. While the multitude of arrows in the sky flew rapidly, they paled in comparison to the singular arrow hurtling towards him. Thus, he bore the stinging pain of arrows striking his arms and legs, determined to block the lethal projectile aimed at him. With a resounding crash, the arrow collided with his sword, producing a deafening noise and igniting a shower of sparks. At that precise moment, Lin Qing, mounted on his steed, released the bowstring. The arrow destined for the burly man was none other than the one he had expertly launched with his exquisite bow. The instant he let go of the string, the arrow was already en route to its target. Although the man managed to deflect Lin Qing's arrow with his sword, the arrow surged forth with such force that it pierced through the weapon effortlessly. With a crack, the sword shattered upon impact, half embedding itself into the ground while the other half remained in the man's grasp. An arrow had astonishingly penetrated a sword, splitting in twain. This occurrence was simply beyond belief, for no one would anticipate that a single arrow could rend a sword asunder, even if the arrow were made of iron. It should not have been feasible, considering that the sword was also forged from iron, with a higher iron content than that of a mere arrowhead. The giant stood in stunned silence, but as his sword broke into two, the arrow was successfully deflected away from him, sparing him from injury. However, while he narrowly escaped harm, those nearby were not so fortunate. The arrow veered off course, failing to strike the burly man, yet several individuals stood nearby. With a swift whoosh, the misdirected arrow struck two of them. One was pierced through the body by the arrow, while the other was hit by the same arrow that had penetrated the first. Had the second individual not been of considerable girth, a third might have met a similar fate. The man atop the steed was momentarily taken aback. The arrow, which had been deflected by his blade, possessed such formidable power. Staring at the two fallen figures, he lingered in shock for a couple of seconds before a sudden realization dawned upon him. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the direction of Lin Qing. At that very moment, he beheld Lin Qing with a fully drawn bow, aimed squarely at him. In an instant, he was once again engulfed by that chilling sensation, the same feeling he had experienced when the arrow had previously pierced his sword. This could only mean that the arrow now aimed at him bore the same potency as the last. The very individual who had drawn the bow was none other than Lin Qing. The thought sent beads of sweat cascading down the man's forehead. While his sword had offered some defense before, it was now shattered in two, with only half of the blade remaining. How could it possibly hope to withstand the impending arrow? Chapter 115. The 100 slaughtered, hooves resound again in a heartbeat. As Lin Qing released the bowstring aimed at the burly man, the arrow flew forth and pierced him in an instant. The arrow, continuing its trajectory, would have undoubtedly taken down anyone behind the man had he not been on horseback and alone, though there were no other riders behind him. A dense forest lay just beyond, filled with towering trees. A thunderous crash echoed through the woods, sending shockwaves into the surrounding area. The sudden noise startled the woodland creatures, prompting them to flee deeper into the forest. The tree struck by the arrow succumbed to its injury, crashing down and raising a cloud of dust. Hearing the resounding boom, the members of the Nightwood tribe instinctively turned to look. To their horror, they beheld their leader lifeless atop his steed. The remaining 60 or so warriors were momentarily paralyzed with disbelief. How could their formidable leader be so easily dispatched? They all bore the indelible mark of the burly man's rigorous training, for none among them were weaklings. Each had proven themselves capable leaders in their own right. Yet, this powerful figure had been felled with such ease, seemingly struck down by a single arrow through the chest, leading to his instantaneous demise. As they gazed upon the severed, great sword lying on the ground, fear gripped their hearts as if they had witnessed the most terrifying spectacle. The sword's fracture was not shocking. After all, weapons can break. However, the cause of its splintering was a small, perfectly round hole. The realization dawned upon them. The arrow that had pierced their leader had also cleaved his sword in two. Yet, among the remaining warriors, not a single soul could fathom that an arrow could wield such strength or that their leader could fall so effortlessly. But the grim reality lay before them. No amount of disbelief could alter what had transpired. With a swift barrage of arrows raining down once more, Lin Qing had already retired his exquisite bow, opting instead for a crossbow at his side, aiming it forward. With their leader defeated, the remaining warriors posed no threat. As their leader had just been present, not a single arrow shot back at them found its mark. In fact, some fell prematurely due to the excessive distance. Given such circumstances, how could they possibly inflict harm upon Lin Qing? The reason their arrows often failed to strike Lin Qing and his companions was the gradual depletion of their strength with each drawn bow. Initially, a few among them managed to shoot arrows towards Lin Qing, yet they ultimately missed due to the distance. When one of them drew his bow again, the residual fatigue from the previous shot caused the arrow to land upon a large tree in front of Lin Qing. On the next attempt, the arrow fell short, plummeting to the ground before reaching Lin Qing at all. Despite each of them possessing some degree of skill, the formidable distance posed a significant obstacle. If they could not advance towards Lin Qing, they would forever remain in a position of disadvantage. However, as they contemplated moving closer to consult their leader, a thunderous noise behind them captured their attention. Upon turning, they were met with the grisly sight of their leader's demise. The battle had scarcely begun, yet it had seemingly concluded. From the original 60 members of the Nightwood tribe, fewer than 40 remained. In the brief span of time that had just passed, Lin Qing and his small band had dispatched over 20 individuals from the Nightwood tribe with astonishing efficiency, an unprecedented feat in this world. No one would have anticipated that. In a clash of over 100 against merely a dozen, it would be the latter who held the upper hand, relentlessly decimating their opponents. Among the remaining 40, the will to continue fighting had evaporated. Their collective thought now centered around a singular notion: escape. The faster and farther, the better. If possible, they yearned to flee back to their own tribe, for perhaps only there would they find a semblance of safety. Yet, Lin Qing and his companions would not permit the Nightwood tribe's members to escape so easily from their sight. With their leader vanquished and a majority of their ranks decimated, the time for a relentless onslaught had arrived. Clatter, clatter. Lin Qing, mounted upon his steed, rushed forward with a crossbow aimed at the fleeing members of the Nightwood tribe. Seeing their leader charge ahead, Wang Er and the others naturally followed suit. Had their horses matched the speed of Lin Qing's steed, they would have undoubtedly surged ahead of him. Nevertheless, even though Wang Er and his companions' mounts were not as swift as the extraordinary steed, they reached the panicked Nightwood tribe members in a matter of seconds, effectively blocking the escape route for the approximately 40 remaining individuals. You, a group of 40, have been encircled by a mere handful of us, accompanied by a solitary dog. This scenario is aptly described in such a manner, for the reality of the situation is indeed as dire as it appears. Although Lin Qing and his companions number only a dozen, the 40 individuals of the Nightwood tribe, standing firmly on the ground, are devoid of any fighting spirit. Despite their numerical superiority over Lin Qing, they are utterly outmatched in terms of strength. Clang! Lin Qing and his companions have sheathed their crossbows, replacing them with gleaming iron swords and spears. The ensuing events require no further contemplation. One can easily foresee what is about to unfold. A cornered beast will still fight. Faced with such circumstances, the 40 members of the Nightwood tribe can only draw their sword from their waists to confront Lin Qing and his band. However, no miracle occurs. Lin Qing, leading Wang Er and the others, effortlessly dispatches the 40 foes in their midst. The advantage of mounted combat and superior weaponry renders this battle exceedingly uncomplicated. Yet, just as Wang Er begins to survey the battlefield, the urgent sound of galloping hooves reverberates through the forest. The sound grows nearer, unmistakably approaching this very location. Upon hearing the rhythmic pounding of hooves, Wang Er and his comrades, who had dismounted, are compelled to remount their steeds, grasping their crossbows filled with iron arrows. As they direct their gaze toward the source of the approaching sound. Chapter 116. The multitude of the Wanlin tribe. The sound of hooves echoing through the forest was not particularly thunderous. However, from the chaotic clatter, Lin Qing deduced that a considerable number of individuals were hastening towards this location. In fact, the throng approaching surpassed even the two prior contingents from the Nightwood tribe. Upon their arrival, as they beheld the ground strewn with the corpses of the Nightwood tribe, an unsettling calm washed over their faces. How could this be possible? When did the Nightwood tribe become so feeble? It appeared that merely a handful of individuals had dispatched them. Each member of this new assembly harbored similar thoughts. This faction belonged to the Wanlin tribe, led by Wan Li. Initially, they had observed the commotion among the Nightwood tribe, suspecting some clandestine scheme, and thus pursued them. However, they were utterly unprepared for the grim spectacle that awaited them. The ground was littered with the fallen bodies of the Nightwood tribe. The Wanlin tribe and the Nightwood tribe were long-standing adversaries, both well acquainted with one another's strengths. Yet, upon witnessing the carnage, how could the hearts of the Wanlin warriors not be filled with astonishment? They were acutely aware of how formidable the Nightwood tribe could be, especially the colossal figure now lying lifeless on the ground, someone who had long been a source of vexation for the Wanlin tribe. Are you from the Wanlin tribe? As the members of the Wanlin tribe surveyed the surrounding devastation, Lin Qing raised his head and caught sight of the totemic markings on the newcomers, unmistakably identifying them as members of the Wanlin tribe. His knowledge stemmed from a map previously provided by Wan Li, which not only detailed geographical positions, but also depicted the totemic symbols of various major tribes. At that moment, a middle-aged man, seemingly the leader of the group, dismounted from his horse and approached Lin Qing, leading his steed alongside him. Indeed, we are from the Wanlin tribe. May I inquire which tribe you hail from? He scrutinized Lin Qing and the few individuals beside him. Lin Qing bore no totemic markings, indicating that he was not associated with a major tribe. Typically, members of larger tribes don garments adorned with their tribe's totem. However, it was also conceivable that they belonged to a smaller tribe. Although many smaller tribes lacked distinct totems, some possessed unique insignias. Yet, the absence of any totemic symbols on Lin Qing and his companions suggested that they likely belonged to a minor tribe. Nevertheless, the middle-aged man did not exhibit any disdain towards Lin Qing, despite his apparent status. Previously, when the chieftain's son, Wan Li, returned to the tribe, he shared information regarding Lin Qing. He even expressed a speculation that Lin Qing might be a member of a small tribe. The people of the Wanlin tribe, upon hearing Wan Li's account, could not help but take notice of the matter. Wan Li was notoriously headstrong within their tribe, often acting on his whims, as evidenced by his earlier departure from the tribe. However, upon his return, he seemed to have transformed into a more compliant and obedient individual. The rebellious demeanor he once displayed had vanished entirely. It was almost as if the person returning was not Wan Li, the chieftain's son, but rather someone from another tribe. Yet, how could Wan Li, being the son of the chieftain of the Wanlin tribe, possibly be mistaken for someone from a different community? Consequently, the members of the Wanlin tribe began to pay particular attention to the small tribe, as it was conceivable that the person Wan Li spoke of resided there. At this moment, a middle-aged man observed Lin Qing and was suddenly struck by a sensation. The individual before him was indeed the person mentioned by Wan Li. As he glanced around at the bodies of the Nightwood tribe scattered about and recalled Wan Li's words about the connections between that individual and the Nightwood tribe, along with Lin Qing's appearance and age, he began to wonder if the young man before him was truly the one Wan Li referred to. The middle-aged man chose his words carefully, merely uttering the name of his tribe, for he preferred to exercise caution until he could ascertain the truth, to avoid any potential misunderstandings. Lin Qing, however, was oblivious to the depth of the middle-aged man's thoughts and simply replied, "We are not from any tribe. We are merely survivors in this forest." The middle-aged man was momentarily at a loss for words, as he had been led to believe that the person Wan Li described was from a small tribe. Then it struck him. Perhaps the individual Wan Li spoke of was someone who had not established a tribe and was living here with a few others. Suddenly, while deep in thought, The middle-aged man inadvertently caught sight of the crossbow slung across Lin Qing's back. This weapon reminded him of the one Wan Li had described. The resemblance was striking. He had never seen the weapon before, but he was convinced that Lin Qing was indeed the person Wan Li had referred to. With this realization, the middle-aged man gazed at Lin Qing with a hint of admiration, for the individual Wan Li had portrayed was exceptionally skilled and possessed advanced weaponry. "Greetings. I am Wan Chong of the Wan Lin tribe, and I am also Wan Li's uncle." Lin Qing, taken aback by the revelation, was surprised to learn that this man was not only from the Wan Lin tribe, but also Wan Li's uncle. However, before Lin Qing could utter a word, Wan Chong continued, "You must be the esteemed Lin Qing, the remarkable individual that rascal Wan Li spoke of encountering in the land of death. I never anticipated that our paths would cross here. It appears that Wan Li's words were not without merit. Your prowess is indeed formidable. The denizens of the Nightwood tribe are truly but feeble creatures in your presence. Ha ha ha. Yet, I am astonished to find you as youthful as Wan Li described." Wan Chong spoke these words in a continuous stream, as if they had been etched into his mind with utmost familiarity. "Ha ha ha. So Wan Li is indeed one of your tribe's own? When I first encountered him, I mistakenly believed him to be merely a cunning trickster, a charlatan." Listening to Wan Chong's revelations, Lin Qing began to comprehend the underlying connections. Regarding Wan Li's identity, Lin Qing had never doubted. After all, someone so young and possessing such strength could hardly belong to an ordinary tribe. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lin Qing mention Wan Li, Wan Chong couldn't help but chuckle. For in the tribe, Wan Li was indeed the clever rogue that Lin Qing described, witty and eccentric, coupled with the fact that his father is the tribal chief. This has shaped his somewhat capricious nature. However, after arriving in the land of death and encountering Lin Qing, the previously unruly Wan Li returned to the tribe, transformed into a model youth. Chapter 117. The iron arrow is undoubtedly a burden for Lin Qing. Very well. I shall not delay your matters any further. We shall take our leave. After exchanging a few words with Lin Qing, Wan Chong clasped his fists in a gesture of farewell. He then mounted his steed and began retracing the path they had previously traversed. Lin Qing, understanding the necessity of the task at hand, refrained from elaborating. For the more pressing concern was the removal of the over 100 corpses of the Yi Mu tribe that lay before them. He had already informed Wan Chong of his intention to visit their tribe in a few days. As Wan Chong and his companions departed, Lin Qing commenced the grim task of clearing the bodies alongside Wang Er and the others. While neglecting this duty would not directly incite disease, it would inevitably attract nearby beasts. The real issue lay in the fact that this route was the vital passage for the Yin Guang tribe's transportation of supplies to Lin Qing's stone house. Although alternative routes existed, they either involved treacherous mountain paths or crossing a river. Here, however, two rivers flanked the area, making it imperative to pass through this location for the quickest and safest journey between the two sites. Despite the presence of over 100 corpses from the Yi Mu tribe, the adjacent rivers provided a straightforward solution. The bodies could simply be cast into the waters, eliminating the need for cumbersome transport elsewhere. Thus, within half an hour, all the corpses had been disposed of in the flowing rivers. Regarding the equipment worn by the fallen Yi Mu tribe members, Lin Qing and Wang Er conducted a cursory search. Although the gear was fashioned from iron, which lacked the purity of the iron at Lin Qing's stone house, it was still valuable enough to merit reclamation rather than disposal. Salvaging these materials would indeed augment the iron reserves at the stone house. With these matters resolved, the members of the Yin Guang tribe were successfully rescued without a single injury or fatality, and the convoy of carts transporting the iron ore began to mobilize. It was as though nothing had transpired here, with the area returning to its familiar tranquility, the Yi Mu tribe seemingly erased from existence, leaving behind minimal traces. Aside from a substantial depression in the ground, the landscape exhibited little change. Lin Qing and Wang Er soon returned to the stone house, immersing themselves in their respective duties, gathering resources, hunting beasts, forging iron, and the like. In his pursuit to upgrade the wooden house to a stone structure, Lin Qing had nearly exhausted the supplies in the warehouse, placing the onus on Wang Er and his companions to gather more materials. Given the magnitude of the task at hand, filling the warehouse to capacity would require relentless labor over several days, a daunting prospect. Yet, This aligned perfectly with the desires of Wang Er and his companions, as resource gathering was indeed their favorite endeavor. Otherwise, they would not have been so persistent in urging Lin Qing to construct several warehouses for the storage of supplies. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Lin Qing commenced his work, which entailed the crafting of iron arrows. Having just endured a fierce battle, it was only due to the explosive devices that they had managed to annihilate the Nightwood tribe in one fell swoop. Otherwise, Lin Qing would have found himself severely lacking in arrows for subsequent skirmishes. Although there were sufficient arrows for the second battle, he had exhausted the remaining stock. Otherwise, he would not have been compelled to ride on his steed. Zhu, accompanied by Xiaobai and Wang Er, wielding iron swords and spears to vanquish their foes. Thus, iron arrows are currently Lin Qing's most pressing necessity, particularly with the presence of a repeating crossbow that can launch approximately 20 arrows at once. The consumption of arrows has escalated exponentially. However, this very crossbow has rendered Lin Qing and Wang Er remarkably adept in combat or hunting wild beasts. One person can unleash 20 arrows in a brief span of time, which is tantamount to the labor of 20 individuals. Lin Qing's contingent consists of 20 members. Excluding Zhao Lu and his 5 companions, they still amount to 14. 14 individuals, each capable of loosing arrows equivalent to 20, can collectively match the output of 480 arrows. Moreover, the use of the crossbow requires merely the exertion to load the arrows, thereby enhancing their combat efficacy. The effectiveness of the crossbow is not contingent upon individual strength. One merely needs to aim and pull the trigger. This elucidates why the crossbow has become a formidable weapon in their arsenal. However, despite its formidable nature, this does not imply that Lin Qing's 14 warriors can rival the combat prowess of 480 adversaries, as sheer numbers allow for more than just the firing of arrows. Consequently, this underscores the staggering quantity of arrows Lin Qing requires, potentially 480 arrows in a single engagement. In the context of a vast tribe, this may seem a trivial concern, yet for Lin Qing's modest contingent, it is undoubtedly a monumental undertaking. To harness the full potential of each ordinary arrow, Lin Qing must personally oversee their production. After all, while the iron ore is abundant, there will inevitably come a day when it is wholly depleted. Thus, at this juncture, the fabrication of arrows is exclusively Lin Qing's domain, for only he possesses the ability to imbue them with enhanced attributes. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of forging began to resonate from the stone house, mirroring the activity in the smithy. Indeed, the quantity of iron ore transported from Yinguang is considerable. Moreover, it seems that Yinguang has discovered yet another iron vein. While it may not be as bountiful as the initial one, it still represents a new source to continuously supply Lin Qing with iron ore. Moreover, with the recent discovery of iron ore, it is certain that new deposits will continue to be unearthed in the Yinguang tribe. The tranquility of the stone house, which had prevailed throughout the afternoon, was shattered upon the return of Lin Qing and his companions. At the open-air workbench, Lin Qing busied himself crafting arrows due to the sheer volume required. He alternated between arrow making and taking brief excursions to the forge or the apothecary. However, after completing the weapon desired by Wan Li in the forge, Lin Qing stepped outside, glanced at the apothecary where Zheng Shi was, and was just about to depart when he was called back by Zheng Shi. It was not a request for Lin Qing to assist in gathering herbs, nor was it due to any discomfort in their surroundings, but rather because Zheng Shi had made a significant new discovery concerning the items Lin Qing had retrieved from the land of death. Undoubtedly, had Lin Qing not summoned Zhang Jing, who was equally versed in potions, Zheng Shi might not have made such swift progress in his findings. Given that Zheng Shi had beckoned him, Lin Qing naturally chose not to walk away, but instead approached Zheng Shi to ascertain the reason for his call. Chapter 118. The Stone, a Dangerous Tool for Destruction Boss. Look, Zheng Shi exclaimed, leading Lin Qing through a maze of tables until they finally arrived at her usual workspace. Surrounding tables were adorned with an array of jars and containers, each meticulously labeled to indicate their contents, though not all were transparent. Some held tall jars, while others contained small vessels, no larger than a drinking cup. In stark contrast, Zhang Shi's desk appeared as if it had been transformed into a chaotic refuse heap. It was cluttered with disarray, open jars, scattered lids, and a haphazard assortment of items. Zhang Shi seemed to sense Lin Qing's gaze upon the mess, and, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, managed a sheepish smile. However, when Zhang Shi picked up a stone cup from the desk, all traces of embarrassment vanished, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness. "Boss, this is the substance," Zhang Shi declared, not waiting for Lin Qing's response. With his other hand, he grasped a slender stone rod, dipped it into the cup, and swiftly withdrew it. He then kicked over a piece of wood nearby. As the viscous, gray-green liquid clung to the stone rod dripped onto the wood, it was visibly corroded away. Not only that, but once the wood was entirely consumed, the liquid continued its relentless erosion onto the ground below. Fortunately, the floor and walls had been constructed entirely of stone, rendering them impervious to the destructive force of the gray-green liquid. Witnessing this, Lin Qing couldn't help but click her tongue in astonishment. Though she was aware of the liquid's potent corrosive properties, she had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. "Boss, this is the liquid you brought back from the land of death," Zhang Shi exclaimed, placing the cup containing the gray-green liquid aside. He retrieved an empty stone cup and set it on the desk, then picked up another stone cup containing a mysterious red liquid. Now, 3 stone cups occupied the table, one empty, one filled with gray-green liquid, and the other containing the enigmatic red substance. "Boss, pay close attention." Zhang Shi's demeanor grew increasingly solemn, his movements becoming more deliberate and cautious. He dipped the previous stone rod into the gray-green liquid and transferred a small amount to the empty cup, placing it on the earthen floor. Then, he took a new stone rod, dipped it into the cup with the red liquid, and directly inserted it into the stone cup that Zhang Shi had set on the ground. Suddenly, as Lin Qing remained unaware of the impending event, the stone cup containing the 2 liquids erupted with a resounding bang. Though the sound was not particularly loud, it evoked a sense of foreboding. Indeed, as Lin Qing turned his gaze towards the stone cup resting on the muddy ground, he observed that, much like the previous piece of wood, the stone cup was swiftly eroded by the amalgamation of the 2 liquids. The corrosive power of this liquid was astonishingly potent. "Boss, this is it," Zhang Shi exclaimed. After mixing the first liquid with another, this combined solution can corrode even stone. Naturally, wood is no exception, as Zhang Shi watched the stone cup succumb to corrosion. He spoke to Lin Qing with evident satisfaction. However, recalling a prior incident, he suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. When he first combined these 2 liquids, they had completely eroded a stone table on the spot. If it weren't for Zhang Jing's assistance at the time, an entire expanse of stone would likely have been consumed by the mixture. Although the stone house possessed some degree of corrosion resistance, preventing the ground stone from being affected, the nearby tables were merely ordinary stone constructs. Moreover, those tables held various other liquids. Should they spill, even this stone house's resilience would be severely tested. Fortunately, thanks to Zhang Jing's timely intervention in pouring dirt from a nearby barrel over the mixture, further corrosion was staved off. Now the stone cup had vanished, leaving only traces of the combined liquid on the ground. Remarkably, the soil appeared to have absorbed the mixture, remaining unscathed by its corrosive properties. It seemed that these combined liquids could indeed be quite useful at times. As Lin Qing reflected on the recent events, he conceived an excellent strategy to deal with the Yi Mu tribe, employing these corrosive liquids against them. Yet, while contemplating this, another question arose in Lin Qing's mind. Would the gray-green liquid produce different effects when mixed with other substances? Zhang Shi, having shared similar thoughts, understood Lin Qing's musings. "Boss, this gray-green liquid possesses not only formidable corrosive capabilities, but also a significantly enhanced anesthetic effect. However, to create a potent anesthetic, we will require the tongue of a hunted beast. Other organs can suffice, but their anesthetic properties pale in comparison to that of the tongue." With that, Zhang Shi promptly retrieved a variety of prepared materials along with a wild rabbit designated for testing the anesthetic effect. After Zhang XI's meticulous operation, a potent anesthetic gray viscous liquid was introduced into the body of a wild rabbit confined within a cage through a wound. Before Lin Qing could even blink, the rabbit, upon contact with the amalgamated gray viscous liquid, kicked its hind legs and succumbed to a profound slumber. Were it not for Lin Qing's observation of the rabbit's abdomen still rising and falling, one might have genuinely believed the creature was deceased. After all, to render the rabbit unconscious so swiftly could only suggest death as an alternative, or so it seemed. However, just moments ago, Lin Qing had witnessed an anesthetic effect that rivaled the speed of death itself. With such a formidable anesthetic, the pursuit and taming of wild beasts would undoubtedly become far more effortless. Yet, possessing only a small quantity of this substance, it would be imprudent to employ it for the taming of ordinary beasts or for hunting them. Otherwise, even a vast vat would scarcely suffice. Following Zheng 11's introduction of the effects of these two mixtures, he continued to elaborate on various other substances and their resultant effects when combined with the gray-green liquid, such as paralysis and confusion. After absorbing Zheng 11's insights, Lin Qing could not help but exclaim, "It appears that the previous expedition to the land of death was indeed not in vain." Chapter 119. Is this speed due to an encounter with a ghost? Upon exiting the apothecary, Lin Qing glanced at the sky surrounding him, noting that dusk was still some time away. Having completed all the items promised to Wan Li, he turned his attention back to the task of crafting arrows. As before, Lin Qing was solely responsible for assembling the arrows, while the arrowheads and shafts were fashioned either by Zhou Ba or Su Mo, who forged iron arrowheads, or by Wang Er and his companions, who skillfully crafted wooden shafts. As for the fletching, Lin Qing seamlessly attached it as he worked. Time slipped by swiftly, and before he realized it, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, only brought to his attention by the flickering torches ignited beside the stone house. In that brief span, Lin Qing had managed to produce 500 arrows. While this quantity sufficed for simultaneous use with the crossbows by him and Wang Er, such speed was indeed astonishingly rapid. Though he had only crafted 500 arrows, the opportunity to unleash nearly 500 arrows in one volley was a rarity. After a simple dinner, Lin Qing continued his efforts, producing an additional 3,000 arrows before retreating to the stone house to rest, awaiting the dawn of a new day. As before, when Lin Qing and Wang Er emerged from their respective rooms, the forest was alive with the calls of unknown birds, marking the break of day. Lin Qing resumed his arrow-making before joining Wang Er and the others for breakfast. Following their meal, Lin Qing mounted Zhuing, accompanied by Xiao Bai and the items prepared for Wan Li, setting off in the direction indicated on the map towards the Wanlin tribe. Although Lin Qing had departed from the stone house, the production of arrows did not cease, as he had entrusted this task to Zhou Ba and Su Mo at the forge. While they could not imbue the arrows with special attributes, every item they crafted was of impeccable quality, devoid of any flaws or unusable goods. Clop, clop. The familiar sound of hooves resonated through the tranquil forest, emanating from Zhuing, who was shod with horseshoes. Given Zhuing's large stature, the sound of her hooves striking the ground was particularly pronounced. The surrounding beasts, upon hearing this sound, exhibited no inclination to hunt the horse. Even those that might have considered it were quickly deterred by their companions, their initial predatory intentions transforming into expressions of fear. This was simply due to the fact that the rider atop this magnificent steed was Lin Qing, although they had never engaged in battle with him. They had heard tales from other beasts about Lin Qing. A human riding a horse that produced such thunderous hoofbeats was one to be avoided at all costs, lest one find themselves as a trophy in his possession. Moreover, when engaging in combat with this formidable creature, one cannot help but perceive the struggle as utterly futile. This notion, however, is merely a rumor circulating among the beasts of the forest. The veracity of such claims remains uncertain. Regardless, it is well known that any beast daring to confront humans has not returned. Thus, the legend of Lin Qing has gradually spread among the creatures of the forest, particularly around Lin Qing's humble abode. Previously, while patrolling the vicinity of Lin Qing's dwelling, Wang Er and his companions would occasionally encounter signs of disrupted enclosures and the remnants of paw prints left by wild beasts. Yet in recent times, not only have these enclosures remained intact, but all traces of the beast passage have vanished entirely. However, this does not imply a complete absence. Should one wish to search diligently, faint evidence of the beast's presence could still be uncovered, albeit several hundred meters away from Lin Qing's stone abode. This distance is precisely where the beast can catch a glimpse of Lin Qing's dwelling. The notoriety of Lin Qing has spread throughout this forest, yet he remains blissfully unaware. for his adversaries are merely a pack of wild beasts. Were Lin Qing to discern their thoughts, he might very well have become a master tamer of animals. Nevertheless, despite his ignorance of these matters, his loyal companions, Zhu Ying and Xiaobai, are fully aware. They merely chuckle at the news regarding their master. For the subject of this discussion is none other than their beloved owner. How could Zhu Ying and Xiaobai ever harbor fear towards Lin Qing? They are, in fact, quite fond of him. As the discourse surrounding their master unfolds, both Zhu Ying and Xiaobai listen intently, particularly when the conversation turns to Zhu Ying. His speed inexplicably surges, as if he has consumed a potent stimulant. Not only does his pace quicken, but the duration of his swiftness is remarkably prolonged. Consequently, Lin Qing, within a mere half-day, has already arrived at the vicinity of the Wanlin tribe, where Wan Li resides. Look, what is that? As Lin Qing hastens towards the Wanlin tribe, two individuals stationed atop a lookout tower spot the swiftly approaching figure of Lin Qing. The moment they catch sight of him next to a large tree, he vanishes in an instant, leading them to believe they have encountered a ghost. However, as they strain to locate Lin Qing, they eventually discern his position. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qing has traversed from beside the tree to a stone over 100 meters away. Such speed is utterly astonishing. As the two individuals ready their weapons and prepare for defense, Lin Qing, mounted on Zhu Ying, arrives directly beneath the lookout tower. At that moment, the guards seize their weapons and simultaneously sound the alarm. Yet, just as the signal echoes for a mere 2 seconds, it is abruptly interrupted by the commanding shout of their captain from below the tower. The signal of heightened vigilance resounded loudly, yet the voice of their captain resonated even more powerfully. "What are you all doing? Don't you see who has arrived?" The final exclamation, particularly, penetrated the hearts and souls of those nearby. Lin Qing was equally startled by this commanding and imposing voice. After all, who would shout so boisterously at such a moment? "Ahem. Excuse me, you must be the esteemed individual of great strength that the young chieftain spoke of. Lin Qing, is it?" A robust figure emerged from the crowd, stepping forward to address Lin Qing with a hint of bashfulness. This man was undoubtedly the captain, as it was unlikely anyone else could emit such a formidable sound. Before Lin Qing could respond, the captain continued, We have already informed the young chieftain. He should be on his way here now. You see, ever since that day he returned, the young chieftain has mentioned very little about you. Though it may sound a bit uncanny, it seems to be true. As he scrutinized Lin Qing, he noticed the crossbow slung behind him, the impressive bow, and the remarkably perceptive little white dog by his side. This prompted his words, for he had heard from Wan Li about the crossbow, capable of firing 20 arrows at once. How could such a marvel not captivate him? After conversing for a while, Lin Qing soon heard the quivering voice of Wan Li approaching from a distance, filled with excitement. Chapter 120. The arrival of the one who transformed the little clan leader's temperament, Lin Lauda. Lin Lauda, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for such a long time. Wan Li, riding on horseback, swiftly approached Lin Qing while calling out loudly. His excitement rendered his voice somewhat peculiar. Not only did Lin Qing find it somewhat exasperating, but those around him were equally perplexed. However, amidst their bewilderment, there was also a hint of astonishment in their gazes. They had not anticipated such a day. The capricious little clan leader had become so remarkably obedient. Although Wan Li's demeanor had shifted somewhat since returning from the land of death, he could still be quite headstrong at times. Yet now, as he galloped towards them, there was nothing in his demeanor that suggested he was a willful individual. "Hey, Lin Lauda, I'm so glad you finally made it. I heard from my uncle that you would arrive in a few days, but you came even sooner than expected, just 1 day later." Wan Li was brimming with excitement upon seeing Lin Qing again. Ever since he returned to the Wanlin tribe, he had envisioned Lin Qing's arrival daily. It was not merely due to the weapons Lin Qing crafted for him. More importantly, he yearned for Lin Qing to help him enhance his abilities and expose him to a grander world, such as the once unthinkable depths of the land of death. Previously, Wan Li would not have dared to contemplate entering the land of death. However, after encountering Lin Qing, he not only ventured deep into that perilous territory, but also emerged unscathed, bringing back numerous treasures. Upon returning to the tribe, when Wan Li recounted his experiences, the others were initially skeptical. Yet, witnessing his profound transformation, they could only partially accept his claims. After all, such a significant change in Wan Li's character surely indicated he had undergone extraordinary experiences. Now, with Wan Li's newfound obedience, the tribe members had come to wholeheartedly believe in his assertions. It was indeed true that Wan Li had entered the land of death and returned with remarkable artifacts. The robust plant he had brought back was not sourced from elsewhere, but was genuinely procured from that treacherous realm. Similarly, the events that transpired within the land of death had convinced those present, for the typically proud Wan Li would never casually refer to someone as boss. He had never even yielded to his own father, the clan leader, in terms of strength. How could he possibly defer to another? Moreover, Wan Li possessed a measure of strength himself, as he was certainly superior to everyone around him, including the team leader. Thus, if Wan Li acknowledged Lin Qing as boss, it was evident that Lin Qing's prowess was formidable, indeed stronger than Wan Li's. After all, winning Wan Li's respect could not be achieved through trivial means. Consequently, if Lin Qing surpassed Wan Li in strength, it implied that none present could rival Lin Qing's capabilities. Upon contemplating this, the surrounding individuals gazed at Lin Qing with eyes that shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance, a brilliance that could only emanate from profound admiration. Kulme, Chief. Since my return, I informed my father of your remarkable deeds, and he eagerly anticipates your arrival. As he spoke, Wan Li mounted his steed, accompanied by Lin Qing, who had already ascended the majestic horse, and they ventured deeper into the tribe. Observing the departing figures of Wan Li and Lin Qing, the captain of the group could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Today, the young chief uttered the word father. It is utterly astonishing. The Wan Lin tribe, after all, was a relatively large community, and given its significant expanse, one would expect its territory to be vast. However, despite the considerable area of the Wan Lin tribe, Lin Qing on his steed and Wan Li on horseback reached the enormous stone house at the heart of the tribe in just over a minute. Indeed, it was within this grand stone edifice that the tribe's chief, Wan Sun, who is also Wan Li's father, was engaged in discussions with several esteemed members for various tribes regarding strategies to attack the Yimu tribe. Yet, upon the abrupt entrance of the duo, the expressions of everyone in the hall fell instantly. Some individuals, who had previously altered their perception of Wan Li due to his commendable performance, now felt as though they had been slapped in the face, their faces alternating between flushed and pale. It seemed that Wan Li's stubbornness was indeed hard to change. As the chief and Wan Li's father, Wan Sun could not help but feel a surge of irritation at his son's reckless intrusion into a meeting, despite his usual indulgence. However, just as Wan Sun was about to express his displeasure, his gaze fell upon Lin Qing, who trailed closely behind Wan Li. Faced with the sight of his son bringing someone into the ongoing conference, Wan Sun restrained his rising anger to assess the current situation. But upon witnessing Lin Qing's appearance and attire, he was taken aback, his heart brimming with shock, especially as Lin Qing rode a magnificent horse, accompanied by a large white dog. This was indeed the esteemed individual his son had encountered in the land of death. Not only that, but this person had led his son safely out of that perilous place, enhancing his physical prowess and bringing back precious herbs. Lin Qing, Wan's son involuntarily uttered, recalling the name he had heard from his son, Wan Li. Though his tone was laced with curiosity, he had already confirmed in his heart that this was indeed Lin Qing. Lin Qing, Lin Qing. The mention of the name sent ripples through the hall, as others echoed in astonishment upon hearing it. The anger that had surged within Wan Li upon his reckless intrusion has now dissipated entirely, replaced by a profound sense of astonishment and disbelief. For the individual standing beside Wan Li is none other than Lin Qing. The tales of Lin Qing had previously elicited skepticism when recounted by Wan Li, yet now this very person materializes before them. Regardless of whether he possesses the unparalleled prowess and advanced weaponry, as described by Wan Li, the presence of Lin Qing here promises to unravel all lingering uncertainties. While Wan Sun and the others are engulfed in shock and confusion, Wan Chong remains relatively undisturbed. This is because he had already expended all his astonishment and doubts the previous day. Thus, compared to Wan Sun and the others, Wan Chong appears remarkably composed. With Wan Li and Lin Qing present, he stands out as the only clear-headed individual, making him the sole agent capable of rousing the others from their stupor. Clearing his throat, ahem. Initially, Wan Chong's gentle cough elicited no response from Wan's son and the others, prompting him to cough more forcefully. This, however, effectively roused them from their astonishment. Chapter 121. Big Brother Lin, consider this your home. Cough, cough. The members of Wan's son, now regaining their composure, found themselves in a somewhat awkward situation, for all present, by virtue of age, were significantly senior to Lin Qing. The fact that they had momentarily lost their focus in front of a junior was, without a doubt, a source of embarrassment for them. After all, how could an elder possibly falter in the presence of a younger individual? However, since the person mentioned by Wan Li, Lin Qing, had indeed arrived, the ongoing meeting must be temporarily halted, to be resolved at a later date. While the matters at hand were of some significance, concerning the rival Yi Mu tribe, there was, at this moment, an affair of even greater importance. Lin Qing's presence. Cough, cough. Wan Sen glanced at the others nearby before stepping forward to Lin Qing with a smile, saying, "You must be Lin Qing. I extend my gratitude for rescuing Wan Li from the clutches of death." Ah, there is no need for thanks. It was primarily Wan Li's own prowess that enabled him to emerge unscathed from that perilous place and return to the tribe. Lin Qing replied, exchanging pleasantries with Wan's son, who, after all, was the chieftain of the Wan Lin tribe, and Wan Li was his son. One could never tell when they might require the cooperation of the Wan Lin tribe, and this presented a prime opportunity to foster goodwill. Ha ha, Brother Lin. Yes, I shall refer to you as Brother Lin, Wan's son proclaimed with a grin, taking the liberty of addressing Lin Qing in such a manner. Although Wan's son was indeed older, this informal title served to strengthen the bond between them, and Lin Qing did not object, responding graciously, "Chieftain Wan, you are too kind." After all, it was evident that one does not ascend to the position of chieftain without possessing remarkable qualities. Ha ha ha, splendid. Brother Lin, let us proceed. This is not the place for conversation. We shall move to another house. With that, Wan's son led Lin Qing, along with Wan Chong and Wan Li, towards a nearby large house, which was even more spacious and well-appointed than the previous one. Clearly, this abode was reserved for esteemed guests. The states, Zhu, Ying, and Xiao Bai, had already been well taken care of by the members of the Wan Lin tribe, ensuring they were well fed and comfortable in the stables. Lin Qing felt no concern as he followed Wan's son into the grand house. Upon entering the main hall, he made his way toward one of the chairs on either side. However, before he could take 2 steps, Wan Sen called out to him from the center of the hall, "Brother Lin, come, sit here." Wan Sen gestured for Lin Qing to join him at his side, demonstrating his genuine regard for Lin Qing, as it was Lin Qing who had influenced his son Wan Li to behave more appropriately. Otherwise, Wan's son might have found it exceedingly challenging to hear his son address him as father. Upon Wan Li's return from the realm of death and the revelation of Lin Qing's circumstances, his demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Previously, he had been irritable towards Wan's son, hardly uttering a word of affection, yet now he showered Wan Lin with affection, addressing him as father with ease. This shift compelled Wan's son to regard Lin Qing with greater seriousness. As Lin Qing contemplated declining the gesture, the unwavering determination etched on Wan Sen's face left her with little choice but to walk towards the chair beside him. Reluctant to create further complications, Lin Qing acquiesced and took her place beside him. Seated centrally, she observed Wan Sen and the others, silently marveling at their excessive courtesy towards her. Wan Li, seated nearby, seemed to perceive Lin Qing's thoughts and exclaimed, "Boss Lin, please, don't stand on ceremony with us. Make yourself at home." Hee. His playful demeanor alleviated the slightly awkward atmosphere. Recognizing the situation, Wan Li rose from his chair and began recounting the extraordinary events that transpired between himself and Lin Qing. Though he had previously shared these tales, the memories ignited a fervor within him, as the experiences from the realm of death were beyond his wildest imaginings. Traversing the miasma-laden territory, hunting vibrant giant lizards, and foraging for herbs in a mysterious swamp. Though these stories were few, they left an indelible mark on Wan Li's memory. Now, as Wan Li recounted these adventures to Wan's son and the others, the credibility of his words had reached an unparalleled level. Initially, his accounts may have seemed fantastical, but now they resonated with the authenticity of real experiences. "Hey, Boss Lin, about that item." Wan Li stood eagerly before Lin Qing, anticipation sparkling in his eyes. Understanding his unspoken desires, Lin Qing chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she retrieved a rectangular pouch crafted from animal hide, slightly bulging in one area, and placed it into Wanli's hands. Wanli's excitement surged as he beheld the pouch Lin Qing had handed him. If not for a gentle nudge from her foot, he might have remained in a daze. Realizing the moment, Wanli swiftly grasped the item and, to the astonishment of the onlookers, dragged the central table into position. Before anyone could voice their discontent or reprimand him, Wanli had already unfastened the pouch. Though the sword was enveloped in hide, the exposed portion gleamed coldly, revealing a blade that shimmered with an icy brilliance. Beside the iron sword lay the coveted crossbow that Wanli had long yearned for. The reason the rectangular leather pouch was protruding was indeed due to this very crossbow. As Wan Sun and the others sat on their chairs, gazing at the iron sword on the table, the reprimands they had intended for Wan Li were swallowed back in silence. For this iron sword was the finest they had ever encountered among all the swords they had seen. It surpassed the swords they carried by several folds, even dozens. They had never before laid eyes on a sword devoid of any blemishes. Typically, ordinary iron swords bore pockmarks or had imperfections along the blade. But this iron sword resting on the table was nothing short of perfection. Not only was it flawless, but a mere glance revealed its extraordinary sharpness. It could slice through iron as though it were mere clay. And in the very next moment, Wanli would demonstrate this astonishing prowess. Chapter 122, My son, allow me to behold this iron sword. With a resounding clang, Wanli unsheathed the iron sword that hung from his waist. This sword, forced upon him by Wan San upon his return to the tribe, was deemed essential for survival. Without a weapon at hand, one could easily meet a grim fate, even while residing within the safety of the tribe. Thus, Wanli reluctantly donned this iron sword, though he held it in contempt for its perceived inferiority, despite being of a quality considered above average within the Wanlin tribe. The sword paled in comparison to the formidable blade wielded by Lin Qing, which could slice through iron as if it were mere mud. Consequently, although Wanli wore this sword daily, he had never once employed it, waiting instead for Lin Qing's promise of a superior weapon, a new iron sword and a repeating crossbow. As he anticipated Lin Qing's arrival at the Wanlin tribe, Wanli's disdain for the iron sword at his side grew, yet he still drew it from its sheath. It was time for this sword to fulfill its purpose, not to slay an enemy or to bestow upon another, but as a testing stone for the iron sword that Lin Qing had pledged to give him. With a swift motion, the hall was illuminated by a flash of cold light as Wanli's sword cleaved through the table, splitting it cleanly in two with a resounding crash. The table collapsed under the force of the blow. Prior to this demonstration, Wanli had prudently stowed away the repeating crossbow and the accompanying leather pouch gifted to him by Lin Qing. Otherwise, those items too would have suffered the same fate. The thunderous noise of the table's collapse reverberated throughout the hall, prompting Wan Sun and the others to take notice. They were momentarily stunned as they observed the iron sword Wanli wore severed by the one now in his grasp. What manner of craftsmanship could yield such power? In that moment, Wan Sun comprehended why his son had expressed disdain for the sword he had given him. There was a superior blade awaiting him. With this realization, Wan Sun turned his gaze towards Lin Qing, for it was he who had brought forth this magnificent sword. Lin Qing remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and composed, occasionally sipping from a teacup at the side of the table. His tranquility stemmed from the knowledge that he had crafted this sword himself. How could he be astonished by its prowess when he had witnessed even more powerful blades? The onlookers, Wan Sun and the others, were left in awe, grappling with the reality before them. Was this truly an iron sword? Was it conceivable that such power could emanate from a mere sword? Standing in the center, Wanli glanced at the astonished faces of Wan Sun and the others around him. Then his expression transformed into one of sheer delight as he admired the iron sword in his hand. Boss Lin, you truly did not deceive me. I have not only arrived at the tribe, but you have also gifted me such a razor-sharp iron sword. As he beheld the sword, Wanli felt an increasing affection for it, akin to a child who has just received a coveted toy that has materialized right before him. Wanli, come here and let your father have a look at that iron sword, Wan San said with a benevolent smile directed at Wanli. This sword is no ordinary weapon. What if it were to cause you harm while in your possession? It would be best for me to keep it safe until you are older. At that moment, Wan San's thoughts echoed this sentiment. Indeed, How could a man like him not be tempted by such a finely honed sword? With this blade in hand, he envisioned a path where no tree would remain standing in its wake. Furthermore, possessing such a sword would undoubtedly give him an advantage in future confrontations with the Nightwood tribe, allowing him to swiftly vanquish his foes. You think to block my iron sword? My blade shall simply sever yours. Thus, Wansan spoke to Wanli with a serene demeanor, yearning for the opportunity to hold the iron sword and inspect it closely. No way. Upon hearing his father's request, the once compliant Wanli reverted to his willful self, his tone growing impatient. Faced with Wanli's outright refusal, Wansan displayed no signs of embarrassment, merely a hint of exasperation. Perhaps it was due to having been rebuffed by his son on multiple occasions that he remained so composed. Wansan's rejection was met with silence from the onlookers, including Wanzhong and others, who had prepared to voice their own comments. If even Wanli would not allow his father to see the sword, it would be futile for anyone else to intervene. Consequently, the group swiftly abandoned their thoughts regarding the iron sword, shifting their focus to the crossbow slung across Wanli's back. They had just witnessed the sword's formidable power and were convinced that Lin Qing would not provide an ordinary weapon. Thus, the peculiar contraption must possess immense capabilities. In fact, some among them had already surmised the function of the crossbow, noting its resemblance to a curved bow, indicating its purpose for launching arrows. Dos Lin, hiv. Wanli had already tucked the iron sword away and eagerly retrieved the crossbow. He dashed over to Lin Qing, feeling slightly bashful as he looked up at him. Wanli understood that in order to fire arrows from the crossbow, specific short arrows were required, and at that moment, only Lin Qing possessed them among those present. Lin Qing took a sip of tea from a cup on the nearby table and then extracted a handful of short arrows from the bee skin pouch hanging at his side. Neither too many nor too few. Precisely 20. Thank you, Boss Lin. Observing the 20 arrows, Wanli swiftly loaded them all into the crossbow. Having previously witnessed Lin Qing perform this task and reflecting upon it daily since returning to the tribe, he was quite familiar with the loading process. Whoosh! With a series of deft movements, all 20 arrows were now securely positioned within the crossbow. Holding the crossbow, Wanli surveyed the surroundings, finally aiming the arrows at the stone pillar situated in the hall. He deliberately chose not to target the table, as its flimsy thickness rendered it inadequate. Should an arrow penetrate the table, it would undoubtedly continue its trajectory forward. Thus, he opted to aim for the sturdy stone pillar instead. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, all 20 arrows struck the stone pillar. The crossbow was remarkably easy to operate, and none of Wanli's shots went astray. Every arrow found its mark. However, some arrows, due to their angle, pierced through the pillar, continuing onward until half of their shafts embedded themselves into the stone wall, finally halting their advance. The pillar, struck by the arrows, collapsed with a resounding crash. Dust filled the hall as the grand structure trembled momentarily. Fortunately, the targeted pillar was not load-bearing, so the building merely shook without collapsing. Yet, had it fallen, the repercussions would have been dire for all within, including Lin Qing, who was leisurely sipping tea in his chair. Chapter 123. Is this cooperation? It's clearly an attempt to covet the Oregon cough. The living room was filled with dust, forcing Lin Qing to cover his mouth and nose, coughing a couple of times. He squinted and approached Wanli, delivering several sharp knocks to his head. Ouch! 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 Boss Lin, I was wrong. Wanli, feeling the pain atop his head, immediately recognized his assailant and begged for mercy. The reason he was certain it was Lin Qing was that in this tribe, no one dared to strike him in such a manner. Not even his father, Wan's son, or his uncle, Wan Chong, had ever treated him so harshly. After all, no one wished to invite trouble upon themselves. If they truly laid a hand on Wanli, their lives would likely be far from pleasant thereafter. The smoke in the hall began to dissipate as all the doors and windows were opened. As the dust settled, Wan's son and the others caught sight of Lin Qing reprimanding Wanli, who stood there in submission, desperately pleading for mercy. Observing this scene, Wan's son and the others came to understand why Wanli had returned so docilely. However, as they recalled the earlier events, solemn expressions emerged on their faces. How could the speed of the arrows have been so astonishing? And the power behind them was equally formidable. What on earth was that contraption? With this thought, Wan Sun and the others instinctively turned their gaze towards the crossbow in Wan Li's hands. It seemed that Wan Li felt the scrutiny of his father and Wan Chong, quickly clutching the crossbow to his chest, fearful that one misstep might result in his father seizing it away. At that moment, Wan Li suddenly realized why his father had been so interested in that iron sword, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of dread. If he were to relinquish it to his father, retrieving it would likely be impossible. Good son. No way. Having grasped what was on Wan Sun's mind, Wan Li interjected firmly before Wan Sun could finish his thought. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. No one anticipated Wan Li's outright refusal. However, considering Wan Li's character, it all made sense. Cough, cough. To mask the awkwardness, Wan Sun quickly coughed and shifted his gaze to Lin Qing. These items had been brought by Lin Qing, and it was evident they were crafted by him. Since they were made by Lin Qing, the subsequent matters would surely be more manageable. Brother Lin, about this iron sword and that crossbow? Yes, the crossbow. Would it be possible? After Wan Li's response, Wan Sun had learned the peculiar item's name. All right, feel free to make any requests. I assure you they will be met. As for the Nightwood tribe, we are determined to deal with them as well. For the sake of these two items, Wan Sun resolved to do whatever it took to fulfill Lin Qing's needs and address the situation with the Nightwood tribe. The affairs between Lin Qing and the Nightwood tribe were divulged to Wan Sun through Wan Li and Wan Zhou. Given that both parties bore grievances against the Nightwood tribe, why not seize this opportunity to jointly subdue them? Upon listening to Wan Sun's words, Lin Qing naturally grasped the underlying motives. However, the Nightwood tribe was not a trivial faction. Thus, Lin Qing still required the assistance of the Wan Lin tribe regarding matters related to them. Very well, Lin Qing replied with a smile. You shall provide the materials necessary for the crafting of these items. However, regarding the iron swords, their quality necessitates a considerable investment of time, rendering mass production unfeasible. Rest assured, the swords I will deliver shall be of commendable quality, not mere refuse. The weapons crafted will be distributed to you in batches, although they may not all be of uniform excellence. The processes of smelting and forging demand substantial time to yield fine-quality iron swords. Of course, if you desire, you may also commission a personalized iron sword. As for the quality, I trust you understand. Naturally, you are well aware of the materials and other requisite items involved. As for other matters, I wonder if you possess any rare ores or particularly unique herbs in this vicinity. Regarding the Nightwood tribe, I shall prepare adequately upon my return. Although Lin Qing exchanged only a few words with Wan Sun, he had always been adept at discerning character. Wan Sun, being a man of generosity, appreciated Lin Qing's straightforwardness and candidly expressed his thoughts. Ha ha ha, splendid. With the equipment crafted by you, my dear Lin, even 10 Nightwood tribes would be no match. Lin Qing articulated his needs and requirements directly, and rather than inciting displeasure, Wan Sun was filled with joy. For Wan Sun was indeed as Lin Qing had envisioned, a man of frankness who eschewed circumlocution. Lin Qing's forthrightness aligned perfectly with Wan Sun's palate. My dear Lin, regarding those rare ores you mentioned, I'm not entirely certain, but I do possess some rather unique stones. Without further ado, allow me to escort you to see them. With that, Wan Sun led Lin Qing towards the warehouse where the ores were stored. Concurrently, he ensured that others were assigned to prepare sustenance. For with Lin Qing's presence and his agreement to assist in weapon crafting as the chieftain of the Wan Lin tribe, Wan Sun could not allow Lin Qing to go hungry. Hey Lin, let me tell you, the ore warehouse is filled with a plethora of stones, yellow, red, brilliant hues, and black. Everything you can imagine. As Lin Qing made his way towards the ore storage, Wan Li chattered excitedly beside him. Lin Qing merely acknowledged with while he took the opportunity to observe the surroundings of the Wan Lin tribe. After all, the presence of such a significant tribe surely indicated something extraordinary about this place. For instance, the iron or mountain range previously mentioned by Wan Li. Although Lin Qing harbors a profound interest in this iron or mountain range, it is, after all, the territory of another. Attempting to seize iron ore from here would be an utterly impossible endeavor. Thus, the current situation necessitates collaboration with the Wan Lin tribe, gradually extracting the iron ore from this mountain range. The Wan Lin tribe truly lives up to its stature as a formidable tribe. Lin Qing and his companions traversed nearly 5 minutes before reaching the repository of ores indicated by Wan Sun and Wan Li. While there are numerous warehouses in the vicinity, the one before Lin Qing stands apart, exhibiting subtle differences. Not only does it boast a distinct hue, but the materials employed in its construction also vary significantly. Consequently, the warehouse before Lin Qing towers a modest height above the others, with walls that are notably thicker. Nevertheless, this warehouse houses an assortment of rare ores and various other items. Regardless of their value, anything that is not commonly encountered has been stored here by Wan Sr. Perhaps among these items, there lies something of necessity, just as Lin Qing finds himself in need of this repository at this very moment. Chapter 124. A casual creation of a carriage of ordinary quality, the creaking door was pushed open by the duo of Wan Sun and Wan Li, revealing not the assortment of stones and materials within the warehouse, but rather a cloud of dust that had accumulated due to the prolonged closure of the entrance. Cough, cough. As Lin Qing gazed into the haze of fine dust particles swirling around him, he instinctively coughed a couple of times and retreated a step. Wan Li and Wan Sun, seemingly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, paused for a moment, inhaling some of the dust, before hastily following Lin Qing's lead in retreating. However, the dust had already provoked their coughing as well. In that instant, at the entrance of the warehouse, Lin Qing, Wan Li, Wan Sun, and the accompanying Wan Chong were all caught in a fit of coughing, making it appear as though they had all suddenly fallen ill. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the cloud of dust that enveloped them. Once the fine particles were carried away by the breeze, Lin Qing finally caught sight of the interior of the warehouse. As Wan Li and the others had previously described, it was indeed filled with an array of colorful ores, alongside some unknown white clay, yellow earth, and golden sand, materials whose names could only be discerned from their appearances. Cough, cough. At that moment, Wan Sun approached Lin Qing with a somewhat awkward demeanor, apologizing. "My dear Lin, I truly apologize for the sudden cloud of dust. Cough, cough. The door has not been used in ages, and we usually utilize the smaller side entrance when delivering items. Hence, it's quite all right." "Really," Lin Qing reassured. "The event has transpired, and no one anticipated such a dust storm. Besides, Wan Li and the others inhaled quite a bit as well." Thus, Lin Qing chose not to dwell on the matter. Rather, it would be more prudent to venture inside and inspect the contents. Although their time together had been brief, Wan Li understood Lin Qing's intentions well, for they had come here primarily to explore the treasures within. "All right, father, let us proceed inside without delay." Indeed, with that, Wan Sun led Lin Qing, along with Wan Li and Wan Chong, into the depths of the warehouse. Upon entering, they were met with the same cloud of dust that had greeted them at the entrance. Each step stirred up a whirlwind of particles around them. A cough, cough. Witnessing this spectacle, Wan Sun's embarrassment deepened. Having encountered such a significant cloud of dust upon opening the door, he was astonished to find it equally pervasive within. Without hesitation, Wan Sun quickly joined Wan Li and Wan Chong in rushing to the walls, flinging open all the doors and windows of the warehouse. At that very moment, a fierce wind was howling outside. After Wan Sun and the others opened all the doors and windows of the warehouse, they swiftly led Lin Qing away from the premises. The wind was indeed forceful. Perhaps it understood that its presence was essential at this moment. The sound of the wind echoed, and the dust within the warehouse was quickly swept away by the gusts. "Lin, I truly apologize," Wan Sun said, feeling embarrassed about the significant amount of dust in the warehouse. "It seems someone has recently been transporting special ores here. How can there be so much dust?" While expressing his apologies, Wan Sun couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Could there have been a sandstorm recently? Yet, there were no signs elsewhere to indicate that a sandstorm had passed through this place. Putting aside his thoughts, Wan Sun led Lin Qing directly into the warehouse. This, and this. Upon entering, Lin Qing wasted no time and began to gather everything that caught his eye. The gold and silver ores were, of course, swiftly collected by Lin Qing. Perhaps this was the strength of the great tribes. Within this warehouse, Lin Qing discovered an abundance of precious gold and silver ores. As he placed the ores on the ground in preparation for transport, Lin Qing mused quietly. Did they not recognize the rarity of these items? However, just as this thought crossed his mind, it was interrupted by another realization. Indeed, not only were these ores scarce, but their hardness also paled in comparison to iron, and their quantities were even more limited. How could they possibly forge weapons from such materials? The quantities of gold, silver, and iron ores were substantial, nearly forming two small hills. Yet, since they were mixed with other ores, Lin Qing could only sift through them while searching for rare minerals. Observing Lin Qing's diligent search for ores, Wan Sen and his companions did not remain idle. Instead, they assisted him by collecting the ores according to his specifications and placing them in the appropriate piles. However, as Lin Qing gathered more ores, he realized he needed to construct some wooden carts. He had serious doubts about the durability of the carts made by others, fearing that they might collapse halfway through their journey. Therefore, to ensure reliability, Lin Qing instructed Wan Li and the others to prepare some semi-finished wooden materials for car construction, which he would assemble himself. After all, the items crafted by Lin Qing, even a simple dart, possessed unique attributes. If he devoted himself to the creation, that dart could even have an automatic targeting feature. Of course, such a remarkable dart required not only Lin Qing's meticulous craftsmanship, but also some precious materials. Bang! 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 Outside the warehouse, Lin Qing wielded a hammer, commencing the assembly of the carts. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully imbued the standard cart with additional attributes. Please check the cart information panel for details. As Lin Qing completed the assembly of the first cart, the voice of the system echoed in his mind as anticipated. Listening to the sound, Lin Qing felt little resonance within her heart, yet she continued her work on crafting the next cart. However, as she began to assemble the subsequent carriage, a thought struck her, recalling the 4 words from the system's notification: ordinary cart. Was it truly so simple to produce something of ordinary quality? Why had crafting such commonplace items become so effortless? Lin Qing turned her gaze towards the unusually pristine cart, a result of attribute enhancement, and was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, her astonishment lasted only a fleeting second before she resumed her task of assembling the cart. After all, those precious ores required these carts for transport. Subsequently, the sound of hammering echoed again in the warehouse as Lin Qing flawlessly crafted cart after cart, each imbued with various attributes, ensuring that there would be no concern of sudden breakage while transporting the ores. After successfully creating 5 carts, she returned to the warehouse to gather more materials. Chapter 125. The Need for Supplies and Horses That Shall Suffice. Lin Qing gazed at the warehouse, which should have been brimming with various rare supplies, now appearing rather desolate, and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Previously, it had been Wan's son and his companions who were hesitant, but now the roles had reversed. However, Wan's son and the others bore no trace of discontent regarding Lin Qing's removal of so many items. On the contrary, they were filled with exhilaration. They understood that the more Lin Qing took from this place, the greater the number of weapons and equipment they could forge for themselves. Exchanging these superfluous goods for exceptionally sharp iron swords and crossbows capable of launching 20 arrows in a single volley was nothing short of a lucrative bargain. Although the warehouse appeared emptier than before, the cart outside was laden with the very goods extracted from within. Moreover, due to the sheer volume of supplies Lin Qing had transported, the 5 carts he had initially constructed proved insufficient. With no alternative, Lin Qing was compelled to craft 3 additional carts, shedding tears as he did so, to accommodate all the supplies. Alas, what else could he do? It was all for the sake of these materials. There were not only 8 carts, but each was crammed to the brim, to the point where even a single additional stone could not be accommodated. Naturally, Lin Qing was confident in the stability of these supplies during transit, asserting that navigating mountainous terrain would pose no issue whatsoever. Furthermore, the route from the stone house to Wan Lin tribe was devoid of treacherous paths. Ensuring the complete delivery of these 8 carts to the stone house would be a straightforward endeavor. Boss Lin, I recall there are still several warehouses containing yellow and green ores. Once you transport the ores back, we can arrange them, and when you return here, you can load them directly. Wan Li expressed his dissatisfaction at the mere 8 carts of supplies, believing that Lin Qing should have filled at least 20. After all, he had previously witnessed supply caravans returning to his tribe with 50 or 60 carts in tow. However, with so few items remaining in the warehouse, Lin Qing could not take more. as it was nearly emptied. Very well, very well. Lin Qing decided not to be overly courteous to Wan Li, for these items were of no use to them. Otherwise, they would not have languished in the warehouse for such an extended period. The presence of dust was abundant, leaving little doubt that the warehouse had not been frequently accessed. Yet, it was not just the dust that puzzled him. There was also fine sand mixed in. Lin Qing did not dwell on this issue, suspecting it might be a result of other materials stored in the adjacent warehouse. Young Lin, all these items have been organized, and it is now noon. Let us go and share a meal together. Wanson was thoroughly pleased with Lin Qing's actions, showing no signs of displeasure whatsoever. Since he had no use for the items here, he deemed it more prudent to bestow them upon Lin Qing, thus facilitating a favorable exchange. In this way, the otherwise redundant supplies found a purpose, and he could obtain additional weaponry from Lin Qing, a mutually beneficial arrangement indeed. Although he had effectively emptied their warehouse, Lin Qing noticed Wanson's contentment and chose not to be overly formal, joining him and his companions as they made their way to the dining area. In a grand tribe such as this, every structure served a specific purpose. The resource zone, the equipment area, the crafting section, the resting quarters, and the dining space. This structure underscored the necessity of planning for a tribe to flourish. Otherwise, chaos would reign, leaving the settlement vulnerable to both wild beasts and human attackers. After enjoying a delightful lunch, Lin Qing reclined in a chair, savoring a cup of tea brewed from an unknown concoction on the adjacent table. With each sip, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, as if he were indulging in a fine vintage rather than mere tea. As he relished the beverage, he couldn't help but reminisce about the exquisite flavors of the midday meal. The Grand Tribe had truly excelled in culinary pursuits, with an array of mysterious yet aromatic spices, complemented by freshly hunted game, absolutely divine. Thus, following lunch, Lin Qing decided to procure some seasonings from the Wanlin tribe. Wanson was equally delighted. Lin Qing's request for spices was a testament to their quality. Consequently, Wanson arranged for all the spices in the tribe to be packed onto a cart, ensuring that Lin Qing could take them back with him. Through their interactions over the morning, Lin Qing had come to understand Wanson's generous nature, and the same could be said for Wan Chong. As for Wan Li, he hardly had the opportunity to voice his thoughts. After resting in the Wanlin tribe for a while, Lin Qing prepared to return to the stone house. However, he found himself faced with a daunting task. There were 8 carts laden with supplies, including one dedicated solely to spices. In total, that made 9 carts, each brimming with goods. Even with Lin Qing's remarkable abilities, it was impossible to transport all 9 carts to the stone house in one go, especially since he had only one horse, Shadow. Nevertheless, while he was but one man and one horse, the Wanlin tribe boasted numerous individuals and horses. If he lacked sufficient mounts, he would simply have to borrow a few more from the tribe. As for personnel, their assistance was essential. More horses? Absolutely. Lin, my brother. Gulme, let's head to the stables and select as you please. Wansun was in splendid spirits, knowing that Lin Qing's return to the stone house indicated preparations for crafting weapons and equipment. Immediately, Wansun led Lin Qing towards the stable. Within the Wanlin tribe, the stable was indeed quite expansive. Before Lin Qing could catch sight of the horses, he was already greeted by their spirited whinnies. Naturally, this stable was situated further from the heart of the tribe, and both Lin Qing and Wansun rode their respective horses to arrive there. As soon as they entered the stable, the horses within began to stir with excitement. Lin Qing was captivated by the imposing stature of the horses, and he felt compelled to select a few. Some of these horses were even taller than his own steed, Zhuiying, prompting him to take them along. After an extensive selection process, Lin Qing had thoroughly inspected the stable and ultimately chose 18 robust horses, each exhibiting remarkable vigor. He felt immense satisfaction, for such strength and size were rare among wild horses, attainable only through diligent training. While Lin Qing reveled in his fortunate selection, Wansun wore a troubled expression, for many of these horses were coveted by the sons of the tribe's elite. However, given the circumstances, it was unthinkable to send any of them back at this point. Noticing Wansun's unease, Lin Qing addressed him after leading the horses out. The crafting of weaponry will undoubtedly be expedited. As for quantities, as long as the resources are sufficient. Before Lin Qing could finish, Wansun hastily interrupted, wary of nearby ears catching wind of Lin Qing's intentions. After all, Lin Qing was preparing to forge a sword for him, not for anyone else. Should others overhear, they might pressure Wan Sun for additional swords. If Lin Qing were to falter due to the increased demand, not only would the others miss out on their swords, but Wan Sun's own would be at risk as well. Chapter 126. The sudden appearance of cannibal supplies and horses were all meticulously prepared. After bidding farewell to Wan Li and the others, Lin Qing set off directly towards the direction of his stone house. Despite carrying a substantial amount of provisions, Lin Qing felt no trepidation. After all, Wan Li was also part of the caravan. Initially, Lin Qing had no intention of allowing them to accompany him, as there seemed to be no pressing matters to attend to. However, Wan Li persistently insisted on following him, leaving Lin Qing with no choice but to acquiesce. 18 horses drew 9 carts, and Lin Qing, riding his steed, Zhu Ying, accompanied by Bai and Wan Li on horseback beside him, commenced their journey towards the stone house. The time taken to reach the Wan Lin tribe was merely half a day. Yet the return journey to the stone house would demand an entire afternoon. This was precisely why Lin Qing opted to return after lunch. Had he lingered any longer, nightfall would have descended before he could arrive at the stone house. During the daylight, numerous wild beasts roamed the forest, and the dangers only heightened under the cover of darkness, where not only were there feral creatures, but the obscurity of night rendered one vulnerable. Glop, glop, glop. Lin Qing walked at the forefront of the caravan, guiding the horses towards the wooden abode to prevent straying off course or inadvertently wandering into marshy terrain. Wan Li followed closely at the rear of the caravan, vigilant against potential beast assaults from behind, while also keeping an eye on the carts ahead to ensure they remained on track. As Lin Qing led the way, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. It was fortunate that Wan Li had insisted on accompanying him, for otherwise, the journey would have been fraught with concern. After all, with 18 horses and 9 laden carts, any unforeseen incident could prove disastrous. Such supplies were not as commonplace as iron ore, a fact evidenced by their scarcity within the vast Wan Lin tribe. One must recognize that the iron ore reserves in the large tribe could only be described as mountainous. Imagine 1 iron mountain or 2 iron mountains. In stark contrast, there was simply no comparison between the 8 carts of supplies and several iron mountains, both in terms of system and quantity. However, the rarity of these supplies inherently dictated their limited availability. Otherwise, they would not be classified as rare commodities. As the afternoon slipped away, the sun began its descent. The clouds in the sky turned a vibrant shade of crimson, casting a fiery glow upon the trees in the forest below. Lin Lauda, how much farther do we have to go? This picturesque scene was abruptly interrupted by Wan Li, who lay exhausted atop his horse. Although the journey was fraught with encounters of beastly assaults, before they could launch an attack on the caravan, Wan Li had already dispatched them with his iron sword and crossbow. The acquisition of 2 new pieces of equipment invigorated Wan Li, who had been yearning for an opportunity to hone his skills. The arrival of the beasts, eager to meet their demise, was a most gratifying circumstance. However, after slaying countless creatures, Wan Li eventually succumbed to tedium, evidenced by his languid posture atop his steed. After all, he was merely an adolescent of 18 or 19, and an unending cycle of monotony was bound to induce boredom. As he gazed at the encroaching darkness of the forest, impatience began to stir within him. Almost there. Let us hurry, Lin Qing exclaimed, glancing at the map before addressing Wan Li behind him. They were now just a 1/10 of the journey away from the stone house. Though the distance was short, traversing it had consumed nearly an entire afternoon. Nonetheless, Lin Qing felt content that their horses had traversed such a long stretch without incident. As twilight descended, human voices suddenly echoed around Lin Qing. Simultaneously, the darkness revealed flickering torches within the forest. The distinct sounds confirmed the presence of humans, leaving Lin Qing perplexed. How could humans possibly appear here? Although the stone house was not far off, continuing onward would lead them there. If there were indeed people nearby, they should have already discovered the stone house. Contemplating this, Lin Qing grew cautious, seeking to conceal the caravan and ascertain the unfolding situation. He also distributed some arrows from Zhu Ying to Wan Li for potential emergencies. However, as Lin Qing maneuvered the horses in another direction, the flames in the forest seemed to follow suit, advancing towards his path. Initially, Lin Qing thought it mere coincidence that the others had altered their course, but as he continued to steer away, the firelight persisted in its pursuit, as if they were aware of his presence. Faced with the approaching flames, Lin Qing decided against further movement, instead preparing to confront those wielding torches and emitting strange sounds. Soon, as he adjusted the caravan, the torchbearers came into view. Oh, oh, oh. Lin Qing observed the figures clad only in grass shorts, their bodies adorned with tribal-like tattoos. And a singular word sprang to mind: wild men. They could very well be cannibals. In the midst of this forest, an unexpected group of individuals appeared, uttering not a single word, only emitting sounds akin to oh. It was difficult not to surmise that they were a band of wild men, the kind associated with cannibalism. Oh, oh, oh. Upon sighting Lin Qing, the 10 peculiar figures became increasingly agitated, their mouths glistening with what resembled drool, yet they remained silent, continuing their refrain of oh, oh. Observing these individuals, Lin Qing's heart sank, for he could ascertain that these 10 had already deemed himself, Wan Li, and the nearby horses as potential sustenance. Just as this thought crossed Lin Qing's mind, the 10 individuals suddenly brandished a spiked club from their waist and charged towards him and Wan Li. Boss Lin, those people, fire the arrows. Lin Qing instantly reacted, aiming the crossbow that he had meticulously prepared at the advancing figures, and decisively pulled the trigger. Wan Li, feeling a sense of urgency, echoed Lin Qing's command without hesitation, directing his own crossbow at the 10 assailants and unleashing a volley of bolts. Swiftly, all the arrows from Lin Qing and Wan Li's crossbows were released. However, those wielding the clubs could hardly continue their advance under the barrage of 40 arrows. Instead, they faltered, their legs pierced by the projectiles, resorting to crawling towards Lin Qing. Lin Qing had deliberately targeted their legs, for he had witnessed them persist despite sustaining multiple hits. This prompted him to continue firing at their lower limbs to impede their relentless approach. Their resilience was astonishing, raising the unsettling question of whether the spikes on their weapons harbored any venomous properties. Chapter 127. Weapons that even iron swords cannot sever. Boss Lin. Who on earth are these people? Wan Li inquired, observing the individuals on the ground who were baring their teeth at him, a flicker of fear coursing through him. As dusk enveloped the sky, the bizarre markings adorning these figures only deepened the forest's eerie atmosphere. They must be intent on devouring us all. Lin Qing, aware of the drooling figures before him, understood their intentions all too well. Was their salivation merely a result of their inability to close their mouths? It was likely that their mouths had run dry the moment they laid eyes on Lin Qing and Wan Li. What? Wan Li shuddered at Lin Qing's words. Those people on the ground want to eat me. His heart raced with trepidation, especially as he caught sight of the drooling figures, nearly causing him to tumble from his mount. Noticing Wan Li's palpable panic, Lin Qing reassured him, "Do not be so frightened. They are already sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. What is there to fear? All right, I understand, Boss Lin." Despite Lin Qing's attempts to comfort him, Wan Li remained deeply unsettled, his fear now surpassing anything he had encountered in the Valley of Death. This profound fear stemmed from a childhood memory when he had accompanied his father, Wan's son, on a hunting expedition where he had witnessed individuals eerily similar to these. At that time, he had caught sight of them consuming something unspeakable, leaving an indelible mark on his psyche. This recollection resurfaced with a vengeance at the sight of these figures, especially when Lin Qing mentioned they intended to consume them. Even without Lin Qing's words, the sight of those on the ground would have triggered the haunting memories of his past. Observing Wan Li's lingering fear, Lin Qing resolved to confront the threat himself. Forcing Wan Li into the fray might result in unforeseen consequences. Thus, he took matters into his own hands. "Ju-ing, forward," Lin Qing commanded, urging his steed towards the 10 figures ahead, leaving Xiao by beside Wan Li for his safety. The fallen individuals seemed to sense the impending confrontation. Despite their prone position, they let out frantic cries, seemingly warning Lin Qing to keep his distance. However, how could Lin Qing heed their warnings? Moreover, he could not comprehend their utterances, interpreting them instead as a plea for him to swiftly eliminate their suffering. Clang! As Lin Qing raised the iron sword in his hand and struck towards the individual in front of him, the man on the ground struggled desperately, using a spiked staff to defend himself. Consequently, Lin Qing's sword did not eliminate this opponent, but instead collided with the weapon in the man's grasp. To Lin Qing's astonishment, his formidable iron sword, capable of slicing through metal as if it were mere clay, was thwarted by what appeared to be a weapon crafted from some kind of plant. This was indeed surprising. After all, the sword had never encountered such resistance from the flora in the Death Zone or the swamplands. How could this happen now? No longer able to ponder, Lin Qing was forced to react swiftly, as the individual who had blocked his attack was now swinging the weapon towards him. Given the formidable physique of his opponent, it was evident that their strength was considerable. However, it was a pity that they possessed little more than brute force. Otherwise, they would not be relying solely on close-quarters combat with such rudimentary weapons. Clang! A crisp sound resonated from Lin Qing's iron sword, this time not due to his offensive strike, but rather as a result of parrying the incoming attack. While Lin Qing could have avoided harm by not blocking, he could not afford to let his mount, Zhu, suffer the consequences. Particularly alarming was the sight of the green liquid on the spikes of their staffs, a substance that evoked thoughts of danger, with potential corrosive and toxic properties. Zhu, Lin Qing kicked his mount, signaling it to retreat to the side. Zhu, understanding the urgency of the situation, seized the moment and leaped aside. With impressive agility, Zhu carried Lin Qing nearly 5 meters away, successfully distancing them from the assailant wielding the staff. Yet, where Zhu landed, they were still surrounded by others brandishing similar weapons, as there were still 10 adversaries in total. However, Lin Qing did not charge at this individual directly. Instead, he aimed for their neck with a thrust of his sword. Positioned above, while mounted on Zhu, it was exceedingly simple for him to target their vulnerable spot. With a swift thrust, Lin Qing's attack proved effective. The iron sword met no resistance as it pierced the man's neck. The staff, which he had intended to lift, fell to the ground in resignation. After all, despite the man's impressive physique, he could not withstand the sharpness of Lin Qing's sword. The iron sword in Lin Qing's hand is no ordinary weapon. One individual has already met a swift demise at Lin Qing's hands, and the remaining 9, who lie incapacitated on the ground, are now engulfed in panic upon witnessing this scene. Though their intellect may not be particularly high, they possess an innate sense of danger. Amidst their cries of despair, the expressions of fear etched upon their faces starkly contrast with their earlier aggressive demeanor as they charged at Lin Qing. With a swift motion, Lin Qing dispatches them one by one, their futile attempts at resistance proving ineffective. As they struggle, Lin Qing's other hand is not idle. With a flurry of arrows, he pins one of the assailant's limbs to the ground, rendering any further resistance impossible. While this may appear brutal, in the depths of the forest, there is no room for mercy. Those who dare to attack Lin Qing must be prepared to face annihilation. Meanwhile, Wan Li, initially paralyzed by fear, observes Lin Qing's decisive actions and gradually regains his composure. With a swift motion, he releases an arrow from his crossbow, striking one of the fallen adversaries directly in the neck with tremendous force, delivering a fatal blow. Chapter 128. The burdened strength of Wan Li. Lin Qing gazed at the individual struck down by Wan Li's arrow, then turned to Wan Li and gave him a thumbs up. A sense of pride surged within Wan Li as he basked in Lin Qing's praise, dispelling all remnants of fear and replacing them with unwavering resolve. Although these foes had fallen swiftly before Lin Qing, Wan Li's involvement hastened their demise even further. With swift precision, the 10 cannibals charging towards Lin Qing and Wan Li were swiftly vanquished. The area was soon enveloped in a metallic scent of blood, accompanied by the low growls of beasts echoing through the forest. "Boss, we should leave quickly." Wan Li shuddered at the thought of the beasts drawn by the scent of blood, realizing that they would pose a far greater challenge than the 10 cannibals. Indeed, Lin Qing acknowledged the gravity of the situation. After scavenging what he could from the fallen cannibals, he mounted Zhu and set off towards the direction of the stone house. Naturally, he did not forget to take the weapons wielded by the cannibals. However, with a total of 10 weapons and various herbs, Lin Qing had no choice but to stow them in the last cart reserved for transporting supplies, as the other carts were already brimming with goods. Soon, Lin Qing led the caravan onward towards the stone house, and after dispatching the cannibals, they encountered no further troubles. In fact, They did not even come across a single stray dog, arriving at the stone house unscathed and in complete safety. Boss, boss, you're back. Upon reaching the outer defensive perimeter of the stone house, Lin Qing heard the boisterous voice of Wang Er calling out. At the same time, the group of Zhang San and others, who had been eagerly awaiting Lin Qing's return, rushed towards him upon hearing Wang Er's exclamation. 19 individuals stood before Lin Qing, none absent. Boss, you've finally returned. This is, Wang Er began, observing Lin Qing and the carts behind him, noticing Wanli by his side. However, before he could finish his thought, Zhang San interjected, hold on. Can't you see how many carts the boss has brought back? Yes, right. Wang Er, realizing the moment was not appropriate for chatter, quickly donned a sheepish grin and approached one of the 9 carts, leading the horse towards the stone house. Zhang San and the others followed suit, understanding that Lin Qing's return with such a heavy load must have been exhausting, and recognizing that their assistance was needed now more than ever. Although 9 carriages and 18 horses might seem abundant, with the assistance of Wang Er, Zhang San, and their 19 companions, it was hardly a troublesome affair. Moreover, the 18 horses selected by Lin Qing were exceptionally spirited and obediently followed Wang Er and the others towards the stone house. 10 minutes later, Lin Qing, Wanli, and Zhang San's group found themselves seated within the dining hall. Previously, due to Lin Qing's summoning of Mengyu, the area of the dining hall had been significantly expanded by him, allowing everyone to form a circle with an open space in the center for Chef Zhao Lu and Yin Dun to prepare food for Lin Qing and the others seated around. Upon Wan Li's arrival, Lin Qing graciously treated him, for Wan Li had been instrumental in assisting Lin Qing. Without Wan Li's help, Lin Qing would not have been able to procure such a substantial quantity of rare minerals in such a short span of time. Furthermore, the treasures Lin Qing could acquire from the Wan Lin tribe extended beyond these rare minerals. When the iron ore from the tribe was transported here in the future, it would bring a significant supply of resources. Although Lin Qing claimed to be crafting weapons and equipment for Wan Sun and the others, he had certainly requested a larger share of iron ore for himself. Lin Qing was no altruist engaging in thankless endeavors. Naturally, he would demand more of such valuable materials. Nevertheless, they should be quite satisfied, for the iron swords crafted by Lin Qing were incomparable to those forged in the tribe's blacksmith shop. After the meal, the group did not immediately retire to rest. Instead, they resumed their respective tasks. Wang Er and his companions began tallying the day's gathered resources, while Zhang San and his team organized the slain beasts. Meanwhile, Zhou Ba and Su Mo made their way towards the blacksmith shop. Lin Qing commenced his work on crafting arrows. Despite having spent several consecutive days making arrows and having a substantial stock, he had depleted all his arrows in a single day. Such an alarming rate of usage compelled Lin Qing to swiftly produce more arrows. With Wan Li present, Lin Qing ensured he remained engaged, for a younger brother must fulfill his duties. This included collaborating with Wang Er to craft arrow shafts and assisting Zhang San in gathering feathers from various creatures. In essence, ever since Wan Li arrived, he had not ceased his efforts, dedicating all his time to aiding Lin Qing in arrow production. Though Wan Li was exceedingly busy, he felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he sensed an increasing wellspring of energy. It appeared that his excitement in assisting Lin Qing invigorated him. Wan Li was puzzled by the transformation in his physical condition. However, when he paused, that sensation of boundless strength vanished instantly. Yet, when he resumed his work, the feeling surged back, permeating every muscle in his body. Could it be that aiding Lin Qing could enhance his physical prowess? Upon contemplating this, Wan Li felt a surge of excitement within, prompting him to expedite the transportation and organization of supplies. This was a consequence of his numerous experiments, which had proven one undeniable truth. Assisting Lin Qing imbued him with an extraordinary vitality, absent otherwise. The source of this phenomenon lay in the peculiar ingredient Lin Qing had incorporated into Wan Li's sustenance, ears of the rabbits encountered in the frozen world. Without this, Wan Li would not have experienced such vigor. Although Lin Qing had employed this remarkable food to compel Wan Li into labor, he felt no sense of loss, for he possessed an abundance of such provisions. Moreover, Both he and Wang Er had become somewhat desensitized to the enhancements these foods provided to their physical attributes. It could be asserted that, apart from the recently summoned Meng Yu and others who could still benefit from these foods, the rest found little increase in their physical capabilities from consuming them. Furthermore, the taste of these provisions paled in comparison to the rich flavor of freshly slain game. Were it not for the attribute enhancement, who would indulge in such fare? Surely, the time spent consuming it would be better spent relishing a hearty leg of meat. Thus, this explains Lin Qing's rationale for providing Wan Li with such nourishment. However, Lin Qing was taken aback to discover that even a mere morsel had enabled Wan Li to unleash such remarkable strength, indicating a distinction between the indigenous inhabitants of this world and his own kind. Now, invigorated by the attribute-enhancing food, Wan Li was assisting Lin Qing in crafting arrows. And thanks to Wan Li's support, Lin Qing's arrow production accelerated significantly. By the time he returned to the stone house for rest, Lin Qing had successfully fashioned over 5,000 arrows. Of course, while Lin Qing retired to the stone house, Wan Li accompanied Wang Er and the others to reside in a newly upgraded farmhouse. The transformation of the farmhouse, elevated from its former wooden structure to a stone abode, had been profound. Where once everyone had cohabited, it now offered individual rooms, allowing for both communal conversation and tranquil solitude. Chapter 129. The iron sword that cuts through steel has broken as dawn broke. Lin Qing and Wang Er, along with Wan Li, who had just arrived the previous day, emerged from their humble abodes. At this early hour, one might wonder if Wan Li was still lost in slumber, as he had only recently taken his rest within the confines of the Wanlin tribe. Yet, upon awakening, Wan Li was pleasantly surprised to find himself devoid of any lingering fatigue. Instead, he felt invigorated and full of vitality. Could this be the reason behind Lin Qing's formidable strength? Standing at the threshold of the cottage, Wan Li gazed at Lin Qing, who was diligently crafting arrows not far away, and a sense of admiration welled up within him. With this thought in mind, Wan Li eagerly joined Lin Qing in the task of arrow production. As Wang Er and Zhang San were currently on patrol, the bulk of the work naturally fell upon Wan Li's shoulders. However, rather than complain, he embraced the responsibility with enthusiasm, for in his heart, he believed that assisting Lin Qing would enhance his own prowess. It was Lin Qing's undeniable strength that had earned him Wan Li's respect as an elder brother. After 2 hours of industrious labor, Lin Qing had produced a substantial quantity of arrows, enough for everyone present to unleash a barrage of bolts from crossbows for half an hour. While continuous firing for 30 minutes may seem trivial to the uninitiated, it is essential to recognize that the weaponry employed here had transformed into powerful crossbows capable of discharging 20 arrows in a single volley. Moreover, with a sufficient supply of arrows, these crossbows could be reloaded in as little as 3 to 5 seconds. Given this remarkable rate of fire, it is evident that Lin Qing's stockpile of arrows was nothing short of staggering, thanks in large part to his relentless crafting and Wan Li's dedicated assistance. As Lin Qing surveyed the towering stacks of arrows around him, satisfaction filled his heart. The impressive quantity was largely attributable to Wan Li's help, which had been motivated by Lin Qing's provision of special food that enhanced physical attributes. The unexpected efficacy of such modest provisions left Lin Qing pleasantly surprised. It seemed that Wan Li could not afford to rest on his laurels in the days to come. As breakfast time approached, Lin Qing made sure to offer Wan Li some of the special food again, though in moderation, for the benefits derived from consuming meat would diminish with excessive intake. In order to cultivate Wan Li's strength, Lin Qing has truly spared no effort. Lin, my esteemed leader, you are indeed worthy of the title. Moreover, accompanying you to this place has proven to be an exceedingly wise choice. Wan Li, now infused with boundless power, is brimming with excitement, for his prowess has finally ascended. Not merely a gradual enhancement, but a remarkable surge. This has rendered Wan Li's perception remarkably acute. For if the improvement were to occur incrementally, not only would Wan Li be oblivious to the transformations within his body, but Lin Qing would also be unable to discern any changes. He simply follow along and learn. Observing Wan Li's elation, Lin Qing is filled with satisfaction. After all, who would not be pleased to have an industrious individual at their disposal? Come, let us venture to the forge. Yesterday, a shipment of 8 wagons laden with rare ores from the Wanlin tribe arrived, and Lin Qing is eager to inspect the forge. With such an abundance of rare metallic ores, refining them and combining them with other metals could yield extraordinary results. Furthermore, there is the highly skilled Su Mo present. Even if Lin Qing is unaware, Su Mo is certain to possess the knowledge. After all, he is a specialist in this field. Otherwise, the aura of strength emanating from him would not be so palpable. Bang, bang, bang. The forge resonates with its customary cacophony of sound, a testament to the ongoing work within. If the building were devoid of such sounds, it would surely not be a forge. Boss, Wanli, you have arrived. Given that Wanli has spent a night and a morning here, Zhou Ba is already familiar with his name. Hee, Zhou Ba, have you been busy forging equipment? Wanli chuckled at Zhou Ba, who was engrossed in his work, crafting an iron sword nearly identical to the one at his waist. Yet, upon closer inspection, Wanli can distinctly sense that this sword pales in comparison to the one he carries. Although the two appear similar, and Zhou Ba's creation seems more refined, Wanli's intuition remains steadfast. Captivated by Zhou Ba's forging process, Lin Qing has approached Su Mo, who is currently smelting the rare ores delivered yesterday. Not only that, Su Mo is also experimenting with fusing these smelted metals with others, preparing to create an even more perfect alloy. Corrosion resistance, hardness, sharpness, ease of production, ease of polishing, durability. Each of these aspects is essential to consider when crafting a superior alloy weapon. If one were to argue that weapons crafted from alloys are inferior to those forged from iron, one might question the very purpose of such alloys. However, it is precisely the amalgamation of the advantages of various metals and the elimination of their respective drawbacks that bestows alloys with a superior status compared to ordinary metals. At that moment, Su Mo, who stood beside Lin Qing, suddenly exclaimed with palpable excitement. Lin Qing, drawn by Su Mo's fervor, turned his gaze towards him. In Su Mo's hand lay a gleaming piece of alloy, dark in color, yet capable of reflecting a chilling glimmer. This mere piece of alloy, despite its seemingly simple appearance, exuded an aura of exceptional quality, indicating its extraordinary nature. With a swift motion, Lin Qing unsheathed the iron sword at his waist, eager to test the resilience of this remarkable alloy. However, the ensuing events left Lin Qing utterly astonished. The alloy, which Su Mo had just forged, withstood the blows from Lin Qing's masterfully crafted iron sword without sustaining any damage. In stark contrast, the sword itself bore a significant gash, along with visible cracks along its blade, a testament to the alloy's formidable hardness. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Qing could not help but be taken aback. It is worth noting that the iron sword he wielded was capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. How could it possibly harm itself while attempting to cut through alloy? Consequently, after conducting his experiments with the alloy, Lin Qing promptly instructed Su Mo to create more of this exceptional material. After all, he found himself weaponless, and this alloy was perfectly suited for crafting weapons. As Lin Qing grasped the alloy with his tongs, the first impression it imparted was one word: weighty. This very characteristic indicated that any equipment fashioned from this alloy would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Therefore, Lin Qing urged Su Mo to replicate the previous alloy mixture and forge a longsword. The intention behind crafting a longsword was to utilize the remaining metal to create new alloys by mixing it with other metals, followed by comparative analysis to select the optimal alloy for weaponry. Excellent, boss. Su Mo's heart swelled with joy upon hearing Lin Qing's praise. After all, this was the alloy he had painstakingly crafted. To be recognized by his leader was the most gratifying outcome. The creation of these alloys was, after all, for Lin Qing. This also fulfilled Su Mo's aspirations, for he was a fervent enthusiast of forging, constantly exploring various metallic ores and other minor artifacts. It would be a tragedy to let Su Mo's talents languish if summoned by someone else who possessed nothing of value. Bang, bang, bang. In the forge, the resonant sound of hammering echoed once more. At this moment, Su Mo, with one hand grasping a hammer and the other wielding tongs to hold the ore, commenced the creation of the aforementioned alloy. Once one comprehends the process of alloy fabrication, it becomes a straightforward endeavor. Understanding the requisite materials and their proportions, as well as the order of their addition, allows for a simple procedure of roasting them in the furnace followed by hammering them into amalgamation. Of course, a crucial factor remains. An ample supply of materials is imperative, with none to be overlooked, nor can they be substituted with seemingly identical alternatives. On the other side of the forge, Zhou Ba had successfully crafted the iron sword, which he polished with his tools, rendering it ready for use. A fine sword indeed. Wan Li, who had been observing Zhou Ba's entire forging process, could not help but express his admiration upon witnessing the newly minted iron sword. Although this sword appeared less impressive than the one at Wan Li's waist, or even Lin Qing's sword, which had recently fractured, the craftsmanship of Zhou Ba's creation was undeniably meticulous. Lin Qing's sword was also crafted with great precision. However, due to the wear from prolonged use, it lacked the pristine appearance of Zhou Ba's new sword. Yet, had one compared Lin Qing's recently broken sword with Zhou Ba's newly forged one, they would find themselves in a draw. Hearing Wan Li's praise, Zhou Ba felt a swell of joy. After all, this iron sword represented his finest work to date. The acknowledgement from others was a source of great happiness. Upon seeing the iron sword, Lin Qing was equally astonished, for Zhou Ba's craftsmanship had reached a commendable intermediate quality. While intermediate quality may not be particularly high, it suited Lin Qing well, as he effortlessly produced items of such caliber. However, the fact that Zhou Ba had forged an iron sword of intermediate quality indicated his burgeoning skill in creating equipment of this tier. With Zhou Ba now capable of crafting intermediate-grade equipment, Lin Qing realized he need not expend so much effort on the gear for the Wan Lin tribe. He could simply delegate that task to Zhou Ba. The sword Zhou Ba had just forged was already suitable for the Wan Lin tribe's needs. Nonetheless, Lin Qing would still personally craft some equipment for Wan San and the others, as they had taken numerous horses from the Wan Lin tribe and deserved some form of compensation. In the forge, Lin Qing felt no need to linger, as Sumo's alloy production would require some time. Thus, he decided to head toward the alchemy house. As he exited the forge, he turned to Zhou Ba and entrusted him with a significant responsibility. Zhou Ba, this important task is now yours. After speaking, Lin Qing headed towards the apothecary, leaving Zhou Ba, who was puzzled and scratching his head, struggling to comprehend Lin Qing's intent. However, it would not be long before Zhou Ba grasped the meaning behind Lin Qing's words. Although the apothecary was situated elsewhere, it was still within proximity, as the stone house surrounded Lin Qing's location. Previously, Zhang Shi and Zhang Jing had made remarkable discoveries regarding certain potions at the apothecary, so it was anticipated that they had new findings to share during this visit. Boss, Wan Li, you've arrived. Wan Li, Lin Qing's devoted follower, accompanied him to the apothecary. Boss, there are new discoveries regarding those items you viewed last time. They have even mentioned a way to enhance their corrosiveness. Upon Lin Qing's arrival, Zhang Shi and Zhang Jing expressed their delight, eagerly pulling him towards their experimental table. New discoveries? Enhancing their corrosiveness? Lin Qing refrained from further comments, allowing Zhang Shi and Zhang Jing to lead him to their experimental setup. Wan Li, naturally, followed closely behind, eager to join Lin Qing. Upon entering, Wan Li was struck by the sophisticated ambience, as the array of bottles and jars on the surrounding tables was unlike anything he had encountered in his tribe. Furthermore, some tables displayed bizarre plants and remnants from beasts. The forge was spacious, with an even greater number of tables than when Lin Qing had last visited. Guided by Zhang Shi and Zhang Jing, they navigated through the maze-like arrangement of tables until they reached their experimental station. Without delay, Zhang Shi and Zhang Jing commenced their preparations. The scene was beyond the description of words. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one truly appreciate its authenticity. Clang! Soon, Zhang Jing brought a large stone to the designated area, placing it heavily upon a patch of bare earth. Concurrently, Zhang Shi approached with a clay cup made from earthenware. After stirring a slightly viscous turquoise liquid with a clay stick, he raised his gaze towards Lin Qing, exclaiming, "Boss, observe closely." With that, Zhang Shi carefully dipped the liquid-coated clay stick and let a single drop fall onto the large stone. Sizzle! As the droplet made contact with the stone, a hissing sound erupted, as if something was being intensely corroded. Indeed, the stone was succumbing rapidly to the corrosive power of the liquid Zhang Shi had just released. However, Despite the stone's degradation, the apothecary remained eerily silent, save for the hissing sound. There was no smoke or scent to be detected in the air. Before long, the stone had been silently and completely corroded by that single drop of liquid. Such immense power contained within just a droplet. It is noteworthy that the stone Zhang Shi had demonstrated to Lin Qing previously was merely the size of a fist, whereas this stone was nearly as large as a person. Moreover, both stones presented were entirely consumed, and the substance employed in both instances was merely a single drop of liquid. Chapter 131. A New Sword, the Alloy Longsword. Hee boss, what do you think? Zhang Shi noticed Lin Qing's silence and presumed he was astounded by the potion he had concocted. Indeed, Lin Qing was taken aback by the potion's astonishing potency. He never anticipated that a mere drop could unleash such a formidable force. A stone, nearly the size of a human, succumbed within mere seconds after just one drop of the potion. Previously, Lin Qing had contemplated that since this single drop could completely erode a stone the size of a fist, he could apply a bit of this potion onto iron arrows when they attacked the Nightwood tribe. However, it now appeared that merely a small amount on each arrow would suffice to corrode the stone structures of the Nightwood tribe. With this realization, Lin Qing felt a surge of delight. Splendid. Zhang Shi, Zhang Jing. You two must hasten to produce more of this potion and devise a method to affix it to the iron arrows for the bows. With this potion in hand, the day of our assault on the Nightwood tribe draws near. Yes, boss. With Lin Qing's approval, Zhang Shi and Zhang Jing were elated and immediately set to work on concocting the potions and crafting small clay fixtures to secure them to the arrows. In their fervent activity, they completely forgot about the other potions Zhang Shi had noted down on a piece of paper. Lin Qing happened to catch a glimpse of that paper while observing Zhang Shi's industriousness at the table. It detailed the research findings on other potions. For instance, the previously developed paralysis-inducing potion and the one causing disorientation had their efficacy drastically multiplied, reaching hundreds or even thousands of times. At present, Lin Qing found no need for these potions, thus he did not instruct Zhang Shi to prepare them. What Lin Qing truly required was a rapidly corroding potion that Zhang Shi and Zhang Jing were developing. Lin boss, I finally comprehend why your strength is so formidable and why your weapons are of such high caliber. Wanli glanced at Zhang Shi and Zhang Jing, who were diligently crafting the potions, before surveying the potion workshop and finally fixing his gaze upon Lin Qing. The ability to formulate such a terrifying potion indicated that strength in other areas was utterly indispensable. In all my time within the Wanlin tribe, I have never witnessed such a scene. A potion capable of instantaneously eroding a large stone is something I have never encountered, let alone the other potions. As Wanli continued his incessant chatter, Lin Qing stepped out of the potion workshop. Remaining any longer would only subject him to Wan Li's relentless prattle. And there was no telling if Zhang Shi might inadvertently offer Wanli a taste of the stone-corroding potion. After Lin Qing exited the apothecary, Wanli continued to ramble on about matters concerning his tribe, lamenting what was lacking and the restrictions placed upon him that prevented him from leaving. In Lin Qing's eyes, Wanli had transformed into quite the chatterbox. Let us proceed to the forge. Enough of your prattling, Lin Qing remarked, weariness evident on his face as he glanced at the time. Suddenly, Wanli appeared to recall something, chuckling sheepishly before exclaiming, Yes, certainly, Boss Lin. Upon their return to the forge, they found Zhou Ba and Su Mo resting nearby. Boss, the rare ores that were delivered have all been successfully smelted. Upon seeing Lin Qing, Zhou Ba and Su Mo quickly rose, making their way to the area designated for storing metal blocks, turning to address Lin Qing as they walked. Indeed, Lin Qing expressed mild surprise at Zhou Ba's assertion that all the ores had been transformed into metal blocks. Impressed by both Zhou Ba's craftsmanship and the swift smelting process, without further ado, he approached Zhou Ba, surveying the neatly arranged metal blocks and nodding in approval. Gold ingots, silver ingots, copper ingots, and several unfamiliar metallic blocks were all present. Among them, the gold ingots were the most abundant, casting a brilliant glow throughout the storage area, resembling a trove of treasures. Given the sheer quantity of gold ingots, it would not be an exaggeration to deem them as treasures. "Boss, I have also completed the alloy blocks," Su Mo announced, leading Lin Qing toward the forge where the alloy blocks were situated. In accordance with Lin Qing's instructions, Su Mo had merely produced some alloy blocks without shaping them into swords or other forms. Observing the sleek, dark alloy block atop the forge, Lin Qing felt an exhilarating anticipation. The previous master iron sword had been damaged by this very alloy. Thus he resolved that his next sword would be forged from it. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic sound of hammering resumed in the forge, this time not from Zhou Ba or Su Mo, but from Lin Qing striking the alloy. The sound was markedly different from before, though somewhat muffled. It resonated deeply within the soul, causing one's heart to sink. Lin Qing poured all his strength into hammering the alloy, for without such effort, it would remain impervious to any transformation. Yet, forging a long sword necessitated a change in shape. Otherwise, what purpose would the alloy serve in sword-making? The furnace beside Lin Qing blazed with fierce flames, as the alloy was exceptionally hard, requiring intense heat to render it malleable. Within the forge, Wanli watched in astonishment as Lin Qing hammered the alloy, marveling at how the very block that had damaged Lin Qing's iron sword was now visibly reshaping in his hands. Despite having endured the intense trials of fire, Wanli possesses a certain understanding of this matter. No matter how fervently a metal block is subjected to heat, its hardness does not diminish significantly. Moreover, this particular alloy is capable of damaging the iron sword wielded by Lin Qing. To forge this alloy into the shape of a long sword, one must possess an extraordinary strength. For without such might, it would be impossible to budge this resilient material, even slightly. Meanwhile, Zhou Ba and Su Mo stood in awe, their eyes wide as they observed Lin Qing tirelessly hammering the alloy, their hearts filled with astonishment. They were acutely aware of the formidable hardness of this alloy. Indeed, when Zhou Ba attempted to strike it himself, the rebounding force nearly sent him sprawling to the ground. Within the forge, although the sound of hammering resonated ominously, all present remained transfixed beside the anvil from which the noise emanated, carefully observing the transformation of the alloy under Lin Qing's skilled hands. A longsword forged from such a hard alloy is destined to be remarkably sharp. Time passed swiftly, and before long, afternoon had arrived. Lin Qing's progress in forging the longsword was remarkably rapid. The alloy had already taken shape under his relentless strikes. With merely 2 more hours of hammering, the iron sword would be complete. Following additional processes of hammering, polishing, and crafting the hilt, this magnificent alloy longsword would be finished. While the description may seem straightforward, each step in this intricate process demands considerable time and effort. Otherwise, the resulting longsword cannot be deemed a rare treasure. Chapter 132. The longsword can also slice through metal. The rhythmic clangor of the forge, once resonant and heart-stirring, had ceased, yielding to the unmistakable roars of the enraged beasts outside. Perhaps the earlier cacophony of metalworking had provoked such wrath from the creatures lurking in the surrounding forest. Within the forge, Lin Qing had successfully crafted the blade of the alloy longsword. Only the hilt remained to be fashioned. The silence of the forge was likely due to Lin Qing's meticulous efforts in shaping the hilt. Upon the anvil lay an array of materials designated for its construction, which Lin Qing diligently refined using the small tools at hand. After approximately half an hour, he completed the hilt, seamlessly integrating it with the longsword's blade. At last, the alloy longsword was born. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully imbuing the master alloy longsword with additional attributes. Please access the sword's information panel to view. Additional attributes: instant severance, resilient blade, sword shadows like light. As Lin Qing beheld the longsword, he reflected on the newly acquired attributes and nodded in satisfaction. The previous attributes had not only doubled, but also expanded with numerous enhancements. Crafting this master-level alloy longsword had consumed nearly an entire day of his effort. Thus, such quality and attributes were entirely justified. With a swift motion, Lin Qing grasped the alloy longsword, producing a resonant ring as it sliced through the air. The very sound signified its extraordinary nature. Noticing remnants of alloy still lingering on the anvil, Lin Qing resolved to utilize them as test materials for the new longsword. Without hesitation, He cast all the leftover alloy into the furnace, preparing to smelt it into a rod-like form. However, as he engaged in this process, he also took note of the forge's nearly depleted state. The cost of crafting this alloy longsword was unexpectedly steep. The flames within the furnace blazed brightly, and Lin Qing's wait for the alloy to smelt was brief. Sizzle. Once the alloy had transformed into a rod, he plunged it into water, hastily cooling it. When the alloy returned to room temperature, he carefully tested its quality with his hands. It was identical in quality to the previous alloy blocks, perhaps even more resilient, likely a result of the extensive hammering it had endured. Without further contemplation, Lin Qing effortlessly hurled the hefty alloy rod into the air. Clang! Ding! In a flash of cold light, the rod was cleaved into two segments midair, followed by the resounding thuds that echoed within the forge as they fell to the ground. Had it not been for the stone floor of the forge, an immense cloud of dust would have likely been stirred up within its confines. However, it was precisely due to the stone flooring that the falling alloy bars shattered several pieces of stone upon impact. Observing the two severed alloy bars amidst the rubble, Wan Li and his companions were left momentarily speechless. They were acutely aware of the alloy's hardness. Yet Lin Qing had effortlessly cleaved the bar in two with the sword he had forged. Remarkably, the alloy sword in Lin Qing's grasp bore not a single blemish. In stark contrast to Lin Qing's previous iron sword, this weapon belonged to an entirely different echelon. One sword had failed to even dent the alloy, instead damaging itself, while the other sliced through the alloy with ease, sustaining no harm whatsoever. The distinction between the two was glaringly evident. After all, if this sword, crafted from such a formidable alloy, could not manifest its inherent prowess, indeed, if it were inferior to the iron sword, what purpose would it serve? Nevertheless, the effortless severing of the alloy bar served as a testament to the strength of Lin Qing's creation. Boss Wan Li, make ready, dinner is nearly served. Just then, Zhao Lu, passing by the forge, overheard the earlier commotion and hurriedly entered. Upon witnessing the shattered stone floor and nothing else amiss, he could only express his observation. All right, we shall head there shortly, Lin Qing replied with a smile, his spirits buoyed by Zhao Lu's words. Seeing his leader in such high spirits uplifted Zhao Lu's mood as well. At that moment, however, Wang Er and Zhang San burst through the forge door, rushing towards Lin Qing in a frenzy. Zhao Lu, poised to exit just as the door swung open, was startled by the sudden entrance. But upon hearing the reason for their hasty arrival, panic washed over everyone present, save for Lin Qing. Wang Er and Zhang San relayed their alarming encounter with the cannibal tribe on Lin Qing's return journey to the stone house. Zhao Lu and Zhou Ba shared in the trepidation, recalling that shortly after Lin Qing had departed for the Wanlin tribe, a group of cannibals had descended upon the area. Initially, Wang Er and Zhang San, who were delivering supplies to the stone house, mistook the cannibal tribe for members of a rival clan and refrained from attacking. However, given that these individuals were indeed cannibals, even in the absence of a counterattack from Wang Er and Zhang San, the sight of them, along with the meat they carried, would surely incite their hunger. Thus, despite the lack of aggression from Wang Er and Zhang San, the cannibals launched an assault on their position. The number of cannibals had doubled compared to the previous encounter Lin Qing had faced, now totaling 20. However, at that moment, Wang Er and Zhang San happened to be present in the tribe, and thus all the cannibals were swiftly eliminated, leaving not a single one behind. Nonetheless, the cannibals that attacked the stone house in the morning were not armed with those spiked weapons, resulting in little left behind. Boss, they're coming. Shortly after you left this morning, they launched an assault on the stone house. However, we managed to deal with them all. I had intended to inform you upon your return, seeing Lin Qing remain silent. Wang Er assumed that Lin Qing was unaware of these cannibals. Yet, when Lin Qing recounted his own encounter with them, Wang Er and the others were taken aback, for Lin Qing's iron sword unexpectedly failed to sever the enemy's weapon. Wang Er and Zhang San had witnessed the prowess of Lin Qing's iron sword, but how could it be that it could not even cut through the opponent's weapon? Before they could ponder further, the familiar sound of guttural cries echoed from outside. It seemed the cannibals had indeed arrived at the stone house. Chapter 133. Surrounded by cannibals, let us go. Upon hearing this command, Lin Qing, who had been inside the forge, ceased to ponder the distinctions between the two groups of cannibals. The best course of action was to hasten their exit from a forge. Wang Er and his companions shared no idle chatter. Since the adversaries had approached the stone house, their intentions were undoubtedly malevolent. The events of the morning were still vividly etched in their memories. As Lin Qing and Wang Er emerged from the forge, they were taken aback by the sight of the cannibals tightly encircling the structures surrounding the stone house. These cannibals wielded the very weapons Lin Qing had described to Wang Er, and their numbers were indeed formidable. It was evident that such a multitude could not have surrounded the stone house without significant force. Some of the cannibals bore wounds from the defensive palisade outside. It appeared they had shown little intellect in their assault. Had they possessed any semblance of cunning, they would have utilized their peculiar spiked clubs to demolish the barriers, thereby entering unscathed. Nevertheless, despite their injuries from the palisade, the wounds had ceased to bleed and were beginning to form scars within a short span of time. Upon Lin Qing's emergence from the stone house, Meng Yu and several others swiftly gathered at his side. Not only Meng Yu, but also Zhang Shi from the apothecary. Zhang Jing and others had arrived, unable to remain in their respective quarters while such dire circumstances unfolded. Once everyone congregated, the morale on Lin Qing's side surged dramatically. The fear that had lingered in their hearts dissipated upon witnessing the assembly of their comrades, especially since Lin Qing had prepared an array of weapons. Iron swords, crossbows, arrows, iron spears, everything one could desire. Even Zhang Shi had brought forth some noxious potions from the apothecary. Beast tamer Elmi had also arrived with several ferocious beasts, including the saber-toothed tiger cubs they had encountered during their earlier patrol near the stone house. Although still young, these cubs had been nurtured under Elmi's care and had grown robust, thanks to a diet rich in meat that enhanced their physical attributes. They were far superior to ordinary saber-toothed tigers. The cannibals, encircling Lin Qing and his companions, could no longer restrain themselves, especially with the aroma of succulent meat wafting from the nearby cooking fires, intensifying their hunger. Not to mention, there were a full 20 individuals on Lin Qing's side. With a swift motion, the cannibals advanced. Lin Qing could not remain idle, awaiting their attack. Long before the cannibals erupted in furious roars, Lin Qing had already released all the bolts from his crossbow, sending them flying towards the advancing cannibals. Each bolt, without exception, struck true, piercing the heads of these savages. Previously, Lin Qing's assaults on their bodies had yielded little effect. Thus, he opted for a more lethal approach by targeting their heads. The earlier strikes by Wan Li on the necks of the cannibals had demonstrated that only headshots could swiftly eliminate these foes. Consequently, Lin Qing's focus on the head inflicted far more devastating damage than attacks aimed at the neck. Meanwhile, Wang Er and his companions, upon witnessing Lin Qing's decisive volley, unleashed their own crossbows, which had long been aimed at the same targets, the heads of the cannibals. The head, being the most vital part of the body, undoubtedly became the primary target for their assault. With a flurry of bolts, a veritable rain of arrows descended upon the hapless cannibals, resulting in numerous fatalities. This time, they enjoyed a liberating sense of satisfaction, for Lin Qing had crafted an ample supply of bolts, eliminating any concerns of running short. Wan Li, who had previously exercised caution due to a limited stock of arrows, now felt a renewed sense of security as he surveyed the ground littered with crossbow bolts. Moreover, the targets were none other than the cannibals, allowing Wan Li to confront and vanquish the psychological shadows that had haunted him since their initial encounters. As Wang Er and his companions attacked with fervor, their motivation stemmed from the fact that these cannibals had disrupted their mealtime. Had it not been for these savages, they would have already been enjoying a hearty feast of roasted meat. On the other side, Zhang Shi and Zhang Jing, who were employing various concoctions to assault the cannibals, lamented that they could have prepared several more potions had the cannibals not intruded. However, their current use of these specially formulated potions inflicted even greater harm, particularly due to their area of effect damage. Among these were the noxious potions capable of releasing toxic vapors. Although Zhang Shi's use of the toxin would envelop the area in poison, Lin Qing and his 20 companions remained unaffected, having consumed meats that enhanced their physical attributes. The poison posed no threat to Lin Qing and his team, yet it served as a formidable weapon against the attacking cannibals. Thus, the battle, bolstered by the effects of Zhang Shi and Zhang Jing's potions, became remarkably straightforward and effortless. Whenever the miasma invades a territory, the cannibalistic tribe members experience great discomfort and often collapse. However, their physiques are formidable, and, even after falling, they manage to rise once more, continuing their assault on Lin Qing. Yet, as they struggle to regain their footing, their unsteady bodies evoke concern among Lin Qing and his companions, who fear that a moment's lapse could lead to another fall. The weapons they wield are precisely those they dropped upon their descent. Alas, the very scenario Lin Qing and his companions dreaded came to fruition. One of the cannibals, having just toppled to the ground, was immediately impaled by the spiked club of another cannibal nearby, releasing a noxious odor into the air. The weapon that delivered the fatal blow did not belong to the fallen cannibal, but rather to the one positioned behind him. As the first cannibal collapsed backward, the one behind instinctively raised his weapon to shield himself. Little did he realize that what was approaching was not an external threat, but his own kin. The forward cannibal, in a desperate bid to block the incoming spike club, fell back due to his weakened state, inadvertently dragging the one behind him along. Although the latter was alone in his rear, the spike club he held, positioned defensively before him, not only took down the fallen cannibal, but also claimed him in the process. Thus, one spike club brought down two members of the tribe. Chapter 134. Confronting the cannibals with poisonous miasma, the cannibals in the rear, untouched by the miasma, observed in horror as their brethren succumbed one after another to the lethal vapors. Realizing the dire situation, they roared to their companions, signaling a retreat. Witnessing the steady withdrawal of these cannibals, Lin Qing instantly comprehended their intentions. Yet this was his stone abode, his sanctuary. How could he allow them to wreak havoc here? Coming and going at their whim? Boss, this is for you. Zheng Shi approached Lin Qing, presenting him with vials containing the miasma-releasing concoction. Zheng Shi harbored deep resentment towards the cannibals. Each time they invaded, they disrupted her meticulous preparations, especially this time when she was concocting a potion meant to corrode stone. Their assault had forced her out of her lab, rendering her ongoing work utterly wasted. Hence, she had procured an ample supply of miasma-releasing potions to deal with these intruders. Everyone in Lin Qing's group had developed immunity to the miasma, ensuring that Zheng Shi's concoctions would pose no threat to them. The efficacy of using this miasma against the cannibals was indeed astonishing. This was precisely why Zheng Shi entrusted these vials to Lin Qing. He could launch them with arrows towards the fleeing foes. With the miasma enveloping their retreat, Lin Qing and his companions remained unscathed while the cannibals fell one by one. Upon receiving the vials, Lin Qing swiftly affixed them to his arrows. Grasping his exquisite bow, he drew back the string slightly and released the arrow, imbued with the miasma, towards the retreating cannibals. Though the cannibals possessed formidable physiques and remarkable speed, Lin Qing's arrows flew even faster. Had he not intended to use the miasma to obstruct their escape route, the arrow would have struck them long ago. With a satisfying thud, the arrow landed before the fleeing cannibals, the miasma swiftly diffusing into the air. Faced with this sudden development, the foremost cannibals could scarcely halt their flight in time. Compounded by the throng of their kin behind them, those at the front plunged directly into the poisonous haze. The terrifying cannibal tribe, acutely aware of the noxious miasma, frantically retreated. However, they found themselves surrounded by their own kind. Oblivious to the unfolding events ahead, they only recognized the presence of Lin Qing and his companions on horseback behind them. Thud! Another arrow fell, imbued with the same toxic venom. This arrow landed ominously to the left of the tightly clustered cannibals. Thud! Soon after, the unmistakable sound echoed again, enveloping the horde of cannibals in a shroud of miasma. Originally, these cannibals had intended to encircle Lin Qing and his 20 companions, but the situation had now been utterly reversed. Although Lin Qing's group occupied but one quadrant, the other 3 remained unguarded. Yet, the cannibals dared not flee in that direction, for it was there that the miasma lingered ominously. Moreover, this noxious substance was steadily expanding outward, causing the already cramped cannibal cluster to become even more congested. In their desperation, some cannibals inadvertently turned their weapons upon their own kin. Lin Qing and Wang Er, mounted upon their steeds, looked upon the trembling cannibals without a shred of compassion. Just moments ago, these very cannibals had sought to devour Lin Qing and his companions. How could they possibly feel pity for them now? The cannibals found themselves at a dead end as the miasma spread, eventually engulfing the entire area. From a distance, the scene resembled a place long plagued by poisonous vapors. While amidst this toxicity stood 20 humans on horseback, untouched by its effects. On the ground, some cannibals writhed in their dying struggles. As Lin Qing, astride his steed, approached, the cannibals had already begun to collapse in agony, without him having to launch an attack. "Boss, look over there. It seems two have escaped." While Lin Qing observed the suffering cannibals, Wan Li, in a moment of urgency, pointed out the fleeing figures. "Fallen prey? There is no way I shall allow these cannibals to escape," Lin Qing thought, glancing in the direction Wan Li indicated, where indeed 2 cannibals were making their escape. "Ensure that the remaining cannibals here are dealt with and bring back their weapons. I will pursue those 2. Lin Qing instructed Wan Li and Wang ere swiftly. Without delay, he spurred his horse towards the fleeing cannibals. Wan Li had intended to follow, but Lin Qing firmly refused him. Before Wan Li could protest further, Lin Qing had already darted off in pursuit. Coincidentally, a cannibal poised to strike at Wan Li was nearby. With no other option, Wan Li unsheathed his iron sword and swiftly severed the assailant's neck. Glop, glop, glop. Lin Qing expertly controlled the speed and sound of his steed's hooves, deliberately maintaining a moderate pace. After all, the 2 fleeing cannibals appeared to possess a modicum of intelligence, unlike their brethren. Moreover, as the 2 cannibals made their escape, they occasionally glanced backward to ascertain whether anyone was pursuing them. However, Lin Qing, who had long concealed himself nearby, was not easily detectable by them. Furthermore, he meticulously controlled the sound of his steed's hooves, ensuring that the 2 cannibals remained oblivious to his presence. It is worth noting that despite their cunning, the 2 remained cannibals, and their intelligence could not possibly surpass that of Lin Qing. Even the spirited Little White, who accompanied Lin Qing, could not compare. After all, Little White was an exceptionally astute large white dog. Yet, Lin Qing himself remained uncertain whether Little White was indeed a dog. At this moment, Lin Qing had already caught up with the 2 cannibals. His decision not to take immediate action stemmed from his intuition that they were heading towards a specific location, undoubtedly the stronghold of their tribe. Given the frequent appearances of these cannibals in the area, it was imperative for Lin Qing to eliminate them all. Should Wang Er and the others venture out to gather resources and encounter these cannibals, their chances of survival would be severely compromised. Thus, to avert such a perilous scenario, Lin Qing resolved to eradicate the entire tribe of cannibals. Chapter 135, A Decisive Strike. The long line for Big Fish-O. After approximately 10 minutes of following the 2 cannibals, Lin Qing observed them finally cease their movements, simultaneously emitting peculiar howls into the surroundings. These howls seemed to serve as signals to other cannibals, as if proclaiming their return. Lin Qing, along with Zhu Ying and Xiaobai, concealed themselves nearby, quietly watching the strange behaviors of the 2 cannibals. Rustling sounds emerged from the thicket of wild fruits adjacent to Lin Qing, suggesting that the 2 cannibals were indeed calling for their comrades. As anticipated, once the rustling ceased, several more cannibals wielding torches appeared beside the 2 original ones. These newcomers were not only towering in stature, but also bore peculiar weapons resembling curved bows fashioned from some kind of plant material. Furthermore, their gazes seemed markedly different from those of the previous cannibals who had attacked Lin Qing, whose eyes were blank, while these individuals exhibited a glimmer of intelligence. It became evident that not all cannibals were devoid of intellect. Some indeed possessed a degree of wisdom. Lin Qing refrained from overthinking and began to scrutinize the group of cannibals ahead, who appeared to be engaged in some form of communication. However, their dialogue consisted solely of guttural sounds, rendering Lin Qing unable to comprehend their exchanges. Observing their facial expressions, which shifted from fear to normalcy and then to a pinched nose, Lin Qing could surmise they were recounting their failed assault on him and their subsequent escape after being incapacitated by his noxious concoction. At that moment, a notably tall and spirited cannibal abruptly commanded the others to halt their chatter, his vigilance heightened as he surveyed the surroundings. Clearly, he sensed something amiss. Yet, it was indeed peculiar that everything seemed right, given that Lin Qing, Zhu Ying, and Xiao Bai were concealed nearby. Roar! A wild wolf, accompanying the towering cannibal, suddenly directed an enraged howl towards Lin Qing's location, fixating its gaze upon him. The other cannibals followed suit, turning their attention towards Lin Qing, revealing that his presence had been compromised. However, at that precise moment, Bai, positioned beside Lin Qing, erupted into barks, emerging from the thicket of wild fruits and darting away. Upon recognizing a large white dog amidst the foliage, the towering cannibal's wariness began to ease. However, the two cannibals who fled from the stone house were etched with an expression of sheer terror, as though they had not encountered a large white dog, but rather a fearsome beast. This reaction, while seemingly excessive, is understandable. After all, during their assault in the stone house, the small white creature had dispatched several of their kin with ease. It was only after the creature departed and vanished from sight that the two cannibals gradually regained their composure. The fear etched upon their faces did not escape the notice of a towering cannibal, who promptly prepared to inquire what they had witnessed. Yet, as he turned to question the two who had sought refuge here, the cry of the white creature echoed once more. Strikingly, the direction of this cry was not towards Lin Qing, but in the opposite direction. The white creature had not truly fled. Instead, it employed its cunning to aid Lin Qing in ensnaring the remaining cannibals. Swish, swish, swish. Upon hearing the white creature's call, the cannibals turned their gazes towards it, their weapons clutched tightly at their sides. At that moment, a series of arrows, as if summoned by a specter, pierced the legs of these cannibals. Although the night had fallen, to Lin Qing, it was merely a soft twilight. Darkness posed little impediment to him. Yet due to the obscurity, the cannibals could not discern Lin Qing's location. When they had looked in his direction, it was only to catch sight of the keen-sensed wolf. That wolf, now felled by Lin Qing's arrows, could no longer assist the cannibals in locating him. Torches? Their flickering flames merely illuminated the ground beneath their feet, offering no hope of revealing Lin Qing, who lay concealed among the underbrush. Coupled with the thunderous roar of the white creature, panic ensued among the cannibals. Nonetheless, one among them, a figure of authority, recognized the unfavorable turn of events and hastily urged his companions to flee. Originally, their group consisted of 10, including himself and the two who had sought sanctuary. Now, as they made their escape, less than 3 remained. All of this unfolded before Lin Qing's keen gaze, facilitated by the light of their torches and the ones that had fallen to the ground. Without such illumination, even Lin Qing's sharp vision would have been insufficient to observe their retreat. Thud! Thud! The 7 cannibals struck by Lin Qing's arrows found their bodies and weapons severed by the sweep of his alloy longsword. What the previous iron sword could not cleave through, the razor-sharp blade of this alloy sword achieved with effortless precision. After eliminating all 7 of them, Lin Qing swiftly pursued the 3 fleeing cannibals atop his steed, Juing. Meanwhile, Bai led the way, guiding Lin Qing towards their quarry. The towering cannibal, clearly not an ordinary one, discarded his torch and the trio scattered in different directions. However, he likely did not anticipate that the large white dog that had recently arrived was none other than Lin Qing's Bai. Unbeknownst to him, Bai was now tracking the scent left on the discarded torch, hot on his trail. As for the other 2, Lin Qing chose to disregard them entirely, for he had discerned that the one he chased was of significant stature among the cannibals, possibly even one of the few prominent figures. The location they had just vacated was certainly not their true tribe's stronghold. As Lin Qing pursued the imposing cannibal, an unsettling premonition stirred within him. These cannibals were far from ordinary. Their formidable physiques were not the sole indicators of their prowess. It was the very environment they inhabited that hinted at their exceptional nature. He had witnessed the weapons they wielded. Even a masterfully forged iron sword had failed to sever them, suggesting they were crafted from extraordinary materials. Furthermore, whether it was the spike clubs or the curved weaponry, all were formed from a single piece, with no signs of modification beyond the grip. What sort of material could yield such formidable weapons? Lin Qing felt an insatiable urge to uncover the truth. Chapter 136. A pursuit to the tribe leads to a land of death surrounded by profound darkness. The towering figure of the cannibalistic tribe had vanished from sight. Despite the absence of any trace of the creature, Lin Qing showed no inclination to retreat, cautiously advancing forward. The small white creature trotting ahead confirmed that the fleeing cannibal was indeed not far away, and Lin Qing had not lost the trail. The reasons for his inability to see the cannibal lay not only in the enveloping darkness, but also in his desire to remain undetected by the creature. Otherwise, with the keen senses of the small white creature and Lin Qing's speed akin to a lightning bolt, how could he possibly lag behind? At this moment, Lin Qing harbored the hope that the cannibal would lead him to the true lair of their tribe. After all, no tribe could thrive in a barren land devoid of water resources. The previous location was merely a rendezvous point for these cannibals. Otherwise, why would the two that escaped from the stone house hasten there immediately? As Lin Qing observed, the pace of the cannibal ahead gradually slowed, indicating that they were nearing their destination, yet remained oblivious to Lin Qing's pursuit. Sensing the deceleration of the cannibal, the small white creature also began to ease its pace, for maintaining speed would inevitably alert the creature, complicating matters further. After all, this was no longer near the stone house. Having followed the cannibal for nearly an hour, Lin Qing was now assuredly far from the stone house. The cannibal had made a straightforward escape, without veering off in any other direction. However, this distance also meant that Lin Qing had not encountered the cannibals earlier. Had he stumbled upon them upon his arrival, his situation would surely mirror the perilous days of his initial foray into this world. These cannibals, with their robust physiques and formidable attributes, would have posed a significant threat to Lin Qing, who was still acclimating to this realm. Moreover, the earlier encounter at the stone house was merely facilitated by Lin Qing's immunity to the noxious miasma, which the cannibals greatly feared, allowing for their swift defeat. Otherwise, that confrontation would not have concluded so rapidly, and Lin Qing would likely not have emerged unscathed. Just then, the cannibal ahead abruptly halted, emitting peculiar roars into the surrounding darkness. The sounds resonated through the forest, causing the distant growls of wild beasts to dwindle into hushed silence. Clearly, this roar served as a signal, a means of communication among the cannibals. The roar that echoed through the vicinity undoubtedly served as a perilous signal to the beasts residing in the surrounding forest, prompting them to cease their vocalizations. For it seemed that the creatures in this woodland harbored a profound dread of these cannibals. From this revelation, Lin Qing surmised that he had stumbled upon the true stronghold of the cannibal tribe, for otherwise, the wild animals would not have transitioned from fierce howls to subdued growls, eventually falling into silence. Moreover, this locale was rather desolate. Otherwise, the beast's roars would have resonated with greater clarity rather than merely drifting faintly through the air. After the cacophony of the cannibals subsided, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Were it not for the whispering winds, one might have thought themselves deaf. 10 seconds passed. Then 20. At last, after a minute of anxious waiting, the air began to fill with the rustling sounds of movement, indicating that something was traversing the area. Fortunately, Lin Qing's position was somewhat secluded, and although he could hear the faint stirrings, it was merely a consequence of the profound silence that enveloped him. Suddenly, the area around the cannibal Lin Qing had been pursuing grew illuminated, revealing a throng of cannibals of varying sizes, brandishing torches. Some were significantly larger than the one Lin Qing had been chasing, while others were diminutive, scarcely a third of his height. Nevertheless, regardless of their size, each of these cannibals emanated an aura of formidable strength. Observing this formidable assembly, Lin Qing could not help but feel a bead of sweat form. Should they discover his presence, he would find himself in an exceedingly perilous predicament, for he could not ascertain whether other cannibals lurked in the shadows nearby. The large group of cannibals, after engaging in a lengthy and hushed conversation, proceeded towards a cavern nestled at the base of a nearby mountain, suggesting that their tribe resided within. The location of this cave was also remarkably concealed, had it not been for the torches illuminating the surroundings. Lin Qing would not have discerned their method of entry. With the location of this cannibal tribe now firmly established, Lin Qing resolved to eliminate this threat. His motivation extended beyond the danger these cannibals posed to the stone house. He was equally eager to uncover what lay within their tribe and the origins of their weaponry. However, the night was deepening, and he found himself alone with merely 50 arrows in his possession, devoid of any toxic potions. Thus, it was evident that this moment was not opportune for an assault on the cannibal stronghold. Therefore, exercising caution, Lin Qing guided his steed, Zhu Ying, alongside Bai, and cautiously retreated. His pursuit of the cannibal was fueled by the desire to locate the true stronghold of their tribe. As for eliminating the cannibals, Lin Qing was not in a hurry, for the following day marked the occasion of their family reunion, and a family ought to be gathered together harmoniously. As Lin Qing advanced towards the stone dwelling, he left no trace, and the cannibals remained oblivious to his presence. Upon returning to the stone house, he quietly noted the speed of his steed, Zhu Ying, and the time it took to reach the stone dwelling, all in order to ascertain the precise location of the cannibal tribe. An hour later, Lin Qing, riding Zhu Ying and accompanied by Bai, had returned to the stone house. The hour spent was the result of Lin Qing urging Bai to gallop at full speed. Upon his return, Lin Qing paid little heed to Wang Er and the others. Instead, he approached the outdoor workbench and swiftly unfurled the map from Zhu Ying onto the surface. Based on the direction he had taken to return to the stone house, alongside Zhu Ying's speed and the time expended, Lin Qing was now certain that the cannibal tribe resided in the land of death, and their location was not far from the boundary between the land of death and the forest. Otherwise, he would not have heard the indistinct roars of beasts emanating from that area. Chapter 137. The cannibal tribe's hunt begins. Boss Lin, what is this? Upon witnessing Lin Qing's return to the stone hut, Wan Li hurriedly made his way to the outdoor workbench, unfolding the map Lin Qing had received. A sense of curiosity enveloped Wan Li. Had Boss Lin stumbled upon something significant? Perhaps a rare resource, a herd of wild horses, or even the location of the cannibal tribes. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Wan Li deduced that Lin Qing was determining the precise location of those cannibal tribes. Though Lin Qing's response was succinct, it not only dispelled Wan Li's doubts, but also left Wang Er and the others in astonished disbelief. The formidable and terrifying nature of the cannibals was something Wang Er and his companions had experienced firsthand. Regardless of their iron swords or crossbows, they had struggled to swiftly vanquish the cannibals. Had they faced beasts or humans, the outcome would have been entirely different. The cannibals, with their robust physiques and remarkable resilience, were the reason Wang Er and his group had failed to eliminate them efficiently. After all, in a world governed by the law of the jungle, one must possess both intellect and strength to secure a place. Boss, have you truly discovered the location of the cannibal tribes? Although Wang Er had already surmised Lin Qing had found the place, he felt compelled to seek reassurance. Indeed, prepare yourselves today. Tomorrow we shall eradicate those cannibals. Lin Qing stated earnestly to Wan Li, Wang Er, and the others while stowing the map. The resolute tone in Lin Qing's voice conveyed an unmistakable determination to eliminate the cannibals. Zheng Shi, Zhang Jing, I will rely on you both tonight to concoct additional toxic potions. We may require a substantial quantity, and if there are any other concoctions that could harm the cannibals, please prepare those as well. Lin Qing recalled the harrowing image of the cannibals succumbing to agony after ingesting the poison and realized that the potions crafted by Zheng Shi and Zhang Jing would be crucial in securing a decisive victory in the impending battle. Without these potent solutions, facing the cannibals would undoubtedly become more arduous. While fatalities were unlikely, minor injuries were unavoidable. To neglect an effective method to easily dispatch the cannibals would be sheer folly. Thus, Lin Qing entrusted Zheng Shi and Zhang Jing with the task of creating ample potions to ensure a straightforward victory over the cannibals. Naturally, this discussion took place before dinner, and the subsequent hours would unfold accordingly. The food consumed by Lin Qing and his companions predominantly consists of various meats that enhance their physical constitution. Although the effectiveness of these meats in improving bodily attributes has diminished significantly, they possess the remarkable ability to expunge the toxins inhaled moments prior, alleviating the need for the body to gradually cleanse itself. The time for dinner has swiftly passed. Now, aside from Zheng Shi and Zhang Jing, who are engaged in potion making, all others, including Lin Qing, have retreated to their respective chambers to rest, ensuring they are well prepared for the challenges of the following day. Given that Zheng Shi and Zhang Jing specialize in potion crafting, their presence will not be required in tomorrow's battle, and the potions they create often necessitate a waiting period to fully manifest their efficacy. Lin Qing, having previously crafted an abundance of arrows, need not worry about their availability for the impending conflict. It seems as though the mere blink of an eye has ushered in the dawn of a new day. On this occasion, Lin Qing, Wan Li, and the other members of the tribe rise early, invigorated and devoid of any fatigue. After swiftly completing their morning rituals and consuming a light meal, they prepare the necessary arrows, along with potent toxins and various other potions, before setting off towards the location of the cannibal tribe. The stone dwelling is not solely occupied by Zhang Shi, Zhang Jing, the culinary expert Zhao Lu, and the beast tamer Elmi, Liang Mu, an adept in agriculture, and the rest of their companions also accompany Lin Qing on this expedition. Zhou Ba and Su Mo from the forge naturally become part of Lin Qing's party as well. As dawn breaks, Lin Qing and his group approach the vicinity of the cannibal tribe's stronghold, in accordance with their previous battle strategy. The skilled hunters led by Zhang San stealthily conceal themselves in the surrounding area, employing toxins and other potions to eliminate the lurking cannibals. Lin Qing had previously informed Wang Er and his companions that not all cannibals are fools. Among them exist shrewd individuals. Thus, when Zhang San and his team silently dispatch these foes, they utilize weapons capable of delivering a lethal blow. It is crucial to note that these cannibals are no ordinary humans or beasts. They possess formidable physiques, and a moment's carelessness could lead to exposure or even counterattack. However, Zhang San and his companions are not typical humans either. Their physical prowess and the potency of their weapons ensure that they can eliminate the cannibals with precision, resulting in a smooth progression of their covert operations. Meanwhile, Lin Qing, accompanied by Wang Er and others, gradually approaches the cavern that serves as the entrance to the cannibal tribe's domain, free from the apprehension of unexpected ambushes from lurking foes. This assurance arises from the fact that Zhang San and his group have already neutralized the nearby threats. Where else might there be a possibility of cannibals emerging? Zhang San and his companions dealt with these cannibals with remarkable swiftness. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to keep pace with Lin Qing as he advanced toward the cave entrance. Nevertheless, these were indeed cannibals. How could they possibly station so many of their kind to guard the entrance to their tribe? Meanwhile, after traversing through a dense thicket of wild fruits, Lin Qing arrived at the mouth of the cave, nestled at the base of the great mountain. By this time, the cannibals surrounding the entrance had all been eliminated by Zhang San and his team, eagerly awaiting Lin Qing, Wan Li, and Wang Er to enter the cave and uncover its mysteries. Gazing at the cavern entrance, which stood several adults high and was 2 or 3 men wide, along with the enormous footprints left on the ground, Lin Qing was already certain that this was indeed the entrance he had observed the previous day. This was undoubtedly the lair of the cannibal tribe. With this realization, Lin Qing said nothing further. Instead, he retrieved some noxious potions and, without a moment's hesitation, hurled them directly into the cave. Chapter 138. Poisonous Fog Unleashed. Who dares to defy? With a resounding crash, the potion shattered at the cave's entrance. After a brief half-minute, accompanied by the sound of 2 bodies collapsing, Lin Qing turned to Wan Li and Wang Er, declaring, "Let us proceed. All is clear." Without hesitation, Lin Qing advanced into the cave. Wan Li and Wang Er, without uttering a word, readied their iron swords at their waists, prepared to draw them at a moment's notice. Their crossbows were fully loaded with iron arrows, ready to unleash a barrage upon any cannibalistic foe they might encounter. As Lin Qing entered the cavern, the noxious fumes from the toxic potions he had cast earlier lingered, yet neither he nor Wan Li or Wang Er felt any adverse effect from the poisonous air. For them, the distinction between a toxic environment and a normal one was non-existent. They were entirely unfazed. Venturing deeper into the cave, Lin Qing soon discovered the source of the earlier sounds. The 2 cannibals who had stood guard at the entrance lay motionless on the ground, their bodies lifeless, still clutching their spike clubs. It appeared that upon Lin Qing's arrival, these sentinels had indeed noticed him. Had he walked directly into the cave, they would undoubtedly have launched their weapons at him, and even clad in iron armor, he would have struggled to survive such an onslaught. However, Lin Qing had anticipated the presence of guards at the cave's entrance, which was precisely why he had released the toxic potions in the first place. Observing the fallen cannibals, Lin Qing couldn't help but reflect on the unexpected utility of the poison. While ordinary humans might not succumb to its effects immediately, It was evident that a mere half-minute of exposure was enough to dispatch these cannibals. Not wishing to linger, Lin Qing confirmed the demise of the two guards before leading Wan Li and the others further into the depths of the cave. For the sake of caution, he continued to toss more poison vials ahead while wielding his alloy-long sword, ever vigilant as they advanced. Had Lin Qing not instructed the alchemists Zheng Shi and Zhang Jing to concoct additional potions the previous day, he would not have felt such reckless abandon in utilizing them now, free from the concern of running low on supplies. Surrounding them was a thick shroud of poisonous fog. Yet aside from the fallen figures of the cannibals, no other souls were in sight. Meanwhile, those cannibals dwelling deep within the cavern seemed to sense an anomaly. Ordinarily, the tribesmen outside would report their findings at regular intervals, yet an unusual silence had enveloped the area for an extended time. Why had no one emerged from the shadows? Perhaps it was their innate perceptive instinct that prompted the cannibals within the depths to adopt a defensive stance, each wielding peculiar weapons. Among them were several figures that appeared to be leaders, brandishing weapons resembling longswords. These arms radiated an inexplicable power, suggesting they were not mere tools, but formidable instruments of destruction. On the other hand, as Lin Qing and Wan Li advanced, they were acutely aware that the cannibals had detected their presence. With each step deeper into the cavern, the number of adversaries dwindled, which was counterintuitive in what was supposed to be a stronghold of cannibals. Lin Qing surmised that the retreat of the cannibals deeper into their territory was a direct response to the arrival of his party. After all, Lin Qing had quietly dispatched their kin, leaving the remaining cannibals in a state of trepidation. Typically, they were the predators, but now they found themselves preyed upon. "Boss, it seems those cannibals have noticed us," Wan Li remarked, tightening his grip on his iron sword and turning to Lin Qing. Both Wang Er and Zhang San nodded gravely in agreement. "Fear not. We possess the potent toxin as our ultimate weapon. Have you seen how swiftly those cannibals fell after inhaling the miasma along our path?" Lin Qing reassured them with a light chuckle, his gaze steady as he addressed the group. At that moment, they looked to Lin Qing for guidance. If he chose to press forward, they would follow without hesitation. If he ordered retreat, they would comply without question. In this realm, and in their everyday lives, Lin Qing was their cornerstone of strength. Without him, they felt adrift. "Very well, boss, we follow your lead," they affirmed earnestly. Suddenly, before Lin Qing could respond, a barrage of sticks flew towards them from ahead, propelled directly at Lin Qing. These were, of course, the weapons wielded by the cannibals, seemingly crafted from the same material, each adorned with sharp spikes. Observing with meticulous attention, Lin Qing naturally noticed this detail. Without further contemplation, her other hand swiftly drew the alloy longsword. The sound of clashing resonated, clang, swish, thud, as she beheld the scene. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and the few incoming rods shattered, falling heavily to the ground. It was evident that this weapon was no ordinary implement. It was considerably heftier than the spiked clubs she had previously encountered. Lin Qing had stored those spiked clubs in her repository, and during her collection process, she had inevitably come into contact with these rods. However, upon grasping them, she found their weight comparable to that of her former iron sword. Even when they struck the ground, they did not emit such a profound sound. Yet now, the mere descent of those few rods produced a weighty resonance, indicating that within this cannibal tribe, there surely existed extraordinary artifacts. Chapter 139. The Source of Giant Plants and Cannibalistic Weapons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After Lin Qing effortlessly severed several of the sticks, the cannibals within seemed to realize that their previous strikes had missed, prompting them to launch yet another barrage of attacks against him. In the blink of an eye, what should have been an expansive cavern transformed into a perilous battleground due to the relentless onslaught of flying sticks. However, let us not forget that Lin Qing remains present in this dire situation. He had previously stowed away his crossbow, now wholly focused on wielding his alloy longsword. Bang, bang, bang. As a series of heavy sounds reverberated around Lin Qing, the area behind him instantly became a sanctuary, with Wan Li and the others taking refuge behind him. Otherwise, their fate would have been sealed. Lin Qing found himself in a somewhat awkward position, as he was still a distance away from the true cannibal tribe, unable to advance. Moreover, there was no cover to shield him from their attacks, rendering it impossible to patiently wait for their onslaught to cease. Nevertheless, Lin Qing is Lin Qing, And even in this delicate predicament, a stalemate was not inevitable, especially for him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The alloy longsword in Lin Qing's hand danced swiftly, its cold gleam rendering everything in its path non-existent. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly retrieved a bow and arrows from behind him. Yet at this moment, drawing the bow to shoot forward was not an option. He had to continue wielding his longsword to sever the sticks that approached him. The situation appeared dire. Yet in Lin Qing's capable hands, it transformed into a well-orchestrated affair. Wang Er, draw a long arrow and affix some potions to it. Lin Qing called out, not daring to turn his head as he defended against the incoming sticks. Wang Er understood Lin Qing's urgency, responding affirmatively before promptly following his instructions to prepare an arrow with the necessary potions securely bound. Done, boss. Wang Er efficiently completed Lin Qing's request within 10 seconds of receiving it. Just as Lin Qing had severed the last of the approaching sticks, he thrust his longsword into the stone ground and grasped the bow, an arrow Wang Er handed him in an instant. Before anyone could react, Lin Qing had already drawn the bowstring taut, launching the arrow laden with various potions with remarkable speed. After releasing the arrow, Lin Qing did not linger. He quickly passed the bow to Wang Er and drew his longsword once more, advancing while continuing to sever the incoming sticks. At this moment, Lin Qing and his companions had endured a relentless barrage of sticks from the cannibals for a full minute. Surely, if the cannibals did not possess anything of value, they would not persist in their attacks against Lin Qing. Bang! Bang! With the dull thuds of sticks striking the ground, the tumult that had once filled the air ceased abruptly. Not only did silence envelop the surroundings, but it felt as though the very world had come to a standstill. Had it not been for Lin Qing and Wan Li, along with Wang Er and the others pressing forward, the only sound would have been the soft rustle of their movement, leading one to believe they had become deaf. Meanwhile, after Lin Qing released an arrow, the cannibalistic tribe, now aware of the terror that lay before them, obediently followed their chieftain's command, covering their mouths and noses to avoid inhaling the noxious gas. Had Lin Qing's party witnessed this scene, they would have undoubtedly marveled at the tribe's instinctual response, for their method of defense was remarkably astute. Although it could not entirely prevent the gas's effects, it certainly prolonged their survival. However, as the cannibals braced themselves, their skin began to visibly crack, as if sliced by a razor's edge. Every exposed part of their bodies, legs, arms, and faces, bore the marks of this gruesome transformation. Simultaneously, some unknown entities began to infiltrate their bodies through these fissures. The hue of the wounds was no longer the crimson of blood, but an unbelievable grayish-green. Indeed, the insidious agents eroding their flesh were none other than the enhanced toxic agents concocted by apothecary Zheng Shi and Zhang Jing, augmented by the blood of the colorful giant lizard Lin Qing had hunted in the land of death. Without this potent infusion, the gas would not have wielded such devastating power. As the cannibals writhed in agony, Lin Qing and his companions arrived at the scene, surveying the horrific plight of the tribe. Lin Qing quickly surmised the cause of their distress. However, this predicament posed no challenge to the well-prepared group. Upon hearing the cries of despair ahead, Lin Qing had promptly instructed everyone to consume some attribute-enhancing jerky, along with special pills that Zheng Shi had insisted on prior to their journey, which were necessary after using various potions. Thus, the effects of the toxins would not harm Lin Qing and his companions, who had fortified themselves. The surrounding cannibals appeared to be in excruciating pain, as the fluid seeping from their bodies was not the typical red blood, but an unrecognizable grayish-green liquid. Yet, despite their torment, no one felt sympathy for them. Those vicious wooden spikes had been their lethal intent aimed at Lin Qing's group. Their suffering, however, was short-lived, for after contorting on the ground, they ceased their movements, forever frozen in their tragic fate. With a triumphant laugh, Lin Qing exclaimed, "Look at me, Boss Lin. I've finally managed to dispatch these cannibals with ease." On the other side, Wan Li gazed upon the helpless and feeble cannibal tribe sprawled on the ground. In a moment of fervor, he unsheathed his iron sword and launched into a frenzied assault upon the unsuspecting tribesmen. One by one, they fell before him, and with each defeat, Wan Li's confidence surged anew. Yet, In a peculiar twist, his actions might be considered a blessing for these wretches, as he liberated them from their suffering. "Boss, look over there." Wanli was immersed in the chaotic slaughter of the barely breathing cannibals, while on the other side, Zhang San was intently observing the unfolding scene. Upon hearing Zhang San's exclamation, Lin Qing instinctively turned to follow his gaze. To his astonishment, he beheld an extraordinary sight. A colossal plant, unfathomably vast, had breached the mountains and soared into the open sky. With an estimated diameter of 100 meters, it was an unimaginable spectacle, complete with smaller branches extending from its sides. However, as Lin Qing scrutinized the smaller branches adjacent to the magnificent plant, the source of the weapons wielded by the cannibals suddenly became crystal clear. They had evidently been harvested from these very branches. There was no discernible difference between the weapons and the plant's appendages. In fact, the projectiles that had earlier assailed Lin Qing were identical to the armaments derived from this botanical giant. It was evident that the cannibal tribe's formidable weaponry was sourced directly from this remarkable plant. Chapter 140. The Terrifying Liquid. Annihilation after the kill. Is this not the very weapon wielded by those cannibalistic tribes? On the other side, Wan Li, upon hearing the commotion from Lin Qing, found himself momentarily stunned upon encountering the colossal plant. However, at this juncture, it was evident that time could not be squandered here. For upon this gigantic flora were 3 cannibals, scaling its height with deliberate haste. In their ascent, they encountered no sharp thorns. Rather, the very structure of the plant's trunk facilitated their climb. The enormous spikes, instead of posing a threat, served as advantageous handholds. Although every part of this plant was adorned with various sizes of thorns, including its trunk, the spikes were not merely present, but proliferated with additional thorns, creating a formidable layer of defense. Yet among the cannibals, there existed a few astute individuals who cleared the larger thorns from the trunk, using them as footholds to ascend further up the giant plant. Observing these 3 cannibals climbing ever higher, Lin Qing felt an unsettling premonition gnawing at his insides, a sense that allowing them to reach the summit would precipitate some dire and terrifying calamity. Not only Lin Qing, but all present would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. In an effort to quell his foreboding, Lin Qing swiftly drew an iron arrow, knocking it to his bowstring, and aimed directly at the highest of the 3 climbers. Yet, as he prepared to release the arrow, a wave of anxiety washed over him once more, as if discharging the arrow would unleash grave peril. With this thought, he relaxed his grip slightly, allowing the arrow to retain just enough force to pierce the cannibal's body as he released it. Although the power was diminished, Lin Qing's trepidation lingered. With the arrow already in flight, he could only adapt to whatever fate awaited them. Should the situation escalate unfavorably, he would not hesitate to flee alongside Wan Li and Wang Er. Whoosh! Thud! To no one's surprise, the arrow Lin Qing had loosed found its mark, piercing the body of the uppermost cannibal. However, due to the slight reduction in force, it also penetrated a large thorn situated in front of him, leaving merely a circular hole in its wake. Logically, a cannibal struck by Lin Qing's arrow should not have sustained severe injuries, considering their formidable physique. After all, the one Lin Qing had targeted was the highest ranking among them, as evidenced by his elevated position. However, just as the cannibal was struck by the arrow launched by Lin Qing, he inexplicably plummeted from his perch. It was not merely the arrow piercing his body that caused his descent. Rather, he seemed to have glimpsed something exceedingly terrifying, which prompted his panicked fall. This colossal plant was already adorned with numerous sharp thorns of varying sizes, and thus the consequences of the cannibal's fall were all too apparent. The sound of his descent was abruptly silenced, replaced by the gruesome sight of blood spraying forth. The peril of falling from such a height was dire enough, and it was compounded by the treacherous terrain below, strewn with thorns. With the man, now lifeless, Lin Qing had no intention of lingering over him. Yet he was greatly puzzled as to why this individual had tumbled down after merely being struck by an arrow. He gazed upward along the towering plant and beheld the 2 remaining cannibals, who appeared to wear expressions of terror, likely in response to witnessing their leader's fall. Were they frightened of suffering the same fate under Lin Qing's arrows? However, upon reflection, Lin Qing surmised that these cannibals could not possibly succumb to fear over a single arrow. To slide down from such a height would signify their death. The situation was undoubtedly more complex than it seemed. It had to be related to the giant plant. Otherwise, these three cannibals would not have been scaling its heights. Drip! The sound of dripping water echoed around, as the remaining cannibals on the ground had been dealt with by Li and Wang Er, rendering the cave eerily silent. It was this stillness that made the water droplets sound so pronounced. At that moment, the two cannibals above, as if in prearranged unison, began to scream in unison, pointing upwards at something. Instantly, Lin Qing followed their gaze and spotted the small hole that had been created by the arrow. Beneath this hole dripped an unknown milky liquid. As this milky substance fell to the ground below, it once again produced the sound of a droplet. It appeared that the earlier dripping sounds were indeed caused by this milky liquid. But why did the two cannibals react with such horror upon seeing it? Did this milky liquid possess even more lethal properties? This question was soon elucidated, for as the milky liquid fell from the small hole once more, it precisely landed on the cannibal situated at the highest point below. After the milky liquid cascaded onto the individual, he appeared to succumb to a frenzy, reminiscent of the despair reflected in the eyes of the person who had previously plummeted from above. At that moment, the individual touched by the milky substance began to corrode at an astonishing rate, his body swiftly deteriorating until only a skeleton remained. Remarkably, even after the cannibal was reduced to this mere skeletal form, he continued to be ravaged by the milky liquid. The corrosion persisted until the cannibal was entirely obliterated, leaving no trace behind, at which point the liquid ceased its relentless assault. However, astonishingly, the milky substance remained intact, its purity seemingly enhanced, becoming even whiter. Merely a single drop possessed such terrifying potency, utterly annihilating the cannibal while continuing to descend. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Qing comprehended why the previous cannibals had reacted so dramatically. It was not exaggeration, but rather a testament to the overwhelming strength of the milky liquid. Once touched, it was almost a certainty that the individual had met their demise. Nevertheless, this realization only deepened Lin Qing's fascination with the colossal plant. However, before pursuing this interest further, he resolved to eliminate all cannibals in the vicinity, both on the ground and those perched upon the giant plant. Although only one cannibal remained on the massive plant, it did not deter Lin Qing from executing his plan to eradicate all threats present. Chapter 141. This place turns out to be a mountain of or whoosh. Lin Qing once again grasped his bow, aiming precisely at the neck of the nearby cannibal. He released the arrow with deliberate control, mindful of the force required. He had witnessed firsthand the potency of the milky liquid that had flowed from the colossal plant. At that moment, the large spike, previously pierced by Lin Qing's arrow, had withered, and the milky liquid had dripped entirely to the ground at the base of the giant plant. Fortunately, none of Lin Qing's companions had remained in that vicinity. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate as the cannibal who had been struck by the corrosive fluid. Thud! The arrow struck true, piercing the cannibal's neck with precision. The arrowhead penetrated just enough to inflict significant pain, yet was not sufficient to kill him outright. However, the agony would prevent him from gripping the large spike on the plant, causing him to plummet downwards to the root of the giant plant, which was equally littered with spikes. There, he too would meet an inevitable demise. Thus, the last three members of this cannibal tribe had been dealt with entirely. Li and Wang Er, after searching for any remaining survivors, soon joined Lin Qing's side. All the cannibals within the tribe had been eliminated. The location of this tribe was not only concealed, but also held hidden wonders. For instance, the colossal plant at the center of the tribe was an unexpected discovery for Lin Qing. This simplicity of the cannibals' dwelling, which merely encircled the giant plant, was surprising. Furthermore, there were only two entrances, the cave through which Lin Qing had entered and the hollow created by the giant plant's emergence from the mountain. It could be said that if Lin Qing secured these two exits, the remaining cannibals would eventually succumb to starvation. However, while this strategy was effective, it was also time-consuming. Lin Qing had a more expedient method to eliminate these cannibals and would not waste time in this manner. "Boss, come here quickly. We've found something remarkable." At that moment, not far away, Zhang San, while preparing to rendezvous with Lin Qing, stumbled upon something that left him exclaiming in astonishment. Upon hearing Zhang San's call, Lin Qing hurried toward him, with Wan Li and Wang Er closely following. Soon, Lin Qing arrived at Zhang San's side, and upon witnessing the discovery before him, he could not help but gasp in disbelief. This is truly an immense treasure. Right in the corner before Lin Qing, not only are there weapons left by the man-eaters, an assortment of herbs and plants, and the formidable spikes of this gigantic food source, but the most crucial aspect lies within the stones of the corner wall. Various ores are intricately embedded in this stone wall. If this wall contained only iron or copper ores, it would be one thing, but it boasts not only these two minerals, but also gold and silver. Moreover, this wall, no, rather than merely a wall, it can be said that all surrounding walls are adorned with a plethora of minerals. Originally, Lin Qing was positioned some distance from the wall, but upon observing the wall described by Zhang San and glancing around at the other walls, he realized this astonishing fact. It is not just this particular wall that brims with such abundant ores. This place is, in fact, a veritable mountain range of minerals, whether common or rare. Everything one could desire is present here. Furthermore, this location is not limited to metallic ores but also houses coal. Coal. This is among the finest materials for fuel. Those logs and thatch pale in comparison to this coal. With this coal, whether for warmth or for forging equipment, it serves as an exceptional choice. Naturally, Lin Qing would never resort to using this coal for cooking, as delightful as it may be. The byproducts of igniting it are far from pleasant. And even with Lin Qing's robust constitution, he would still be adversely affected. Moreover, he would never be foolish enough to utilize this coal for culinary purposes. The excitement is palpable, especially for Wang Er and his companions, who are collecting resources. They are positively exhilarated. After all, these materials are of extraordinary value. For those who relish gathering resources, this is akin to discovering a treasure trove. Indeed, it is accurately described as a treasure. As Lin Qing gazes at the walls adorned with various ores, he increasingly feels that the decision to eradicate the man-eaters was indeed a sagacious one. Eliminating the threat while acquiring such a bounty is undoubtedly a profitable venture. A myriad of ores, along with the enormous plant in the center. We must hastily transport all of these treasures away. After all, this area is situated within the domain of the Land of Death. Lin Qing, eyeing the weapons extracted from the colossal plant and the various minerals on the wall, spoke to Wan Li and Wang Er. The Land of Death is not an ordinary place. It is exceedingly perilous, for no one can predict what terrifying events may unfold in the next moment. Just moments ago, when Lin Qing pierced a small hole in the enormous spike of the giant plant with an arrow, no one anticipated that a milky liquid would drip from it. Therefore, to avoid prolonged uncertainties, it is imperative to swiftly remove everything from this location to mitigate any potential unforeseen circumstances. Immediately, Wan Li strode towards the outside, leading all the horses that had been gathered together. After all, the strength of humanity is ultimately limited. With the assistance of these horses, the task of transporting supplies would become significantly simpler. Some of Wang Er's companions followed Wan Li outside, preparing to bring the horses here and construct several carts for transporting the materials. Meanwhile, others began to organize the supplies on-site to facilitate their transportation by cart. Lin Qing, too, was not idle. He approached the opposite side of the colossal plant at the center. However, Lin Qing was not there to sort through the weapons or ores. Instead, he aimed to study the enormous plant itself. The milk-colored liquid that had recently seeped from this giant plant, which had completely corroded a formidable cannibal, lingered in Lin Qing's mind, refusing to dissipate. That had been a cannibal. After all, a being of considerable strength. How could it be that a mere drop of this milk-colored liquid was sufficient to utterly erode it? Even its hide armor had been completely disintegrated. What kind of liquid possesses such formidable power? Surely, the blood of the colorful giant lizard they had encountered previously pales in comparison to this milk-colored substance. Chapter 142, Erosion of Stone. Leaving resources with a swift motion, Lin Qing approached a small branch of the colossal plant and unsheathed his alloy longsword, striking decisively at the appendage. In an instant, the branch was severed, tumbling to the ground with a resounding thud. The weight of such a mere branch was astonishing, hinting at the extraordinary mass of the plant itself. As Lin Qing observed the branch fall, a milky white liquid erupted from the severed section, its purity and richness strikingly pronounced. There is no doubt that this liquid, if touched, would spell doom. The previous drop of the less concentrated milky liquid had effortlessly corroded a member of the cannibal tribe, and this more exuberant spurt of liquid promised even graver consequences. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Had Lin Qing hesitated for even a moment longer, he would have been struck by the jetting liquid. However, forewarned by previous encounters, Lin Qing was well aware of the potential for such a reaction. He had witnessed the plant's defensive mechanism when a mere arrow had pierced its surface, leading to a trickle of the milky liquid. Now, with the branch cleaved in two, it was no surprise that a more copious flow would ensue. With agility, Lin Qing had already taken cover, as the plant unleashed a seemingly endless torrent of milky liquid towards the spot he had just vacated. Observing this remarkable phenomenon, he couldn't help but marvel at the plant's extraordinary nature. Relieved by his timely evasion, Lin Qing recognized that had he remained in the path of that deluge, he would have surely been consumed by it. The severed section of the colossal plant continued to expel the milky liquid, though the volume was gradually diminishing. As it spewed forth less than half of its initial output, Lin Qing discerned the reason behind this change. The wound inflicted upon the plant was slowly mending, a process akin to the healing of human flesh, albeit at a pace far more rapid than that of any human recovery. As moments ticked by, the flow of milky liquid from the severed branch eventually ceased entirely. Witnessing this, Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Had the plant persisted in its defense, the situation could have escalated perilously. Now that the torrent had abated, it was time for Lin Qing to resume his endeavors. As Lin Qing approached the recently severed branch of the colossal plant, he inadvertently stepped upon a hard object beneath his feet. Initially, he assumed it to be a fragment of the cut branch, but as he lowered his gaze, he was met with an astonishing sight. Beneath him lay a piece of iron. Not ore, but a solid block of iron. Though this metal appeared to be marred with numerous impurities, it was still vastly superior to raw ore, for it required no intricate smelting process, with only a few straightforward refinements. It could be transformed into a block of remarkably high purity. Naturally, Lin Qing intended to transport this iron block home, and if feasible, he aspired to collect every piece of ore in the vicinity. His only hope was to avoid any sudden attacks from wild beasts or unexpected mutations of the plant. Without further contemplation, he gathered the iron blocks beneath his feet into a pile, intending to wait for Wang Er and the others to assist in transferring these treasures to the cart. However, as Lin Qing completed his collection, he noticed even more iron blocks nearby. It became evident that other types of ore were present, but iron was the most abundant. Initially, Lin Qing had set his sights on the severed branch of the gigantic plant, yet as he continued to gather ore, an astonishing abundance seemed to manifest around him, as if the very earth yielded more treasures the more he picked. Perplexed, Lin Qing straightened up and lifted his gaze to ascertain the extent of the mineral wealth surrounding him. Just then, his eyes fell upon the spot where the milk-colored liquid from the colossal plant had erupted. What should have been a relatively smooth stone wall now bore a significant indentation. Observing the pit, it was clear that it had been corroded by some unknown substance, as the inside was riddled with countless small craters, reminiscent of an area ravaged by ants, sending shivers down his spine. In that moment, Lin Qing also noticed various metallic fragments scattered at the base of the corroded wall. Iron, gold, silver, and even coal lay strewn across the ground. Glancing at the metallic pieces beneath his feet, Lin Qing's mind raced with the realization of why such an abundance of metal had appeared on the surface. It was indeed the milk-colored liquid that had been ejected from the severed branch of the colossal plant. While the liquid had not splashed upon Lin Qing himself, the stone wall behind him bore the brunt of its corrosive power. The torrent of liquid had eroded the stone, leaving only the metals and coal within its depths, completely stripping away the surrounding material. Although these milk-colored liquids fell upon the ground, the earth, predominantly composed of soil, rapidly absorbed them upon contact. Whether these liquids were genuinely absorbed by the ground remains a mystery to Lin Qing. It is equally possible that the roots of the colossal plant hidden beneath the surface are responsible for this absorption. Nonetheless, it is indeed fortunate that no traces of the milk-colored liquid remain on the ground. Had they not been absorbed, Lin Qing would likely have found herself amidst a puddle of this substance. Currently, Lin Qing refrains from collecting the metals scattered on the ground, instead contemplating a strategy to unveil all that the mountains conceal. Although this area is rich in various ores and coal, the endeavor to extract everything here would be exceedingly time-consuming. Moreover, given that this is a land of peril, the uncertainty of what might transpire in the next moment looms large. In essence, it is prudent to minimize one's stay in such a treacherous place. Thus, Lin Qing conceived a remarkably audacious plan to wager the entirety of the mountain's ores in pursuit of its treasures. Should she succeed, she would be able to effortlessly procure the metals and coal. However, if she were to fail, her journey would be in vain. Indeed, the essence of this bold idea is to sever the gigantic plant at its base. Chapter 143. A daring idea. Betting on, or given that the milk-colored liquid from this colossal plant has the ability to thoroughly erode the stones of this mountain, revealing the metals and coal within, what if one were to sever this gigantic plant? Would it not then unleash an even greater torrent of the milk-colored liquid, inundating the area and corroding all the stones that comprise this mountain, leaving only the valuable resources behind? While this notion appears remarkably flawless, promising an effortless acquisition of resources without the laborious process of refinement, it is not without its considerable drawbacks. The milk-colored liquid, though capable of corroding stone and unveiling resources, only spewed forth a mere 3 barrels worth previously. If one were to indeed sever this colossal plant, it would undoubtedly release a far greater volume of liquid. Whether such a vast quantity would corrode the resources along with the stones remains uncertain. Furthermore, the act of severing this gigantic plant presents an even larger and formidable challenge. How to accomplish such a feat? It would be impractical for Lin Qing to return to the stone house and continue crafting a long alloy sword, considering the already daunting task of forging a conventional sword. The idea of creating a sword around 100 meters in length is nearly inconceivable. Moreover, even if Lin Qing could manage to produce such a sword, the quantity of materials required would be staggering. And even assuming he had sufficient resources to fabricate this exceedingly long sword, the question of how to wield it becomes an even greater dilemma. After all, a sword of approximately 100 meters in length would not easily adapt to different sizes. Eureka! Lin Qing's mind has now embarked on this gamble. The outcome will determine whether he emerges victorious or returns empty-handed. He has conceived a method to sever the gigantic plant, not in the literal sense, but rather since the plant emits a copious amount of milk-colored liquid upon suffering damage. It follows that one need not sever it entirely. Merely breaking the surface would suffice to provoke a spray of the corrosive liquid. This method involves utilizing the simple iron bead explosives Lin Qing had previously crafted to rupture the plant's outer layer, thereby prompting it to release a substantial quantity of its highly corrosive milk-colored liquid. With this thought in mind, Lin Qing promptly prepared to head in the direction opposite to where Wang Li, Wang Er, and the others were located. As this is a significant wager, it is only fitting to discuss it with them. Before doing so, however, Lin Qing carefully retrieved the small branch he had just severed, placing it in a bag for further study at the stone house. Upon severing, the small branch exhibited signs of healing and scabbing on its surface. After tidying up the massive plant's branches, Lin Qing approached Wang Li, Wang Er, and their companions. Without any superfluous words, he directly articulated the plan that had been forming in his mind. Upon hearing Lin Qing's proposal, Wang Li and Wang Er could not help but exclaim at its brilliance. After all, the prospect of effortlessly transporting the supplies without expending excessive energy is universally appealing. However, they too pondered the possibility of these resources being entirely eroded. Yet, once Lin Qing referred to this endeavor as a grand gamble, they chose to refrain from further discussion. The matter was undeniably exhilarating. It was a scenario of either abundant success or returning empty-handed, two extreme outcomes. Yet, should they succeed, the time squandered on mining in this perilous land could be entirely eradicated, all while evading the numerous dangers that lurked therein. Moreover, since Lin Qing had proposed a plan, Wang Li and Wang Er had no grounds to oppose it, and thus they wholeheartedly endorsed it. With everyone's agreement secured, Lin Qing prepared to focus on the colossal plant, contemplating how to maximize the effectiveness of the makeshift iron bead bombs, determining the optimal placement, and so forth. However, All of those makeshift bombs were stored in the stone house, and Lin Qing carried none with him, necessitating a return to the wooden house to execute the plan. Meanwhile, Wan Li and Wang Er were busy collecting useful items left behind by the cannibal tribe, delaying the initiation of the plan for the time being. Consequently, Lin Qing chose this moment to scout for the most suitable location. He estimated that by the time Wan Li and Wang Er had gathered all transportable items in the vicinity, he would have identified the ideal spots to place the makeshift iron bead bombs. When the time came for Lin Qing to retrieve the bombs from the stone house and return, he could seamlessly commence the operation. Half an hour later, Lin Qing, accompanied by Wan Li and Wang Er, set off towards the stone house on horseback. He had left Meng Yu and the others behind to prevent others from reaping the benefits left by the cannibal tribe. Since Wan Li and Wang Er were pulling a cart, their pace was not particularly swift. However, Lin Qing, riding the swift horse Juing, moved with astonishing speed. Thus, he opted not to ride alongside Wan Li and the others. Instead, accompanied by Xiao Bai, he surged ahead towards the stone house. Due to his rapid pace, it wasn't long before he arrived back at the stone house, which, as usual, remained undisturbed. The areas previously ravaged by the cannibal tribe had been restored by the culinary master Zhao Lu and his companions, although they were occupied with their respective tasks. Upon noticing Lin Qing's return, they all approached him to greet him warmly. Lin Qing returned primarily to retrieve the makeshift iron ball bombs from the stone house, thus refraining from engaging in lengthy discussions with Zhao Lu and the others, urging them to continue their work. However, he chose to retain the presence of apothecary Zheng Shi and Zhang Jing, for the viscous, milk-colored liquid exuded by the colossal plant possessed formidable corrosive properties. They were certain to glean valuable insights from it. This liquid posed no threat to the soil, and with an abundance of clay jars and cups available in the apothecary's domain, they would undoubtedly be able to collect a sufficient amount of the milk-hued substance. As Lin Qing set about affixing the makeshift bombs to the steed, Juing, Apothecary Zheng Shi and Zhang Jing commenced their task of procuring clay vessels from the apothecary's quarters. By the time Lin Qing and Zheng Shi had completed their preparations, Wan Li and Wang Er, having returned with supplies to the stone house, arrived just in time. Lin Qing promptly directed Zheng Shi and Zhang Jing to place the clay jars and cups onto the cart, instructing Wan Li and his team to escort the two to the cannibal tribe in the death zone. This cart was not the haphazardly assembled one from the death zone, but rather one that Lin Qing had previously crafted in the Wanlin tribe for transporting supplies back to the stone house. A total of 9 carts were utilized, and given that the horses they rode were insufficient, the horses that had initially pulled these carts were called into service. 18 horses towed the 9 carts, while each of Wan Li's group rode an additional horse, ensuring that their speed remained largely unaffected, allowing for swifter travel between the two locations. With a resolute spirit, Lin Qing rode Juing directly towards the cannibal tribe, with Wan Li and his companions trailing closely behind. Naturally, the speed at which Lin Qing rode Juing was far beyond that of Wan Li and his party, even with Wan Li mounted on his fine steed. He could not hope to match the ever-evolving prowess of Juing. Realizing he could not keep pace with Lin Qing, Wan Li resigned himself to traveling alongside Wang Er and the others. Chapter 144. Such remarkable efficacy must be studied. Master. Lin Qing swiftly arrived at the cannibal tribe's settlement atop his steed, the Shadowless. Upon seeing Lin Qing, Meng Yu approached him and spoke. Although Lin Qing was the sole visitor, Meng Yu did not inquire further. Despite having joined the Stonehouse faction only recently, he had witnessed the extraordinary speed of Lin Qing's mount. He understood that this horse was far from ordinary. Moreover, given the exquisite nourishment Lin Qing had provided, even a lesser steed could be transformed into a magnificent creature. In truth, the Shadowless was already a splendid horse, and it was entirely natural for it to attain such prowess under Lin Qing's guidance. Indeed, Wan Li and Wang Er should be arriving soon. You may wait for them here, Lin Qing instructed Meng Yu as he stepped forward. Understood. As Meng Yu observed Lin Qing riding into the cave, he refrained from further conversation. Lin Qing's decision to enter the cave was strategic, allowing him to prepare the simple iron ball bombs while Wan Li and the others had yet to arrive. The remaining quantity of these rudimentary explosives was already limited, And to achieve the desired effect of releasing a copious amount of milk-colored liquid from the colossal plant, it required the deployment of all available bombs. Although acquiring explosives posed a challenge, for Lin Qing, it was a straightforward task. A simple message in the world trading channel seeking gunpowder would elicit numerous offers from eager traders. Additionally, there were merchants in that channel selling gunpowder, alleviating any need for Lin Qing to waste time on this matter. After all, it was merely gunpowder. A direct exchange for resources would suffice. Of course, this was contingent upon others possessing gunpowder. If they did not, even Lin Qing's abundant resources would yield no results. Upon reaching the colossal plant, Lin Qing carefully placed all the simple iron ball bombs on the ground and began to position them diligently. Each bomb was securely placed in the predetermined locations, ensuring that they would neither damage the giant plant prior to detonation nor fail to unleash their full destructive potential when the time came. In no time, the fewer than 10 simple iron ball bombs were positioned perfectly. Once Lin Qing pulled the hides tethering them together, a violent explosion would ensue. Such an explosion could even cause the mountain to collapse. However, should the mountain indeed crumble, the enormous plant within would undoubtedly release a torrent of milk-colored liquid. Lin Qing's method of connecting these rudimentary iron ball bombs was remarkably ingenious. He utilized a slender yet resilient cord to bind the animal hides, encasing the bombs together. This cord was then affixed to an arrow. Thus, when Lin Qing launched the arrow with a drawn bow, the rapid acceleration would detach the animal hides, simultaneously causing the flint within the bombs to collide and ignite sparks. Although the impact of this collision may not have been particularly forceful, it is essential to note that igniting the bomb requires merely a minuscule spark. Therefore, as long as a single spark is produced from the flint, the bomb is destined to detonate. Moreover, even if only one bomb were to explode, it would not jeopardize the plan. The explosion of one bomb would inevitably lead to the subsequent detonation of the nearby bombs. In such a scenario, failure would be an impossibility. Carefully, Lin Qing carried the arrow attached to the cord outside the cave. Once he placed the arrow in a secure location, he returned to the others, including Wan Li, who had just arrived. "Boss Lin, what is this?" Wan Li inquired, observing Lin Qing placing the arrow on the ground as he dismounted from his horse. His curiosity piqued. Lin Qing, recognizing the significance of this apparatus to their plan, did not withhold any details. He elucidated the intricacies of the plan and the purpose of the arrow to Wan Li and the others. Upon hearing Lin Qing's explanation, Wan Li and Wang Er could not help but marvel at the brilliance of strategy. The task of severing the colossal plant in half was an insurmountable challenge. But with these rudimentary iron ball bombs, they could effectively obliterate the giant plant. The group refrained from further discussion, understanding that the sooner they proceeded, the better. Meanwhile, the apothecaries Zhang Shi and Zhang Jing had already ventured into the cave, equipped with clay jars and cups, making their way toward the gigantic plant. They were not alone. Several others, left behind by Lin Qing, followed closely behind them into the cave. The viscous, milk-colored liquid emitted by the colossal plant was no ordinary substance. A mere drop could render a person completely devoid of life. Furthermore, even if they managed to enter, extracting the milk-like liquid from the giant plant would require considerable effort. Upon entering, Lin Qing wielded his alloy longsword, capable of effortlessly slicing through and creating a small opening. Notably, the alloy longsword was impervious to the corrosive effects of the milk-colored liquid. With a swift motion, Lin Qing drew his alloy longsword and instantly left a thumb-sized hole on one of the small branches. Within a second, the hole began to ooze the milk-colored liquid. Beneath the small opening, a clay jar was positioned perfectly to catch the liquid as it flowed forth. As Lin Qing anticipated, the milky-colored liquid could not corrode the clay jars. Once it flowed into the jars, it remained there undisturbed. It seems that clay indeed possesses remarkable versatility. Although it is pottery, it remains a form of earth. Whoosh! As Lin Qing wielded the alloy sword, each fork of the blade left a small hole. And with the assistance of Wan Li and Wang Er, the clay jars brought by Zhang Shi were soon filled with the milky liquid. Once all the jars were filled and transported onto the cart, Lin Qing commenced the plan. Zhang Shi and Zhang Jing did not linger to await Lin Qing's detonation of the explosives. Instead, they advanced toward the stone house alongside Meng Yu. After all, These jars contained the milky liquid, which could shatter due to the explosion, resulting in a significant loss. Furthermore, this was Lin Qing's strategy. So they returned to the stone house first. After relocating the jars there, Mengyu would return with the cart. Whoosh! The arrow, bound with a beast hide and laden with explosives by Lin Qing, was launched with a bow of exquisite quality. As the arrow swiftly soared forward, the explosives in the cave were triggered by the sudden movement. After releasing the arrow, Lin Qing had already mounted Zhu Ying and sped towards the safety of Wang Er and the others. Chapter 145. The Rebirth of the Giant Plant. Resources at hand. Boom! Boom! As Lin Qing rode Zhu Ying to join Wang Er and the others, the explosives within the cave began to detonate, one after another. The once towering mountain, hollowed within, was rapidly collapsing, soon reduced to half its original height. The colossal plant nestled within the mountain was now buried beneath the rubble and minerals. At this moment, the giant plant was fulfilling its purpose, secreting a milky liquid capable of eroding the very stones and minerals surrounding it. As Lin Qing's makeshift iron bead explosives triggered the collapse, the mountain, now diminished to half its former stature, continued to descend gradually. Logically, such a collapse should not result in further sinking of the stones. Yet the mountain before Lin Qing was indeed sinking further. The cause of this unusual descent was, of course, the excessive secretion of the liquid by the giant plant. Lin Qing had initially anticipated that the explosives would merely rupture the plant and release copious amounts of the milky liquid. However, he had not foreseen the sheer potency of the explosives. They not only obliterated the giant plant, but also caused the mountain itself to crumble. Consequently, all the minerals and resources within this mountain were now firmly within Lin Qing's grasp, provided the corrosive liquid did not erode them alongside the stones. Perhaps due to the intensity of the corrosion, Lin Qing and his companions heard the faint sounds of stones being eroded. Though the noise was subtle in this desolate land, silence prevailed. Absent were the roars of beasts, the calls of birds, and the sounds of humans gathering resources. Only a gentle breeze stirred the stillness, rendering the area eerily quiet. Despite being in close proximity to the forest, there were no beasts roaring. Thus, the sound of erosion was distinctly audible. Boss Lin, how much longer? I can hardly contain my excitement. The once towering mountain now stood at less than 300 meters, rapidly diminishing. At this rate, the stones would soon be completely eroded. It was merely a matter of time. Yet, the youthful and restless Wanli was not inclined to wait patiently for the stones to vanish. Wanli, do not be so hasty. Look at the mountain. It was once insurmountable, and now it has been reduced to a mere hill. Lin Qing chose to ignore Wanli, while Wang Er urged him to remain calm. Although this process merely involves waiting, it is far from tedious. After all, observing the rocks being eroded at a visibly rapid pace is a rather mesmerizing experience. The substance capable of so easily corroding stone is certainly no trivial matter. Lin Qing has now also developed an interest in these milky liquids. Previously, the apothecary Zheng Shi had concocted a potion that could dissolve stone, and now, the appearance of a liquid that could effortlessly erode stone and even completely consume flesh raises an intriguing possibility. What if these two liquids were to be combined? Boom! Before Lin Qing could ponder further, a rumbling sound emanated from the nearby mountain. Instinctively, Lin Qing turned to gaze at the mountain, but upon doing so, he was momentarily taken aback. The colossal plant that should have been obliterated was, instead, gradually breaking through the fallen rocks and growing rapidly towards the sky. As it grew, this giant plant simultaneously erupted, spraying the milky liquid in all directions. Witnessing the spectacle, Lin Qing felt compelled to retreat alongside Wan Li and Wang Er. If they did not withdraw soon, the liquid sprayed by this giant plant would undoubtedly engulf them once it reached a certain height. At present, the milky liquid emitted by the colossal plant had already eroded all the surrounding vegetation, leaving nothing but a barren expanse of mud. As for the collapsed mountain, its stones were being corroded at an astonishing rate. As Lin Qing retreated, the rapid growth of the giant plant allowed him to glimpse the resources embedded within the rocks. It appeared that the milky liquid had not corroded the resources hidden within the mountain, but had merely affected the stones themselves. Although Lin Qing could not yet venture in with Wan Li and Wang Er to collect the materials that had emerged from the rocks, He could at least wait for the spray of the milky liquid to cease, rather than squandering precious time in a barren space. Puff, puff. As time passed, the giant plant returned to its previous height and began to emit sprays in intervals. The earlier fountain-like display was no more. It is believed that it will not be long before this colossal plant ceases to emit the milky liquid, at which point Lin Qing will be able to. The wait for the cessation of the spray did not last long. The plant, which was already on the verge of stopping, halted completely after half an hour. The once mighty mountain had vanished, and even in its collapse, there was not a single stone or other material left. Only a dazzling array of metals glistening from the reflections. Alongside the dark coal, certainly, although the colossal plant had ceased its emissions, Lin Qing did not recklessly approach it, accompanied by Wan Li and Wang Er, towards the metallic structures beneath the giant flora. Instead, Lin Qing deftly drew an arrow, aiming at a diminutive offshoot adjacent to the massive plant, and released it with precision. The arrow penetrated the tender offshoot, severing it with ease, perhaps due to the plant's nascent state which rendered it less formidable than before. Consequently, a milky liquid gushed forth from the severed branch, albeit in modest quantities, given its recent growth. Shortly thereafter, the flow subsided. Once the discharge from the small offshoot had halted, Lin Qing promptly led Wan Li, Wang Er, and their steeds along with the carts, towards the bounty situated beneath the giant plant. At this juncture, the surroundings had returned to a state of normalcy, as long as they refrained from provoking the colossal plant. No peril would ensue. Thus, confronted with a plethora of glimmering resources, Lin Qing saw no reason to linger and squander precious time. With a flurry of activity, the various supplies were swiftly loaded onto the carts. This was executed with methodical precision, categorizing the items for efficient transport. Such an approach not only facilitated ease of movement, but also ensured that upon returning to the stone dwelling, the materials could be promptly distributed to their designated locations. Chapter 146. A mountain of gold and a mountain of silver time passed swiftly, particularly during the transportation of supplies. As cart after cart of goods was delivered to the stone house, consuming the entirety of the day. On this particular day, not a single farmer from Lin Qing's stone house ventured outside to chop wood or quarry stones. None hunted wild beasts. Instead, everyone was busily engaged at the stone house. Alongside Wan Li and Wang Er, who assisted Lin Qing in the transportation of supplies. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the area beneath the colossal plant, once strewn with metallic resources, had been rendered bare. This magnificent plant grew serenely, perhaps due to the absence of the previous towering mountain, standing now half again as tall as it once did. Of course, the hardness of this giant plant was still not as formidable as before. Perhaps with the passage of time, it would revert to its former strength. Despite the emptiness beneath this giant plant, the vicinity of Lin Qing's stone house was awash with an array of metals, gold ingots, silver bars, and copper pieces, rendering these once rare resources commonplace. Observing the abundance of these metals, it was difficult to fathom that gold and silver were once exceedingly hard to come by. Yet here, they lay in profusion, as if their quantity had inexplicably multiplied, losing the rarity they once held. However, should one truly seek these materials, they would discover that finding even a single piece remained a challenging endeavor. Even traversing countless mountains and ridges would yield little success. The sudden abundance of these precious metals was due to Lin Qing's retrieval from the cannibal tribe of the Death Zone. Without that venture, it would have been nearly impossible for him to amass such a wealth of rare resources. 9 carts labored throughout the afternoon to transport all the supplies from that location, a testament to the sheer volume of resources present. Upon returning from the Wan Lin tribe, Lin Qing had managed to bring back only 8 carts of supplies, while the 9th cart contained an assortment of spices and other miscellaneous items. Thus, the 8 carts represented the entirety of the resources accumulated by the Wan Lin tribe over an extended period, underscoring their rarity. Yet now, Lin Qing could confidently declare that he had achieved freedom in rare metals. The stockpile at the stone house resembled a veritable mountain of gold and a mountain of silver. Indeed, more than one of each. With such wealth, how could one not proclaim it as freedom in rare metals? Although the individual utility of these metals might not be particularly significant, one must not forget that within the stone house, there resided Su Mo, a master of alloy creation. With his expertise, The production of superior weaponry was now within reach. Moreover, the long-desired composite bow that Lin Qing had yearned to craft could finally come to fruition. However, to truly create a composite bow, meticulous consideration would be required for both the bow itself and the arrows it would employ. At present, Lin Qing possesses two types of arrows, one designed for the conventional bow and the other for the crossbow, which utilizes shorter projectiles. Should he endeavor to craft a specialized arrow for the compound bow, it would undoubtedly entail a far greater undertaking. Lin Qing is already thoroughly occupied with the creation of these arrows, and the prospect of producing yet another variant is daunting. The arrows intended for the compound bow are not easily fashioned, necessitating considerable effort and resources. Thus, lacking the capability to mass-produce arrows without expending excessive manpower. Lin Qing has no choice but to temporarily abandon this ambition. Moreover, he currently wields a bow of exceptional quality. The new arrows fashioned from advanced alloys are poised to unleash formidable power. Boss Lin, the supplies have all been organized. If it weren't for your foresight in constructing additional warehouses, we might have struggled to accommodate these materials. At this moment, Wang Li dusted off his hands and approached Lin Qing. Simultaneously, Wang Er and his companions emerged from behind the house, also making their way toward Lin Qing. It appears that Wang Li and Wang Er have successfully arranged the supplies delivered to this location. Observing the group, Lin Qing declared, "Excellent. After a long day of labor, let us indulge in a feast." Immediately, Lin Qing summoned the culinary maestro Zhao Lu and the diligent Yin Dun to prepare a sumptuous meal. Having toiled throughout the day, the members of the group were undoubtedly fatigued and famished. Lin Qing's gesture of providing such a lavish feast was sure to elicit feelings of satisfaction and delight among them. Furthermore, Lin Qing had not prepared these provisions haphazardly. Earlier, he had tasked the knowledgeable Liang Mu with procuring some malt and had acquired various medicinal herbs from the apothecary Zheng Shi, subsequently entrusting them to Zhao Lu along with the brewing method. As a culinary expert, Zhao Lu possessed exceptional comprehension skills. After absorbing Lin Qing's instructions on brewing and posing a few clarifying questions, he commenced the fermentation process. It was indeed fortunate that Lin Qing, being well-versed in various crafts, knew how to brew. Otherwise, he would not have had the confidence to assign this task to Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu, demonstrating remarkable prowess, successfully brewed the wine. Now, was it not the perfect occasion to enjoy a drink? Moreover, the wine was infused with an array of health-boosting herbs, making it an ideal tonic for Wang Li and Wang Er after their exhausting day. As night descended, within the dining hall, Lin Qing, Wang Li, and Wang Er, a total of 21 individuals, gathered around an opulent feast laid out before them, along with fine wine at each place setting. They began to indulge heartily. As the evening progressed, despite each person consuming a full jar of wine, no one felt the slightest hint of inebriation. This was perhaps due to the low alcohol content or the robust constitutions of Lin Qing's companions. Instead, they were invigorated, brimming with boundless energy. Thus, following their sumptuous dinner, none sought rest, and even in the deep of night, the stone house remained aglow with light. Had it not been for Lin Qing's timely reminder that they would work through the night if they did not take a break, they would have undoubtedly continued their labors without rest. Fortunately, Lin Qing urged them to pause, sparing them from an all-nighter. However, even if they had toiled through the night, the subsequent day's tasks would have remained unaffected, albeit they might have been slightly burdened by fatigue. Yet, this forest is fraught with peril. Even the formidable Lin Qing could not guarantee safe passage within its depths, let alone Wang Er, Zhang San, and the others, including Wang Li. After all, Wang Li's true prowess pales in comparison to that of the skilled hunter Zhang San. The following morning, Yin Guang, who typically awaited Lin Qing's breakfast before arriving, had arrived at the stone house much earlier. His early visit was driven by the necessity to convey important news to Lin Qing regarding the iron ore from the Yinguang tribe. It had been completely transported to Lin Qing's location, leaving no trace of it behind. Although the members of the Yinguang tribe were fervently scouring the vicinity for iron ore, such resources cannot be unearthed through mere desperation. They require a touch of fortune. Lin Qing chose not to dwell on the absence of iron ore in the Yinguang tribe, for within his stone house lay a succession of iron deposits. At this juncture, Lin Qing had no immediate need for iron ore. However, the Yin Guang tribe must persist in their search, as iron ore cannot be casually harvested like stone or wood. Thus, with the lack of iron ore in their territory, Lin Qing encouraged their continued efforts, but not solely for the sake of iron. There were still tasks for which he required their assistance, such as the crafting of arrow components. Chapter 147. The bustling stone house. On this particular day, Lin Qing's stone house was unexpectedly graced by the presence of over 20 individuals. These were not adversaries nor mere passers-by, but rather members of the Yin Guang tribe, brought forth by Yin Guang himself. While some members of the tribe were indeed on the quest for iron ore, it was important to note that not every individual within the tribe could be preoccupied with this singular pursuit. Coincidentally, Lin Qing found himself in dire need of numerous hands to assist in the production of arrow components and to aid Zhou Ba and his team in smelting the metals procured from the land of death. Thus, it was only natural for the Yin Guang tribe to arrive at Lin Qing's stone house to offer their assistance. After all, remaining idle within the tribe was not an option. Despite their absence from the iron ore excavation, Lin Qing continued to supply food, equipment, and other essentials to their tribe, showing no reluctance in providing resources due to this situation. This generosity further compelled Yin Guang and his compatriots to contribute in some manner. After all, possessing such provisions without reciprocating would weigh heavily on their conscience. With the arrival of the Yin Guang tribe, Lin Qing's stone house gradually transformed into a hub of activity. Individuals busily transported timber and ore, efficiently delivering these materials to their designated locations. The timber, of course, was indispensable for Lin Qing's arrow-making endeavors. However, their tasks extended beyond mere transportation. Upon bringing the wood beside Lin Qing, they meticulously shaped each piece into arrow shafts according to his specifications. As for the ore, it was directed toward the forge, where Zhou Ba and Su Mo were hard at work. The members of the Yin Guang tribe simply needed to deliver the materials there. Within the forge, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. Fueled by coal, the flames in the boilers roared fiercely, causing the temperature to soar dramatically. Given the forge's inherent fiery nature, what was typically a 10-minute process for smelting or was now accomplished in a mere 5 minutes, expediting the hammering of the metals. It was no wonder the forge was alive with energy. Despite the intensity of the flames, there was no sign of mishap. Zhou Ba and Su Mo diligently attended to their respective tasks. One focused on smelting and purifying metals, while the other experimented with the refined metals, striving to amalgamate 2 or more types to create new alloys. In the apothecary, although only apothecary Zhang Shi and Zhang Jing were present, they too were engrossed in their work. The peculiar milky substances obtained from the land of death were anything but ordinary, and both Zhang Shi and Zhang Jing were engaged in investigating these liquids. They pondered whether combining these substances with previously developed potions would yield any extraordinary results, or if merging them with toxic agents would amplify their potency. Amidst the myriad occurrences, the research of Zhang Shi and Zhang Jing remains paramount. Fortunately, all materials are meticulously stored here, ensuring their safety and insulation from external disturbances. As a result, the pace of their research has accelerated, and it is believed that it will not be long before they successfully develop a more potent elixir, particularly one capable of swiftly corroding stone while simultaneously releasing toxic gases. Remarkably, those who consume the specially formulated pills will be entirely immune to these lethal vapors. For Zhang Shi, a skilled apothecary, such endeavors are naturally manageable. And should Zhang Shi encounter any difficulties, Zhang Jing, who possesses a deeper understanding of potions, is right by her side. Together, they will undoubtedly expedite the research process. As days pass, the atmosphere in Lin Qing's abode grows increasingly lively, as not only the people of the Yin Guang tribe have arrived, but also those from the Wan Lin tribe. Were it not for Lin Qing's foresight in constructing several temporary wooden shelters, many would have been forced to sleep outdoors. Leading the Wan Lin tribe's contingent is Wan Li's uncle, Wan Chong, who found this place due to Wan Li's recent return. With Lin Qing's permission, Wan Li disclosed the location of the stone house to his father, Wan Sun, and uncle Wan Chong. However, as the chieftain of the Wan Lin tribe, Wan Sun could hardly leave the tribe lightly. Thus, it is only Wan Chong who can venture here. Wan Sun harbors a deep sense of frustration. as visiting Lin Qing would have allowed him to be prioritized for equipment crafting. Just imagining the razor-sharp iron sword ignites a yearning within him. Yet he can only helplessly delegate his request to Wan Chong to convey to Lin Qing the need for a fine iron sword. Nevertheless, upon arriving, Wan Chong had no intention of allowing Lin Qing to prioritize Wan Sun's request. Moreover, as returning to the tribe would take time, he deemed it more prudent to have Lin Qing craft arrows for himself first. Thus, upon reaching the stone house, Wan Chong promptly cast aside Wan Sen's wishes, not giving him a second thought. Naturally, Lin Qing did not decline Wan Chong's request. In recent days, he had crafted several quivers of arrows and could momentarily pause that work. With Wan Chong's eager anticipation, Lin Qing proceeded to the forge to commence the creation of the iron sword. The forge, rich with pre-smelted iron ingots, allowed Lin Qing to work expeditiously. He placed several pure iron blocks into the furnace, heating them thoroughly before transferring them into pre-prepared molds. Once the iron cooled, he began the sword-making process. Accompanying Lin Qing in the forge, Wan Chong was taken aback upon witnessing the gleaming, lustrous metals before him. Where is this place? And how could there be such an abundance of metal? How could the purity of this metal be so extraordinarily refined? A multitude of large question marks floated in Wan Chong's mind. Yet Lin Qing did not bring it up, and naturally, Wan Chong felt hesitant to inquire further. After all, asking Lin Qing to forge a sword capable of slicing through iron like mud was no trivial matter. At this very moment, a sword had manifested before Wan Chong, and it was none other than Lin Qing who presented it to him. Indeed, during the time Wan Chong had been lost in thought, Lin Qing had crafted a sword of remarkable sharpness. However, the process was not instantaneous. It required a measure of time. Yet, after Lin Qing had led Wan Chong to this place, Wan Chong remained in a daze, his gaze never lifting. Even the rhythmic clanging of the hammer in the forge failed to rouse him from his astonishment. Ultimately, it was the very sword that occupied Wan Chong's thoughts that would awaken him. Thus, when Lin Qing placed the freshly forged sword before him, Wan Chong snapped back to reality. Upon regaining his composure, he dared not allow Lin Qing to hold the sword any longer. With swift determination, he extended his hands and grasped the sword firmly. Chapter 148. The strange red jade and the cause of physical transformation with a resounding clang. Wan Chong gripped the iron sword tightly and instinctively thrust it to the side. Due to Lin Qing's enchantments, this sword not only boasted remarkable speed, but also immense power, emitting a crisp and resonant sound. Ah, splendid! What a magnificent sword! Wan Chong's face flushed with excitement as he beheld the weapon in his grasp. Without hesitation, he drew the iron sword he had previously worn at his waist and handed it to Zhou Ba, who was diligently forging iron blocks, requesting him to melt it down. However, just as Wan Chong prepared to sheath the newly acquired sword and express his gratitude to Lin Qing, he realized that the sword did not fit into its sheath. Determined to remedy this, he attempted to insert the sword several times, but after numerous unsuccessful attempts, he awkwardly turned away, preparing to force the sword into its sheath. Despite his extensive experience in battle, Wan Chong was baffled that he could not perform such a simple action. When he finally turned back to witness the sword being sheathed, he discovered that although he had successfully inserted it, he still felt no sensation of the sword fitting into the sheath. In that moment of confusion, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the iron sword that was now exposed behind him. Had it not been for its gleaming reflection, he might not have noticed it at all. At that instant, he realized the reason for his failure to sheath the sword. It had penetrated through the sheath entirely. Chuckling nervously at the sight of the now tattered sheath, Wan Chong turned to Lin Qing with an embarrassed grin, feeling somewhat apologetic. After all, he had already burdened Lin Qing with the crafting of the iron sword, and now he was asking for yet another sheath to accommodate it. With this thought, he steeled himself and placed a piece of radiant red jade into Lin Qing's hands. After all, it was Lin Qing who had personally crafted this sword for him. Moreover, this iron sword appeared to surpass Wan Li's in quality, prompting Wan Chong to offer this piece of red jade as a gesture of goodwill. Before Lin Qing could respond, Wan Chong hastily declared, "Brother Lin, please do not be modest. This is only fitting. This piece of red jade was merely a fortuitous acquisition for me, devoid of any particular significance. However, once adorned, It possesses a calming effect on the mind and subtly enhances one's physique. After Wan Chong rambled on for a while, Lin Qing gleaned a singular insight from his words. This red jade was no ordinary gem. Lin Qing, displaying no hesitation, recognized the peculiarity of the crimson jade upon her first glance. How could a mere stone emanate such a vibrant red glow? Yet, it was indeed a pendant radiating with crimson light. How could Wan Chong possibly part with it so easily? While discussing the jade, Wan Chong mentioned its ability to calm the mind, asserting that, on the surface, it appeared to be just an ordinary red jade without any other remarkable features. This only solidified Lin Qing's conviction that this jade was far from ordinary. It seemed Wan Chong had yet to uncover its secrets. To Lin Qing's eyes, the jade shimmered with a subtle reddish luminescence. Upon receiving the jade from Wan Chong, Lin Qing immediately adorned herself with it. True to Wan Chong's words, her physical prowess began to ascend gradually. Previously, due to her consumption of unique meats, her physical speed was already formidable, yet this unexpected enhancement took everyone by surprise. Naturally, having obtained the crimson jade, Lin Qing saw no reason to decline Wan Chong's request for a sword sheath. After rummaging through the small storage of the forge for some beast hides, wood, and straw, she returned to the anvil and commenced crafting an iron sword sheath. Lin Qing worked with remarkable efficiency, and soon enough, she had fashioned a sheath for Wan Chong. Upon receiving the sheath from Lin Qing, Wan Chong was visibly elated. With this addition, everything was perfect. Without hesitation, he sheathed the iron sword Lin Qing had just given him. Given that the sheath was crafted by Lin Qing, there was no chance it would suffer the same fate as before, where the sword pierced through it. With a satisfying snap, the iron sword slid seamlessly into the sheath, fitting snugly, ensuring it wouldn't easily slip out nor be difficult to draw. Ha ha ha. Thank you, dear Lin. Although Wan Chong initially felt a tinge of reluctance in parting with the crimson jade, the sight of the complete iron sword set his spirits soaring, and his gratitude towards Lin Qing flowed abundantly. It was evident that Wan Chong was thoroughly pleased with the iron sword. Suddenly, at that moment, Lin Qing felt an inexplicable sensation, as if her body was undergoing a transformation. This change was not one of discomfort, but rather a fortification of her physical form. It felt as if all her attributes had ascended to new heights. The surroundings seemed to slow down in that instant. Yet upon Lin Qing's relaxation, the world resumed its normal pace. Furthermore, she now felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through her, along with newfound insights into forging, crafting, and various other endeavors. It was as if she had transcended to a higher plane of existence. Bang, bang, bang. However, the rhythmic clang of the hammer emanating from Su Mo, who was forging an alloy nearby, jolted Lin Qing from this novel experience. Instinctively, Lin Qing turned to observe what Su Mo was crafting, eager to discern the nature of the alloy being forged. Yet, upon gazing at the alloy, a torrent of peculiar knowledge flooded his mind, including insights about the very alloy Su Mo was currently shaping. At this juncture, should Su Mo continue to hammer this alloy, it would not be rendered useless. However, it would fall significantly short of the standards Lin Qing envisioned. In essence, while this alloy could indeed be forged, it would bear no distinction from those previously created. The materials employed for this alloy predominantly consisted of rare metals. Faced with this rather commonplace alloy, albeit composed of rare metals, Lin Qing was resolute in preventing its completion. Therefore, upon witnessing Su Mo near the culmination of this alloy's forging, he seized a copper block situated before him and deftly cast it atop the alloy in the process of being shaped. Remarkably, it was neither too much nor too little. And at that precise moment, Su Mo's hammer struck the copper block, embedding it into the alloy. In light of this unforeseen turn of events, not only were the onlookers, including Wan Chong, taken aback, but even the focused Su Ba, diligently forging the alloy, was momentarily stunned. Who could have anticipated that Lin Qing would throw a copper block at Su Mo's forging endeavor at such a critical moment, and that it would serendipitously unite the two pieces of alloy? As the crowd stood in bewilderment, Lin Qing hastily urged Su Mo, "What are you dawdling for? Quickly hammer them together and place them in the furnace to undergo calcination." Huh? Oh. Su Mo, caught off guard, could hardly contemplate the implications. He could only heed Lin Qing's instructions, merging the copper block with the alloy before swiftly placing them into the furnace to commence the calcination process. Chapter 149. The new alloy, arrows that can pierce all master. What is the meaning of this? In light of the recent events, after Su Mo had melded the copper piece with the alloy and placed them into the furnace for smelting, he expressed his confusion to Lin Qing. Similarly, Wan Li and Wan Chong were equally intrigued. They could not fathom why, at the moment Su Mo was diligently hammering a nearly finished alloy, Lin Qing had opted to toss a copper block onto the workbench. While this act might augment the alloy's potential, it also significantly increased the risk of its failure. Although Wan Li and Wan Chong were hearing about alloys for the first time since arriving at Lin Qing's forge, they understood that alloys possess numerous advantages over other metals, thus fostering their anticipation, especially as they witnessed the gradual formation of an alloy that had never before been forged. The outcome would soon reveal itself. Lin Qing merely uttered this remark, leaving Wan Li and the others in a state of lingering perplexity. After saying this, he approached Su Mo's position, who promptly stepped aside, understanding Lin Qing's intentions. Despite his own considerable bewilderment, Su Mo's doubts began to dissipate as he observed Lin Qing standing by the forge, one hand wielding a hammer while the other prepared to extract the alloy from the furnace. As his confusion faded, it was replaced by an exhilarating anticipation. Su Mo had begun to grasp Lin Qing's rationale for his earlier actions. He felt an unsettling lack regarding the alloy that had just been forged. Recalling Lin Qing's earlier act of tossing that peculiar copper block onto the anvil, and then merging the two, Su Mo finally understood. His master had deliberately combined the copper block with the alloy to compensate for a missing component, facilitating their fusion. Bang! 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 As Su Mo reached this epiphany, Lin Qing had already placed the alloy, freshly smelted from the furnace, onto the anvil and commenced hammering. Each resounding strike echoed powerfully, resonating deep within the soul. The sound of the hammering felt as though it were not merely shaping the alloy, but rather beating upon one's very heart. Hearing this rhythmic clang, both Zhou Ba and Su Mo, seasoned in the art of forging, were instantly ignited with excitement. For Lin Qing's method of forging was precisely what they had longed for. Only through such soul-stirring strikes could the crafted items achieve perfection, devoid of metallic stratification and excess impurities. As moments slipped away, Lin Qing continued to hammer fervently upon the alloy, now enriched with the newly added copper block. Surrounding Wan Li and others were wholly engrossed in observing Lin Qing, who was diligently hammering away at a piece of alloy at the forge. They were eager to discern what kind of metal could compel Lin Qing to personally undertake its forging. Meanwhile, Zhou Ba and Su Mo were equally attentive, but their focus was not on the alloy itself. Rather, they were captivated by Lin Qing's every movement as he wielded the hammer. Although each strike appeared light and effortless, it resonated with a soul-stirring sound in Lin Qing's capable hands. Remarkably, he managed to reduce the forging time from the expected 5 minutes to a mere 2.5. Such extraordinary efficiency could not escape the notice of Zhou Ba and Su Mo. Moreover, Lin Qing's prowess extended beyond mere speed. The quality of the product he fashioned was equally exceptional. While it is often said that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw, Lin Qing had seamlessly achieved both. After 20 minutes of intense forging and hammering, a brilliant piece of alloy lay on the anvil before Lin Qing, its hues of blue, red, and yellow shimmering in harmony. Just gazing upon this alloy revealed its extraordinary nature, not merely due to its colors, but because bang! Lin Qing seized an iron sword from a nearby table and, with a swift motion, struck the alloy. He preferred this rather brute method to assess the alloy's quality. After all, the primary purpose behind his alloy creation was to attain an exceptionally high hardness, ensuring that the weapons crafted would be both sharp and resilient, preventing any sudden breakage during combat. Crack! A sharp sound erupted from the anvil, reverberating with a clarity that was both alarming and exhilarating. The source of this resounding crack was none other than the iron sword Lin Qing had just wielded. For those who had experienced the clamor of battle, the sound of a breaking sword was both a cause for dread and a source of joy. The fear stemmed from a notion that if such a sound emanated from one's own weapon, it could spell doom in the midst of conflict. Conversely, If it was the opponent's sword that shattered, it signified the conclusion of the encounter. Hence, the atmosphere among Wan Li and his companions grew, charged with emotion at the sound of the sword's fracture. Yet, it was clear that no battle was taking place within Lin Qing's domain, particularly in the confines of the forge. As they regained their composure, Wan Li and the others finally grasped the significance of the events that had just transpired at Lin Qing's workbench. Upon the anvil, a sword of iron lay shattered into two halves, while the alloy that had been struck by the iron blade remained resplendently unblemished. Remarkably, not a single scratch marred the surface of this alloy, despite the iron sword, forged by Zhou Ba, being no ordinary weapon. It was a sword capable of slicing through wood as if it were mere clay and cutting stone as though it were timber. Who would have imagined that such a formidable sword would leave the alloy, crafted by Lin Qing, utterly unscathed? As the crowd stood in astonishment, Lin Qing extracted a fragment of the alloy to fashion a new arrowhead. Before long, the arrowhead was complete. He deftly replaced the existing arrowhead on one of his arrows with this newly crafted one, subsequently grasping his exquisitely crafted bow, which boasted exceptional quality. Meanwhile, Lin Qing had instructed Zhou Ba to suspend a hammer intended for forging. Indeed, Lin Qing's intent was to test the immense power of this arrowhead forged from the alloy. Additionally, after the creation of this arrow, a resonant voice had echoed in his mind, bestowing upon the arrow an attribute of overwhelming force. He was eager to witness the might of this arrow imbued with such a formidable trait. With a swift motion, Lin Qing drew back the bowstring, aiming at the hammer suspended for forging, and released it. The arrow sped forth with astonishing velocity, vanishing before the onlookers could react. Simultaneously, a small hole, roughly the diameter of a thumb, appeared on the iron hammer, and peering through this aperture revealed the verdant forest beyond. As this tiny opening emerged, two peculiar sounds accompanied it, along with the distant crash of a falling tree. Chapter 150, Ready for Departure. First to the Wan Lin tribe the sound had yet to arrive. Yet the hole had already formed. Perhaps this aptly describes the current situation. Clearly, the iron hammer had been pierced by arrows, creating a small aperture, while the stone wall of the dwelling bore a similar mark. Through these tiny openings, one could distinctly observe the verdant forest beyond. Strangely, when these small holes were created, there was no immediate sound. It was only after witnessing the emergence of the openings that the sound followed. The sole explanation for this phenomenon could be attributed to the arrow that Lin Qing had just released. The speed of the arrow was astonishing. Not only was it swift, but it also penetrated the hammer designed for forging, impacting the very surfaces used for striking. The sheer force required to pierce this hammer alone demonstrated the arrow's formidable power. Moreover, it subsequently breached the robust stone wall of the dwelling and even felled a large tree outside, though the arrow accomplished merely 3 feats. Each one was nothing short of monumental. The hammer, having endured countless strikes, possessed a hardness surpassing that of any ordinary weapon. The stone wall, crafted from rock and enhanced by Lin Qing's attributes, boasted a resilience that was far from ordinary. In fact, its hardness rivaled that of the iron sword Lin Qing had forged with his own hands. Yet, in the contest between the time-worn hammer and the stone wall fortified by Lin Qing's craftsmanship against the arrow he had just fashioned, all were rendered insufficient, effortlessly pierced by the arrow. Boss, this is... Half a minute elapsed before Wan Li and the others finally regained their composure. From a moment Lin Qing forged the alloy, tested its hardness with the iron sword, crafted an arrow from this alloy, and ultimately used the arrow to penetrate both the hammer and the stone wall, thereby felling the tree outside. The entire sequence transpired in little more than half an hour. Yet, the events of that brief span had etched themselves indelibly in the hearts of all present. Boss, truly, you are our leader. At that moment, Su Mo, who was the last to react, was the most exhilarated. Initially, he harbored little hope for the alloy he had crafted, even fearing it might be a failure. However, now, not only had the alloy proven successful, but it had also surpassed the quality of any alloy previously known. When Su Mo had forged that alloy, he had meticulously recorded all the metals required for its creation. Although Lin Qing had added a copper piece, this did not detract from the accurate documentation of all materials necessary for the alloy's fabrication. After all, this alloy was forged by Lin Qing. Had it not been for Lin Qing's addition of a copper block, it is likely that such a high-quality alloy could not have been produced. Su Mo did not delve into why Lin Qing knew that incorporating a copper block would enhance the alloy's quality. He had no intention of asking further. Even if he did inquire, he would not comprehend the intricacies, for the composition of this alloy required a delicate coincidence. Furthermore, Su Mo was more than pleased to have developed such a quality alloy. Why would he question it further? At this moment, the only thing Su Mo needed to ask Lin Qing was how many copper blocks had been added to the alloy. Beyond this, his mind held no other thoughts. Lin Qing, for his part, had no intention of concealing the number of copper blocks added, as he would inevitably be involved in the future production of these alloys. It would be impractical for him to forge these alloys alone. Thus, he directly informed Su Mo of the quantity of copper blocks incorporated. Although Lin Qing had casually tossed the copper block from the table, he remembered the specifics quite clearly. Moreover, the copper block on the table was precisely suitable for the metal ratios required in the alloy Su Mo was forging. Otherwise, Lin Qing would have intervened to stop Su Mo from continuing his work, rather than simply throwing the copper block to him. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the familiar sound of hammering resonated once again within the forge. The previous iron hammer was evidently no longer usable, but fortuitously, Lin Qing had just forged a new alloy, and he had already communicated the alloy's composition to Su Mo. Consequently, these alloys were naturally being forged, with some designated for arrowheads and others intended for upgrading hammers, tongs, and other specialized tools within the forge. The hardness of this alloy was not only impressive, but also resistant to breakage, making it exceptionally suitable for crafting tools for the forge. Hence, the rapid rhythm of hammering echoed through the forge. As an excited Su Mo would surely not slack in forging this alloy. Meanwhile, in the stone house, life returned to its usual rhythm. Every corner of the stone house was bustling with activity, yet everything remained orderly. Lin Qing continued assembling arrows at the open-air workbench, while the members of the Flame Light tribe busily crafted arrow components for him. Wang Er and Zhang San were engaged in gathering resources and hunting beasts. In the forge, Zhou Ba and Su Mo, benefiting from upgraded tools, hammered with greater speed and efficiency than ever before. In the apothecary, Zhang Shi and Zhang Jing were diligently researching the milky liquid obtained from the giant plant, and judging by their progress, they were nearing the development of a more advanced potion. As for Wan Chong, who had previously arrived here, his purpose was not merely for Lin Qing to forge a sword for him. By this time, Lin Qing had already completed the swords he had promised to Wan San and his companions. It was now appropriate for Wan Chong to disclose the matter that brought him here, which undoubtedly pertained to the impending assault on the Yimu tribe. Previously, Lin Qing had little knowledge of the Yimu tribe and was not keen on engaging with them, as his primary focus at that time was to gather resources and develop effectively. However, the Yimu tribe continued to provoke him, and it would be unreasonable for Lin Qing to disregard their intentions. Moreover, as Lin Qing's own community began to flourish, the sense of urgency that once permeated his stone dwelling had dissipated, allowing him a moment of leisure. This presented an opportune moment to assist the Yimu tribe in fulfilling their reckless desires. Therefore, Lin Qing instructed Wan Chong to return to the Wan Lin tribe and prepare accordingly, while also ensuring that he brought back the equipment Lin Qing had crafted for Wan San during his return. Chapter 151. The Art of Assault. Naturally, through strategy here, Lin Qing began to assemble an array of weaponry and, most critically, arrows, following the departure of Wan Chong. At this juncture, the apothecary Zhang Shi and Zhang Jing had thoroughly examined the milky-hued elixir. By combining this ethereal liquid with other substances, one could achieve unexpected results. For instance, it could rapidly erode stone while simultaneously emitting toxic gases. However, those who consumed a special pill would gain immunity to these noxious fumes. Moreover, the creation of this pill was not only remarkably simple, but also possessed formidable efficacy. A single pill could safeguard an individual from toxic gas for an entire day. By the time one would need to consume another pill, it was likely that the Yimu tribe would have been utterly vanquished. Furthermore, the alloy that Lin Qing had forged in the stone house was utilized to create hundreds of arrows for the curved bows. The reason for not manufacturing such arrows for the crossbows was due to the fact that crossbows, being rapid-fire weapons, lacked the power compared to the perfectly crafted bows. Rather than using the scarce alloy to produce short arrows, it was far more advantageous to utilize it for arrows meant for bows, thereby maximizing the potential of these alloy arrows. Having prepared everything, Lin Qing, accompanied by Wan Li and Wang Er, hitched several carts laden with weapons and set forth towards the direction of the Wan Lin tribe. The location of the Wan Lin tribe was not far from the Yimu tribe, and to reach the Yimu tribe, Lin Qing had no choice but to pass through Wan Lin. What purpose would there be in directly assaulting the Yimu tribe without first addressing Wan Lin? If Lin Qing were to launch a solitary attack on the Yimu tribe, he likely would not have shared so much with Wan Sun and the others. Little brother Lin, you have arrived. Upon seeing Lin Qing and his companions approach the Wan Lin tribe, Wan Sun was filled with immense joy. For not only was he to join Lin Qing in the assault on the Yimu tribe, but he would also be able to equip himself and the members of his tribe with new gear. Yes, everything is right here. As Lin Qing finished speaking, Wan Li, riding his steed, led the cart laden with iron swords and crossbows to their location. Father, everything is here. Bandi Ramarka. Casting a casual glance at the equipment on the carts before turning to his father, Wan Senator, you rascal. Wan Sun, observing Wan Li's nonchalance towards the equipment, had to suppress his rising irritation. He called upon others to help transport the supplies from the cart that Wan Li had brought. Given Wan Li's disdain, Wan Sun had grown indifferent. After all, with the fine equipment Wan Li possessed, it was no wonder he would overlook the weapons on the cart. The reason Wan Sun chose to disregard his son was primarily because he was already holding a finely crafted iron sword and a crossbow, both specially forged for him by Lin Qing. At long last, the long-awaited equipment was firmly grasped in Wan Sen's hands. Previously, after Wan Chong returned from Lin Qingshi's abode to the Wan Lin tribe, he could hardly contain his excitement over the equipment he had received from Lin Qing. The most crucial aspect was that after acquiring the equipment from Lin Qing, Wan Chong had inadvertently showcased the iron sword at his waist, which was simply astounding. However, within the tribe, Wan Sun was not the sole recipient of the iron sword. Others had also received it, and remarkably, their swords appear to be of superior quality compared to Wan Chong's. Consequently, the sense of equilibrium among the members of the Wan Lin tribe was restored. You possess an iron sword? So do I. Moreover, my sword seems even more splendid than yours. Although Wan Chong remained oblivious to the fact that others in the Wan Lin tribe had also obtained iron swords, he merely needed to be aware that his sword was far more formidable than those of the others. That was sufficient. After distributing all the equipment to those tasked with combat in the Wan Lin tribe, not a single individual wielding these two weapons exhibited any signs of despondency or discontent. In the Wan Lin tribe, everyone wore beaming smiles as they admired their new weapons, testing the might of these intriguing instruments. Yet, before the recipients could fully revel in their newfound armaments, Wan Sun interrupted them, emphasizing that while these weapons were of utmost importance, there was an even more pressing matter at hand. Were it not for this issue, they might not have possessed these weapons at all, or even had the chance to behold them. This matter pertained to the impending assault on the Nightwood tribe. All right, everyone equip your weapons. Prepare to attack the Nightwood tribe. Wan Sun proclaimed loudly after relishing the sight of his iron sword. Simultaneously, a cart specifically designated for transporting short arrows arrived in the midst of the gathering. As Lin Qing had crafted an abundance of crossbows, without arrows, the crossbows would wield no more power than a mere stone. Therefore, Lin Qing had meticulously produced a vast quantity of short arrows. Otherwise, this assault on the Nightwood tribe would have seen a considerable reduction in combat effectiveness. Swiftly, the arrows from the 3 carts positioned in the center were distributed, though this merely accounted for a fraction of the carts laden with arrows in Lin Qing's convoy. Given that this was an assault on a tribe, and a large one at that, the equipment required could not possibly be insufficient. Should the arrows run out, there would be a significant risk of wasting manpower during the battle, leading to numerous casualties, for once they engaged in close combat, injuries were inevitable. Conversely, if an ample supply of short arrows was available, the long-range capabilities of the crossbows, which could unleash a relentless barrage of powerful arrows, would ensure that victory was all but assured. Thus, when Lin Qing arrived at the Wan Lin tribe, he had deliberately prepared an abundance of arrows. Kill. Everyone is prepared. A fierce assault on the Nightwood tribe is about to commence. The Nightwood tribe is not particularly distant from the Wan Lin tribe, which has led to a multitude of conflicts. And today, this strife is poised to reach its conclusion. After donning the Crimson Jade, Lin Qing gained profound insights into various matters, including the art of combat. With the additional attributes bestowed by the system, Lin Qing not only possesses a unique perspective on warfare, but is also exceptionally adept in the strategies of battle. For instance, during skirmishes involving multiple combatants, he has learned the intricacies of engagement and the swift path to victory. Thus, as they advance towards the Nightwood tribe, Lin Qing shares his tactical acumen with Wan Sen and the others. Chapter 152, A Storm of Arrows. Unstoppable initially, Wan Sen held little regard for the young Lin Qing, pondering how a youth could possibly possess greater knowledge than himself regarding such matters. Despite his initial indifference, Wan Sen was taken aback after hearing Lin Qing's battle strategy, nearly toppling from his galloping steed. As he mentally replayed Lin Qing's words, he realized that what appeared deceptively simple was, in fact, an impeccable tactical maneuver. Without delay, Wan Sen relayed Lin Qing's strategy verbatim to the commanding officer leading the rear troops, all the while advancing and splitting the forces. The strategy proposed by Lin Qing was none other than a relentless barrage of arrows, utilizing a formidable and swift offensive. They aimed to encircle and assault the Yimu tribe. However, had the Yimu tribe been situated on a plain, the battle might not have unfolded so effortlessly. The crucial factor was their proximity to the mountain range. Although it was an iron or mountain range, it remained a mountain nonetheless. It was precisely because of this geographical advantage that Lin Qing instructed Wan Shan and his companions to attack from 3 distinct directions. In this manner, the Yimu tribe would be left with only 2 choices: to ascend the mountain or to retaliate. Should they choose the former, it would essentially signal their defeat. For the barren Iron Mountain bore no vegetation. Encircling the mountain would lead to the inevitable downfall of the Yimu tribe. However, at this juncture, Lin Qing and Wan Sen had approached the vicinity of the Yimu tribe. Advancing further would likely expose them, hence they opted to halt the forward march at this point. Moreover, Lin Qing was not accompanied by the entirety of their forces. Rather, he led a small contingent comprising Wang Er and a squad led by Wan Li. After all, this battle was to be a concerted effort. It was implausible for all to attack simultaneously from the same location. The immediate task was to clear the entrance of the Yimu tribe. Otherwise, any leaked information could complicate matters significantly. Boss Lin. At this moment, Wan Li cautiously approached Lin Qing, his heart racing at the prospect of the impending confrontation with the Yimu tribe. This was his moment to shine. His iron sword at his waist and crossbow at his back were eager for action, and he was determined to make this a thrilling hunt. Ensure Wan Sen and the others are prepared. If they are ready, await my signal for a staggered assault, Lin Qing commanded. The plan was to unleash arrows in waves, with one group initiating the attack with bows while another followed suit with crossbows. Once they witnessed the stone watchtower crumble, all would launch their assault. Unbeknownst to Lin Qing, Wan Li's fervent thoughts were elsewhere, as he remained focused on observing the movements of the Yimu tribe ahead. With vision as sharp as that of an eagle, Lin Qing keenly observed the movements of the Nightwood tribe ahead, with astonishing clarity, were it not for the considerable distance. Lin Qing might even have discerned the content of the distant conversations. However, although the discussions of those far-off individuals remained indistinct, the exchanges near the entrance of the Nightwood tribe were somewhat audible, a testament to Lin Qing's unwavering focus and keen observation. Indeed, Wan Li committed to memory Lin Qing's earlier battle plan, although the reason for the collapse of the mentioned watchtower eluded him. He refrained from questioning further in such a critical situation. Without delay, Wan Li mounted his steed and advanced towards his father, Wan Sr. The Nightwood tribe sprawled over a considerable area, had it not been for the proximity to the Iron or Mountain Range. The forces of the Wanlin tribe might have found themselves insufficiently equipped. However, thanks to this Iron Mountain, their numbers were more than adequate, enabling them to unleash a more ferocious assault. Furthermore, this circumstance allowed Lin Qing and Wan Sen to establish a blockade, ensuring that any members of the Nightwood tribe attempting to return would inevitably encounter Lin Qing or Wan Sen, effectively sealing the fate of those outside the tribe's confines. Before they could even return to their stronghold, they would be confronted by Lin Qing or the warriors of the Wanlin tribe. Given the adversarial nature of the situation, And with the impending battle, there is little chance that these returning individuals will be allowed safe passage back into the Nightwood tribe. Thus, upon encountering those attempting to re-enter, they met their end without hesitation. For instance, Wan Li, advancing towards Wan Sen's position, fortuitously encountered a few individuals returning to the Nightwood tribe. Though they numbered only 2 or 3, Wan Li could only lament their scarcity as he swiftly dealt with them. After neutralizing these foes, he continued his journey towards Wan San, as if the earlier incident were a mere trifle, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Father. Soon, Wan Li found himself beside Wan San, promptly relaying the directives imparted by Lin Qing. After contemplating Wan Li's words, Wan San nodded in understanding. Wan Li then hastened towards Wan Zhong's location. With a Nightwood tribe encircled, it was imperative to be fully prepared for the imminent conflict. After a while, Wan Li returned to Lin Qing's side. Once he had conveyed all necessary information to Wan San and Wan Zhong, Lin Qing commenced preparations. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air, striking the individual atop the stone watchtower of the Nightwood tribe, piercing his body with lethal precision. The formidable force of the arrow not only penetrated the man's form, but also sent him tumbling from the watchtower, plummeting to the ground below. An arrow struck the individual with brutal precision, rendering him lifeless, and the fall from the watchtower, landing headfirst, would have sealed his fate even in the marshy terrain below. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the descent of a figure from the Nightwood tribe's watchtower, Wan San and his companions were instantly reminded of Wan Li's orders. They swiftly unleashed the prepared crossbows, unleashing a barrage towards the members of the Nightwood tribe below. Suddenly, the sky was darkened with a dense swarm reminiscent of a locust invasion, yet in truth, this was a far more perilous threat. Indeed, this ominous cloud was composed of arrows launched by Lin Qing, Wan San, Wan Chong, and their companions. In accordance with Lin Qing's prior strategy, they had coordinated their arrow fire, but in this moment, it felt as though every person was raining arrows upon their foes. The sheer volume of arrows was staggering, an absurdity beyond belief. This deluge of projectiles was so overwhelming that if one were to claim it originated from merely dozens of archers, no one would dare to accept such a notion. Chapter 153. The one who was killed was myself. Previously, when Wan San had never encountered a crossbow, he found it hard to believe that a single person could unleash such a multitude of arrows in a fleeting moment. However, he now firmly believed in the capability of an individual to release a substantial number of projectiles in an extreme short span of time, and he was currently engaged in this very act. Although this scenario undeniably dealt a blow to Wan San's pride, he felt neither embarrassment nor anger. Instead, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Who could have imagined that this diminutive contraption, no longer than half the length of a traditional bow, could discharge such a formidable barrage of arrows so rapidly? Meanwhile, the Yimu tribe was unexpectedly besieged. The guards stationed at the entrance of the tribe were equally astonished that an attack would occur at this moment. It is pertinent to note that, apart from those who had ventured out for hunting, everyone else was safely within the confines of the tribe. Who would dare to assault the tribe at such a time? Was this not akin to courting death? However, Lin Qing was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of the guards. Yet, he was acutely aware of the fate that awaited them. Whoosh! Just 5 seconds after the last volley of arrows was unleashed, Lin Qing swiftly retrieved the crossbow from his back, aimed at the guards before the gate, and fired. On the other side, upon receiving the signal, Wan Zhong also pulled the trigger of the crossbow they had long prepared. In an instant, a rain of arrows once again graced the skies, creating a sight so extraordinary that it was unlikely to be witnessed elsewhere. The guards at the entrance of the Yimu tribe, although realizing the imminent danger during Lin Qing's 5 seconds of preparation, hastily grabbed their bows and shot arrows in the direction of Wan San and his companions. Yet, at that precise moment, Lin Qing's arrows were released, swiftly eliminating those who were poised to retaliate with their own shots. The ensuing chaos mirrored the earlier deluge of arrows. Despite Lin Qing's intention to target those preparing to draw their bows, even if those guards successfully knocked their arrows, they would scarcely graze Wan San and his group. For Lin Qing, Wan San, and Wan Zhong were positioned at a considerable distance from the Yimu tribe. Otherwise, Lin Qing would not have approached on horseback. Had he been any closer, they would have surely been discovered. and they would not have unleashed such a relentless barrage upon the guards. Simultaneously, the guards, under assault from two different directions, were thrown into complete disarray. They were utterly terrified. Moments ago, they had believed that those who dared to attack the tribe would certainly be vanquished by the very tribe they sought to assault. However, it is not the assailants of a Nightwood tribe who have fallen, but rather those tasked with guarding its gates. They too had not anticipated that arrows would rain down from multiple directions, for another barrage was unleashed simultaneously. Could it be that the archers belonged to the same group? This notion was swiftly dismissed by the guardians of the Nightwood tribe, as the time lapse between the two onslaughts was far too short. To traverse from one direction to another in a mere 10 seconds? Such a feat is utterly impossible. Thus, the guards of the Nightwood tribe were engulfed in terror. For in their hearts, the capacity to unleash such a multitude of arrows in such a brief span could only indicate a vast number of foes lurking nearby. How else could one explain such a rapid-fire assault? Yet, this predicament was no longer their concern, for the majority of their ranks now lay silently upon the earth, pierced by arrows. Despite the presence of a leader among the surviving few, his commands fell upon the ears of a panicked throng in vain. Chaos reigned supreme, devoid of any semblance of the dignity expected of members of a great tribe. They appeared as mere frightened minions, terror-stricken by the looming threat. At this juncture, Lin Qing made his move once more. This time, after retrieving an arrow from the quiver on Zhu Ying's back, he did not hasten to unleash it from his bow. Instead, he deliberately extracted a peculiar small vial from one of his pockets. Although the vial was not transparent, its clay pottery hinted at its extraordinary nature. The contents within this clay vessel were indeed remarkable, for it held a special concoction crafted by the apothecaries Zheng Shi and Zhang Jing, utilizing that milky liquid. This potion possessed the ability to swiftly corrode stone, and anything in proximity to it would also face the same fate. Moreover, once these materials were eroded, they would emit a toxic aura, capable of inducing paralysis or dizziness in those nearby. However, to corrupt everything within this vicinity, or to saturate the air with this peculiar essence, would require a substantial amount of the potion. It was not a matter of merely a few drops to achieve total annihilation, for if a single drop of such liquid could indeed erode all but the earth itself, one could argue that little would remain in this world. Nevertheless, Lin Qing possessed the strength to obliterate the Nightwood tribe. This was not solely due to the potency of the liquids. It was primarily because of those wielding crossbows and iron swords. The strength of one individual is ultimately limited, which is why Lin Qing had called upon Wan's son and the warriors of the Wanlin tribe to join this battle. Not only would this expedite the conquest of the Nightwood tribe, but it would also facilitate the transport of resources. After all, if the Wanlin tribe wished to acquire superior equipment from Lin Qing, such endeavors were indispensable. Even though the Wanlin tribe has already provided resources to Lin Qing for the iron mine, they will still allocate the majority of the supplies here to Lin Qing, delivering them in the process. Of course, had they not desired such high-quality iron swords or the formidable repeating crossbows, these resources would not have been bestowed upon Lin Qing. In fact, they might even have turned against him. Nevertheless, Wan's son, having lived nearly half a century, possesses a keen understanding of certain matters. The resources here? Naturally, the lion's share is destined for Lin Qing. It would take a fool to consider attacking Lin Qing in return. Whoosh! As Lin Qing pondered these thoughts, he deftly affixed the small clay jar to the arrow and immediately drew his bow, aiming at the watchtower. The arrow struck the watchtower with a resounding crash due to its incredible speed, although the area was filled with wails. This sound compelled everyone to pause their actions and turn their gaze toward the source of the noise. As the crowd directed their attention to the watchtower, all present, save for those aligned with Lin Qing, were rendered utterly astonished. Chapter 154. The forces split into three, yet the rain of arrows continues. The sound emanating from the stone watchtower, echoing outward, was amplified by the stillness of the surviving members of the Nightwood tribe. What initially seemed like a faint noise unexpectedly grew into a resounding clamor. This was not solely due to the silence of the Nightwood tribe. More significantly, it was the stone watchtower succumbing to the corrosive effects of the potion. Lin Qing gazed at this scene, his astonishment palpable. The watchtower not only produced a sound reminiscent of something being eroded, but also exhibited a remarkably rapid rate of decay, simultaneously releasing a thick, mist-like gas. This gas, indeed, was the special vapor emitted by the potion, and Lin Qing had not anticipated such a substantial quantity, nor such a high concentration, to be released in such a brief span of time. Meanwhile, not far from Lin Qing, Wan Sun and Wan Zhong, upon witnessing the sudden emergence of these gases, promptly recalled Lin Qing's earlier warning and the pills he had provided them. Indeed, Lin Qing had cautioned them that upon noticing the sudden appearance of gas, they should not hesitate but to consume the pills immediately. Even their horses were to partake. Failure to do so could result in grave consequences. Thus, as the gas manifested, Wan Sun, Wan Zhong, and the individuals under their command swiftly ingested the pills that Lin Qing had given them, ensuring their horses did the same. No one doubted the nature of these pills, for Lin Qing had consumed them in their presence previously. Particularly at this moment, as they advanced toward the afflicted members of the Nightwood tribe, they beheld those individuals writhing in agony on the ground. Just moments ago, those individuals had appeared perfectly fine. How could such a drastic transformation occur in such a brief interval? Observing the writhing figures of the Nightwood tribe and the now familiar gas, Wan Sun and Wan Zhong swiftly deduced the identity of the noxious vapor. Indeed, it was toxic gas. While this gas differed somewhat from ordinary poisonous vapors, the unmistakable scent was one they could never forget. However, they were taken aback by the intense reaction of the Nightwood tribe upon inhaling this gas. Yet, given that this gas was not like typical toxic fumes, its extraordinary effects could surely be attributed to Lin Qing's influence. Furthermore, upon realizing the nature of the gas, they experienced no discomfort whatsoever, as if the gas surrounding them had no effect. The realization that they could navigate freely within such a toxic environment filled Wan Zhong and the entire Wanlin tribe with profound admiration for Lin Qing. Enough. Let's proceed. On the other side, Lin Qing and his companions, who had already consumed the pills, began their actions upon witnessing the inhabitants of the Yi Mu tribe lying silently on the ground ahead. After all, they were merely at the gates of the Yi Mu tribe, with a considerable distance still separating them from the tribe's true stronghold. Moreover, it was now time to execute the plan Lin Qing had previously discussed with Wan Sun and Wan Chong. Fortunately, during the assault on the gates of the Yi Mu tribe, none of the guards had managed to escape or raise an alarm. Otherwise, their meticulously devised plan would have been irrevocably interrupted. Upon entering the Yi Mu tribe through the gates, Lin Qing, along with Wan Sun and Wan Chong, chose separate directions to advance towards the tribe's stronghold. At this moment, their scheme for the annihilation of the Yi Mu tribe had commenced. Given that the Yi Mu tribe was indeed a substantial settlement, the passage of time without a soul returning to the tribe raised suspicions. It was now nearing noon, and logically, the guards at the gates should have returned to the tribe by now. Yet none had come back, not even those who had ventured out to hunt beasts that morning. Faced with this peculiar situation, the tribesmen within the Yi Mu tribe instinctively armed themselves, sensing that something was amiss. At this juncture, Lin Qing, Wan Sun, and Wan Chong had all arrived at the central area of the Yi Mu tribe. Yet they refrained from rushing in recklessly. Instead, they opted to discreetly eliminate the patrolling guards nearby. The central area of the Yi Mu tribe lay ahead, and a hasty approach would jeopardize their entire plan. Hence, Lin Qing awaited Wan Sun and Wan Chong to complete their preparations before instructing them to launch a segmented assault. On the right flank, where Wan Sun led his contingent, an attack here, spearheaded by the chieftain of the Wanlin tribe, would undoubtedly provoke a significant portion of the Yi Mu tribe's forces to retaliate against Wan Senator once the majority of the Yi Mu tribesmen converge upon Wan Sun. Wan Chong would then initiate his attack from the right. To ascertain whether the Yi Mu tribe had diverted their attention to Wan Sun, one need only observe the sky for a rain of arrows. After all, who would aim so many arrows skyward without reason? As both Wan Sun and Wan Chong came under attack from the Yi Mu tribe, it would signal the moment for Lin Qing to make his entrance. At present, the Yi Mu tribe remained eerily calm, devoid of any sudden assault. However, this very stillness only heightened the tension in the air, palpable to all. Suddenly, a torrent of arrows rained down from the sky, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. Consequently, the confrontation with the Yi Mu tribe was set into motion, commencing with an explosive strike. Not a moment's respite was granted to the Nightwood tribe. Those vigilant members of the tribe, upon witnessing the multitude of arrows descending from the sky, hastily drew their bows and aimed towards the oncoming rain of projectiles. However, before they could fully string their bows, their bodies were pierced by several arrows, and in an instant, they were transported to another realm. This fate befell not just one individual, but those nearby swiftly followed in his wake. Although some sought refuge behind makeshift cover, the formidable penetrating power of the short arrows was far beyond what such flimsy barriers could withstand. Particularly, these arrows were crafted by Lin Qing himself. Even a humble twig could effortlessly pierce through the branch of a towering tree, let alone arrows with iron tips, which would significantly amplify both their destructive force and penetrating capability. How could the members of the Nightwood tribe hope to evade the Grim Reaper's harvest while relying on such meager defenses? Chapter 155. Once Sun has a good son. The sound of arrows piercing through the air echoed. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, arrows relentlessly struck the bodies of the Nightwood tribe, causing many to perish amidst this downpour of projectiles. Although the sentinels stationed at the fringes of the tribe were not oblivious and instinctively sought refuge toward the center of the tribe, they could only hope to relay the alarming news to their chieftains that the assailants were led by Wan's son, the chieftain of the Wanlin tribe. Yet, while the situation appeared deceptively straightforward, the reality was fraught with peril. Even the mere act of surviving the chaos and evading the lethal rain of arrows was a stroke of fortune. The prospect of traversing the exposed terrain back to the heart of the tribe seemed an insurmountable challenge. However, despite the daunting nature of this endeavor, the sentinels stationed at the secondary defense line soon discerned the unusual occurrences unfolding ahead. One by one, their comrades were collapsing, and the sky above had inexplicably darkened. Though they could not comprehend the cause, the sight of their fellows falling was sufficient to signal an urgent crisis. Consequently, these sentinels promptly issued a danger alert to the entire tribe. The guards, who had been on high alert, swiftly proceeded towards the source of the warning. The emergence of such an alert indicated a breach, a clear sign that their territory was under siege. In that moment, perhaps spurred by the alarm, the previously oppressive atmosphere within the Nightwood tribe began to lift. After all, identifying the source of the tension was a step toward restoring normalcy. Eliminating the threat would suffice to reclaim their former tranquility. Yet, this seemingly simple resolution belied the complexity of the situation. They were still unaware of the identity of their aggressors, rendering the task of neutralizing them exceedingly challenging. If the attackers could be easily dispatched, there would have been no need for the alarm from the secondary defense. Before long, the chieftain of the Nightwood tribe grasped the crux of the dilemma and promptly dispatched additional forces to support the beleaguered sector of the tribe. Just as the command was issued, an individual recklessly barged into the council hall. The already agitated chieftain, on the verge of fury, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the intruder's words. The frustrations that had threatened to erupt transformed into shock and incredulity as the news unfolded that the assailants were indeed led by one senator. Upon realizing this crucial information, the chieftain could no longer remain passive. He was compelled to draw his blade. After all, the Wanlin tribe and the Nightwood tribe were sworn enemies. The adversary has already reached the very threshold of his abode. How could one remain passive in such a situation? It is imperative to rally others in order to eliminate Wansun. Once Wansun is vanquished, the Wanlin tribe would effectively find itself nestled within the half-embrace of the Yemu tribe. However, the chief of the Yemu tribe, too, was caught off guard. Pondering the sudden audacity of Wansun's attack and the source of their boldness to launch an offensive at this juncture. Presently, the only thought occupying the chief's mind was one of annihilation. He yearned to eradicate Wansun and his kin without leaving a single soul behind. Thus, upon discovering that the assailants were indeed Wansun, the chief led his followers with fervor towards Wansun's direction, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Meanwhile, Lin Qing, positioned directly ahead of the Yemu tribe, found himself in a state of utter leisure, for the majority of the Yemu warriors had been drawn away by Wansun. With scarcely anyone patrolling the vicinity, Lin Qing felt no need for excessive caution. The absence of vigilance among the Yemu tribe ensured that his presence remained undetected. Even should he encounter one or two warriors, they would swiftly meet their end at the hands of Lin Qing's deft archery. Although his actions were overt, the attention of the nearby sentinels had been entirely captivated by the skirmish to the right, leading them to presume that the missing warriors had gone to assist their chief in subduing Wanli. Thus, Lin Qing remained unconcerned. In fact, as a few wild rabbits happened to pass by, he seized the opportunity to indulge in a barbecue. In no time, smoke billowed around him, yet the denizens of the Yimu tribe sensed nothing amiss, for the air was already thick with smoke emanating from the right flank. As for the aroma wafting from Lin Qing's roasted rabbits, there was no cause for alarm. The pungent scent of blood drifting from the right was sufficiently overpowering, compelling the Yimu warriors to cover their noses and mouths, for it was unbearably acrid. Nevertheless, the intensity of that scent would not encroach upon Lin Qing and his companions, as they were still a measure of distance away from the Yimu tribe. Boss, is this truly the right course of action? Wanli, seated beside Lin Qing, tore into a rabbit's thigh, savoring its succulence while sheepishly turning to Lin Qing. After all, they were in the midst of an assault on the Yimu tribe. This was a battle. How could one indulge in roasted meat at such a moment? Especially when it was freshly prepared from rabbits that had just crossed their path. The flavor was exquisite. Cough. Moreover, his father, Wan's son, was valiantly battling the Yimu tribe to the right. How could he possibly? Slap. A sharp sound rang from Wanli's cheek as he briskly wiped his face with a coarse cloth, declaring, "I am currently enjoying roasted meat. How could I allow myself to be distracted?" Upon finishing his words, Wanli continued to savor the roasted meat in his hands, a look of exhilaration illuminating his face. One might mistakenly believe they were partaking in a picnic. Yet, the distant echoes of anguished cries, coupled with Wan Li's readiness for action, unmistakably signaled that this was no mere picnic. It was a scene of impending battle. Meanwhile, Lin Qing could not help but feel somewhat speechless at Wan Li's earlier remarks. Truly, Wan's son is blessed with a remarkable son. However, Lin Qing harbored no particular concerns regarding Wan's son and his companions on the right. After all, with such formidable equipment at their disposal, Wan's son was unlikely to be easily subdued by the Nightwood tribe. Moreover, even if Wan's son were to falter, there was still Wan Chong and his group on the right. Should Wan Chong launch an offensive, it would undoubtedly alleviate the pressure on Wan's son and his comrades. Chapter 156. A Triumphant Assault. Prepare yourselves. After Lin Qing, Wan Li, and Wang Er finished their feast of roasted meat, Wan's son and his companions finally launched their arrows into the sky. This act signaled to Wan Chong and his group that it was time to attack. It also served as a cue for Lin Qing and his allies to brace themselves for the impending assault on the Yimu tribe. The moment of action was drawing near. Having just satiated his hunger, Wan Li rose from the ground and could not suppress a yawn. It seemed that a full meal had indeed induced a sense of drowsiness. Nevertheless, despite feeling somewhat lethargic from his feast, Wan Li was fully alert, ready to confront the forthcoming battle. This conflict was to be against the Yimu tribe. A moment's carelessness could result in severe consequences. Therefore, for the sake of victory and personal safety, maintaining peak readiness was imperative. As Lin Qing and his group prepared, Wan Chong, having received Wan Sen's signal, promptly directed the crossbows that he and those nearby had meticulously readied, unleashing a volley towards the members of the Yimu tribe ahead. While the enemy was not particularly numerous, there was no justification for sparing them, given the long-standing enmity between the two tribes. Those stationed to guard the left flank of the Yimu tribe were enjoying a leisurely respite when they suddenly spotted the sky filled with arrows, prompting an involuntary exclamation. They had been informed that conflict was occurring solely on the right side of the tribe. How could there possibly be hostilities here? Furthermore, they were well aware that the attackers were led by Wan's son, the chieftain of the Wan Lin tribe, coupled with the previous barrage of arrows. The Yimu tribe had concluded that all of their adversaries were concentrated in that area. The sheer volume of arrows could only signify that the Wan Lin tribe was present. It was inconceivable that such a multitude could be launched otherwise. However, the astonishing deluge of arrows now appeared on the left side of the Yimu tribe. Could it be that the Wan Lin tribe had allied with another? This question was swiftly rendered moot, as the rain of arrows had already decimated the defenders in that vicinity. The numbers defending that side were not particularly large, and Wan Chong and his allies had already aimed at the members of the Yimu tribe, resulting in their immediate downfall. The Yimu tribe still possessed a secondary line of defense, and the unusual occurrence on the left flank did not go unnoticed by the defenders stationed there, who quickly reported back to the tribe center. Wan Chong said little, merely ensuring that the crossbow bolts were readied before releasing them into the air, both to signal Lin Qing and to eliminate more of the Yimu tribe's fighters. Linda, look over there. Uncle Wan must have dealt with the individuals in that vicinity. Wan Li exclaimed with excitement, pointing to the sky ahead where a torrential rain of arrows was falling. Standing beside Lin Qing. Although these were merely arrows, they served as a signal, an indication to launch a full-scale assault. The thought of engaging in battle with the Yimu tribe stirred a rush of exhilaration within Wan Li. The weapons acquired from Lin Qing could finally be put to vigorous use. Indeed, let us proceed. Lin Qing, having also noticed the arrows in the sky to the left, immediately mounted his horse alongside Wan Li and Wang Er, advancing forward. If it hadn't been for the roasted meat they had just consumed, Lin Qing and his companions would not have needed to move ahead now. However, indulging in such delights was worth it, and this brief distance would not significantly hinder their progress, for they were anything but ordinary individuals. As they charged toward the Yimu tribe, Lin Qing deftly retrieved his curved bow from behind, nocking an arrow and drawing the bowstring in one fluid motion. The individual atop the watchtower, meticulously observing the surroundings, was pierced through the neck by the arrow Lin Qing had just loosed. He departed this world instantly, devoid of any pain, unaware of how he had met his demise. After all, with no knowledge of the attack, how could he possibly comprehend his own death? However, while he remained oblivious to his fate, those nearby witnessed the event with crystal clarity. A body hung from a large tree, an utterly absurd sight. Moreover, this individual had not utilized any means to achieve such a position. He was simply suspended there. Could it be a performance of acrobatics? Yet, the crimson liquid gradually dripping from beneath his feet jolted those present into realization. This was no display of artistry. It was an unmistakable assault. The individual atop the watchtower had been the first to fall. Once the onlookers comprehended the situation, Wan Li and Wang Er had already unleashed their crossbow arrows toward the front. Instantly, another deluge of arrows filled the sky. This scenario had unfolded 3 times previously within the Yimu tribe, and certainly what transpired next would surpass that number. After Wang Er and his companions had discharged all the arrows from their crossbows, they swiftly reloaded and fired once more. Although the previous volley had struck from a distance, it had already decimated a significant portion of the enemy. Now, as Lin Qing and his companions drew nearer to the Yimu tribe, the arrows they unleashed directly eliminated the remaining foes. The defenders at the first line of the Yimu tribe had been eradicated in these 2 surges of arrows. Such efficiency, even in death, was astonishingly swift. Before long, after ensuring the complete annihilation of the adversaries, Lin Qing led Wan Li and Wang Er to the first line of defense of the Yimu tribe. However, after Lin Qing eliminated everyone here, the individuals stationed at the secondary defenses of the Yimu tribe swiftly detected the abnormalities at the primary defenses ahead. Moreover, there were mounted figures present. Could it be? Immediately, the sentinels at the secondary defenses relayed this alarming news to the chieftain of the Yimu tribe, who was engaged in combat with Wan Sen on the right flank of the tribe. Upon hearing that both the left and central fronts were under siege, the chieftain was momentarily taken aback. When he learned that a deluge of arrows was raining down upon those areas, he was utterly bewildered. The tribe was under attack from 3 directions, each besieged by a veritable storm of arrows, implying that the assailants were in overwhelming numbers. How else could such a multitude of arrows be unleashed? The chieftain gazed at Wan Sen, effortlessly dispatching his tribesmen, and a sense of impending doom washed over him, particularly when he witnessed Wan Sen's iron sword severing the weapons of his tribe's warriors, penetrating their iron armor as well. Disbelief took hold of him. Could such a razor-sharp sword truly exist? Yet, upon observing the weapon in Wan Sen's grasp, he had no choice but to concede the reality. Such a formidable blade was indeed real. The Yimu tribe, being a prominent faction, had a chieftain who was no ordinary man. Upon witnessing this scene, he promptly ordered a retreat for all. It was absurd. If this continued, even thousands would be unable to prevail. Furthermore, Those behind, Wansun wielded swords that could similarly cleave through the weapons of the Yemu tribe's warriors within mere encounters, all without sustaining any damage. Such resilient swords, if not witnessed firsthand, would be deemed unbelievable. Fight? What nonsense is this?